Chapter 1. Does the class president like me? Have you heard? Someone confessed to the school bell last night. And surprisingly, she actually agreed. Shit, calm down, pay attention. On the podium, Yao Jun, who had been writing his lesson plan while looking down, raised his head and glared at the source of the noise. The vast classroom once again fell silent, with only the scratching of pens on test papers remaining. From the same point in the air, at the same speed, throw two different balls straight up and horizontally. The time difference between when the two balls hit the ground is, at this moment, Su Liang was staring blankly at the physics exam paper in front of him. Because if he didn't remember wrongly, just a second ago, as he was about to leave home, he was still loudly declaring that he would have good luck today. Instead, as soon as he stepped out, he was mercilessly run over by a truck. When he woke up again, the classroom, bright and clear, with the lush green grass on the playground outside the window, and through the beams of sunlight streaming through the windows, chalk dust particles were floating. A quick glance at the corner of the blackboard showed the countdown to the college entrance exam, 71 days left. Su Liang finally realized one thing. He had been reborn. March 1st, 2007. Shared bikes had not yet appeared. Douyin, TikTok, videos were not yet widely popular. Bitcoin was still relatively unknown. The real estate market had not yet experienced its second major price surge, and even smartphones were only just beginning to be widely used. All those turning points that countless people lamented missing later no longer existed now. Su Liang was startled at first, then flashed a wry smile. In his previous life, he lived such an unremarkable existence that his first thought after being reborn was about how to change his fortune. Although it's just an ordinary mock exam, I still hope everyone takes it seriously. Let me reiterate what I always say. Treat minor exams as the big exam, and treat the big exam as a minor one. Ask yourself, what kind of university do you really want to attend? The voice of their head teacher, Yao Jun, pulled Su Liang's thoughts back. His academic performance from the previous life landed him in a mediocre university where he studied nothing extraordinary. After graduation, he worked in a typical office job, much like other white-collar workers, burning himself out under the 996 work schedule with no hope of buying a house. Since heaven has given him another chance to live, then altering his fate would start from doing well in this exam right before him. After many years, Su Liang was ready to start all over again and review thoroughly from scratch. However, the moment he saw the test paper, those buried study materials in his memory surfaced slowly, like frames in slow-motion movies, each showing up vividly in his mind. Test points, difficult areas, critical focus areas, and commonly mistaken questions. Physics, which was so abstruse to him back then, suddenly made perfect sense now. Even small things he never noticed before, like a mere punctuation mark in his textbook, became crystal clear to him now. Henceforth, the result of this exam held no suspense for Su Liang. Not only did earning money become effortless now, but studying also required no effort. Ding-ling-ling. As the bell rang to signal the end of class accompanied by calls of collect the tests, Su Liang stood at the window with his hands in his pockets, seemingly having lost his sense of purpose in life. Ouch. Dude, let me tell you, this physics exam today was brutal. I think the old man deliberately messed with our minds. How do you think you'll do? Lu Hao approached, looking troubled, and added impatiently. I've been talking to you forever. What's going on? I'm thinking whether to go to Tsinghua or Peking University. Su Liang said in a perplexed manner. You're more likely to roast sweet potatoes than get into Tsinghua or Peking. Lu Hao teased sarcastically. Why the sudden motivation? Love can indeed fuel ambition, huh? Su Liang looked puzzled. What love? Don't pretend. I already saw you confessing your feelings to Cheng Yuxiao. Lu Hao wore a look of regret. If only I was as handsome as you. I'd also try tasting the bitterness of love. Cheng Yuxiao? A few girls from the next class passed by the door and glanced inside, coincidentally catching Su Liang's slightly dazed gaze. They immediately turned red, embarrassed, and hurried their pace. Su Liang was stunned. If every boy during his student years had an irreplaceable moonlit white dream, school belle Cheng Yuxiao was his unfinished regret, the sole love interest of his 3 high school years. Or rather, his secret crush. So, right before graduation in the final year of high school, Su Liang summoned his courage and confessed his feelings to Cheng Yuxiao. To his surprise, she actually agreed. Their first date was on the school playground after evening study session on that day. That day, Su Liang tasted the innocence of first love and learned what it meant to suffer because of a beauty. When Su Liang mustered up the courage to approach the carefree guy whistling at his girlfriend, he felt like a knight protecting his princess. But 10 minutes later, after being pinned down and beaten mercilessly, he realized his knighthood was about to end. Sure enough, Cheng Yuxiao broke up with him shortly afterward. Girls at this age don't like wimpy boys. But the sweetness of first love had deeply influenced an adolescent boy. Even though their relationship only lasted a day, it caused Su Liang to act as a desperate lover throughout his 4 years in college. However, Cheng Yuxiao lost interest in him after high school graduation. The more Su Liang humbled himself, the less interested she became. Later on, when he received her wedding invitation and reacted with overwhelming despair, Cheng Yuxiao showed a face full of apology. Sorry, I thought we were just friends. I didn't know you misunderstood. Su Liang took a deep breath, seemingly having already planned what he would do after being reborn. What? If you didn't care for me back then, now I'll make you regret trying to get close to me? No. That's foolishness. A real man should know how to rise from where he fell. The harder it is to get, the more one must firmly grasp it in hand. With that mindset, tonight, he'd hunt to his heart's content. Our class's application guidebook and the last issue of the 35 study materials have arrived. Is there any brave boy willing to volunteer and help our class president carry them upstairs? At this moment, a clear and sweet voice cut through the commotion of the class. Zhang Tao, hurry up. This is a great chance to be alone with the class president. Why don't you go? Didn't you say a few days ago that you secretly admired our class president? Bullshit. Don't tell me you don't like her too. There was some faint murmuring around the classroom. Actually, the identity of the school beauty has always been debated. More than half of the people believed xuanhuan was the school belle, while the other half thought it was the class president of the second class. Namely, the girl standing on the podium right now, Ro. Even in the loose school uniform with her simple ponytail, her delicate and fair smile, paired with those clean and pure eyes, still made many of the boys in the class blush and eagerly want to step forward but stopped due to their own insecurities. It could be said that 9 out of 10 boys in the class had a crush on Ro. However, strangely, in all 3 years of high school, not a single person dared to confess to her, and even the rumors of flirtation were exceedingly rare. Just as a few boys turned red in embarrassment, preparing to summon their courage to step forward, Ro let out a soft sigh. I understand, you all look down on your class president. Then don't blame me for resorting to drastic measures. Subsequently, she extended her slender white fingers, pointing towards Su Liang, who was still daydreaming in the corner, and smiled. Su Liang, come down with me. At once, the girls in the class started giggling mischievously. As for the boys, jealousy flashed unmasked in their looks towards Su Liang. Only Su Liang seemed completely unfazed, because if his memory served him right, the class president actually liked him. Chapter 2, The Treasure Girl. Facing the teasing from the class, Ro didn't show even a hint of nervousness and continued to look at Su Liang with a smile. During high school, students usually feel awkward and shy about topics involving romantic feelings between males and females. Few would dare to express their feelings openly. But this was never the case for Ro. You would almost always see her being extroverted, confident, and open-minded, no matter when. Her privileged family background, her consistent ranking as the top student in the grade, along with her striking appearance, made her a popular figure. From the teachers up to the classmates, almost everyone got along well with her. To use a modern term, she suffered from no social anxiety. As for Ro liking Su Liang during high school, this fact only came out years later at a class reunion where she directly told Su Liang face-to-face. However, back then, Su Liang's whole heart was focused on Cheng Yuxiao, and he paid no attention to this fact. Even after hearing it straight from her, he thought Ro was just joking around. It wasn't until later that he accidentally stumbled upon Ro's private, only visible WeChat post. I'm leaving the country. I've waited for you for 7 years, just wanting you to turn back and look at me once. I can't wait anymore, goodbye. Only then did Su Liang realize what kind of treasure he had missed in Ro. During those 3 years of high school, the reason he never heard any gossip about Ro was because he was at the center of the gossip himself. Thus, he drove overnight to find Ro the night before her departure overseas. From that point on, they began an ambiguous long-distance relationship. But this so-called relationship lasted less than half a month before it ended abruptly, marked by his being blocked and deleted. At the time, Su Liang fell into serious self-doubt. He once drank heavily due to low self-esteem, almost unable to get out of it. He couldn't understand why Ro, who had said repeatedly that she liked him, had suddenly changed completely within such a short period. It wasn't until much later that he finally understood why Ro, the goddess of the high school era, was so infatuated with him. It probably stemmed from the fact that, back then, Su Liang's mind was already filled with Cheng Yuxiao. Therefore, while everyone else fawned over Ro, his indifferent attitude towards her piqued her curiosity. As time went on, this curiosity led her to mistakenly believe it was affection. In fact, when someone's mind is constantly dominated by one person, they are likely to be troubled by possessiveness and anxiety over them. So Ro wasn't actually fond of him. Rather, what she felt was restlessness caused by unattainability. Great, Su Liang responded, and then walked right over. What the hell? The class immediately erupted in shocked exclamations. Reborn, why wouldn't he go for the class beauty? Only when reaching the classroom door did he look back at Ro, still in a daze. What? Aren't we supposed to be moving books? Aren't you coming? Snapping back to reality, Ro restored her smile and quickly followed out. Meanwhile, the originally quiet classroom instantly burst into chaos. What's going on? Why did the monitor specifically ask Su Liang to come along? Could it be that the monitor likes Su Liang? Don't joke around. Is he worthy enough? That's true. Everyone knows the character of our monitor. It doesn't matter who she calls, right? It's merely coincidence. Despite these murmurs, the two who had left the classroom naturally knew nothing about this situation. I thought you wouldn't come out with me. While walking down the stairs, Ro's clear eyes revealed a playful smile. Because although others may not be clear, having secretly observed Su Liang for 3 years, she naturally realized early on that Su Liang already harbored affections for another girl. Agreeing to this so straightforwardly, wasn't he afraid that the girl he liked would become angry? Or had he already given up completely? Su Liang shrugged. What? Are you some sort of monster trying to eat me alive? Ro burst out laughing. Even if I were a monster, you're no Tang monk. Look how many classmates stared at us when we just came out. What do you think they're saying? I reckon they'll all be wondering what merit this guy possesses to walk alongside our beautiful monitor. If it were a regular girl, upon hearing the male they say something like that, they would most likely blush slightly. But Ro just gave Su Liang a somewhat surprised glance. Upon seeing this, Su Liang smiled inwardly. Because he was right. Indeed, as the two carried the books upstairs, the light of curiosity in Bai Ro's eyes had faded significantly. There was no more shyness in her smile, but instead her usual poise and confidence returned. In Bai Ro's eyes, this special boy seemed no different from the others in the class. At most, he was just slightly more handsome. Let me tutor you during the weekend? As they entered, Bai Ro suddenly looked at Su Liang and smiled. When she said this, there was an indescribable sense of superiority in her eyes. After all, in her view at that moment, Su Liang no longer had someone to like, and as a top student and class monitor, and even school flower, she believed Su Liang should have no reason to refuse. Bai Ro enjoyed the feeling of slowly occupying someone's heart, and then leaving them yearning but unfulfilled, conquering them bit by bit. In the past, her attempts at conquest were almost never unsuccessful. It was only after experiencing her first setback with Su Liang that she started paying attention to him. But now, Bai Ro saw Su Liang no differently than anyone else, so subconsciously, she began her usual approach again. Upon hearing this, Su Liang smiled. Because he was all too familiar with Bai Ro's tactics. She would start by creating an illusion of ambiguity, making the other person hope, then use that hope to control them firmly until they were completely submissive beneath her charm. What she didn't realize was that this tactic already had a widely known term in modern times, PUA. Su Liang certainly didn't think Bai Ro did it intentionally. It was the lifelong attention and admiration she received that shaped her personality. But that didn't mean he had to indulge her. So the first step for Su Liang was to break all the preconceived notions that Bai Ro tried to impose on him. Sorry, Monitor Bai, I'm busy on the weekend. Maybe next time. After finishing his sentence, Su Liang walked into the classroom with his arms full of books. Originally confident that Su Liang would agree, Bai Ro stood stunned at the door, her eyes once again filled with curiosity and dissatisfaction. Since the two came in, the whole class had been staring at them. Unfortunately, Su Liang still wore an unperturbed expression, while Monitor Bai Ro kept smiling brightly. No one knew what had been said outside. It was as if nothing happened. Only Su Liang noticed the confusion and bewilderment hidden deep within Bai Ro's eyes. He couldn't help but chuckle silently. Young lady, you're too inexperienced to play these games with me. During the last class in the afternoon, their homeroom teacher, Yao Jun, once again walked into the classroom, holding a stack of thick test papers. The results of this physics exam are quite disappointing. As soon as he finished speaking, most students lowered their heads dejectedly. However, Teacher Yao then changed his tone. Nevertheless, there are a few individual students who surprisingly performed well, achieving unexpected results. They deserve praise. Upon hearing this, everyone almost instinctively turned their gaze toward Bai Ro. If anyone could achieve good grades in this hellishly difficult test, it would be the top-level genius class monitor. Meanwhile, Bai Ro maintained her cheerful smile, as if it were perfectly natural. After all, such occurrences had happened countless times throughout her life. This time, though, she glanced in Su Liang's direction unconsciously. This guy actually dared to reject the class monitor. So what if he does? She made up her mind to bring up this matter with Su Liang again after class, determined to see how he could possibly refuse. Su Liang's grades were consistently below average, almost without question. Thus, hardly anyone associated him with this possibility. Yet the result was, Teacher Yao's eyes slowly swept over every student before finally settling on Su Liang. His originally stiff expression softened somewhat as he said, Student Su Liang scored a perfect 100 this time. Boom. Almost instantly, the entire classroom fell silent, as if their minds went blank. And many people couldn't help but look at Su Liang in disbelief. Chapter 3. Another perfect score. Su Liang, come with me to the office. After this class, Yao Jun beckoned Su Liang over. Once the two left, the originally quiet classroom erupted into a frenzy of commotion. Seriously? What's going on? Did Su Liang cheat? How could he possibly score 100%? You're talking nonsense. Su Liang was sitting right next to me during the exam. How would I not know if he cheated? Yeah, it was just a regular test. There's no need for him to do that. So what happened? When did Su Liang become such a genius at physics that he scored a perfect mark? Maybe he was just lucky this time. Faced with the murmurs around her, Bai Ro had already tuned them all out. Her gaze fell on Su Liang's empty seat as she tightly held her test paper marked 89 points. For a moment, her delicate face flushed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, her curiosity about Su Liang grew increasingly intense. A person who normally performed below average, yet suddenly surpassed everyone else in a particular exam? What secrets does this guy have? After arriving at the office, Yao Jun first filled his thermos with water. Once Su Liang entered and took a seat, Yao Jun casually said, Your physics improvement has been remarkable. By coincidence, I happen to have a set of physics exams from the neighboring class. Try taking it, so I can assess how much you've improved. Su Liang understood that Yao Jun was testing him. After all, a student who had consistently underperformed suddenly achieving a perfect score, anyone would find this questionable. But since Yao Jun was a teacher, he couldn't outright accuse Su Liang of cheating. Therefore, he called him aside privately for an evaluation. As they spoke, Yao Jun's eyes never left Su Liang's expression. In general, most students who had indeed cheated would feel some panic when confronted in such a situation. But Su Liang showed no signs of change. His demeanor remained calm and composed. This situation could only indicate two things. Either Su Liang truly hadn't cheated, or he possessed a psychological resilience far beyond that of his peers. However, Su Liang quickly proved through action whether or not he had cheated. After simply saying, all right, he picked up the test and sat down nearby. Eventually, in less than an hour, he looked up again. Teacher, I've finished. So fast. Yao Jun, busy fiddling with his computer, glanced at Su Liang in astonishment. It had only been 40 minutes, yet the kid was already done? Everyone knew that among science subjects, physics required the greatest amount of calculations and usually took the longest time. But this boy completed it in just 40 minutes? Looks like there were many questions he didn't even attempt. Yao Jun subconsciously thought this, his expression slightly turning difficult. Originally, Yao Jun figured that as long as Su Liang could get above 80 points on this test, he'd leave it be. But now, judging from the pace, scoring even 60 might be challenging. Yet, after checking the answers carefully for 10 minutes. Well. When he looked up again, the stiffness on Yao Jun's face was replaced entirely by a gratified smile, and his gaze towards Su Liang carried a hint of astonishment and curiosity. Another perfect score. The kid had once again achieved a flawless performance. Su Liang, it seems your recent progress in physics has been very rapid. If you can continue this level of improvement, I believe you have a solid chance of entering a key university solely based on your physics score. Yao Jun couldn't help but grin broadly, knowing well that being within the top 100 in the province for a single subject allows for special admissions consideration. Su Liang's usual scores barely made it to second-tier universities. However, now, reaching first tier wasn't completely out of the question. First tier? Su Liang inwardly felt indifferent. But on the surface, he still acted respectful. Understood. Thank you, teacher. Yao Jun found Su Liang's response quite satisfactory. Just as he prepared to say something more, however, he suddenly noticed Su Liang staring intently at his computer screen. At this point, Yao Jun finally realized something and hastily closed the web page before Su Liang could open his mouth. Su Liang smirked faintly and said, Teacher, I didn't expect you to follow the World Cup so closely. Just casually looking. Don't spread this around outside, okay? Yao Jun appeared flustered because the web page he'd opened was from an offshore betting site. Relax, doesn't everyone have hobbies? Su Liang nodded earnestly, though he couldn't stop laughing inwardly. Who would have guessed? The seemingly upright Yao Jun actually liked gambling on football matches in private? If this were disclosed, as a teacher, it could affect his reputation somewhat. But soon, Su Liang seemed to remember something and suddenly lit up his eyes. Seeing this, Yao Jun sighed in relief. But at this moment, Su Liang suddenly pointed at the computer and said, Teacher, I'm not very familiar with football, but I have a distant cousin who works for FIFA. He apparently is pretty optimistic about Italy's game against Switzerland, even predicting a possible 3-0 victory. Really? After hearing this, Yao Jun looked instantly curious. Was this kid really related to such people? It's true, though he might just be guessing. Just take it as you hear it, teacher. Su Liang chuckled silently inside. There was no such relative, only that if he remembered correctly, these were events that had already happened in his previous life. All right, I understand. You can go back to class now. Yao Jun waved him off pensively. When Su Liang reached the door, Yao Jun added another sentence. Oh, tell the physics representative to come over. Let him gather today's high scores and bring them to me. Okay. Hearing this, Su Liang looked puzzled. Hadn't the scores already been checked? Why were they being tallied again? But this confusion disappeared shortly after when the physics representative, Zhang Tao, came back from Yao Jun's office looking utterly shocked. Bro, what's the deal? As a student couldn't help but peek toward Zhang Tao out of curiosity near the classroom entrance. Zhang Tao then kept his face stiff and glanced first at Su Liang before responding with mixed emotions. Another perfect score. Wow, what the heck? At the classroom doorway, an immediate uproar ensued. Though moderate, this disturbance sufficiently resolved any lingering doubts in everyone's minds. That is, Su Liang had definitely not cheated. Man, didn't know you're this kind of guy. Every day you hang out with me and play, while secretly working hard, right? You wanted to make a big splash all at once, huh? Lu Hao leaned in closely, pounding Su Liang on the shoulder in mock indignation. Forget it. There's much more you don't know about me. Su Liang muttered grumpily, but inwardly began to admire Yao Jun. As the head teacher, his casual maneuver effectively diffused a potential gossip storm among the students. While this meant little to Su Liang, it could indeed severely impact the college entrance exam state of mind for someone else under similar scrutiny. Just at that moment, Su Liang, I never expected your physics to be so good. Coincidentally, there are some questions I don't fully understand. Can you meet me on the playground after school? I have a few key points I'd like to ask you about. Right then, a clear and pleasant voice rang softly beside them. Almost immediately, countless pairs of eyes subconsciously turned towards them. No one had anticipated that Bai Rou, the class monitor, would publicly invite Su Liang in front of the entire class at this moment. This was unlike the last time. It was well known that the schoolyard after evening study sessions was a sacred ground for couples. Bai Rou's invitation carried an undeniable undertone. Instantly, the boys in the class went red in the face, wanting nothing more than to rush forward and strangle Su Liang on the spot. Even Lu Hao pushed Su Liang insistently from the side, urging him to seize the opportunity. Sure, but I have plans tonight. Do you think tomorrow night would work for you? Su Liang's reply left almost everyone completely taken aback. Chapter 4. Childish face, huge boobs. No way, buddy. Lu Hao's eyes widened instantly. He hadn't expected that at this moment, Su Liang could actually say something like this. Even the other students in the class had looks of stupefaction on their faces. Was Su Liang's brain broken? The class monitor had personally sent an invitation, and he still said he had another appointment, asking the monitor to wait? So, in your mind, the monitor isn't as important as others? Even Ro was slightly dazed for a moment, but her long-maintained image made her quickly snap back to reality. She smiled indifferently. Fine, then let's meet tomorrow night, no excuses. As she spoke, a fleeting trace of resentment flashed in her eyes. From childhood to now, she had almost never been rejected by a male. And this guy, within just one day, had already rejected her twice. What's more, he used the excuse of having plans with someone else. This feeling of defeat in her heart became incredibly severe. Even after returning to her seat, her sidelong glance kept involuntarily looking towards Su Liang, feeling both angry and extremely wronged. No way, buddy, are you crazy? Lu Hao lowered his voice, anxiously pushing Su Liang. What's wrong with me? Su Liang had a puzzled expression on his face. That's the class monitor. Lu Hao stopped mid-sentence, suddenly remembering something. Oh, right, you have a date tonight with Cheng Yuxiao. I remember now. TSK. Looks like you really are madly in love with her. Shut up. Su Liang rolled his eyes, but couldn't help letting the corner of his mouth rise slightly. Tonight, he indeed had to meet Cheng Yuxiao, but even if it weren't the case, he would still reject Ro. Because only by doing so could he keep her curiosity about him at its peak. If his guess was correct, Ro's mind wouldn't stop thinking about him until at least tomorrow night, and might even begin to look forward to seeing him. If this were his previous life, Su Liang himself would have thought his tactics a bit too much. But the fact was, despite how sincere he had been in his past life, both girls had treated him like trash. By now, he had already understood. Love itself is against human nature. The more you unconditionally care for her, the cheaper you seem. It's only the truly hard-won things that people value. Rat, tonight you go ahead. After evening self-study, Su Liang tidied up his desk and then left the classroom calmly. Behind him, Lu Hao gave him the middle finger. Clearly, in Lu Hao's mind, Su Liang had evidently succumbed to love fever, caring only about Cheng Yuxiao. But in reality, Cheng Yuxiao? Ro? Su Liang chuckled faintly in his heart. Kids are the ones who make choices. Since he had been reborn, then why not take them both? Su Liang was a commuting student, but even so, he knew one thing well, that the playground after evening self-study was a nightmare for single dogs. Every couple hiding in the dark areas of the green athletic field was a potential blow to his mental health. But when Su Liang got to the playground, he immediately saw a petite girl standing at the entrance. Above the knee white socks paired with a barely there pleated skirt exposed a strip of flawless, slim white skin, while her upper body was dressed in a white blouse. Her massive bosom was straining the buttons as if they'd burst any second. Su Liang. The girl stood in place, calling out clearly. Meanwhile, under the surge of her ample chest, her already cute and delicate face looked even more innocent. Su Liang took a deep breath. Even after being reborn, he was still captivated by the temptress in front of him. In his memory, there was only one person who deserved the title of childish face, huge boobs. Yes, didn't make you wait long, did I? Cheng Yuxiao nodded shyly, since for both of them, this was their first date. Regardless of how it went, for a high school girl, it was tense yet embarrassing. Let's find a quieter place where I can tell you some things clearly. Compared to Cheng Yuxiao, Su Liang appeared much calmer. But Cheng Yuxiao wasn't paying attention to these details anymore. All she could think about was that Su Liang wanted to find a less crowded spot. In the pitch-black night, finding a secluded place, and with the two of them just having confessed their feelings. These three factors combined made her thoughts drift inevitably. What does he want to do? If he forces a kiss, should I refuse him or not? Unconsciously, Cheng Yuxiao's cheeks started turning bright red, and her chest began rising and falling sharply with her hurried breathing. Just then, Su Liang's voice rang out appropriately. Sorry, I think I was a bit rash with my decision last night. Such a sudden confession wasn't respectful to you, so can we pretend it never happened? It's okay. Actually, I've long felt something for you. Cheng Yuxiao subconsciously blushed as she began speaking, but halfway through her sentence, she suddenly looked up and froze. I think we're still students with the college entrance exams right around the corner. We should focus on our studies. Once we enter the same university in the future, there'll be plenty of time to get to know each other more slowly. What do you think? Su Liang's gaze at that moment appeared extraordinarily gentle. But these soft words fell into Cheng Yuxiao's ears and left her pale-faced. Get to know each other? She bit her lip, unable to help lowering her head as her delicate fingers intertwined nervously. I thought we were already. Sorry, it was my fault for being too impulsive and not considering your feelings. Su Liang's tone was full of sincere apology. But the more sincere he sounded, the more Cheng Yuxiao felt utterly embarrassed, even becoming flustered in her speech. No. Actually, I came today to talk about this too. I was just thinking how to explain it to you. That's good. Su Liang smiled faintly. At this moment, he, of course, instantly recognized the disappointment lurking in Cheng Yuxiao's eyes. And her pitiable expression, paired with her exquisite and obedient face, would certainly leave any average teenage boy absolutely powerless. Indeed, Su Liang himself had almost faltered just now. But the reason he was so ruthless was because he understood one thing clearly. If he truly wanted to win her heart, then they must not be together easily. Otherwise, it would only backfire. After all, from the very beginning, Cheng Yuxiao hadn't actually liked him very much. It was just after ending a relationship during high school, when she was particularly prone to being moved emotionally, meeting his confession. And because Su Liang was handsome, she merely agreed to give it a try without much resistance. After all, Who among girls at this age took love so seriously and solemnly? The atmosphere between the two suddenly grew cold. So, I guess I'll go home first. Cheng Yuxiao's voice carried a trace of fleeing awkwardness. No matter how strong her words sounded, the humiliation of being rejected straight to her face was still something girls her age couldn't easily handle. Just then, a shirtless, muscular guy walked over with two others, his expression unfriendly. You damn motherfucker, are you Su Liang? What the hell? I'm Wang Su Tang. The two guys behind laughed out loud. Although he'd already gone through this once in his past life, Su Liang still couldn't help sighing inwardly upon seeing these people again, as the long-forgotten anger surged back with memories. What do you want, Hu Jiqiang? Cheng Yuxiao's face turned complex and angry simultaneously. By their demeanor, it was clear they weren't here to chat. What? If I didn't come, does that mean I let you cozy up with this guy? Hu Jiqiang sneered, a physical education specialist whose well-built frame was quite rare for someone his age despite not being unusually tall. Boy, you're pretty badass, huh? Do you even know whose girlfriend this is? You dare flirt with her? Are you tired of living? The two followers also came forward aggressively. Hu Jiqiang, we've broken up, will you stop causing trouble? Cheng Yuxiao was quite upset, fearing what extreme actions these people might take. Break up? Did I agree? Hu Jiqiang's face darkened, and then gave a sarcastic smile towards Su Liang. Kid, I'll give you a chance. Get down on your knees and apologize. Otherwise, every time I see you in this school, I'll beat you up until you drop, got it? Su Liang chuckled wryly. At this point, he had 10,000 ways to handle this situation. After all, to adults, such childish show of strength through fists seemed utterly immature. They had no idea yet how sinister and despicable the means of adults who've struggled in society could be. But still. Bang. Su Liang casually picked up the wooden plank beside him and hit the opponent's forehead hard. Ah! Hu Jiqiang screamed in pain, and the two companions next to him were stunned completely. Without pausing, Su Liang rushed forward again, kicked him to the ground, and pummeled his face mercilessly with both fists, venting the pent-up rage he'd been suppressing deep inside. Adults indeed have many ways. But since I've reincarnated, why the hell should I endure silently? Young people are meant to be spirited and fiery. Chapter 5, Strike First. What are you two still standing there for? Hurry up and help me. Hu Jiqiang tried to resist while also yelling at the two boys. They hesitated. Su Liang's demonstration had already made them lose heart. They dared not confront him. While they were hesitating, Su Liang kicked Hu Jiqiang again, flipping him over. Worthless. Looking at Hu Jiqiang's two lackeys, Su Liang felt nothing but disdain. Seeing Su Liang attack, Hu Jiqiang scared the two of them out of their wits. How could they dare retaliate? Hu Jiqiang used to kick others around, but this was the first time he was getting beaten like this. Get out of here. Noticing these two people were still annoyingly standing there, Su Liang gave a harsh yell. Only then did the two regain their senses and scramble away from there. Hitting me every time you see me? Huh, so arrogant. How come now you can't get up? As Hu Jiqiang lay on the ground barely alive, Su Liang kicked him with his foot. Hu Jiqiang no longer had the strength to respond to Su Liang. No matter what Su Liang said or did, he could only glare at him fiercely with his eyes. Or maybe we should just let it be. Seeing that Hu Jiqiang was like a dead fish on the cutting board, Cheng Yuxiao hesitated. After all, it's a school, and something like this happening would indeed be hard to quell. Su Liang stared intently at Cheng Yuxiao. I'll give you some face, and I'll let this matter rest today, but... Upon hearing there was still more to say, Cheng Yuxiao involuntarily held her breath and asked, What? I'm helping you. In the future, I don't want to hear any rumors unfavorable to me, understand? Su Liang deliberately lowered his tone. Even Su Liang himself didn't realize how alluring he looked right now. Cheng Yuxiao was completely mesmerized. Staring dumbfounded, Su Liang furrowed his eyebrows slightly. No, not at all. Cheng Yuxiao shook her head vigorously and retorted, I know how to handle it. It was Hu Jiqiang who kept Juch on me, and if it weren't for your rescue, probably. Su Liang wasn't interested in listening to such things, so he left casually with his coat over his shoulder. It wasn't until Su Liang's figure had disappeared completely from her sight that Cheng Yuxiao snapped back to reality. How did Su Liang seem? A lot more handsome than before. Every move he made silently attracted her. Cheng Yuxiao touched her cheeks, feeling an unusual heat. After returning home, Su Liang lay down on his bed, with his mind working rapidly, reviewing details of the previous life. Hu Jiqiang would never let this slide. Making him lose face like that, he would surely try to reclaim it elsewhere. Thinking of this, early the next day, Su Liang came to Yao Jun's office. Teacher. Su Liang's tone was indifferent, which didn't affect anything. Yao Jun was unusually excited at this moment, especially when seeing Su Liang, directly placing a hand on Su Liang's shoulder. You're here, Su Liang. Let me tell you, yesterday when you told me to buy Italian goods, I didn't believe it at first, but I ended up buying it anyway, and unexpectedly. Yao Jun was about to share his joy when Su Liang interrupted him with the next sentence. I fought yesterday. What? Yao Jun's expression darkened instantly. Even as Su Liang thought Yao Jun was about to scold him, Yao Jun surprisingly showed concern. Who did it? Su Liang lowered his gaze. Hu Jiqiang. I knew it was him. Yao Jun's expression grew increasingly ugly. This Hu Jiqiang was always causing trouble at school. Causing trouble for him multiple times was bad enough. Now he had even attacked Su Liang. Yesterday, Su Liang helped him earn tens of thousands of yuan, practically becoming his money god. So how could Yao Jun possibly allow such matters to escalate? The teacher will certainly take care of this matter for you. Yao Jun seriously said. This Hu Jiqiang is simply too arrogant. He must be punished this time. Hearing these words, Su Liang was somewhat confused. Originally, he came intending to take the initiative and admit his fault, hoping for a lighter punishment. Now it seemed that not only would he not have to bear any punishment, but the punishment might be transferred to Hu Jiqiang instead. Su Liang's thoughts stirred. Teacher, this matter is partly my fault. If it weren't for me. Here, Su Liang directly bowed his head. The others couldn't see Su Liang's expression and assumed Su Liang was currently very upset. In reality, a flash of cunning passed through Su Liang's eyes. Teacher knows you're a good child. There's no need to cover for anyone. I'll definitely give you justice. Saying this, Yao Jun contacted the guidance counselor. After telling the guidance counselor the general situation, he sternly called Hu Jiqiang into the office. Hu Jiqiang was contemplating how to regain his reputation when he entered the guidance counselor's office and saw Su Liang was there too. For a moment, his face turned ashen. How are you here? In response to Hu Jiqiang's questioning, Su Liang slowly began. I just told the teacher about yesterday's fight. No matter what, we're still students. Fighting is wrong. If there are any punishments because of this, I'll accept them. It's all your fault anyway, Hu Jiqiang said through his puffed-up pig-like face, glaring fiercely. Thinking about how thoroughly he was beaten in front of Cheng Yuxiao, Hu Jiqiang couldn't let this go and remained dignified with such humiliation. Hu Jiqiang. Yao Jun raised his voice. I called you here so you could apologize. If you had a good attitude, this thing could be dropped. What do you mean by acting like this now? Do you even want to continue studying? Surprisingly, Hu Jiqiang looked at Yao Jun, clearly not expecting that the finger would point at him so suddenly. Teacher, it was Su Liang who beat me up yesterday. Look at what I've been reduced to. While speaking, Hu Jiqiang kept showing his wounds. However, Yao Jun seemed as if he didn't see anything, reprimanding Hu Jiqiang without interruption. Who doesn't know that you're always causing trouble around the school? This time when the two of you fought, it was surely you who started something against Su Liang first. Hearing Yao Jun's words, Hu Jiqiang was filled with disbelief. To Su Liang, however, all this felt quite normal. After all, he'd always appeared as the model student, whereas Hu Jiqiang was notorious with a bad reputation. Every teacher would instinctively side with him before considering otherwise. Moreover, he had just helped Yao Jun in a significant way. Teacher, stop talking please. The main problem lies with me in this situation. Su Liang hung his head lowly, some sense of melancholy flickering in his eyes. If only I refused Hu Jiqiang that day, things wouldn't have escalated to what they've become now. Ultimately, it's all my fault. There's no need for you to cover for him, Yao Jun frowned. I've already said that the teacher will ensure justice for both of you. Seeing everyone standing on Su Liang's side, Hu Jiqiang became angrier. Cheng Yuxiao was also present at the time. Why don't we call her here to confront him? Alright then. Su Liang had been waiting for this moment. He had warned Cheng Yuxiao in advance the previous day. She was unlikely to betray him, but Hu Jiqiang certainly wouldn't be aware of this. Chapter 6. Arrogance and Bullying. Sure enough, after Cheng Yuxiao arrived and learned about what had happened, she instinctively spoke up. This matter. It was Hu Jiqiang who caused trouble first. Hu Jiqiang looked at Cheng Yuxiao in disbelief. He couldn't believe that his girlfriend would lie to help Su Liang. For a moment, Hu Jiqiang's emotions completely collapsed. Cheng Yuxiao. In anger, Hu Jiqiang rushed forward. In front of many teachers, he tightly grabbed her hand with such force that Cheng Yuxiao couldn't help but cry out in shock. What are you doing? Seeing this scene, Su Liang's face turned dark as he blocked Hu Jiqiang's way. Hu Jiqiang, there are so many teachers here, yet you dare to lay a hand on a classmate in front of them. Aren't you being too arrogant? Su Liang wore a smile, but there was a hint of menace lurking in his eyes. Why do you care? I'm disciplining my girlfriend. What does it have to do with you? Hu Jiqiang already disliked Su Liang, and now seeing him publicly defend Cheng Yuxiao pushed his anger to the extreme. Su Liang, again and again, you interfere with me and seduce my girlfriend. Are you shameless, or what? Hu Jiqiang, the head of the guidance department hadn't expected that. While standing right there, Hu Jiqiang would still dare to spout off. This showed that they clearly didn't respect him. A surge of anger rose within him. Without regard for anything, Hu Jiqiang was about to strike Su Liang. At that moment, Su Liang moved his mind slightly. Under the watchful eyes of Yao Jun and the guidance counselor, he forcibly endured this punch. Hu Jiqiang. This time, it was Cheng Yuxiao who became enraged. She ran to Su Liang's side and helped him up. Su Liang, are you alright? Looking at their intimate interaction, Hu Jiqiang's eyes went bloodshot. You two lovers, just wait. I will kill you both one day. Hu Jiqiang, you'd better clean your mouth up, or else don't blame me for not being polite. Cheng Yuxiao coldly glanced at him. The guidance counselor had originally wanted to calm things down, but now Yao Jun also got upset. Director, you've witnessed everything. My student has been speaking up for him all along, and yet Hu Jiqiang is becoming more and more outrageous. That's right, Director. I trust that you will handle this fairly. Su Liang chimed in, cunning glimmers flickering in his eyes. Alright, I know what needs to be done. Hearing those words, Hu Jiqiang's heart trembled suddenly. Could they be planning to? Thinking about it, Hu Jiqiang panicked immediately. What are you two talking about? Su Liang, stop pretending. You could have easily dodged just now. To frame me, you really went to extremes. In a fit of rage, Hu Jiqiang couldn't believe he'd stumble like this. Used to bullying others before, ever since yesterday when he got beaten by Su Liang, everything changed. Ah yes, it's Su Liang. Hu Jiqiang glared at Su Liang with deep hatred. It was on purpose that you let me hit you, wasn't it? Su Liang sighed softly and shook his head. Hu Jiqiang, why can't you understand? It was you who harmed me first. As Su Liang spoke, his tone carried a trace of disappointment. I did not. Hu Jiqiang tried to argue for himself, but the words caught in his throat before they could come out. Enough. All of you shut up, the guidance counselor said sternly. Do you think this is a marketplace? This has little to do with Su Liang. But considering Su Liang's history of fighting, I sentence you to write a 1,000-word reflection which will be read aloud during the flag-raising ceremony on Monday. As for Hu Jiqiang, disciplinary record plus suspension for self-reflection. When you acknowledge your mistake, then you may return to class. The counselor's tone was heavy. A decision had been made. Hu Jiqiang fell to the ground, stunned. He never imagined that an incident involving Cheng Yuxiao would anger the counselor so much. What annoyed him even more was that he had simply bullied students casually in his usual manner, but ended up in such dire straits. You can leave now. The counselor waved dismissively. After Cheng Yuxiao and Su Liang left, Yao Jun and the other teachers also dispersed. Su Liang, why did you endure that punch? Cheng Yuxiao looked at Su Liang with pain, knowing Su Liang took the blow to protect her. Don't worry about me. It's fine. Su Liang's tone returned to its usual coolness, though somewhat gentler than usual. When choosing a boyfriend in the future, make sure to be careful. Not everyone is suitable for dating. In addition, watch out when going out alone. Hu Jiqiang isn't someone who'll give up easily. Cheng Yuxiao nodded, showing her understanding. She wasn't stupid. She naturally knew that Hu Jiqiang wasn't someone easy to deal with. Besides, it wasn't like she willingly wanted to date Hu Jiqiang. It was Hu Jiqiang constantly hounding her, even resorting to threats and coercion. Come on, I'll send you home. Su Liang turned and walked towards the campus, Cheng Yuxiao following behind him. Shoulder to shoulder, neither of them spoke. After a while, Su Liang stopped in his tracks. Cheng Yuxiao, lost in her own thoughts, didn't notice Su Liang stopping and bumped straight into him. Ow! Cheng Yuxiao winced in pain, involuntarily exclaiming. Not watching where you're going, huh? What's on your mind? Su Liang frowned slightly. Sorry. Cheng Yuxiao apologized guiltily and only then realized they had arrived at the entrance of her residential compound. I'll go back first. You should hurry up and get some rest too. After saying this, Su Liang stepped towards his home. As Cheng Yuxiao watched his figure fade away, she suddenly felt an emptiness in her heart. Was it just a feeling, or did she really like Su Liang? But she quickly shook off the thought. How long had she known Su Liang? There was no basis for any kind of romantic liking. When she got home, Su Liang lay down on the bed. He wasn't particularly interested in Cheng Yuxiao's affairs. His mind was filled with thoughts about how to make money. This era. Recalling Yao Jun's lottery tickets, Su Liang came up with an idea. At his age, doing anything on his own would be difficult. However, if he partnered with Yao Jun, even if there were complications later, everything would be more manageable. Still, he had to consider whether Yao Jun might act against his interests. Su Liang contemplated carefully, judging by what he knew from their previous life. Although Yao Jun was bold, when it came to lotteries, all his attempts at big wins ended in failure. This led him to stop buying lotteries eventually. But if Su Liang could provide the right answers and split the prize money equally, Su Liang considered much, ultimately choosing to trust his gut instinct. After all, his future rested solely in his own hands. After sorting through his memories from the past life, Su Liang closed his eyes. The next day, upon arriving at school, the first thing Su Liang did was to seek out Yao Jun. Mr. Yao, who do you plan to bet on for this round of the World Cup? Chapter 7. Casting a long line to catch a big fish. I haven't decided yet. Yao Jun was still deep in thought. In the past, just winning once was already enough to satisfy him. So how could he imagine winning again? But now, you ask me like this. I assume your distant relative has some insider information again. Yao Jun barely restrained his inner joy. Just from that one bet, he made tens of thousands of yuan. By the end of the entire World Cup, wouldn't he make an overwhelming profit? Su Liang coughed lightly. There is indeed some information, but, teacher, you must not tell anyone. Of course not. To make money, Yao Jun would naturally not share with others. Although he had doubted where exactly Su Liang got these tips from, it didn't harm him and even helped. So he stopped investigating further. All right, I'll call my relatives tonight and will immediately let you know once the result comes out. Su Liang laughed heartily. Even though Yao Jun needed his help at the moment, Su Liang wasn't making things difficult for him. To reel in a big fish, naturally, one needs to cast the line far. For long-term cooperation, everything must be considered. Yao Jun's trust is first and foremost. Good. Yao Jun was already somewhat impatient. One round of matches earned him so much. After a few rounds, he could buy the school district house he'd been eyeing. Due to their initial success, Yao Jun did not question the truthfulness of what Su Liang said. After leaving the office, Su Liang returned to the classroom. He hadn't expected Yao Jun's trust in him to be even more than he imagined, making his next plan easier to implement. Next, all he needed to do was proceed as things flowed naturally. Once they won another round, he could propose the idea of cooperating with Yao Jun. Su Liang smirked slightly, a flicker of intention crossing his eyes. With Yao Jun's personality, he'd definitely place all bets. Su Liang could make at least 20 or 30,000 yuan. Although this sum wasn't significant, it would suffice as starting capital. Relying solely on the World Cup wasn't feasible for future earnings, and Su Liang was pondering what else to do. Sitting in the classroom, students walking by couldn't help but glance at Su Liang. Yesterday's incident had already spread widely. Everyone was surprised about Su Liang's conflict with Hu Jiqiang. What was even more unexpected was the punishment from the headmaster. Previously, when similar incidents occurred and were reported to the headmaster, they always resulted in nothing being done. This time was different. Lu Hao came over. Old Su, you really fought with that Hu Jiqiang? Before Su Liang could answer, Bai Ro's voice rang beside his ear. Su Liang, what's up? Su Liang crossed his arms and looked at Bai Rou. Despite coming back to life, Bai Rou's character remained unchanged, no different from before. Caring about classmates. Is there any problem with that? Bai Rou pretended to sound arrogant. Faced with her haughty attitude, Su Liang remained calm. No need. Hu Jiqiang is no match for me. Besides, my affairs don't require your worry. So you care? You openly oppose Hu Jiqiang for Cheng Yuxiao. Is it really worth it? Reluctantly as she was, Bai Rou voiced her inner thoughts. Su Liang seemed to have changed a lot, creating an unfathomable impression. Bai Rou sighed. You clearly know what kind of person Hu Jiqiang is, and to fight against him is akin to hitting stones with eggs. Not only will you hurt yourself, but your parents might also get dragged into it. Even as Bai Rou spoke, Su Liang remained expressionless. I know exactly what I'm doing. You don't need to remind me. After all, who knows which one of us will end up worse? After saying this, Su Liang laid his head on the table and rested his eyes. Seeing that Su Liang ignored her, Bai Rou frowned tightly, wanting to say something but was held back by her close friend. If he doesn't appreciate your kindness, why waste your breath here? Let's go back to our seats. At this exact moment, the bell rang for class, so Bai Rou returned to her seat. Seated at her desk, her mind kept worrying about Su Liang, especially thinking about how ugly the situation had gotten between Su Liang and Hu Jiqiang because of Cheng Yuxiao. Bai Rou felt quite envious. This matter certainly couldn't just let Su Liang off so easily. Without realizing it, Bai Rou had already categorized Su Liang into her domain. So it went until the last self-study period ended. Su Liang picked up his bag, lost in thought about what to do with the money he would earn, but was interrupted by Bai Rou. Aren't you worried Hu Jiqiang will bother your parents? With what he has? Su Liang sneered. Does Hu Jiqiang even have that ability? He's just a petty person riding on someone else's prestige. Now defeated, he could only bark wildly without power. If you don't care about this matter, then it's good. I am still worried about you. Before Bai Rou could finish her sentence, Su Liang interrupted. Class president. Actually, you should have more confidence in me. I've considered the consequences before acting. I'm not doing things without thinking. After saying this, Su Liang turned and left without looking back. It was obvious that his deliberate estrangement had worked. At least now, Bai Rou's tone when speaking to him had changed significantly. Indeed, girls like Bai Rou needed to be kept at a distance for a while. Watching Su Liang's figure grow farther and farther away, Bai Rou stamped her foot in anger. Such an unromantic, big oaf. Class president, what are you talking about? Zhang Tao suddenly appeared beside Bai Rou, asking curiously with eagerness. Nothing. Classmate Zhang Tao, after school, go home and do your homework quickly. High school students should focus on their studies. In a troubled mood, Bai Rou's voice lacked its usual liveliness and warmth. Zhang Tao stood there stunned. Bai Rou's behavior today was truly abnormal. Was something wrong? On the other side, Su Liang had just reached his doorstep when he saw Yao Jun waiting for him at the stairwell. Teacher Yao, how did you come over directly? I still feel a bit uneasy. After all, this is no trivial matter. Yao Jun said seriously. Is your distant relative here? I want to discuss with him personally. Not here. After all, this distant relative was someone fabricated by Su Liang. How could they possibly exist? But the results of the next round are already out. The score between Brazil and Portugal is 3-0. If you trust me, you can boldly try it. Su Liang immediately saw through Yao Jun's thoughts. He just wanted to make a big bet, but feared losing everything. So he repeatedly tested the waters. Even after Su Liang said this, Yao Jun was still hesitant. But, even without me, wouldn't teacher have bought lottery tickets anyway? Su Liang smiled as he looked at Yao Jun. Or is it because I said it, that you're afraid to try? You kid, what kind of talk is that? Yao Jun quickly grabbed Su Liang. Chapter 8. Clash of Wills. I'm just a little hesitant. Hesitant about what? Su Liang tidied up his backpack and turned on the TV. The TV was broadcasting this year's World Cup. Seeing the Portuguese team full of fighting spirit, Yao Jun was still a little uneasy. How could Portugal lose? Against Brazil, they can only score 0. Su Liang said slowly. It was precisely this match in the previous life that caused many people to lose everything. Yao Jun was one of them. You can try buying less as well. It's enough to prove that I'm not lying. Su Liang shrugged. Originally, Yao Jun had some hesitation, but seeing Su Liang's confidence, he made up his mind instantly. Alright, I'll go buy it now. Based on his trust in Su Liang, Yao Jun directly spent 30,000 yuan betting on Brazil's victory. The bystanders watching couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. The situation is so clear already. It's definitely going to be Portugal winning. You're still buying Brazil? Truly inexperienced and fearless. Before you pay, quickly change your bet. Don't end up ruining yourself. It won't happen. Yao Jun clenched his teeth, believing in what Su Liang had said. If Su Liang's prediction proved correct, all the upcoming matches would then be within his grasp. Ignoring everyone else's comments, Yao Jun paid the money and returned home. Su Liang didn't know about this little incident, and even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. Currently, Su Liang hadn't yet mentioned to Yao Jun about joining him in sports lottery purchases. There had to be a gradual process. Otherwise, Yao Jun would definitely refuse. The next morning, Su Liang came to the classroom as usual. Noticing there weren't many people in the classroom, Su Liang took out paper and pen to start writing a self-criticism statement. Fortunately, he'd written quite a lot in his past life, so he was fairly adept at it now. 1,000-word self-criticism resulting in Hu Jiqiang being disciplined. It was worth it. What are you doing? Lu Hao saw Su Liang busy writing as soon as he entered and curiously came closer for a look. Su Liang didn't respond, focusing entirely on the task at hand. Self-criticism? You're actually writing this stuff? Lu Hao found it fascinating, shouting loudly. At the same time, Bai Rou met Cheng Yuxiao at the classroom entrance. When their eyes met, a subtle spark seemed to pass between them. So, Su Liang stood up for her. Wang Fong, her best friend, looked disdainfully at Cheng Yuxiao. This face wasn't even 1/10 as good as Bai Rou's. Unknowingly, how could Su Liang even think of helping such a girl? Bai Rou patted Wang Fong's hand to calm her down. Don't bother with things that don't concern us. Focus on ourselves instead. Especially recalling Su Liang's attitude toward herself, Bai Rou felt her mood inexplicably dip. Would Su Liang act the same way around Cheng Yuxiao? But why should she feel that way? Bai Rou harbored some resentment in her heart, but it was difficult for her to confront it directly. Cheng Yuxiao also noticed Bai Rou and learned that during this time, Su Liang had been getting very close to her. A touch of hostility crept into her gaze subconsciously. Excuse me, move aside. Cheng Yuxiao wanted to go inside to find Su Liang, but unexpectedly, Bai Rou and Wang Fong were blocking the door, preventing her entry. You're not in our class. What are you doing in our classroom? Wang Fong shot back rudely. Upon hearing Wang Fong's words, Bai Rou's lips curled upward slightly. Cheng Yuxiao frowned, displeased with the two girls before her. In terms of appearance, neither of them fell short compared to her. If anything, they were even more attractive. Judging by their clothing, their family backgrounds were likely better than hers too. Realizing this, Cheng Yuxiao felt increasingly agitated. Who would have thought that Su Liang would also associate with someone so exceptional? It wouldn't be much of an issue if they had no interest in Su Liang, but if they did, I want to find Su Liang. After calming herself down, Cheng Yuxiao glanced through the door crack at Su Liang. Su Liang, I need to talk to you. Hearing someone calling his name, Su Liang glanced up briefly and then lowered his head again. If he went out now, he'd undoubtedly become a target. Given that, he might as well stay seated and let the situation play out. Haven't you seen that Su Liang is busy? He doesn't even want to deal with you. Why are you hanging around here? Wang Fong, used to speaking bluntly, held nothing back. Throughout this entire episode, Bai Rou merely observed silently. As Cheng Yuxiao grew visibly angry and seemed ready to lash out at Wang Fong, Bai Rou stepped forward to block her. What are you trying to do? If you want to fight, take it back to your own classroom. Stop causing trouble in ours. You don't study, but others do. If you continue disrupting things here, I'll report this to the teacher. Bai Rou's tone grew more serious as she spoke. More and more classmates began paying attention to the commotion, whispering amongst themselves. Bai Rou, however, seemed to be completely unaware of these details and was engrossed in her own conversation with Cheng Yuxiao. Cheng Yuxiao's face turned ashen, never expecting the biggest obstacle would turn out to be Bai Rou. With so many people watching from the sidelines, Cheng Yuxiao felt both humiliated and angry. She covered her face and left the scene. After Cheng Yuxiao had gone, Bai Rou and Wang Fong returned to the classroom. Noticing that quite a few people were still looking at the retreating back of Cheng Yuxiao, Bai Rou became somewhat annoyed. Class is about to start, everyone should get their textbooks ready. Prompted by Bai Rou, many students shifted their attention back to preparing for class. Only Lu Hao was still whispering something sly near Su Liang. Hey, between Bai Rou and Cheng Yuxiao, who do you prefer? Lu Hao asked, filled with envy. The others could only admire their ability to make two such beauties compete against each other. But somehow, Su Liang managed to be the exception. To be honest, I think Bai Rou edges it. Before Su Liang could answer, Lu Hao mumbled his thoughts. Upon hearing Lu Hao's words, Su Liang raised an eyebrow. I think they're both fine. Unbeknownst to Su Liang, Bai Rou and Wang Fong had just arrived and overheard this statement. Could it be that you like Cheng Yuxiao? Wang Fong looked surprised at Su Liang. Originally, she thought Su Liang wouldn't respond, but unexpectedly, he shook his head. Not at all. So who do you like? Is it someone in our class? Wang Fong mischievously edged closer to Su Liang. As Bai Rou's close friend, how could Wang Fong not understand Bai Rou's little feelings? Still, seeing that Su Liang didn't seem interested in Bai Rou made her a little worried inside. Su Liang remained silent. To ask such a question so directly, Wang Fong really wasn't very perceptive. Could it be that you're too afraid to admit it? There are so many girls in our class, and plenty of them are pretty. I don't believe there isn't one you like. Wang Fong wouldn't let up. If Su Liang couldn't come up with a decent explanation today, she definitely wouldn't let him off the hook. Fong. Bai Rou stomped her foot in irritation. She hadn't anticipated that Wang Fong would bring this up in front of so many people. Wang Fong, however, seemed oblivious, her gaze fixed on Su Liang's face. Could it be that you like our Rou, but you're just too shy to admit it? Chapter 9. Come if you want, but don't bother me. Being questioned repeatedly, a sly smile appeared at the corner of Su Liang's lips. I didn't realize I was hiding so deeply, yet you still figured it out. You're right. Upon hearing Su Liang's response, not only Bai Rou was stunned, even Wang Fong couldn't believe that Su Liang would say such a thing. Thankfully, Su Liang spoke in a low voice, and no one else other than the three of them heard. You were so eager to know. Now that you've got your answer, why aren't you saying anything? Wang Fong nudged Bai Rou. Rou, this guy admitted it. He really does have ill intentions towards you. Bai Rou's pale face turned red. Fong, stop talking. As Bai Rou looked into Su Liang's eyes, she noticed a hint of mockery. Su classmate, don't joke about this matter. With an innocent expression, Su Liang said, how can the class monitor dislike my answer? Though Bai Rou longed to hear Su Liang say those words, everything needed to come from the heart, not like now, as if he were teasing a child. This feeling dealt a significant blow to Bai Rou's confidence, and she dragged Wang Fong back to her seat, ignoring Su Liang. But then Su Liang suddenly shouted, class monitor, do I still need to attend tonight's tutoring session? Come if you want, but don't bother me. At this moment, Lu Hao approached. You seem to have made the class monitor angry, which isn't good. You wouldn't understand girls' thoughts since you're still young. Lu Hao was filled with question marks. These two seemed to have just had a small quarrel. Why did he not understand women's thoughts? Sitting at his desk, Su Liang was daydreaming, though his eyes were on the textbook. He could recall all the content from the textbook word for word. Since his rebirth, it felt like the restrictions on his memory were completely lifted, allowing him to remember everything he read. So previously, when he said that Tsinghua and Peking University could be chosen at will, he wasn't exaggerating. Studying was no longer an issue. What mattered now was how to earn the next sum of money. There are many paths in life, but regardless of which one, they all become impossible without money. As the clear bell signaling the end of class rang, Su Liang slowly left the classroom, heading for the restroom. But while using the restroom, Su Liang faintly overheard a conversation between two people, one being Hu Jiqiang. Brother, help me out here. That guy is way too arrogant. Your little brother has already been beaten up like a pig's head. Deal with the mess you caused yourself. If you got hit, just hit back. Brother, I'm truly incapable of doing that anymore. The school has already got their eye on me. If I make another move, they'll expel me. You don't want me to get scolded at home, do you? Remember this. I'll help you just this once. Tomorrow when we're off, you follow him, and I'll take care of it. A cold smirk appeared on Su Liang's face. He didn't expect Hu Jiqiang to persist like this. If his memory served correctly, Hu Jiqiang indeed had an older brother who ran a bar, and this brother had some shady friends. Thinking about this, Su Liang actually became excited. Wouldn't this be a perfect opportunity for him to make money? Near the end of the school day, Yao Jun suddenly called Su Liang out. Yao Jun was clearly overexcited, unable to contain himself, and Su Liang knew he must have won a lot. Su Liang, I don't know where exactly you got these tips, but will there be any more? Teacher, you didn't put all the money you previously won back into it, did you? An excited Yao Jun nodded. It's a 1-to-6 ratio. I just couldn't resist and threw it all in. Unexpectedly, I ended up earning 18 10,000s. If Su Liang had to give his evaluation, teacher Yao Jun was undeniably a gambler through and through. Using someone like this for his own benefit would work, but at least Yao Jun hadn't intentionally caused Su Liang trouble, even if he hadn't particularly helped either. Su Liang pretended to hesitate and said, although I can get the next set of information, it might be a bit troublesome, teacher. Yao Jun immediately responded, if you can get it, let's split the next batch 50-50. If you want the money now, I'll give you half right away. Since teacher has said that much, I'd better clarify things up front. If it's wrong, teacher cannot blame me. Yao Jun paid no attention to this warning at the time. Don't worry, no matter whether we win or lose, teacher won't blame you. Give me your bank card number, and I'll transfer your shares soon. Su Liang recited a string of numbers, then said, tomorrow, you can bet on Germany winning. If my information is correct, you'll profit again substantially. An ecstatic Yao Jun said, I knew you had inside information. If there are any more good opportunities, remember teacher. Su Liang inwardly sighed, estimating that the other party hadn't listened to a single word he said. Even if they could win now, in the future they would likely lose it all back. The World Cup was almost over, so Su Liang needed to quickly figure out where to get money next time. When Su Liang returned to the classroom, the bell signaling the end of class had already rung, and everyone was busy tidying up their things since tomorrow was a rare holiday. Giving a quick glance at his belongings, Su Liang carelessly stuffed a few books into his backpack and swaggered out of the classroom. At the same time packing her things, Bai Rou lifted her eyes and caught sight of Su Liang's retreating back, which made her heart slightly heavy. Wang Fong whispered, don't look anymore, he's already gone. He doesn't plan to study with you today. This girl is nonsense. I don't care at all. Exactly. How could our distinguished class monitor possibly care about such a rascal? You're being ridiculous today, aren't you? Now you're even making fun of me, huh? It seems like I have to show you my strength. Bai Rou humphed, then immediately grabbed Wang Fong's ticklish spot and started scratching fiercely. Wang Fong pleaded for mercy repeatedly, but couldn't escape from Bai Rou's demonic hand. To Wang Fong's view, this might be ordinary, yet other classmates watched with great interest. After all, watching the two beauties mess around held its own charm. Many students were heading home for vacation, while Su Liang walked ahead appearing nonchalant. However, he had already noticed Hu Jiqiang trailing behind him through the reflective glass. Since the other party was so eager, Su Liang decided to play along with Hu Jiqiang for a bit. It was simple to scare two students, but Hu Jiqiang's brother, who was already a member of society, wasn't someone for Su Liang as a student to handle easily. He began searching his mind for anyone useful, and soon an idea came to him. Having grown up in a single-parent family, Su Liang's father always worked outside, leaving Su Liang closest to Uncle Li from the neighboring house. Calculating the time, it was probably the moment when Li Changtian sneaked off to buy cigarettes again. Every time, it happened at a fixed time, though his wife might also be fully aware. Li Changtian, however, was indeed a real police officer. This time Su Liang thought he would likely need to thank himself for delivering prepared achievements directly. With a solution in place, Su Liang leisurely walked among the crowd, deliberately choosing places on the way home with more people to prevent the other side from acting prematurely. This left Hu Jiqiang feeling quite restless. Upon reaching near his home, Su Liang finally walked into a small convenience store, bought a bottle of drink, and sat down on the steps nearby, seemingly immersed in studying. Hu Jiqiang saw his chance. There weren't many people passing by here, and right beside them was a dark alley, making it the perfect spot for action. After impatiently making a phone call, Hu Jiqiang waited excitedly on the side. Before long, he'd surely see Su Liang begging for mercy. Chapter 10, Losing More Than the Chicken. About 10 minutes later, Su Liang, who was reading a book, was tapped on the shoulder. Kid, instead of going home to read, why are you squatting here? Su Liang slightly raised his head, and a slightly Tong Song, worn out, face came into view. The old shirt he wore looked like it hadn't been changed for a long time. Uncle Li is secretly buying cigarettes again. I'll tell Aunt if you don't watch out. Li Changtian laughed and scolded. Kid, stop trying to scare me. Are you planning to take advantage of me again? I don't have the guts to do that. You've taken advantage of me many times. Keep your mouth shut when you go back. Just as the two were talking, Hu Jiqiang's brother had already arrived with several vagrants in tow, clearly not good people. Hu Jiqiang walked up arrogantly. Old man, move away. Your young master has business to handle. Li Changtian frowned slightly. How should one speak to elders? Hu Jixiao said. My brother doesn't need you to interfere. If you don't get lost now, I will deal with you too. Right as Li Changtian was about to teach these impolite fellows a lesson, Su Liang suddenly blocked him. Which one of you is looking for me? Whatever the issue is, direct it at me. Hu Jixiao said from the side. Today, I want to beat you back as you did my younger brother. Then, I'll cripple one of your legs so you remember never to mess with the Hu family. Su Yang feigned panic. It was your brother who started the trouble. What does it have to do with me? Will you really dare to hit me in broad daylight? Hu Jixiao laughed. Brat, even with this old fellow helping you, do you think I won't touch you? Hu Jiqiang couldn't wait to say. Brother, why waste words on this guy? Let's start. With his brother urging so much, Hu Jixiao could only signal his underlings to act. Those few behind him immediately rushed forward. Su Liang observed the group surrounding him and picked the smallest and weakest one. Instead of resisting, he leaned toward him and let himself get punched in the face directly. In the next second, Su Liang was already lying on the ground, moaning painfully. Ouch! In broad daylight, intimidation and assault. Uncle Li, you have to do something. This unexpected scene left all the surrounding people momentarily stunned, including Li Changtian, who just realized what happened. Hu Jixiao didn't know what trick Su Liang was pulling. Just as he was about to tell his men to continue, Li Changtian pulled out an ID from his pocket. Cold sweat broke out all over Hu Jixiao's forehead. A bright police badge was already in front of him. Li Changtian spoke without expression, gathering to fight. Innocent attack on a minor. Gentlemen, you need to come with me. Su Liang immediately said. Wallet, they stole my wallet. This is clearly robbery. Hu Jiqiang jumped and protested. Su Liang, you shouldn't spread false statements. We just touched you once. Who touched your wallet? Oh, looks like we can add another charge. But either way, you all have to come to the station with me for further handling. Hu Jixiao managed to force a smile. Even though I feel it's a misunderstanding, maybe we can settle this matter privately, right? Naturally, Li Changtian played his part well, pretending to look extremely troubled. If the party concerned insists on pressing charges, then you will have to come with me. So the decision isn't mine. Hu Jixiao nodded. Young man, this is our fault today, and I believe there is no need to escalate it to the station. Su Liang sprang up like a carp jumping out of the water. You want to settle it privately? That's fine. But that punch earlier caused immense psychological damage to my young and helpless mind. You must compensate me for medical expenses and also for mental anguish. Hu Jiqiang was just about to open his mouth when he was held down by his own older brother. How could Hu Jixiao not realize by now that Su Liang had intentionally waited here? Young man, name your price. I will compensate accordingly. Li Changtian coughed lightly. In terms of normal compensation standards, the upper limit would be 10,000. However, this boy is near college entrance exams. The damage caused by that punch might be greater than you imagine. Hu Jixiao quickly said. All right, I'm willing to personally compensate this young man 30,000 yuan. That should be sincere enough, right? Su Liang narrowed his eyes. 100,000 yuan. That's the number I'm asking for. And you must guarantee that you won't cause any more trouble in the future. Hu Jixiao was almost ready to explode in anger at this point. He had originally come for revenge, but ended up getting tricked by Su Liang. If he really had to fork out that much money, even he would find it excruciatingly painful. Unfortunately, circumstances are stronger than man. Each of them had something less than clean about them, and if they were really taken to the station, it would be hard to explain. Here, I'll pay. Even though Hu Jixiao was seething with anger, he could only grit his teeth and swallow his pride. He ordered one of his underlings to go get the money while he returned to the car alone. Naturally, the others didn't have the face to stay there either. But Li Changtian wasn't about to let them off so easily. He directly detained Hu Jiqiang. If they dared to run away, then he would just take Hu Jiqiang back for a visit at the station. It was only after that underling returned with the money that Li Changtian released them, and this heavy sum of cash made Su Liang experience the weight of money for the first time. Compared to abstract cold numbers, real and tangible cash certainly has more impact. Su Liang couldn't help but feel more pleased. However, this joy didn't last long before a blow to the head interrupted it. Li Changtian's expression was very severe. You've got guts, kid. You deliberately waited here for me, didn't you? And these people too. Su Liang feigned innocence and said, Uncle Li, they came after me intentionally. You're the only person I can turn to. What else could I do? Don't try to fool me. You've always been slick, and I saw how you tricked them into handing over so much money. Aren't you afraid they'll sue you? Su Liang grinned and said, none of those guys are clean themselves, and do you think they'd dare come after me? Besides, Uncle Li was watching everything. How could you not help me then? Even though as a police officer, Li Changtian thought what Su Liang did wasn't proper, it was true. In Li Changtian's eyes, this big boy was home alone most of the time, and few friends ever visited. To him, Su Liang was a pitiable child. So whenever he had the chance, Li Changtian would invite Su Liang to his house for dinner. In everyday life, Li Changtian also paid attention to Su Liang, knowing well that if anything happened to him, he wouldn't ignore it. After all, coming from a single-parent family, Su Liang had lived alone throughout high school, with his father rarely returning home. That's life. Li Changtian sighed. All right, this is the only time. Don't do it again. But if anything happens, remember to call me. Su Liang nodded seriously. Don't worry, Uncle Li. I'm not dumb. There's no way I'll let these people take advantage of me. Li Chantian ruffled Su Liang's hair. Deposit this money in the bank carefully. Don't spend it recklessly. Got it, Uncle Li. Su Liang's house looked somewhat empty. Even some furniture seemed unused for a long time. Tossing his school bag onto the bed casually, Su Liang plopped down at his desk. With 2 large sums of money coming in, Su Liang couldn't help but start calculating. Money is a good thing. As long as you have money, most things in the world can be achieved. Given the current economic situation, investing is undoubtedly the best choice. However, every kind of investment comes with risks. But when it came to stocks, Su Liang was determined to proceed. In his previous life, while at university, one of his roommates was an expert in stock trading. Though Su Liang never invested himself, what he had learned back then now became valuable knowledge. The most important part of investing in stocks is analyzing past fluctuations. So even for recent market trends, Su Liang already knew. Unfortunately, being underage, Su Liang still needed to rely on Yao Jun for help. Although the college entrance exam was approaching, Su Liang didn't mind earning a substantial amount of money before leaving to fund his university education. Chapter 11. Lucky Star has arrived. Monday. After arriving at school, Su Liang directly turned into Mr. Yao's office, where the head teacher was boasting to his colleagues with a sense of satisfaction. Everyone is free tonight, right? How about joining me for dinner? Mr. Yao, did you win the lottery or find some money? You're being so generous today. The colleagues teased him with laughter. Haha, not exactly. Just thought we could gather together. Mr. Yao's heart was full of joy. Last night's World Cup match had him on tenterhooks throughout. When the final whistle blew and Germany secured their victory, Mr. Yao became so excited that he almost flipped over the coffee table at home. Over 400,000 yuan. How long would it take him to earn this much working? They say returning home wealthy is better than wearing fancy clothes in the dark. Naturally, Mr. Yao wanted to show off a bit in front of his colleagues. At this moment, a colleague said, Mr. Yao, you should check out your students first. They've been waiting outside for quite some time. Mr. Yao turned around, and his face immediately lit up. The lucky star has arrived. He quickly pulled Su Liang to the end of the corridor. Seeing no one around, he enthusiastically said, Your information was truly miraculous last night. Germany really won. Do you know how much I won? 240,000 yuan. My goodness, he had never won so much money before. His excitement was indescribable. Su Liang gave a faint smirk inside. The gambler's nature was all too obvious, but it had nothing to do with him. Congratulations, teacher. No. In this aspect, I must call you teacher. Mr. Yao had lost all the authority he usually held as a head teacher, instead behaving like a flattering junior. In front of other students, we are still teacher and student. Privately, we are all buddies. As he spoke, something occurred to him. He immediately took out his phone from his pocket and transferred 100,000 yuan to Su Liang. Excluding the cost, let's split the profit 50-50, sounds fair, right? Su Liang didn't fuss over it. He was well aware that Mr. Yao treated him with such respect only because he still had use value. If one day he were to lose, Mr. Yao would turn his back on him without hesitation. Teacher, betting on soccer matches is not a long-term strategy, and the World Cup lasts only a little more than a month. We need to find a way to make money continuously. Buying league matches works too. Football, basketball, table tennis, there's gambling in every sport. If you want to make money, there are plenty of opportunities. Mr. Yao misinterpreted Su Liang's intention, mistaking it as an attempt to cut ties with him, and quickly tried to dissuade him. Su Liang furrowed his brows slightly, cursing inwardly. People always have insatiable desires, just like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. Although he remembered clearly the results of the World Cup matches, the leagues were as numerous as hairs on a cow, and he hadn't paid much attention to them in daily life. There was simply no way of knowing the results. Teacher, compared to betting on sports, I think there's another quick way to make money. Mr. Yao blinked, thinking perhaps it was news revealed by one of this kid's distant relatives. Being able to predict the results of the World Cup accurately each time wasn't something amateurs could do, implying someone very influential. If he was willing to share these money-making methods, they'd live comfortably the rest of their lives without needing to be teachers anymore. Go ahead, tell me. The stock market has good momentum lately. If we seize the opportunity, we might make money even faster than betting on sports. Mr. Yao scratched his head, filled with hesitation in his eyes. He didn't know much about the stock market, but he'd heard that many people who had joined in recent years lost a lot of money, especially retail investors, who were purely being milked. Does your distant relative understand this aspect as well? Somewhat. After all, he plays with finance professionally, so there's no way he relies solely on betting on sports for a living. Su Liang grinned, realizing fishing requires bait. Mr. Yao was the type who wouldn't act unless he saw profits, so unless made profitable to him, he likely wouldn't get involved. Teacher, why don't you open an account in the stock market first? Let's try dipping our feet in with a few $1,000. After all, it's all the money you've won, and if it gets lost, you won't even feel the pain. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Yao found it reasonable. That's right. What's wrong with risking a few thousand yuan? All right, I'll go handle it later. Tell me which stocks to buy. Focus mainly on healthcare and steel. Su Liang handed over a piece of paper with several stock numbers written on it. With the development of healthcare and real estate in these few years, those sectors would undoubtedly bring stable returns. Mr. Yao nodded carefully. He cautiously tucked the paper into his pocket and then asked with a pat on the shoulder. I'm treating the other teachers to dinner tonight. How about you join too? After all, Su Liang was the great contributor here, deserving preferential treatment accordingly. I'll pass. If teacher really wants to reward me, how about cash? Su Liang smiled and responded. He needed to consider his own future. Mr. Yao nodded. You're really a little money grubber. All right, I'll transfer those hundreds of yuan to your card. Back in the classroom, all the students were already there. Just entering the door, Su Liang was blocked by Wang Fong. She placed her hands on her waist, full of anger on her face. What do you mean? Huh? Su Liang glanced past her to his seat, whereby Rose sat with a sullen expression as though she'd been deeply wronged. But just as he walked in, he saw the two of them laughing and chatting. How had they so quickly turned to confrontation? What do you mean? Su Liang blinked innocently. Great. Not only are you unreliable, but you also have such thick skin. It's outrageous. Didn't we agree to study together over the weekend? You disappeared without a word. Do you think everyone is willing to treat you like this? Wang Fong stood there fuming with indignation. Su Liang chuckled inwardly. Over the weekend, Bai indeed sent him a message inviting him to study together for mutual learning. Though he agreed at the time, he never showed up. The 2 days were spent entirely immersed in the stock market, allowing him to pick out a few highly promising stocks. Missing their arrangement was purely intentional. Not that Su Liang was unreliable, but because he knew Bai's invitation wasn't sincere. If his guess was right, if he had actually shown up, Bai would have found various excuses to get out of it. In short, this was all part of a catch-and-release tactic, so Su Liang decided to take control first, unsure who was the bait and who was the fish. Sure enough, the beautiful class president took the bait first, sending her devoted best friend, Wang Fong, to demand justice. I'm talking to you. Su Liang casually approached Bai. He smiled and said, Is our class leader upset? Bai's heart swelled with confidence. She couldn't believe any boy could resist her charms. Just as she prepared to respond, Su Liang interrupted, I had an unexpected family matter last weekend, so I didn't get the chance to tell you. Surely someone as kind-hearted as our class leader wouldn't be upset about something like that, right? Bai opened her mouth. This was supposed to be her line. How did he know? Class leader, don't say anything. Su Liang cut her off again. How about this? Come to my place tonight. What? Both were momentarily startled. Bai's eyes widened. That's exactly what I wanted to say. On guard, Wang Fong retorted. What tricks are you up to? Chapter 12. Can't hang out with you in the future. Su Liang revealed a harmless smile and spread his hands. I didn't have any other intentions, did I? It's just that we didn't make a date on the weekend, right? Since you don't want to, then never mind. Anyway, I've been extremely sincere. After saying this, he walked towards his seat. Wang Fong was left speechless. How arrogant could this guy be? That's not how one extends an invitation. It's more like issuing a notice. There wasn't a single boy in the entire class who would dare talk to Bai like this. Bai was also confused. For some reason, Su Liang seemed more and more unfathomable to her. What exactly is going on in this guy's mind? What could possibly be so busy about during the weekend? Could it be because of Xiaoyu? Thinking about this girl made Bai suddenly feel a surge of competitiveness. Why should she? Is it true that in Su Liang's eyes, she pales so much in comparison to Xiaoyu? She couldn't believe Su Liang would show no interest at all in her. I'll go. Why should I be afraid? What? Wang Fong's eyes widened in shock, completely surprised by the fact that her best friend actually intended to accept the offer. Every other boy usually had to invite her multiple times before getting a response. Now that Su Liang backed out first and issued such a casual invitation, she actually agreed. Ruru, are you really falling for Su Liang? He's just got slightly better grades and has nothing to back him up. Surprisingly, Wang Fong, who was usually carefree, showed deep insight into matters of love. Nonsense. I just want to see how far along he and Xiaoyu are. Bai stubbornly retorted, secretly vowing in her heart that no matter what, she must win over Su Liang, not only to prove her charm to everyone, but also to surpass Xiaoyu. On the other side, Su Liang returned to his seat, and his buddy Lu Hao slyly approached. Boss, I probably can't follow you around anymore. What's wrong? Su Liang was full of confusion. Lu Hao was a close friend, someone with whom they had maintained tight connections even after college. Though this guy wasn't liked by many, he always stood up for Su Liang. If Lu Hao was encountering difficulties, given Su Liang's current financial status, he'd surely help with $500 or $300 if necessary. You're still pretending? Didn't you see those people glaring at you? They look like they'd eat you alive. If I stick around with you, I might suffer too. Lu Hao grinned, clearly gloating. It was only then that Su Liang realized that it must be due to Bai inviting him for weekend study sessions which spread around the class. This girl certainly had a way of setting things up subtly. By using public pressure like this, she was clearly trying to instill a sense of guilt within him. Emotions were complex, and many people mistakenly interpreted certain emotions as liking. Whether or not they will drag you down, I don't know, but I'll definitely not let a traitor off easy. Su Liang narrowed his eyes meaningfully. Enough already. It's just a joke between us, come on. Lu Hao rolled his eyes and complained. Then he showed a big grin. But hey, our hot class leader seems to have fallen for your charms. You're not planning to play the scoundrel and leave her high and dry while chasing Xiaoyu, the school beauty, are you? Get lost. I haven't gained anything from it, and I have no relation to being a jerk. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, teacher Yao Jun entered, and since the first 3 classes were physics, it was torture for every student. By now, Su Liang could easily ace the exams, so he didn't bother paying attention to the lectures. He simply fell asleep, and teacher Yao ignored it with a turn-a-blind-eye attitude. After all, someone who consistently scores perfectly and helps him earn extra money deserves a little leniency. The other students looked enviously. Su Liang was getting quite the special treatment. Unbeknownst to them, break time arrived quickly. As it was Monday, instead of recess exercises, there was a flag-raising ceremony. The students slowly gathered in the playground, and after completing the formalities, the grade principal took the stage. Last week, our school witnessed a shocking incident of student brawling. Due to its highly adverse influence, to rectify the campus discipline, the involved student will conduct a written reflection session in front of all classmates in this grade. Hao Jiqiang reluctantly walked up slowly. His expression was unwilling. Among the crowd, he locked eyes with Su Liang. Seeing Su Liang smiling smugly at him, his rage flared instantly. Damn it! All this trouble is caused by this bastard, making him lose face in front of so many classmates, especially Cheng Xiaoyu. Hu Jiqiang gritted his teeth with anger and glared at Su Liang. Suddenly, the grade principal urged, "Just standing dumbly there. Start reading it, don't waste time." Hu Jiqiang came back to his senses and immediately opened the pre-written confession, reading it word by word. Students below started whispering among themselves, enjoying the commotion and laughing broadly. Who would have thought that the notorious delinquent of the school would one day end up on the podium reflecting? This was truly a rare sight. Here, I sincerely apologize to the student I bullied. I hope for forgiveness. Hu Jiqiang reluctantly bowed his head. The grade principal wore a satisfied expression. That's enough, go down quickly. Today's assembly is over. Students from all classes go back and reflect. If you have issues, fix them. If not, use it as encouragement. Our school firmly opposes bullying classmates. If we discover such actions again, they will be dealt with severely. Lu Hao joked upon seeing this. Boss, now not only does the beauty class president care about you and have ambiguous relations with the school beauty queen, but even the grade principal speaks up for you. Could you become our school's legend before graduation? Shouldn't you hurry up to flatter? Maybe later you could also leave a name behind. Su Liang smirked, though the jokes between him and his best friend seemed like petty boasting to others. How infuriating. It's already bad enough that he charms the class leader, but he's seen around the school with the school beauty queen too. And crucially, the school seems to turn a blind eye. Why? What makes him so special in the teacher's eyes? Biro noticed from a distance. Hu Jiqiang's reputation at school was well known. After this feud started, there was no way he'd let it slide. If she gave a well-meaning warning, Su Liang would surely be astonished and grateful. Who can resist a kind, thoughtful, considerate girl? Then, the game would be easily won. Just as she was congratulating herself on her cleverness and preparing to approach, suddenly, she saw a familiar shadow approaching. Why is it her again? Biro frowned slightly. Cheng Xiaoyu confidently walked up to Su Liang, making the surrounding students gawk. Well, aren't they related after all? They're already to the point where they act without regard for anyone else. Do you have time after school? Despite everyone's scrutiny, Cheng Xiaoyu's cheeks turned faintly red, her big luminous eyes beautiful beyond measure. She shyly twisted the corner of her clothes. This made the boys around them both envious and irritated. Chapter 13. You're done. You've fallen in love. Su Liang turned around, guessing that Cheng Xiaoyu must have come because of Hu Jiqiang. After pondering for a moment, he smiled and said, "Whatever you have to say can be said now." Cheng Xiaoyu hesitated. She was grateful for Su Liang's help at the time and also felt somewhat indebted. This favor eventually needed to be returned. But with so many eyes watching, she couldn't bring herself to speak up in front of everyone. Girls need some dignity. After all, he's too straightforward, totally clueless about romance. You don't need to worry about it. Any other boy would probably have done the same thing. Su Liang interrupted her with a smile. This was the perfect opportunity. All he had to do was show a little attentiveness, and Cheng Xiaoyu would certainly be moved. But it wasn't what he wanted. A girl like her, who'd always been coddled and admired, wouldn't truly like someone who fawned over her. So, Su Liang wanted Cheng Xiaoyu to realize that he was irreplaceable. Otherwise, he'd just end up repeating the mistakes of his previous life. Actually, you should think about why you got entangled with Hu Ziking. Is this the kind of person you like? Or do you just think he talks well? Cheng Xiaoyu paused. A flicker of surprise passed through her eyes. She had thought about this question herself. Apart from Hu Jiqiang's persistence, maybe she also felt that he was different from other ordinary students. When young, people tend to think being unique is cool. But upon deeper reflection, disregarding the rosy filter, Hu Jiqiang wasn't even as good as an average classmate. Apart from putting on airs at school every day, what other merits did he have? People need to learn how to genuinely appreciate others. I hope you learned something from this experience. Then perhaps your troubles won't be wasted. Su Liang smiled softly. Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes widened. For some reason, he didn't seem like the Su Liang she remembered. He possessed insight and maturity far beyond his years. At this moment, he shone brightly in Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes. He didn't help her just to get close. In an instant, she felt that this was what a real man should be like, doing things merely based on his principles. Even Cheng Xiaoyu hadn't noticed her own subtle regret about rejecting Su Liang after his supposed confession. Hu Jiqiang seemed utterly inferior compared to him. So, do you have time after school? Cheng Xiaoyu gathered her courage again, this time out of curiosity. She realized she barely knew anything about Su Liang. This guy subtly sparked in her a desire to explore more, and she wanted to figure out exactly what kind of person Su Liang really was. How could he have absolutely no interest in someone like her? The school bell. Well, Su Liang considered it for a moment. How about noon then? I've got something to do after school. Be sure to keep your word. Cheng Xiaoyu smiled charmingly and left full of anticipation. The classmates around her seethed with envy again. What the heck? Seriously? The school bell is this forward? I can't take it. Why him? Just because he beat up Hu Jiqiang? If only I knew, I would have beaten him up too. Haha, forget it. Do you have the guts? You'd probably go limp just seeing him. For the goddess, taking risks is worth it. This deal's a steal. Unfortunately, they completely missed the key point. It wasn't simply helping Chung Xiaoyu that mattered, but Su Liang's calm reaction. It was as if he'd helped a random stranger on the street. It was this sense of righteousness, the roar against injustice, that held immense charm. Just at this moment, Bai Rou, eavesdropping intently, caught every word, making her extremely uncomfortable. As a girl's intuition suggested, she sensed Chung Xiaoyu likely harbored feelings for Su Liang. Coupled with their past rumors buzzing around, might they actually be together now? That would mean her charm was not as great as Chung Xiaoyu's, right? Proximity wins, yet Su Liang showed indifference toward her while laughing and chatting freely with the school belle. If news of this spread, that would be disastrous. A sudden surge of strong self-respect and resentment swelled in her heart. No way, Chung Xiaoyu can't win. As Su Liang made his way back to the classroom, he noticed the strange looks around him. Clearly, the earlier scene on the playground had drawn attention from many. Many boys were filled with jealousy and envy. To make the school beauty approach you actively, this was better than finding money on the street. Lu Hao, on the other hand, wore a look of deep sighs, seemingly lost in some melancholy. What are you doing? This morning, I was in such a good mood, but having you around makes it feel like we're attending a funeral. Su Liang sighed exasperatedly. When did this guy turn into such a buzzkill? I am attending my own funeral. Lu Hao said dramatically. You're in trouble, buddy. You've fallen in love. This is dangerous. Su Liang chuckled helplessly. He was worried about himself. In the past, there was a real chance he might lose his mind over this. Which guy could resist the allure of the school belle? With just a normal attack, the ultimate move could easily be tricked out. But now it's different. Su Liang had gained an entirely new understanding of feelings. Sincerity was the ultimate move, but it also required finesse. That was why some people said that good relationships needed to be nurtured. Even when opening a shop or selling goods, one still needed a strategy, right? Could customers be attracted by cheapness alone? Instead of thinking about these things, why not consider what we're having for lunch? Does the boss not mind adding another third wheel? Lu Hao smirked slyly. Just an extra pair of chopsticks. You eat what I eat. Screw that. I'm not eating dog food. Lu Hao flipped him off. Before they knew it, it was noon, with the ringing of the bell marking the end of class. The students rushed to the cafeteria like bees to honey. Su Liang was just about to leave when Bai Rou stopped him. Su, where are you going? To eat. Su Liang blinked his eyes innocently. I reckon you're in such a hurry not because you want to eat, but because you're eager to meet the school beauty, aren't you? Bai Rou smiled cunningly, pretending to be understanding while seething inside. Didn't see you rushing when you ghosted me over the weekend, huh? Su Liang immediately caught on. So she was waiting for him here. Class president, isn't keeping promises a traditional virtue? We shouldn't advocate breaking them, should we? Su Liang chuckled. Bai Rou's eyebrows furrowed slightly, her anger growing. Oh, so Chung Xiaoyu deserves someone who follows through with their words, while I get treated however you please. That's too double standard. Why didn't you keep your promise last weekend then? Bai Rou feigned hurt, acting as though she'd suffered greatly. She used this trick all the time and easily controlled other guys in the class, smirking inwardly. Let's see how you deal with this. I'm making up for it now, am I not? Su Liang shrugged nonchalantly. But if the class president doesn't give me face, what can I do? Should I beg you to come to my place tonight? Bai Rou paused, taken aback. There was some truth to what he said. She did hesitate at the time. No, wait. Why isn't this guy playing by the rules? Other boys would have lowered their heads by now and started apologizing. How come you're pushing all the blame onto me? Su Liang, you're avoiding the issue here. Did I mention coming to your house tonight? Chapter 14. How did I get trapped? Su Liang chuckled, having now settled into his rhythm. Girls like Bai Rou never lack for sycophants. Relying on sincerity alone would likely result in being toyed with mercilessly, but creating a dynamic of push and pull was different. Why did playboys always easily win the favor of girls? The crux of it all lay right here. Emotional value was all nonsense, purely meant to deceive honest people. It was akin to gaming. If one simply steamrolls through without challenge, even winning feels dull. But if there's a countermaneuver to every move you make, that is what makes a truly exhilarating match. Su Liang wasn't about becoming a playboy, but at least he couldn't let Bai Rou treat him as someone to be taken advantage of. How isn't this the same thing? I'm actually very sincere. I've never invited any female classmates over. Bai Rou's face reddened. This sounded far too easy to misunderstand. Don't talk nonsense. I invited you because I wanted to study earlier, Bai Rou defended. Exactly. We're studying, right? But if you don't come, what am I supposed to do? I can't tie you up and bring you over, can I? Su Liang smirked broadly. There was no way he'd admit to fault. In matters such as these, once a mistake was acknowledged, the roles could change irrevocably. So it's my fault. Bai Rou laughed out of frustration. Was he really clueless, or just pretending to be? His words were so frustrating. What about taking responsibility? Is it that hard? Why focus on who's wrong? Aren't we doing this for the sake of studying? Su Liang acted as though he didn't hear. Of course. Bai Rou nodded emphatically, her neck gently shaking. There definitely has to be some truth to the matter. Kids are the ones who argue about right and wrong. Adults only care about results. Haven't our beautiful class president grown up yet? Su Liang teased with narrowed eyes. You? Bai Rou hesitated momentarily. Who'd have thought the usually silent Su Liang had so much to say? Yet, she found herself unable to rebut. Class president, you'll need to quickly decide whether you're coming tonight. Otherwise, if something comes up, there'll be no chance. Su Liang continued speaking when their teacher, Yao Jun, walked in. Haven't gone to eat yet? Good. Su Liang, I need to speak with you. Follow me to my office. Watching the two walk away, Bai Rou blinked. She suddenly realized, this wasn't right. Didn't I come to confront him? Why did I end up getting trapped by Su Liang instead? Damn, Bai Rose stomped her foot in anger. Recalling Chung Xiaoyu laughing merrily with him on the playground that morning only increased her indignation. Such double standards. Never. I won't believe that I can't subdue you, you rascal. Just then, a male classmate from their grade passed by. Seeing her, he asked solicitously, "Big class president, who upset you? Tell me, and I'll settle it for you." Bai Rose sniffed lightly. These guys only knew how to be sycophants. Could they act like Su Liang and show some backbone? Lacking self-respect. Thinking about how someone might chatter on endlessly in front of me makes me lose my appetite. Who? Such audacity. The boy looked around nervously. Bai Rou laughed silently and patted his shoulder. You're adorable. Naive like a child. Inside, however, she felt dissatisfied. So stupid. With the college entrance exams fast approaching, how could anyone still be so socially clueless? After saying this, she gracefully left. The boy felt extremely honored and his heart bloomed. The class president praised me for being cute? Does that mean she likes me? Great. That means I have a chance to. In the teacher's office, Yao Jun entered, immediately closing the door. Seeing the other teachers heading off to the cafeteria, he broke out into an uncharacteristic grin. Su Liang, incredible. Absolutely incredible. Excitement filled his face as he hurriedly turned on the computer. Guess what? The few stocks this morning rose by how much? Doubled. My God. Su Liang remained calm, secretly admiring his previous rebellious demeanor. Teacher, your gambling on sports seems more profitable than this. Isn't this unnecessary excitement? Wait. Su Liang suddenly realized something. A gambler like Yao Jun wouldn't react this way if he'd only earned a few thousand yuan. Could it be you invested all your money into the stock market? Yao Jun smirked. He indeed had little knowledge of stocks, planning to test the waters with a small sum since it was different from betting on sports matches. However, during the break, Yao Jun casually glanced at the stock market predictions online and noticed Su Liang's chosen stocks matched exactly with a prediction made by a famous financial guru. At that time, many netizens disbelieved it and criticized it harshly, but Yao Jun didn't want to miss such an opportunity for profit. Taking a gamble, he invested all his money into those stocks. By noon when the market closed, the several stocks all surged, doubling their value. This caused a huge uproar online as numerous netizens regretted missing out, while Yao Jun almost laughed out loud at his good fortune. Thankfully, I made the right bet. Otherwise, I'd be regretting it to death by now. Su Liang remained silent. He had a firm grasp on the developmental trends of the next few years. As the saying goes, as long as you catch the right trend, even a pig can fly. But flying is easy, landing safely is hard. People like Yao Jun, whose heads are clouded by joy, may earn a fortune today, but might lose it all later. But that's none of my concern. Teacher, there's no way I try to deceive you. These are all inside tips. Don't tell anyone else, or my distant relatives will have a tough time. Yao Jun nodded repeatedly, his curiosity about Su Liang's distant relative growing stronger. What background could this person possibly have? Their judgment was exactly the same as the financial tycoons. It's truly impressive. Suddenly, he thought of something and took out his phone, transferring 100,000 yuan to Su Liang. I made 200,000 in the stock market today, so we'll split it 50-50. Teacher will rely on you more in the future. Yao Jun's eyes sparkled. Not only was Su Liang excellent in studies, but also brought good luck. Truly his golden goose. If things continue smoothly, maybe in half a year, he wouldn't even need to be a teacher anymore and could retire early. Thinking of living lavishly without worries in the future, Yao Jun couldn't suppress his joy. Su Liang didn't refuse, watching the increasing deposits in his account with a slightly steadier heart. Following this trend, after the college entrance exams were over, he would have his first startup capital and seize the new opportunity. This would be his peak in life. As for what Yao Jun earned, consider it as a bonus for him. After all, people who acquire wealth beyond their understanding will often give it away just as easily. Su Liang, which stock should we buy next? Yao Jun asked eagerly. I'll check back later, but these current stocks should keep rising for another week. As long as we sell within a week, it'll be a sure profit. Su Liang mused silently. He was simply judging based on the stock trends and his memory, unable to achieve the precision of professional analysts. Chapter 15. Fresh flowers are stuck on cow dung. If Yao Jun lost the money he earned because of his own greed, it would have nothing to do with Su Liang. Yao Jun nodded after hearing this. Then I will withdraw the funds after making another deal tomorrow. Teacher, a distant relative of mine once said, if you want to survive in the stock market for a long time, you must be decisive and not drag your feet. Otherwise, what you gain might be lost instantly. Su Liang said meaningfully. Now, they still had to rely on Yao Jun to make money, so giving him a good reminder was necessary. Rest assured, I know what I'm doing. Yao Jun patted his chest confidently, even secretly thinking about whether the standard of tonight's dinner should be raised further. After leaving the office, Su Liang casually bought something to eat in the cafeteria, then hurried to the playground. At this moment, many students and teachers had already come out to relax. Chung Xiaoyu quietly waited under a tree where there were fewer people. Sorry, did I keep you waiting long? Su Liang walked over dangling a chicken leg, completely ignoring his image. Chung Xiaoyu smiled brightly. Su Liang, if you keep disregarding your appearance like this, no girls will probably like you in the future. Ho ho, viewing beauties as white bones makes me desireless. Viewing white bones as beauties makes me fearless. Su Liang didn't care at all. Do men rely on their appearance to attract the opposite sex? People might develop a liking because of someone's looks, but similarly, they can also lose interest because of one's appearance. In the previous life, he had changed himself because of Chung Xiaoyu, only to end up with no good outcome. This made him realize that girls are attracted through charm, not licking boots. If you can grovel, others can grovel even more. There's no shortage of bootlickers in this world. Cheng Xiaoyu's heart stirred slightly. Her watery eyes brightened involuntarily. This guy was much more interesting than Hu Jiqiang. She really didn't know what she had been thinking back then, agreeing to date such a rascal. Do you have time this weekend? We can go to the amusement park together. Cheng Xiaoyu was somewhat shy, feeling her little deer jump around in her heart. This was the first time she invited anyone, naturally worried about being rejected. But it shouldn't happen, right? A subtle upward curl appeared at the corner of Su Liang's mouth. It seemed he had shaken off the identity of a bootlicker. However, he was also clear that Cheng Xiaoyu's invitation wasn't based on affection, but more out of gratitude. There is still a whole week. Don't rush. We can check out what's fun at the amusement park first, or somewhere else too. Cheng Xiaoyu was confused. Was this an acceptance or rejection? If it was the past, she would probably have ignored the person already. But somehow, she just couldn't bring herself to say those words to Su Liang. Suddenly, she revealed a look of pain, curling up on the chair, her face pale, lips tightly clenched. Su Liang was startled. What's going on here? Could it be gastric spasm? Are you okay? Do you need me to take you to the medical room? It's nothing. It has been like this for several days. Cheng Xiaoyu was already curled up into a ball. Su Liang suddenly realized. Or was it a gastric spasm? Her period had clearly started. He hadn't experienced this, but he had heard that in severe cases, one might pass out from pain, and combined with Cheng Xiaoyu not eating, the situation was getting worse. Su Liang threw the chicken leg aside, then wrapped her hand over his shoulder. What are you doing? Cheng Xiaoyu's expression changed. Was he trying to take advantage of the situation? Never thought he would be such a wolf in sheep's clothing. The next moment, her pale face reddened. I am taking you to the medical room. Can't possibly leave you lying dead here on the playground, can I? Without giving her any say, Su Liang carried Cheng Xiaoyu and headed towards the medical room. This scene was seen by countless classmates and teachers on the playground. Whispers filled the air. Wow, isn't Su Liang getting a bit too bold with the school beauty now? Making out so openly in public. Damn, I am green with envy. Everyone present, who among us isn't better looking than Jay Chou? Why should he be the lucky one? The boy's resentment drew complaints from the nearby teachers. On the way to the medical room, Cheng Xiaoyu endured the odd looks from those around her, her face burning hotly. She had never felt so embarrassed before. Maybe, you should just put me down and let me walk myself. Cheng Xiaoyu laughed nervously. Cut it out. Look at you, you're struggling to talk. Stay put, we're almost there. Su Liang wiped sweat from his forehead. Without looking back, he kept walking forward. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu's heart stirred again. Which girl hasn't fantasized about one day when a Sun Wukong clad in golden armor appears riding a 7-color cloud right at the critical moment? Facing Hu Jiqiang last time, and feeling unwell this time. Especially those strong arms and solid back, they mysteriously brought a sense of security. For a while, Cheng Xiaoyu's thoughts were flying everywhere, feeling that someone like Su Liang was truly a real man. Involuntarily, she leaned her head on his back, feeling an unparalleled sense of security. Just as she was lost in thought, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. Did you fall asleep? Cheng Xiaoyu raised her head. They had already arrived at the medical room. She had never realized this place was so close. Reluctantly, she got down. Seeing her complexion slightly improve, Su Liang wiped the sweat from his forehead. Can you make it inside? Cheng Xiaoyu nodded, with more sentiment in her watery eyes. They pushed the door open and went in. The teacher at the medical room, upon learning the situation, poured a cup of glucose solution and took out a painkiller. Seeing Cheng Xiaoyu gradually recover, Su Liang said, You rest here, I'll go back first. Cheng Xiaoyu opened her mouth, but didn't have the nerve to speak. It wasn't as if she could ask Su Liang to send her back to class. Are you planning to leave just like that? What else is there? Su Liang blinked. I'm doing good deeds for you. You can't expect me to fake injury now, can you? Cheng Xiaoyu paused. She had originally thought that Su Liang cared for her out of affection. It turned out his reason was so simple. Don't tell me you don't even have other thoughts? Watching him leave, she smiled without saying anything. This student seems quite special. There aren't many people like him who are so warm-hearted these days. This made Cheng Xiaoyu even more embarrassed. She couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be? Su Liang has no feelings for her at all. That's impossible. Not because Cheng Xiaoyu boasted of herself, but she knew there were many boys secretly liking her behind her back. Why is Su Liang different? What kind of girl does he like? Is it someone like Bai Rou? Cheng Xiaoyu's mind flashed with the image of the beautiful class monitor. After leaving the medical room, Su Liang went to the cafeteria and bought something to eat. He hadn't eaten enough before, and carrying Cheng Xiaoyu all the way had basically undone his previous meal. Thinking about it made him a little heartbroken. But this scene did not escape Hu Jiqiang, who had been informed beforehand. He watched everything clearly. As soon as he imagined the two heading to the medical room together, he gritted his teeth in anger. Chapter 16. I'll be your investor. Shit. Seduce his own girlfriend, beat himself up, and get the older brother involved. This score must be settled. Otherwise, he can't swallow this anger. Boss, that little punk is too arrogant. If we don't take care of him, from now on we'll have no face to mix in school. The young gangster beside him cursed with hatred. Bullshit, do I not know that? Hu Jiqiang glared with his eyes. The problem is Su Liang is hard to deal with. You can't lay a hand on him at school. If you chase him to his house, there's the police. Fuck. Hu Jiqiang has never encountered such a situation. We need to come up with a plan. Boss, in my opinion, just wait till nightfall, a burlap sack around him, and then it's over with some severe beating. Why waste words with him? One of the younger gangsters complained beside him. Idiot, do you think people on the road are all blind? Hu Jiqiang directly gave him a slap on the head. What other ways are there? The young man said grievously. You truly useless trash. None of you can be relied upon when it matters. Hu Jiqiang cursed. Suddenly, he showed a proud smile on his face. Wants to flirt with Cheng Xiaoyu? Let Cheng Xiaoyu take care of him. The underlings were dumbfounded. None of them understood what it meant. Idiots, just use Cheng Xiaoyu's name to invite him out. By then I won't believe he'd still have the guts to guess. Hu Jiqiang showed a cunning smile on his face. Su Liang returned to class, and just as he entered, he felt something was amiss about the atmosphere. The looks in the students' eyes always conveyed an indescribable sentiment. Admiration, jealousy, envy? What's going on? Su Liang returned to his seat. His best friend Lu Hao looked at him like looking at a fool. Boss, are you faking ignorance or genuinely unaware? Now the whole school's talking crazy, saying you're together with the school flower. Huh? Su Liang blinked. Wasn't it just gossip before? How did it turn into confirmed news so fast? Boss, come clean. Did you resort to any dark tactics to make the school flower fall for you? Lu Hao was indignant. Hiding it from himself was far too much. You've never considered me as a buddy. I certainly haven't taken you as a brother. You're my unrelated beloved son. Su Liang grinned. Away. Lu Hao responded speechlessly. But this time you might really be in trouble. But I haven't caused any trouble, nor have I gotten myself into any mess. What kind of trouble could there possibly be? Su Liang grinned. After being reborn, he was already mature enough in mind to handle anything calmly. How much trouble could there be in a school setting? All right, let's take a nap during lunch break. He spoke, burying his head, and didn't want to think further. In the afternoon, the school announced a message. Next week there would be a preliminary exam. Teachers and students throughout the school burst into chaos, discussing endlessly. Everyone knew that the preliminary exam was the most effective way to test personal performance. Those who ranked at the top had basically a sure chance to enter prestigious universities. Average students could still push themselves harder in their final sprint stage for a possible exceptional performance. As for those who ranked lower, they could start considering working somewhere or learning some technical skills in junior colleges early on. For this reason, Yao Jun specifically selected a self-study period for a pre-exam mobilization. He spoke enthusiastically, passionately. Classmates, this is crucially important. If you wish to change your fate, you must seize this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Otherwise, you will regret it all your life. Hearing this, the whole class tensed up, feeling as if a great enemy was approaching, except for Su Liang and Lu Hao, who both appeared completely bored. Not finished yet. If I listen further, I'm really going to fall asleep. Lu Hao said helplessly. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. He himself had absolutely confidence to stay composed even if Mount Tai crumbled before his eyes. When did this guy develop such strong psychological resilience? Are you not nervous? Nervousness is utterly pointless. Lu Hao blurted out. Do you not know my level of study, boss? Rather than go to university, I should rather think about where I can work on construction sites and earn more money. This point Su Liang actually knows. In the previous life, Lu Hao barely graduated from a junior college, but it wasn't very useful. But this guy was good at business. If he hadn't been scammed and gone bankrupt once, he probably could have lived a life with a car, a house, and without worrying about food and clothing. Thinking of this, Su Liang had a sudden inspiration. Exactly. Why had he forgotten about him? He could cultivate him starting now. Perhaps by the time school started again, both could earn their first pot of gold. Or we brainstorm a bit. Do a small business starting now. It's better than you having to work on a construction site later. Su Liang grinned. Boss, you're teasing me, right? No money, no connections. What kind of business can we do? We can't sell cigarettes inside the school, can we? Lu Hao completely disbelieved. If caught, the grade dean would probably beat him to death. I'll be your investor. Just forget about the college entrance exam. Go tell your parents and have them take out the tuition they've prepared for you to buy a house instead. Regardless of the profit, it will at least double in value within 5 years. That's far better than spending money on education. You're not kidding, right? Lu Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Seeing Su Liang didn't look like he was joking, Lu Hao was even more perplexed. Who would believe such an outrageous idea? Not attending university and using the money to buy a house. His parents would skin him alive. Of course not. When have I ever tricked you? Su Liang said seriously. The development of society in the coming few years would be beyond imagination. As long as one could seize any trend, even pigs could fly. What he lacked least were insight and opportunities. So, after school today, come over to my place, and we'll thoroughly plan this out. Su Liang blinked his eyes mischievously. A best friend was far more trustworthy than Yao Jun, and it was time for him to genuinely focus on his own growth. He couldn't keep dressing other people for success forever. Then, how about your exam? The teacher has high hopes for you now. If you do poorly on the preliminary test, both of us might be in trouble, right? Lu Hao expressed concern. He knew too well how Yao Jun's temper was. As long as grades were good, all doors could open. If anyone dared to sabotage the good students in class, there would be no mercy. Don't worry. I'm top material for Tsinghua or Peking University. This won't affect me at all. Su Liang smirked. Lu Hao thought about it and realized it made sense. The sudden leap in leader's performance seemed like some sort of enlightenment. He definitely didn't want to become Su Liang's dead weight. Unconsciously, the end of the day finally arrived. The classmates were busily packing up their things to head home. At this moment, Wang Feng suddenly appeared in front of Su Liang. Are you planning to let Bai Rou wait again? Of course not. Isn't our class monitor going to delay a little longer? I'll just wait at the school gate. Su Liang replied calmly, guessing that Bai Rou must have asked her. Was she really treating him like a tiger? Was he scared of her? Anyway, no one was home, so why not come by? He immediately got up with Lu Hao and left. But just as they reached the door, a male student blocked their way. Chapter 17. An invitation to the small grove? Su Liang, This is a note Cheng Xiaoyu asked me to deliver to you. The person handed over the note and left in a hurry. Su Yang opened it up for a look. There was only one sentence inside. After school, I'll wait for you in the small grove of the park outside the school. Oh wow. Lu Hao immediately began teasing, his eyebrows knitted with a sly smile. Big brother, it looks like tonight's going to be busy. Our get-rich plan might have to be postponed. What adolescent boy wouldn't know what this implied? Even if something were to happen, it would be worth it. Even if they split from the school beauty afterward. After all, it's a first-time thing. And we've only got one life. Nonsense. Do you think Cheng Xiaoyu is someone so casual? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, shaking the note. Take another look. Does this look like the writing of the school beauty? The handwriting was crooked, resembling ants crawling around, and he even misspelled the word park. Some might mistake this as the handwriting of a little kid. Lu Hao blinked his eyes, seeming to find some truth in that. But if it's not the school beauty, then who gave this to you? Su Liang instantly thought of one person, Hu Jiqiang. Though many boys in the entire school grind their teeth out of hatred for him, none have reached the point of personal attacks. But Hu Jiqiang was different. After being humiliated twice at his hands, he must be fuming. He probably wanted to skin and gut Su Liang alive. If anyone dared to confront him openly, it had to be Hu Jiqiang, no one else. Want to know? Why don't you come with me and see? Su Liang grinned. In his heart, he made a determination. This time, he must make Hu Jiqiang completely terrified. Only this way could ensure there'd be no future troubles. Lu Hao shook his head like a drum, firmly stating, I'm definitely not going. Who wants to be the third wheel? Do you abandon your buddy just because things are getting tough? What? Before Lu Hao could react, Su Liang quickly leaned over and whispered a few sentences into his ear. Lu Hao's eyes widened. It can't be. They could dare to be so audacious. In any case, my odds of survival today are slim. It's up to you whether to help or not. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders. He knew that there must be a resolution today. Otherwise, Hu Jiqiang wouldn't let go easily, and he'd never have peace. Lu Hao hesitated, but with words spoken to such a degree, if he didn't step in now, it truly would be inhumane. Fine. Screw it. I'll risk my life for you. I want to see what Hu Jiqiang and his group can do. Su Liang then gave a few instructions and parted ways with Lu Hao. Leaving the campus, his mind was constantly reflecting on if there was any oversight. Today was bound to be a tough battle, and there couldn't be the slightest slip-up. Otherwise, rescue might not even arrive before he bites the dust. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Liang. That's right. How did I forget about him? Su Liang remembered that every day in the park next to the school, there was an old man strolling and playing chess. In the previous life, due to lack of money, his usual leisure time was spent in the park, where naturally he became familiar with the old man over time. Others might not know, but Su Liang was very clear. This old man wasn't an ordinary person. His son worked in a municipal unit and had a dedicated driver. Though he wasn't sure exactly what he did, given this kind of treatment, his position must be quite high. Hu Jiqiang always depended on his juvenile status. Even Uncle Li, who was a police officer last time, couldn't deal with him. But this time, juvenile protection surely won't save him. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Each will meet their match eventually. Hu Jiqiang, everything has been your doing. Don't blame me for being ruthless. With this thought, he gained a bit more confidence and quickly found the old man at his usual spot in the park. Grandpa Wei. Even from afar, Su Liang greeted enthusiastically. Seeing this, the old man smiled broadly. You brat, aren't you supposed to be in school today? How did you end up strolling in the park? Well, since I passed by, I figured I'd check if you were here. Su Liang grinned widely. Actually, the cause of their acquaintance was pretty funny. Wei Jiang's son was too busy with work, and his wife had passed away early, so he often felt lonely at home. One night, Wei Jiang sat alone in the pavilion of the park to relieve boredom by playing chess. When Su Liang passed by, he casually offered some pointers. This really riled up the old man. He insisted Su Liang sit down and play against him. Surprisingly, Su Liang won 3 consecutive games. Wei Jianghe had always been dignified. People usually discreetly let him win during chess matches. This time, meeting such an ignorant teenager, he was both infuriated and delighted. Gradually, the two naturally became close, forming a friendship across generations. Hey, you care about me more than my own son does. Wei Jianghe grinned. How about this? Shall I accompany you for a walk? Su Yang asked. All right, nothing better than having some company. Wei Jianghe readily agreed. Meanwhile, in the small grove, Hu Jiqiang was hiding in the corner with his gang members, each holding weapons. Boss, it's been so long since school let out, and he still hasn't come. Could that bastard be scared? The henchman stretched his neck to look around. Hu Jiqiang let out a cold snort. There's no way. Cheng Xiaoyu invited him. He will definitely show up. That was the big school beauty. No boy would willingly miss such an opportunity. If Su Liang doesn't come, it only means he's utterly spineless. I'll tell Cheng Xiaoyu about this matter later. Let's see if Su Liang will ever have the face to approach her again. Just as they were speaking, 2 figures slowly approached from the distance. One of the sharp-eyed henchmen recognized Su Liang. Boss, he's here. But why is there an old man with him? The rest burst into laughter. Could Su Liang have brought his grandfather? How foolish could someone be? Hu Jiqiang didn't take it seriously. Whoever he is, it doesn't matter. Brothers, attack. Today we've got to make this kid bleed. After all, they're minors. As long as nobody dies, there wouldn't be serious consequences. Instantly, several of them rushed out, encircling Wei Jianghe and Su Liang. Who are you guys? Wei Jianghe furrowed his eyebrows slightly, not expecting to encounter muggers in the park. Shut up, old man. This has nothing to do with you. I won't bully the weak or elderly anyway. Hu Jiqiang replied arrogantly. Seeing this, Su Liang said, Grandpa Wei, These are just some small-time hoodlums from my school. They probably saw me and want to cause trouble. If anything happens to you, I won't know how to face your son. He then turned toward Hu Jiqiang. If you've got a problem, direct it at me. Don't make things hard for the elderly. Oomph. I'm not even interested in him. Hu Jiqiang's face brimmed with arrogance. Wei Jianghe also picked up on the vibe. When he was young, he had served in battle and always stood up for justice, let alone against a friend he respected across generations. You young punks think yourselves invincible just because you're few in number? This is a law-abiding society now. Do you really dare mess around? Afraid of the police? Hu Jiqiang frowned. This old man lacked any sense of self-awareness. Chapter 18. Two extremes reversed. The villains file complaints first. Hu Jiqiang suddenly raised the short stick in his hand, and Wei Jianghe immediately became alert and retreated. Unexpectedly, Hu Jiqiang and his younger brother burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. This old man is actually still pretending in front of us. He doesn't even know his own weight. A little scare, and he's scared. They had no intention of starting a fight. They just wanted to tease. This made Wei Jianghe extremely angry. If only it were 20 years ago, there was no way he would let these few guys stand before him now. Unfortunately, it wasn't like those days, but he couldn't swallow this breath either. I tell you, quickly go away if you know what's good for you. Otherwise you won't have a good end. Wei Jianghe said solemnly, with a serious face. Hu Zikang laughed savagely, gritting his teeth. Old guy, if you don't get out of here, I'll deal with you as well. At that time, don't blame me for not warning you. That look seemed as though he truly planned on fighting. This caused Su Liang's eyebrows to slightly wrinkle. He had overestimated the moral Dishan bottom line of these little hoodlums. His intention in asking Wei Jianghe for help was originally to make the other side know when to retreat. Who would have thought that Hu Jiqiang wouldn't spare even an elder in order to settle accounts with him? He then stepped in front of Wei Jianghe. You have your problems with me. Don't bully the elderly. Hu Jiqiang sneered coldly. Su Liang, it would have been better if you did this from the start. Now you kneel down and admit your mistake by yourself. Or we will do it for you. Bullshit. Wei Jianghe became angrier as he watched. Su Liang, don't kneel. Today, as long as this old man is still around, I'd like to see who dares to touch you. You ignorant bastard, you're asking for death. I'll send you off first. Hu Jiqiang gritted his teeth and rushed forward, wielding his weapon. Seeing the situation getting serious, Su Liang quickly pushed Wei Jianghe aside. If anything happened, he'd feel remorseful inside. Then he fled, constantly dodging among the small woods. Fighting back now would simply mean getting beaten, so he had to seize the right moment to turn things around. This scene was also witnessed by passersby nearby. Isn't that Mr. Wei? Since they all lived in the same neighborhood, they knew each other, and were aware of Wei Jianghe's background. Now, seeing some arrogant young ruffians daring to lay hands on old Wei, it gave them quite a fright. Hurry, call the police fast. Otherwise, if something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Meanwhile, Lu Hao also arrived with Yao Jun and the head of their grade. Where? You're not fooling me, are you? Yao Jun anxiously asked. Currently, Su Liang was his money tree, so as soon as he heard that someone was troubling Su Liang, and it was none other than Hu Jiqiang, he immediately informed the grade head. After discussing, both decided to catch the culprits red-handed. When apprehended with evidence, they could expel Hu Jiqiang from school, preventing him from bullying other classmates in the future. Just ahead, in the small forest, we're almost there. Lu Hao ran all the way. By the time the three arrived at the park, they saw Hu Jiqiang leading people chasing and blocking Su Liang. Yao Jun's face instantly changed, anger flaring up. You little bastard, bullying classmates is one thing, but how dare you destroy my money tree? Stop. Then he picked up a branch from the side and rushed in. The head teacher was shocked and furious as well. Never had he seen such blatant bad students. In the morning, a confession had already been read in front of the entire grade, and yet they offended again that evening. What kind of student can be managed under these circumstances? Must report it to the police. Absolutely must report it to the police. Saying this, the teacher pulled out his phone. Lu Hao didn't expect the situation to be this severe either. He had thought Su Liang was guessing casually, but he had indeed hit the nail on the head. It wasn't about cheating on the campus queen Qing Xiaoyu, but Hu Jiqiang using despicable tactics to deceive others. Boss, don't be afraid. I'm here to help you. Su Liang just managed to take down one of the thugs, and hearing the shout behind him, his mood brightened. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged the person. Friends are really dependable. In the blink of an eye, Yao Jun and Lu Hao arrived holding branches, standing beside him in confrontation against Hu Jiqiang's men. Hu Jiqiang, I'm Su Liang's homeroom teacher. If you put down your weapons now, you still have a chance to change. Otherwise, you'll ruin your life. Yao Jun cursed nervously. There was a flicker of unease in his eyes. If it weren't for Su Liang's ability to help him make money, he would truly hesitate to step in. After all, any injury would lead to great loss. At this point, Hu Jiqiang's eyes had turned bloodshot with rage. Shut up. I came to settle accounts with Su Liang today. Anybody who stops me will get what they deserve. Whether you're my teacher or homeroom teacher, once outside the school gates, these titles mean nothing in the park. What can you manage me here for? Hell. Yao Jun silently scolded himself in his mind. Sure enough, being impulsive was a mistake. Then come on. If you've got the guts to kill us, or we'll kill you. Lu Hao was young and impetuous. Although he was afraid in his heart, he unconditionally supported his leader. These words utterly enraged Hu Jiqiang. Good. I'll send all of you to your doom together. It happened in the blink of an eye, just as both sides were about to fight. Fortunately, there were a few patrolling people nearby who passed by at that moment. Their expressions drastically changed when they saw the scene. Who's fighting in the park? Shortly after, the sound of sirens could be heard from afar. The head teacher arrived with the police. Upon seeing this, Hu Jiqiang inwardly realized it was trouble. He turned and tried to flee. Unfortunately, Su Liang had anticipated this all along. Today, instead of attending a dangerous banquet, Su Liang might as well said that he deliberately set up a trap for Hu Jiqiang. The mantis catches the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. If this guy wasn't thoroughly dealt with until he learned his lesson, he would continue to cause trouble. You want to run? Where are you running if the matter isn't resolved? Get out of my way. Hu Jiqiang was in a panic, swinging his short stick down. Su Liang dodged quickly and retaliated on the spot. This was exactly what the arriving policeman saw. Indeed, it looked like a brawl involving a gang. The policemen immediately took out their handcuffs and started subduing them one by one. What happened here? The team leader asked with a serious face. Su Liang was just about to explain, but unexpectedly, Hu Jiqiang accused him first. Uncle, this guy brought his teacher to beat us up. How outrageous. You must give us justice. What? Lu Hao and Yao Jun were dumbfounded. Looking down, they noticed that the weapons in the hands of Hu Jiqiang's henchmen had already been thrown away. But both Lu Hao and Yao Jun still held the wooden branches in their hands. They definitely appeared as if they had initiated the conflict. Hu Jiqiang smirked arrogantly. His expression seemed to say, what if I'm caught? Anyway, there's no surveillance here. All of you will have to wait and see. Who laughs last is still unknown. For a while, Yao Jun and Lu Hao looked at each other helplessly, not knowing how to explain themselves. Su Liang also furrowed his eyebrows slightly. Initially, Su Liang wanted to give Hu Jiqiang another chance, but this guy chose to bite back before Su Liang even acted against him and frame Su Liang unfairly. Fine. If you won't treat others kindly, don't blame me for returning the favor. Uncle, this guy lured me to the park, but luckily, my classmate and teacher came to rescue me. Su Liang feigned innocence. The captain clearly had plenty of experience. He knew that such incidents couldn't be proven without evidence, especially among students. He intended to simply punish them equally when a voice suddenly interrupted. I can testify who started it. Chapter 19. Do you still know such a big shot? Truly deep and unfathomable. The crowd turned around as Wei Jianhe slowly approached. Hu Jiqiang silently cursed in his heart. This old geezer actually wanted to interfere. Uncle, he is one of these people. They all want to bully us. The police captain furrowed his brow. The situation was complicated. If it were just a conflict between students, a scolding would suffice and leave it to the school. But on Su Liang's side there are adults. From an objective perspective, they have a greater chance of being punished. Even if taken back for investigation, the result may not be optimistic. In fact, the police captain was also a perceptive person who could tell who was causing trouble. But without casualties, and given that they were minors, it was hard to determine guilt. You must consider carefully. If you agree to a private settlement, mediation can take place here. If you do not agree, then you'll have to come with us for further questioning. Hu Jiqiang immediately replied. Why should we mediate? I've been bullied, I need justice. Su Liang narrowed his eyes, secretly delighted. He was looking forward to making things worse. People like Hu Jiqiang, who exploit legal loopholes, should be more exposed. Wei Jianhe became so angry his blood pressure rose, his fingers shaking. Aren't you going to settle? You damn brat, bullying classmates all the time. Today, unless I teach you a lesson, you won't understand what fairness means. Back in the day, he bled and sweated on the battlefield, definitely not for protecting bastards like this. Come on, if you dare kill me. Hu Jiqiang brazenly shouted with no fear. Just then, a few people rushed over from a distance. The middle-aged man leading them looked at the situation and quietly said, Dad, why are you interfering with the children's squabble? Did you even need to call me? Wei Jianhe snorted coldly. So what? Your father got bullied outside. Shall I just endure it at home? Look how poorly you've managed your affairs. How dare you let such a little thug run amok outside? Upon hearing this, the face of the middle-aged man darkened immediately. He came up to the police captain and coldly said, Please deal with this matter seriously. No one shall escape the law. The police captain blinked repeatedly, finding the man oddly familiar. Suddenly, he remembered. Isn't this a top leader in the city? My goodness, this old man is actually his father. If this matter isn't handled well, his own job might be at risk. Thinking about it, the police captain immediately realized. Now, he could no longer consider the protection laws for minors, and shouted sternly. Take these guys away. Investigate thoroughly. See if they have other criminal behaviors in the past. What? Hu Jiqiang widened his eyes in disbelief. Things were clearly not heading this way before. Why do you only arrest me? I'm a minor. That old guy and our teacher from school aren't arrested. They're bullying minors too. The corner of the police captain's mouth twitched. Did you realize the mess you've caused? And yet you're still arrogant. This time, not even the emperor himself could spare you. Take him away. Yes. Hey. Hu Jiqiang's complexion completely changed. No matter how much he and his gang called out, it made no difference. The police captain lowered his head to the middle-aged man. Leader, rest assured, we will handle this impartially. Criminals will not go unpunished. Good. As the police car drove off, Yao Jun, Director Nian, including Lu Hao, were all stunned standing there. Now, they recognized this middle-aged man, someone who often appeared on TV shows speaking publicly. Goodness, who would have thought Su Liang actually knew such a big shot? We underestimated him indeed. Truly deep and unfathomable. The middle-aged man turned around, looking at Wei Jianhe. Dad, it's already so late. Shouldn't you go home to rest earlier? What are you doing wandering outside? If anything happens, how am I supposed to explain to the family? Wei Jianhe lifted his head. If you're busy, you go back by yourself. I'm fine accompanied by my friends. Don't worry about me. Friends. The middle-aged man turned back and glanced at Su Liang. I could be this kid's father, and you called him brother? That's messed up generations. Dad, enough. Stop talking nonsense. Wei Jiang glared, but broke into a radiant smile when facing Su Liang. Kid, no need to worry anymore, right? Su Liang hesitated for a moment, realizing that Grandpa Wei had known the whole story all along, just never revealing it while quietly helping him behind the scenes. Subsequently, he expressed gratitude with a nod. Grandpa Wei, thank you today. There's no need for pleasantries between us two. If anyone dares to bully you again, come find me. Though the old man's age, these bones can still move. After saying that, he left with the middle-aged man. The head of the grade and Yao Jun both breathed a sigh of relief inwardly, thankful that no major disaster had occurred. They hoped that Hu Jiqiang would receive his due punishment this time, which would also be like removing a menace from the school. However, the expressions on their faces when looking at Su Liang had undergone subtle changes. At such a young age, he already had such influential people backing him up. Many people in their 30s hadn't even had the chance to meet such high-ranking leaders. It really is frustrating when comparing with others, isn't it? Who would have thought that an ordinary student would have such an impressive background? Seeing that it was getting late, Yao Jun urged them. Both of you should go home soon. If anyone bullies you again, report it to the school immediately. Don't keep dragging out these big shots unnecessarily. That wouldn't be good for the school's reputation. What if it alarmed someone from the Education Bureau? Then even the principal and the head of the grade might be in trouble. Su Liang nodded and left the small grove with Lu Hao. The head of the grade looked at their retreating backs and sighed. Phew, it's a good thing we upheld justice last time. Or if Hu Jiqiang had succeeded, this time we'd be the ones suffering. Mr. Yao, you must take extra care of Su Liang in the future. Even if the big leader doesn't ask questions, his father can still influence the situation. Yao Jun nodded, inwardly delighting greatly. Getting along well with Su Liang could not only make him money, but also provide opportunities for promotion in the future. Just thinking about it made him happy. Meanwhile, at the school gate, Bai Rou and Wang Fong had waited for a long time without seeing Su Liang's figure, and couldn't help but get angry. Annoying. That guy must have ditched us again. Bai Rou had a sudden thought, recalling how someone had come to find Su Liang just before he left. Could it have been Qing Xiaoyu? For the sake of the school beauty, he had abandoned her without hesitation. This guy was too much. And what's worse, he didn't even bother to say a word. What did she mean to him anyway? Su Rong, this boy is becoming more and more arrogant. I think you need to teach him a lesson. Wang Fong said angrily. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to let go of this resentment. When has the beautiful class president ever endured such humiliation? Chapter 20. Follow me, and I guarantee you'll make 200,000 in a year. Elsewhere, Su Liang and Lu Hao were walking home, each with an ice stick in their mouths. Wow, boss, you're incredible. It's a pity not many people saw what happened today. Otherwise, you would surely become famous in school. Even the infamous Hu Jiqiang was left defenseless. Who in the entire school could accomplish such a feat? Just this event alone was enough to make him a legend among his peers. There's no need to exaggerate. Su Liang chuckled lightly. Besides, didn't someone help me? Stop joking. If I had known you knew someone so amazing, I wouldn't have to fear Hu Jiqiang at school. Now that he's been taken away by the police, there's no doubt he won't escape some punishment. In the future, we probably won't see him anymore. As Lu Hao thought about it, he couldn't help but laugh heartily, feeling relieved. There were numerous classmates in the school who were bullied by Hu Jiqiang. This thug being dealt with was undoubtedly satisfying for everyone. Suddenly, his expression changed. Damn, what's wrong? Su Liang frowned. Haven't you already promised the class monitor that you would go home together to study tonight? We're leaving now, aren't we ditching them? Upon hearing that, Su Liang wasn't at all concerned. People always cherish things they can't easily obtain. All the other boys responded instantly to Bai Rou's requests, but by appearing seemingly carefree, Su Liang retained control of the situation. In matters of the heart, being overly worried or anxious is the worst taboo. Often, those who end up successful are the ones who remain open and carefree. It's my good fortune if I win her over, but if losing once means she never talks to me again, then maintaining a good relationship will just make me nervous and cautious all the time. Lu Hao blinked, raising his thumb in admiration. Enlightening. Boss, when did you become so experienced with feelings? Why waste time thinking about these things when we should be thinking about our get-rich plan? Su Liang smiled. Lu Hao suddenly realized and nodded repeatedly. He then asked how exactly they should proceed. In fact, Su Liang had already started planning during the afternoon. Aside from letting his parents buy property, he himself also needed to make some noise. You said I should do business, but right now, I don't know anything about it. Lu Hao shrugged his shoulders. Even if he had capital, without skills, he guessed it would only result in losses. He may have performed poorly in studies, but that doesn't mean he lacked brains. On the contrary, he liked researching other topics daily, gaining some insights into the art of doing business. Do you know how to play games? Can you swallow your pride? Su Liang grinned meaningfully. Yeah, sure. And as long as it earns money, I can consider swallowing my pride. That's easy, start streaming, playing games. The live streaming industry was just beginning to emerge. Many people didn't understand it yet, and often viewed it as a waste of time. But Su Liang knew that in a few years, it would become a huge market. As long as you entered early, even without special skills, choosing the right direction could still bring enormous profits. How many monthly income million-dollar streamers graduated with high degrees? Some of them barely made it past elementary school education. Can this really make money? Lu Hao blinked. Playing games wasn't hard for him, but he felt like it might not be very stable. Moreover, each game has its cycle, and once it declines, that's it. Ho ho, gaming is just step one. The real key lies in selling goods. Su Liang elaborated on his custom-made plan for Lu Hao to get rich, attracting the first group of fans through gaming. then gradually transitioning to monetizing by selling products. When the short video trend hits, shift to other industries immediately. As long as every opportunity is seized, while becoming ultra-rich might be tough, reaching 100 million yuan net worth should be possible. Lu Hao was stunned after listening. My God, boss, can you really earn that much money? That's definitely true. As long as you follow my advice, within a year, I guarantee you'll earn at least 200,000. Su Liang slightly tilted his mouth upward, knowing that his buddy starting out early could lay a foundation for his future. It would make getting wealthy even easier down the road. It's like navigating rough waters. Timing is most important. My goodness. But where will I stream from? You know my parents' temper. If they find out I'm spending my days gaming at home, they'd likely skin me alive. Lu Hao's face showed concern, unable to believe the grand plan dying before even taking a step. Isn't there still me? Su Liang smirked. No one's at my place. I'll give you a key later. Whenever you want to go, it's fine. But I don't have equipment. And I'm clueless about this too. Lu Hao blinked, carefully considering it, realizing it was no small matter. His knowledge of computers only extended to playing games. He didn't have a clue about live streaming. There were few in the field now, and it was also difficult to find tutorials online. No worries. I'll help you set up the computer. In the beginning, I'll invest for you and cover food and lodging. Once we make money, we'll split 50-50. Lu Hao was deeply moved. Indeed, the boss had to be the best. This was full support. He didn't need to worry about anything. Just work hard with his head down. They agreed at once and no longer hesitated. When they got home, they started researching computer configurations and shopping lists. They were busy until midnight, then ordered a barbecue meal, which amazed Lu Hao again. Usually, the boss was broke, but now he was so generous. He must have struck it rich somewhere. But thinking about the money-making path Su Liang offered him, everything seemed reasonable. The boss must have other ways too. The next day, morning, the two hurried into the classroom, dark circles under their eyes, clearly not having woken up properly. The classmates were buzzing with chatter. Did you hear? Hu Jiqiang got arrested last night. Really? Isn't this guy known as the little tyrant, fearless of heaven and earth? And now he's finally been taught a lesson. Well, my uncle is on the team, and he said Hu Jiqiang confessed to all his past misdeeds. This time, he'll probably get sentenced to at least 3 to 5 years. Even being a minor won't save him. Hearing that, everyone cheered. What goes around comes around. Karma doesn't spare anyone. Hu Jiqiang has finally received his comeuppance. Who would help him after bullying others in school? Now, no one will say a word for him. Do you know who exactly brought him to this situation? It must be someone Hu Jiqiang offended outside of school. Now he's paying the price. Hey, if I could meet such a big figure, I'd surely worship him. This person is truly amazing. The male students all looked admiringly and respectfully. Chapter 21. Refuse the confession of the class president? Su Liang and Lu Hao couldn't help but exchange a glance with a smile. Haha, never expected, did you? The savior is right in front of your eyes. Haven't you already rushed over to pay your respects? Su Liang didn't want to complicate matters. He had so many things on his plate that he didn't need any extra troubles. As for Hu Jiqiang, it was merely reaping what he sowed. All Su Liang did was push him a little further into the abyss. The two yawned just as they were about to rest their heads on the desks for a nap when a melodious voice interrupted. Mr. Su, so tired, huh? Where did you go last night? Su Liang looked up, and Bai Rou stood beside him, her face adorned with an inviting smile. But her sharp gaze revealed her evident anger and resentment. Big brother, I suddenly feel a bit sick to my stomach. Gotta go. Lu Hao ran away faster than a rabbit without looking back. Damn it. Su Liang's head throbbed with annoyance at this friendless guy who always fled when things got rough. When he turned around, Bai Rou had already sat down in Lu Hao's spot, staring intently at him. Mr. Su, wasn't there an arrangement between us yesterday evening? So why did you disappear? Could you give me some explanation? Bai Rou's face exuded calmness despite her inner turmoil of frustration. Because of this matter, she hadn't slept well all night. She tossed and turned, feeling like ants were crawling all over her body. If it were any other boy, they would have been worried about whether she'd show up, not like how everything with Su Liang went against the grain. Isn't it bad manners to keep standing girls up? Su Liang knew she had come here with intent to confront him, but showed no panic. It's nothing. I did indeed get held up by something urgent. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Bai Rou became even angrier, strengthening her conviction of suspicion. It must be because of Cheng Xiaoyu, otherwise it'd never happen. And why? Mr. Su, surely you're not trying to just sweep this under the rug, are you? Class president, isn't this simply about missing our date? Su Liang grinned widely. There's no way I'm admitting fault, let alone actually wanting to study with me. We're 1,000-year-old foxes, don't play strange tales from a Chinese studio on me. Then again, maybe next time you can stand me up once. Bai Rou couldn't suppress her laughter at this fearless pig tone of his. Am I talking about being stood up? I'm asking which one of us, Cheng Xiaoyu or me, is more important. Suddenly, Bai Rou had a flash of inspiration. Got it. She stood up and declared loudly in front of everyone. Su Liang, I've actually liked you for a long time. Can we be together? What? In a moment, every student in the class turned their heads, mouths agape. None of them could imagine that the usually lively and excellent class president would confess publicly like this. And to Su Liang, of all people, shit, is this real? He was still ambiguously flirting with the school flower just before, and now the class president was also making a confession to him. Where does he get this kind of appeal? I can't read through him at all. Su Liang blinked, inwardly puzzled. This really didn't seem like Bai Rou's usual behavior. Girls have pride. To make a public confession like this in front of so many people took great courage. Unless it was true love, no one would do such a thing. But looking at Bai Ro's cunning eyes, Su Liang immediately caught on. You're willing to sacrifice quite a lot, aren't you? Inside, Bai Ro felt smug satisfaction, taking great pride in her own clever plan. No guy could possibly refuse a girl confessing openly before a crowd, right? So much sincerity, such boldness. With just this one killer move, would she still not win you over? As for the consequences, Bai Ro had thought it out very clearly. If Su Liang agreed, then it would prove her allure surpassed that of the school flower. They could stay together for a few days before finding an excuse to break it off, placing all the blame squarely on Su Liang and painting herself as the innocent victim. After all, his fickle nature was to blame, not hers. Anyway, Bai Ro had never intended to maintain a serious relationship with Su Liang. After the college entrance exam, they would each part ways and wouldn't have opportunities to gather again. Just as the surrounding classmates gnashed their teeth in hatred, they suddenly heard Su Liang say, "Class president, there will soon be a mock exam. Isn't now perhaps not the right time to talk about these kinds of things? Why don't we wait until after the exams to discuss it?" What? The boys in the class grew so angry they almost bled from their sockets, ready to crush their back molars. What is it called to live in happiness, yet know no joy? Today they've seen it. The beautiful class president confessed to you. Yet not only do you reject her, but you also educate her. Are you human? Class president, actually I could be an option too. How about considering me? My God, buddy, have you ever seen anyone so foolish? You're just a random nobody. Dear Lord, how can people differ so greatly? I cannot accept this disparity. Even Bai Ro was somewhat dazed. Unbelievable. Su Liang has gone back to this act again. It sounded strangely familiar. Upon closer thought, Bai Ro immediately realized the situation. Over these high school years, plenty of boys had confessed to her, and every time they were skillfully deflected with various excuses. The most frequently used one was exactly this. Crucially, there had been neither refusal nor acceptance, leaving everything conveniently ambiguous. Over time, things naturally faded away. She never expected that one day the boomerang would fly back to her. Su Liang, I'm talking seriously here. Bai Ro's delicate eyebrows slightly furrowed. And I am being serious as well. Su Liang grinned. I aim for Peking University or Tsinghua University. If I agree now, but don't end up in the same school as you, wouldn't we be very far apart? I think it would also be unfair to the class president. Shit. Bai Ro widened her eyes. This was precisely the tactic she often employed. It appeared thoughtful for others, but was in fact just an escape route for herself. Thus, we need to first go through the mock exam. If we have the chance to attend the same university later, then discussing this issue won't be too late. Bai Ro opened her mouth to say something more, but the bell signaling the start of class rang at that moment. The teacher walked in. Lu Hao silently returned to his seat, observing Su Liang unscathed. He couldn't help but feel curious. The big class president didn't settle accounts with you? You can still sit so comfortably. Ho ho. If I couldn't handle a little thing like this, how could I lead you to make big money or enter prestigious schools? Su Liang chuckled lightly. In another boy's position, they might be worrying now about whether they'd be hated by the beautiful class president forever, but he wasn't concerned. As long as he tugged properly, such outcomes were impossible. After all, he had already understood the psyches of both the school beauty and the beautiful class president perfectly. Unconsciously, the morning passed by in a haze. Since the school proposed conducting a baseline exam, teachers from each subject were fully motivated, hoping to maximize every minute during class. Students listened until their heads throbbed. If this continued, the CPU might explode. Many sighed deeply. Only Su Liang and Lu Hao remained calm and composed, as if these two were at opposite extremes. Chapter 22. Good Intentions, Bad Return. Su Liang had absolute confidence in his college entrance exam, and he didn't even need to focus on classes or review. As for Lu Hao, he had long since thrown all his energy into live streaming and gaming. Who cared about that anyway? Even graduating from a junior college was useless. Money spent, but no good job found. It would be better to act early. By the time others were still buried in their university studies, he could already be driving around in a car and enjoying skewers on the road. Just thinking about it made him giddy. In the next few days, whenever they had free time, the two of them got together and planned. After a couple of days, they managed to assemble a computer capable of live streaming, complete with a camera and microphone. It was quite comprehensive. All preparations were ready, and Su Liang patted Lu Hao on the shoulder. Brother, I've prepared everything for you. Don't start fishing 3 days out of 5, and then dry your nets for the rest. Don't give up halfway. Though making money through live streaming really did pay off, it would undoubtedly be very hard at the beginning, and there would be many difficulties and issues to face. Su Liang had enough confidence and plenty of experience, except for the fear of encountering an incompetent Lu Hao. Relax, boss. I may not be good at studying, but when it comes to making money, I have persistence. Lu Hao then opened his live stream and officially began his work. Su Liang nodded in satisfaction and went off to take care of his own business. The next day, finally, the preliminary examination arrived. Students from the same grade were all eagerly preparing themselves. The results of this test would become a watershed. Those who performed well enough would see a wave of university opportunities ahead. As for Su Liang, he was assigned to the last examination room. This place was either full of slackers or rich second-generation kids. Basically, no one expected anything from the college entrance exam route. Just as he sat down, a boy beside him greeted him. Are you Su Liang? Su Liang blinked his eyes and tried hard to recall, certain that he had never met the boy before. Is there something? Nope. It's just that I heard you're pretty close with the school beauty, so I'm curious. The boy introduced himself as Zhang Chong, a student from class 20. Oh, by the way, Isn't it true that you and the school beauty are going out this weekend? How do you know? Su Liang was surprised. Huh. Everyone in our grade knows about this already. Not bad. Brother, among so many people, only you landed such luck. Zhang Chong gave him a thumbs up. Su Liang blinked again, wondering if this rival was trying to pick a fight with him. Friend, say what you need to say. The exam is starting soon. Hehe. Here's the thing. Actually, I've always liked the best friend of the school beauty, but haven't had a chance. How about this? This weekend, bring me along with her best friend. Zhang Chong grinned mysteriously. This took Su Liang by surprise. Bro, does anyone even group up like that to be a third wheel? Wouldn't that be awkward? Buddy, don't decline so quickly. Here's what. All your expenses this weekend will be covered by me. Zhang Chong declared confidently. Is that true? Why would I lie? You've heard of Xinxiang Group, right? That's my father's company. Going out is nothing. We're not lacking money. So he's a rich second-generation kid. Su Liang suddenly realized that having someone footing the bill sounded pretty decent. However, why did Xinxiang Group sound so familiar? After a bit of thought, it clicked for him. In the previous life, he remembered that right around the time of the college entrance exam, a major news story broke locally. A real estate tycoon, the CEO of Xinxiang Group, committed suicide by jumping from a building. Apparently, he had been completely ruined by unscrupulous merchants, burdened with debts, leaving him no choice but to take that route. And in Su Liang's memory, the boss of Xinxiang Group, Zhang Yusheng, was a very famous philanthropist who sponsored many underprivileged children each year and was also the first to make donations during catastrophic disasters. He was undoubtedly a conscientious entrepreneur, but fate played tricks on him, and this turn of events brought endless sighs. At this point, Su Liang felt a stir in his heart and said meaningfully, "You actually have time to flirt with girls when there's probably a huge crisis brewing back home." Zhang Chong's expression changed drastically, clearly displeased. "Buddy, I'm talking seriously here and haven't done anything against you. What do you mean cursing my whole family?" Su Liang sighed, realizing that even if he told this kind of thing, no one would believe him. If possible, go back and remind your old man to be more careful recently. You don't want any unexpected calamities. Nuts. Are you crazy? Zhang Chong waved a hand, extremely upset. How could the school beauty possibly fall for a guy like this? At that moment, the proctor walked in with the exam papers and tapped on the lectern, saying, "The exam begins now. No whispering or collaboration between anyone." The classroom immediately fell silent. Some slept, some lost in thought. Soon, the day's exams ended, and students emerged from the examination room, utterly exhausted. As Su Liang stepped outside, Lu Hao approached him, holding an ice-cold soda. "Boss, how'd the exam go?" As usual, casually scoring a perfect score. "What?" The students passing by all rolled their eyes. They had never seen someone so full of himself. The difficulty of this exam was specially increased. Even the top students had to rack their brains. "And who the hell do you think you are? How dare you say you can score a perfect mark?" There were plenty of people like that in school, but once the results came out, they would surely be humiliated. "By the way, how about your side?" Su Liang asked. "Boss, I already have more than 1,000 people in my live stream today, and some people started tipping gifts. I feel it's getting better and better." Lu Hao said animatedly. "Not bad, to increase this number in such a short time. Great job, keep going." Su Liang nodded contentedly. It was undoubtedly the period of first mover advantage. Anyone could have a chance, but not everyone could seize it and make money. One must capitalize on success. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong returned to his own luxurious villa, lazily lying down on the sofa as soon as he walked through the door. At that moment, a middle-aged man passed by. "Brat, where did you pick up such nasty habits? Sit properly." He was none other than the chairman of Xinxiang Group, Zhang Yusheng. "Dad, I didn't mean to, but the baseline test at school was just too hard today. I feel like I'm about to collapse." Zhang Chong complained with a sad face. He was different from those typical spoiled rich kids. He wasn't unwilling to study. It's just that he didn't have the talent. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been assigned to the last examination room. Zhang Yusheng chuckled lightly. "Isn't it because you don't focus enough?" "It's not me. The baseline test this time was really tough. Moreover, someone also disturbed me before the exam." "What nonsense. If you didn't do well, then admit it. Why always find excuses?" "It's true." Zhang Chong sat up straight, looking solemn. "I met a classmate in the exam room today. I kindly invited him to hang out this weekend, but this guy not only refused to be grateful, but even cursed our entire family." What kind of story is this? Zhang Yusheng furrowed his brows slightly. If anyone heard that, they would surely feel uncomfortable. "Exactly. He even said that I should remind you to be careful recently. You tell me, why should we, whose business is doing so well, need to be careful?" Chapter 23. One sentence saved our family. Zhang Yusheng immediately frowned slightly, a trace of confusion flashing in his eyes. The group indeed has a large investment recently, but there's no cooperation yet. This matter is extremely confidential. Within the company, only those above the managerial level know about it. Where did the classmate of his son hear this from? Are his family also in business? Zhang Yusheng probed cautiously. "Nah, he's just a poor boy with no background." Zhang Chong waved his hand, thinking his father might be superstitious, so he said, "Don't worry about these things, they must be random fabrications." But words are spoken carelessly, yet heard deliberately. Zhang Yusheng was already feeling an inexplicable strangeness regarding this cooperation and had half-heartedly signed a contract. Now that this happens, could it be? After making some perfunctory responses, he stood up, returned to the study, and made a phone call to contact his secretary. "Have we gathered all the information about Party A?" "Boss, the procedures provided by them are all compliant, without any loopholes." No, what I mean is for you to investigate their personal backgrounds. The amount of this cooperation is more than $1 billion. If anything goes wrong, the consequences will be unimaginable. Though troublesome, it's worth buying peace of mind. Unbelievably, after just 20 minutes, the secretary called back. Boss, are you a god? The information on their background does show issues. 3 years ago, they swindled a boss in the north, taking $200 million. It said they even drove him to commit suicide by jumping from a building. What? Zhang Youqing's eyes widened. His shock was beyond words. He never imagined that there really were problems behind this cooperation. What's worse, it was his son's classmate who warned him. Even though he'd been mixing in the business world for many years, Zhang Youqing couldn't help breaking out in a cold sweat. If the contract had been signed, the next victim would probably be himself. Too dangerous. What do we do, boss? The secretary asked nervously. Cooperation is certainly impossible, but there needs to be an explanation. In that case, you hold them steady first, then contact the police. As long as evidence is found, it is imperative to bring these people to justice. After Zhang Youqing hung up the phone, his heart remained unsettled for a long time. My goodness, this is heaven helping our Zhang family get through this calamity. If not, we'd have fallen into an abyss. After remaining silent for quite a while, Zhang Youqing suddenly stood up and went to the living room to interrupt Zhang Chong playing games. With a solemn expression, who told you that our company might encounter danger? Zhang Chong looked bewildered. Dad, why are you still thinking about this? I guess it's just that guy's crazy. There's no danger at all. Isn't our company doing well? Bullshit. Zhang Youchong, usually of excellent conduct, couldn't contain the surging tide in his heart and blurted out. Because of that sentence, it saved our Zhang family. What? Zhang Chong was full of disbelief, thinking he had misheard. How could that be possible? In school, he and Su Liang merely exchanged a few words today, never even encountering each other before. How could the other person be so knowledgeable about his family's situation, even predicting events beforehand? Dad, stop joking around. He's just an ordinary person. His family conditions are pretty average. How could he possibly know such things? Zhang Youqing was equally puzzled. To point out the peril of the group so accurately requires not only exceptionally keen insight, but also sufficient sources of information. Even many adults probably wouldn't be able to achieve this, let alone a student preparing for the college entrance exam, unless someone of great wisdom is guiding him from behind. Regardless, he is ultimately our benefactor. You should not tell him about this. By the way, you mentioned wanting to invite him out over the weekend, right? Zhang Youqing directly pulled out a card from his bag and handed it over. There's 100,000 yuan in here. Use it for your outing. Remember, you must get along well with Su Liang. Not necessarily to inquire about the mastermind behind, but also as gratitude for this favor. Zhang Chong stood stunned in place, his face filled with bewilderment and disbelief. Is his old man supporting him going out to pick up girls? And giving him so much money? What exactly is Su Liang's background that managed to make Zhang Youqing break his own precedent? The next day, Su Liang arrived at school with Lu Hao, who had dark circles under his eyes and was extremely exhausted. After school yesterday, the two of them fiddled with live streaming at home until midnight. Still, Lu Hao truly had the talent of a streamer. Just one night, the number of viewers doubled compared to before, which was already quite rare for newcomers. The only problem was that neither of them got enough rest, and now Lu Hao kept yawning continuously. Boss, I can't handle the test anymore. All I want to do is sleep. Just sleep then. Anyway, your grades aren't great either. Su Liang grinned. It's a good opportunity to catch some sleep and then continue live streaming tonight. I used to think making money by playing games would make me laugh in my dreams, but now I realize gaming can be tiring too. Lu Hao sighed. Of course. Do you think money is that easy to earn? Still, an annual income of 200,000 yuan should be quite motivating, right? That's for sure. Lu Hao perked up, excitement evident on his face. At their age, if they could earn 200,000 yuan a year, not only in school but also among relatives and friends, they'd feel a sense of pride. Studying? What a waste of time. Spending so much effort on studies is no match for getting out early and figuring out how to make money. As they were talking, someone blocked their way. It was their homeroom teacher Yao Jun. Lu Hao, what's wrong with you? You look like you haven't slept all morning. Did you sneak off to the internet cafe last night to surf again? Wow. Teacher, that's pure favoritism. Isn't Xia Hao just like me? Lu Hao complained, completely feeling the obvious bias. Others have good grades, so they deserve to play. You, however, know nothing, won't pass college exams, and will end up begging on the streets someday. Who said I can't make money? In the past, Lu Hao wouldn't dare to argue back. Teacher, Yao wasn't wrong. Without university, one really didn't know how to earn a living. But things are different now. With Su Liang's guidance, who's afraid of struggling in life? By the time other classmates finish university and suffer, he might already be driving a luxury car. Teacher, I now earn 200,000 annually. No need for exams anymore. Nonsense. Daydreaming at such an early hour. Get back to the test immediately. If you rank last in this exam, you'll regret it. Seeing Yao Jun puffing and glaring, Lu Hao ran off, sticking out his tongue behind his back as he fled. Wait and see. One day I'll astonish everyone. With Xia Hao's support, will I still be looked down upon? You brat. Yao Jun muttered. Turning around, his attitude shifted a full 180 degrees. With a beaming smile, he looked at Su Liang. Haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I got something on the way to school, let's go. Chapter 24. Ingenious calculation, real market fluctuation. In a corner of the teaching building, Yao Jun earnestly handed the breakfast to Su Liang. If you asked before why Yao Jun turned a blind eye to Su Liang's antics, it was because this guy was a cash cow. But now, it's entirely different. To be able to know important municipal leaders at such a young age My God, the future is limitless. If I can maintain a good relationship with Su Liang, would I still worry about getting promoted to the position of grade head? Won't that be easy? Su Liang blinked and naturally guessed the head teacher's thoughts, smiling. Teacher, aren't you worried about other students seeing and then gossiping behind your back? Fear what? Those boys understand nothing. Besides, in the class, we are teacher and student, but out of the class, we're buddies, right? Yao Jun chuckled heartily. He couldn't have been happier. Not only could Su Liang help him make money, but also assist in his promotion. After being a teacher for so many years, he had finally found a real gem. By the way, which stocks are we buying today? Yao Jun curiously asked. Su Liang thought for a moment. Last night, he had briefly observed the stock market trends and shook his head. Forget it for today. Why? We made quite a bit yesterday. We should build on our success. Yao Jun was puzzled, unsure why such a good opportunity was being passed up. Teacher, the stock market isn't your backyard. You think it will just make money whenever you say so? If that were the case, the stock market would have already gone bankrupt long ago. Yao Jun agreed after hearing this, nodding. So, your point is that the market will lose today? Definitely. Those stocks have been performing exceptionally well recently. At least, there will be a brief 2-day period of fluctuations to stabilize the market. So if you really want to play around these 2 days, go ahead. Just don't come crying to me if you lose. Su Liang laughed, shaking his hand casually with an air of calmness. Oh, that's how it is. Yao Jun breathed a sigh of relief. It was good he had consulted him earlier, otherwise blindly entering the market might have led to serious losses. All right, since you said it, I'll definitely follow your advice. He patted his chest, looking resolute. Can I take the exam now? Su Liang said meaningfully. Of course. This time, there won't be any accidents. Let everyone see, we also have top students in our class. Yao Jun slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Thinking about Su Liang's excellent performance on the last physics test filled him with anticipation. Perhaps this time, he would once again prove himself in front of the principal and grade headmaster. After eating breakfast, Su Liang sauntered to the examination room. Yesterday's experience showed him that the last exam room wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. Everyone played their own games, without interfering with each other. Perfect. However, just when he arrived at his seat, Zhang Chong beside him impatiently spoke. Buddy, what do you think? Weekend's coming. How about we hang out together? Huh. Su Liang blinked, showing a hint of confusion. That shouldn't be right. Wasn't Zhang Chong blaming him for bringing misfortune on his family yesterday? And today, he was inviting him again. Could it be that the Xinjiang group has avoided danger? Is it? Has the trouble at your house been resolved? Su Liang smiled faintly, keeping silent. Zhang Chong froze, full of disbelief and astonishment. How could this kid be like a pair of fiery eyes, knowing everything? Luckily, last night his father repeatedly warned him not to leak anything. But upon meeting Su Liang today, all the secrets came out. Suppressing his inner shock and curiosity, he quietly asked, where exactly did you hear about this? How do you even know our Huaxing group is in trouble? Su Liang waved his hand, as if it meant nothing to him. For him, it was just wasting a word. Consider it as a reward for your family's charity works. In short, since the situation has turned favorable, be more cautious moving forward. Don't fall into the same pit twice. Otherwise, no one can save you. Zhang Chong drew in a sharp breath. These words confirmed their suspicions. A tidal wave of emotion surged within him. He had originally thought Su Liang was someone who didn't know better, only to realize he himself hadn't judged correctly. Without Su Liang, by now, he'd likely only be waiting to mourn. Where would he be able to continue studying? Thinking of this, Zhang Chong took a deep breath and sighed. Brother, no matter what, please accept my invitation this weekend. Otherwise, my dad will never let me off the hook. Su Liang blinked, secretly surprised. No wonder this guy's attitude changed dramatically overnight. It was indeed Zhang Yoxing's instruction. Given that, there was no need to refuse anymore. Who knows, maybe I can even take in a little brother during this opportunity. With the Xinjiang group as backing, it'll be much easier for me to make money too. After all, they know a lot of people and have plenty of opportunities. Alright, better to comply than decline. Since you've said it this way, I'll give you some face. But, whether the school beauty's best friend comes or not, that's beyond my control. Su Liang seriously said, as he didn't have time to act like someone else's errand boy. Zhang Chong nodded vigorously, inwardly delighted. No problem. I can just get someone else to help out then. In any case, it was Dad's mission I had to complete, and at the thought of having the chance to hang out with his crush on the weekend, he instantly became elated. Who would have guessed that Su Liang seemed to possess some kind of natural luck aura? People who associate with him always seem to get good fortune. As the bell rang, the proctor walked in. Neither of them spoke any further and returned to their seats. The entire morning flew by in a flash. In the last examination room, these students were truly varied sorts of characters. Some slept, others zoned out, and there were those who began thinking about submitting their papers early right after the test started. Su Liang didn't care. In fact, he even liked such an environment. Leaving earlier naturally meant no one would disturb him. Before long, it was noon, and Su Liang took the opportunity to meet Cheng Xiaoyu to confirm the time and place for their weekend outing. This wasn't just a simple date anymore. He could already predict that Zhang Yuxing would definitely show up. He even began to look forward to it. Who knew if this might become his first step towards brilliance? In the afternoon, as the exam started, wails echoed through the teacher's office. The stock market plummeted entirely, causing immense pain for many teachers. Ouch! What's going on? Did we anger the gods today? Why is it crashing so heavily? Hell, it wiped out my entire month's salary in a day. I shouldn't have bought any stocks at all. Amidst the various complaints, Yao Jun sat alone in solitude, his expression calm while secretly thrilled. TSK, That young man Su Liang was absolutely right. Apart from the first hour of the market opening, the rest of the time, the stocks almost plunged wildly. Chapter 25. What makes you so arrogant? Academic failure. Yao Jun was almost deceived at the time, but now he feels extremely fortunate to have restrained himself. Otherwise, the money he earned in the past few days would probably have been lost entirely. It was precisely because Yao Jun made money from buying stocks that other teachers followed suit. However, none of them expected to suffer unimaginable losses as soon as they entered the market. Teacher Yao, how can you still laugh? Haven't you suffered any losses? Exactly. No one was spared today. Almost all the stocks are falling. Wasn't it supposed to rise? Why has it suddenly turned so green? Everyone racked their brains and could not come up with an answer, feeling even more unwilling and distressed. Yao Jun chuckled. This is where you lack understanding. The stock market has risen for several consecutive days, so it's bound to fall one day. This is called market fluctuation. I didn't have time to buy today, but I saw it start to fall, so it doesn't affect me much. What? The teachers around him were almost about to faint, rolling their eyes in frustration. How could anyone endure this? We're the ones suffering emotionally while you're making a profit. Teacher Yao, admit it, did someone teach you these tricks? How else could you know there would be market fluctuations today? Exactly. Teach us too. We promise it won't be free. If we make money later, we'll give you a share. As the crowd buzzed with chatter, Yao Jun's heart itched with excitement. This seemed like a better way to make money than buying stocks, with less risk. He wouldn't even need to invest his own money. Still, no matter what, he couldn't reveal Xu Liang's role. If this money god were to be snatched away by others, the loss would be huge. One might say so. I have a distant relative who knows a bit about this stuff. I'll ask him after I get back, and if there's any new information, I'll let everyone know. Look at that. The people around finally realized and sighed inwardly. No wonder this person could make money. It was clear that there was a source involved. They didn't know which great figure had such prowess yet. Afterward, they decided to learn themselves. Earning some pocket money would certainly be good. Meanwhile, Su Liang walked out of the examination room. He happened to run into Bai Rou. How do you feel? She asked with a smile, her dimples looking absolutely stunning, making the surrounding classmates envious. Zhang Tao, however, scoffed jealously. What do you expect? Su Liang never listens during class. Class monitor, do you really expect him to achieve any good results? If he were truly capable, he wouldn't have ended up in the last exam room. His envy and jealousy were evident. Su Liang didn't bother with it. What was the point of arguing with someone like that? When the results came out, it would naturally shut him up. Unexpectedly, Lu Hao couldn't bear to hear it anymore and interjected importantly. Don't you dare underestimate our leader? His physics score was full marks. Can you do that? All you do is gossip here, acting like a woman. Zhang Tao snorted coldly. It was just a lucky break for him last time. Moreover, this is a bottom-line test. Various subjects are added together. It's not just based on physics. Even if he scores full marks in physics, the total sum of other subjects is only 200 or 300 points, far from passing. Probably even struggling to get admitted into a junior college. The surrounding students also covered their mouths and giggled lightly, finding his words reasonable. Su Liang's academic performance had always been subpar in the class, while his physics grade skyrocketed unexpectedly last time, shocking everyone. This baseline exam would definitely not be so simple. There's a chance that his dignity will be ruined. You guys. Lu Hao was livid. Yet, he found it hard to counter. He himself was an academic failure, so how should he defend his leader? Bai Rou quietly noticed all this in silence, secretly amused inside. Who told Su Liang to publicly reject her confession last time? This time, she wanted him to taste the bitterness of humiliation. Still, despite this thought, she did not abandon her intent to prove her charm. Helping him speak up at this moment would definitely bring twice the result with half the effort. Oh my, stop underestimating him. Su Liang might have prepared a lot beforehand already. Otherwise, how could his physics grade improve alone? Class monitor, speaking of other aspects, I may not necessarily be confident in surpassing him, but in the case of a baseline exam, Su Liang will most likely rank among the last 10 in the class. Zhang Tao said smugly, seemingly determined to make Su Liang lose face in front of Bai Rou. And if he doesn't? Su Liang suddenly asked coldly. Huh? If you manage to beat me in the exam, then I'll kneel an apology in front of the entire class. And whoever loses must treat the whole class to soda and ice cream. Do you dare? Zhang Tao said arrogantly, looking supremely confident. Although his physics score has already been surpassed by Su Liang, overall, his academic standing in the class remains within the top 10. He was very sure of himself. How could someone possibly climb from the bottom 10 to the top 10 in such a short period of time? Su Liang slightly curled the corner of his mouth upward. How is it that there's still someone coming to offer benefits? He responded very nonchalantly. Sure, if you want to bet, let's do it. We'll see whose results are better. As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar around them. No one had expected that Su Liang, being a poor student, would dare to take up the challenge. Even Zhang Tao was a bit dazed for a moment. Then, bursts of mocking laughter echoed all around. How stupid can this guy be? He knows he's going to lose, and yet still agrees to make a bet. That's why people should have self-awareness sometimes. Anyway, now that we have free soda and ice cream on offer, what's not good about it? And I must say this in advance. When the time comes, I want Haagen-Dazs. Even Bai Rou felt quite surprised, never expecting Su Liang to hesitate, not even a little. Could this guy really not fear losing? However, Bai Rou thought that there was something manly about Su Liang's behavior, knowing fully well the difficulty ahead, but charging forward anyway. How many people could manage such resolve? Su Liang, here's another deal. If you lose, you have to confess your feelings to me, sincerely and genuinely. What do you think? Su Liang raised an eyebrow, still calculating how this trap could be set on him. Do you insist on taking the initiative? Fine. And when you lose, don't cry over it. No problem. The results will be out next week anyway. Let's all wait and see. After saying this, he walked towards the school gate. Watching their retreating figures, Zhang Tao revealed a trace of smugness in his eyes, and several classmates who got along well with him also began to cheer him on. This time, Su Liang is bound to lose face completely. That's right. This guy has been too arrogant recently. His arrogance needs to be curbed. Otherwise, he might really start thinking no one in our class can handle him. Zhang Tao, when he confesses, surely the monitor will refuse him. That's your chance. You might end up winning her heart. Hearing everyone's discussions, Zhang Tao was beaming with delight inside, already savoring the fruits of victory. Chapter 26, The Guild's Revenge. After leaving school, Lu Hao still looked furious. Boss, Zhang Tao's face is just so infuriating. Afraid of what? He will cry later. Su Liang grinned. Don't look down on the act of inviting classmates to drink soda and eat ice cream. It doesn't seem like a huge expense, but a single Haagen-Dazs costs dozens of yuan. If the whole class partakes, it would probably cost over 1,000 yuan, which for any student is no small amount. Hearing this, Lu Hao had a puzzled look on his face. Boss, why does it feel like you are absolutely certain of victory? That's right. Su Liang grinned again. I am aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University. Do you think my grades could be worse than his? Lu Hao opened his eyes wide in astonishment. It was not just physics that was being tested in this diagnostic test. How could he possess such immense confidence? Boss, come on, tell me, are you using some kind of cheat method? How can your scores improve so much in such a short time? I've never seen anything like it. Su Liang waved his hand with an air of mysterious depth. It's just an exam. There are far more difficult things in life. It's as if my Ren and Du meridians suddenly became unblocked. Studying isn't as hard as I imagined. Lu Hao understood vaguely, but he couldn't make out everything clearly. However, winning the bet was good news, after all. How could one allow scum like Zhang Tao to urinate and defecate on them while riding roughshod? Suddenly, Lu Hao seemed to remember something. Boss, speaking of which, today I received a call from some guild inviting me to become their streamer. The terms they offered weren't bad. A guaranteed monthly salary and help increasing popularity. As soon as he finished talking, Su Liang found it fishy. The streaming industry, despite its fading appeal, is also easy to attract people with ulterior motives. Those who want to earn money from audiences naturally attract others wanting to earn money from streamers. With the rise of the live streaming sector, an increasing number of scummy companies and guilds have emerged. These guys talk sweetly, but in reality, they're just there to scam money. If you don't meet the conditions in the contract, they'll sue you for exorbitant damages. Since Lu Hao was just a student without real-world experience, hearing someone wanted to sign him up made him extremely happy. He couldn't discern the authenticity behind it. In essence, these bastards specifically target simple-minded individuals. Boss, looks like I'm really doing well. Perhaps I'll reach my annual income goal earlier than expected. Lu Hao said excitedly. Don't get your hopes up too high. You know there's no such thing as a free lunch. Su Liang said meaningfully. I'll take a look at this first. Only once I've determined there are no problems will we agree. Naturally, Lu Hao had unconditional trust in him. The two rushed home. Turning on the computer, they saw the messages sent by the chat software and a mock-up contract attached. Su Liang gave it a quick glance and immediately detected suspicious elements, especially regarding compensation. If the other party breached the agreement, they'd only need to compensate a few thousand yuan at most, whereas if Lu Hao unilaterally broke the contract, he'd owe over 3 million yuan. Damn, they sure have black hearts. Brother, see clearly? This is a trap. What union? They obviously want to treat you like a fat pig for slaughter. Realizing this late, Lu Hao's eyes widened and his anger flared up. How dare these guys be so despicable? Thank goodness you're here, boss. If I had signed this contract, wouldn't it have been like selling myself into servitude? At this moment, he felt incredibly lucky to have someone advising him behind the scenes. Otherwise, he'd truly be ruined. Just then, the guild called. Little Lu, how's the consideration going? Our spots here are quite tight. If you miss out, you will lose lots of profits. Already upset, Lu Hao got even angrier when he heard this and retorted immediately. Stop pretending with me, you bastard. And what profit? If I agreed, you all would be the real fools. Unprepared for such a tirade, the person on the other end retaliated angrily. How blind can you be, you guy? Our guild is very authoritative within the platform now. Without us, where could you possibly secure exposure or resources? Su Liang took over the phone, calmly asking, what guild are you from? Do you have a business license? Who is your legal representative? A series of questions completely stumped the person on the other side. Who are you? We were discussing a contract with Xiao Lu. What does it matter to you? Naturally it matters. I'm his buddy. This thing of yours clearly seems irregular. Where is your guild located? Let me file a complaint to the relevant authority. Su Liang continued speaking. Seeing that things weren't going their way, the caller hung up. On the side, Lu Hao couldn't help but admire. What? Boss, you're just too good. You scared them off with a few words. They hung up the phone out of guilt. If they weren't up to no good, how could they let things slide so easily? Su Liang smiled faintly and patted his shoulder. Brother, society is cruel. Since you're already prepared to make money, you must be ready to get scammed at any moment, or you'll suffer a great loss. Lu Hao sighed after hearing this. He had never thought about it before, but today he truly experienced how treacherous human nature can be. If not for Su Liang, he might have fallen into the trap by now. Boss, you're like a completely different person. Why didn't I realize before how capable you are? Su Liang waved his hand, stating that these were trivial matters. His goal was nothing short of reaching the pinnacle of life. Alright, I'll order takeout. After we eat, let's get to work without affecting our earning potential. Good. At the same time, in an office within some business building, when the manager learned that a streamer from the platform not only refused to cooperate with them, but also exposed the truth, he couldn't help but curse loudly. Weren't you saying that the other party was just some inexperienced kid? How could even such a deal fail? What use are you then? The employee showed a look of embarrassment on his face. Manager, the guy is stupid, but his buddy is smart. He spotted the problem right away and even threatened to report us. What? The manager's anger caused him a headache, annoyed by the audacious young fools. How dare they oppose us? Do they really think our guild has no skills? Here's what we do. Notify the troll army on the platform to immediately rush to his live room and disrupt the broadcast with comments. I don't believe they can continue streaming. After eating, Su Liang and Lu Hao turned on their live streaming channel. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers had reached several times more than usual. However, there wasn't even time to celebrate when they noticed the netizens starting to wildly hurl insults, various filthy language spewing forth endlessly. This left the original audience utterly confused, and Lu Hao himself was also stunned. What's going on? How did everything change suddenly? Chapter 27. Can't get it, so destroy it. The sudden turn of events caught everyone in the live streaming room off guard. Initially, some fans were willing to help explain for Lu Hao. However, there were too many people hurling insults, and their comments were quickly drowned out, leaving only an overwhelming tide of malice. Lu Hao had never seen anything like this scene before. He was immediately stunned speechless, stammering as he asked, "Boss, how did it come to this?" Su Liang frowned slightly, his eyes flashing with displeasure. He hadn't expected the revenge from the guild to come so fast. Due to being a small live streaming room without enough fan base or management, they couldn't handle the flood of online trolls. Don't worry, they're just trying to stir up trouble. Su Liang reassured him. Why? I haven't offended or provoked them. Why should they insult me like this? Lu Hao felt wronged, having never experienced such random violence on the internet. Su Liang chuckled coldly. This was exactly the nature of those guilds. Looking professional, but using despicable means once things didn't go their way. Being a streamer isn't all about skill. You need psychological resilience as well. Keep broadcasting while I take care of this. Lu Hao silently sighed with relief, feeling like he had swallowed a tranquilizing pill. He stopped talking and quietly continued gaming. Meanwhile, Su Liang pulled out his phone and hired 30,000 online trolls. So what if they stir up trouble? Who doesn't know how to do that? Moreover, he wanted to turn this crisis into an opportunity. Perhaps this could make Lu Hao become a real gaming celebrity. As more of the newly hired trolls flooded into the live stream, both sides immediately engaged in fierce verbal battles, and the situation rapidly shifted. The live stream's popularity skyrocketed. It even made it onto the rankings. Countless netizens and fans surged into the live stream, causing Lu Hao to stare with wide eyes, utterly disbelieving. What's going on here? With the hired trolls continuing to exert their influence, the number of abusive comments began to dwindle, eventually being overwhelmed by numerous other viewers. Su Liang smirked faintly. I told you I'd handle it. All this is just some devious tactics used by those guilds. Now you've really become a popular streamer. Seize this chance to retain your fans. Lu Hao suddenly understood, a look of pleasant surprise spreading across his face as he nodded repeatedly. Amazing, boss. Even such a mess can be resolved. Are you secretly familiar with live streaming already? Variations may differ, but fundamentally, being a streamer is just another form of business. When you entertain the audience, there will always be people who dislike your success. Guilds simply bully the good-natured. Su Liang understood these kinds of characters well, and dealing with them was effortless. Lu Hao nodded heavily, astonished and delighted. He immediately adjusted his state and restarted his game broadcast. This move caused many new viewers to take a liking to the young man. Good stuff. This streamer has some talent, skilled in both gaming and chatting. Truly interesting. Just now, those guys were barking at nonsense, deliberately insulting others for no reason. It's obvious someone's stirring up trouble. Maybe the streamer offended someone. However, this time the streamer might actually be the biggest beneficiary. At the same moment, in the office of a certain guild, the manager clenched his teeth upon seeing Lu Hao's rising popularity. His original intention was to completely ruin this new streamer. He had never expected that the opponent would seize the opportunity and rise. There was every sign that Lu Hao was set to become a top-tier streamer. Manager? Why is this case different from previous ones we've encountered? This kid seems entirely unaffected. The employee scratched his head, full of doubt and awkwardness. In the past, similar tactics worked flawlessly, leaving small, growing streamers with shattered reputations and unable to continue broadcasting. Only this time, did they encounter such resistance? Not only did the tactic fail, but it also turned into a boost in popularity. Wasn't this equivalent to paying money to buy heat for a new streamer? Damn, what kind of background does he have? Who's helping him? The manager gritted his teeth, suspecting that there must be a mastermind behind Lu Hao. Otherwise, it would be impossible to resolve such complicated situations, let alone turn crises into triumphs. Manager, what should we do next? If our troll army fails, we may need to contact the platform. The employee hesitantly suggested. Chasing after a single minor streamer to the point of bothering the platform wouldn't necessarily lead to any results. Moreover, even if they win, it wouldn't bring much benefit. The platform cares nothing about trivial issues like these. What right do we have to meddle? If this small streamer truly becomes a big name, the platform will definitely not comply with their demands. After all, the revenue from a streamer is equivalent to bringing profit to the platform. Who would harm their own interests for the sake of someone else? No, we must take this guy down. Notify the other streamers in our guild to start spreading rumors. flood him with slander and insults. Absolutely can't let him rise. Following the manager's orders, the platform's streamers from the same guild took action. However, they discovered that no matter what they did, they couldn't shake Lu Hao's position. The netizens in his live streaming room were all as loyal as hardcore fans, fiercely defending their streamer. Some even went to their live streams to stir up trouble. This left those streamers utterly perplexed. When the manager learned of the situation, he was furious, veins popping out on his forehead. What the hell? Today was just a disaster. How had things turned out this way? Meanwhile, in Su Liang's home, Lu Hao smiled as he said goodbye to the viewers in his live streaming room, then turned off the broadcast. He let out a deep sigh of relief, feeling completely at ease. He had thought for sure he was done for today, but unexpectedly, the situation had made a complete turnaround, leaving him both caught off guard and disbelieving. He approached Su Liang, excitement mingling with surprise. Boss, this is an absolute windfall. Just today, my live streaming earnings nearly reached 30,000 yuan. Even after the platform's cut, he still pocketed over 10,000 yuan, something he could have never imagined before. Without even finishing high school, he was now making tens of thousands every day. My goodness, live streaming really does make money. Of course, he was very clear that it was all thanks to Su Liang. If the boss hadn't been backing him up, there's no way he could have lasted until the end of the broadcast. He would have already been brought down by those haters. Su Liang grinned widely. That's right. Who dares to mess with us is bound not to get away without losing face. Got it now? That bunch from the guild are nothing but troublemakers. Lu Hao nodded thoughtfully. He hadn't realized this before, but now he finally understood how vile some people could be. It was all because he didn't agree to their demands, and suddenly they wanted to destroy his reputation entirely. This is outrageous. Even thinking about it makes me seethe with anger. Chapter 28. A day at the amusement park. Lu Hao clenched his fists, revealing a look of hatred in his eyes. Even though the danger had been averted, the guild hadn't paid any price and was still roaming freely. Just thinking about it made him feel uneasy. Su Liang, upon hearing this, smiled widely and patted his best friend on the shoulder. Don't rush. There will be a meeting in due time. These guys will eventually pay their due price. As long as we become the most popular streamers on the platform, crushing them will be like squashing an ant. Lu Hao nodded, excitement involuntarily showing on his face. Right now, he could earn 10,000 yuan a day. If he became a true big streamer, wouldn't he make over 100,000 yuan in one day? 200,000 yuan a year? He guessed it would only take 2 days to reach that goal. Big brother, streaming really is profitable. I never thought I'd have the chance to walk this path before. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. Today's an unexpected situation. Without the guild meddling, there might not be so many viewers, so the number of people and income will definitely drop in the next few days. But as long as we get through this period, we will definitely grow. Relax. If anyone dares to cause trouble in your live stream, I'll help you handle it. His experience was quite rich. Online, it's all about those tricks, either swarm tactics with endless insults, or fabricating false accusations, twisting right into wrong. As long as you can hold on, there won't be a problem. Many streamers weren't actually brought down by trends. They just lacked enough experience and ability to deal with various types of situations, eventually leading to improper handling, and then falling into despair. Lu Hao nodded heavily, excitement covering his face. With Su Liang backing him up, what was there to fear? All he needed to do was to work hard. Weekend. Su Liang arrived at the amusement park in the city as agreed. When he got there, Zhang Chong had already been waiting for a while. Cheng Xiaoyu and her friend hadn't arrived yet. Brother Liang, today all the rides at the amusement park are free to play. I'll cover all the expenses. Zhang Chong said confidently, full of flattery. Previously, he thought Su Liang was just a crazy guy talking nonsense, but after what happened at home, he realized how capable this guy really was. Even his own father showed great respect towards him, which eliminated any possibility of being rude. Shouldn't you wait until the school beauty and her friends come before saying this? Su Liang grinned. Not at all. It's purely out of respect for you, Brother Liang. Plus, all the funds are provided by my old man. There's just one requirement. Zhang Chong hesitated. Su Liang saw this and understood something. What? Do you want me to return the money later? No. After we finish playing today, could you possibly visit my house? My father wants to meet you. It was also an expression of gratitude, because of Su Liang's words that saved the family business accumulated over decades by the Zhang family. Let alone Zhang Yusheng. Even Zhang Chong couldn't imagine what would happen if the family went bankrupt. Su Liang thought about it, and felt it was a good opportunity. If he could cooperate with Xiangxin Group, perhaps he could progress faster, and may even achieve the first stage of his goals earlier. Why not? He nodded happily. Alright, then today is your chance to show off your wealth. That's for sure. Zhang Chong grinned excitedly. After waiting for a few minutes, Cheng Xiaoyu and her friend Lu Xiangxiang came from afar. The two girls, one wearing a floral sundress and the other in a JK uniform, radiated youthfulness. Their outstanding appearances and slim figures caught the attention of passers-by, who kept looking back. Such beautiful ladies. Who's the lucky person? Nonsense, of course someone rich. Do you think a poor guy could join them? Not possible. Those two don't look like rich boys at all. What gives them the right? People passing by envied and were angry towards Su Liang, glaring with jealousy. Hello. Cheng Xiaoyu greeted with a smile, glowing like a small celebrity. Lu Xiangxiang teased beside her. Su Liang, we probably haven't spoken much, right? And you actually invited me to come along. Su Liang noticed a flicker of doubt in his eyes, seeing Zhang Chong constantly gesturing. Big brother, please help little brother. Whatever you do, don't expose anything now. He quickly reacted. He was using his name, and thus effortlessly managed to invite his close girlfriend out. Su Liang secretly laughed inside and didn't dwell too much on it. It's more fun with more people, right? Xiaoyu, didn't you say this guy is honest? Why does he seem slippery? Lu Xiangxiang winked mischievously. Cheng Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red. When she went out today, she actually felt a bit nervous and uncertain, unsure whether it was anticipation or tension. Although she had dated Hu Jiqiang before, she had never really been on a proper date. She felt a bit uneasy inevitably. I just wanted to relax after the exams. It's not what you think. Sure it isn't. Lu Xiangxiang patted her best friend's shoulder. Who in school has ever seen you take the initiative to ask a guy out? Inside, she was extremely curious. Su Liang looked fairly decent indeed, but not so handsome that one would fall instantly for him. Nor did he seem like someone from a wealthy family. So what about him attracted school beauty Cheng Xiaoyu? After exchanging pleasantries, the four of them entered the amusement park. Since there was a sponsor today, they played to their heart's content. Very soon, Zhang Chong found an excuse to pull Lu Xiangxiang away for other rides. Before leaving, he made faces with great expectations. Brother Liang, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance. Don't miss it. Do whatever comes to your mind. Don't be afraid. Su Liang, upon seeing this scene, couldn't help but chuckle secretly inside. After all, they were still students who thought too simply. He knew girls like Cheng Xiaoyu weren't ones you could charm with just a few sweet words. It takes real sincerity and some technique. The two strolled around the amusement park while chatting idly. By the way, how do you feel about the last practice exam a couple days ago? Cheng Xiaoyu asked cautiously. Not bad. Su Liang naturally replied. And you? What university are you planning to apply for in the future? Tsinghua or Peking University? There aren't any universities in the country better than these two. What? Cheng Xiaoyu was taken aback, her eyes full of surprise. She generally knew the condition of the students at school. Even if currently ranked first in the entire grade, no one dared say they had a sure shot at Tsinghua or Peking University. After all, only 1 in 100,000 people got accepted. And Su Liang said it so easily. Isn't he overly confident? You don't believe me? Su Liang grinned. Cheng Xiaoyu hesitated to speak. She truly didn't quite believe him. The reason she asked this question was mainly to see if the two of them had a chance to attend university together in the future. Chapter 29. No trespassing for the inappropriately dressed. After this period of time spent together, Cheng Xiaoyu thought Su Liangren was very nice. If there was really a chance to attend the same university, then in the future she would have someone to rely on. But unexpectedly, his goal was Tsinghua University and Peking University, and she herself wasn't sure if she could reach such heights. Have you ever thought about other schools? Not really. If I go to other schools with my grades, wouldn't that be a waste? Su Liang answered calmly. Cheng Xiaoyu laughed at this, thinking he was joking and didn't think much more about it. They arrived at the pirate ship ride project, and Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly got excited. Dare you do this? Of course. Su Liang hesitated not a bit, because sometimes as a man, one mustn't say no. Otherwise, others would look down on you. Both entered immediately. After 10 minutes, Cheng Xiaoyu came out full of excitement, seeming to still feel like it wasn't enough. Seeing this, Su Liang was a little surprised. He hadn't expected that the school flower, who appeared to be gentle and quiet, actually liked such thrilling rides. The two played several consecutive games. They rested on the bench nearby after this. When it was time for lunch, Zhang Chong and Lu Xiangxiang also returned, their interactions obviously going well as they talked and laughed. After eating, the two girls said they had to return to study and left ahead of time. Looking at their retreating backs, Zhang Chong couldn't help but marvel. This trip today certainly hasn't been wasted. Brother Liang, just now, Xiangxiang and I held hands. How's your side progressing? Nothing. What? Zhang Chong widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Impossible. Brother Liang, don't they always say back at school that you've already got the school flower under control? How come today with such a good opportunity, you make absolutely no progress? You definitely should confess during the Ferris wheel. You'd be sure to nail her. Su Liang smirked. You don't understand anything. My confession has only half a chance to succeed or fail, but if she confesses, there's no possibility of failure for me. The school flower is confessing to you. Zhang Chong's face was full of incredulity. This was more shocking than hearing an iron tree bloom. Who in the whole school doesn't know that the school flower is the aloof little princess? So many boys have confessed and written love letters to her, and yet Su Liang is waiting for the school flower to confess to him. My goodness. Absolutely baffling and hard to believe. Brother Liang, you're not joking, right? What if it goes wrong? That's the school flower. Would you not regret it? What's to be afraid of? Being fearful like this, what kind of great thing can I accomplish? Moreover, how do you know for certain that the school flower will never confess to me? Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. To control Cheng Xiaoyu, one needed to turn passive into active. Otherwise, that girl would inevitably choose to leave someday. Since she has not put in much thought, naturally, she wouldn't cherish it. Involuntarily, Zhang Chong raised his thumb, admiration showing in his eyes. Emotional guru. Brother Liang, you are truly capable. No wonder the school flower agreed to go out with you. Just based on this, few people in our school can compare. Alright, is it necessary to blow me up so much? Su Liang smiled broadly. After these few times of contact, he discovered that Zhang Chong was also a decent person, and his father, Zhang Yucheng, with his reputation outside, was quite nice to him. So, naturally, they could become friends. Didn't you say your dad wanted to see me? Yes. Zhang Chong slapped his forehead, remembering the real task, almost lost in pleasures. He then quickly made a phone call. A few minutes later, the driver rushed over and warmly welcomed both onto a luxury Bentley. Half an hour later, Su Liang reached the most luxurious 5-star hotel in the city. Unexpectedly, he was stopped by the guards at the door right after entering. We don't serve those dressed improperly here. Their demeanor was haughty, their faces full of disdain. People working here saw nothing but the wealthy every day. The guard instantly judged Su Liang as a poor individual. Not a single item of his attire exceeded 200 yuan. In the hotel, he wouldn't even be able to order a bowl of porridge. What business did he have coming inside? Isn't this purely affecting other customers' dining experience? Su Liang's eyebrows slightly creased. Zhang Chong went to the restroom and wasn't by his side, leaving only himself. I'm here to eat. Besides, where exactly am I dressed improperly? Even the police haven't arrested me. Why won't you let me in? The guard sneered coldly. With high-handed mockery, he said, Boy, don't be ungrateful. This is not a place you belong. Hurry up and scram. Otherwise, in a while, there will be trouble for you. Su Liang didn't hide his strength, directly speaking out loud. I am the guest of Mr. Zhang Yuqing, the boss of Changxing Group. If you don't let me in, whatever consequences will happen, don't blame me for not reminding you. Ha ha ha. The guard immediately burst into mocking laughter. You? A guest of such a well-known entrepreneur in this place? Tell me, what can you do? What's your relationship with him? I have never seen Mr. Zhang inviting guests like you who look so poor and low class. Their words were full of disdain. Just at this moment, Su Liang heard a voice behind him. Who says I cannot invite this brother to dinner? He turned around and saw a kind-looking middle-aged man who seemed familiar. It was none other than Zhang Yuqing, whom he had seen in reports before. Mr. Zhang. Su Liang nodded slightly. Are you my son's classmate? Zhang Yuqing had no airs, appearing just like an elegant and gentle elder. He even kindly placed his hand on Su Liang's shoulder. Yes, Zhang Chong went to the restroom. This scene left the guards at the entrance dumbfounded. Could it be? This kid really knows Mr. Zhang Dazengren. You know, in this five-star hotel, there are many distinguished guests. Among them is Zhang Yuqing. Even the hotel owner respects him. How could he be so intimate with a young man dressed in cheap market clothes? Mr. Zhang, is he really your guest? The guard asked stammeringly, without realizing his own voice had changed. That's right. Zhang Yuqing's eyebrows slightly furrowed, his tone also changing. Even though he now represents the city's outstanding entrepreneurs, he too came from humble origins and faced many people's cold eyes during his early struggles. Seeing that the hotel security mocked his benefactor, who would feel anything but anger. Never expected that the security of a five-star luxury hotel would judge people by their appearance. Haven't you undergone proper training? Don't you understand that all customers should be treated equally? Upon hearing these words, the guard felt icy fear down his back, palms sweating continuously as he cursed inwardly. What bad luck. How did I get into such trouble? Chapter 30. A vision beyond the ordinary. Mr. Zhang, please let me explain. This is all a misunderstanding. The security guard, flustered and filled with regret, pleaded his case. Deep down, he was perplexed. What was the deal with this kid lately? How could it be that even the big tycoons showed him such respect? That won't be necessary. You should apologize to him first. Zhang Yuqing said coldly. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. The security guard nodded rapidly, wishing he could rewind time. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have dared to stop him. Will you accept it? Zhang Yuqing glanced at Su Liang. Just an apology? Isn't that too light? When someone makes a mistake, they need to face consequences properly. Don't adults understand that actions must come with a price? Su Liang blinked innocently. Zhang Yuqing nodded, agreeing completely with his thought, but decided that it was up to Su Liang's decision, and now that the matter was escalated, a minor punishment seemed necessary. I will report this to your hall manager. Since no serious consequence has occurred, 2 months' salary will be deducted. Hopefully, you will learn how to treat everyone equally. The security guard's eyes widened in disbelief as he did not dare say another word. Only after the two walked into the hotel did he finally exhale a sigh of relief, his heart overwhelmed by regret. Shit, just because of one sentence, he'd have to work for free for 2 months? Is everyone these days so undercover deep? What on earth does this kid do? As the two ascended to the private room on the top floor, everything there had already been prepared. Seated, Zhang Yuqing raised his glass. Young man, thank you for pointing out the way forward during this crisis and ensuring the safety of our group. Let me drink to express my gratitude. With that, he drained the cup. Su Liang smiled faintly. Uncle Zhang, you're too polite. Actually, the success of waking up your company isn't thanks to anyone else but yourself. Oh, what do you mean by that? If it weren't for Uncle Zhang, who has always practiced kindness and never cheated others in business, even multiple times helping underprivileged students, who would ever help you? Such is the principle. Those who walk the righteous path find many allies, while those who stray from morality find few. Hearing this, Zhang Yuqing's eyes lit up. Who would have expected that a student about to take his college entrance exams could possess such eloquence, surprising even him? This student named Su Liang wasn't ordinary at all. May I ask what kind of work does your family engage in? My dad works outside, and my mom has long since passed away. Normally, I live alone. Su Liang spoke openly, eating and chatting casually. Zhang Yuqing was surprised. Initially, he assumed Su Liang was just being deliberately modest, but it seemed like this was genuine. But how had he seen through the highest commercial secrets of his company? Could it be that someone else had been mentoring him behind the scenes? With this thought, he continued to probe. Do you have any other suggestions for the development of our group? Haha, Uncle Zhang, you're teasing me. Su Liang chuckled lightly. I'm just a student. What advice can I possibly give? Besides, your group is so huge, if I were to speak incorrectly, wouldn't it become laughable? How could that be? Everyone here today is family. Treat it as a post-drink conversation, don't take it to heart. Zhang Yuqing chuckled and asked. Su Liang reflected thoughtfully. In his impression, after Zhang Yuqing committed suicide by jumping off a building, Shengqiang Group went downhill rapidly. Within half a year, it went bankrupt due to overwhelming debts. As for the future direction of the entire group's development, he wasn't entirely clear about it, though from an industry perspective, Su Liang did indeed have some insight. Uncle Zhang, forgive me if I say something blunt, but if Xinjiang Group continues to develop within its current scope of operations, within 10 years at most, we might see a contraction of business and reduced profits. What? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuxing immediately widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Had it been anyone else, hearing such comments might provoke dismissal. You little punk, what do you know? Xinjiang Group has been standing firm in the city for over 20 years, being a leader in the industry, and you're talking about decline? That's pure nonsense. But Zhang Yuxing didn't think that way. He had heard similar words before from a high-ranking official. As time develops, every industry faces constant reshuffles. The construction industry is the same. Though it appears now as flourishing, it has already passed the true period of profitability. Moreover, with many projects blowing up and bosses fleeing, alongside changes in larger trends, indeed real estate would likely peak within a decade. The issue lies in the fact that despite saying similar things, the two individuals have worlds of difference between them. One is a grand figure, practically inaccessible to an ordinary person, while the other is just a regular student from some high school. My goodness. At such a young age to already possess extraordinary insight surpassing even Zhang Yuxing. What kind of terrifying mentor does this kid have backing him up? At this moment, Zhang Yuxing no longer dared to consider Su Liang as just an ordinary student, because not a single student at his age could articulate something with such foresight. Many may become successful through pure luck, but for Su Liang, it seemed to be simply a matter of time. Zhang Yuxing sat up straight, his expression turning solemn as he spoke in a tone reserved for esteemed figures. Never would I have imagined that my son has a classmate like you. Su Liang, you've truly broadened my horizons. Su Liang grinned. For others, perhaps these might be mere rumors, but he himself had witnessed firsthand how the machinery industry fell from its heights of brilliance. Especially towards the end, many universities began gradually phasing out their civil engineering programs. This basically indicates that the entire industry is drastically shrinking and will no longer yield the same profits as before. Uncle Zhang, your praise is too much. I've only mentioned we're just chatting casually. No. What you're saying is extremely valuable. Then according to your thoughts, how should our company transform or even expand its business? Su Liang thought briefly and immediately had an answer in mind. If Uncle Zhang really decides to transform the company, then new energy sources might be a promising direction. New energy sources? Zhang Yuxing blinked, looking completely baffled. This term was unfamiliar to him and somewhat incomprehensible. Are you talking about something like nuclear power? Definitely not. That's way too far-fetched for everyday people. But with the progress of time, new energy resources will inevitably replace outdated ones like oil. And electric vehicles will also have a bright future prospect. Su Liang said earnestly. Chapter 31, An Extra Uncle? Zhang Yuxing was completely stunned upon hearing this, his face full of shock and disbelief. The concept of new energy vehicles hasn't yet been popularized domestically, but has been heavily promoted abroad by some entrepreneurs skilled in marketing. There is also a brand new electric car being developed overseas, expected to hit the market in 2-3 years with a rumored high price tag. But he once heard about it during a dinner gathering, where someone claimed that new energy would be the future direction for the automotive industry with very profitable returns. Even outsiders could make a fortune by entering the field early because the most crucial aspect of new energy cars isn't their practical value, but the promotion. As long as the promotion is effective, people will buy it. Moreover, understanding the domestic market, the value of promotion far exceeds the item itself. At the time, Zhang Yuxing had intended to enter this market. Unfortunately, due to his own background in construction and the other party's apparent lack of intent to implement these ideas practically, cooperation was temporarily suspended. He never imagined that after half a year, the same words would come from the mouth of his son's classmate. Could it be that this guy had an extremely precise grasp on the market trend? If that's the case, can you explain the research direction of new energy vehicles? Actually, it's simple. The biggest difference between new energy and traditional fuel-powered cars is that new energy vehicles use batteries. Currently, foreign battery technology isn't fully mature. If Uncle Zhang wants to quickly integrate into the market, you can first borrow foreign battery technology while using it as auxiliary support for independent research and development. Of course, if you want to save time and effort, you can just act as a middleman, introducing core technologies from abroad and then assembling other components domestically. With just a bit of online packaging, I believe many people will be willing to try this innovation. As long as the quality of the car is equal to or higher than the market standard, there will absolutely be revenue. Simultaneously, prices could be deliberately reduced, which would cause a significant impact on traditional automobiles. Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. The knowledge displayed by this young man far surpassed that of his peers. Moreover, the advice given was indeed actionable. Compared to developing independently, learning advanced technology and experience from others was the priority. As long as the market was occupied, there would be ample time and conditions to gradually improve one's own technology later. Younger brother, it's the first time we meet today, but I feel we are quite compatible. Why don't you consider this? If you're interested, you can come to our company as a consultant for the R&D team. Although I currently can't offer too high a salary, if we achieve sufficient profits from the market, I am willing to give you 10% of the shares. Zhang Yuxing spoke decisively, with utmost sincerity. He could sense Xu Liang's considerable talent. Talent like this shouldn't be missed. Of course, Zhang Yuxing knew that his small establishment wouldn't retain such a remarkable individual. But while there's still a chance, it must be attempted. If one easily gives up, Prosperous Group wouldn't have made it to where it is today. Xu Liang smiled wryly. Uncle Zhang, if this were to get out, who knows how many people behind your back would laugh at you? Aren't you worried? A look of arrogance filled Zhang Yoxing's face. In business, only results matter. Who truly cares about the process? Moreover, I've invited you through proper means. Others might mock now, but will regret it in the future. He believed in his own judgment. He wasn't wrong about people. Xu Liang definitely belonged to the level of outstanding individuals. Alright, since Uncle Zhang is so sincere, how can I possibly refuse? Xu Liang slightly lifted the corner of his lips. He had merely been polite earlier. He wouldn't miss out on such a good opportunity. If Prosperous Group's new energy vehicle stands its ground in the future, the annual sales volume alone would be over tens of millions. And all he needed to do was nothing. Earning millions in a year, something many dream of. Good. Then today we will celebrate early, hopefully securing success. Zhang Yuxing raised his wine glass. Seeing this, Xu Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Uncle Zhang, surely you're not actually turning this into doing business over drinks? I'm not even an adult yet, so how would I make mistakes? Realization dawned on Zhang Yucheng as he slapped his forehead, apologetically smiling. What am I thinking? How could I forget at such a critical moment? Just then, Zhang Chong walked in. Seeing both had already started eating, he complained. Dad, why didn't you tell me beforehand? And Xu Liang, waiting for me would have been more thoughtful. Zhang Yuxing furrowed his brows. Young man, don't mess up the family hierarchy. Xu Liang is now my business partner, which makes him my peer. In the future, when you see him, you must address him as uncle. What? Zhang Chong's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe that he went out for just a restroom break and came back to find he'd acquired a new uncle. To make matters worse, this uncle was also a classmate. And when did he become Dad's partner? Although Zhang Chong never pried into his father's work affairs, he clearly understood that Prosperous Group, as one of the leading companies in the city, could only collaborate with those who possessed substantial capabilities. Otherwise, they wouldn't even have the chance to meet. How on earth did Xu Liang manage this? How did he get Dad to cooperate with him? This wasn't just an anomaly, it was more like a comet hitting Earth. Are you just going to stand there like an idiot? Go offer your uncle Xu Liang a toast. Zhang Yuxing smiled meaningfully. Zhang Chong's expression was a mix of disbelief and confusion. His emotions were indescribable. Just moments ago, they were classmates, and now, they were already uncle and nephew. My goodness. Uncle Zhang, please don't joke around with him anymore, or his mind might really snap. Xu Liang grinned before pulling Zhang Chong over to sit beside him. The three of them ate and chatted happily, with Zhang Yuxing evidently in high spirits. He single-handedly drank more than half a bottle of baijiu until his face was flushed red. That's enough. I'm happy today, so if you want to go home, feel free to leave first. I still have another engagement to attend. Dad, take care of yourself and don't drink too much. After Zhang Chong gave some reminders, he and Xu Liang departed. As they reached the hotel entrance, Zhang Chong finally couldn't contain his shock. Brother Liang, what on earth did you do? How did you manage to win Dad's favor like this? I seriously doubt whether you're truly my classmate. After all, something like this had never happened before, and he still couldn't figure it out. Chapter 32. I'm really making money, not just playing games. Maybe it's just like what your dad said. There's a natural chemistry. Su Liang smiled, but didn't speak. There was no need to tell Zhang Chong about these matters. A boy of this age probably wouldn't be interested anyway, especially a spoiled rich second-generation kid like him. He was likely still too caught up in having fun, let alone thinking about making money. Brother Liang, I found you're getting more mysterious, and I think I can't see through you at all. No wonder Qing Xiaoyu looks at you differently. Zhang Chong couldn't help but sigh, feeling deeply wistful. Who would have thought that the gap between people could be so wide? In the past, he thought having money meant everything, but now he realized it wasn't necessarily true. Some people had an irresistible charm that money simply couldn't replace. Haha, stop teasing me here. There are plenty of people at our school who envy you. Su Liang grinned with his mouth open wide. Don't flatter me. Those people just want to take advantage of me. But I've noticed you're different. Even though you're interested in money, you don't easily take advantage of others. Zhang Chong grinned back, seemingly finally having found a true friend. After all, because of his father, he was quite well off compared to peers, and most people approached him for his wealth. In any case, meeting you is fate. Since my dad is now cooperating with yours, feel free to give me pointers in the future. After chatting casually for a bit, they parted ways. By the time Su Liang got home, Lu Hao had just finished streaming. As soon as he saw Su Liang, he began asking endless questions. Boss, how did today's date go? Did you get anything good out of it? His mouth went on nonstop like a machine gun, making Su Liang's head ache. When did you become so nosy? Have you finished your own work? That goes without saying. Lu Hao proudly declared. And after yesterday's incident, my live stream is booming right now. Although the income isn't as high as yesterday, I've still made a few thousand yuan. I never imagined streaming could be so profitable. At this point, he couldn't help but show a look of admiration. He'd never thought that at his age, he could make so much money. He was even surpassing many salaried employees. Big brother, I'm extremely grateful to you. I never thought you could really find me such a great job. What's the point of studying when you have these kinds of skills? Even if he finishes a junior college degree and works hard in a factory for a month, he'll only make a few thousand yuan, much less than what streaming brings in. Of course, why would we two let each other down? Su Liang laughed with a big grin. He was also very happy inside. Yao Jun's place was just the first pot of gold, while his best friend and Xiangxing Group were truly the key ways to help himself quickly enrich. For now, this is just the first step. Once you accumulate enough fans, we can start selling products. But the question is, what do we sell? Lu Hao was confused. He wasn't a manufacturer and had no idea what would be profitable. Don't worry about that. Once we build up popularity, we can open an online store. There will be plenty of manufacturers willing to supply us. Su Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. He had already mapped out Lu Hao's entire career plan. At this moment, there came a sudden urgent knocking on the door, accompanied by an explosive voice yelling, "Boy, are you inside? Get your ass out here." Lu Hao's face instantly changed. Shit, how did my old man find us here? Perhaps out of instinct, he suddenly wanted to find a place to hide. Su Yang pulled him firmly. Why are you scared? We're not doing anything illegal. Besides, if your parents knew about this, they'd probably be overjoyed. There's no way they'd beat you for making money, right? Hearing these words, Lu Hao suddenly understood and regained his composure. That's right. I'm doing honest business. There's nothing embarrassing about it. Why should I be afraid? He then held his head high, taking deep breaths to build up his mental fortitude. Seeing this, Su Yang nodded in approval before walking over to open the door. Unexpectedly, the moment he opened it, Lu Tianda rushed in. His face looked ferocious, and in his hand, he held a broom snatched from somewhere. You little bastard, instead of studying at school, you've been lying to us the whole time. Turns out you've just been hiding here to play games, huh? The psychological strength Lu Hao had painstakingly built up immediately collapsed as he desperately dodged. Su Yang quickly blocked Lu Tianda. Lu uncle, please calm down. Lu Hao isn't neglecting his duties. Shut up, Su Yang. Your parents aren't around, so I can't control you. But I won't let you corrupt my son. Lu Tianda gritted his teeth and cursed furiously, eyes blazing with anger. If it weren't for the neighbor's kid saying he saw Lu Hao playing games online, he would have actually thought this little devil was studying all day, only to secretly do these tricks behind his back. I'm busting my ass earning money outside, and you're using my money to play games? Raised you for over a decade just to get a prodigal son. Dad, what are you talking about? Su Yang has never corrupted me. He's even helping me. Lu Hao hurriedly explained. Lu Tianda nearly blew up, his anger rising. Was this brat brainwashed or something? Now he was even defending him. I'll wake your sorry ass up today, that's for sure. With that, the two began circling around the living room, the noise escalating into mayhem. Seeing this, Su Yang quickly grabbed hold of the situation. Uncle Lu, could you let me explain? If you really want to block your son from making big money, then go ahead and trash the place today. What? Lu Tianda stopped short, confused and bewildered. Making big money? What nonsense was this? Like gaming could ever earn money. Suddenly, he seemed to catch on, veins bulging in his forehead. You little rat bastard, not only are you gaming, but you're gambling too, right? I'll beat you to death today. Both Su Yang and Lu Hao were left speechless. What kind of logic was this? Like there was nothing good ever coming out of them or something. It took a full half hour of explaining. Only then did Lu Tianda realize what they meant. His son wasn't slacking by gaming online. He was earning money at the same time. That's right. The two sighed in relief, faces eased, finally having explained clearly. If they hadn't, they truly wouldn't know how else to clarify things. Rubbish. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Gaming and making money? Why haven't I come across this opportunity? Lu Tianda shook his head as if he were a clapper toy, face full of disbelief. It's true, Dad. If you don't believe me, check this out. Here's the money I made in just a few days. Lu Hao immediately opened the streamer's personal page. As those strings of numbers came into view, Lu Tianda grew even more incredulous. What nonsense are you spouting? Earning more in a few days than I do in a whole month. Is this even gaming? You're practically robbing people. Chapter 33. The exam results are announced. Seeing this situation, Su Yang didn't say anything more and directly clicked to withdraw. Fortunately, the live streaming industry is still in its infancy, so a lot of management is not yet perfect, and income can be withdrawn at any time. When Lu Tianda saw that his bank card had really received over 10,000 yuan, he couldn't help but show shock and disbelief on his face. My goodness, these days playing games can actually make money. It's almost unimaginable. For the older generation, this matter is completely incomprehensible. They don't understand why playing games online could make money, and why are there so many people willing to watch and spend money on it. These people must all be fools. What's the point of what they do? They won't gain any benefit themselves. Uncle Lu, no matter what you think, we have to admit that such a market indeed exists now. To be honest, if Lu Hao were to attend a junior college, it would be quite a stretch. And finding a decent job after graduation isn't guaranteed either. But if he does well in the streamer industry, there will be no worries about making a living for the next 10 years. Even within this decade, he could earn wealth that others take several lifetimes to amass, as long as Lu Hao doesn't overspend recklessly. It's not just him. The next generation won't have to worry about livelihoods. A real top streamer can make several million from just live streaming, and if they can promote goods, this figure could multiply by at least 10 times. Although it seems unbelievable, it's exactly this exaggerated. Lu Tianda couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air, full of bewilderment. For someone like him who hasn't read much, it's indeed hard to comprehend. But the income is real. He remained silent for a very long while before asking slowly, "Are you too sure you haven't done anything bad?" "Dad, rest assured, even though I'm not an academically excellent student, I know right from wrong clearly. If we truly did something illegal or disorderly, how could we still be here unscathed? We would have already been summoned for questioning." "All right," Lu Tianda nodded. Judging from the current situation, things seemed fine. Let the son develop further then. Who knows, he might actually carve out a path for himself, saving money on university tuition too. Plus, making money, what's not to like? By the way, Uncle Lu, how about that house purchase thing we mentioned earlier? Su Yang suddenly asked. How did you know? Lu Tianda looked surprised. He found out about this later by coincidentally speaking with a boss. It was said that housing prices would skyrocket in the next 5 years, rising to at least 3 to 4 times their current value. If one buys a 1 million yuan house now, it could reach 4 million after a few years. For ordinary people, such a profitable deal is rare, so naturally, they wouldn't want to miss out. Yet he didn't expect that his son's classmates would know about such matters. Of course, because he suggested this thing. Lu Hao chuckled proudly, looking smugly happy. The accomplishments achieved by Su Liang made him feel indescribably pleased. Lu Tianda revealed another look of surprise once again. Young people these days were indeed different. At his age, he was only aware of playing with mud in the countryside. He never thought that at such a young age people were already learning to earn money, and some even earned their first pot of gold. Indeed, comparison makes a man mad. You two kids are really accomplished. You're way better than me back then. Alright, keep going. As for your mother's side, I'll explain it to her. But, Lu Tianda glanced around, seemingly calculating something privately. Dad, we're all family. Now's not the time to dance around issues unnecessarily, is it? Lu Tianda showed an awkward expression. You know, your mom has been strict with me lately. I can barely smoke, so, no problem. Lu Hao immediately understood. Gaining his father's support would surely make things more convenient for him in the future, without worrying about other problems. He immediately transferred 3,000 yuan. In the future, I'll cover all your monthly cigarette expenses. Smoke as much as you want. Try to buy the good stuff. Our family also stands a chance to rise to prominence. Money is like an annoying fellow, but everyone likes it. This saying is indeed true. Lu Tianda smiled broadly, nodding continuously, said a few words, and hurriedly left, looking very satisfied. Only then did Lu Hao faintly feel something wasn't quite right. How strange. Why do I feel like my old man deliberately came to take advantage of me? Hearing this, Su Liang burst into laughter. What's the big deal about compensating or not? Anyway, he is your biological father. Consider this money as a sign of filial piety to him. But the problem is that I still owe you money, boss. Lu Hao sighed deeply and said, Su Liang has always remembered his kindness. If it weren't for the boss's financial support, how would he have had the chance to live stream, let alone make money? Therefore, Lu Hao had already planned that in the first 5 months of making money, he would certainly repay most of his income to Su Liang. Just didn't expect that such an event would happen today. Brother, we've been through thick and thin. Who cares about such trivial matters? Su Liang grinned and patted his shoulder. As long as you can become a major streamer, we won't lack money in the future. Besides, when someone helps financially, they also alleviate troubles. From now on, if anyone at home criticizes you, your dad will definitely help you out. Lu Hao nodded, with gratitude showing on his face. If it weren't for boss here, he would surely have been beaten up by his father today. There's no way such a result would have happened. Alright, rest soon. Live streaming is quite tiring. Next, we still need to put in more effort. Su Liang encouraged. Both then went out to the barbecue shop by the roadside for some late-night snacks and returned early to sleep. 3 days later, Su Liang came to school. Today was the day the preliminary exam results were announced. When Yao Jun walked in with the score sheets, all the students in the class showed signs of tension. Only the physics class representative Zhang Tao had a confident demeanor, looking smugly at Su Liang from afar. Tao brother, looks like you're sure to win today. Yes, that Su Liang guy is only decent in physics at best. Everything else is utterly unworthy of mention. To dare act arrogantly in front of us is truly showing ignorance of our superiority. As everyone chattered away, Yao Jun read out the list of the bottom 10 students. Surprisingly, Su Liang wasn't among them. So this guy actually managed to escape being at the bottom. No wonder he dared to bet against the physics class representative. Chapter 34. Shouldn't people keep their word? What's the point of that? Everyone knows Zhang Tao excels in every subject. Even if Su Liang scores full marks in physics, the total score of his other subjects probably won't add up to 300. How could he compare with Zhang Tao? Hearing this, Zhang Tao became even more confident. The thought of Su Liang being humiliated in front of the whole class and the monitor filled him with immense joy and happiness. Yao Jun looked at everyone, expressionless as he was about to pick up the report cards. Let me announce the top 10 students of our class for this time. The names read out were mostly familiar faces, especially Zhang Tao and Bai Rou, who consistently ranked 3rd or 4th. When the 1st and 2nd place students were announced, a proud look immediately appeared on Zhang Tao's face. The classmates couldn't help but cheer. Su Liang, what do you have to say this time? I can't wait to eat the ice cream he is going to treat us. It must be very delicious. The classmates discussed excitedly, unable to hide their joy and excitement. Lu Hao's face, however, looked quite grim. Are you serious, big bro? You really lost to this guy? I can't swallow this humiliation. When he saw Zhang Tao during the baseline exam, he didn't like his demeanor, but since he was just an underachiever, there was no opportunity for him to step forward and uphold justice. If they let the other side win today, wouldn't it encourage such arrogance? Su Liang blinked, looking confused. That shouldn't be right. After the baseline test ended, he specifically estimated his own score, knowing that even if he couldn't reach number 1 in the class, he would at least secure the top 3. There was no reason why he couldn't surpass Zhang Tao. Although Zhang Tao was good, he wasn't nearly as good as himself. Was there something wrong with the results of the exam? Just as Su Liang was thinking about raising his hand to ask, he heard the head teacher, Yao Jun, continue speaking. Now I will announce the student in our class who made the most progress. Su Liang. A chorus of boos sounded throughout the classroom. Even though he made the biggest progress, does that change the fact that he lost the bet? Yeah, why would the head teacher mention him separately? Isn't this deliberately teasing him? This time, Su Liang has completely embarrassed himself. What business did he have challenging Zhang Tao to anything except comparing grades? He got himself into this situation. It serves him right. Who could blame it on anyone else besides himself? He brought shame upon himself. Clearly unaware of what the students were discussing, Yao Jun frowned slightly. Quiet down. I haven't finished speaking yet. This time, Su Liang made significant progress in his grades, so his name was not included in the ranking within our class. But he has a ranking across the entire grade. According to the result of Su Liang's exam, he ranked second overall in the school during this baseline test. What? Upon hearing these words, like thunder on a clear day, the whole class stared in disbelief, never imagining that this person could achieve second place overall. My goodness. Who doesn't know that getting first place practically guarantees admission to the best schools in the country, while second place belongs to the academic elites, whose total score might even exceed some students' combined efforts from 2 exams. And yet, under such circumstances, Su Liang managed to overtake everyone. It wasn't merely improvement. It was more like launching a rocket into space. Teacher, I suspect Su Liang cheated. Zhang Tao abruptly stood up, filled with reluctance, unable to accept such a result. How could this be? For Su Liang to rank 20-something in the class already constituted a miracle. How could this guy possibly get second place in the entire grade? Unless cheating, there could be no plausible explanation. Yao Jun narrowed his eyes, originally having liked his physics representative a lot. However, this boy dared to challenge Su Liang. Do you even realize what this person means to me? That's a money-making tree. And his background isn't exactly ordinary either. Cheating? Zhang Tao, have you considered which examination room he was in versus the one you were in? Probably the total scores of all the candidates in his examination room don't match up to your individual score alone. Now you're telling me Su Liang cheated? Are you implying that he used a mobile phone to search online for answers in the last examination room? If cheating had occurred, surely nobody would dare act so brazenly. Zhang Tao opened his mouth to speak, hesitated, but ultimately said nothing. Everyone in the class knew Su Liang took the test in the last examination room. At the time, it was quite the laughing matter among everyone. After all, to be placed in the last exam room meant someone was considered the worst of the underachievers. All candidates in that room were basically the disgrace of their respective classes, at least when it came to academics. Yet, the last examination room produced the second highest ranking student of the whole grade. Unimaginable. Now, is there anyone who still has doubts? Yao Jun asked in a decisive tone. The students looked at each other, unable to describe the shock in their hearts. Good heavens. Who would have thought this person had been concealing his true abilities for 3 years, only to burst forth right before the college entrance exam? It was simply unexpected and beyond comprehension. Bai Rou was equally perplexed, finding it even harder to understand. Even though she knew Su Liang had made great progress in physics, there was no reason for him to improve so rapidly in all subjects within such a short time. Even a genius might not be able to achieve that. Xiaorou, when did Su Liang's grades become this good? Why didn't we know anything about it before? Her best friend Wang Fong was full of confusion and then suddenly remembered something. I remember you seemed to make a bet with him. Now that you've lost the bet, what are you going to do? You can't possibly declare your feelings to him in front of the whole class, right? If that happened, Bai Rou would lose face, and Su Liang would surely use it as material for boasting. Just imagining the scene made even Wang Fong, as a best friend, unable to bear it. What if we just pretend we don't know? Maybe everyone will gradually forget. As soon as Wang Fong finished speaking, Lu Hao nearby couldn't help but sneer sarcastically. Teacher, shouldn't students always keep their promises and act according to their words? Yao Jun nodded. That's absolutely right. You have been taught since childhood to be honest and trustworthy. But before the results of the baseline exam came out, someone made a bet with my boss. If they lost, they would treat the whole class to ice cream, and also kneel down and kowtow 3 times while calling the winner dad. Now someone has lost. I wonder if the teacher thinks this person should be punished accordingly. Yao Jun paused, scanning around the classroom, instantly understanding the situation. It seemed to be the conflict between Su Liang and Zhang Tao. If it were in the past, he wouldn't have interfered and might even have favored Zhang Tao. But now, times have changed. Su Liang is the pearl in the palm. Anyone who dares to offend him is challenging Yao Jun himself. Chapter 35. Who cares about that amount of money? Yao Jun nodded solemnly, as if he was serious. Although I, as your head teacher, do not advocate such activities among you students. Honesty is a traditional virtue, and we should keep our promises. Of course, this is a private matter among classmates, so I hope you can handle it properly and don't make it public. The implication was that he would turn a blind eye to the matter. Whoever was wrong should admit it, and whoever needed to spend money should just do it. When Zhang Tao heard these words, his face instantly changed, full of disbelief. Teacher, are you really condoning Su Liang doing such things? Su Liang chuckled inwardly. Do you think why does the head teacher favor me? He himself gambles in private, and now since you've lost, you're trying to use excuses? How ridiculous. How could such a thing ever happen in the world? Lu Hao was even more straightforward. Zhang Tao, are you not able to accept your loss? What happened to your smug look earlier? If our leader had lost, probably you wouldn't have complained at all. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Tao's face turned extremely pale, alternating between red and purple, making him look even more clownish. Seeing all the classmates looking at him with complicated expressions, Zhang Tao couldn't help but argue back. How could that be? I'm not like you 2 penniless guys who would care about such an amount of money. What truly bothered him was that he felt it was unfair to lose to Su Liang. On what basis could this guy score so well? Someone might have been playing tricks behind the scenes. Alright, resolve your matters privately. Now it's time for class. Regarding this preliminary examination, I believe everyone has seen their own results and strengths. So in the following period of time, Everyone must clearly set their goals and work harder. Otherwise, by the time the college entrance exam arrives, it will be too late to regret. Yao Jun said with apparent seriousness. In the class, he had to at least appear teacher-like. He couldn't allow students to think he was irresponsible, right? This would affect his career as well as have adverse effects on the entire class. When the bell rang signaling the end of class, Yao Jun picked up the test papers and said seriously, "Everyone, reflect carefully on this today. If necessary, we can notify the parents to come to school for a separate discussion. We can also develop a more detailed and targeted review plan for each student." After saying this, he hurriedly left. Instantly, the classroom erupted into chatter with all the students talking noisily. My goodness, this preliminary exam result is simply unbelievable. Who would have thought that Su Liang could rank first in the whole class, and even achieve a ranking throughout the entire grade, something absolutely no one from our class has managed to do in the past 3 years. Exactly. The usual top students have now fallen. They must feel worse than us. Listening to the buzz among the students, Su Liang paid no attention at all. As he was collecting his things, suddenly a figure rushed over. Tell me, did you cheat during the exam or not? Zhang Tao said furiously, having thought about it the whole class period without figuring out where exactly the problem lay. The worst part was that Su Liang, sitting in the last examination room, had scored second place across the entire grade. Even if there had been cheating, there was no proof. But as with his previous results, even with improvement, it certainly shouldn't have been possible for him to do so well now. Su Liang grinned. I didn't come looking for you, but you came to me? Haven't I forgotten? Someone mentioned bowing down and apologizing. Now that the teacher isn't around, are you thinking of denying it? You. Zhang Tao's anger flared, gritting his teeth. Will you just kowtow because I said so? Would all the other students in the class agree with that? Why not? Just kowtow, and you'll get ice cream. Who wouldn't want such a great deal? Lu Hao fanned the flames on the side, wearing an amused expression. Daring to pick a fight with Su Liang? Do you know who you are? Can my big brother just let someone mess with him like that? The more arrogant you were before, the more miserable you'll be now. After this statement, other students joined in agreement. They didn't care who ultimately won. All they wanted was a good show and some free ice cream. As they heard the teasing, Zhang Tao turned a shade of liver red, wishing he could find somewhere to hide. Never in his dreams did he imagine he would end up in such an embarrassing situation, especially when his eyes caught by Ro's glance. The hatred was almost unbearable. Why? Su Liang slept through the classes, remained mysterious after class, ran off somewhere, had no money at home, and didn't receive tutoring lessons from anyone. And yet this waste of space somehow managed to score second in the whole grade? Unwilling. Absolutely unwilling. Su Liang, let's have another competition. I can't believe I'll lose again. Zhang Tao said fiercely, his eyes blazing with fierce fighting spirit. He wanted to prove right in front of everyone that he was better than Su Liang. The second place rank in the entire grade had to be achieved through cheating. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang gave a light laugh. If you don't want to kowtow, then it's up to you. It's your fault for being unreasonable. As for not treating everyone to ice cream, I can take care of it. However, from now on, there probably won't be any place for you in this class. With that, he beckoned with his hand. Lu Hao immediately approached. What does our leader need? Go to the school cafeteria and buy all the ice cream for me. All classmates today can eat as much as they like. Anyway, the two of them didn't even care about such a small amount of money. Bing Shilin, isn't that just pocket change? It was precisely because of this that Zhang Tao looked down on Su Liang and Lu Hao. Today, the opponent needed to know that he couldn't outdo Su Liang in academics or money. All the classmates present were utterly shocked upon hearing this, their faces filled with disbelief. You've got to be kidding? There are over 60 people in our class. Each ice cream costs at least 10 yuan, which adds up to 600 yuan. Su Liang doesn't own a single item worth more than 600 yuan. Can he really afford to spend so much money? Bai Rou also felt a stir in her heart. This result wasn't exactly bad or good for her. However, Su Liang's grades genuinely came as a surprise. She initially thought he only improved in physics, but never expected him to surge forward full speed and make an impressive debut. No wonder he always seemed disinterested, and Bai Rou initially thought it was an act. But now she realized that he genuinely had enough competence. No way. Su Liang absolutely cannot be taken by Cheng Xiaoyu. Otherwise, Bai Rou would lose not only the person but also the face. From now on, she would become a laughingstock among all the students. Who could possibly tolerate that? Chapter 36. Had he been hiding all along? Su Liang, we're all classmates here. If there's room for mercy, then let it be. It's just one exam. There's no need to make a fuss about it, is there? Bai Rou stepped forward and said gently, her face adorned with a faint smile. She looked like the embodiment of propriety and grace. Su Liang squinted his eyes, knowing full well that she was trying to trap him again, so he grinned widely. Class monitor, who exactly is being overly critical here? Zhang Tao has already lost. I'm covering the costs myself without gaining any advantage. And yet you blame me? Isn't that a bit too much? The entire class erupted in shock. No one had expected Su Liang to publicly embarrass the class monitor like this. This was sure to get interesting. Bai Rou was momentarily taken aback. She had originally intended to find an excuse to ease the tension since she was, after all, the class monitor. But she certainly hadn't expected Su Liang to show no weakness at all. Of course, Bai Rou had guessed why he was doing this. Despite winning, he chose to pay out of his own pocket, essentially humiliating Zhang Tao completely. But what did this mean for her if Su Liang was gaining favor among their classmates? Although Bai Rou indeed saw a different side of Su Liang, her sense of impending threat grew heavier. This guy always managed to surprise everyone. No wonder the school's beauty had started taking notice. Su Liang, I know your family isn't in the best financial shape, so there's no need to push yourself unnecessarily. Moreover, the classmates will understand. Bai Rou said kindly, and this statement came from her heart. Perhaps others didn't know, but she had heard that Su Liang's family wasn't doing well. His father was raising him alone and worked far away from home year-round. It was no wonder he lived rather frugally. Su Liang gave a wry smile. In the past, he would have definitely felt self-conscious about such matters, as money troubles often stymie even the strongest of men. Especially at such a youthful and spirited age, seeing peers wearing brand-name clothes, eating fine food, talking about expensive digital products, or discussing trips abroad could only make one feel worse. But now things were different. Su Liang understood well that only by earning wealth through hard work could one truly possess something. Moreover, considering his family situation, no one in the class could claim to be richer than him. Class monitor, this little matter doesn't need to bother you. I have enough money to treat everyone to ice cream without forcing myself. With that, Su Liang subtly nodded to his best friend Lu Hao, who caught on instantly and hurried outside the classroom. About 10 minutes later, he returned carrying 2 large bags of ice cream, looking triumphant. Everyone come try some. If it's not enough, I'll buy more. Seeing this spectacle, every student in the class widened their eyes. Good heavens. Su Liang wasn't kidding around. He really could afford to treat them. Bai Rou was equally surprised. What was going on? This seemed completely at odds with what she had imagined. Where did Su Liang get all this money? Zhang Tao, unsurprisingly, was in the most awkward position. Standing there, confused, he didn't know whether to leave or stay. As Lu Hao passed Zhang Tao, he taunted him deliberately. Physics representative, sorry. I didn't buy any for you because I don't know your taste, so if you want some, you'll have to go buy it yourself. The students burst into laughter, mockery painted across their faces. Ha! Who would have thought Zhang Tao, who looks so proper, turns out to be utterly unreliable? That's true. He lost the bet, but refuses to admit it. Now, it's the winner, Su Liang, who's treating us to ice cream. Su Liang is so much better than him. I'm ashamed to have such a classmate. Unable to endure the ridicule any longer, Zhang Tao stormed out of the classroom in embarrassment. Lu Hao laughed heartily upon witnessing this. Boss, this guy deserves a serious beating. Otherwise, he'll never learn his lesson. He keeps thinking we're easy targets. Su Liang remained silent with a smile as he tidied up his books. And all this was observed silently by Bai Rou, standing a short distance away. Rou, do you feel like Su Liang is becoming less and less like the person we imagined? Wang Fong quietly remarked beside her, her eyes filled with bewilderment. The situation was getting stranger by the minute. In the past, Su Liang was merely a small, invisible presence in the class. No popularity, no standout abilities, poor grades, and no influential background to speak of. But now, it was as if he had transformed entirely. Regardless of any situation, he handled everything with ease and exuded an inexplicable aura that defied understanding. Could he truly be just an ordinary high school student? Simply looking at him was enough to boggle the mind. Bai Rou stayed silent, though inside she shared the same intense curiosity and determination. No matter what, she had to uncover exactly what Su Liang was hiding. Could it be that all along, Su Liang had been deliberately keeping a low profile? Unconsciously, time slipped by. It was time to go home. The classmates each tidied up their things and left. Lu Hao and Su Liang also slung their school bags over their shoulders and walked out of the school gate. Even at this moment, they were still talking about what had happened earlier that day. Boss, from now on, there definitely won't be anyone in the class who dares to look down on you. Especially that Zhang Tao, he finally got a taste of hitting a rock, didn't he? Just imagining the scene made one feel refreshed and completely relaxed. Su Liang grinned widely. Zhang Tao? He means nothing. A small shrimp like him isn't even worth our attention, so it's unnecessary to waste too much energy on him. At this moment, a boy suddenly approached them from ahead, about the same age as them, but his entire body looked dirty, just like a beggar. Please, gentlemen, I don't have enough money to go home. Could you help me out? Rest assured, gentlemen, I'll repay you tenfold once I get back home. The boy asked tentatively, with obvious anxiety on his face. Lu Hao furrowed his brow and said irritably, what are you doing here? Go away, don't ruin our good mood. Hold on, if someone is in trouble, then we naturally shouldn't leave them without help. As Su Liang spoke, he pulled several hundred-yuan bills from his bag and handed them over to the other person. The boy grabbed the money as if clutching a lifeline, expressing endless gratitude with continuous nods. No problem, hurry back. Your family must be worried about you too. Thank you. The boy turned around and hurried away with the money. Lu Hao was visibly upset, stamping his foot in frustration. Boss, aren't you usually smart? Why did you mess up this time? Did I mess up? Su Liang blinked his eyes in surprise and confusion. Yes, this guy was obviously a scammer. How could you believe he really needed money and was begging because he couldn't go home? Lu Hao sighed deeply, not for the loss of those hundreds of yuan, but purely out of the belief that goodwill shouldn't be wasted on scammers like him. Su Liang's lips curved upward slightly. Chapter 37. All thanks to the enthusiastic student. Perhaps Lu Hao didn't know, but the boy he had just encountered wasn't actually a fraud, or at least not entirely. That boy was in fact an undercover police officer. Su Liang had felt something familiar about the boy the moment he saw him, and after a brief moment of thought, it clicked. In his previous life, he remembered reading a local news report. To dismantle a human trafficking gang, the police had sent out a young officer on an undercover mission. However, the criminals, to test whether this young officer could be trusted, instructed him to beg on the streets. Unfortunately, due to staying too long on the streets, the young officer was recognized by someone he knew, exposing his identity. As a result, not only did the arrest operation fail, but the undercover officer also lost his life. The reason Su Liang gave money to the boy was to help him earn the trust of the criminal gang. If his cover wasn't blown, there would still be a chance to turn things around. And there would be an opportunity to infiltrate the criminal organization from within and rescue all the innocent victims. Brother, even the wisest can make mistakes sometimes. Don't assume you're smarter than everyone else. What if the other person is truly genuine? Su Liang said with a meaningful smile. Lu Hao shook his head furiously, like a child with a rattle drum. How is that possible? Look at him. Healthy limbs, soft skin. Where does he look like someone begging on the street? He's obviously a con artist. What if he goes back home and splurges this money on food and fancy cars, living in luxury? Don't you feel irritated by that? Lu Hao gritted his teeth just thinking about it. These scammers were really despicable, and it was his boss' excessive kindness that had them fooled. Su Liang remained silent with a faint smile. All right, if he's a scammer, then we'll consider it money spent to avoid disaster. If not, let's count it as doing good deeds. With that, the two headed home. Back inside the house, Su Liang took out his phone and began checking the latest stock market trends. Based on his estimation, there might be a slight increase in the market over the next week. Trying to make money off Yao Jun probably didn't hold much meaning anymore. This guy likely wouldn't be winning for much longer either. Fortunately, live streaming and Xianxin Group had opened new opportunities. It was now time to launch a true venture. Just then, Lu Hao turned his head in disbelief. Boss, you're truly divine. What's wrong? Su Yang looked up, puzzled. The kid we met on the road just now wasn't a scammer after all. Not only was he not a scammer, but he's also a police officer. As Lu Hao spoke, he pulled up a news article showing photos of the police raiding the criminal gang. One of the officers clearly recognizable as the beggar they had met earlier. Haha, I told you so. We must learn to do good deeds and be kind. Su Liang slightly smiled, feeling satisfied knowing that he'd helped that man avoid disaster. Otherwise, such a guardian of the people might have already perished. But boss, why do you seem completely unfazed by this? Could it be you already guessed his identity beforehand? Lu Hao widened his eyes in disbelief. Not exactly, Su Liang said vaguely. I knew he wasn't a real beggar, but I also felt he couldn't be entirely bad. Judging by his appearance on the street, there must be some reason behind it. Amazing. Lu Hao raised his thumb in admiration, filled with respect. He was just too strong. Meanwhile, at the Criminal Investigation Division headquarters, a newly dressed former beggar emerged from the restroom, his police uniform impeccable and his demeanor full of confidence. He looked no older than 20, fresh out of the police academy, most likely. The division captain approached quickly, excitement evident on his face. Zhou, your performance on this mission was absolutely outstanding. Once they've confessed, I'll definitely file a commendation based on your actual achievements. Zhou Yang scratched his head sheepishly. Captain, don't praise me too much. Honestly, I didn't do much. If it weren't for you infiltrating their ranks, how could we have so easily found their hideout? Not to mention being able to conduct a surprise nighttime raid and capture them all in one swoop. The division captain sighed deeply. It was only because the young officer knew that he was used as bait. It was simply unavoidable since he was the freshest face among them. Whether or not the mission would succeed, however, was uncertain, especially given the officer's lack of experience. Any issues would ultimately fall on his shoulders. But in order to take down such a notorious and cruel human trafficking syndicate, the captain was willing to stake his entire career on it. He never expected everything to go so smoothly. Captain, come to think of it, I owe my success to gaining the trust of those guys because of a student I encountered on the street. Zhou Yang mused aloud. A student? The division captain seemed confused. That's right. At that time, I was pretending to beg on the street, and everything seemed hopeless. But this young brother actually gave me hundreds of yuan in one go. And that's how I managed to earn the trust of those criminal gangs. I thought that although he didn't accomplish much, it still wouldn't make sense to spend so much money without a reason. We need to find him. The detective squad captain nodded in approval upon hearing this. Good job. It's our principle not to take even a needle or thread from the people. This money should have come out of our police squad activity budget, right? Do you remember where they live or their names? I'll arrange someone to return the money. Zhou Yang sheepishly smiled. Not sure, but I remember their school. I can check it out tomorrow. Great. Su Liang was comfortably watching TV at home, while Lu Hao was fully focused on live streaming in the adjacent room, his occasional roars audible. It was evident that this guy had completely embraced his new identity and adapted quite well. Just then, Su Liang's phone suddenly rang. It was Zhang Yuxing calling. Where are you, little bro? I'm at home, Su Liang casually replied. Do you have time? Yes. Great. I'll bring the team over right now. Before Su Liang could ask anything, Zhang Yuxing had already hung up, clearly in a hurry. Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. Who would have thought that the CEO of Xianxin Group, despite being middle-aged, was still so energetic? No wonder he'd managed to become the industry leader. If he lacked any personal drive, he probably wouldn't have achieved such success. About 20 minutes later, there came an urgent knock on the door. Su Liang went to open it. Zhang Yuxing walked in with a young man, looking around curiously as soon as they sat down. He couldn't help but remark, little bro, so this is your place? Can't believe it, so minimalist. Apart from some basic furniture, there was absolutely no decoration, just like a simple rental apartment. Chapter 38. Without the skills, you dare to deceive people. Su Liang couldn't help but tease upon seeing the situation. Uncle Zhang, could it be that you came here today just to deliberately mock me? How could that be possible? Zhang Yuxing said seriously, still unable to completely conceal the shock within his heart. Although he had been informed by his son Zhang Chong beforehand that Su Liang's family situation wasn't good, at that time, he only thought it was feigned modesty. Most true big shots appear unremarkable to outsiders. Yet when they actually reached Su Liang's house, it turned out not to be the case. This young man comes from an ordinary background, yet possesses a set of skills and insight and courage beyond his peers. My goodness, even Zhang Yuxing found it unbelievable. In his view, the probability of someone like Su Liang being cultivated in such an environment might be less than 1 in a million. He also sighed inwardly. Indeed, comparing people can really drive one to despair. His own son spends all his time eating, drinking, and having fun, learning nothing, whereas the other has already acquired the basic qualities of an excellent entrepreneur. No wonder some people can rise to prominence. Their very existence is a near miraculous phenomenon. Little brother Su, today I finally understand what a dragon lies coiled truly means. You've hidden your abilities too deeply. Zhang Yuxing sighed. Su Liang smiled with his mouth open wide. The family situation is just like this, so I don't have anything to hide. As for Uncle Zhang, why exactly did you come find me? Zhang Yuxing slapped his forehead, almost forgetting the main matter, then pointed at the man beside him and introduced. This person is currently a specialist in the new energy sector in our city. I told him about the idea you had yesterday, and he thought it feasible. So today, I specifically came to discuss it. A haughty look appeared on the face of expert Huang Yan, and disdain filled his heart, calling it a discussion, but actually coming to wreck the scene. Since finding out that the Strong Prosperity Group intended to shift into the new energy market, many people had extended olive branches. Of course, among them were not a few charlatans, and Huang Yan was one of them. But what he didn't expect was that the person who convinced Zhang Yuxing would be a high school student. Probably thinks he's the same kind as me, just another con artist. There's no way I'm letting Strong Prosperity Group, this big fish, fall into someone else's hands. Otherwise, how much would I lose? So today he specially came to check out this guy's game plan. Daring to compete with me for business? Do you even qualify? Brother, I heard you know a great deal about the new energy market. So may I ask, what makes you believe that just learning foreign technology will allow you to dominate the domestic market in the future? Seeing the other party's aggressive attitude, Su Liang furrowed his brows slightly, confusion flashing in his eyes. It seems like I haven't offended this guy before, but soon he figured it out. Apparently, he views Uncle Zhang as a sucker. Although Su Liang also hoped that Strong Prosperity Group could serve as his stepping stone, he was not one to harm others for personal gain, but aimed for mutual benefit. But if we're talking about scam artists, it's different. It's clear that they're trying to drain Strong Prosperity Group dry. Huang expert, right? Then I'd like to know what you think about new energy. Huang Yan's face immediately showed pride. By new energy, it naturally means breaking the current energy supply. Nowadays, most cars use gasoline. As long as we modify cars to electric ones and focus on technological research, improving the range of electric vehicles and battery life to the most advanced level, we will have a chance to enter the market. Su Liang snorted coldly, mockery shown in his face. Isn't that easy for you to say from a position of comfort? You just go ahead and do research when you please. It took 10 years for electric vehicles to take hold in the market and develop further, while development in batteries has been extremely slow. It absolutely isn't merely related to the automotive industry. It involves too many aspects, and if all funds are poured into battery research, it will be an endless pit. Moreover, there won't be any opportunity for Strong Prosperity Group to profit. Others gradually began dominating the market through references and learning. Yet here you are trying to work behind closed doors? Anyone with normal emotional intelligence would never choose such a foolish plan. Huang expert, can you tell me what stage of development you think electric vehicles will reach in the future? Ho ho. Of course, we have detailed data. The popularization of electric vehicles will occur at least 20 years later, and these 20 years will be our golden period. If we develop a new battery, it will undoubtedly be core technology. 20 years? By then, the yellow chrysanthemums would have cooled down. Su Liang said expressionlessly. Or are you just painting a blank check, so that you can squeeze all the funds out of the Strong Prosperity Group? What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing's face immediately showed a look of shock. Huang Yan was also full of astonishment and hurriedly defended himself. Mr. Zhang, don't listen to this guy's nonsense. How could I possibly deceive you? What I have in hand now is the latest research data from overseas. They said that electric vehicles will enter the market at least 20 years from now. Spare me, where did you hear such rumors? Su Liang stood up calmly, with an air of superiority. At this moment, he was 100% sure that these were fabrications from a fraudster. Or is everything just made up by you? If you don't believe me, you can check the data from our National Scientific Research Institute. The battery technology has already reached preliminary maturity, at most 3 years. Batteries can be put into real production and use. And you don't even know these basic facts, yet you still dare to lecture me here. What are you if not a scammer? Huang Yan's face changed drastically, his inner shock indescribable. No, what kind of trick is this kid playing? He sees through me so easily with just a few words. Zhang Yuxing might not understand new energy, but after all those years of experience in business, upon seeing Huang Yan's expression, he instantly grasped the situation. With a fierce shout, "You scammer, how dare you cheat me? You truly have no idea how insignificant you really are. Uncle Zhang, don't worry about it. I've already called the police. In 10 minutes at most, they'll be here. We can wait until he's inside before detailing everything." My God. Huang Yan's face turned deathly pale, his mind racing in chaos. What? There's something going on at my place. My second aunt's fat nephew needs me back. Mr. Zhang, we'll talk again later. Then he bolted out the door. Seeing Huang Yan's disheveled state, the two burst into laughter. Not bad. Brother Su, I didn't misjudge you. You're indeed extraordinary, but how did you know he was a con artist? Chapter 39, Lucrative Pet Market. Su Liang grinned. In fact, it's not too hard to figure out. This guy's been acting arrogantly ever since he walked in. He doesn't seem like someone here for exchange. Clearly, he thinks I've taken his business. If he were a real expert studying new energy sources, I believe he would be very concerned about many technical aspects, rather than only considering the market and money. I believe Uncle Zhang should have noticed as well, right? An expert with nothing but money on their mind. How reliable do you think they are? Zhang Yuxing revealed an approving look. The young man was indeed different from what he imagined. A high school student who could easily expose a fraudster's disguise was proof enough that his insight set him apart from his peers. I can't imagine how such an environment could produce talent like you. If your family circumstances were more privileged, you'd likely already be one of the most outstanding young entrepreneurs in the country. Su Liang waved his hand, a calm expression crossing his face. Birth, appearance, and many other things are beyond our control. Instead of dwelling on these, it's better to focus on how to walk our own path. That's the most important thing. Uncle Zhang, if I had grown up in an environment like your son's, maybe I'd be just like Zhang Chang. It's precisely because of my circumstances that I'm forced to change. He has the decades-old family business you built for him, while I can only rely on myself. Is this ultimately a good or bad thing? Zhang Yuxing felt a stir in his heart, and a look of sentiment appeared on his face. How could he not understand those words? When he left his hometown years ago, he fought alone too. Had it not been for luck, how could he have reached where he was today? The hardships involved are something only first-generation entrepreneurs like them could truly grasp. Great. Well said. This is the kind of vigor and vitality young people should have. Su brother, after you told me last time, I immediately looked for someone to get in touch. However, I heard that if we want to buy batteries abroad, the price is very high. Are you sure there will be a market when we bring them back? Su Liang grinned. Uncle Zhang, don't you remember what we're best at domestically? What? Zhang Yuxing blinked, his face full of confusion. Copying, of course. Although this behavior isn't ideal, it undeniably has greatly benefited the domestic market. Many foreign countries nearly monopolize core technologies. Their promotion of supporting original versions and patents, in essence, is to safeguard their own interests. For a nation looking to develop rapidly, learning how to overtake others is crucial. Regardless of whether it's a black cat or a white cat, as long as it can change the market and produce results, it's a good cat. We can first purchase a batch of batteries from abroad, and then conduct technical analysis. I believe there are talents like this domestically. Furthermore, if we become overly reliant on foreign technology, they'll surely gouge us. Why let foreigners earn all the money when our common folk can benefit instead? Zhang Yuxing stared wide-eyed, shocked and incredulous. Good heavens, this vision was far too broad. It took him over a decade to realize this, yet a high school student had such profound insight. And Uncle Zhang, don't forget, if we can truly crack this technology, not only can we benefit ordinary citizens, but it will also significantly aid in national development. Just imagine if our country faced sanctions due to technological restrictions. The economic cost would be enormous. Some may spread rumors and jeer sarcastically outside. Are you willing to see that happen? Exactly. Zhang Yuxing nodded repeatedly, patting his thigh. You're right, we absolutely cannot allow foreign bastards to trample on us. I'll go back right away and buy a batch of new batteries, inviting domestic professional technical experts for analysis. Suddenly, his face showed signs of difficulty. However, there might not be any profit in the next 6 months. You won't care, will you? That's natural. Uncle Zhang gave me a platform, and I am extremely grateful. As for making quick money, I have other methods. Zhang Yuxing became intrigued instantly. What method are you referring to? Like small pets, right? Su Liang suddenly said, recalling Zhang Chang mentioning it casually in a chat. Zhang Yuxing didn't see the connection and nodded bewilderedly. And, does that have any effect? It may not have a significant impact, but I imagine families like yours wouldn't hesitate to spend money on good pet food or regular health checkups and care for their pets, right? That's true. My wife treats her dog as if he were our youngest child. His status in the family has almost surpassed mine. Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but shake his head with a wry smile. Suddenly, he seemed to understand. You mean, we can start from this angle? Exactly. Currently, domestic pet hospitals and pet markets are not yet mature, and chaos abounds. Many people get unknowingly scammed, especially when some dog dealers sell mutts under false pretenses. For owners who don't mind much, it doesn't matter, but for others, they highly value lineage or the appearance of their pets. Nowadays, any slightly attractive pet dog on the market can be sold for at least tens of thousands of yuan, and the profit is astronomical. This sounds very promising, and if we achieve scale, we could make several million yuan per year. Zhang Yuxing smacked his thigh vigorously, revealing an expression of excitement on his face. Although he was in real estate, the people he interacted with regularly hailed from various industries. He had once heard someone say that the pet industry would flourish significantly in the next few years because people's emotional needs would grow stronger, while interpersonal demands would weaken. To put it plainly, couples might divorce after marriage or even abscond with money, but pets won't. Sure, a pet might run away, but it certainly cannot take away any family assets. Therefore, many people with some disposable income prefer keeping a pet. Pets can provide companionship during lonely times and entertainment when one is in a good mood. Why not? The main thing is that I'm still preparing for the college entrance exam. After the exam, I want to conduct some research. Chapter 40. Beware of leading enterprises exploding. Choose a relatively suitable place to set up a pet breeding base, including medical care and food. All services will be provided in one integrated package. Su Yang said seriously. This project is great. Would you be interested if I join? Zhang Yuxing said eagerly. Uncle Zhang, do you also want to invest? But aren't you already focused on a new industry and planning to fully tackle it? Su Yang blinked his eyes, his gaze filled with doubt, and was somewhat surprised. Although that's true, who doesn't want their business to cover more areas and ranges? That's how to increase the competitiveness of an enterprise. Now look at our domestic real estate leader. They're involved in every kind of industry, shooting movies, building football teams, and even creating all sorts of cultural creativity. Isn't that for transitioning? Zhang Yuxing spoke with deep meaning. Ordinary people may see the real estate big boss expanding, wanting to build a commercial empire. But those of us insiders are very clear. This indicates that real estate will undergo significant changes in the next 10 years. Otherwise, why would they expend so much effort? Su Yang smirked. I don't know if Uncle Zhang has heard the saying, taking two big steps can easily cause problems. Nowadays, leading enterprises might not still be the leaders after a few years, and there's a good chance they'll explode into scandals. I'm just giving some personal advice. Uncle Zhang, you must not follow their path, otherwise, it will be very difficult for the Xinjiang enterprise. Zhang Yuxing's eyes widened in disbelief. It was unbelievable that someone dared to criticize the entire leading real estate company. Who isn't hopeful now outside? Do you really believe it will end up this way? Is it just your feeling? Uncle Zhang, this absolutely isn't just a feeling. If your Qiangxin group still cooperates with the leading enterprise, I suggest you cut ties as soon as possible to avoid greater losses. And if I'm not mistaken, recently, their payment for your company's cooperation projects should have become increasingly slow, right? Zhang Yuxing paused, previously unaware, but upon careful thought, it indeed seemed problematic. Because the leading enterprise is the largest group in the domestic real estate sector, claiming deep backgrounds and very strong roots. Thus, no one suspects they could suddenly collapse. But if what Su Yang says is true, then that would definitely be a huge hazard. Qiangxin Group alone has cooperated with the leading enterprise on projects worth over 1 billion yuan. If it truly implodes, the consequences are unimaginable, possibly dragging down the entire group. If anyone else said this, Zhang Yuxing might laugh it off. After all, what does an ordinary person understand compared to businessmen like us? Could they possibly foresee others' issues? However, these words were from Su Yang. He once saved both the Qiangxin Group and his own life. Thereby, no matter what, he couldn't refute him so easily. And Zhang Yuxing had a sense about this young man. Though he appeared young, every word he spoke held deep meaning. The fact is that everything he predicted has come true. If it's luck, it's surely too coincidental. Unless he has divine calculations or extraordinary insight into today's domestic industrial situation. Zhang Yuxing came up through hard work himself, so he believed in individuals rather than deities or supernatural things like opening the heaven's eye. It's just something used to fool those common folks. In his view, Su Yang was an unparalleled genius. Alright, I'll have my company check things out later. If there indeed are issues, we need to immediately terminate our cooperation. Su Yang nodded approvingly. Zhang Yuxing continued speaking. But concerning the pet base issue, I still hope to invest. How much money does it take to establish a pet base? Compared to constructing houses, it's trivial. Although this industry might not earn tens of millions or hundreds of millions in profit annually, its profit margin is valuable. If chain pet bases are open nationwide, that profit would be extraordinary, more than real estate. To outsiders, real estate bosses all have assets worth millions or even billions, but there's a long transition period. If Party A doesn't disperse funds, Party B is completely stuck. Worse yet, if Party A runs away, Party B falls directly into the abyss. It's nothing like the ease of dealing in pet bases where transactions happen smoothly. The speed of recouping costs is simply fast. Uncle Zhang, you're not joking with me, are you? Of course not. Zhang Yuxing said resolutely. I absolutely trust your judgment, and if you need my investment, just let me know. Any amount below 10 million yuan will be transferred without any delay. As for the shares, each person gets 50%. This should be fine, right? Su Yang thought about it. This was definitely a profitable deal, as he didn't have to bear any risks, only provide ideas and manage the process, while all financial contributions would come from Zhang Yuxing. Earning half the profit was only fair. Alright, then it's settled. Oh, by the way, if possible, could you arrange a position at the pet base for my son? The kid might as well study abroad for a degree. It'd be better for him to accumulate more practical experience instead, which will also help him inherit the Qiangxin Group later on. Zhang Yuxing grinned widely, not concealing his personal intentions at all. Everything he did now was paving the way for his son, Zhang Chang. All parents in the world have similar concerns. Who truly wants to see their children squander the family fortune? Of course, though Zhang Chang's academic performance isn't great, I can tell he's a very nice person. Just based on that, Uncle Zhang, you've indeed raised a good son. Su Yang smiled openly. He never judged success or failure by academic results. Only those purely bookish students think high grades mean everything is perfect, but that's not reality. After entering society, one realizes the world isn't simply black and white, nor does success in one area mean everything. People shouldn't feel overly proud based on one single measure. This so-called success must gain others' recognition, otherwise it has no real meaning. And in the adult world, there's nothing more universally recognized than money. With money, even old enemies will bow and scrape to you. Grades, however, are merely pieces of paper with some words written on them, completely lacking actual value. So many students and their parents experience a huge sense of disparity after college when they enter the real world. Chapter 41. A policeman who comes specially to say thanks. Many people always assume that as long as you have good grades, then everything can be easily managed. But in reality, it is not so simple. Compared to other things, studying already counts as the simplest matter. Effort pays off. However, in society, not every endeavor works out that way. Capable people need to meet patrons. Ideas must be put into practice. Only when all of these are accomplished can one truly consider themselves on the path to success. And even that does not necessarily mean they have reached their destination. Su Liang naturally accepted Zhang Youxing's proposal because he needed the other party, and the other party also needed him. After chatting idly for a while, with time running late, Zhang Youxing got up to leave. Before going, the two signed another contract. As soon as Su Liang found a suitable location for the pet base, Zhang would immediately transfer the first sum of money. That was an impressive show of trust. Normal individuals collaborating with the strong prosperity group rarely receive such treatment. No sooner had Zhang Youxing left than Lu Hao emerged from the room, stretching lazily and looking exhausted. Phew, working every day is more exhausting than attending classes. In class, I can doze off, but this working thing? No chance. And what do you expect? That's why many people miss student life. They think being in school is fun. It's just less pressure. That's true. Lu Hao nodded in agreement, something he never realized before. Only after starting to earn money did he understand how hard making money could be. No wonder his parents urged him to study hard. Would he rather go out carrying bricks every day and earn dozens or hundreds of dollars? He'd die of exhaustion. The key was, there would be no rest at all. For someone like Lu Hao, it would be pure torture. It might be better to beg. What's this? Lu Hao picked up the contract on the table, glanced at it, and immediately froze, astonished. Strong Prosperity Group. Estimated investment of 5 million renminbi? Holy crap. Boss, where did you get this thing? Faking contracts is illegal. Aren't you afraid of getting arrested? Su Liang heard this and smirked, his face showing ease and calmness, as if it didn't bother him in the slightest. Take another closer look at the signature and stamp at the end of the contract. Faking it? What nonsense are you thinking about? How could I possibly do something so foolish? Unconvinced, Lu Hao flipped to the last page of the contract. When he saw the signatures of the chairman of the Strong Prosperity Group and Su Liang, along with the official stamp, his eyes widened. Hold on, you actually cooperated with them? But boss, how did you manage that? To my knowledge, the Strong Prosperity Group only partners with powerful companies. Even combined, their live streaming ventures barely amounted to an amateur setup, hardly enough to qualify for a company application, yet somehow, such a large group was willing to partner with them. This seemed completely unimaginable and unbelievable, more shocking than the sun rising in the west. One should not belittle oneself too much or underestimate yourself. Perhaps they were simply drawn to our project, Su Liang said with a faint smile playing on his lips. These words left Lu Hao utterly confused. What project? We don't even have any proper project. Don't we have a mess? Also, what's this pet base? I haven't heard of it before. Su Liang briefly explained his thoughts. Lu Hao couldn't help but raise his thumb. He was thoroughly impressed. Never in his wildest dreams did Lu Hao imagine that during the critical pre-college entrance exam period, instead of focusing on academics, Boss was busy thinking of ways to make money, and what's more, succeeding at it. Even ignoring the pet base, simply doing live streaming itself was incredibly forward-thinking. Now, Lu Hao's family fully supports him. At 18 years old, earning several thousand yuan daily was the dream of countless people. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, Lu Hao's family wouldn't have believed it. It was just too amazing, but it proved Su Liang's foresight had not been wrong. So, sometimes you shouldn't undervalue yourself. If you have a dream, chase it. You might succeed sooner than expected. Su Liang smiled meaningfully. To celebrate this rare occasion, the two decided to go eat hot pot outside and unwind, a costly indulgence for students. In the past, Su Liang could only pass by hot pot restaurants to enjoy the aroma from afar. Now, with money in hand, and no longer caring about others' opinions, he felt liberated. Who needs to flatter anyone? Reborn into a new life, Su Liang vowed only to let others flatter him. He was not about to lower his dignity again. Even if it was the school beauty queen or the popular female class president, it's the same. As the two were enjoying their meal, a voice suddenly rang out nearby. Hey, little brother, you're here. I had quite the time looking for you. I waited for 2 whole days at your school gate. Su Liang and Lu Hao looked up, blinking in confusion. They couldn't recognize the neatly dressed young man with a short haircut standing before them. Seeing this, the man intentionally touched his face. Does it ring a bell now? You weren't that beggar from last time? Lu Hao finally reacted, having been momentarily thrown off by the man's present appearance. Zhou Yang grinned. What do you mean, beggar? That was due to circumstances. So can I sit here or not? Of course. Su Liang and Lu Hao quickly nodded. Having learned about this man's deeds through the news, how could they possibly refuse? After exchanging pleasantries, the three exchanged names. Lu Hao couldn't help but exclaim. Brother Zhou, you're so impressive. You just graduated from school and already got the chance to go undercover. Isn't it thrilling? Aren't you scared when dealing with criminal gangs? I'm a bit scared, sure, but as for thrilling, once you experience it yourself, you won't think that way anymore. And the reason I'm still standing here is entirely because of your 2 guys' help. Otherwise, I might have been beaten to death by those thugs. As he spoke, Zhou Yang pulled out several $100s from his bag and slapped it on the table. What does this mean? Su Liang was completely confused, finding the gesture baffling and hard to comprehend. Since you both know who I am and what I was doing at the time, you should also know that we don't take a single penny from the people. Had it not been for the situation, Zhou Yang wouldn't have even accepted that money back then. So today, I've come specifically to return the money, to pay back the favor you did me. You two are great kids. If everyone in our country was like you, would there even be any crime? Chapter 42. A chance to merit has arrived. Embarrassment immediately crossed Lu Hao's face as he recalled how he had accused others of being scammers at the time, which truly made him feel utterly humiliated. These were the guardian gods protecting the common folk, and there was no such thing as peaceful times. It was only because some people carried heavy burdens for everyone else. As for money, it was utterly embarrassing even to think about accepting it. If he did, he would really have no face to see anyone again. Whenever it came up, people would probably feel awkward. Brother Zhou, if this is because of carrying out a mission, then you shouldn't be the one paying for it. You should take it. I've heard your salaries aren't very high either. Consider it an expression of gratitude from us, the common people. Lu Hao said seriously. Zhou Yang's expression remained unchanged. What are you saying? Are you questioning our integrity? Although I know I still have a long way to go before I can call myself a qualified police officer, this sum of money represents stolen goods. Since we've already apprehended them, this money should naturally be returned along the original path. As for the rest, you two don't need to worry. At least I have a job and am doing better financially than you two students. Lu Hao couldn't help but laugh after hearing these words. It may not necessarily be so, Brother Zhou. If you underestimate us like that, you might end up looking foolish. And I actually earn several thousand yuan every day now. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's eyes widened in disbelief. Later, after his investigation, Zhou Yang found out that both Lu Hao and Su Liang were ordinary students in school, and neither of their families were well off. Yet they claimed to earn more than 1,000 yuan a day? Surely they must be joking around with him. No matter what, I'm treating you both to dinner today. Stop declining my offer or I won't consider you two as friends in the future. Really, Brother Zhou, why would I lie to you? If you don't believe me, check my income for today. Lu Hao pulled out his newly purchased phone and flipped through the records of his live streaming platform backend. When Zhou Yang saw all of this, he was deeply astonished, unable to put it into words. Wow, back when he was in high school, he only cared about playing basketball and studying for exams. He didn't expect that kids just a few years younger than himself were so mature these days. More importantly, could someone earn in one day what it took him an entire month to earn? That was too exaggerated. I didn't expect you to be so capable. Truly, I underestimated you. Knowing that, I probably shouldn't have come here today. Looks like I'm suffering needlessly. Zhou Yang chuckled dryly. He originally intended to treat the guests, but never expected that these guys were wealthier than him. It's not completely due to me. It's thanks to my boss. If it weren't for the guidance of my boss, there's no way I could earn this much money. After hearing this, Zhou Yang curiously looked towards Su Liang. For some unknown reason, he felt this young man seemed quite mysterious and unfathomable. If Lu Hao's ability to make money was indeed because of Su Liang's guidance, then this guy's insight must be truly remarkable. Amazing. You are truly the pillars of the future. I hope you continue to develop well. By any chance, if one day I retire or can't make ends meet anymore, I'll follow you guys. Brother Zhou, retirement is impossible, and currently, a great opportunity for you to earn merit lies ahead. If you can seize it, it might allow you to ascend faster. Su Liang meaningfully smiled with a slight upward tilt at the corner of his mouth. Hearing these words, Zhou Yang revealed a look of doubt, feeling somewhat bewildered. Merit? What kind of merit? To my knowledge, recently a group of human traffickers have been wandering around here, and there should also be a bunch of extremely rampant tomb raiders nearby. As soon as those words left Su Liang's mouth, Zhou Yang's face immediately changed. The criminal investigation team was responsible specifically for handling criminal cases, and all matters involving criminal offenses could be managed by them. Just 2 days ago, the criminal investigation team received a report delivered by the Cultural Relics Bureau. They discovered traces of tomb raiders in the suburbs, but since the Bureau arrived too late, they had already fled. However, according to the clues, this group of tomb raiders was still active in the vicinity. But the problem was that only the criminal investigation team internally knew about this. It had never been publicly announced. Where did this high school student hear about it from? Could it be? Zhou Yang deliberately lowered his voice, his eyes filled with seriousness. Could it be that you know those tomb raiders? How could I possibly know them? Su Liang grinned. He remembered this clearly too. At the time, a major theft case indeed happened in the city, where a tomb dating back 800 years was stolen. According to the later evaluation by experts, the cultural relics inside this ancient tomb were worth at least 50 million yuan. The case drew much public attention at the time, but in the end, no one was able to find the real culprit. 2 years later, these artifacts unexpectedly appeared at an overseas auction, clearly having been secretly sold abroad. Meanwhile, the entire antique community lamented the loss. That group of tomb raiders had betrayed their country's dignity for just a little money, while those treasures were far beyond monetary value. Su Liang knew he didn't have any extraordinary skills, but since he'd encountered this, he felt he should contribute something to the nation. Otherwise, how could he feel worthy as a citizen? How did you know? Zhou Yang couldn't figure it out after much thought. With how advanced the internet is now, and many netizens have already talked about it along with various guesses, do you really think ordinary people haven't heard anything? Su Liang said meaningfully. Zhou Yang frowned, revealing a solemn expression in his eyes. This case was extremely important to the Cultural Relics Bureau, and it also placed immense pressure on the criminal investigation team. But unfortunately, that group of tomb raiders was highly experienced. It wasn't easy to catch them, and it was even less likely for him to gain merit through this. As a newly sworn police officer, he would consider himself lucky if he could only cooperate with other colleagues and find some clues, let alone solving it all alone. This matter isn't as simple as you think, and the complications behind it are numerous. We can't even be sure if we'll ever find any leads to those tomb raiders. Yet how dare you claim I could gain merit in this? Zhou Yang laughed helplessly. In fact, you could try another direction. Perhaps the tomb raiders might have already been right in front of your eyes without your knowledge. What? Zhou Yang widened his eyes, full of disbelief. How could this be possible? If the tomb raiders had shown up, they would surely have caught them instantly. Don't joke with me. This is a serious issue. I'm not, Brother Zhou. Have you ever considered whether there might be tomb raiders among those commenting online, or making guesses? Chapter 43. The bottom line must be followed. Boss, what you're saying is a bit nonsense. Even if tomb raiders are audacious, would they dare to act recklessly online? Do you really think they won't get caught? Lu Hao shook his head like a rattledrum. Although the internet wasn't fully developed in this era, there were still many professionals who could trace back the location of the publisher through an IP address. They could even track down the identity of the individual. So, if someone dared to spread rumors online, good luck if it doesn't attract attention and goes unpunished. But if the authorities get involved and the situation gets serious, then the person will definitely be summoned for questioning. It's normal that you don't know. There's a wide gap between different fields. I believe Brother Zhou understands what I'm talking about. Su Liang smirked slightly, with a hint of intrigue in his gaze. Zhou Yang remained silent upon hearing these words, but internally he was already overwhelmed by waves of thought. It was natural for amateurs not to understand, but as a professional from the police academy, he knew that some criminals returned to the crime scene after committing their crime, all for the sake of satisfying their vanity. There's no point in wealth without returning to one's hometown, much like wearing fine robes in the dark of night. Anyone, after completing their masterpiece, wishes for recognition. However, due to the special nature of crime, it isn't possible to promote it brazenly, but other means can satisfy such psychology. The internet is also a way since no one knows the real background behind those wires. So your idea is that we start our investigation from online discussions? Zhou Yang furrowed his brows, filled with gravity. This workload was far beyond ordinary standards. With the limited resources of the criminal investigation team, it was impossible to accomplish. We can do some screening. The simplest would be time, followed by the geographical location of the IP, as well as comments and posts. Of course, we can also revisit the crime scene nearby for further investigation. There's no impenetrable wall in the world, and I believe the group of tomb raiders must have left some leverage. Zhou Yang was skeptical, truly unable to comprehend why Su Liang seemed so knowledgeable on this matter. Does someone in your family work in this field? No. Su Liang shook his head. Lu Hao chimed in. His dad works outside year-round. How would he know anything about catching thieves? Then where did you learn from? Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel perplexed. This level of professionalism was comparable to the criminal investigation team. I occasionally love reading detective novels and movies, so I understand somewhat. Su Yang waved off casually, fabricating an excuse. Wasn't it easy for him? Oh, I see. Zhou Yang nodded. Everything seemed reasonable enough. In that case, I'll report back to our captain. If there's any progress, then discussing further later wouldn't hurt. However, he felt that this possibility wasn't too high, considering Su Liang was merely a high school student. Alright, let's eat first. Su Liang held up his glass filled with chilled cola. Brother Zhou, I celebrate your triumphant return, and may you succeed in your next case. Ha, kid, the way you talk and act doesn't resemble a high school student at all, a bit ahead in maturity. Zhou Yang sighed. He inexplicably had a sense of speaking to someone of the same age. Su Liang grinned. Life's pressures, who doesn't want lifelong happiness, carefree? The three clinked glasses repeatedly and ate heartily. In the end, each had a round belly, but the bill was paid by Zhou Yang. After all, as an older brother, how could he let his younger sibling pay? After separating, Lu Hao draped his arm around Su Liang's neck animatedly asking, Nice job, boss. You've practically connected with people from the official sector. Does this mean we can operate freely between the black and white sides here? What are you dreaming about? Su Liang laughed and scolded. To mention someone influential, it'd surely be Grandpa Wei. As for Zhou Yang, he purely helped out of goodwill. Besides, in this day and age, do you really think you can control both sides? Likely, you'd just end up eating prison food inside. How about it? If you want to go, I can escort you halfway. Forget it. Lu Hao quickly sobered up, fear flickering in his eyes. If anyone else said this, he wouldn't believe it. But his boss was always a man of his word. If he were actually locked up, wouldn't that be a terrible loss? Still, boss, regarding that tomb raiding case, I think it has potential. Suppose if we solve it before the police, aren't we likely to find a few treasures? I've heard these unearthed antiques are incredibly valuable. If they could manage to get their hands on even one artifact, the two of them would probably have no financial worries for the next 20 years. Su Liang immediately smacked Lu Hao on the back of his head. What are you daydreaming about? Is this money something you should be thinking about? Brother, we're still young with a bright future ahead of us. And in this era, there's no shortage of ways to make money. You need to remember, there are some things we shouldn't do. Some money we shouldn't earn. Otherwise, one day, you'll pay a heavy price for it. This was earnest advice, a genuine warning. It's easy to lose perspective when someone suddenly becomes wealthy after being poor. But some people meet mentors who help them regain clarity and preserve what they've worked so hard to achieve, while others let arrogance take over, surrounded by fair-weather friends. Before long, the wealth painstakingly accumulated will be squandered away. Su Liang had witnessed such cases more than a few times, especially those like Lu Hao who gained fame at an early age, already brash due to youth and bolstered by wealth, often became arrogant and unaware of their limits. And these types inevitably paid a heavy price for their recklessness, something Su Liang would not allow to happen close to him. Boss, I was just joking. Is there any need to sound so serious? Lu Hao blinked, somewhat awkward. I'm warning you. If you take my words to heart, life will be much easier in the future. But if you insist on going your own way, well, there's nothing I can do. Su Yang said seriously. That's not what I meant, boss. Lu Hao hesitated but then swallowed whatever he was about to say. Given the bond between them, why complicate it with unnecessary words? True understanding comes through time and shared experiences, not empty talk. Brothers are built step by step, not just proclaimed. As long as he absolutely trusted Su Liang, that was enough. Still, upon reflection, Su Liang really was impressive. How did he dare give suggestions about police work? Isn't it usually just the ordinary people's turn to listen? If not seeing it himself, Lu Hao wouldn't have believed it. Chapter 44, Words Followed by Law. Truly meritorious. At the same time, the criminal investigation team. Zhou Yang returned to his workstation and did not rush to report the content of the hot pot restaurant conversation. This kind of matter, if there is no evidence or clues at all, will probably be useless. The captain was already like an ant on a hot pan. If he reported due to such a small matter, he would likely receive a harsh scolding. After some deliberation, he made a call to his classmate from the cybersecurity unit and received a reply in less than 10 minutes. Old Zhou, according to the information you provided, we did find some leads indeed, and these guys' recent activities are indeed within the area you mentioned. The specific materials have already been sent to you. Thanks. I'll treat you to drinks later. Zhou Yang hastily hung up the phone and opened his email. And when he saw part of the suspect's information, his eyes instantly widened, simultaneously confirming his suspicion. Su Liang wasn't wrong. Although these guys didn't return to the scene after the incident, they were also boasting online. It seems they intentionally wanted to show off their achievements. So what if it's the Cultural Relics Bureau or the Criminal Investigation Team? We can't be caught anyway. Not only that, but they also had to watch helplessly as they made money, their look of petty satisfaction clearly visible. Great. This time we've really found the key clues. Zhou Yang slapped his forehead and excitedly ran towards the captain's office to report his findings. When the captain learned about this, his eyes widened in shock and disbelief, feeling even more incredulous. Since this case was originally reported by the Cultural Relics Bureau, many of the materials were secondhand, plus those tomb raiders fled so fast that they left very little personal information. However, Zhou Yang had now managed to trace several suspicious suspects. His ability to handle affairs ranked among the best in the entire criminal investigation team. Good lad, tell me how exactly you discovered the problem. The captain said excitedly, full of excitement. A case that had remained stuck for so long finally saw a glimmer of hope. Whatever happens, they must seize this opportunity. Zhou Yang scratched his head, revealing an awkward expression on his face. Captain, although I handled the matter, this method wasn't actually mine. Oh, the captain thoughtfully considered this, not appearing too surprised. Based on his years of experience, he could judge that although Zhou Yang just graduated from the police academy with excellent performance, he still had a long way to go before becoming a true policeman. Solving the human trafficking group case for the first time, now having obtained important breakthrough clues again, there must be a mastermind behind him. This person could be Zhou Yang's elder, or one of his old acquaintances in the industry. In short, someone without more than 10 years of experience in handling cases would never be able to accomplish this. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yang gathered his courage. Captain, although I know this sounds incredible, as a police officer, I still cannot lie. In fact, the reason I wanted to use some traces online to find the breakthrough point of the case was because of someone else's hint. And that person was the two students who previously helped me gain the trust of the human trafficking group. What did you say? The criminal investigation captain widened his eyes in astonishment, disbelief written all over his face, the shock too great to describe in words. How could this be? Could two students command a professional police officer to solve a case? More importantly, there truly were results at the end. Are you sure these two students have no connection with the current tomb raiding case? The criminal investigation captain asked seriously, out of professional intuition, finding something unusual. Ordinary students care most about their studies and have relatively shallow understanding of many things in society, yet catching the crucial clue depended on them. They were far too capable. Zhou Yang immediately straightened his demeanor. Captain, I can assure you that they are ordinary students and have no connection whatsoever with those criminals. This is truly quite intriguing. It seems some people are even more capable than I thought. The criminal investigation captain sighed. It's truly surpassing the teacher and excelling over them. If regular civilians could report and provide suggestions, it could greatly save police investigation time and manpower. If that's the case, then let this case be handed over to you, Zhou Yang, fully in charge. In a maximum of 1 week. I hope within a week, those tomb raiders will be delivered to the criminal investigation team. Yes. Zhou Yang stood at attention and saluted. He was even more excited inside, not expecting what Su Liang said about the chance to achieve merit to actually exist. Could this guy possibly have the divine eyes? Too calculating, isn't he? On the other side, in the morning, Su Liang was getting ready to go out, while Lu Hao was still asleep in the room. Ever since Lu Tianda came over, it was as if this guy had obtained an amulet and became even more unrestrained. He even went to school less frequently. For this, their homeroom teacher, Yao Jun, naturally had an opinion. However, after receiving a response from his parents, he stopped asking further questions. After all, it was already the 3rd year of high school, and many people had made their own choices. Some were studying abroad, others through special recruitment programs, and it wasn't so bad for someone like Lu Hao to find a way out in advance, better than just hanging around at school waiting to die. It's rather those students who don't excel enough but fall short of being mediocre that were under enormous pressure, studying frantically every day. Su Liang was not among these groups. He and Liu Hao represented two extremes. One had already found a path forward, making university meaningless for him. It would be better to come out and earn money early. By the time others graduated and struggled to find work, he might already have earned hundreds of thousands. And Su Liang belonged to the category of a genius who suddenly emerged, leading the pack in academic results and breezing into a prestigious university with ease. Now, all eyes were on whether he could make history by getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Just as he entered the classroom, a classmate approached Su Liang. "The homeroom teacher wants to see you." Su Liang blinked, showing a hint of confusion. Could this old gambling addict be seeking information again? Without delay, he immediately headed to the office. "Report." Yao Jun greeted him with a full smile. "If you hadn't shown up, I would have sent someone to your house to look for you." "What's going on? Teacher Yao? Why such urgency?" Su Liang was somewhat puzzled. If it were about stock market intelligence, it wouldn't happen in the office, right? This would create bad impressions if classmates or other teachers overheard. But if not that, then what else could it be? Of course, this time you are really going to make it big. You must seize this opportunity. Yao Jun spoke with excitement, waving his hands animatedly. The more Su Liang listened, the more confused and curious he became. Why was this gambling-addicted teacher acting so unusually? Chapter 45. Why learn English? Just as they were talking, the grade supervisor walked in. "Teacher Yao, bring Su Liang to my office immediately. They've been waiting anxiously." "All right." Yao Jun stood up, adjusting Su Liang's clothing, and then the two went to the grade supervisor's office. Once inside, they saw several middle-aged individuals seated there. At first glance, it was clear that they weren't just ordinary visitors. Everyone was dressed neatly. "What's going on, teacher?" Su Liang asked quietly, increasingly puzzled. "I haven't caused any trouble, have I? Or is there some other reason?" "Didn't I tell you? We hit a stroke of luck this time. These people are all from our city education bureau. Your results are incredibly impressive, so they came specially to do some counseling with you." "Counseling?" As Su Liang wondered, the grade supervisor gestured for him to come closer, introducing him to the middle-aged individuals. "Everyone, this is Su Liang, a student at our school. Feel free to ask any questions, and we will fully cooperate." One of the somewhat chubby middle-aged men had a kind expression. After briefly introducing himself, it turned out his surname was Wang, and he was specifically responsible for admissions work in the City Education Bureau. "Su Liang, your performance in the city-organized preliminary exam was very impressive. Therefore, we decided to personally check it out. Could you explain why you scored full marks in physics, chemistry, and biology, but barely passed in English?" Mr. Wang asked thoughtfully. The reason Su Liang ranked second this semester wasn't due to his poor performance. Rather, it was because of his obvious shortcoming. In English alone, he lagged nearly 80 points behind the top scorer. It was almost like he missed an entire subject, and yet still managed to place second, showing how extraordinary his other subjects were. When the results were announced, every teacher in the school was shocked, except for Su Liang's English teacher, who felt mixed emotions. It was undoubtedly a good thing, but he felt unbearably awkward. My goodness. A genius. How much resentment must students have toward him if even passing would be sufficient? Isn't this losing face in front of all colleagues? Moreover, the perfect scores in 3 science subjects had also caught the attention of the City Education Bureau. This was undoubtedly a prodigy. He might even directly qualify for special admission. Therefore, the Bureau specifically dispatched 3 staff members to investigate. If the grades were accurate, he could definitely join the special recruitment process, potentially securing a better university than through regular college entrance exams. Once Su Liang understood the details of the situation, his heart settled down. He had initially assumed it would be some major trouble. Turns out, this was just pure luck coming his way. "Teachers, the reason my English score is poor is that I haven't spent too much time or effort on it." At hearing these words, both Yao Jun and the grade supervisor turned pale green. "Kid, why do you say everything bluntly? Even giving an excuse, such as performing poorly or lacking a natural talent for English, would be better than revealing the wound yourself." The 3 staff members from the Education Bureau looked at each other awkwardly, not expecting such a direct answer. "Is it that you dislike the English language?" Su Liang shook his head. "Not necessarily dislike, but I find it unnecessary, and I don't want to waste my time on something utterly meaningless." Good grief, heavens. What audacity this kid has shown. English is one of the compulsory subjects in the National College Entrance Examination and, for many people, also a subject where easy points can be earned, since it's a language. If vocabulary is strong, high scores are possible. Yet who would expect this guy to treat it with total neglect? And it sounded like he could have studied if he wanted, but simply chose not to. What kind of student would act so recklessly? At your current score level, without entering through special recruitment, getting into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking would still be challenging, someone noted. "Can you give us a reasonable explanation?" Mr. Wang probed further. "The reason is simple. I am not a foreigner, so why should I strive to excel at English? If I had that time, shouldn't I instead study my own language? If I could achieve a perfect score in Chinese, then perhaps I would consider learning more about English." Su Liang smiled faintly, remaining calm. To him, it made no sense for English to be included in the college entrance examination curriculum. Though English is spoken widely across the world and considered one of the universal languages, why couldn't Chinese fill that role? "I simply want to prove to everyone that even without mastering English, I can still attend a top university. And more importantly, prove to those overseas that we aren't lacking in talent domestically. Why must we rely on their language as a stepping stone?" Everyone present fell silent, their faces filled with expressions of disbelief and astonishment. None of them had expected that Su Liang, a high school student, would possess such awareness. Moreover, He stated it with firm resolve and justification. Even the 3 staff members from the Education Bureau were unable to refute his argument. In truth, the majority of people shared similar sentiments towards English. Ordinary individuals hardly ever need to use it, while those studying abroad or frequently interacting with foreigners wouldn't require this type of learning process anyway. However, when it comes to the college entrance exam, learning English is still considered necessary. What an impulsive kid Su Liang was. He had truly reached an unimaginable level. So, are you saying that you prioritize personal conviction over practicality? Yes. Su Liang nodded. If learning English conflicts with becoming a pillar for the nation, then I'd rather be an ordinary person. Why can't we have our own persistence? Why must we cater to those foreigners? The 3 of them drew in a sharp breath. This revelation was like a splash of cold water on their heads, awakening them. After years of work, many had forgotten their original aspirations, especially those in the education sector. To cope with various exams, they had no choice but to impose extra difficulty on students. They hadn't even questioned whether some aspects were reasonable. Language study indeed provides certain help to students, but only under the premise that it can be applied in their daily lives. And the majority don't have such a need. That's all for our visit. Now, it's time for us to make a statement. Director Wang declared seriously. He turned his head to look at his 2 colleagues. What do you think? The other bespectacled middle-aged man remained silent, and after a long pause, slowly spoke up. I believe students like Su Liang are rare these days. And he is too unconventional. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun and the grade supervisor felt their hearts sink immediately. This time, there was bound to be big trouble. If Su Liang lost the opportunity for special recruitment, everything would be ruined. Chapter 46. Sending to a prestigious school? Dream on. Just as the grade head and Yao Jun were anxiously worried, the staff member wearing glasses shifted the conversation. But I believe our country needs people who are consistently steadfast and principled. Otherwise, what if everyone runs off overseas? Another female staff member also nodded in agreement. That's right. In recent years, outstanding students from prestigious universities almost always go abroad after graduation, claiming further studies, but at least 70% stay there permanently. So all the human resources, material efforts, and financial investments we've poured into them end up benefiting other countries? Who can endure that? I think this year we should give the Tsinghua University guaranteed spot to Su Liang. Director Wang and his colleague with glasses both nodded in approval. However, I think Peking University would be a better fit for Su Liang. Their environment might suit him more. No. Clearly Tsinghua is the better option. They focus more on sciences, and I believe Su Liang's performance will absolutely impress many of Tsinghua's professors. As the argument continued without end, the 3 turned to look at Su Liang. The decision is ultimately yours. 3 teachers, can I take some time to consider? Can you give me a week? Su Liang seemed deep in thought. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun and the grade head felt their hearts jump into their throats. If it weren't for being in front of others, they'd have surely shouted curses. It was rare for the school to produce a student heading to Peking or Tsinghua, yet here was this guy acting reluctant. What airs he puts on? Does he really think he's the only one in the whole city with such an opportunity? Had it not been for Mr. Wei's recommendation, who would come visit you first? Yet unexpectedly, Director Wang nodded in agreement. All right, matters like this concerning the rest of your life need serious consideration, which is understandable. But the deadline will be no longer than a week. If within 1 week you don't decide, it'll be considered an automatic forfeit. And don't blame us for not warning you. Su Liang nodded slightly. Thank you, teacher. I will definitely reply before the deadline. After seeing off the 3 workers from the Education Bureau, Yao Jun and the grade head finally exhaled. They immediately turned around and couldn't help but tease. Young man, you sure have big guts. Do you know these 3 are all key figures in the Education Bureau? Today's special inspection for you was already a great honor, and yet you dare to keep them waiting? Even the grade head could not help but sigh complexly. Never expected our school to produce someone like you. I can't tell whether it's good luck or bad. Su Liang blinked his eyes. I'm bringing glory to our school, isn't that correct? Besides, it's normal to deliberate. How could 2 top-notch universities just deny us our choice? Or do they think anyone they favor must accept their offers? This statement left the 2 teachers utterly speechless. What can they do? Su Liang is a genius, after all. A perfect score in 3 science subjects, not just in the whole city, but likely across the entire province. That's extremely rare. No wonder the Education Bureau made such a fuss about it this time. Fine, you have some guts, and I admit it. But you must seize this opportunity. It's not just your future at stake, but also the reputation of our school. The grade head said earnestly. Rest assured, Director, I understand the situation clearly enough. There's no way I'll put you in an awkward position. Saying that, he left the office. Looking at his retreating figure, the grade head couldn't help but remark. Lao Yao, this Su Liang is truly extraordinary. As a teacher for so many years, it's my first time encountering a student like him. Were it not for witnessing it firsthand, I wouldn't have believed it. Who says differently? This kid has more capability than you imagined. Yao Jun smiled meaningfully. Without Su Liang's brilliance, where would they be able to earn hundreds of thousands in less than a month? It was simply unimaginable before. He'd need to seize another chance to ask Su Liang about stock market updates soon. Whether he could buy a house by the end of the year depended entirely on the critical tips this young prodigy would disclose. On the other side, Su Liang returned to the classroom, only to find Lu Hao asleep, face down on the desk. He nudged the other person. Why are you here? Big brother, how could you start school without calling me? Are you leaving me at your place to guard an empty room? Lu Hao grumbled. Of course, if it were him, he'd probably not come. But since Su Liang was studying, Naturally, he had to tag along. Since daytime was mostly spent sleeping anyway, where he did it made no difference. Suddenly, he changed the subject. I just heard from a classmate that the homeroom teacher called you over. What's going on? Why has he been finding you so often recently? It's about studying at Tsinghua and Peking University. What? Lu Hao thought he had heard wrong. The surrounding classmates also turned their heads in confusion, quite surprised and puzzled. Boss, isn't the college entrance exam still upcoming? Based on one trial test, do you already think it's a sure thing? That's right. Just now, people from the Municipal Education Bureau came and hoped to recommend me as a special student for Tsinghua and Peking. Now, without needing to take the Gaokao, your buddy will be able to attend the top schools in the country. Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an expression of calm satisfaction. He wasn't deliberately boasting. He merely wanted to share this joy with Lu Hao. Something countless people yearn for is now within reach for him. Is there anything more satisfying than this? The other students immediately chuckled derisively. Oh my god, I've never met someone who brags so much. Not even the top student in our school gets such treatment. Yet here you are, jumping up because you ranked second. So full of yourself, thinking you're some world-class genius? It's downright laughable. The one laughing the hardest was Zhang Tao, the physics representative. The incident last time had made him lose face in front of all his classmates, and now, finally, he wouldn't let this chance slip by. Su Liang, oh Su Liang, I truly don't know how you've grown up like this. You got lucky once, and now you think you're God's gift to the world. With that ghastly performance of yours, dreaming about Tsinghua and Peking? More like dreaming about Beijing Youth Bird asterisk. Even that might be too good for you. Asterisk. Su Liang gave him a glance. He didn't originally want to quarrel with Zhang Tao, but since this guy insisted on provoking him, failing to put the other guy in his place would surely make things less interesting. Even if it is luck, so what? At least I have the luck to rank second in the whole grade. Something you could never achieve no matter how much luck you'd need. As for you, being both unlucky and talentless, you'll probably spend your whole life dreaming about getting into a decent second-tier university. As for first-tier universities, well, they're entirely beyond your reach. Chapter 47. I will definitely get into Tsinghua University or Peking University. Zhang Tao was left speechless, seething with anger, but unable to retort. So what? It's still better than you who just boast. In by Ro's presence, he couldn't afford to lose face again and again. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon in the future. Su Liang smirked, not giving it a second thought. Believe it or not, it doesn't matter. The one going to study is me, not you, so it's really none of your concern. Seeing this, Bai Ro felt puzzled in her heart. Although Su Liang's grades were exceptionally outstanding, they were far from meeting the special recruitment criteria. He was merely the second best in the school. In the city, he might rank several thousand places away. In theory, there was no way the authorities could pay such close attention to him. She approached Su Liang. Are you really selected? Of course, I don't have any reason to brag. But, while Bai Ro was still doubtful, Yao Jun poked half his body into the classroom. Su Liang, the leaders from the Education Bureau, are leaving. Don't you want to see them off? After all, they've specially come here to give you the spot. No need, teacher. Anyway, I can thank them after everything is decided. All right, Yao Jun nodded, then instantly turned serious as he looked at the other classmates. You should all take a page out of Su Liang's book. Stop playing around all day. The college entrance exam is coming soon. Some people are already being handpicked for Tsinghua and Peking universities, but I bet most of you can barely get into a second-tier school. Hurry up and focus. As Yao Jun left the classroom, everyone exploded in chatter and gossip. My goodness, Su Liang wasn't joking. What he said was all true. It can't be possible. How does this guy have such good luck? What qualifies him to be directly admitted to Tsinghua or Peking? Life is so unfair. We've spent 3 years studying hard and are still struggling, but he plays around for 3 years and flips everything on its head in his final year of high school. Why can't we be like that? Many students envied and resented him, lamenting their own misfortunes. As the saying goes, comparing goods makes one discard, and comparing people can lead to despair. It wasn't exaggerated at all. Just thinking about how Su Liang could play around carefree while others struggled made everyone feel bitter and envious, unable to even genuinely envy him. Zhang Tao's face turned an ugly shade of liver-colored. He had just mocked Su Liang moments ago, only to be swiftly proven wrong, which was painfully unbalanced. No one knew Su Liang as the bottom-of-the-class slacker until now, when within a week, he became the envy of the entire class, making Zhang Tao the biggest joke. He was more upset than if he had lost his parents. Most importantly, he couldn't figure out why. Why did such good fortune fall to that guy? Lu Hao, on the other hand, was elated. Boss, you really can attend Tsinghua and Peking universities. This is fantastic. That's right. By then, maybe only you will stay here. Su Liang grinned broadly. What's the big deal? I'll just rent a place near your school in the capital and enjoy the hustle and bustle of our big city. Bai Ro stood by the side, stunned for a while before snapping back to reality. She was internally overwhelmed, never imagining that Su Liang had become this extraordinary. She suddenly understood why, prior to this, Su Liang's attitude towards her was so different from his peers. This guy genuinely exuded confidence from within. At this moment, Bai Ro's curiosity had transformed into admiration. This boy was truly unique. Even standing there in cheap clothes, he radiated brilliance. Su Liang, congratulations. You've earned this precious opportunity. Bai Ro's eyes sparkled, and her tone subtly changed. Thank you, class president. You should work hard too. I believe you will definitely get into your dream university. Bai Ro wanted to say something, but stopped herself. Originally, she thought her ace card was excelling in the exams and applying to the same university as Su Liang. What man could resist such grace from a beautiful woman? But times have changed. Su Liang was bound for Tsinghua or Peking University, while her grades could barely earn her admission to a top-tier school. The gap between them had grown significantly. No, I must catch up to Su Liang and refuse to fall behind. Determined deep in her heart, Bai Rou resolved to do whatever it took to get into Tsinghua or Peking University. Hey, who insulted my boss just now? Lu Hao suddenly remembered something and chuckled meaningfully, his tone filled with mockery. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately realized whom he referred to, shifting their gaze to Zhang Tao. Zhang felt like a restless ant on a hot griddle, desperately seeking a place to hide. So what? Isn't it just his good luck? Maybe he used some despicable means, or perhaps even bribed the Education Bureau's leaders. Zhang Tao stubbornly insisted. Su Liang grinned. You're quite bold to say that. If you think I got this spot through some sneaky tricks, then go and report me. If you really succeed in reporting me, it will be equivalent to proving to everyone that I'm undeserving of this honor. Zhang Tao felt as if a bone was stuck in his throat. He had only been talking big. How dare he actually report it? What if they didn't tamper with anything? Then he would be in deep trouble. All right, we'll see about that. Leaving these words behind, Zhang Tao slinked out of the classroom in an embarrassing manner while others burst into laughter. Truly, none had ever seen someone so stubbornly refusing to admit defeat, as if terrified to bow down. At this moment, the bell rang for class, and the students returned to their seats one after another. It was only then that Lu Hao seized the opportunity to ask, Boss, how exactly did you secure this recommendation spot? Not only him, but the entire class was very curious and found it hard to believe. How could the second place achieve something the first place couldn't? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, his gaze revealing a mischievous expression. If we were just considering ranking and grades, I indeed wouldn't qualify for admission to a prestigious university. However, the 3 teachers from the Education Bureau mentioned that they chose me because I'm the only person in the city who scored a perfect score on the comprehensive science exam. Lu Hao suddenly understood. I seem to recall now. There was also a guy who scored over 290 points on the comprehensive science exam, and he too received a direct admission offer. You getting a perfect score truly makes you worthy of attending such a renowned university. Everyone who has been through high school knows that scoring high is not difficult for top students, but scoring a perfect score is a completely different level of difficulty. If we draw an analogy with gaming, achieving a high score is like being a professional player, while scoring a perfect mark is undoubtedly at the level of a world-class pro gamer. In other words, a high score merely sets the threshold for a perfect score. The gap between them is far more exaggerated than imagined. Even a single point might break many people's heads trying to achieve it. Wow, boss, you're amazing. Never thought you'd hide your capabilities so deeply. From now on, you're definitely our school legend. Chapter 48. The credit goes to Su Liang. Lu Hao's eyes were full of admiration. This was the only student in the entire school who had been guaranteed admission to Tsinghua or Peking University, and he even got to choose which one. Indeed, this could be considered making history for the school. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Going to university is just a phase. Our real goal is to become wealthy and live like top-notch people from now on. With this gold medal as a stepping stone, Su Liang's life would undoubtedly become smoother. Ha, that makes sense, boss. Let's see who can save up 1 million first. We'll make sure all our classmates know when it happens. 1 million isn't much. If you really become a big streamer, you might earn that much in a month. The two chatted happily. Although they were in class, the teacher didn't bother with them at all. One had already given up on the college entrance exam, and the other didn't need to take it. They were quite a match. As long as Su Liang and Lu Hao didn't go too far, the teacher wouldn't care if they slept in class or even played games and watched shows. This made the other students both envious and jealous. The best and the worst students got the same treatment. But why did only those in between suffer so much? Elsewhere, in the outskirts, Zhou Yang and his colleague sat in the police car, looking exhausted. They had been on stakeout for over a day. The location was only 800 meters from the Tomb Raider's crime scene, and with the vantage point from above using binoculars, they had a clear view. Xiaozhou, are we sure about this? We've waited for so long, and there hasn't even been anyone who looks like a Tomb Raider. Can we really catch those guys? His colleague asked worriedly, feeling helpless. He had just been transferred and didn't have a partner or any cases yet, so the detective captain assigned him to work with Zhou Yang. Who would have thought his first assignment would be such a tough stakeout? I don't know. Zhou Yang shook his head, feeling uneasy. He was following Su Liang's advice, but he wasn't sure what the outcome would be. If he couldn't solve the case within a week, he would be in trouble. What? His colleague's eyes widened in disbelief. How could they come here without knowing anything? This seemed too unreliable. Xiaozhou, who told you to handle cases like this? It's a complete waste of time and energy. Besides, those Tomb Raiders have already fled. How could they possibly come back? That would be waiting to get caught. Zhou Yang felt a bit lost, not knowing how to explain it. He couldn't say he was following the advice of a high school student, right? His colleague would explode. Let's wait a bit longer. If it doesn't work out, we'll go back. Just then, they saw several suspicious figures. Zhou Yang immediately became alert. Although he only saw their profiles, he recognized one of them as a suspect. They're here. His colleague turned around and, seeing the suspects heading toward the crime scene, was pleasantly surprised. Nice job, Xiaozhou. I didn't think they'd really come back as you said. His colleague had a few years of experience and had never seen something like this before. Initially, he thought it was far-fetched, but now he was utterly amazed. Let's talk about the rest later. You contact the captain. I'll keep an eye on them. After dividing the tasks, they immediately acted. About 20 minutes later, the detective captain arrived with colleagues and asked impatiently, where are they? Xiaozhou, they're still down there. Zhou Yang pointed to an extremely hidden tomb entrance. The location was so secretive that it was hard for anyone to notice. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. This was great. After searching fruitlessly through crowds before, they finally caught them red-handed this time. Who wouldn't be happy? The captain immediately arranged for everyone to take their positions, surrounding the area tightly to prevent the tomb raiders from escaping. All the officers quietly waited, not even daring to use the bathroom. After nearly half an hour, a rough-faced man emerged from the hole, looked around, and called down. "It's safe, hurry up. Ha ha ha. This time we're rich. The cops are really stupid. We said it online, and they still don't believe us." Just as the tomb raiders were gloating, several figures suddenly appeared around them, shouting, "Don't move." What? The tomb raiders were stunned. None of them had expected the police to be lying in wait here, all along. Now even if they wanted to escape, there was no chance. They could only surrender. Opening the backpacks they carried, inside were all antiques and relics, including a couple of bronze artifacts. These items were not cheap at all, and more importantly, even the Cultural Relics Bureau couldn't find the tomb entrance earlier. "You guys still dare to mock us here?" The criminal investigation team captain grinned fiercely and kicked one of them. "Keep laughing. These are all evidence of your crimes. Just wait, none of you will escape. Take them all back." "Yes." The captain looked at Zhou Yang with approving eyes. "Good job, Xiaozhou. You've solved 2 major cases in just a few months since joining our squad. It looks like this year's Excellence Award is yours for sure." Zhou Yang was also pleased, not for the reward, but because he had protected the country's cultural relics and punished the criminals. He couldn't help but marvel inwardly that Su Liang really did have an uncanny ability to predict things. Even such cunning tomb raiders couldn't outsmart him. This guy is truly extraordinary. Everyone then returned to the criminal investigation squad. While other officers were responsible for interrogation, the captain called Zhou Yang into his office. "Xiaozhou, I've reported this to the leadership, and the Cultural Relics Bureau is very happy. They also hope that you can give a report." "What kind of report?" Zhou Yang blinked. "Of course, it's the case-solving report, so that other colleagues can learn from it. Your case-solving speed is truly exceptional. In another 2 years, you might surpass me, the captain." The captain grinned widely. Zhou Yang was taken aback, inwardly pondering. If he said this case was indeed handled by him alone, he would deserve the honor. But the problem was that he had been guided by someone else. If he took all the credit, wouldn't it be deceptive? Chapter 49. This is what you call a genius. After a moment of silence, Zhou Yang spoke slowly. "Captain, if a report must be made, I request to add one more person." "Who?" "Su Liang, the student who helped me during the last human trafficking case." "Oh, he's not part of our team, and he didn't really help much with this case." The police captain was puzzled and somewhat baffled. Moreover, what would it look like for a high school student to barge into a meeting full of leaders from the police department and the Cultural Relics Bureau? If the higher-ups found out, it wouldn't end well. The captain might even get scolded harshly. Zhou Yang shook his head and then explained the entire situation. "Captain, without Su Liang, we wouldn't have discovered any clues about the suspect, nor would we have guessed they'd returned to the crime scene. So, at most, I'm just the errand boy. The one who truly provided the critical insights is this high school student." Others might not believe it, but that's how it happened. Zhou Yang didn't want to falsify anything. The police captain's expression was quite complicated, filled with shock and disbelief. Who could have thought that the key to solving such a major cultural relic theft case would be a high school student? "I'll report the truth to the superiors, but you should consider your own future as a police officer." Claiming all the credit himself, Zhou Yang would likely get promoted faster. As for Su Liang, they could just give him an award for being a good citizen. Why involve him in the commendation ceremony? "Captain, we protect the people. Since the people helped us, we should report it truthfully. While promotions are important to me, I can't cross my principles." The police captain nodded approvingly. This kid had his merits. "All right, I'll see if I can give both of you recognition." "Thank you, Captain. I should thank you. If we couldn't solve this case, we wouldn't be able to explain to the Cultural Relics Bureau. You've been busy for over 24 hours. Go rest now." "Yes." At home, Su Liang and Lu Hao had just returned when they received a call from Zhang Chang. About 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. As soon as Su Liang opened it, Zhang Chang barged in without hesitation, looking around. "No way, Brother Liang, you live here? It's too shabby. Damn. Did you come to check the place out, or to talk?" Su Liang was speechless. He'd never met someone so unreserved. "Well, I was just curious." Zhang Chang grinned, not taking it seriously since they were friends now. "You're just living in luxury without realizing it. Isn't your big house also something your dad worked for?" Su Liang teased back. Zhang Chang scratched his head. "Brother Liang, you're too harsh. I'll earn money and buy my own house eventually. I won't rely on my family forever. Right? Do you have any food? I haven't eaten all day and I'm starving. Only instant noodles and bread." Su Liang opened the cabinet, revealing a few sausages. It wasn't because he was stingy, they just hadn't prepared much. Although he and Lu Hao had some savings, they still needed to manage their finances carefully. Earning money is like panning for gold in sand, while spending it is like pushing a boat into the sea. They also needed to save for future expenses if they planned to start a pet base. "Hey, no worries, I'll treat you today," Zhang Chang said boldly, pulling out his phone and ordering food, spending several hundred yuan. Soon, there was another knock on the door. When they saw the table full of delicious dishes, Lu Hao's eyes widened. "Zhang Chang, you're being so formal?" "Hee, it's for Brother Liang. I can't let him down." The three indulged in the feast, eating heartily until they were stuffed. "All right, now can you tell me why you came?" Zhang Chang nodded. "My dad said he's found a place for the base. You can visit whenever you're free." But, he hesitated. "Just say it, don't beat around the bush." Su Liang frowned slightly. They only work on weekdays, meaning we'd have to take leave to go. Personally, I don't have high hopes for the college entrance exam, so my teacher will definitely agree. I just don't know if it's convenient for you, Brother Liang. Upon hearing this, both laughed. Lu Hao joked. So what did you want to say? Zhang Chong, are you really from our school? How can you be so out of the loop? You don't know that this time in the diagnostic exam, I ranked second in the entire grade? What? Zhang Chong's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it even more inconceivable. No way, Brother Liang. Weren't we in the same test room? Both at the bottom of the school. Are you second from the top or second from the bottom? Of course, from the top. Haven't you seen the red board at school? Su Liang complained. Even if someone was a bit slow, it wouldn't make sense for them to rank second from the bottom in the entire grade. This result really means he should go home and farm early. I've never been interested in grades, nor do I look at the red board. It has nothing to do with me anyway. Zhang Chong shrugged, then suddenly realized something. So you really did rank second in the whole grade? That's right. Our leader is very capable. Today, people from the Education Bureau even came specifically, saying they would guarantee admission to Tsinghua or Peking University for our leader to choose. When Lu Hao mentioned this, his face was full of pride, as if he had passed the exam himself, showing how deep their bond was. Wow! Zhang Chong's eyes nearly popped out in surprise, filled with admiration and shock. No wonder my dad values you so much. So, you've been keeping your talents hidden? I thought you were just like me, at the bottom of the grade. Turns out only I am the fool. How infuriating. Su Liang waved his hand and smiled. Forget it. You're one of the richest students in our school. Many classmates envy you. Just for that reason alone, it's enough. People can't be too perfect. If you have good birth and good grades, how are other students supposed to live? Zhang Chong snapped back to reality upon hearing this. That makes some sense. You're right. This way I'm doing charity, giving others a chance to live, instead of leaving them no descendants. The three couldn't help but laugh heartily, the atmosphere warm and joyful. Chapter 50. The great contributor to the capture of the Tomb Raiders. Seeing the situation, Zhang Chong continued. Well, Brother Liang, when should we check out the base? We also need to prepare for the next step. These three guys make a perfect team. One comes from a wealthy family, one has started earning money on his own, and one doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. They don't even need to go to school. There are few people who can be this free during this period. Either they rely on their talent or their family background. Su Liang pondered thoughtfully. How about tomorrow? It's better sooner than later. Once it's confirmed, we can plan the next steps. Okay, I'll tell my dad when I get home. Seeing that it was getting late, Zhang Chong prepared to leave. At that moment, Lu Hao, who had been playing with his phone, suddenly said, Boss, you're really amazing. What nonsense is this? Su Liang frowned slightly, and Zhang Chong turned around with a puzzled look. Look, the police really cracked the tomb raiding gang, and they recovered all the artifacts. This case has received attention from relevant departments, and it even made the front page of the local social news. Really? Su Liang smiled in relief. He hadn't misjudged Zhou Yang. Though young, he was very dedicated and would surely become an excellent guardian of the people in the future. Zhang Chong, however, grew more confused as he listened. Why? What does catching the Tomb Raiders have to do with Brother Liang? Hehe, you don't know. This time our boss gave the police the idea. Otherwise, they probably wouldn't have caught them yet. What? Zhang Chong couldn't believe it, his face full of disbelief. You can actually do that? Help the police solve cases. My goodness, I never imagined our school could have someone like you. How come I never noticed before? If it weren't for the school beauty Cheng Xiaoyu, Zhang Chong might not have even heard of Su Liang's name. But during the time they've known each other, Su Liang has constantly surprised him. For someone his age, every achievement seems extremely difficult, almost impossible. I just talked. The real work was done by them. Catching thieves can't be done just by talking. Su Liang waved his hand, looking indifferent, not taking any credit. If it weren't for Zhou Yang being reliable, even if he had spoken up earlier, no one would have caught them. At that moment, there was another knock at the door. All three looked puzzled. They had finished eating, and it wasn't the food delivery person. Who could be visiting so late at night? Su Liang stood up and opened the door, only to find Zhou Yang standing outside. Brother Zhou, what brings you here? Shouldn't you be at the commendation banquet? Zhang Chong whispered. Who is this? Is he Brother Liang's relative? He's the cop who caught those tomb raiders. Lu Hao said proudly, full of excitement and pride. If he's coming now, something good must be happening. Zhang Chong became curious too, and perked up his ears to listen carefully. Su Liang, thanks to your help, we were able to solve the case successfully. So our captain decided to invite you exceptionally to join the commendation report. Su Liang blinked, surprised, then waved his hand. I'm just a regular citizen. Such a formal occasion, I don't need to go, right? Besides, I don't know your leaders. More importantly, he didn't like that atmosphere. Every word and action required caution, making him feel uneasy and somewhat oppressed. Don't refuse. This time, both our bureau's leadership and the Cultural Relics Bureau specifically requested your presence. If you don't agree, I won't be able to give them a satisfactory answer, Zhou Yang said earnestly. Seeing his sincerity, Su Liang sighed and nodded. All right, I'll do it for your sake. You talk so boldly, but you have the right to be. Just be careful around the leaders. Zhou Yang gave some casual advice, then left. As soon as Zhou Yang left, Zhang Chong followed closely behind, looking at Su Liang as if he were a god. My goodness. So everything you two said was true. The police really solved the case with your help, Brother Liang. You're really impressive this time. To be invited to report to so many leaders. Even official police officers might not get such an opportunity. Are you that envious? Want to go instead? Forget it. I don't know the details, and besides, Who dares to claim such credit unless they don't mind trouble? The three chatted for a while longer. Finally, Zhang Chong left. When he got home, his father Zhang Yusheng was already waiting on the sofa. Dad, I went to see Su Liang. He agreed and said we can go to the base tomorrow. Zhang Yusheng smiled and nodded, indeed not disappointed. Taking this opportunity, it could also be considered as accumulating a bit of family business for his son. Real estate couldn't last a lifetime, let alone be passed down through 3 generations. But if the industries were numerous enough and formed into a group, even if his son wanted to start a business on his own in the future, he would have a foundation and wouldn't be limited to the real estate industry. Father, there's one more thing. Don't be shocked when I tell you. Su Liang is going to attend the commendation meeting of the Criminal Police Detachment and the Cultural Relics Bureau in a few days. Zhang Yusheng frowned, full of confusion and bewilderment. Commendation meeting? This shouldn't have anything to do with students your age. Su Liang hadn't even graduated from high school, let alone worked for the police. Such commendation meetings were usually held internally, attended only by leaders or officials. There was no place for him, a half-grown child. Yes, I thought so at first too. But guess what? The police solved this case entirely thanks to Su Liang's tips. Without him, the police wouldn't have been able to catch those tomb raiders. At this point, Zhang Yusheng realized that the story of the tomb raiders had spread widely, especially as the chairman of Qiangxin Group, where he met nothing but the rich and powerful every day. Naturally, people were discussing this matter, especially those tomb raiders who had stolen artifacts worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions. They were all caught by the police, which was both unfortunate and well-deserved. They even wanted to sell them abroad. No one could tolerate that. Zhang Yusheng heard that these tomb raiders were very cunning, leaving the police clueless at first. However, they seemed to have divine assistance recently, solving the case at an incredibly fast speed. He originally thought that there was a genius within the police force, never imagining that this so-called genius was actually Su Liang, whom he knew. Impressive. What does it mean to hide one's brilliance? What does it mean to have great skills and boldness? Su Liang truly lived up to his reputation, allowing Zhang Yusheng to witness the strength of the younger generation, far surpassing their time. Chapter 51. A Dog's Eye Sees People Differently. Interesting. Zhang Yusheng's lips curled slightly, realizing that he had indeed found a great treasure this time. To achieve so much at such a young age, the future is boundless. He naturally hadn't thought about gaining much from Su Liang, but if his son has someone like him around, it could save a lot of detours in the future. Who knows, with Su Liang's help, his family business might become even bigger and stronger. Son, from now on, you must build a good relationship with Su Liang. In the future, he won't just be my partner. He will also be your best friend. Zhang Yusheng earnestly advised. Zhang Chong waved his hand indifferently. Dad, do I really need to be told? I already admire him wholeheartedly and can't wait to be good buddies. Not just good buddies, but brothers who can entrust each other with our children's lives. Zhang Yusheng said solemnly. In short, you cannot have ulterior motives towards him. Don't even think about tricking him. If I find out, I'll deal with you first. Zhang Chong felt a bit wronged. Dad, when did you start favoring others? I am your own son. Anyone would think he's your illegitimate child. You brat, talking without respect. I'm doing this for your own good. People like Su Liang are rare, 1 in 10,000. With his help, both you and our family will have a smoother future. Aren't you always content with living day by day? With such a capable person around, you won't have to worry about food and drink for the rest of your life. Zhang Chong suddenly understood, nodding as if he grasped something. No wonder you're so keen on Su Liang setting up the pet base. It turns out you're not only helping him, but also paving the way for me. Nonsense. Although I do respect people like Su Liang who succeed through their own abilities, you are still my own son. Of course, I favor you. The next day, early morning, Su Liang and Lu Hao were still sleeping when there was a knock on the door. Zhang Chong stood at the door, dressed formally. I say, why did you come so early? Can't you let us rest properly? Lu Hao looked exhausted. He had been busy until 2 or 3 in the morning. Being woken up before getting enough sleep, he couldn't help but feel resentful. Oh, aren't we going to discuss the pet base location today? Of course, we should go early. Zhang Chong chuckled. But it can't be this early, right? Su Liang glanced at the time. It was just past 8, and he wasn't fully awake yet. At least since we're discussing business, we should dress appropriately. Neither of you looks presentable. Let's buy some proper clothes early, so we don't lose face. Zhang Chong spoke matter-of-factly, showing his business acumen. Sometimes you need to show off to avoid being looked down upon. Not everyone treats people equally. Most people tend to favor the wealthy and powerful. Why buy clothes? We look fine, and those clothes are expensive. I can't bear to spend that much. Lu Hao waved his hand. He wasn't the type to crave vanity. He shared part of his earnings from streaming with Su Liang and gave the rest to his family. In fact, he didn't have much left for himself. He couldn't just splurge all his money. He needed to save some. Don't worry, Dad said he'll pay today. Feel free to choose whatever you want. Otherwise, it's disrespectful to my dad. Hearing this, Su Liang and Lu Hao exchanged smiles. If it's true, then they wouldn't be shy. They quickly got ready and followed him out. Half an hour later, the three arrived at the largest shopping district nearby and walked straight into a brand-name clothing store. Welcome, the salesgirl smiled, but her eyes showed a hint of disdain when she saw Su Liang and Lu Hao. Bring out your best clothes for us to try on. Zhang Chong acted like a nouveau riche, very generous and grand, wearing a full set of designer clothes. Naturally, the salesgirl assumed he was a rich young master. Soon, the salesgirl returned with a set of clothes. Sir, do you like this style and color? If you're satisfied, I'll select the appropriate size and have it custom-made. Zhang Chong frowned. I'm not buying for myself, but for them. The salesgirl paused, then put on a professional smile. Sir, please don't joke. It's not that we want to be difficult, but your two friends probably just came to take a look, right? Though she didn't say it outright, her implication was clear. These two poor guys could never afford the clothes in this store. Any outfit here would cost tens of thousands at least. If custom-made, at least 100,000. Lu Hao became upset immediately. What do you mean? Why can't we buy? Why can't we? Su Liang waved his hand. Why are you making a fuss? She's just a salesgirl. Why argue with her? The salesgirl nodded inwardly upon hearing this. Though they were poor, at least Su Liang was reasonable, unlike the other kid who didn't know he was poor. How ridiculous. But Su Liang's next words almost made her vomit blood. Dog-eyed person, what's the point of arguing with her? It's like she thinks she's rich or something. Not. The salesgirl's face fell instantly. Had it not been for the young master standing beside, she would have kicked these two out long ago. With no money at all, yet acting important here. Who do you think you are? She held back her anger and forced a smile. Gentlemen, all our clothes here are high-end brands and very expensive. If there's any damage during trying on, full payment is required. I'm doing this for your own good. If anything goes wrong, I wouldn't really make things hard for you. Indeed, she knew how to speak differently to different people, probably to prevent the young master Zhang Chong from leaving. Just as the salesgirl was secretly pleased with her cleverness, Zhang Chong waved his hand directly. What's there to fear? Even if they want to buy all the clothes in your store today, I'm willing to pay. What? Upon hearing this, not only was the salesgirl surprised, but Su Liang and Lu Hao also looked astonished. Bro, aren't you being too boastful? Chapter 52, My money is yours. Bear in mind that the sum of clothes inside any high-end branded clothing store would likely be worth at least a few million, possibly even up to tens of millions. This is why they often treat some seemingly ordinary customers with indifference. If a piece of clothing were truly damaged, the compensation would indeed be substantial. But what if the customer couldn't pay it back then? In the end, wouldn't it only get more complicated? It's better to solve the problem at its root directly. Of course, this is the manager's attitude, but it changes by the time it reaches his subordinates. At this very moment, Zhang Chong's words genuinely astonished Su Liang and Lu Hao quite a bit. Though they knew this was his father's idea, wasn't he being far too righteous? Could their budget possibly reach several hundred million or more? Which family would prepare so much money just to buy clothes? The female salesperson, on the other hand, stuttered with an extremely complex expression. She had never encountered such a preposterous situation. She had seen rich young masters bring their female companions to purchase expensive bags as gifts before. When would a young master ever bring men along? And seeing how respectfully Zhang Chong treated Su Liang, could it be that this plainly dressed young man had an extraordinary background? Thinking about these things, the female salesperson became extremely nervous. Excuse me, who among the three of you will be buying clothes? Them too, Zhang Chong replied without hesitation. No matter how much they spend, I'll cover the bill. If either of my two brothers is disrespected even slightly, I'll go straight to your manager. Don't blame me if I make sure you get fired. My goodness, the female salesperson certainly hadn't expected things to turn out this way. Her attitude immediately shifted 180 degrees, and she brought out all the best clothes from the shop. After careful selection, Su Liang and Lu Hao finally chose the styles they liked. Apart from custom-tailored suits each, there were also ready-to-wear casual outfits. Stepping out in them would give off an air of noble gentlemen. No one would have guessed they were just impoverished high school students. As the three stepped out of the clothing store, they couldn't help laughing heartily. My heavens, I never thought in my life that I, Lu Hao, would have the chance to wear such expensive clothes, boss. Following you has really been worth it. There's nothing unusual about it. If you two want to buy something reasonable in the future, and if there's a shortage of money, just let me know. Zhang Chong boasted, patting his chest. Besides the moon in the sky and dragons in the sea, everything else can be settled with money, and I won't hesitate for a second. Seeing his generous manner, Lu Hao couldn't help but reveal an envious look on his face. Of course, he knew he owed this to Su Liang. If it weren't for the boss, he'd probably have no chance to know someone like Zhang Chong, a rich second-generation playboy. Forget it, we're not lacking hands or feet, and can earn our own living. Besides, asking you for money all the time, what would that look like? People might think there's something shady between us. Su Liang smirked while teasing. What's there to be afraid of? Anyone who dares say something must be jealous. Zhang Chong squinted and smiled. Thereafter, the three wasted no more time and immediately got into the car. About an hour later, they arrived at a deserted farm in the suburbs, surrounded by bamboo fences. Weeds were rampant, indicating that this place had been neglected for a long time. Impossible. You chose a place like this? Not near a village or store. Where's the convenience? Lu Hao looked around left and right, not spotting even a small kiosk. If they were to set up the pet base here, business would be hard, and chances are, hardly anyone would know about it. Unexpectedly, Su Liang approvingly shook his head. This is indeed a good location. Boss, when did you start sucking up? I don't see what advantages this place has. Other than good air, I can't find another reason to praise it. Lu Hao rolled his eyes mentally. Just making a trip here costs over an hour. Who would bother coming all the way out here? See, you don't understand, do you? Su Liang grinned. This pet base will be home to many cats and dogs. The first crucial factor is that it needs to be spacious enough. Otherwise, these pets wouldn't have enough room to move around and naturally wouldn't be able to live healthy lives. Secondly, it needs good ventilation so the pet's odors can be quickly dispersed, minimizing impact on people. The third point, it's sufficiently open here, and there aren't many households nearby, so even if cats and dogs make noise at night, it won't disturb others. If you set up the pet base in the city, it's likely that complaints would flood in within 3 days, and then you'd be looking at heavy losses. The more Lu Hao listened, the more shocked he felt, never imagining there were so many nuances involved. Boss, taking care of a pet is such a hassle? I feel like we are just regular people and don't need to be that precious. From paying attention to their diet to ensuring proper exercise, even considering the living area for each pet was necessary. These weren't just pets, they might as well have been emperors. Su Liang grinned. This is where the market lies. If you were talking about local stray cats or dogs, how much do you think selling one would make you? Why are the so-called heavenly pets on the market now worth thousands, if not tens of thousands? Isn't it because those people believe such pets are easy to take care of and worth the price? Lu Hao suddenly understood, nodding continuously. Zhang Chang also couldn't help but show admiration. To be honest, he had come purely out of curiosity. If his father hadn't arranged this, he probably wouldn't have bothered. Who wouldn't prefer staying at home enjoying the air conditioning or casually playing around at school instead? But he didn't expect to actually learn something today, and now he clearly understood why Zhang Yuxing treated Su Liang with special regard. How often does someone consider every aspect so meticulously before entering an industry, planning everything out in such detail? As for your worry about no one coming here, it's completely unnecessary. You should know the internet has already developed significantly, and online shopping will undoubtedly surpass physical stores. In fact, online shopping is not only convenient, but also free from time and location constraints. As long as our pet base becomes well known, people from all over the country will want to visit. At that point, will you be worried about lacking sales? Probably even the surrounding parking spaces won't be enough. Never underestimate how much some people love and adore their pets. They'd gladly endure hardship themselves just to ensure their pet's comfort. By the way, after all this talk, where's the landlord? Is this plot of deserted land unoccupied? Lu Hao looked around left and right, confirming there was no sign of any inhabitants nearby, finally feeling somewhat disheartened. Chapter 53, A Strange Father and Son. Right at that moment, a roar was heard from the distance. Get lost. You good-for-nothing wastrel. The further you go, the better. I don't want to see your face. You ungrateful son. I'd beat you to death if I could. Then, they saw a middle-aged man chasing a young man with a broom, making him flee embarrassingly. Seeing this, the three were full of doubt and immediately approached. Hey, uncle, what's going on? How can you hit someone in broad daylight? Lu Hao said, looking quite displeased. It's none of your damn business. I'm disciplining my own son. What does it have to do with you? The middle-aged man looked extremely righteous and spoke very aggressively. At this sight, the young man was extremely unwilling. What have I done wrong? I just wanted to study. You didn't let me, and when I worked for my education, you refused that too. Are you even a father? Get lost. What use is studying anyway? It still doesn't get you a job. If you keep wasting money on school, I'll break both your legs. Afterwards, the middle-aged man left without a second thought. The three exchanged puzzled glances. None of them had expected such backward thinking in these modern times. Never seen anyone be a father like that before. So despicable. Zhang Chang was also indignant. But surprisingly, not only did the young man fail to defend himself, he frowned and retorted unhappily. What does it have to do with you? Why criticize my old man? Get out of here and mind your own business. This completely confused Zhang Chang and Lu Hao. They hadn't anticipated such irrational behavior. We were helping you just now. Indeed, both father and son are cut from the same cloth. Only Su Liang seemed to pick up on something. Judging family affairs isn't easy. Let's not judge hastily here. Brother, since you've been kicked out, you should find somewhere to stay, right? How about we find somewhere around here to eat first? Although the young man initially wanted to refuse, his stomach growled loudly, leaving him no choice but to silently agree. Seeing this situation, Lu Hao and Zhang Chang didn't understand why, whispering quietly to Su Liang. Big brother, why are you helping someone who obviously takes it for granted? Exactly. I've never seen such an unreasonable person. Helping him might end up doing no good. Worse, he might even blame you later. Su Liang smiled broadly. Haven't you noticed yet? This household must likely be the owner of the land we discussed earlier. Since we're considering leasing it, we need to know more about their circumstances, right? He understood clearly that for city folks, work was the only source of income. But for some farmers on the outskirts, farming might not bring significant revenue, but certainly help save expenses. So there must be a reason behind the abandoned field. Only uncovering the truth could make things proceed smoothly. Otherwise, such good land would merely go to waste. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao blinked repeatedly, somewhat surprised, probably not expecting the situation to take this turn. Subsequently, the three followed along. They walked nearly 20 minutes before arriving at a rural courtyard, one of the few restaurants open to outsiders nearby. Su Liang was rather generous, ordering an entire table full of dishes. The young man, apparently starved, started devouring the food without another word. It took quite a while before he patted his stomach in satisfaction. Food that doesn't cost anything really tastes great. Haven't eaten so full in ages. Now brother, you can explain a bit, right? What's the deal with your family? Why won't your dad let you continue studying? The youth hesitated slightly, but, given that one who eats another's food shouldn't bite back, it was hardly time to argue now. He then narrated the whole story. His name was Ma Fei, and his family were local-born farmers here. Not exactly poor, but far from wealthy. In theory, families like theirs would naturally hope their children could change fate through studying, instead of continuing their parents' hard life facing the yellow earth and sky. However, the problem lay with Ma Fei's older brother Ma Peng, who was the family's first college graduate. Yet, after graduation, he chose to leave for distant places. It had been 3 years since his return, and he hadn't spent a penny for the family. Ma Fei's father had harbored bitterness over this matter all along, furious inside. He felt as if their lifelong sacrifices only bred an ungrateful snake. So, after I graduated from high school, my father wouldn't let me continue studying anymore. Ma Fei sighed deeply, feeling quite helpless. Even if he tried working to earn tuition himself, his father flatly refused. Two white-eyed wolves for sons would destroy the Ma family entirely. Damn, now I understand why your old man is so angry about you wanting to study. Lu Hao finally comprehended, filled with both sympathy and reflection. It's really hard to say whose fault this is. Both Ma Fei and his old man are victims. So, even though I'm indeed upset with my dad, you outsiders still have no right to say anything. Ma Fei spoke emphatically. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. I see that the three of you also look like students. Isn't it time you should be studying? Why are you loitering out here in the middle of nowhere? Su Liang grinned. We're here to negotiate a deal. Deal? That's right. The large abandoned farmland by the highway. Isn't that yours? We want to rent it to turn it into a cat and dog breeding base. Upon hearing this, Ma Fei shook his head back and forth like a metronome, waving his hands repeatedly. You'd better forget about that. It seems unlikely to happen. Why not? Zhang Chang didn't understand. This place was perfectly suited for a pet breeding base, and there were no other patches of vacant land around here. If they had to search further, they'd likely have to spend another half an hour looking. That would make it too far from the city, somewhat inconvenient. This land was originally supposed to be for my brother to build a house on. But who could have guessed he would completely sever ties with us? So my father no longer plans to use this plot of land. As for renting it out, I think he'd only get angry if you asked. Ma Fei shook his head again. The three exchanged glances, surprised at how difficult it was to rent a piece of land these days. What if you guys offer a price? Any amount will do, as long as it's within reasonable limits. We can talk things through. Zhang Chang adopted a tycoon-like expression, but Su Liang disagreed with this idea, arguing that business needed to follow rules. Without rules, nothing would work properly. If they overpriced the rent, it wouldn't just be unreasonable, it would add extra burdens. People like Zhang Chang, who haven't done business before, simply don't understand this. Both intentionally raising or lowering the price disrupts the market, inevitably causing trouble sooner or later. Fly, is there any way to convince your old man to agree? Su Liang thoughtfully asked. Ma Fei considered it for a moment and then shook his head. Not much hope. Chapter 54. The hermit always has a wonderful plan. The reason why my old man doesn't want to use this field is because he thinks it's tied up with my older brother. Unless you guys help him untie the knot in his heart and let me go to school, I think there's a chance for this matter. Ma Fei saw that the three of them were silent, so he stood up. In short, I've said everything I should. Thanks for your hospitality today, brothers. When there's another chance, I'll treat you. Then he turned and left. Watching his retreating back, Zhang Chang felt inexplicably angry. What kind of people are this family? It's outrageous. If it doesn't work, we'll just rent somewhere else. I can't believe that having money still gets us nowhere. Exactly. Lu Hao also nodded in agreement beside him. In these times, nothing is irreplaceable. Why put on airs? And even glare at us? The boss shouldn't have to suffer such disrespect. Su Yang shook his head. No, I think there must be something more to this. Otherwise, why would Uncle Zhang tell us about the situation when he already knows all about it? Huh. The two of them blinked, eyes full of confusion and disbelief. What does this matter have to do with my old man? Zhang Chang asked, confused. You don't know your father well enough. He's the chairman of Changxing Group. Do you think if he sent someone to find a piece of land for a pet base, they wouldn't have done a thorough investigation beforehand? Su Yang explained with great seriousness. Zhang Yuxing absolutely knows about the Ma family situation, but even so, he still had the three of them come and look. What was the purpose of this? It was obviously meant as a test. Su Yang believed that Zhang Yuxing probably didn't suspect them, which meant that he did this out of necessity, likely to give some sort of explanation to certain individuals. The most likely candidates would be the shareholders of the Changxing Group Board of Directors. After all, this investment isn't a small amount, and it definitely requires company approval. Additionally, since Su Liang himself was an unknown newcomer, if he could resolve this trouble, it would earn him the trust of the shareholders of Changxing Group. Most importantly, Zhang Yuxing showed such great favor toward him, and he hadn't wanted to let down the other man's efforts. No worries, we'll go back and think of a plan. This difficulty isn't insurmountable, Su Liang said with full confidence. Seeing this, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao couldn't argue further. After sitting for a while longer, they originally wanted to stroll around, but this place wasn't interesting at all. They had no choice but to drive back to the city. As soon as Zhang Chang got home, he found his father without delay. Unable to hold back, he questioned him. Dad, are you deliberately setting a trap for us? Zhang Yuxing was taken aback. What are you talking about? Today we went to check out that land in the suburbs, and it was full of obstacles. Su Liang insisted you knew about the situation, and at the time, I was upset and wanted to change locations. But unexpectedly, he remained very determined. Zhang Yuxing's eyes widened after hearing this. His shock was indescribable. Indeed, he was aware of the situation but chose not to tell the three young men, fearing too much pressure might overwhelm them. He had no choice since the pet breeding base wasn't within the Changxing Group business scope. Although he was the chairman, the shareholders retained voting rights, especially for major investments and changes in business direction. After all, everyone was on the same boat. If Changxing Group incurred losses, then everyone would suffer. To silence the critics, Zhang Yuxing was forced to make this choice. But never in his wildest dreams did he expect Su Liang to figure it out so effortlessly. What kind of person was this kid? He was so talented that Zhang Yuxing found himself both amazed and disbelieving. Are you sure it was Su Liang who said that? Of course. At that moment, Both Lu Hao and I wanted to switch places, but Su Liang insisted it was for the greater good, saying it was to avoid making you uncomfortable. After dinner, we'll come back and see if we can come up with a good plan. Zhang Yoxing's heart was filled with mixed emotions. His instincts were right. Su Liang truly was extraordinary. Not only was he more mature than others his age, but his insight was sharp, even more cutting than Zhang Yoxing's own decades of business experience. Every era produces its exceptional talents, leading trends for hundreds of years. Right at that moment, he realized what it meant for the latter generation to surpass the previous. This young man was truly remarkable. My son, your luck is really good. If I had met someone like Su Liang when I was younger, I could have avoided at least 10 years of unnecessary detours. Zhang Yuxing sighed deeply. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Liang was lost in thought at home, his eyes filled with seriousness. Boss, I think we should directly find someone to talk to that old man. I don't believe we can't make it happen. Lu Hao said resentfully. After all, with Changxing Group supporting them from behind, they could definitely afford the investment. Su Liang chuckled helplessly. Indeed, Lu Hao is still too naive. Zhang Yuxing might not say anything, but the shareholders of Changxing Group would surely question their abilities, and that could drag the chairman into trouble as well. This was a rare opportunity for them to rise up like dragons ascending on clouds, and Su Liang certainly didn't want to miss it. If they lost Changxing Group's investment, finding another large-scale group willing to cooperate wouldn't be easy. All right, what's the point of talking about this now? We need to figure out a plan. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. Lu Hao instantly furrowed his brow and frowned unhappily, though he didn't dare to say much despite his dissatisfaction. It wasn't possible to go against one's boss directly, was it? If word got out, he'd just be labeled as an ungrateful person. Suddenly, Su Liang brightened up. I've got it. Already have a plan. That quickly. Lu Hao blinked, surprised. Naturally, there's nothing I can't handle when I step in. Come on, boss, tell me. What kind of plan are you going to use to solve that family's issue? Smooth them over already. I really can't take this frustration anymore. Lu Hao exclaimed seriously. In fact, it's pretty simple. Su Liang leaned in close and whispered something in his ear. Immediately, an expression of shock and disbelief spread across Lu Hao's face. Boss, you're not joking, right? Can this kind of plan even work? Are you sure it won't backfire instead? And you're sure you can persuade Ma Fei's dad? Of course. A slight smile curled the corners of Su Liang's lips. At its core, this was merely an emotional knot for the elder Ma. Once it was untangled, everything would turn out fine, and all troubles and problems would resolve naturally. Maybe, by then, Ma Fei will get the chance to study, and will even gain a friend. Chapter 55, Please help me. Seeing the confident demeanor of Su Liang, Lu Hao was immediately inspired. Regardless of anything, it's worth giving a try. If others were to do this kind of thing, Lu Hao wouldn't care at all. But Su Liang is his boss and must be supported unconditionally. Then are we just going to wait now? Just wait. Anyway, it doesn't make any difference these 1 or 2 days. After understanding Zhang Yoxing's thoughts clearly, Su Liang realized that this matter absolutely could not be resolved in just a few words. Ultimately, a reasonable result had to be given to the shareholders of Changxing Group. Otherwise, it would not be good for anyone. I never would have imagined that things involving large corporations could be so troublesome. No wonder those who do big business are all sharp individuals. Lu Hao couldn't help but exclaim, quite sighing about the whole situation. Even he himself has encountered the Zhang family father and son, yet never would have thought they were skilled calculators. Su Liang waved his hand. Many times in life, people are without choice. When you sit in their position one day, you will understand that there are many inevitabilities. To wear the crown, you must bear its weight. This is why many people after becoming successful are said by others to forget their original intentions, but probably the parties involved don't even get the chance to explain. It's not that they forgot, it's just that in order to maintain their position, adjustments had to be made. Otherwise, they won't adapt to the environment, and there's a great possibility of paying a heavy price. Well, you should hurry up with your live stream. Today, we've wasted too much time already, so later don't let your hard-earned popularity drop. Lu Hao nodded and quickly got busy with his own matters. Su Liang sat silently in the living room pondering and planning his next steps. Although now he could focus fully on his entrepreneurial endeavors, the school side also needed to conclude soon. Otherwise, missing the chance for an exemption would be regrettable later. Thinking again and again, he decided to first inform Yao Jun to avoid complications. Unexpectedly, after 2 calls, Yao Jun didn't answer. It wasn't until the 3rd one that the call connected, and a worried voice immediately came from the other end. Su Yang, where are you right now? Hurry up and come to help me. Teacher Yao, what happened? Su Yang frowned slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. You just come to Jiangyu Tea House. Quickly, if you're late, it'll be too late. Yao Jun then hastily hung up. Su Yang remained silent, understanding his teacher as nothing less than a real gambler. Although not terrible like some gamblers, a great deal of time was spent on similar activities, losing amounts that could probably buy a small apartment. And now, trouble seemed evident. Were it another occasion, Su Yang wouldn't have meddled, let alone entangled with such compulsive gambling habits. Any smart person knows blacklisted vices should be avoided at all costs, lest they drag one into complete ruin. However, last time when Hu Jiqiang's incident happened, Yao Jun ultimately helped him. It was an opportunity to repay the favor and clear debts forever. Deciding firmly, Su Liang looked around left and right, stuffed a wrench into his backpack, and turned to leave out the door. He descended the building, hailed a car, and set straight towards the destination. Half an hour later, Jiangyu Tea House. Upon entering the private room, smoke filled the air, Yao Jun's eyes red and wide open as if emerging from hell itself. scary, and unsettling. As soon as Su Liang turned around, Yao Jun seized the moment, exclaiming joyfully mixed with surprise. You finally came. What exactly is going on? Su Liang furrowed his brows, sensing unease within. Since he was here, problems needed resolution or it would lose all meaning. Yao Jun found an excuse to slip away, saying he'd go to the bathroom, then quietly whispered beside Su Liang. With how clever you are, I bet you know how to play mahjong, right? You've got to help me today. He then explained the entire story. Yao Jun had been excited earlier and played cards with several friends, starting well off and winning several thousand. But then someone unsatisfied proposed raising stakes. Confident from his unbeatable streak that day, Yao Jun agreed without hesitation, only to see a dramatic reversal soon enough. Within an hour, he lost nearly 50,000 yuan. Blind with anger over the loss, Yao Jun doubled down recklessly, falling deep into despair, losing not only all his winnings from betting and stocks, but also accruing a deficit of several more 10,000s. If this was discovered upon returning, he would be done for. Just as he was at a loss, Su Liang called, reminding him instantly of the money tree, believing this boy brought him luck. So he beckoned him over. Su Liang, you must help me today no matter what. Otherwise, I can't even go home. Yao Jun pleaded. Teacher Yao, do you even know what your behavior constitutes? You're already breaking the law. If you keep this up, no one will be able to save you. Su Liang said expressionlessly, sighing inwardly. He had foreseen this kind of result, but didn't expect it to come so quickly. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose, and indeed it doesn't deceive me. If he helps Yao Jun today, it's likely that Yao would continue gambling later. But if he doesn't help, his conscience won't feel right. I know I've made a mistake. I never imagined things would turn out like this. Rest assured, if I manage to get through today, I'll reform completely and never touch this stuff again. Where was the usual demeanor Yao Jun exhibited at school now? He was entirely like a defeated rooster, utterly desperate. Su Liang seemed deep in thought, sensing something strange. It just wasn't right. Even if someone's luck is bad, they wouldn't be so unfortunate to end up in such a dire situation. In half a day's time, how could the amount escalate this high? He inexplicably felt it might be a setup. Furthermore, Su Liang had never encountered similar situations before. Teacher, what exactly is your relationship with these people? If they were truly friends, they wouldn't possibly treat you this harshly, right? Under normal circumstances, upon seeing a friend lose this much, anyone would have mercy. Yet, they still pushed him relentlessly. It's clearly taking advantage of misfortune. Ugh, just acquaintances met a few times. One of them is their friend, whom I haven't met personally. Su Liang immediately understood. This was undoubtedly a setup. Wow, Teacher Yao has quite some nerve. How could he dare gamble with strangers whose background he isn't familiar with? Isn't he just begging for trouble? Given this, perhaps only extraordinary measures will suffice. An idea quickly dawned on Su Liang, confidence appearing on his face. Chapter 56, Setting a Trap? Scamming with Tricks. Teacher, go ahead and play when you get back. Your money will all be returned today, Su Liang said with conviction. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you really that sure? This isn't something to joke about. If I lose again, I'll have no more chances. It's fine, teacher. You've already lost so much. Don't be afraid. And aren't you willing to take a chance? After hearing these words, he paused for a moment as if making an extremely difficult decision. That's right. Why not bet? Having lost so much already, does one game matter? As long as I can recover my losses, I'd use any means necessary. He then nodded firmly. All right, I believe you. Let's head back. Yao Jun washed his face and marched with renewed determination toward the private room. The other three couldn't help but grin and tease him. Teacher Yao, how did you regain your spirit after just a few words? Could it be you found hope? That's right. I'm telling you. I won't let you leave until I've won everything from you today. Yao Jun said stubbornly, even though he felt uneasy inside and could only tough it out. It couldn't be helped. There was no way back now. Except for using this method, he had no other recourse. The three present exchanged smiles upon hearing his words. What a fool, falling into a trap without even realizing it, and still dreaming of turning things around. Since he was determined to come seeking his own demise, why not oblige him? Fine, Teacher Yao, we can stay with you till the end. But considering how much you've already lost, what if you try to deny the debts later? One person smirked smugly, his eyes gleaming with malice. No problem. I still have a house and a car. If you're skilled enough, win them all over. Yao Jun gritted his teeth, prepared for a life or death gamble. After all, aside from trusting Su Liang, there was no other way. Soon after, the sound of mahjong could be heard in the room. Unexpectedly, in the next round, Yao Jun had astonishing good luck. Within mere minutes, he recovered 20,000 yuan, which delighted him immensely. Ha ha ha, I won. I told you you're finished. Sure enough, Su Liang was truly his money tree. With him around, there was no fear of losing. The remaining three players exchanged subtle glances, a sly smile tugging at the corners of their mouths. What a fool indeed. How did someone like this ever become a teacher? A man like him deserved to be fleeced. Su Liang took in every detail and confirmed his suspicions. These three were colluding to set a trap. Furthermore, Yao Jun's unexpected victory earlier wasn't due to good fortune, but a deliberate ploy by these three. Without giving some semblance of hope, how could they keep playing? And how would they reel in bigger fish? For the following half hour, Yao Jun was on a roll, winning every hand, small stakes in the thousands, large ones reaching 10,000. It was as if he was reclaiming lost territory with great vigor. Seeing his arrogant demeanor, the other three remained unperturbed, even secretly pleased. After all, this money originally belonged to Yao Jun, and returning it now was just to lure even greater gains. How much savings could there be? But adding his house, car, and possibly other assets together, his total wealth must reach well over 1,000,000 yuan. Could the difference between the big and the small not be clear? Naturally, Su Liang had also figured out their plan, or perhaps anticipated it from the start, deliberately raising Yao Jun's spirits for the ultimate strike. In the world's most sophisticated scams, everything preceding is merely sleight of hand. Ultimately, whether losing or winning, the outcome is always worse for the deceived. Just then, the person who had lost the most slammed the table in frustration. I'm done. My stupid streak reversed all my previous wins. If we continue, I'll probably lose down to my underwear today. As he spoke, he stood up and turned to leave. Yao Jun glanced at the wad of bills in his hands. He was only 100,000 yuan away from breaking even, and this was precisely the time to sweep everyone. If the opponent left, wouldn't it be regrettable? Isn't gambling all about wins and losses? Are you leaving already? Aren't you satisfied deep down? What can I do? Am I supposed to just give you free money? The man shrugged, clearly unsure of what else to do, but still wishing to recover his losses. People are like this. Winners want more, losers aim to turn things around. So, whether you win or lose, eventually you'll end up in the abyss. I don't mind either way. I can handle this result. Of course, if you want to come back, we can give you another chance. It's up to our two friends here. Yao Jun took the opportunity to glance meaningfully at the two acquaintances on either side and grinned. It seemed they were already prepared to reel in the big fish. However, this perfectly suited the situation. The two had been waiting for a long time. They immediately replied, "What's there to refuse? Wins and losses are common, and if the loser doesn't say anything, the winner isn't allowed to leave. As long as he speaks up, we'll definitely stay till the end." Fine. The fat man who had stood up sat back down, his face full of determination. I must turn this around. Although the three appeared different on the surface, deep down, they were already overjoyed. What kind of fool was this? Actually willing to come give them money. It would be unforgivable not to take advantage of someone like him. Su Liang silently stood aside, sighing inwardly. At this point, quitting would have been the best choice. Although he lost, it was still within an acceptable range. But if he continued, anyone could guess the outcome. Yao Jun didn't stand a chance. He might even lose everything he'd previously won. This was human nature, and also the reason Su Liang refused to help. But since they had come this far, it wasn't possible to just watch Yao Jun fall into these bastards' hands. As the game resumed, Yao Jun marched confidently forward, but what unfolded exceeded his imagination. Starting from the new round, he lost 10 straight games. Even losing all the winnings he'd gained earlier, Yao Jun was instantly flustered, his face filled with disbelief. How could this be? It was supposed to be his winning streak. Yet why was he constantly losing? Shit, I'm cursed. I don't believe it. If I can't win today. Just then, a commotion came from outside. A furious shout followed shortly after. Police. Everyone, put your hands on your head and kneel down. Don't move. This unexpected event took the four inside the private room by surprise. There were those who overturned tables, hid their money, or attempted to escape through the windows. Unfortunately, the police were faster, apprehending them all and pinning them against the corner. Chapter 57. With irrefutable evidence, how dare you still deny it? Even though we really didn't gamble, just played casually. You can't arrest the wrong people. It was clear that the fat man was a slippery character. He wore an expression of woe and pleaded his case fervently, while the other two also joined in agreement. Yao Jun had already been stunned. He knew very well that if caught, there would definitely be a fine, and with the amount involved, there might even be detention. He was, after all, a teacher. If this news spread back home, what would the other students think? The colleagues at school would surely look at him strangely. As he thought about how to explain, he suddenly saw Su Liang walking out with a young officer, causing a flicker of movement in his heart. Could it be that these people were called by him? Impossible. He had clearly said he would help, only to stab us in the back? Su Liang doesn't seem like that kind of person. While lost in random thoughts, a police officer walked over and registered identities and information. Meanwhile, at the corner of the tea house, Zhou Yang looked at Su Liang full of confusion. What did you say? One of them is your homeroom teacher? But wasn't it you who reported them? Yes. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders and then explained the ins and outs of the matter. Of course, he did not possess extraordinary poker skills that could have helped Yao Jun win back all the money. But Su Liang understood the law slightly. According to relevant regulations, all debts at the poker table are without legal validity and are not protected. This was the only chance to help Yao Jun get his money back. Additionally, the other three were suspected of colluding in fraud. The money they won could also be considered stolen goods, which should be returned to the aggrieved party. Big brother Zhou, I know you're a principled person, incapable of showing favoritism or bending the law, but the homeroom teacher is also a victim here. Of course, education is necessary, but can this money be returned to him? Zhou Yang chuckled in surprise. When he received the report, he thought an underground casino had emerged locally and expected it to be a major case, but it turned out to be such a trivial matter. After all, relatives and friends playing mahjong for entertainment often easily border on gambling. Once the cash on the table exceeds a certain amount, it's illegal. Certainly, according to what Su Liang said, Yao Jun was indeed a victim as well, exploited by the other three using their means to take continuous amounts of money, and the sum was quite substantial, indeed illegal. I didn't expect you to have a good understanding of the law. If you pursue law studies in the future, you may end up becoming an excellent lawyer. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand. Nah, understanding some law is just for protecting myself. As for being a lawyer, do you think someone like me will be believable? That's not necessarily true. At least I've never met anyone as smart as you. Zhou Yang sincerely said. After confirming that there were no issues in procedure, he nodded and was willing to help Su Liang with this. After all, he owed someone a favor and eventually needed to return it. Soon, he returned to the private room, looking very serious, and asked, "Now, with the witness and evidence present against the three of you, what else can you deny?" "Injustice. Officer, we really were just casually playing around among friends. Don't believe me? Ask him." The fat man pointed at Yao Jun. Naturally, the trio had unified their statements. Now, the key solely rested with Yao Jun. If he denied it, there would be nothing the police could do. Regarding the cash on the table, it could simply be claimed as eye candy, with spectators nearby watching. After a brief reflection, Yao Jun nodded. "Yes, we indeed did not conduct any cash transactions. The money on the table was just for show. We were merely playing casually." Zhou Yang immediately furrowed his eyebrows. People were trying to figure out how to mediate on his behalf, yet here he was twisting black into white and intentionally concealing facts? He truly didn't qualify as a decent teacher. Zhou Yang's duty was capturing criminals, not judging whether someone should be a teacher. Even if all four of you admit it, I still have other witnesses. You're not only suspected of fraud, but now also include refusal to cooperate with investigation, obstructing justice. Wait, there will be someone suing you. What? All four people widened their eyes, and their expressions became more complicated when Su Liang came in. "Officer, I am the witness. I can confirm that the four of them were gambling in the private room. Moreover, the amount involved was huge. Please uphold fairness." These words thoroughly confused the group. Yao Jun was filled with resentment. "I am your homeroom teacher. How dare you actually betray me like this? Aren't you feeling guilty inside?" However, Su Liang seemed oblivious, maintaining a righteous expression. Zhou Yang's lips curved slightly upward as he grinned meaningfully. "Now, you have anything to say? You can try to defend yourselves. Let's see how cunning you criminals can be." The three who had colluded in advance looked at each other. None of them had expected such a situation to arise. With witness and evidence present, no matter how eloquent they were, it seemed futile to argue. "All right, take these three away." Zhou Yang waved his hand, and the criminal investigation team immediately sprang into action. He then approached Yao Jun, saying profoundly, "Teacher Yao, turn back while there is still time. This time it was thanks to your students' help that danger turned into safety. Regarding your money, we will return it all later. But I hope you take this as a lesson. Next time might not go so smoothly." Having said that, he turned around and left, leaving Yao Jun dumbfounded on the spot. With a face full of disbelief, what was going on here? Originally thought Su Liang came to harm him, but unexpectedly he came to save him? Yet the method was unimaginable and entirely unexpected. Just as he was puzzling over this, Su Liang walked over, looking relaxed as if everything was under his control. "Teacher, didn't I tell you? The money will definitely be returned to you, don't worry." Yao Jun felt a mix of emotions inside, suddenly developing an inexplicable feeling. If Su Liang could call the police with just one phone call, he must have some private connections with them. But this person is only a high school student. How does he know big shots in the city and so many officials locally? Even his homeroom teacher needed his help to resolve difficulties. "Su Liang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you today, I wouldn't know what to do," Yao Jun said excitedly, with gratitude filling his eyes. For this student of his, he was utterly impressed. Before, he thought the student was merely someone with relatively good grades in the class, but now it seemed his background was unfathomable. Probably nothing could be unsolvable for him in this place. What are experts? These are the ones who hide their capabilities, something the common person wouldn't dare to imagine. Chapter 58. Exceptionally attending the commendation conference. As Su Liang looked at Yao Jun's grateful expression, there was no ripple on his face. He was very clear that it was time to distance himself from people like this. Otherwise, he would surely be dragged down in the future. Anyway, he had already secured a spot for direct admission to Tsinghua and Peking University, and even at school, there was absolutely no need to worry. Although I helped you recover today's money, I still have to give you a word of advice. Some things should be quit when they need to be. Luck isn't always going to be this good. Yao Jun nodded repeatedly, revealing an expression of anger on his face. I really didn't expect that these three guys actually wanted to set me up and cheat me. If it weren't for the help of the police, there's no way I would have known the truth. They're nothing but bastards. It's only right that they got caught. I hope they are severely punished. Upon hearing this, Su Liang shook his head secretly and guessed that the other party hadn't grasped his intention at all, but it didn't matter. Anyway, what he had to do, he had done. As for the other matters, they were none of his concern. "Teacher, I came here today just to tell you one thing. I've decided to go to Tsinghua. Do you think there will be any problem?" It was only then that Yao Jun remembered the main issue, and subsequently nodded repeatedly. "Tsinghua is great. When I get back, I'll report this to the director. Our school has finally produced its first big figure. Definitely, all the teachers and students will take pride in you." Su Liang smiled without speaking. The reason why he chose Tsinghua was because, in his opinion, Tsinghua could bring him in contact with more technical talents. And these people would provide tremendous help for the commercial empire he planned to establish in the future. As for graduating smoothly from Tsinghua, that wasn't even within his consideration. Su Liang believed that the greatest role of academic qualifications lay in re-expanding and recognizing interpersonal networks. As long as this point was achieved, not being able to obtain graduation credentials was not an issue, because all the necessary things had already been acquired, and the path he designed for his future didn't require reliance on credentials. In the next 10 years, the devaluation of diplomas would be extremely fast. Nowadays, the degree certificates and graduation papers many people strive hard to acquire when entering undergraduate universities and eventually graduating have no meaning. In society, such people will face unprecedented setbacks, so Su Liang never even considered it. Once the opportunity was ripe, one could definitely step out of school and start alone. Such occurrences were not unheard of. Abroad, there were once two most famous individuals who achieved this and became immensely popular figures of their time. Even till today, people quietly reminisce about them. Su Liang was completely indifferent to fame lasting through generations. His hope was to establish a sufficiently powerful business empire so that from now on, he wouldn't have to endure any difficulties due to money. Not only could he lead the brothers around him, but also his lonely father working outside. If he could give them a stable and peaceful life, perhaps they wouldn't have to work so hard. Thank you, teacher. If there's no problem, I'll go back first. Yao Jun nodded vigorously. At this moment, his heart was filled with excitement, never expecting someone close by to be extraordinarily talented indeed, solving everything effortlessly. Where else was there to worry about troubles? Watching Su Liang's retreating figure, Yao Jun couldn't contain his happiness. With such a person helping him along, wouldn't his future be as smooth as water flowing freely? The mere thought brought immense joy. The next day, as soon as Su Liang woke up, he received a call from Zhou Yang, telling him to arrive at the detective team headquarters as quickly as possible. The commendation meeting was about to commence. An hour later, detective team. When Su Liang walked in, it was already filled with leaders of various levels. Originally chatting cheerfully, upon seeing Su Liang, they all revealed expressions of surprise. What's the situation? Isn't this supposed to be an internal commendation conference? Why has an outsider been invited? That's true, young man. At this time, shouldn't you be studying at school instead of nosing around? You should go back. This isn't a place you should come. That's correct. We have rules. These matters must not be announced publicly, so we hope you understand. Everyone expressed their opinions, but almost all were the same, believing that Su Liang, as a student, didn't have the qualification to attend such a serious occasion. In a sense, he was making everyone look bad. Seeing this, Zhou Yang didn't dare have any negligence, quickly stepping forward to explain voluntarily. Leaders, Su Liang is not an outsider. On the contrary, this time our success in capturing those Tomb Raiders was largely due to his efforts. At the sound of this, all present revealed expressions of surprise and disbelief, quite unexpectedly. Are you sure about that, little Zhou? This young man clearly looks like a student. What help could he possibly provide? The leader asked with a furrowed brow, his gaze filled with seriousness. That's right. Zhou Yang nodded. I am very certain. Prior to this, we had no leads on the Tomb Raiders' identities or their activities. Su Liang, however, meticulously analyzed every possibility. Without his help, how could the matter have progressed to this point? How would they have smoothly caught the Tomb Raiders and recovered the relics? So, leaders, if I am to be credited for my efforts this time, then the first credit must go to Su Liang. Though he isn't part of our system, he should still be recognized and awarded accordingly. Zhou Yang said emphatically, his eyes radiating with seriousness, leaving no room for negotiation. This concerns both his dignity and future prospects. Even if he claimed all the credit himself, there's still a chance it might one day be uncovered. If exposed, that would become a stain on his reputation. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, their eyes shining with admiration and respect. Who would have thought? This young hero already possesses such profound insight despite his youth, and has even helped our police department solve a major case. Yes, if this kid truly has the intention to join the police force in the future, he'll surely be an asset and enhance our abilities immeasurably. Hearing these words, Zhou Yang was overjoyed and couldn't help blurting out. Leaders, is there now no blame directed at him? If he's a meritorious contributor, why cause trouble? Let him exceptionally attend our internal commendation and reporting meeting today. The direct superior nodded in agreement, looking particularly satisfied, which also indirectly boosted his own standing without embarrassing him. Chapter 59, Becoming a Special Advisor. After receiving unanimous agreement from all the leaders, Su Liang attended the internal commendation and reporting meeting in a special capacity. Seeing this, Zhou Yang was delighted and immediately began presenting his prepared report in full detail. Dear leaders, this is how the entire process went. Although the detective squad successfully apprehended the suspect in the end, during the preliminary investigation, Su Liang provided significant assistance. Yang Zhentian, captain of the Municipal Bureau's detective team, revealed admiration in his eyes. As an experienced veteran police officer, he understood fully well that cultivating an outstanding detective requires an immense amount of manpower and time. This isn't something that can be achieved by simply reading more books. Comprehensive investigation of crime scenes, predicting criminals' actions, as well as meticulous insight into unraveling complex cases. It takes not only natural talent, but also years of accumulated experience. Su Liang, merely a high school student, has managed to accomplish things that many detectives cannot. This undoubtedly makes him a one-of-a-kind genius. Yang Zhentian looked at Su Liang thoughtfully, then after a moment of silence, asked slowly, have you ever considered joining the municipal detective squad? What? At this question, everyone present widened their eyes, disbelief filling their gazes, finding it all utterly baffling. You see, entering the detective squad requires passing evaluations, along with holding an undergraduate degree. Yet Su Liang isn't even officially a high school graduate and has still gained favor from Yang Zhentian. Asking such a question clearly indicates how highly regarded Su Liang is by the captain of the detective squad. Even the various leaders present have never heard of such a situation before. Old Yang, This likely doesn't conform to regulations. Yes, even if we wanted to hire Su Liang, we should at least wait until after he graduates from university. Alternatively, we could recommend him to a police academy. Talents like him should be allowed to develop in appropriate roles. In an instant, everyone turned their gaze towards Su Liang, filled with hopeful anticipation. Upon seeing this, Su Liang pondered deeply, then asked cautiously, Captain Yang, am I allowed to refuse this offer? No, listen up. This is none other than the captain of our city's detective squad speaking. He has never made exceptions for anyone. Zhou Yang whispered a warning softly. Rejecting could still be done diplomatically even if there were no intentions, but ignoring would be disrespectful to the leader. Yang Zhentian waved a hand dismissively, seeming unaffected. It's all right. Share your thoughts. Everyone here today shall treat each other equally, without reservations. Su Yang scratched his head and gave a crooked smile. I'm not someone who doesn't know kindness when I see it. But, just the other day, the Education Bureau's leadership informed me that I've been recommended directly to Tsinghua or Peking University. If I were to attend the police academy instead, it might cause issues explaining the change. To be honest, compared to Tsinghua and Peking universities, the police academy falls significantly short. The former ranks top among national universities. The latter, although specialized and worthy of respect, still pales in comparison. Anyone would choose without hesitation between these options. Upon hearing this, all those present expressed surprise in their eyes. Who would have thought this guy would receive a direct recommendation to Tsinghua or Peking University? I've heard from a friend at the Education Bureau. They said our region produced a prodigy this year, a perfect score in science subjects. Hence, after special approval, they plan to recommend him to Tsinghua or Peking University. Could it be this young man? Goodness, one shouldn't underestimate others based on appearances. We underestimated him completely. Whispers spread quietly among them, all struggling to contain their shock. Youthful promise combined with exceptional ability. This was enough to leave even veterans of long working careers awestruck. One can imagine the immense impact Su Liang had on them. After a brief pause, Yang Zhentian nodded, changing his initial approval into admiration. Since the Education Bureau has recognized his capabilities, it means this young man indeed possesses extraordinary ability. He hasn't misjudged him, which further confirms his extraordinary future. Moved by appreciation for talent, Yang Zhentian didn't wish to lose out on such a gem. After a short moment of silence, he suddenly realized something. If you're being recommended to Tsinghua or Peking University, then according to my knowledge, from now until you start your university studies, you wouldn't need to worry about preparing for the college entrance exam, correct? Right. Su Liang blinked his eyes, curiosity showing. Why did this statement feel loaded? Other leaders also turned their heads curiously. What do you mean, old Yang? Su Liang, we reviewed your file just now. Although you are exceptionally talented and smart, your family's financial condition isn't too good. Pursuing further education will incur substantial costs. During this period, you can definitely engage in part-time work to earn some money. Then how about becoming our criminal investigation team's special advisor? Although I can't offer you a very high salary, according to our current standards for special advisors, there will still be quite a bit of money every month. Even if you go to study in another place later and need help, we can apply within the city bureau for support. These words directly shocked everyone present. Who would have thought that the usually rigid Yang Zhentian would go to such lengths for Su Liang and break the rules? The captain of the criminal investigation team was already stunned. Since he started working, he had never heard of anyone other than renowned public security university graduates or experienced professional professors becoming special advisors. Could Su Liang really have such great abilities? It was truly inconceivable and hard to believe. Director Yang, can such a good thing really fall into my lap? Su Liang blinked his eyes. Actually, at the moment the idea was mentioned, he was already a little moved. Not only could he do things for the common people, but he could also earn money. It was two benefits in one. Who wouldn't want to seize such an opportunity? However, after all, he was just a high school student, and even after taking the college entrance exam, he would barely be 18 years old. If this news spread, the entire criminal investigation division of the Municipal Public Security Bureau would probably erupt in chaos. Who would willingly submit themselves under an 18-year-old greenhorn? Him as a special consultant? Then where would it leave those seasoned detectives? You don't need to worry about this point. Although I don't have much power, when it comes to the criminal investigation team, my word is law. If anyone dares to criticize you in any way in the future, they'll be opposing me, Yang Zhentian. The criminal investigation team captain said resolutely, with complete seriousness in his eyes. He was determined to let Su Liang use his talents, which would greatly help with the city's security. Who wouldn't hope their jurisdiction someday reaches a zero crime rate? That would be a miracle. Chapter 60. Time to repay a favor. After the commendation report meeting was over, Zhou Yang and Su Liang walked out of the conference room, both with looks of joy on their faces. Good job, little brother. Never thought I would bask in your glory. And now, you've become an invited consultant for our criminal investigation team. From now on, we can solve cases together properly and officially. Su Liang smiled, waving his hand, fully aware of his own abilities. In comparison, other detectives truly deserve credit for their hard work and sacrifice. People are diligent every day at their posts, protecting the city and its citizens' safety. My contribution, though small, still makes me feel worthy before these protectors of the people. By the way, Brother Zhou, if we're counting favors, you owe me one too. It might be troublesome, but I'm afraid I need your help this time. Oh, upon hearing this, Zhou Yang grinned. Is there something even you can't handle? I'd like to know what sort of character could have such skills. This matter is somewhat different from what you imagine. The main issue is that I'm cooperating with the Prosperous Group, planning some business ventures, but we've run into a bit of trouble that's not easily resolved through regular means. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang's expression immediately turned serious. You're not asking me to bully others with authority, are you? As police officers, we mustn't do anything to harm ordinary citizens. Brother Zhou, what are you thinking? Even if you wanted to, I wouldn't agree. Su Liang smirked as he explained the entire situation. Zhou Yang suddenly understood, unable to help but scratch his head. But the problem is, since the other party isn't willing to give up the land to you guys, how will my involvement help? It definitely helps. Su Liang blinked. You're a policeman after all. Besides, it's unreasonable for someone not wanting their son to attend school. That's essentially a family conflict within your jurisdiction, right? He whispered a few more sentences in Zhou Yang's ear. Hearing them, the latter instantly understood and couldn't help but chuckle. Not bad. Your plan is pretty underhanded, but it might just work effectively. Since today's free, let's go check it out. I'm curious to see what kind of father would be so stubborn at a moment like this. Alright, Su Liang was pleasantly surprised. Doing good deeds really does have its rewards. Seeing how readily the person agreed made him realize he didn't even need to adjust his schedule. Subsequently, he called Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. When they learned about the progress, they were equally delighted and dropped everything they were doing to head out. Su Liang and Zhou Yang wasted no time either, stepping outside and taking a taxi directly to the suburbs. By the time they arrived at the site, Zhang Chong and Lu Hao were already there. When they saw Zhou Yang, they were full of curiosity. Brother Zhou, why are you here? I'm your backup today. Zhou Yang smiled lightly, his tone relaxed and seemingly burden-free. Brother Zhou, Uncle Ma has a terrible temper. Most people can't handle him. Be very careful. Don't worry. Is he going to hit me? If so, this won't just be a family dispute anymore. It'd mean inviting him to our criminal investigation unit for a nice tea session. Zhou Yang's lips curled into a slight smile. With that, he strode confidently towards the house. At that moment, coincidentally, Ma Fei passed by, seeing the three of them furtively observing. Confusion crossed his face. What are you guys doing here? Hey Ma Fei, you're here. There's going to be quite a show today. Maybe soon enough, your old man will not only agree to rent us this land, but also allow you to go to school. What? Ma Fei heard this, widened his eyes, shock and disbelief filling his gaze. He found the whole thing bizarre. Wait, what exactly have you done? Don't do anything crazy. Although my dad hasn't been great to me, he's still my real father. You can't hurt him. What nonsense are you talking about? How could we possibly do anything illegal? Su Liang waved his hand, appearing utterly calm, seemingly not giving this matter much thought. We simply had someone go and talk some sense into your dad. Results should come soon. As he was saying this, Zhou Yang came walking over from a distance, his face brimming with relaxed smiles. The matter's taken care of. Hurry over. You might even sign the contract today. What? Ma Fei's face was filled with disbelief upon hearing this, finding the entire thing inconceivable. He knew his father's temperament too well. No one could convince him otherwise. Yet, somehow these guys had succeeded. Are you guys serious? You must be kidding me, right? He then hurriedly ran back home. Uncle Ma also just came out. As soon as he saw Ma Fei, his face instantly revealed a look of guilt. Son, I'm sorry. It was all because your old man was too dumb before. How could I have kept you from school? Now that I think about it, I truly regret it. From now on, if you want to study, I will definitely support you. Just tell me if you need money. Happily, we're about to rent out this piece of land. The income each year will be used as your tuition fee. Ma Fei was completely stunned on the spot. Disbelief and astonishment filled his eyes. Despite trying every possible way, nothing had worked until now. However, it was unimaginable that these guys actually managed to solve it. But wasn't his father's turnaround just a bit too fast? Dad, are you feeling unwell somewhere? Or is something making you uneasy today? You seem like a completely different person. The shock in Ma Fei's heart couldn't be put into words, and he felt as if he were in a dream. Too outrageous. Who could have thought the situation would develop in such a direction? It was simply beyond imagination. Hey, all thanks go to your friends here. They enlightened my thoughts. Your older brother doesn't want to get married or settle down. That's his choice. We can't force him. We can't push it too hard either. However, you have to promise me one thing. Don't follow in your big brother's footsteps, or else our old Ma family will surely become a laughingstock for the whole village. Ma Fei nodded enthusiastically, almost choking up with emotion. Of course, he wanted to study and change his fate. But marriage, nobody could be forced into it. If someone remained single forever, what if they unexpectedly met a girl who set their hearts racing one day? And if someone insisted on getting married, what if they never found the right match? Such matters were hard to define clearly. Seeing his father's reaction now, Ma Fei couldn't help but sigh in relief. Uncle Ma turned to Su Liang, smiling faintly, and said, "Are you the young man who wants to rent our family's land?" Chapter 61. Secure the project land. That's right. Uncle Ma, I know this piece of land might have special significance for you. We really don't have any other intentions. And if this land can bring more changes to your family, I believe it will also serve its purpose. At least, for Uncle, it must be a guarantee. For the rest of your life, clothing and food will be worry-free. Good, good, good. Uncle Ma nodded repeatedly, behaving completely different from his earlier irrational and unreasonable self. Even Lu Hao and Zhang Chong beside him felt incredulous. This transformation was simply too astonishing to behold. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't dare to believe it was the same person. So, go ahead and organize the documents. Let's sign the contract today. As for the rent, we can have a detailed discussion. If there are no issues, we can finalize everything directly. Saying this, he led them out of the house. After all matters were resolved, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong let out a long sigh of relief. I thought this trouble would take several days to solve, but it's already been settled so quickly. Brother Liang, you're really amazing. Wasn't this supposed to be my father's test for you? But this test seems not that difficult. Su Liang's lips curled slightly into an amused smile. It's not exactly without difficulty. It's just that we happen to grasp the key. Yes. The reason Uncle Ma dwells on education is that he believes all educated people will turn out like Ma Fei's elder brother. And we only need to prove to Uncle Ma that his two sons are not of the same character to alleviate his concerns. Cases like these handled by Zhou Dage as a detective are sure to achieve double results with half the effort. Where do we need to get involved? It's effortless to handle. Upon hearing this, the two instantly realized what he meant, nodding in understanding with admiration evident in their eyes. You're really something else. At this moment, Ma Fei walked over and bowed deeply to Su Liang. Brother, thank you. What's this for? It's not even during holidays. Why bow like that? I can't accept it. Su Liang teased with a grin. I truly sincerely thank you from my heart. If it weren't for you guys, my old man probably still wouldn't let me pursue education. Although I don't know how you managed it, it's truly impressive. Ma Fei earnestly stated, his eyes filled with gratitude. Only he knew how significant this matter was to him. It was far beyond comparison to anything others could understand. It even meant that all situations facing him could develop toward a better direction. I merely helped out along the way. The real key lies in yourself. If you didn't have persistence, how could your father think he was wrong? So, if you want to thank someone, you should thank yourself. We merely went along with things. Zhou Yang also nodded in agreement beside him. That's right. Education is never something to be ashamed of. Moreover, I believe you'll definitely gain more useful things through education, which can help more worthy people and realize your own ideals and dreams in life. On the other side, Zhang Yuxing was busy at work in his office when a phone call suddenly came in. He glanced down, seeing it was his son Zhang Chong calling. Without much thought, he answered directly. What's up, my dear big boy? Need money again? Haven't I told you that for such things, you should just go to your mom? I'm busy at the company. Dad, am I someone who always asks for money? This is to give you a huge piece of good news. Zhang Chong excitedly said, his tone full of excitement. Zhang Yuxing furrowed his brows slightly, confusion flashing in his eyes. He was more perplexed about this development. In his impression, although his son could sometimes be unreliable, he rarely disturbed him. And as for events that could make him this excited, those were very few unless it was something incredibly great. Could it be you've successfully pursued the girl you liked? Impossible. You may not lack money, but you're still quite short on personal charm. Or maybe you've scored well in exams. That's even more impossible. I'm too familiar with what kind of student you are. Even back when studying in high school, expensive fees had been paid. If the family wasn't wealthy, Zhang Chong would have surely gone south to work rather than live carefree like his peers in school. What? Dad? No, it's not those things. Let me tell you, Su Liang has already secured that rental land. We can soon start working on the pet base. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing immediately widened his eyes, disbelief clearly evident in his gaze. How is this possible? Although he had indeed placed high hopes on Su Liang and knew the guy wouldn't let them down, he hadn't expected the matter to be resolved so quickly. Surely, you didn't use some illegal means, right? Although I spoil you a lot, we absolutely cannot break the law or violate discipline. This was Zhang Yuxing's bottom line. Even thieves have rules to abide by, and doing business must also adhere to principles. If one does anything reckless, they are no different from beasts. Of course not. How could we possibly go to such extremes? Zhang Chong recounted the whole process in great detail over the phone. Upon learning this, Zhang Yuxing was stunned speechless. He didn't expect Su Liang to take such an unconventional approach to solve the problem, and crucially, it proved extremely effective. The most critical point was that Su Liang had identified Uncle Ma's key concern. The reason why shareholders doubted Su Liang's capability was because they thought he was just a student. There was no way he could bear a huge responsibility, nor could he take charge of a pet breeding base. Thus, investing money into this project would purely be a waste. From this aspect alone, it was clear that Su Liang possessed exceptional personal ability. Even tasks seemingly impossible for him were easily tackled and solved with unimaginable speed. Even Zhang Yuxing admitted that he himself wouldn't have been able to resolve the issue within a day. Good. Tonight, invite those two over to my place. We must treat them well, and continue discussing our next steps of cooperation. An excited Zhang Yuxing said, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At this very moment, he couldn't wait to hear about Su Liang's next plan. Perhaps this pet base could bring unexpected benefits and help the group transition into something new. Chapter 62, Shocking the Shareholders Meeting. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuxing immediately notified all shareholders to convene a shareholders meeting. Half an hour later, in the Changxing Group meeting room, all shareholders were present and discussing noisily. What's so urgent that the chairman called us over? What could it possibly be about? Isn't it just about the new project the group wants to start recently? I just don't understand. Real estate is so profitable. Why does the chairman insist on spending his mind on other places? One moment, it's new energy vehicles, the next it's farming bases. Can these two industries really make more money than our real estate? Do you not know what chairman is thinking? He's planning to leave some business for his son. Otherwise, after he retires, wouldn't this company belong to us? As they were speaking, Zhang Yuxing walked in quickly, looking highly confident and elated. After sitting down, he directly threw a document on the table. Everyone present was filled with doubt and confusion, finding the situation completely baffling. Chairman, what do you mean by this? Everyone, take a look. Zhang Yuxing nodded and indicated this. The crowd passed the document around, and everyone's face revealed surprise and disbelief. No, how could this be possible? Wasn't it so fast regarding the land issue? Has chairman's team hired help? This cannot prove their powerful ability. It only shows that this bunch knows how to exploit loopholes. In business, we emphasize sincerity. How can we resort to these tactics? Everyone came out opposing, obviously not intending to let the matter rest easily. Zhang Yuxing seemed to have anticipated this entirely. Without panic, he even said with full ease on his face, "Are all the things you have done accomplished solely and wholeheartedly by yourselves? If there was no help from others, would you truly believe you could earn this much money?" This sentence caused everyone to fall into silence, even if they didn't want to face it. But the truth was exactly that. Chairman, so what are you trying to say? Before this, all of you were against the pet base and thought the person in charge was too young to handle such a heavy responsibility. But this time, they managed to secure the land through their own efforts. This means they are capable of handling the management of the entire pet base. So now, I would like to ask, is there anyone who still opposes the pet base project? Zhang Yuxing asked decisively. Even though he was the chairman, this group was also made up of various shareholders. If he attempted to rule alone, there would surely be opposition from many people, and even his position might waver. This is also why Zhang Yuxing insisted that Su Liang and the team must handle it themselves. And finally, Su Liang did not betray the expectations. The results completed were very satisfactory and joyful, even worth praising. Everyone looked at each other hesitantly, wanting to say something, but holding back. Even though they felt quite dissatisfied in their hearts, there was nothing they could do about it. Since the other party had secured the land with their abilities, what else was there to say? It was impossible to act unreasonably in front of so many people. Otherwise, when the matter became known, wouldn't it become a laughingstock? After a brief silence, the vice president stood up. "Chairman, since they can handle such work, then we can give it a try, but I still think that a performance agreement should be signed for the pet-based project. Otherwise, it won't satisfy everyone." Zhang Yuxing had never been so confident as he was now, and without hesitation, he nodded. "Rest assured, everyone. Once the pet base is constructed, I will find an appropriate time to sign the corresponding agreement with them. But until then, no one should oppose anymore. Otherwise, today's meeting will be meaningless." After saying this, he got up and left. The expressions of all the shareholders were rather complex, especially those sitting in the corner. Their leader was named Wang Guobing, who could also be considered an old hand in the Changxing group. Now he was the head of the project management department. Are we messing around here? Investing millions or tens of millions in a few 18-year-old hot-headed youths. Did chairman's brain get kicked by a donkey? Wang Guobin was furious. Originally, this sum of money should have been used for his own project, but because of Su Liang's appearance, his previous plan was shelved directly. Now, it's not even possible to secure the funds. Actually, deep inside, there has been a rift within the Changxing group. Many people had their own private intentions and hoped to use the company's funds to push their own projects. Yet, who would have thought that a Chun Yaojin, a meddler, would suddenly appear, directly breaking the entire situation, and making things extremely complicated and troublesome. The rest of the shareholders on his side also nodded in agreement. "No way. I heard this kid was the one who suggested to the chairman to change direction and venture into new energy vehicles. If this continues, his position in the company will surely surpass ours sooner or later. That's right. We absolutely cannot let a tiger grow strong enough to harm us. Nor can we allow this guy to become our powerful rival. In this world where all come for profit, if one day Zhang Yuxing were to step down and pass the baton, everyone present would have the chance to become the new chairman. What matters is whether they have enough influence, which depends on how much they've contributed to Changxing Group and how many successful projects they've led. These are undeniable merits, impossible to shake or alter. For these reasons, everything being done now holds great significance for each person. We must find a way to deal with Su Liang. At least we can't let him get involved in the group's projects anymore. I agree. This kid is far too arrogant and even dared to go against us. Does he know who he is? This time, that kid needs to learn that experience still trumps youth." The shareholders exchanged glances, revealing a fierce and ruthless intent. People are drawn to profit and avoid harm. Once their interests are harmed, they will stop at nothing to recover. Su Liang has already disrupted their share of the pie, so no one will allow such a young upstart to block their path to making money. Otherwise, what would others say? Isn't it laughable that a group of people in their 40s and 50s could be outwitted by a teenager? This incident may be remembered forever, and the Changxing Group itself might undergo tremendous changes as well. Chapter 63. Rich people are indeed different. The problem is, how do we deal with him? Someone asked. If they were to act blatantly, outsiders would definitely think they're bullying others with their power and influence, which doesn't sound good. A group of wealthy general managers bullying a young, inexperienced boy? No one would find that very honorable. Besides, the person in question was also someone Chairman Zhang Yuxing valued the most. If things got too obvious, there would be no reasonable explanation even on the surface. We certainly cannot take action openly. If this matter gets out, what will happen? Even if no one else says anything, surely Zhang Yuxing will harbor resentment. Although internal competition within the company was known to all, no one dared to casually expose it. As shareholders, these people were incredibly smart. If they must expose it, it shouldn't be done by themselves. Otherwise, wouldn't it cause big trouble if said aloud? How can we deal with a little guy like this, actually having to take action behind his back? That doesn't seem very glorious when said out loud. Someone muttered, clearly not expecting Xu Liang to have become such a difficult presence here. Then let's not act ourselves. This guy should know what kind of consequences come from opposing us. Could it be that so many of us cannot handle a student? That would make us seem too useless. After saying this, everyone present nodded in agreement and began discussing among themselves. Soon, they reached a decision. At the same time, Xuliang must be made to know his limits. Company affairs are not something he should involve himself in. Trying to affect prosperous group, or even stepping forward to grab a share of it is nothing but wishful thinking. Meanwhile, another place. The Zhang family villa. Come on in, don't be shy. Zhang Chong warmly invited Xuliang and Lu Hao into his home. Lu Hao looked around in awe, his face full of disbelief. My goodness, I never expected your house to be this rich. Decorated too extravagantly, isn't it? Everywhere he looked, he could sense the strong scent of wealth. Although he didn't know the origins of those decorations, they were clearly expensive and rarely seen in the market. Oh, this is nothing. My dad said, a person's wealth doesn't lie in what he owns, but in what he can bring. Zhang Chong waved his hand, as if he didn't care about this at all. My goodness, you're being way too humble. The kind of wealth in your family would require countless lifetimes for others to attain. How can one not value possession? Lu Hao couldn't help but marvel. In similar situations before, he had only seen them on TV. Those ruthless presidents' houses were exactly like this. And after witnessing it personally, the shock was even stronger. Indeed, the gap between people was truly vast. Even a random decoration piece inside could probably amount to what their whole family could save up for an entire year without eating or drinking. Brother, I heard that you stream live, and now aren't doing quite well too? Making money is just a matter of time. These kinds of things, even if bought back home. But if you don't have the ability to keep making money, owning them serves no purpose. And no one outside will believe they're real. But if you can keep making money and show everyone your capability, even if they're fake, people might think they're real. Zhang Chong said as he pointed to a piece of art on the table nearby. Do you know how much this thing costs? Lu Hao shook his head, asking cautiously. Fearfully several thousand yuan, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Xuliang couldn't help but laugh. You're putting unnecessary pressure on yourself. Did you forget that we saw this thing at the handicraft shop near our school? It tops out at 50 yuan. What? Lu Hao widened his eyes, unable to hide his disbelief. He found it hard to understand. Isn't it impossible? In such a grand villa, there are actually only tens of yuan decorations placed. Where have you ever seen such low-profile rich people? Zhang Chong smiled widely. See? I wasn't lying to you, was I? So, whether a person's possessions have value does not depend on the items themselves, but entirely on the person. As long as the person has enough value, then for him, any accessories have certain value. Unable to resist, Lu Hao gave Zhang Chong a thumbs up. Indeed, the gap between people was astonishingly extraordinary. If not seen with one's own eyes, how could one possibly believe it? At this age, all I know is to play games and sleep, while others are already thinking about the relationship between money and people. You rich folks are indeed different. We poor people can never catch up. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Chong shook his head and laughed. Isn't Xuliang an exception? Look, is there anything he can't solve in front of us? He knows more than the both of us combined. That's for sure. Our boss is incredibly capable. No ordinary person can be compared with him. A look of pride appeared on Lu Hao's face, and he was extremely pleased with that. Just at this moment, Zhang Yuxing returned from outside. Seeing the three of them, joy immediately showed on his face. Our great contributor has returned. Today, we must entertain grandly. Tell me carefully how you accomplished such an incredible feat. He then arranged for the chef at home to prepare delicious food, while listening to the three of them talk back and forth in the living room. Even though he had already learned the entire process of the matter, after hearing Xuliang's insights, he couldn't help but marvel. This kid was truly a business genius, and far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. His talent was the highest among all the people Zhang Yuxing had ever met. It was probably because Xuliang lacked capital. Otherwise, this kid very likely would have become the youngest young entrepreneur. Great. It seems all three of you have gained something. What makes me happiest is that the first part of the pet base has been completed. Next, you can start construction. If you need funds, you can file a report with me. Of course, the use must be reasonable, and all expenditures must also be clear enough, because we will have to submit them to the finance department of the group. Xuliang nodded. He was very clear on this point. Following the rules was actually a good thing for everyone, as it could avoid many unnecessary troubles and so-called personal favors. The influence of these matters cannot be underestimated. Chapter 64. Full support for the pet base. Mr. Zhang, thank you for giving me this opportunity. Regarding the breeding base, I am confident that I can do it best. Su Liang vowed with determination. The future pet market will be very prosperous. There is no need to doubt this at all. As long as one is a normal person and does not intentionally engage in some laughable behavior, the result will ultimately be satisfactory. Zhang Yuxing nodded, then hesitated again, coincidentally seeing Zhang Chong and Lu Hao leave the restaurant. So he whispered, Su Liang, although I am very optimistic about you, there's something I need to clarify beforehand. The pet base is not that easy to manage, and you may face more troubles and dangers ahead. Of course, as long as you have enough confidence, I believe you can definitely complete it excellently. Upon hearing this, Su Liang smiled. Could it be that Mr. Zhang you are worried about those people within the group? Zhang Yuxing opened his eyes wide, full of surprise in his gaze. He didn't expect this kid to see through even this aspect. Truly remarkable. It seems I really need to reassess how much weight I place on you in my heart. Such a level of intelligence has far exceeded that of an ordinary person, reaching an unimaginable level. If it wasn't witnessed by his own eyes, Zhang Yuxing would really find it hard to accept. Uncle Zhang, actually, it isn't difficult to guess this matter. I provided you with 2 projects. These projects are very promising and extremely likely to occupy huge markets in the future, bringing tremendous profits to the group. But you also hope that your son will take over the Qiangxing group in the future, and therein lies a very insurmountable obstacle. That is the senior shareholders within the group. They have deep roots and possess outstanding abilities along with rich experience. It's impossible for them to allow Zhang Chong to lead the entire Qiangxing group. Therefore, there is a divergence. You hope that Zhang Chong can have a sufficient foundation to take over the whole group, but there are people who don't want to see this happen. Naturally, divergence brings conflict, and irreconcilable conflicts at that. Su Liang spoke confidently. For this point, he had already prepared psychologically enough. Business is like war, a life and death struggle. Moreover, there absolutely isn't just the Qiangxing group in the entire market. These people don't want to see them make money, and others wanting to enter the industry have similar thoughts. To fight through and achieve success requires paying a price far beyond what ordinary people imagine, possibly encountering numerous troubles and dangers. These things alone already pose significant hidden dangers, let alone other unknown issues. So Su Liang is not yet naive enough to think he has the ability to resolve all problems. Even so, he must maintain a humble attitude. Otherwise, once any mistake occurs, the consequences would be unimaginably disastrous. Zhang Yuxing took a deep breath. Initially, he thought today was the day to impart a little experience, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. This person was much deeper than himself, and he also possesses strong adaptability and mental preparation. Seems like you're really set on doing business. That's good. I believe, with your abilities, you should perform splendidly. Mr. Zhang, regarding this, you can rest assured. Once the pet base is up and running, I will naturally choose to retire at the right time and pursue my real career. But during this process, the things I wish to do myself, you cannot interfere. In other words, Su Liang's personal ventures cannot be obstructed, or else there would be no motivation left. Even if Zhang Yuxing treated him kindly and established a pet base for his son to build a foundation within the future group, it could not hinder his own affairs because of that. Otherwise, it would be all for naught. Knowing fully well that they would eventually part ways, wasting time here is something no one would willingly choose. Zhang Yuxing naturally understood this and nodded repeatedly. You just relax. Boldly move forward, leave the rest to me. I guarantee I'll handle all the rear issues properly. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upwards, nodding repeatedly, approval shining in his eyes. This is how it should be. It builds a better environment for everyone. Just then, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong came back, noticing the two smiling happily, and couldn't help but curiously ask, "What are the two of you discussing behind our backs? Talking so cheerfully." "Nothing. I was just discussing the next step plan with Su Liang. Isn't it clear now? That's why we're happy. It is indeed remarkable to have such a capable person around his son, and it is something to be truly grateful for. Presumably, the road ahead will not be too arduous, and it will be a good thing for everyone." "Really? Dad, you're not fooling me, are you?" Zhang Chong frowned. Although he wasn't academically strong, he was very smart and naturally guessed that there might be other reasons behind this. "Of course it's true. How could I possibly harm you? Just go ahead boldly. Dad will be your strongest support. And right now, so is Su Liang." "All right, I'll believe what you say. I'm starving. When's dinner?" "Right now." Zhang Yuxing immediately called the chef to bring out the dishes, and soon a table full of sumptuous delicacies was laid out. The three had worked all day and were already hungry, so they began eating voraciously. The next day, when Lu Hao was still sound asleep, Su Liang had already gotten up and finished washing up. Today he needed to go back to school and inform his teachers and the principal about his placement recommendation matters. After dealing with these, he wouldn't need to go to school in the near future. Then he could focus entirely on building the pet base. After getting ready, he shouldered his school bag and went to school. As he walked through the gate, the students passing by all looked at him strangely and started whispering among themselves. "What's going on?" Su Liang furrowed his brows slightly. A trace of confusion flashed in his eyes as he checked himself from top to bottom. There seemed to be nothing wrong. Why did everyone look at him like a clown? Just then, a classmate mustered the courage to approach. "Su Liang, have you really been recommended for admission to Tsinghua University and Peking University?" Su Liang blinked, then nodded. "How did you know? The whole school has gone crazy over it already." Chapter 65. For you, I want to take the entrance exam for Tsinghua and Peking University. In a moment, many students gathered around, their faces filled with envy and jealousy. Who would have thought that our school could produce a genius like you? Can you teach us how to master the comprehensive science exams? Yes. As long as you're willing to teach me, it's not just about tutoring fees. Even thousands or tens of thousands are worth it. The crowd buzzed with discussions, eyes filled with hopeful expectation. At this moment, Su Liang finally realized that everyone wasn't reacting to some strange quirks about him. Instead, it was because he was the only student in the entire school since its foundation to secure a special recruitment spot from the city. In fact, it's more like a blind cat bumping into a dead rat. I don't really have much talent. Maybe it's just good luck. Su Liang grinned modestly. Actually, he knew that if it were solely based on his raw scores, he wouldn't be able to secure the special recruitment spot. But getting a perfect score in the comprehensive sciences was truly remarkable. It was extremely rare even throughout the entire province. No wonder the city education bureau leaders took it so seriously. They were probably trying to set an example, showing all students that with excellent grades, even the most prestigious universities would extend invitations without necessarily depending only on overall scores. However, his modesty was interpreted by others as arrogance and audacity, igniting anger in many. "You got good scores, so what? Stop pretending." "Yeah, We admit we aren't as smart as you, but you don't have to act so smug towards us. With a full score in comprehensive sciences and still not satisfied, I can't even begin to imagine what goes through this guy's mind. Seeing everyone's expressions of discontent, Su Liang was surprised. He didn't expect that his goodwill would make others think he had done something wrong. After hesitating for a while, he understood. Just as these students said, if one could raise their scores, why wouldn't it be a lucrative path? Everyone knows that the college entrance exam is a pivotal turning point. Those who succeed are essentially well ahead in life, while those who don't attend prestigious universities may not necessarily fail in life. Their journey will definitely be much harder and winding. One might say 3 years of hard work could save a decade of detours. Who wouldn't want to do it? Do you really want to improve your scores? Su Liang asked meaningfully. The group immediately nodded. Of course, if we can improve, my mom says she'd pay whatever amount. Oh, it's not about money. The problem is the tutoring classes we've been attending outside of school haven't been effective. Su Liang, are you serious about helping us? Seeing everyone's hopeful faces, Su Liang became more determined. This could not only increase his income, but also help his classmates. Why not do it? If you truly want to know, then wait until after lunch today. I'll be at the milk tea shop outside the school. I'll only wait until 1 p.m., no waiting beyond that time. If you don't show up, I'll assume you've chosen to give up. You can also promote this idea within the school. Anyway, I welcome more people like Han Xian assembling soldiers. Upon hearing this, all present were filled with pleasant surprise. With the help of this suddenly emerged prodigy, there was certainly hope for improvement in their own grades. It was possible they might rapidly advance within a short period. Although dreaming of entering Tsinghua or Peking University might seem ambitious, achieving a place in any top university or first-tier school was also excellent. All right, let's get back to class now. Otherwise, the security guards and teachers will arrive soon. Su Liang waved his hand. All the present individuals left contentedly. Su Liang entered the classroom and looked around, realizing he had nothing particular to do. He rose and headed toward the head teacher's office. But just as he reached the stairs, he bumped into Cheng Xiaoyu. Hey, long time no see. Yeah, recently I barely see you around school. Cheng Xiaoyu flicked her hair behind her ear, looking like she wanted to say something, but held back. For several days, she had practically been running to Su Liang's class every chance she got, wanting to check if he was around. Every time, she returned disappointed, almost convinced he had dropped out. If it weren't for learning about Su Liang receiving special treatment from the homeroom teacher, she might have suspected something bad happened. You really got a direct admission to Tsinghua or Peking University? Cheng Xiaoyu probed cautiously. Su Liang nodded. Isn't the whole school already aware? Do you think I would tell such a big lie? So, have you decided on Tsinghua or Peking University? Cheng Xiaoyu asked curiously, seemingly with some urgency. Of course Tsinghua. Someone like me may not even be able to get a good major if I go to Peking University, and at Tsinghua, I can connect with countless talents. This would greatly benefit his future business empire. Tsinghua. That might be quite difficult. Cheng Xiaoyu mused. What's so hard? Since I'm already exempt from taking the entrance exam, all I need to do is secure this spot. I don't even need to take the college entrance exam. My meaning is that it might not be easy for me to enter Tsinghua. You? Su Liang paused, slightly surprised. Yes, I want to study in the same university as you, though naturally my academic scores aren't as high as yours. But I can take the special recruitment for art and sports students. Based on the current results for art and sports students, I should be able to enter Peking University's art department, but Tsinghua's art department will probably require more effort. Su Liang's heart rippled slightly. Honestly speaking, his relationship with the school beauty had yet to be finalized, and they were mostly still in an ambiguous phase. So he had never thought of asking her which university she planned to attend. It was something completely up to her. Moreover, if the two of them truly became a couple, they might face a long-distance relationship. So Su Liang's focus was entirely on making the school beauty truly fall for him. Otherwise, even if their relationship continued through college, unforeseen circumstances could still arise. He had already been inexplicably dumped in his previous life, and he wouldn't let such a thing happen again. That would simply be too stupid. Is it because of me that you want to apply to Tsinghua or Peking University? Su Liang tentatively asked. Cheng Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed red like apples, unbearably cute, with her big watery eyes carrying a shy charm. Isn't it allowed? I think we're friends at least. If we end up in the same school, we could look out for each other somewhat. It wouldn't leave either of us alone and struggling in another city. Chapter 66. The school will take care of everything for you. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Although the statement was subtle, he already understood its general meaning. Wasn't it obvious that she was hinting at her feelings for him? Since she hadn't come right out and said it, Su Liang decided to keep things ambiguous as well, because this kind of thing signified a turning point. If the girl was willing to confess on her own, then it would mean that she genuinely liked him. If not, it meant the time wasn't right yet. Su Liang was waiting for Cheng Xiaoyu to make the first move. Even counting his past life, he had already confessed twice. Was it really too much to ask for her to confess once? That's great. You have to keep going strong though. I don't want to end up attending Tsinghua while you go to another school. Cheng Xiaoyu was somewhat surprised. She likely didn't expect Su Liang to react this way. Didn't normal boys feel moved when they heard such news? Instead, he was actually encouraging her. Did she really need his encouragement? Such a typical steel straight man. Yet for some reason, Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't help but find this boy in front of her alluring, even if she wanted to hate him. He was different from everyone else, his methods unique, and his grades unmatched. Then, could you help me with my studies next? Since you won't be taking the college entrance exam anyway, you should have the time, right? Cheng Xiaoyu asked further. Of course, This is what I propose. At noon, I'll wait for you outside the milk tea shop near the school. Make sure you show up. After saying this, Su Liang left first. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu involuntarily smiled. For some unknown reason, the thought of being alone with Su Liang filled her heart with inexplicable joy. Moreover, their mutual growth gave her something many dreamt of. A few minutes later, Su Liang arrived at the head teacher's office. Knock, knock, knock. Please come in. Director. As Su Liang walked in, the grade director immediately changed his attitude by 180 degrees, rising promptly to welcome him, making it seem like a senior official had arrived. Su Liang, how did you have the time to visit the school today? Did you encounter any trouble somewhere? Don't worry, as long as you speak up, our school will definitely do everything we can to resolve your issues. This was the treatment given to specially recruited students, especially since Su Liang was specially recruited by both Tsinghua University and Peking University. With just this name alone, the school would stand out in the city over the next 3 years. No other high school could possibly compete for attention, for there was only one thing that could leave the other schools speechless. Our school has a specially recruited student from Tsinghua and Peking University, do you? If they didn't, then there was no sense in arguing. Our school's teaching quality is better than yours. Our teachers and students are simply more capable. Unless they could also produce a Tsinghua or Peking University guaranteed admission student. So the grade director now completely regarded Su Liang as his prized asset. As long as this young man could smoothly enter university, the entire school would gain immense honor. Director, after thinking it through, I've decided to choose Tsinghua. I'm not sure if there's anything you need me to cooperate on or any particular tasks. Su Liang responded modestly. The grade director immediately brightened with delight, nodding repeatedly. Now that you've made the decision, that's naturally the best outcome. I was worried you might forget over these few days and miss the appointment time. How could that happen? Everyone may only get one chance in a lifetime. Even if I were stupid, I wouldn't make such a self-defeating choice. Su Liang laughed. Good, good. Now that you've confirmed, there are some documents and procedures here that require your signature. Once dealt with, before the college entrance examination, you won't have to come to school at all. All your time is completely under your control. Just inform your homeroom teacher when the time comes. The grade director was extremely accommodating, behaving differently from usual. Su Liang nodded and signed the relevant documents. As for notifying the parents, he took responsibility for handling that himself. After all, his father worked far away, and it wasn't easy to earn money. A return trip would cost a significant amount in travel expenses, so he decided to inform his father after the acceptance letter arrived. Moreover, perhaps by then, his business would have stabilized, allowing him to purchase a better flight for his father and treat him warmly upon his return. Why not seize the opportunity? The grade director paid no further mind to these details, finishing everything quickly and then calling Yao Jun. But surprisingly, none of his calls went through. That's strange. Didn't this guy come to work today? The grade director frowned deeply, full of doubts. Su Liang instantly guessed the reason upon a glance. That old man must have disappeared to some unknown place again. Either he's playing with stocks, gambling on sports, or playing mahjong. Anyway, it must be one of these that made him so careless, even ignoring the grade director's calls. I've already informed our homeroom teacher in advance. If the grade director has any questions, please let me know. If there's nothing else, I'll head back. Good, good, good. The grade director nodded fervently and then seemed to remember something. Oh right, have you thought about where to hold your college entrance banquet? Huh, this was something Su Liang hadn't considered. One reason is his dad wasn't around. Another reason is he had never gone through this before. In his previous life, his grades were so poor that his father wouldn't dare to hold a banquet for college entrance at all. This doesn't need to be rushed, right? And hosting a banquet would cost quite a lot of money. We probably don't have enough yet. Upon hearing this, the grade director slapped his thigh. Oh no, my dear boy, what kind of talk is that? Our school is eager to help host the banquet for you. The glory and honor you bring to our school absolutely can't be repaid just by spending money. And this isn't just my idea, it's also the principal's. So when you get back, consider it carefully. If you want to hold the banquet, our school is willing to fund it for you. If you have any demands, feel free to approach me, and I will surely try my best to communicate with you. The grade director said excitedly. This is called accomplishing big things with small expenses. How many students do Tsinghua and Peking University recruit each year? And the special recruitment spots released each year. Basically each province only has a few, sometimes none. It's just that this time Su Liang got lucky, getting a special recruitment offer from both universities, which shows how precious and honorable it is. This is exactly like waiting for the great scholar to come and defend the scriptures once I pass the customs. For a moment, Su Liang's mood also became very pleasant. Chapter 67. Enthusiastic Students. After dealing with all the matters, he left school and went to the bubble tea shop. It was still an hour or so before dismissal. Once there were enough students signed up for tutoring, he could directly start a training course. The money would surely come pouring in. As the noon bell rang at 12 o'clock, a tide of people flowed out from the school gate, groups of students coming out to eat lunch. Su Liang sat leisurely in the bubble tea shop. Soon, some classmates ran over quickly. Su Liang, you really are here. We thought you were just making excuses to hide. Su Liang grinned widely. How could I? I have made promises to all of you, but I need to be upfront about it. Once you sign up, this is business. Since you've come to me, that shows trust. But regarding the fee issue, we'll talk about it once the class officially starts. I won't take a penny beforehand. Any issues? There's no such thing as free tutoring, after all. But as long as they're willing to come, that's a good thing. Upon hearing this, the students nodded one after another, their faces full of surprise. With this ace helping them, wouldn't their grades surely improve during this final sprint phase? Alright, whatever you say, we'll do it. Where do we sign up? Su Liang pulled out the paper and pen he had prepared in advance. Everyone, don't rush. Take turns. Write down your name, phone number, class, and the subject you'd like help with. His demeanor seemed as if everything was already running smoothly. Watching the continuous stream of sign-ups, Su Liang felt very happy inside. Before long, more than 100 people had signed up. Just 200 or 300 per student per class, and each session could make tens of thousands. As for cost, it definitely wasn't high. Teaching and tutoring was indeed a profitable industry. No wonder so many people were eager to work in it. At this moment, suddenly there was commotion among the crowd. Hey, isn't that someone important? Why did she show up? Could it be that the school beauty also wants Su Liang's help? Nonsense. Their rumors have been spread far and wide. Now since Su Liang is tutoring us, Cheng Xiaoyu coming makes sense. With this, we might actually get to study together with the school beauty. Amidst everyone's discussion, expressions of surprise appeared on their faces. No one expected such a surprising bonus. Cheng Xiaoyu, looking around at the surrounding crowd with confusion written all over her face, asked, "What's going on here? Hee, isn't this because many classmates want my help with academic problems, so they came to sign up?" Su Liang smirked while explaining. Cheng Xiaoyu suddenly felt somewhat deflated. She had originally thought this would give her and Su Liang more alone time, only to find out now it was going to be a large group. What nonsense. Wasted thoughts on my part. But she didn't choose to abandon the idea completely. Cheng Xiaoyu knew that if she wanted to go to the same university as Su Liang, she needed to improve her grades. It was strange, why hadn't she noticed his excellent grades earlier? And now, he was even able to substitute for teachers and tutor students. What do you think? Do you want to join? Su Liang questioned deeply, intending to keep testing her. Only by doing so could he ensure his position. Time to shore things up a bit. Otherwise, he might end up as a Tengu anytime. Alright. Cheng Xiaoyu hesitated for a moment, then nodded. After all, no matter what, improving her grades was always beneficial. Okay, then let's settle this deal. A faint smile curled up on Su Liang's lips, feeling that everything was under his control. No matter what, at least now he gained some initiative again and assured himself a favorable situation. Just at that moment, from a distance, two suspicious men kept peeking at the direction of the bubble tea shop. Are you sure it's that kid? How come his popularity is so high, with so many people gathered around him? We don't know how to move in. The photo our boss got after great difficulty clearly identifies him. Moreover, we've checked into the background of this guy with a few people and found nothing substantial. Who knows why our boss would order us to act on someone like him? His companion murmured doubtfully. Their previous missions usually involved dealing with commercial rivals or handling private affairs. Never had they imagined targeting a student. What kind of mysterious power made several major shareholders hire them for help? What's the use of worrying too much? Our job is simple. Take the money and do the job. Another man said without hesitation. As for other things, they have nothing to do with us. But the problem is, with so many people around, how do we proceed? His companion scratched his head, clearly somewhat embarrassed. If they made a move in front of so many students, they would definitely be sent to the police station immediately. At best, it would be labeled as provoking trouble. If it escalated into fighting or revenge, things would get much worse. Not in a hurry. Let's wait. I don't believe this guy won't end up alone. As they spoke, they saw Su Liang come out of the bubble tea shop by himself and walk away in the opposite direction from the school. The two men again looked at each other with confusion. Was he a delinquent? It was time for studying, yet he skipped class just like that. Looks like he's not as simple as they thought. But for these two men, Su Liang wasn't worth their attention. What could a little kid do? There's no way he could handle them both. They quickly followed behind him. After walking for about 20 minutes, they arrived at a relatively quiet alley. The two men glanced at each other quietly, realizing the opportunity had come, and they hurriedly followed. At this moment, Su Liang also noticed something was off. He suddenly turned around and saw the two men. Instantly alert, he asked, "Why are you following me? In broad daylight, in a world governed by law, do you actually want to rob me? I'll tell you, a single phone call can summon the police. When that happens, there will be no good outcome for you." Upon hearing this, the two men burst into laughter immediately. Young people were truly too naive. With their skills, taking down a high school student wouldn't take more than a minute. Even if the police came flying on rockets, it'd still take several minutes at least. And where did such rockets even exist? Kid, if you brought trouble upon yourself, then it's because you pissed off someone you shouldn't have. Today, someone sent us here to teach you a lesson. If you know what's good for you, kneel down, kowtow, call out grandpa 3 times, and scurry back to school. Just focus on your studies, and stop dreaming. Chapter 68. Can this also reveal our identity? Don't have any funny ideas? When Su Liang heard the hint of confusion in the other party's words, he wondered if it was because of the class beauty or school beauty that they had come looking for him. But on second thought, it seemed impossible. These two definitely weren't street hoodlums. They seemed like normal working people. And judging from their tone, they more resembled people who do dirty work for others. But if it wasn't because of the school beauty or class beauty, who would come to pick a fight with him? Thinking about this, Su Liang decided to first figure out the background of the other party before finding an opportunity to act. He wasn't even sure what their purpose was, so talking things through might be difficult right now. I don't understand what you're talking about. Besides, how I live my life is none of your business. Su Liang responded with great solemnity, showing no trace of fear. After all, his mental age had long surpassed that of his peers. He'd seen countless things in the world, and how could he possibly be intimidated by these two individuals? They didn't seem like extremely ruthless types either. They probably wouldn't resort to deadly measures. You're still pretending to be stupid, aren't you? Don't you know exactly what you've done? The tall, Thin One said angrily, appearing somewhat intimidating but obviously putting on an act. There are plenty of things I've done, like being with the school beauty and class beauty, like being with classmates, close friends. And there's also the neighborhood aunties and park grandpas. Who exactly are you talking about? Every injustice has its origin, every debt its owner. You at least owe me an explanation. Who is after me? Hearing this, the two immediately became enraged. They hadn't encountered such a brazen student before. Someone who dared to stay calm and composed even under threat. You little brat, do you want us to tear down all pretenses? Haven't you guys recently rented a plot of land in the suburbs? Su Liang frowned slightly, with a flicker of doubt passing through his eyes. That land was originally intended by our village for farming. Now it's been rented out to you. It must be returned. Otherwise, we won't let you off. Blinking his eyes, Su Liang felt something wasn't quite right about this statement. If it were truly people from the countryside causing trouble, then they wouldn't have shown up so quickly. Besides, back then, everything was settled nicely with Uncle Ma. There was no objection from them, completely ruling out any possibility of complications. These two didn't appear like rural folks, except for their robust build. There was not a single trait characteristic of villagers. Suddenly, Su Liang suddenly understood and pieced things together. If it wasn't about the pet base disturbing some rural folks, but somehow related to the strong, prosperous group shareholders, then it could only mean it was those shareholders. Zhang Yuxing fully supported him setting up a pet base, and based on previous communications, he clearly hoped to turn this matter into a successful venture, adding credibility and wealth for his son. However, all these inevitably touched upon the interests of certain people, like the shareholders of the strong, prosperous group. Realizing this, everything began to make sense. Su Liang had already confirmed their identities. If I haven't guessed wrong, it should be the shareholders of the strong, prosperous group who sent you here? I'd like to know which shareholder is so shameless to deal with a mere student like me using such despicable tactics. Isn't that embarrassing for you? Upon hearing this, the two exchanged glances, their expressions full of astonishment. Before coming, their boss had specifically instructed them never to expose their identities, which was why they fabricated a backstory as villagers from Uncle Ma's village. Yet, no one expected that their story couldn't withstand scrutiny for even a few minutes before being uncovered. How could this be? Which high school student could possess such insightful judgment and frightening abilities? We don't know anything about the strong, prosperous group or shareholders. We're just from the village. Give us back that piece of land. The thin, tall man hastily defended himself, seeming desperate to clarify. His companion also chimed in repeatedly, agreeing. However, the more agitated they became, the more it proved their guilt. Su Liang once again confirmed his thoughts. It was indeed as he suspected. Truly unexpected. All sorts of strange things happen in this world, and somehow, he ended up encountering them all. Business is indeed like warfare. In order to protect their own interests, those people would stop at nothing, whether bribery or threats and manipulation. They probably underestimated him as a mere student, thinking simple threats would suffice. But you think too simply. Su Liang had already been through enough of society's harsh realities. He was fully aware that some things must be fought for, especially in a life-or-death war where one has to be resolute. If you play dirty with me, I'll go all out against you. Anyway, there's absolutely no way I'm going to return this piece of land. And now I will call the police to report it, and let them investigate the strong, prosperous group shareholders. I don't believe they won't uncover the truth. If you dare touch me, I'll have you locked up, Su Liang said with unwavering determination. This left both men momentarily stunned. What was going on? His aggressively assertive demeanor was far from that of an ordinary student. They also clearly understood the difference between fighting or brawling and intentionally inciting harm. The former might only lead to minor public security penalties, but the latter could result in criminal responsibility due to its significantly different nature. Hey, I already told you it's not like that. Why don't you believe me? The tall, thin one explained helplessly, his frustration evident. Who would have thought things would spiral into such a situation? It was utterly beyond comprehension. Su Liang saw this moment and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Based on these pitiful attempts alone, how did they even think they could get away with their underhanded schemes? Apparently, the shareholders had no real competence if they sent two wimps. I don't care who you are. As long as you dare touch me, I'll call the police and let them find the shareholders of the strong, prosperous group. Even if it wasn't them, I'll still pin the blame on them. What the hell? Both couldn't help exchanging glances furtively, recognizing the astonishment and bewilderment in each other's eyes. Finally, they began to understand why. As shareholders of the strong, prosperous group, high-powered executives, they were tasked with handling a mere student. He seemed far more troublesome than expected. Seeing Su Liang pull out his phone, they felt an unexpected wave of panic. Wait, we haven't done anything yet. Why are you calling the police? That's making a false report. Su Liang grinned. Who said it's false? Chapter 69. Failed? What a waste. Once the police arrive, even if it's fake, it will turn into something real. Anyway, we'll see if you two have the luck to walk out of here unharmed. As Su Liang said this, he pressed a number. At the sight of this, the two men's faces instantly changed. They dared not hesitate any longer and immediately turned around and ran away. Who could possibly stay? They might lose their lives in the end. If they were really arrested and revealed everything, the things they had done would easily land them in jail for 3 to 5 years. Hell, I didn't expect this little brat to be so difficult to deal with. We should have added more money earlier. Who would have thought? It turns out this little guy has some tricks up his sleeve. We underestimated him. Hurry, don't waste time. Run quickly. If the police really come, both of us are dead. By the time they finished speaking, these two people were already long gone. Seeing this scene, Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly as he put his phone back into his pocket, a look of disdain flickering across his face. With such meager skills, they actually dare to mess with him? Do they really think young people are easy to bully? Do they really believe everyone can be controlled by them so easily? What utter nonsense. Only after making sure that the two people wouldn't return did Su Liang slowly step out of the alleyway, a touch of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Zhang Yuxing had warned him, but he hadn't expected the shareholders on the board to act so quickly. He had just signed the contract yesterday, and troublemakers were sent today. It seemed like preparations had to be made ahead of time. Otherwise, there might be even more trouble later, which would make things even more awkward. Meanwhile, elsewhere. Xiangxing Group, Vice President's office. What did you say? You two useless bastards are completely incompetent. Can't even handle a little kid? What good are you anyway? The Vice President gritted his teeth, fury filling his gaze. He had originally assumed that dealing with a kid would be a piece of cake, but instead, Su Liang had effortlessly defused the entire situation and walked away unscathed. Those two hired hands were truly unfortunate. Su Vice President, we didn't expect it to turn out this way, and that guy threatened to call the police. We don't know who told him we were sent by you. You said what? Hearing this, Su Vice President widened his eyes in shock, waves of astonishment sweeping through his mind. The reason why outsiders were hired was precisely to avoid being discovered by Xiangxing Group and Zhang Yuxing. But never in a million years did they imagine that at first sight, Su Liang would immediately figure out their identity. So what exactly are you two good for? Can't you accomplish even a single thing? Before you went, I repeatedly emphasized that under no circumstances should you reveal your identity. And you end up exposing all your secrets? No wonder you couldn't do anything against a student. Su Vice President was almost exploding with anger, yet utterly helpless. Who would have guessed events would take such an absurd turn? Upon hearing this, those two men felt even more unjust. Vice President Su, from start to finish, we haven't disclosed our names or true identities, nor mentioned any relationship with Xiangxing Group. I don't understand how that kid found out. I suspect someone on your side deliberately leaked the information. Bullshit. How could I let you go stir up trouble for him, and then inform him ourselves? Is there anyone that stupid in the world? Alright, you two stop wasting my breath. Go away now. Just seeing you makes me angry. After hearing this, the two men had no choice but to leave angrily. There was no way to proceed since the mission wasn't accomplished. They probably wouldn't even get paid. After these two left, several other shareholders also came in, hurriedly asking about the situation. Already seething with rage, Su Vice President now had to recount the whole event again, which made his chest feel even more tight. After all, he'd been in society for many years and yet got outsmarted by some greenhorn kid. If this story got out, wouldn't people laugh their heads off? Vice President Su, are you sure you didn't give anything away before this, and no one revealed our identity to him? One shareholder couldn't help but ask curiously, doubt written clearly in his eyes. After all, this incident was too mysterious. If Su Liang could guess their identity without knowing anything beforehand, unless the boy had divine insight. However, such things could only appear in science fiction novels. How could anyone have a celestial eye in real life? Could it be that Zhang Yuxing mentioned this to him beforehand? Someone cautiously asked. President Su shook his head. Even if he was warned, how did he know for sure it would be us causing trouble? Would any of you have thought of that? The few people present looked at each other, and it wasn't certain. If what you say is true, then this guy named Su Liang isn't ordinary. No wonder the chairman entrusted the pet-based project to him and invested so much in him. But the problem is, now that he's received the investment, it affects us. All the funding for our projects has been moved to his side. Aren't we just left with nothing but wind to eat? Just thinking about this made President Su extremely angry. After all, he still considered himself one of the company's veterans, yet had now come to this. If others found out, wouldn't they laugh until their heads fell off? He simply couldn't accept this outcome and could barely imagine what might happen if the matter were publicized. The other shareholders present also exchanged glances, knowing that Su Liang was far more capable than imagined. Yet, there was no way to move overtly against him. After all, Zhang Yuxing was backing him up, making them half-colleagues at least. There was no way to treat him like an outsider, doing as they pleased. Perhaps we shouldn't rush into things, someone suddenly suggested. Hearing this, President Su couldn't help furrowing his brows, confusion showing in his eyes, and even more perplexity. This is a crucial time. Do you know what your waiting means? Do you understand the impact on me personally? Unexpectedly, the shareholder remained completely composed. But don't forget, the timeline for the shifted project isn't an immediate launch goal. If we strike during the time they start spending serious money, wouldn't that be the decisive blow? Chapter 70. Waiting for the right opportunity is the best strategy. One hit kill. Everyone present, upon hearing these words, revealed expressions of surprise and disbelief, some even more unexpected. Su Liang, this little brat, is not easy to deal with. Wanting to knock him down in one hit would probably be quite difficult. What's your idea then? President Su couldn't help but ask curiously, his eyes filled with anticipation. In fact, this matter is very simple, not as complicated as you think. If Su Liang sets up the pet base but ends up losing a huge sum of money at this moment, do you think the entire board will still allow this project to continue? Even though he would lose a lot of money at that time, it would make this kid disappear from our company forever. Isn't that a good thing? At these words, everyone present suddenly understood, and their eyes gleamed with joy, unable to resist applauding. Oh, so that's what you mean. Truly didn't expect you to be more brilliant. Shareholder Ming chuckled upon hearing this. That's right, when dealing with a little brat, sometimes using intelligence is far more effective than brute force methods. I bet he wouldn't even dream that we'd still have a plan to outwit him here. And if the shareholders are really worried, they can tamper during his construction process. Everyone knows chairman's temper. Absolutely no allowance for any act of corruption. So if Su Liang gets involved in misappropriation of public funds, not even gods could save him. President Su's face immediately showed signs of delight. Suppressing the excitement within his heart was nearly impossible. Beautiful, truly impeccable. This move is indeed extremely ingenious and unguarded against. No wonder all of you have reached the position of shareholders. Looks like you genuinely possess outstanding abilities. I underestimated all of you. The group laughed heartily upon hearing these words, not giving them a second thought. What sort of storm could Su Liang, a mere kid, stir up? People like him are bound to receive a harsh lesson from society sooner or later, after which they'll learn to hide their sharp edges and live honestly. Since that's the case, we don't need to worry in haste for now. As long as this doesn't reach the chairman's ears, there won't be any problem. President Su nodded in agreement, already finding the answer within his heart. Even if Su Liang reports directly to the chairman, there are no evidences. Without evidence, no one can be convinced. This era is full of unsubstantiated stories. Without evidence, who would dare believe? Meanwhile, at Su Liang's home, Lu Hao was looking anxiously ahead until he saw his boss return, finally relaxing somewhat. Where have you been? Why have you been away for such a long time? I thought you had disappeared. What century is this where people still randomly go missing? Besides, don't I have a phone? If you urgently needed me, just call. Isn't that enough? Su Liang grinned. Not necessarily something urgent. Just heard you went back to school today, and apparently set up some tutoring classes? Boss, what tricks are you planning this time? It's not just about tutoring classes. The trip I made to school today was quite spectacular. Su Liang smiled meaningfully and then recounted everything that happened on the way thoroughly. When Lu Hao learned of this news, he was shocked beyond belief. My God, are all these shareholders in the prosperous group this despicable? But why are they targeting us? Clearly, we don't know each other and there are no conflicts of interest. Even if they were causing trouble, it shouldn't possibly come our way. Sighing, Su Liang felt somewhat moved. People's experience and wisdom largely stem from their experiences. Precisely because one hasn't seen it or experienced it, one simply believes that things work as one imagines. On the surface, we indeed have no connection with these shareholders, but you must remember the son of President Zhang, who started the pet base together with us. Do you think the shareholders on the board would agree if Zhang Chang wants to take over the prosperous group later? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao carefully reflected and inexplicably recalled scenes from TV dramas where princes competed for the throne. You mean to say, actually, someone doesn't want Zhang Chang to take over the company? Of course. If you were in my position, having worked under me for decades, and one day I decide to hand over all my businesses to a son who has never experienced hardship or done any business, would you agree? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao seemed to have understood somewhat. Actually, it couldn't really be blamed on the shareholders being despicable. It was only human nature. But if it were your decision, boss, I would absolutely never be like them. What I'm talking about isn't our relationship, but the disputes among the shareholders. Su Liang shook his head helplessly. It was unclear whether this guy was smart or simply naive. If that's the case, we can't just let things slide. And we must report this matter to President Zhang. Otherwise, aren't we just letting those shareholders bully us? Lu Hao said indignantly. If they endured this silently, the shareholders would surely become even more brazen. Moreover, with their hot-blooded youth, who could bear such grievances? Su Liang shook his head. You're thinking too simplistically. Do you think we can solve the problem by reporting to President Zhang now? The fact is already right before our eyes. What else can we do except tell him? At least he needs to know the sinister faces of these shareholders. Lu Hao asserted confidently. But what if President Zhang already knows? And we have no evidence proving that those two people were sent by the shareholders. If we go to the chairman now, it will only make things difficult for President Zhang and won't solve the problem. Worse still, the shareholders could take the opportunity to pin something on us and claim that we intentionally started the dispute. If such a situation arises, tell me how we are going to resolve it. Su Liang spoke eloquently. These words left Lu Hao completely dumbfounded. My God, who would have thought there could be so much hidden complexity behind something seemingly straightforward, and that the order of actions could make such a big difference? It was truly unimaginable. Chapter 71. Can't back down on principal issues. But boss, are we really going to put up with this injustice? My heart is burning with resentment. You tell me how despicable those old bastards are. They harm others for their own interests. If you hadn't discovered it earlier, they might have succeeded. Lu Hao angrily complained, his eyes full of anger and extreme dissatisfaction. He was not the type to endure injustice, let alone be manipulated. He had to take revenge. Otherwise, he would never be at peace. Su Liang waved his hand. Haven't you heard the saying that a gentleman seeks revenge 10 years is not too late? At this moment, what's most important for us is to ensure the smooth opening of the pet base. Once we succeed, we can establish our foothold within the Xinjiang group. In the future, there will also be opportunities to bring these families down. At that time, will you still worry about no chance for revenge? There will naturally be great scholars to debate classics for me after passing through customs. At that point, it won't even require their hands-on action to solve these guys, and business competition doesn't necessarily have to reach a you do or I die situation. Perhaps one day both sides may still have the opportunity to cooperate. But, stop the but. Even if you vent your anger, what difference does it make? It's better to spend more time on yourself making money. Su Liang's lips curled into a slight smile, waiting for the right timing. With increasingly growing power, these minor characters aren't good enough to show their faces on stage. There's simply no way they can obstruct his progress. Seeing this, Lu Hao could only stop, realizing based on his own strength, he completely cannot seek revenge by himself. But the boss did make sense to a certain degree. For them, the most important thing now is to make money. As long as there's enough money, there will be sufficient career opportunities and status. How can one worry about their current position? Perhaps at that time, those shareholders will come begging on their knees. Alright, then I'll go live streaming first. The number of people has been increasing these days, so I need to seize the time to live stream as much as possible. After eating some food casually, Lu Hao quickly returned to his room, and Su Liang took the chance to watch the live stream for a while, noticing quite a few issues. During Lu Hao's break, he specifically explained these things to him. The latter comprehended immediately, finding immense help in it all. These details I never thought of before. You're truly amazing, boss, to be able to spot these subtleties at a glance. Don't worry, I will definitely rectify properly. Looking at his humble demeanor, Su Liang nodded and revealed a satisfied smile. Suddenly, he seemed to remember something. By the way, didn't someone from a platform contact you privately about organizing an event? Yes. Lu Hao's face lit up excitedly upon mentioning this. A senior manager from the platform contacted me, claiming they could find better ways to make money. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, instantly becoming alert. You don't believe it, do you? Would they just approach you like this out of the blue? Lu Hao shook his head. Boss, although I'm not the brightest, I'm not stupid either. Last time, I learned my lesson, so this time, I specifically looked into it and found out that the senior manager was indeed a genuine employee of the platform. Moreover, his rank isn't low. This activity he mentioned is also something most of the platform streamers are participating in. It's giving back to fans through a membership card lottery. As long as one subscribes, there's a chance to win big prizes. Upon hearing this, Su Liang frowned tightly, his eyes flashing with unease. He'd heard about such things, and indeed, it had been popular on the platform for quite a while, but ultimately, this led to major controversy. All involved top streamers, including the so-called senior manager, were sentenced to jail time. Even those who escaped imprisonment still paid fines in the millions. This was essentially a scenario where others made money, but the risks were borne by the streamers. In a sense, these people were merely scapegoats and laborers. Did you agree? Su Liang asked earnestly. Lu Hao shook his head. Not yet, but I am tempted. Mainly because I'm not very familiar with the process, so I thought I'd study it first before replying to the manager later. No, Su Liang decisively said. You absolutely mustn't agree. Why? Lu Hao's face was full of confusion and incomprehension. This was outrageous. Why refuse easy money? Isn't that foolish? Though the reward for the lottery was several $1,000s, according to the manager's description, every subscription should give at least $8. This means that as long as 10,000 people are willing to get the cards, the cost can be covered. Some people might not just buy one card. There will be those who buy dozens, or even hundreds. After all, the profit return rate is almost 100-fold. Everyone hopes to take a shot. If they win, it's like finding a pie falling from the sky. Do you still not understand this matter? It's far from being as simple as you think. The underlying logic behind this is equivalent to gambling. Su Liang had a serious look on his face. Though it sounded like an attractive proposition, the hidden dangers behind it were something that most people couldn't realize. However, he had witnessed firsthand that being a streamer was indeed profitable and fast-earning. But due to the special nature of the industry, one day they might fall from the peak. Currently, Lu Hao was making at least several thousand yuan daily from gifts alone, so there was absolutely no need to take such a huge risk. Moreover, there was the possibility of assuming legal responsibility in the end. After explaining the pros and cons, Lu Hao stared with wide eyes, filled with disbelief, and found the whole thing quite baffling. Impossible, right, boss? The person who approached me is a senior manager of the platform. Why would he want to harm his own platform and the streamers? Upon hearing this, Su Liang let out a cold snort and showed an expression of disdain. Don't you understand the unpredictable nature of human hearts? Are there no people in this world who betray others for their own benefit? In every dynasty, hasn't there been traitors and spies under each emperor? Just take the famous Trojan horse. Do you think those people could have entered without someone from inside leading the way? Lu Hao blinked, his face full of disbelief, and found the situation rather perplexing. After careful thought, he felt that there was some truth to it. Hasn't it been said before? The strongest fortress often falls from within. Suppose this senior manager really intended to cut the grass and take advantage. Wouldn't he have fallen into a great pit? After going through much difficulty to earn some money, Lu Hao didn't want to lose this rare job. After all, with his current abilities, he could only work in a factory and make 2,000 or 3,000 yuan per month. Chapter 72, Revenge from the Platform. But boss, I asked some fans and other streamers before. Many of them wish to have this opportunity, but can't. Some even said that if we don't agree to the requirements of platform executives, it's very possible our traffic will be restricted. This would directly lead to me losing popularity and heat. Lu Hao worriedly said, his eyes full of melancholy. Who could have thought that his career had just started, but already such a huge problem emerged? And with his current ability, there was no way he could resolve it. Su Liang slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, his gaze revealing a trace of amusement. Do you think I'm someone who does nothing? Others might not have strategists behind them, but you have me. I can clearly tell you, live streaming is merely one form. In the future, the status and monetization ability of game streamers will far fall short compared to product-pushing streamers. To put it plainly, their competitiveness isn't enough. After all, product-pushing streamers can offer tangible products to the audience and fans. What you can provide is merely emotions. Do you think the former holds more practical significance, or the latter? Lu Hao was dumbfounded by these words. No wonder someone could get direct admissions into prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Peking. His statements were profound and transparent, something the ordinary person couldn't fathom. If it's true as you say, wouldn't it mean I will eventually leave the platform? So why don't I directly choose to go where I'm heading now? Because the timing isn't ripe yet. Su Liang deeply said. The online live streaming industry has gone through several significant changes in the span of just 10 years. From initial gaming live streams, it got mixed with various other content forms during the short video period, leading to a tremendous washing out phase. Finally, those left standing are often the ones with persistent competitiveness and who continuously bring value to their fans. This was the positioning and goal set by Su Liang for Lu Hao. What's known as gaming live streaming is merely the first step. Once popularity is gained, a transition can happen. At that point, many more people would be willing to accept him. Standing at the peak of an era, even a pig could fly, let alone Lu Hao, who had himself a strategist overseeing the whole picture behind him. So your point is that we don't need to worry about the platform restricting our traffic? Lu Hao blinked his eyes. Of course. Who knows? Restricting the traffic might even turn out to be a good thing for us. It would give us an excuse to act. Su Liang slowly said, his gaze showing confidence. Whether black or red, both are colors. Seizing opportunities, anyone can become a king of traffic. After hearing this, Lu Hao instantly felt reassured and nodded repeatedly. All right, then I'll refuse right away. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the live streaming platform company, countless operators and staff members were working overtime. Since evenings are the peak hours for traffic, almost every worker's schedule here differs greatly from regular companies. In the manager's office of the operations department, Wang Feiping, as an executive, was smugly watching the data displayed on the system backend. Almost every second, there were tens of thousands of yuan coming in. Such data was terrifying beyond imagination. At this moment, the assistant walked in. Wang brother, the list of streamers participating in the recent event has been counted already. Should we increase their popularity and traffic right now? Don't you dare hesitate. This is our golden chance to make money, so we must not miss it. We need to push them with the hottest traffic possible. Wang Feiping proudly said. The lottery event held by the platform was carefully planned. Behind it, actuaries were even employed for calculations. Following the pattern of a draw every half hour, all the participating live streaming rooms produced 100 lucky viewers, but their cash flow reached well over 10 million each time. It was horrifying how much revenue this generated in a single day, the exact figures being impossible to calculate. However, the assistant hesitated, uncertainty showing in his gaze. Wang Feiping frowned slightly. What is it? Now's the prime time. Don't be hesitant. If there are issues that delay the company's performance and our earnings, do you think we can bear the consequences? It's not that there's a problem with the platform. It's just, one of the new streamers we contacted previously actually rejected our invitation. The reason given was related to gambling. What? Wang Feiping furrowed his eyebrows, surprise flashing in his eyes, and he became rather displeased. In fact, the platform's lottery event was planned by him, the general manager of operations. Essentially, it was a gambling activity, but through game streaming and online broadcasting combined with a lottery format, it had been cleverly disguised. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to see through it, yet a rookie streamer had directly pointed out the crux of the matter. Such people are truly quite impressive. However, the majority of streamers under the platform were low-educated, so Wang Pengfei had long been accustomed to dealing with these fools and didn't give them a second thought. How dare a mere rookie streamer criticize our event? Who does he think he is? What should we do, Brother Wang? Should we continue talking to him, or just abandon it? One rookie streamer thinks he's something special now? No need to negotiate. Just add him to the blacklist of our operations department. Simultaneously impose traffic restrictions and offer no further recommendations. Dare to go against the live streaming platform? That's like having the audacity of a madman. As an operational executive, Wang Feiping had countless ways to deal with these streamers. Even some big streamers could only choose to collude and act shamelessly together. How much more for this rookie streamer without any background? Just wait to be dealt with. Let's see if you can still be as defiant then. The assistant wasn't surprised either. It seemed this wasn't the first time for such covert actions, and subsequently nodded repeatedly before leaving the office. About 20 minutes later, Lu Hao, who was in the middle of a live broadcast, had already noticed something unusual. The live streaming room kept getting danger warnings, and at the same time, the traffic was plummeting rapidly. Originally, there were nearly 100,000 viewers, but in just 20 minutes, it had dropped to only 10,000. At the same time, there were many abusive messages in the chat. This made him very puzzled. He originally thought it was just normal traffic fluctuation, but after an hour, the situation was still the same, and almost no new audience members were coming. How could this happen? Lu Hao widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Suddenly, an idea flashed across his mind. Could it be that I've been retaliated against by the platform? Chapter 73, Dare to Fight, Dare to Win. The more Lu Hao thought about it, the more he believed it was likely. Not only had he refused the platform's offer, but he had also criticized the executives in words. In a way, this was equivalent to opposing his superiors. Even if the other side didn't have the authority to fire him in a factory or company, they could still make his job unbearably uncomfortable and painful by retaliating in small ways. And now, Lu Hao had already started to feel the hardships of the workplace. What an evil and despicable person. Wasn't it just because he hadn't joined their activity? And yet they were pulling these kinds of stunts. Suddenly, Lu Hao felt that what Su Liang had said must have some truth to it. Otherwise, why would something like this happen? Thinking this, Lu Hao immediately paused the live broadcast and hurriedly came out from the room into the living room where Su Liang was reading a book, looking up with confusion on his face. What's wrong with you? Why do you look so terrible? Did something happen during the broadcast? Lu Hao nodded, with a very complex expression on his face. He then recounted everything that had just happened. Boss, we've really got a problem here. I rejected the platform, and in turn, the platform has stopped recommending my streams and limited my traffic. If this situation continues, I fear that my daily income might be reduced to just dozens of yuan per day, at most 100 yuan. After all, game streamers like him don't really have many rich patrons among their fans, and it's impossible to expect someone to throw thousands of yuan and solve his financial issues all at once. Thus, he mainly relies on sporadic donations from various netizens. Though each contribution isn't large, collectively it adds up to a considerable amount. For a young man like Lu Hao, this is quite valuable. Su Liang waved his hand nonchalantly. Don't panic. All of this was within my expectations. What? Lu Hao opened his eyes wide, unable to believe it. Was he really able to predict even such situations? But if boss had already foreseen it, why did he let me act this way? Isn't this harming me? Seeing the grievous expression on his face, Su Liang couldn't help but grin. Don't feel so regretful. You'd have done the same thing in my position. Imagine if you found a path to riches that could make you a lot of money, but your employees just refused to go along with it. Wouldn't that frustrate you too? It was truly unexpected how brazen the live streaming platform executives could be. They claim to promote fairness, but it seems there are always manipulators behind the scenes. Even the strongest abilities pale in comparison to having good connections. If such a foul situation isn't properly dealt with, the resentment will fester. With earnest concern, Su Liang patted his best friend's shoulder. Brother, right now, you have two roads laid before you. The first is to brace yourself for the storm that's coming. In return, you'll gain unprecedented traffic, possibly even becoming a hero in everyone's eyes. Of course, the price to be paid during this process might not be insignificant. That's what we call risk and reward being proportional. Lu Hao blinked his eyes, his gaze filled with surprise. He hadn't expected that boss had already figured out a way forward for him. However, this path seemed rather tough. Subconsciously, he asked, what about the remaining road? Is it even more perilous than this one? It won't come to that. Su Liang shook his head smiling. The second road will actually be much easier and more comfortable. That is to say, you choose to endure all the actions the platform has taken against you and silently remain a small-time streamer, accepting this destiny going forward. By doing so, you avoid all the trouble, though as a result, this is pretty much how your life will be. At least before the next opportunity appears, Lu Hao wouldn't have any chance to turn things around. What? The second path sounds so pathetic. Boss, would you give me advice like that? Lu Hao asked incredulously, completely disbelieving. It seemed absurd to him. In his view, Su Liang was an unparalleled genius, both brave and cunning. He dared to do what others wouldn't, and he dared to try what others wouldn't attempt. That's how he became a new legend in school, and probably for the next 10 years, no one would break his record. After all, over 3 years, he spent 2.5 years at the bottom and nearly invisible, but in the final semester, he made an impressive breakthrough. His grades soared drastically, making him a treasure in the eyes of the teachers. He even secured a direct admission spot available for the whole province. Would anyone in the school dare look down on him after that? Even the principal and grade director had to give him special treatment. Otherwise, any criticism Su Liang made about the school outside would leave the principal with a massive headache. Even students who got direct admission to Tsinghua University looked down on our high school, which speaks volumes about how bad it is. You shouldn't underestimate the second option. Though it may sound utterly helpless and cowardly, it's a true reflection of most people, Su Liang said with profound meaning. Not everyone has such a clear-sighted vision or the resolve to gamble everything on one roll. In their perspective, clinging to what little they have is far more valuable than taking risks. Lu Hao hesitated for a moment, unsure, and tentatively asked, Big brother, if you were in my shoes, what would you choose? Of course the first one. Do you want to be a wimp all your life? Do you want those executives at the platform to trample on you and do as they please? Never in this lifetime for me. Su Liang slightly curled his lips upward, revealing an enigmatic smile. He had been waiting for just this opportunity, but he hadn't expected it to come so soon. It appeared that the people from the live streaming platform were short-sighted fools who didn't think through the consequences. Money might indeed be enticing, but it always blinded others' eyes. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao became instantly exhilarated. Justice could be served so quickly? He had thought they would have to wait 10 years. Big brother, does that mean you already have a plan? That's a given. The old sayings are fine, but that doesn't mean we have to accept things as they are. We only need to wait for the right moment. And now, that moment is here right before us, and we can't afford to let it pass again. Lu Hao's eyes brightened immediately, and he couldn't help asking eagerly. So, what should we do? Do this. Go back to your live broadcast, and tell all your fans that the platform has throttled your traffic. Be sure to unleash some scathing criticisms, especially about their giveaway event. Reveal all the insider information you know. The most critical point is to mention that their activities might involve illegal gambling. What? Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to conceal his shock. But big brother, doing this will definitely get my account banned by the platform. Wouldn't that mean I wouldn't even be able to stream anymore? Chapter 74. I want to report. Someone is gambling illegally. Su Liang sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the fact that Lu Hao was his best friend, he really wouldn't want to waste time and energy thinking of countermeasures. How come you still don't get it? The risk I mentioned earlier is exactly this. If we fail, at worst, we just start over in another industry. As long as you can accept the worst possible outcome, then we can go ahead and do it. If you can't let go of everything in your hands and lack the courage to fight with everything on the line, then you'll have no choice but to bow to the platform's despicable tactics. This is why many people are reluctant to choose the first option. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao suddenly understood and realized the ins and outs. After careful consideration, he realized that he wasn't so reluctant to give it up. Since he started broadcasting until now, although he indeed made a few tens of thousands of yuan, it actually wasn't a long period of time. If things continued as before, one more year of broadcasting could bring very considerable income. But if constrained by the platform's reduced traffic flow, while being unwilling to back down, they might only make a few thousand yuan per month. It might even be less lucrative than working in a factory. With these thoughts, a fierce determination flared up within him. Shit, why the hell am I scared? I didn't even finish school. A penniless person doesn't fear those who have money. Can this platform take my life? Big brother, I'll follow your plan. Let's take them on. Great. A look of satisfaction appeared in Su Yang's eyes. You just focus on your part. The rest is up to me. The two divided the tasks. Lu Hao returned to the live stream room. Looking at the remaining fans, anger instantly flashed across his face. Brothers, I might have to say goodbye to all of you. This statement made the netizens in the live room extremely confused, leading to continuous inquiries. It's not because of me personally, but because of the platform. I can't bear this humiliation anymore. I can't accept such unfair treatment from the platform. You've seen it. My popularity and traffic have suddenly plummeted, all because there are people in the platform who don't like me. They're deliberately making things difficult for me by restricting traffic. The reason is that I refuse their demands, which would involve ripping off the money from all of you brothers. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the netizens in the live room were all curious. Gossip has an innate appeal for everyone. Lu Hao also began to perform enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Su Liang kept an eye on the live room situation while contacting internet trolls online, especially some self-media platforms, directly paying them to fabricate sensational articles. If playing dirty is what you want, who can't play along? Do you think that since the platform intimidates customers, they can expect to be accepted without resistance? Today we will show these bastards what true top-level PR looks like. The next day, when Lu Hao and Su Liang woke up and turned on their phones, the entire internet had already exploded with negative news about the live streaming platform. The most prominent article headline read, "Plotting with personal stakes involved. A live streaming platform host exposes insider secrets. Is the truth really as they say?" Netizens were discussing this nonstop. However, most of the comments were attacks on Lu Hao and defending the platform, suggesting that the incident hadn't sparked too much public outcry, except for quite a number of bystanders. Seeing this, Lu Hao felt somewhat disheartened. Boss, things aren't going as we expected. We little guys just can't compete with big organizations. We have no way to fight against such a major platform. Who says we can't? How do you know this isn't one of my strategies? Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, yet his mood remained very calm. He had already anticipated that the methods he used, the platform could also employ. Moreover, the platform knows more people and has more funds, so the effect would certainly be even more obvious. Thus, all the negative comments currently circulating online were aimed at Lu Hao. Not only did no one believe what he said, but some even considered it slander due to poor performance. To a certain extent, at least your name is out there more widely on the internet now. It's far better than being a minor live streamer. Hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but cry laugh. Although that was true, this absolutely could not be considered a good thing. Fortunately, his parents didn't spend much time online. Otherwise, they wouldn't know how to react, nor would his relatives and friends. All these impacts were quite terrifying. Don't rush. Everything we did last night was just an appetizer. The main course is about to come. As Su Liang spoke, he took out his phone and called Zhou Yang. Hey, isn't this our city's recommended student? How do you have the time to call me, and so early in the morning? Officer Zhou, I'm formally reporting under my real name as a regular citizen. I suspect that the live streaming platform in our city is involved in mass gambling and openly collecting money. The suspected amount could reach hundreds of millions. What? Upon hearing this news, Zhou Yang's face immediately changed on the other end of the phone. All traces of his smile disappeared, replaced by shock and disbelief. The criminal investigation team usually handles fraud cases or financial scams that might reach up to several million at most. Cases involving tens of millions would likely be handled by the Municipal Public Security Bureau's criminal investigation team, while those in the hundreds of millions category would certainly catch the attention of provincial leaders. Su Liang, are you sure about what you're saying? Our calls can all be recorded and videotaped. Can you guarantee that you're not making it up? Zhou Yang furrowed his brows, looking extremely serious. Even though they had a good relationship privately, when it came to work, there must be no favoritism. Otherwise, it would be a betrayal of the uniform he wears. Officer Zhou, I can assure you with absolute certainty that every word I've said is true. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the cash flow of the live streaming platform as well as their ongoing lottery events. And right now, there's quite a lot of discussion online regarding this matter. Whether or not it constitutes gambling depends on your own definition. After hanging up the phone, Zhou Yang quickly scanned the internet, especially after learning about the lottery model used by the live streaming platform, which made his heart drop. Isn't this just a disguised form of gambling using chips in a casino? So-called lotteries and membership cards are merely ways to acquire these chips. Moreover, he was fully aware that this type of model almost always involves deception, meaning the real winners are probably insiders within the platform itself. This suggests that the platform doesn't need to make any expenditures and can still generate substantial profits. With this thought in mind, he hurriedly organized some materials and went to the office of the head of the criminal investigation team. What's wrong, Zhou Yang? Aren't you supposed to be on duty today? Captain, I have some materials here that I hope you'll take a look at. Chapter 75, Competing Against Us? It's a display of ignorance. The smile on the face of the criminal investigation team captain quickly disappeared after he finished reading the documents. He suddenly stood up. Where did you find this? Purely coincidental. Su Liang called me this morning to report something. It turns out it was about this online live streaming platform. Afterwards, I checked it out and discovered that what he said was indeed true. Moreover, the current lottery event being held by this live streaming platform truly has elements that suggest gambling. Zhou Yang seriously explained. If this is true, then this case must be dealt with very seriously. The criminal investigation team captain took in a sharp intake of breath. The amount involved reached hundreds of millions of yuan. This was a major case, and if they could successfully solve it, their whole unit would gain face within the municipal bureau. But there was also another issue. If sufficient evidence wasn't provided later on and too much fuss was made, given today's social climate, it would certainly stir up immense public opinion online. The consequences were unimaginable. How confident are you? I'm not sure, but I trust Su Liang. I believe he definitely isn't someone who talks big without real ability. Zhou Yang answered slowly. After experiencing the previous two incidents, he now absolutely trusted Su Liang. Although this student was still younger than him by a few years, his abilities across various fields were exceptionally outstanding. In particular, his insight was quite remarkable. Even Zhou Yang couldn't help but admire him, though for the sake of appearances, he wouldn't say so. Men have pride, especially when one is a police officer. After a moment of silence, the criminal investigation team captain slammed the table and stood up. All right, I will report this to my superior. Once we determine the nature of the matter, we will take immediate action. Yes. At the same time, live streaming platform. Wang Feiping sat in his office with an air of leisure and self-satisfaction. Yesterday alone, the platform made over tens of millions through the lottery event. Although each streamer received their fair share, the platform simply needed to take a cut. Just through this method, they had already made a few million RMB, and this was just one day's worth of profit. If this activity continued for a year, the platform would definitely earn astronomical profits, and there would even be a chance to solidify its position as the leader of the industry. How many businesses can achieve pure profits ranging from several hundred thousand to even tens of millions in a single day? Even with a year's worth of such revenue, all they needed to do was promote and add traffic to the willing broadcasters who wanted to participate in these activities. As for risks, they naturally wouldn't fall on the platform. Even if things went wrong, only the broadcasters would suffer. Wang Gu, it looks like you're going to reach the level of vice president very soon. Not just the head of the operations department. An assistant flattered beside him. Of course, this company will sooner or later belong to us. Without the operations department, all those other departments might as well go beg for their meals elsewhere. Wang Feiping smirked confidently, as if he was already seeing the business empire waving hello to him. However, our platform did cause some waves on the internet last night. Fortunately, all problems have been resolved. The assistant added. Wang Feiping then remembered the small streamer who refused to join the event. At the time, he hadn't taken it seriously, but just a few hours later, various soft promotional articles started appearing online. This annoyed him immensely, so he immediately employed the platform's PR team, hiring online water armies overnight to resolve the matter. The situation has since completely turned around. What an incredibly foolish individual. To dare oppose us? Who does he think he is? Wang Feiping scoffed disdainfully. He didn't give Liu Hao the slightest bit of regard. In his eyes, the person was nothing more than a young guy without education or connections. Someone of that kind thinking to challenge a live streaming platform? Absolutely ridiculous dreaming. However, it is strange how this little streamer managed to gain such high popularity in such a short period on our platform. And how his way of handling matters was surprisingly experienced. First denouncing the platform inside the live stream, and then a massive amount of online water armies and posts appeared instantly. I suspect that perhaps there's someone manipulating behind the scenes. The assistant carefully ventured. Could another rival platform want to harm us? Wang Feiping chuckled contemptuously in response. Even if another platform supports him, it won't cause any significant turmoil. Do you really think anyone cares about these sorts of things? Moreover, the law has no definitive classification yet. The live streaming industry has never been regulated, so who can actually say our actions constitute gambling? There is absolutely no basis for it. And this was exactly why he dared to act so brazenly. The nature of gambling is very clear. It involves cash transactions, and funds are gambled through unstable card games or other entertainment activities. But the platform doesn't do that. The audience gets a chance to win prizes by purchasing cards. Although the prizes are in cash, there is no direct exchange of money during this process. Thus, it cannot be defined as gambling. Zhou Yang couldn't help but reveal an admiring look on his face. It has to be you, Wang Gu. You've come up with such a great idea, earning a fortune for our company. Wang Feiping became more delighted the more he listened, his face full of self-satisfaction. Of course, these days only the bold survive while the timid starve to death. Do you really think those ordinary streamers have a chance to make big money? In the end, they're just our employees. At that moment, someone suddenly rushed in, flustered. Wang Gu, something terrible has happened. The police have come to our company. What? Upon hearing this, both the assistant and Wang Feiping looked confused and bewildered. It was incomprehensible to them. How could the police come to our company? The other party claims we are suspected of gambling and needs to take everyone back for investigation. That's impossible. Wang Feiping's complexion changed dramatically. He sat up straight, filled with disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been gloating over his little schemes, never imagining that the police would show up so quickly. And on charges of gambling. I'll go settle accounts with them right now. I want to see how they dare to threaten us with such a reason. As Wang Feiping was about to leave, Zhou Yang and the criminal investigation team captain were already blocking the door. Are you Wang Feiping, the head of the operations department? I'm telling you, this is our office area. You're disturbing our normal work order, and I can definitely sue you. Wang Feiping said confidently, his face full of bravado, completely unaware of the impending danger. Chapter 76. The detective squad mobilizes, arresting Wang Feiping. After receiving approval from their superiors, the captain of the detective squad initially intended to bring his team over for a preliminary check. However, they did not expect that as soon as they encountered Wang Feiping, he would behave so arrogantly and rudely. Who could tolerate this? Do you really think our detective squad is easy to deal with? You even dare to sue us. I see that you're just looking for your own demise. Mr. Wang Feiping, we have received a real name report that your company's platform activities are suspected of gambling. Now please cooperate with our investigation. If you want to file a complaint or sue us, feel free to do so. I believe the court and the prosecution will give a fair verdict. But before that, you need to come back with us. Nonsense. I'm an upstanding citizen. I've never broken any laws. If you dare to take me away today, both of you will lose your jobs. Wang Feiping remained extremely arrogant, likely because he was used to giving orders to those live streamers all the time. So at this moment, he still didn't understand his position and identity. Seeing that he wasn't listening, the detective captain stopped wasting words and gave Zhou Yang, who was standing nearby, a subtle nod. Mr. Wang, besides the suspicion of gambling, there's also another charge, hindering law enforcement. Don't blame us for being unyielding. Take him away. Hey, what gives you the right to arrest me? I'm calling my lawyer, and I'll make sure both of your careers end in disgrace. Unfortunately, his shouting had no meaning. The detectives completely ignored him. We are the law enforcement department. What qualifications do you have to shout at us? If it weren't for so many people watching, the captain might have already kicked him hard. Just because you're an executive, do you really think your arrogance can reach the sky? Here, we follow the law. Money isn't everything. It doesn't give you the right to act without restraint. In front of everyone, Wang Feiping was helplessly taken out of the company. His assistant stared wide-eyed, her face full of shock and disbelief. No way. Could justice really come so quickly? It made no sense. Last night, someone was criticizing the platform in the live broadcast room, and now an investigation had arrived today. Isn't that exaggerated? Or maybe he has angered someone who shouldn't be messed with this time. Unfortunately, no one could answer the questions in the assistant's mind. She probably wouldn't have imagined that the mastermind behind all this was Lu Hao and Su Liang, whom everyone looked down upon. Back at the detective squad headquarters, Wang Feiping was directly sent to the interrogation room, where the captain personally conducted the questioning. That's enough nonsense. Stop pretending in front of me. Before my lawyer arrives, I won't say a single word. You'll never get me to confess. Wang Feiping wore a self-satisfied grin, seemingly relishing the situation. Once I am released without guilt, I'll make sure you regret it big time. Start thinking about how you'll survive after getting fired. Upon hearing this, the detective captain couldn't help but smirk. A guy as defiant as you is truly rare. But did we really bring you here without sufficient evidence? Evidence? What evidence? Our lottery event involves everyone on the platform, all the broadcasters, and even the internet users know about it. Are you telling me that they're all participating in gambling? Why don't you arrest them all then? Wang Feiping mocked coldly, clearly showing no respect for the detective captain and believing he still held the upper hand. As if he hadn't done anything wrong. Hearing this, the detective captain grinned again. You're indeed skilled at scheming. Someone like you is quite rare nowadays. Very commendable. However, I can explicitly tell you that before gathering a complete chain of evidence, we truly couldn't have arrested you yet. But now, we have the most crucial witness. His testimony alone will help us confirm the range. If necessary, we'll gather more evidence later. Witness. Wang Feiping appeared thoroughly confused and found this matter quite strange. A witness? If it was about the public lottery event, which wasn't covert or secret, but rather blatant and unconcealed, why would it matter to him if someone mentioned a witness? So go ahead. Let me see who on earth can serve as a witness for you. At that very moment, Su Liang and Lu Hao walked in. How could it be you two? Wang Feiping's eyes widened, filled with disbelief, finding this situation inexplicable and utterly bizarre. Apparently, he had no idea that he would run into Lu Hao here. Didn't expect it, did you, Manager Wang? You thought what you did was flawless, but it's actually full of holes. And this guy, I bet you're familiar with him too. Su Liang pointed at Lu Hao beside him and said. The latter was so furious that his teeth were grinding, anger filling his eyes. He was extremely dissatisfied. You piece of crap. Isn't it just because I didn't agree to participate in your illegal activities that you resorted to such despicable tricks? If not for being at the detective squad, Lu Hao would have probably kicked him hard to release the hatred in his heart. He could never have dreamed that he merely wanted to work honestly as a streamer to make some money for his family, but ended up getting involved in this mess. All the troubles and commotions came from the executives of the platform behind the scenes, saying I'm implicated in gambling just because you say so? Where in the world is there such logic? Wang Feiping looked down on everyone present, his face filled with arrogance and disdain. It was as if he was saying, go ahead and try something if you dare. Or if you can't, stop wasting words. Upon hearing this, the captain of the detective squad and Zhou Yang became instantly furious, their eyes blazing with anger. They had dealt with countless criminals, yet none were like the current Wang Feiping, seemingly not taking the detective squad seriously at all. And for any officer faced with this, they would undoubtedly feel infuriated. What is not giving up until reaching the end mean? You still think you can handle things smoothly, do you? The captain of the detective squad was here with orders. By this alone, this wasn't something money could resolve. Or perhaps many domestic situations are different from abroad. Trying to protect your legitimate interests through reporting complaints seems somewhat absurd. Wang Feiping, stop shouting here. Whether one is guilty or innocent, we will make our own judgment. It's not your place to act like this, and even less acceptable for you to be disrespectful to our witness. Chapter 77. The evidence is conclusive, you can't escape. The captain of the criminal investigation team had a frosty demeanor. As someone who dealt with criminals every day, he understood human nature all too well, and Wang Feiping was not exactly a truly troublesome opponent. All Wang did was exploit a legal loophole and believed his method to be foolproof, but in such cases, it didn't actually play a significant role, because there were already many people aware of this matter. If they were going to cover up, countless netizens would also need to be involved. There was simply no way to impose any punishment. The captain of the criminal investigation team still hoped to exert pressure through this approach to make Wang Feiping speak. Stop pretending here. If you really had evidence, would I have been able to escape it? And scare me with witnesses? With these two guys alone, how can they convict me? Is everything they say really true? I tell you all, just wait. I will not let this slide easily. I will ensure all of you pay a heavy price for this. Upon hearing those words, Lu Hao's expression changed instantly. Last night's incident lingered on his mind. Although now he had an opportunity for revenge, once caught, even the criminal investigation team couldn't do anything about it. There was no way to pry open that stubborn mouth, let alone employ other means. Moreover, the important concern of the criminal investigation team was to avoid unnecessary trouble because of this. Thus, they were even less likely to gamble with their futures over this. For a moment, everyone pinned their hopes on Su Liang. Perhaps only he could turn the tide. If even Su Liang couldn't resolve this, it would only indicate how sinister the senior management of the live streaming platform really was. I ask you, isn't it true that you acquired the property of internet users through your live stream lottery? Su Liang asked with a deadpan expression. So what if I did? Let me make it clear up front. This isn't called embezzlement. It's something done voluntarily by those people. Wang Feiping declared firmly, believing himself entirely without fault. Moreover, before conducting this event, the company had specifically hired legal advisors to assess it. They thought the activity posed no significant risks, so they informed the operations department to proceed. Yet, they never anticipated things would escalate to this point. Don't rush me. I haven't finished my statement yet. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Su Liang's lips. He was familiar with psychological tactics as well, and for dealing with someone like Wang Feiping, just making him anxious and causing him to slip up with one mistake, admitting it himself, would enable the police to sentence him according to relevant regulations. Even though you claim getting a card costs only a few dollars, it allows the chance to win big prizes. And your bonuses are in cash. Don't think breaking the rules will let you off scot-free. Getting a card is equivalent to obtaining chips in a casino. The audience's lottery winning method is just a gambling trick. And the notion you convey to viewers is that this is a platform reward activity. But the truth is probably far from that, right? Su Liang narrowed his eyes. By all means, he needed to find a way to send Wang Feiping to jail. Only then could this rampant form of cybercrime truly be struck down. Moreover, he could help Lu Hao stand firm again. That way, in the future, he would secure a foothold in the internet domain. At least by now, this issue had become known nationwide. Huh, just because you say it's gambling, it must be gambling. Wang Feiping waved his hand indifferently, completely brushing it aside. Besides, even if it's gambling, it has nothing to do with me. It's the platform streamers collecting the money. If you're arresting anyone, you should go after them. Not me. Su Liang gave a light laugh. Looks like you won't believe until you hit rock bottom. According to the turnover of the live streaming platform, it can reach tens of millions in one night. And as I know, in your so-called lottery activities, at least half of the rewards are actually taken by internal staff. Ordinary fans and audiences never got a turn, meaning that not only are you suspected of organizing gambling, but also suspected of fraudulence. What? At those words, Wang Feiping's face immediately changed drastically, his gaze filled with shock and disbelief, finding it hard to comprehend or imagine. He probably hadn't guessed at all that these secrets within his own company could be somehow figured out by a totally unrelated stranger. Even if Lu Hao was a streamer on his platform, due to his short time there and his non-involvement in the lottery activities, he certainly couldn't possibly have known such inside information. Don't rush to explain. I know what you want to say, but according to the platform's cash flow and all back-end records, we can find out who exactly received the prizes in every streamer's live room. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a hint of sharpness. Since the other party insisted on opposing him, he had to show them his means. Otherwise, these people would never understand who was truly not to be messed with. Wang Feiping, this time you're dead for sure. Even Lord Tian himself couldn't save you. Your crimes are undeniable. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Feiping suddenly became emotionally agitated, just like a cat whose tail has been stepped on. The experienced criminal investigation team leader understood the situation at a glance, never imagining that Su Liang really had some skill and managed to hit the opponent's sore spot in a few words. As for the next steps, there was no need to worry at all. As long as they kept increasing the psychological pressure, it would be easy to take him down. He exchanged a look with Su Liang and Lu Hao, who silently grasped his meaning and quietly exited the interrogation room. Once outside, Lu Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His face radiated admiration, and he nodded excitedly several times. Boss, so this is the method you mentioned? Who would have thought it could directly send that scoundrel to the criminal investigation team? If we confirm this guy's crimes, then is he definitely done for? Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, his eyes filled with an amused glint. Of course, the law is vast and leaves no stone unturned. These guys thought they could act recklessly because they were executives of a platform, even deliberately orchestrating behind-the-scenes black curtains. Whether it was public duty or personal reasons, such individuals were not allowed to continue their unchecked ways. Otherwise, it would cast a huge negative shadow on society as a whole. Amazing, boss. Never did I think that even a department head of a major platform could end up here, thanks to you. I'm utterly convinced now. This really releases the bitterness in my heart. Su Liang nodded lightly, yet showed no sign of loosening his vigilance. Don't be too hasty. This is where your real test begins. Chapter 78. Public Opinion Reversal, Countless Supporters. After hearing these words, Lu Hao blinked his eyes as if he didn't quite understand, but Su Liang didn't give further explanations. When the time was right, everything would naturally become clear, and all problems could be resolved smoothly. Seeing that there was nothing for them to do, the two left the police station and took a taxi back home. And on their way back, Lu Hao unexpectedly saw news online. Shocking. A senior executive in the operations department of a certain live streaming platform has been taken away by the police due to gambling suspicions. All the streamers under this platform are now in disarray. Is the raffle activity of this live streaming platform illegal? As the discussion intensified, people from all walks of life were indignant about the actions of the live streaming platform, especially after learning that Wang Feiping could accumulate over 100 million yuan in unjust gains through such means. They felt even more enraged. Especially those netizens, who showed extreme anger. Man, it makes perfect sense why they keep urging us to subscribe and participate in raffles during the live streams. It's all a scam. As for many of the streamers, they too were anxious, not knowing what kind of consequences they might face. If it really involved gambling, they wouldn't be off the hook and might end up in jail. This wave of sentiment naturally reached Lu Hao as well. Especially yesterday, when he cursed the platform fiercely in his live stream. The footage was saved and forwarded by netizens. In no time, many people started supporting Lu Hao. There aren't many streamers like him with a conscience anymore. He got banned by the platform. We must fully support him. This is the type of young streamer we should watch. That's right. At first, I didn't believe it, but after seeing that the account of this streamer had already been banned, I think the matter must be true. What a brave guy. It deserves respect, and we absolutely cannot let parasites make all the money. Originally, many people insulted Lu Hao, but at this moment, public opinion had completely reversed, and even many started to support him. Boss, are these also your arrangements through Water Army, Internet Trolls activities? Lu Hao asked in amazement, incredulousness filling his heart. If this were the case, then he really stood a chance to rise in fame. Perhaps he'd have an even better future than before. Su Liang grinned. Not all situations require public relations work. Actually, netizens' eyes can also see clearly. The reason for hiring water armies yesterday was merely to stir up public discourse. But today it's completely unnecessary. Netizens have already learned the truth, and they guessed the instigator behind all this. This is what I told you. Risks come with rewards. Although you're at the center of controversy and have lost everything on the streaming platform, you've gained support from this group of netizens. You need to know, from now on, wherever you go, these people will trust and support you once they get the news. That means your influence has gone beyond just one specific live streaming platform, but across the entire internet. Hearing this, Lu Hao suddenly understood, filled with admiration. Right at this moment, he realized how profound his boss's plan truly was while he himself knew nothing before. Thinking back, he even doubted him. How ridiculous. Boss, I'm sorry I didn't believe you yesterday. I'm worthless. Lu Hao said regretfully, his face full of shame. Su Liang patted his shoulder, smiled meaningfully. It's normal. I've said risk and return always coexist. Before getting results, not everyone is brave enough to face it. Since I helped you out yesterday, you need to help me today. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao hesitated not at all and promised solemnly. Boss, just command me, and I will surely comply. Even if I have to jump into boiling oil or raging fire, I'd do it without hesitation. Not so serious. Su Liang waved his hand casually, looking calm and composed. I just want you, if you have time, to help me find a place, preferably a villa or a spacious residence. Huh? Lu Hao blinked his eyes, full of doubts, and couldn't comprehend it. Boss, why do you need such a place? Could it be that you forgot? There are quite a few classmates in our school who want me to tutor them. I can't just register their names and then run away, right? If I do that, I'll turn from the school's legend into its disgrace. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. Since the live streaming issue had come to a temporary end, it was time for him to focus on his own matters. Lu Hao heard this and nodded. Don't worry about it. I will certainly get this matter handled as soon as possible. Meanwhile, on the other side, Prosperous Group. Zhang Yuxing was tidying up his documents and materials in the office when his assistant rushed in. Report to the chairman. How is it going? Is everything all right with Su Liang? Haven't our shareholders bothered him? Chairman, it seems like the company's shareholders have already taken action. However, Su Liang doesn't seem to be affected by it at all. The assistant hesitated to speak further, filled with amazement in his eyes. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe that an 18-year-old young man could achieve so much. It was utterly inconceivable and hard to believe. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but raise his head in confusion. What do you mean not affected at all? After all, the shareholders were all old hands in the company, some of whom he had known for over 10 years, so he understood these guys' temperaments well. Not one of them was a good apple, and since they intended to stop Zhang Chan from obtaining the new project and establishing a foothold in the company, they would definitely resort to underhanded tactics. In order to prevent any unexpected incidents, Zhang Yuxing instructed the assistant to closely monitor the situation. If there was anything out of the ordinary, he should return and report immediately. In case of real danger, he could even call the police directly. At least Su Liang's safety must be ensured. But now, hearing these words, it seemed like there was no danger at all. Could it be that the guy had already dealt with the troubles caused by the shareholders himself? Chairman, you might not believe this. Previously, Mr. Su from the shareholders sent someone to cause trouble. Not only did Su Liang easily resolve it, but also took time out of his schedule to have someone target a live streaming platform in our city. What? Chapter 79. I bet Su Liang won't let me down. Su Liang's handling of the company's shareholders did not surprise Zhang Yuxing too much, as this was within his expectations. He also believed that with Su Liang's abilities, the matter would definitely be resolved. If he couldn't even overcome such a minor issue, then perhaps Zhang Yuxing had misjudged him. A young man like this would not deserve support and would find it hard to accomplish great things, surrendering at the slightest challenge. What truly surprised him was the emergence of a live streaming platform. This was tougher to deal with than the company shareholders. Even though shareholders would still give him face-saving room and wouldn't dare to act too brazenly, indirectly helping Su Liang alleviate some pressure. But the live streaming platform was just another company, and they wouldn't hesitate in their actions. How could just Su Liang and Lu Hao manage to take down a big corporation? That seemed rather unbelievable and far-fetched. What exactly is going on? Tell me in detail. Zhang Yuxing seriously asked. The assistant nodded repeatedly and recounted everything he'd found out. After learning the details, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but draw in a sharp breath. Brilliant. Heroes emerge from the youth. At such a young age, without any foundation, he was able to uncover the weaknesses of the live streaming platform and strike directly at its critical point. No wonder the opponent was completely powerless to fight back. Although Su Liang appeared to have used the police squad's strength, if he hadn't escalated the situation beyond control, how could it have garnered attention from all sides? First creating public pressure through media coverage, then inviting official intervention. If the situation wasn't handled properly, neither party could afford to accept the consequences. Chairman, Su Liang is the most capable and cunning person among all his peers I've ever seen. Is it really wise to keep someone like him by our master's side? The assistant anxiously said. Compared to Su Liang, Zhang Chang was like a 3-year-old kid, unable to match him in terms of strategy. Perhaps today Su Liang might help Zhang Chang, but one day, when Su Liang stands firmly on his own and builds his own team and strength, there's a real chance he might turn around and harm them instead. The story of the farmer and the snake happens frequently in business. Human nature has no bottom line in front of interests. If there is one, it merely means the offered condition isn't high enough yet. Zhang Yuxing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of amusement in his gaze. So you think we should guard against him, right? Yes. We must ensure Master has sufficient awareness and precautions regarding this person, so as to avoid falling flat one day. Based on the current situation, if Su Liang truly possesses extraordinary commercial capabilities, making money is only a matter of time. How much he will earn is an unpredictable number. Moreover, if one day this person turns his guns on the Qiangxin Group, the impact could be worse than the currently threatening shareholders. Didn't you just say yourself that there are no unfriendly relationships, only unfavorable conditions? Besides, I believe Su Liang is not an ungrateful person. In this regard, Zhang Yuxing was confident. Therefore, keep monitoring the situation closely on that side, and if Su Liang needs any assistance, provide it as much as possible. The assistant stared wide-eyed, incredulity filling his expression. Unable to continue, he stammered. Chairman, all right, I know what you want to say. It's unnecessary. Some things always need the test of time. If we make a mistake this time, I'll accept it. To succeed in business requires courage. Being overly cautious about risks makes it impossible to earn big money. If Zhang Yuxing decided to take a gamble, why not bet big? On the table, whether it's for whatever reason, gambling means taking chances. And losing would mean wiping out every penny. But if winning, just betting on Su Liang alone would help him turn the tide dramatically and potentially never need to gamble again. Hearing this, the assistant couldn't help but sigh inwardly, his face showing a look of helplessness. There was nothing more to say since the chairman had already made up his mind. What could he do but comply? Defying the chairman's will would likely put him in an extremely disadvantageous position, even becoming the first scapegoat. I understand. I'll arrange it immediately. On the other side, Mr. Su, one of the shareholders of the Qiangxin Group, also received the message, especially learning that Chairman Zhang Yuxing was planning to further increase the investment. Mr. Su gritted his teeth angrily. Is he possessed or something? Why does that little brat deserve such exceptional attention from him? Even multiple rounds of increased investments. Who says it isn't so? Ever since I joined the Qiangxin Group, we have always been cautious with every investment. Moreover, if something goes awry, the group will immediately pull out its funds. Even if previous investments can't be recovered, there is no sentimentality about costs. How has such an incredible change occurred this time? Could it be that Su Liang is actually the chairman's illegitimate son? Otherwise, why support him so wholeheartedly? I can't even understand what special insight this guy has. A few people discussed heatedly, their tones filled with disdain and arrogance, showing extreme dissatisfaction. As elders of the company group, they've endured hardships through the years, successfully securing numerous projects. Now, because of one young man, Chairman Zhang Yuxing has entirely shifted the direction of the company's development. Even amidst unfavorable circumstances, he increased the investment, making it hard not to suspect a deeper relationship between them. This remark instantly enlightened everyone present. It's truly quite possible. If the chairman and that boy are closely related, then our chances to secure project funding would almost diminish entirely. Damn it. First it was Zhang Chong, now another illegitimate son. Do you guys really want to hand over your years of hard work to someone else? Even if those two brats are genuinely related to him by blood, I refuse to let my own efforts serve others' interests. Mr. Su cursed fiercely, his eyes full of anger, expressing extreme discontentment. No matter what, the future of the Qiangxin Group should lie in the hands of shareholders like themselves, not some youngsters. So what if they're well connected? The Qiangxin Group emphasizes capability. Without sufficient strength, everything else amounts to nothing. But the problem is, calculating this way, the likelihood of our attempts against him succeeding is much lower. The other shareholders looked at each other helplessly, shaking their heads and sighing. If it's someone external, even if they do harm Su Liang, Zhang Yuxing might consider past friendships and go easy on them. It wouldn't make sense for him to break ties completely with his old allies just for some outsider, would it? Chapter 80. Start with Su Liang as an example. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. But if Su Liang were an illegitimate son, then if they went all out against him, Zhang Yuxing would definitely fight back with everything he's got, who would willingly stand by and watch their own son be dealt with for no reason. After hearing this, Mr. Su's eyes flashed with a sharp glint as he gritted his teeth and said, "Everyone, this is a crucial fork in the road for us. If we turn back now, we will forever be beneath Zhang Yuxing's boot. Not only would all our hard work go to benefit his son's rise, but in the future, we'd have to kowtow to him. Alternatively, we can be brave, carve out our own bloody path, remove Su Liang from Qiangxin Group, and also get rid of both Zhang Yuxing and Zhang Chong. Then Qiangxin Group will be ours, irrelevant to them and their son. It doesn't matter whether Su Liang is his illegitimate child or not. It's time to make our move." Upon hearing these words, everyone present widened their eyes, disbelief filling their gazes. "Can't be, Mr. Su. Are you really this ruthless? The chairman hasn't been bad to us, and after so many years of friendship, flip a face just like that?" Mr. Su snorted coldly. "Is it us who are turning on him? No, he's forcing us into this. He has never once thought of giving up the position of chairman to any one of us. All he wants is to turn Qiangxin Group into purely the Zhang family's property. Do you really want to spend your whole life working for others? Not only yourself, but your children will repeat your fate." There's no denying that Mr. Su had some real skills. His words ignited passionate anger in those present. Damn, who wants to live their entire lives under someone else's thumb, or let all the efforts they've made go to someone else profiting off them easily? This isn't about brotherhood anymore. This is pure dignity. After a brief silence, one person stood up and said, "Mr. Su, I'm with you. I absolutely cannot be the scapegoat. First a son, now another illegitimate one. Does Zhang Yuxing see Qiangxin Group as his personal family property? That's right. Had it not been for us at the beginning, how could he have made Qiangxin Group become the leading group in the city? And now he plans to cross the river and destroy the bridge behind him, even going ahead to prepare a layout. It's completely unacceptable." After hearing this, the corner of Mr. Su's mouth slightly curved upward. "So first we'll start with Su Liang. Let's see what kind of great abilities he has, daring enough to brazenly rush into Qiangxin Group and try to snatch our project funds. Mr. Su, since these guys have already rented the land, they will surely attempt to construct a pet base. That's where we will strike. I don't believe that some greenhorn can outweed us old dogs. Unless he's truly Neza reincarnated with 3 heads and 6 arms." Mr. Su's lips lifted slightly, revealing a cruel look in his eyes. This time he was determined to secure his position within the company. No one could shake him again. Meanwhile, unaware of what was coming, Su Liang was discussing training venue locations with Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. "If you ask me, we should just go with a countryside inn. It's economical, provides meals and lodging, and most importantly, it has a good environment. We'll feel happy there too," Lu Hao excitedly declared. In his view, these kinds of inns offer an extremely high cost-performance ratio and can easily serve as a place for students' supplementary classes. Zhang Chong shook his head. "Buddy, the location you suggested is too far from our school. It wouldn't be convenient for other students. Besides, it's not just for weekends. To travel back and forth every day taking up several hours, why bother? Isn't it more comfortable to stay in the classroom? But villas inside the city are way too expensive. Even renting, it costs tens of thousands per month. That's far too much cost." Lu Hao felt a twinge of pain thinking about it. Now that he had lost his job as a streamer according to Su Liang's advice to wait for the right moment, he naturally couldn't tell his parents, otherwise they'd force him to return to class immediately. All the expenses thus had to come entirely from the money he earned before. And furthermore, the platform had blocked his account, preventing him from withdrawing any earnings. Saving costs while looking for new income sources obviously needed to be done early, otherwise the two brothers would have nothing but northwest wind to eat. "Why not like this? I'll go home and talk to my dad. Let him free up our family villa. Wouldn't that be fine?" Zhang Chong said with great generosity, sincerity shining in his eyes. Although he wasn't very capable himself, as long as it fell within his means, he would unhesitatingly help. Just based on this alone, Su Liang and Lu Hao considered him a true friend. "This won't work. If we use your villa, it will definitely impact the lives of your aunt and uncle. Besides, if everyone outside knows that you, Mr. Zhang, are the young master of Qiangxin Group, one day you might get kidnapped. There's no need to make this matter too conspicuous." Su Liang, after considering all aspects, shook his head, clearly not approving of the two suggestions. "Then what do you suggest? This matter needs a resolution, otherwise we can't solve our current problems." The key issue was that they had already promised their classmates, and canceling would certainly lead to an embarrassing situation when they returned to school. It could be imagined that the classmates' scornful words might drown them. "Why don't we rent a commercial office building? Ah. The two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. Isn't it somewhat inappropriate? Yes, training inside an office building feels like a pyramid scheme. We may get reported. No problem. If anyone asks, we'll say we're training future employees. Su Liang's lips slightly curved upward. After all, providing tutoring is rather dependent on luck, and doing it this year doesn't guarantee the same opportunity next year. Moreover, there is a long gap in between. Renting an office building solves both the distance problem and makes dual use possible. When not offering tutoring, the office building could serve as company office space, facilitating the preliminary preparation for the pet base. Achieving two goals with one action, why not? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong widened their eyes, surprise and excitement lighting up their gazes. That actually makes sense. The boss still thinks things through clearly. To come up with such a great idea. Yes, I remember there's an office building not far from our school. Just cross the bridge and you're there, only a few hundred meters away. Why don't we go check it out now? Zhang Chong proposed. Chapter 81. The Prestige of a Tsinghua University Scholarship. The three of them wasted no time, immediately tidying up their things and leaving the house. Half an hour later, they arrived at the office building and found the property management. When the other party learned that these three students, who looked like young people, were there to rent an office, they burst out laughing. Are you serious, little buddy? This is an office, not some random place for your entertainment. And our rent here isn't cheap. If you're really set on this, I'll have to contact our manager. After that, it won't be something easily resolved by just apologizing. The implication was clear. They were telling Su Liang and his friends not to waste their time and should go back home to study instead. Why don't you focus on studying instead of coming up with strange ideas like renting an office? If you had so much money, why don't you just live in a villa? Isn't that more impressive than renting an office? Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, revealing an amused glint in his eyes. On the way here, I checked out the rent for your offices. It's roughly 10,000 yuan per month plus maintenance fees and utilities, bringing the total to about 13,000 yuan. I can pay in advance for 3 months' rent. That's certainly enough sincerity, right? As he spoke, he slapped his bank card onto the table. Seeing this, the property staff's face showed obvious surprise and disbelief. Oh wow, this kid doesn't seem to be joking. Could it be that they're actually here to rent an office? May I ask what you intend to do by renting an office space? Are you planning to start a business? The worker asked cautiously. But look at you. You don't even seem graduated yet. These days starting a business isn't easy. Out of 10 attempts, 9 will probably end up losing everything down to their underwear. Who says we're starting a business? Lu Hao replied, his face brimming with pride. To tell you the truth, we plan to tutor classmates. Huh? The property worker froze, completely stunned and skeptical. What did you say? Tutoring classmates? Don't joke around. Even if you're top students, don't you still have the college entrance exam to prepare for? With so much free time, are you really helping others improve? Do you think you're living Buddhas or something? Hehe. Big bro, you're actually correct. Me and this guy don't need to take the college entrance exam because our grades suck. We couldn't get into university anyway. Zhang Chong pointed at Lu Hao. Oh come on, none of us could possibly get into university. I just want to earn money early. Lu Hao retorted. Hey, close enough. What good does getting into a junior college do? It's better to make money together now. Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively and then pointed at Su Liang. As for him, let me tell you, he's no ordinary person. He has been given the only scholarship spot in our province this year for Tsinghua University. Do you think we need to bother with college entrance exams or studying? What? The property staff were completely taken aback, their eyes wide with disbelief. Man, those with bad grades don't need to take the exam, and neither do those with great scores. More importantly, his academic record was astonishing. The staff member had only ever heard of provincial champions and scholarship winners for prestigious universities like Tsinghua on TV or online, but never imagined that one day he would actually meet one in person. A tone of admiration crept into his voice unconsciously. Geez, there really is such a big gap between people. Back in my school days, I could only rank middle to lower in my class before the exam. Now, I'm serving future students of prestigious universities. This compliment made Su Liang feel somewhat embarrassed. Earlier, everyone didn't believe them at all, but this property staff seemed completely convinced without doubting. It's not as if I just got lucky. This year happened to be a perfect match for me. Otherwise, I wouldn't have had this chance, let alone have such leisure time now. You shouldn't put it that way. Luck is also part of ability. Just see how many students take the college entrance exam every year. Only the top among the top can enter Tsinghua or Peking University. The staff member became extremely excited, his attitude subtly changing. All right, I'll first show you the actual premises. If you're satisfied, I'll discuss with our manager to see if we can give you a discount on the rent. After all, having a student from Tsinghua University as a tenant would definitely make it easier to lease out other offices in the building. Who wouldn't want the prestige of such a renowned name? Lu Hao and Zhang Chong immediately beamed upon hearing this. However, Su Liang had already seen through it clearly. There's no such thing as free lunch in this world, and similarly, no one would treat strangers kindly without ulterior motives. It was clear that the staff member saw a potential benefit, and for Su Liang, it was acceptable as well. Mutual exploitation leading to mutual profit. Why not embrace it? The most stable relationship in this world is one of mutual benefit, because only when you become a community of shared interests can you sustainably move forward together. Although there's always a chance of conflict, it's still better than other types of relationships. If they were to be kicked out someday, they would end up with nothing. Even worse, leave behind no trace at all. Under the guidance of the staff, the three directly took a dedicated elevator to the corresponding floor. Currently, no businesses have moved into this floor yet, and 3 households paid deposits, but never returned. We don't know what happened. If you're interested, I can lease you the largest area available here. The pricing could still be based on the current calculations. And this floor is relatively quiet. It should suit your tutoring standards. The staff gave an elaborate introduction, without showing the slightest bit of negligence. Aren't these three young people right in front of him esteemed guests? And he could tell that the one being sent to Tsinghua University must be excellent academically, sharp-witted, while the other one must come from a wealthy family. Anything casually worn on them would cost thousands of yuan. As for Lu Hao, great figures often had a small aid around, didn't they? He certainly followed the right person. One of the brothers has a bright future ahead, and the other holds a large sum of money. What kind of luck is this? Once they finished looking around, Lu Hao finally asked, "How about it? Is this place okay? I think it's great, spacious, bright, and besides being perfect for tutoring, we could also arrange some entertainment activities. The stress on today's students is really too high. Since we've all been through school ourselves, we should understand. By helping them balance work and rest, we might actually improve their efficiency even more." Ha! Zhang Chong grinned widely beside him. "You're just looking for an excuse to play. What pretext are you using now? You're literally trying to cover up your real intention." Chapter 82. Can we be responsible for the future of our classmates? Hey, as long as everyone's grades improve, that's all that matters. If we've collected money, at least we can still feel justified. If it's the same as in school, then why are we doing after-school tutoring? We might as well send them straight back to school. Surprisingly, although Lu Hao wasn't good at studying, he was pretty sharp and his argument made a lot of sense. Su Liang also nodded in agreement. All right, since that's settled, this office space will be your responsibility to decorate. Remember, it has to be distinctive. At the very least, it should make the classmates feel happy when they come here. Starting now, you're the group leader of our company's operations department. Whether or not our tutoring class can retain its first batch of students is entirely up to you. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face immediately showed a serious expression. Don't worry, I definitely won't betray Mr. Su's trust. I'll do my utmost to accomplish the task. What about me? What about me? Zhang Chong was full of curiosity on his face, apparently thinking this was quite an interesting thing. After all, being the child of a wealthy family, he'd never been short of entertainment, but starting a company was a first for him. Now, finally getting a chance to experience what it's like to be a leader felt exciting. You figure it out yourself? You can help Lu Hao out or try something else. As for me, I'll be responsible for our company's core business, helping other classmates raise their scores. The three of us need to divide tasks reasonably. Any objections? Su Liang grinned confidently. In fact, his perfect score didn't stem from some superhuman intelligence. So naturally, this method of studying could work for other students too. It was just that by the time he realized this in his previous life, it had already been too late. Now, restarting everything, Su Liang naturally wanted to take this opportunity to make a hefty profit, making it worth every bit of his knowledge. After settling everything, they signed a contract with the property management staff, arranged some preliminary work, and Zhang Chong declared it a day worth celebrating with a treat for a meal. A few days later, school, the homeroom teacher's office. This is strange. Recently, more and more classmates have been taking leave. The homeroom teacher of Senior 3 Class 4 echoed beside him. Yes, over 10 classmates in our class have taken leave. What's even more peculiar is that these calls are coming from their parents. No matter what I tell them, it doesn't seem to make any difference. It seems like these parents have made up their minds, insisting that their children go back, and I just can't understand why this is such an emergency. How could anything compare to the college entrance exam? All the teachers present revealed expressions of doubt. They were finding this situation baffling. At that moment, a student walked in. He held a request slip in his hand. "Teacher, I'd like to ask for leave." Another one? Those present looked at each other awkwardly. No one expected the situation to be like this, feeling even more perplexed. The homeroom teacher couldn't hold back her frustration anymore. "What's going on? Why are you classmates always asking for leave? Do you still want to take the college entrance exam or not?" "Of course we do." The student replied without hesitation. "If you want to take it so badly, why are you doing this? Don't you know taking leave would delay your studies? And it would affect your revision progress." "Teacher, our taking leave will not affect our studies. In fact, our scores might improve as a result." The student's attitude was resolute. This made the teacher realize the crux of the problem. What's really going on? If you don't explain clearly today, this leave slip absolutely won't be approved. Upon hearing this, the student's face immediately showed signs of embarrassment. After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to admit, "Teacher, Su Liang started a tutoring center outside the school. He said it could help improve our grades. So everyone wants to give it a try? Sorry, we really want to take leave. This matter is somewhat embarrassing for us to share with you." "What?" Upon hearing this, all the teachers in the office widened their eyes, completely incredulous and somewhat bewildered. Wow, this boy just got a guaranteed spot in university and has already started a tutoring center? But it must be admitted, the name of a Tsinghua University guaranteed admission student is indeed more impressive than any of these teachers. Perhaps even surpassing seasoned teachers across the entire city. Even if those teachers were extremely skilled and claimed to have nurtured countless prestigious university students, they still couldn't compare to someone who could get admitted to a prestigious university themselves. Most importantly, Su Liang had earned his guaranteed admission spot through perfect scores in all 3 subjects of the science comprehensive exam. Even across the entire city, there was no one else quite like him. For a moment, everyone's expressions became complex, their feelings as mixed as 5 flavors in one mouthful, making the atmosphere somewhat awkward. Seeing this, the student hesitantly asked, "Teacher, can you approve my leave slip now? Do your parents support this?" Regardless, Our school provides a better environment and stronger teaching resources. Plus, we're more experienced. After all, this school had trained generations of college entrance exam candidates. But the students' response left everyone laughing and crying at the same time. Of course they do. When my parents heard that a Tsinghua University guaranteed admission student would be tutoring me, they were thrilled. They even said if Su Liang improves my score by just 1 point, they'll give him 10,000 yuan. In the college entrance exam, 1 point could determine a student's fate. Spending 10,000 yuan on it was simply an incredible bargain. At this, all the teachers were utterly speechless. The homeroom teacher had no choice but to silently sign the leave slip. Once the student left, the office exploded with noise. Come on, isn't this kid being too arrogant? What gives him the right to make promises to these students? Can he really shoulder the future of these kids? We must stop this. This matter has to be taken seriously. Otherwise, if these students fail to get into ideal universities, they'll blame our school, and it will hurt our reputation too. All the teachers became agitated at once and agreed to go directly to the principal's office. When the principal learned the whole story, he was equally incredulous, his emotions complicated. On one hand, Su Liang was currently the school's biggest pride. On the other hand, this involved many students' futures as well as the school's reputation. It truly was an extremely tough decision. Ladies and gentlemen, do you really think Su Liang can't help these students improve their grades? Chapter 83. Teacher Su's class is about to start. Principal, it's not that we don't trust Su Liang, but the consequences of this matter are truly too significant. The homeroom teachers present buzzed with heated discussions, their faces filled with frustration and reluctance. The fact that students and parents opted for Su Liang's tutoring sessions, even requesting leave, essentially amounted to a lack of trust in them. Teachers who were seasoned and experienced. If they were outperformed by their peers in the education field, it would be an undeniable case of survival of the fittest. That much had to be accepted. But here was the issue. Su Liang was still a student. Even if he had been guaranteed admission into Tsinghua University, that didn't mean he could rival seasoned educators like them who had years of experience under their belts. If word got out, how would teachers from other schools and parents view them in the future? Likely, no one would be willing to send their children here to study anymore. This situation would also represent a tremendous loss for the school, and it couldn't be taken lightly nor allowed to develop unchecked. The principal looked deep in thought, his gaze heavy with concern, struggling internally. To be honest, he actually agreed with the teacher's concerns. The dilemma lay in Su Liang being the school's only student so far who had secured a spot at Tsinghua University. If things went south between them, this young man might act impulsively and transfer to another school before the college entrance examination. As a result, the coveted slot at Tsinghua University would fall into another school's hands. Teachers, perhaps we should first understand the situation rather than jumping to conclusions too quickly. If it turns out that Su Liang indeed contributes to these students' performance improvement, then using special methods during special times can be entirely justified. And if he doesn't help, then calling the students back would offer some assurance to the parents. What do you think? The principal said earnestly. Given the unusual circumstances, he could only play mediator for now. The consequences if the conflict intensified would be catastrophic. The teachers exchanged glances. While reluctant, they acknowledged the wisdom in the principal's words. If a confrontation erupted, the school would inevitably appear as the weaker party. Any parents with sufficient means could easily stir up a great deal of trouble. Principal, if that's the case, why don't you set a time? I want to see what Su Liang can really pull off. That's right. I refuse to believe his teaching quality surpasses ours. And yet so many classmates are flocking to him. It would be even better if we could have a direct competition with him. If I lose, I will accept the results without complaint and never intervene again in those students' choices. Discussions arose among the crowd as everyone voiced their opinions in agreement or disagreement. With a face full of helplessness, the principal knew maintaining the dignity of his staff was paramount. Otherwise, this whole matter would tarnish the school's reputation severely. At the end of the day, we're all from the same school. There's no need to push things to such an extreme, right? And whatever happens, there mustn't be any direct confrontations. Do you understand? Rest assured, principal. At the same moment, elsewhere, within an office building, when the students arrived at the location mentioned by Su Liang, they were met with amazement and disbelief etched on their faces. The entire office space was designed and decorated to be exceptionally warm and inviting. There was even a designated rest area and entertainment zone, complete with computers, gaming consoles, and projectors with televisions, all available. Su Liang, are you planning to tutor us for better scores, or open a small leisure center instead? This certainly doesn't look like a place conducive to studying. A few students furrowed their brows, skeptical. They had come purely due to Su Liang's growing reputation, but seeing this setup caused unease to creep in. What if their grades didn't improve, but instead wasted precious time? That would make them feel quite foolish. After all, most students attending aim to seize every bit of time remaining before the final Gaokao, college entrance exam, to boost their chances. As for leisure, they'd have plenty of time after the test. Why waste energy now? Hearing these complaints, Su Liang broke into a grin, his face revealing a playful expression. Who told you this setup necessarily implies fun-only activities? There's always something called balance between work and leisure, especially since achieving rapid academic improvement doesn't necessarily require rigid methods. With that, he switched on the projector and brought up materials downloaded from the web, filled with real past Gaokao questions. Classmates, I know your goals, and I understand your current situations well. However, when it comes to studying, talent does play a role. It certainly helps the top-tier students more significantly. But for ordinary individuals like us, understanding the logic behind Gaokao questions is far more important. In other words, as long as you grasp the basic principles thoroughly, you'll be able to handle various types of questions adaptably during exams and answer them efficiently. For the majority of students, they haven't experienced real life yet. The difficulties presented in exams are actually quite simple compared to what life throws at you. After all, exam questions only have two choices, right or wrong. In real life, though, many things aren't black and white, and answers come in various forms. No one can judge whether the choice they made is absolutely correct or incorrect. Alright, enough with the chit-chat. Let's get this class started. Su Liang immediately opened the materials. Dense information filled every inch of the slides, which just looking at could make one dizzy. However, soon after, some students noticed that these details had been neatly summarized and categorized. Right now, most questions in the 3 subjects of the science composite test can be classified into different types. And during the Gaokao, all questions are selected from these types and modified accordingly. As the saying goes, no matter how things change, their essence remains unchanged. As long as everyone firmly grasps the fundamental knowledge and principles, achieving high scores won't be difficult. Before anyone realized it, the class was over. The students who attended didn't even notice how quickly time flew. This was completely different from the classes held at school. The trial class has ended. Now it's up to each of you to decide. If you want to stay, I'd welcome you. If you prefer returning to school, I won't hold you back either. Su Liang said with a smile. You have 20 minutes to think about it. During this time, feel free to do whatever you want here and relax. But after 20 minutes, I'll need to tally the names. Upon hearing this, the students sighed in relief and began exploring activities they liked while chatting casually with one another, seeking opinions from their peers. Lu Hao and Zhang Chong observed everything quietly nearby, admiration clearly evident on their faces. To tell you the truth, boss, this level of teaching quality doesn't fall short compared to the schools at all. Chapter 84. Do you not feel guilty? Zhang Chong nodded frequently in agreement. Who could say otherwise? When I was in school, it felt like listening to some celestial language, but what Su Liang explained just now was incredibly clear and easy to understand. It was like watching a movie or listening to a novel. If only I'd found him back when I was in the first year of high school. Maybe I'd be among the top few dozen students in our school now. Forget about it. Lu Hao smirked as he teased. It doesn't matter whether you're good at academics or not. After all, you have a great father. Your background is much better than any of us. What does that mean? If I want to take over the family business in the future, it won't be easy either. There's still so much for me to learn. If this had been in the past, every time Zhang Chong thought about these things, his head would ache immensely because he was very aware of his own abilities, mediocre in studies and skilled in areas that can hardly assist with business. But now, meeting Su Liang has made Zhang Chong regain confidence. He feels that some things might not be as difficult as imagined. There may still be a chance for a turnaround. Then he wouldn't be looked down upon as he used to be. At that moment, a sudden noise came from outside, followed by a group of teachers stepping out of the elevator. Each of them looked angry, as if they were here to cause trouble. Upon seeing this situation, Zhang Chong and Lu Hao's faces turned pale. This looks like trouble. They couldn't possibly be here to catch people, could they? What nonsense. This isn't a black market internet cafe. Besides, we're here to help classmates improve their grades. Even if you explain until you're hoarse, there's no reason for us to be scolded. No sooner said than done. The teachers walked over, right on time to see the students taking a break. The homeroom teachers immediately flared up, barged in, and started berating Su Liang. You little scamp, you actually deceive parents by claiming that you're helping their children improve their scores? Has a dog eaten your conscience? Su Liang, we know you do well academically and are already guaranteed entrance to Tsinghua University without worrying about the future. But these are still your classmates. Can you just stand idly by and watch them get delayed? Su Liang, I am deeply disappointed in you. I thought you were an excellent student both morally and intellectually, but it turns out your actions are utterly reckless. Don't you feel even a tinge of sorrow? This sudden turn of events left everyone present staring blankly at each other, full of hesitation. Some who originally wanted to help Su Liang defend himself realized that the homeroom teacher was merciless and straightforward. Classmates, if you still wish to score well in the Gaokao, return to school now, and I will not hold your previous absences against you. But if some of you don't care about your futures and prefer wasting time here, then let my words be forgotten, though you should at least be responsible for your own future. Although the words were spoken quite politely, the pressure was palpable. It was evident that all the students were being pressured into compliance. For a moment, everyone exchanged glances, unsure what to say. Seeing this, Su Liang stepped forward from the crowd, wearing a faint smile. Teachers, what's the matter? I haven't wronged anyone. They all came willingly. Oh my goodness. These words almost caused everyone else to roll their eyes. You're clearly ruining the students' futures, yet shamelessly insist it's their own decision. Isn't that just blatant manipulation? Everyone knows how crucial education is nowadays. Every parent hopes their child can attend a good university. With Su Liang having a spot at Tsinghua already secured, it's not hard for him to confuse those parents. What kind of willingness? Su Liang, if you want to make money, there are many ways. Why resort to such immoral behavior? Do you feel absolutely no regret? Su Liang shook his head. I haven't wasted anyone's time. Why should I feel guilty? Furthermore, how can you teachers be sure these students haven't made progress here? What? Are you actually boasting about yourself so brazenly? Never seen someone so arrogant. Initially, Su Liang was somewhat admired by everyone in the school, but at this moment, these teachers looked at him with utter disdain. For the guaranteed Tsinghua spot to go to a person like this, it's downright disgraceful. Su Liang, if you repent now, it's not too late. Otherwise, we'll call the police and report you for deceiving your classmates and extorting money. Facing everyone's condemnation, Su Liang paid it no heed. He'd long anticipated such a day. After all, nothing stays hidden forever. The school authorities would certainly send people to investigate, but it was unexpected that these teachers arrived with such a strong presence and found the office building so quickly. Perhaps we can do this. If all of you teachers insist that I'm deceiving them, then we could conduct a test to see if these classmates have improved. I believe in fairness. Since I haven't done anything unethical, I don't need to fear proving it. Upon hearing this, not only were the homeroom teacher and other teachers left speechless, but also the students present couldn't hide their disbelief. Hey buddy, we just attended your trial class, and now you're telling us that a test is going to be used to prove your competence? What if there's no effect? That'll be a big problem. But Su Liang appeared extremely confident and wasn't affected by the perplexed expressions on everyone's faces. After a brief silence, the teachers exchanged glances. Too arrogant. Absolutely too arrogant. Even though the school has never had a direct xuanhuan or beta admission student before, that doesn't mean they should get bullied like this. In your eyes, improving grades seems to be an effortless task, huh? You've barely given one lesson, yet here you are bragging shamelessly, as if you're superior to others. Su Liang, are you sure you want to challenge us? If you lose, not only will you have to let these students go back to school, but you'll also have to make a public apology to the entire grade. Since the authority of these teachers extends only within the school, if things were to happen outside, perhaps the police or relevant departments might still interrogate or even arrest him for extortion. Given that there's no deep grudge among anyone, it would naturally be unnecessary to take things to that extreme level. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips curled upwards slightly, revealing a smug look in his eyes. Of course, but if I win, then it's up to all of you to turn around and leave, wherever you came from. And there's no need for any of you to feel restrained about our good reputation. Chapter 85, Lost with no complaints. The teaching quality was just too high. After both parties confirmed the agreement, a teacher immediately stood up and deleted a typical example problem from their phone. Has any student seen this one? If none of you can solve it, then we will consider that you've lost. This problem has been explained many times in school. To everyone's surprise, as soon as it was projected onto the large screen, a student raised their hand. Teacher, I know how to solve it. What? Upon hearing this, the teacher showed an expression filled with astonishment. Can't be true, right? Although this type of question had indeed been discussed quite a lot, because there were many little traps, even if students had an idea about how to start, they would not necessarily arrive at the correct solution. Moreover, there were many variations in similar problems, which required careful consideration. They didn't expect someone to react so quickly. Then go ahead and explain. The student then described their solution method, and other classmates also nodded in agreement. After listening to the entire process, the teachers exchanged looks, full of shock and disbelief. Unbelievable, he actually knows how to solve it. It must be because your question is too simple for them. These students' grades are at least average or above average in school. You mustn't underestimate them. Other teachers also personally joined in the fray, but what happened next left everyone astonished. Regardless of the types of questions these teachers proposed, students were always able to provide answers. Some teachers even secretly pulled out the most difficult problems. Even if these types of test questions were placed in grade-level exams, normally only 20-odd students could answer them correctly. However, what shocked him immensely was that there were still students on site who could respond correctly. Their approach to solving the problem was incredibly correct, and as for calculations during the process, those could almost be ignored. As long as the direction of solving was correct, calculations were just the basics. Unless the person was too dumb or careless, they should all be able to achieve high scores. Half an hour later, all the teachers sat in the rest area with extremely grim expressions. Even though they didn't want to accept it, they had to admit that after only one class, these students seemed to have understood the problem types more deeply in their tests. Could it really be Su Liang who taught them? No way. Even renowned teachers from our province wouldn't produce such results. He explained almost all the questions in just one class. And even if he only explained the problem types, it's impossible for these students to learn so fast. That's not necessarily true. If you grasp the key point, you can connect everything. On the other side, the students gathered in the entertainment area, their faces showing excitement. Just by looking at the teachers' expressions from before, it was evident that their performance was excellent. Yet, everyone knew themselves well. If it were back then, it would have been utterly impossible to solve these difficult problem types. Now, they were able to find the right direction without focusing on calculation. Can this not illustrate how outstanding Su Liang's teaching is? My God, who would have thought that Su Liang himself is a genius and can teach others so well? You know, I've made mistakes with similar problems at least 10 times during school exams. The worst part is that I kept missing some steps every time. But ever since Su Liang explained it, I can already guess the type of problem by just looking at the stem. Ha. Now I'm starting to look forward to the next grade exam organized by the school. Let's see how much we can improve. Forget it. Today, we only learned one subject, and we have several subjects to take in the exam. Plus, if we all do well, the ranking competition will become even more intense. Nothing to fear. Anyway, in the final college entrance examination, it's not only us hundreds of students in our grade. As long as we can surpass them and obtain a sufficiently high score, that's fine. Before the class, actually many had some apprehension in their hearts and were unsure whether Su Liang could bring them change. However, this nearly hour-long lecture left everyone amazed. Wow, no wonder someone capable of getting into Tsinghua University directly turns out to be extraordinary indeed. The solutions explained were clear and concise. Lu Hao and Zhang Chong, watching nearby, were extremely moved. As for those who were the most nervous, none other than them. If the effect was poor, these teachers would certainly nitpick, and maybe they'd forcibly require all the students to return to school. The effort spent on securing the office space would then be wasted, but none of them expected that Xuanhuan actually gave everyone a surprise. And it came so suddenly. So, does that mean we won? Lu Hao said smugly. Zhang Chang also fanned the flames nearby. Teachers, is there anything you still don't agree with now? If you still don't trust Xuanhuan's teaching ability, you can give it another try. But you must not cheat and pull out some tricky questions just to make things difficult. All the teachers were speechless, feeling as if something was stuck in their throats. They wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. The teaching effect was too obvious, yet they still felt somewhat bufuchied inside. After all, each of them had at least 10 years of teaching experience. And yet, could they really lose to a high school senior? If word got out, it would be embarrassing for sure. Xuanhuan, no matter what, I hope you will take responsibility for all the students. It's best if you can help them improve, but if there's no significant effect, I hope you won't make things difficult for everyone. After all, your situation is different from everyone else's. So if the mock test results a few days later don't show any improvement, don't blame us if we complain to the principal about you. Xuanhuan's lips curled slightly upward. He knew these teachers were simply trying to save face, so he wasn't bothered by it. Don't worry, teachers. The students will definitely grow under my guidance. I guarantee it. And if there's no improvement by the time of the mock test, I'll refund all the fees I've charged. Seeing how the conversation had progressed this far, the teachers couldn't find any more ways to nitpick and reluctantly left. Only after they disappeared into the elevator did the students burst into cheers, admiration and respect shining clearly on their faces. My God, Xuanhuan, you're truly amazing. You actually managed to leave those teachers speechless. That's right, especially our head teacher, who usually has such a terrible temper, but today couldn't get a single word in. This feels great. Chapter 86, an unfortunate start? Someone's tripping us up again. Seeing everyone's excited expressions, Su Liang calmly waved his hand. Classmates, it's still that sentence. If you trust me, stay here. Of course, the fees I charge are not high. I need money, and you need good grades. It's a mutually beneficial relationship, also a form of cooperation. If either side doesn't wish to continue, you can raise the point anytime. I won't force you nor make you feel uncomfortable. At this moment, all the classmates had already been convinced in their hearts. Who would be willing to leave? If only they could attend a few more classes, they might score dozens of points more in the college entrance examination, Gaokao. This is far more worthwhile than spending money on tutoring lessons. All right then, let's not waste time, and we'll start right away. Su Liang clapped his hands and assigned Lu Hao and Zhang Chang to take care of the logistics for food. When class was over, the two of them had already brought up the prepared meals. Seeing this scene, the classmates felt even more certain they made the right choice. Being able to have an extra meal when attending supplementary classes, this service was truly considerate. His teaching in a training institute or at school was entirely different. The atmosphere was relaxed, and everyone's state was relatively good. Before they realized it, it was already time to go home. Su Liang smiled as he looked at everyone. You just need to review what you've learned again at home, and ensure you get plenty of rest and maintain a good mindset. This is the most important aspect to achieving good results. He was well aware that many people underperformed during the Gaokao due to excessive tension, ultimately having no choice but to select an unsatisfactory university. But with a good mindset and condition, there's a chance one could exceed expectations. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, respecting this Seoul Tsinghua University direct admission student from their school even more. What is the gap? No wonder this opportunity was granted to him. If they themselves had listened to these precious experiences earlier, perhaps they too would have had a chance to participate in other prestigious universities' direct admissions programs. After all the students had left, Lu Hao and Zhang Chang couldn't help but take a deep breath. I didn't expect starting a company would be so troublesome. We were worn out today. That's natural. Earning money is hard work. Do you think it's like being in school? Eating and sleeping all day worry-free. Su Liang chuckled sarcastically. Oh, if I'd known, I should have played a few more days at school. Now I see that running a company isn't all fun either. Zhang Chang sighed with some regret, but was inwardly happy. He considered himself to have taken the first real step into adulthood, getting a glimpse into companies and businesses, learning the hard truth about earning money, and moving closer to inheriting his father's corporation. By the way, how's the situation with the pet base? Su Liang casually asked. Zhang Chang immediately patted his chest confidently. You can totally relax about this. My dad's company does real estate projects, knowing quite a few designers. I contacted several today, and they promised to provide preliminary design blueprints by tonight. Unexpectedly, just after finishing, his phone rang. A few minutes later, Zhang Chang's face became somewhat grim. No, what are you doing? Don't you know who my father is? The chairman of Qiangxin Group, and now you're taking my business lightly? Do you want to continue cooperating with Qiangxin Group, or not? Hey, because of such minor difficulties, you're backing out? What kind of designers are you? So irresponsible. He angrily hung up the phone. Confused expressions appeared on both Lu Hao and Su Liang's faces. What happened? Is there a problem? It seems there's some reason why these designers suddenly told me they can't complete the pet-based design plans. They suggested we hire someone else. Zhang Chang complained bitterly. Su Liang frowned slightly, revealing a flash of confusion in his eyes. The design for the pet base wasn't particularly complicated. All it needed was to roughly divide a few areas and do some preliminary planning of routes. Reasonably speaking, even third-tier designers should be able to handle it easily, and the ones Zhang Chang had hired should be among the best in the industry. Yet they came up with such excuses. Clearly, there's a bigger hidden issue behind this. Is it our fee? Can't we negotiate a bit? Lu Hao unwillingly asked. This matter was urgent. Without design plans, it would be impossible to pass the building department's approval process, delaying further work. Such an important matter couldn't possibly be prolonged unnecessarily. It's not about the money. I offered them even higher prices than what our group usually pays. But these guys are acting like they're possessed, as if they're afraid of someone. Zhang Chang was equally perplexed and found it even more absurd. Still don't get it? There's someone secretly sabotaging us on purpose. Su Liang said meaningfully. Who could be this despicable? Could it be Uncle Ma? Did he change his mind? Zhang Chang felt an intense surge of anger. How could that be possible? Uncle Ma clearly looks like a simple farmer. He has no clue about all these things. Besides, how would those designers care about him anyway? I suspect some shareholders within the Qiangxin group might be exerting pressure, leaving these design companies unable to refuse. After all, compared to the pet-based project, any random large-scale project from Qiangxin group would offer much greater profits through its design blueprints alone. What? Zhang Chang clenched his teeth in anger. These guys are absolutely despicable, using such underhanded tactics. But we have no connections with them at all. Why target us? Don't you understand yet? They're not targeting us, they're targeting you. Lu Hao remarked from the side. Everyone within the Qiangxin group knows that you and the boss are about to start the pet-based project together, seeing it as your stepping stone for inheriting the group. Do you think the shareholders will let you accomplish this so smoothly? Of course not. They'll try every trick in the book to stop you. Zhang Chang was speechless for a long time, knowing this fact somewhat. His father, Zhang Yusheng, had also vaguely mentioned this before. However, at that moment, he thought it was still too far away from himself. Never would he have imagined that when it actually came to doing it, the difficulties were this great. The real trouble isn't about what you're going to do, but rather there are too many obstructions. Brother Liang, then what should we do now? We can't possibly really hire external designers, right? Even if we managed to find some, getting approvals would still be nearly impossible. Chapter 87. Start with General Su. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's gaze became contemplative as he began to think about countermeasures. From the current situation, it was clear that the shareholders of Qiangxin Group intended to force them into a desperate situation because only in this way could they completely eliminate any potential threat. If they continued to endure without resistance, it definitely wouldn't be his style, and besides, such situations called for a strong counterattack. The longer they waited, the more severe the cost would be, since most people tend to bully the weak but fear strength. As long as you dare to stand up and deal with them decisively, these people will not dare to act recklessly anymore. Zhang Chang, if I were to take action against those shareholders, do you have any objections? Su Liang asked meaningfully, with a look of seriousness. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chang was filled with shock and disbelief, finding it utterly incredible. Brother Liang, you're not thinking of killing him, are you? Nonsense. I'm only 18 years old and have a bright future ahead of me. Why should I sacrifice my future for this? Su Liang couldn't help laughing upon hearing this. So what exactly do you mean by dealing with them? There are many ways to deal with people in this world. We don't necessarily have to resort to violence. Besides, I have no deep grudges against them. It's merely due to some conflicts of interest right now. So as long as we can make sure these people stop messing with us, that's enough. You'd think we're some kind of gang or something, acting so brutally and mercilessly. Lu Hao also nodded in agreement beside him. Indeed, the boss must still consider your father and your face. If neither of you want to escalate the matter too far, then we definitely wouldn't choose such a reckless approach. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chang waved his hand dismissively, wearing an expression of smug satisfaction on his face. Brother Liang, you're overthinking it. Although there are indeed quite a few veteran employees in the company, and many of them could be considered uncles with whom I maintain a good relationship, all of them are actually close confidants of my dad, and the majority of them are in management. Some shareholders are later business partners who collaborated with my dad, while others genuinely joined us at the very beginning. But how could my dad, who is such a clever person, fail to see the ulterior motives behind these individuals? He has already guessed the thoughts of those shareholders by now. It's just that due to face-saving reasons, my dad cannot simply kick them out, unless you can find an entirely reasonable excuse to let these people leave the company. Otherwise, even if we just play small games, I'll turn a blind eye and let things slide. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang felt reassured like taking a pill of comfort, thus eliminating further concerns. With these words from you, I am relieved. It's unnecessary for me to drive them out of Qiangxin Group at this moment after all, as we haven't yet established our own footing. If I drove them away, it would impact the entire company's future. After all, these seated shareholders weren't simply here for dividends. To some extent, they provided considerable networks and resources for the company. These factors are critical to the company's development, which is precisely why the shareholders have taken action against him. Precisely because they possess resources and connections and can bring projects to the table, yet lack sufficient funding. This is why they are so wary of the pet-based project. Unless Su Liang could acquire the resources and connections in their hands, he clearly understood that removing these individuals would be disadvantageous rather than beneficial. Could Zhang Yusheng, a smart man, not understand this principle? Even he hadn't touched these shareholders, implying it wasn't the right time yet. But boss, what kind of method should we use to deal with them? Su Liang paused thoughtfully before slowly asking. Do these shareholders operate independent companies underneath them? Zhang Chang nodded. Definitely. How could they possibly be content with just the dividend earnings from the group company? Many people have used this opportunity to expand their own influence. I've heard that the largest among them is General Su. The company under his control spans all stages of real estate. So, does General Su's company also include design-related services? At this point, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao evidently realized something. Their eyes widened in surprise and astonishment. Boss, please don't tell me that you're planning to approach General Su to let him handle the design for our pet base? That would be like lambs walking straight into the tiger's den. Originally, due to the pressure from the shareholders, many cooperative design firms were unable to help them secure contracts. Without design plans, they couldn't obtain construction department approvals to start building, and thus could not proceed further. If they went to Mr. Su's company for designs again, it would probably drag on indefinitely, which would mean that the pet base project would be dead in the water, right? Aren't you getting it yet? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a mischievous glint in his eyes. On the surface, this action indeed leads us into a blind alley. But if Mr. Su's team cannot provide us with a reasonable solution or fails to complete this business, then we'll have something substantial to talk about. Once we post it online, Mr. Su's company will surely lose its reputation. Do you think anyone will still choose to conduct business with him afterward? Perhaps even Mr. Su's own network of connections won't bother helping him anymore. Upon hearing these words, the two of them suddenly understood and showed admiration and surprise in their gazes. So all this time, boss, you've been setting a trap for him. This idea might actually work. If they assist us, Mr. Su will surely be extremely troubled inside. After all, he sees us as thorns in his side. If he doesn't help, his company's reputation will hit rock bottom too. In comparison, he can only choose the former. Zhang Chang couldn't help but slap his thigh, excitement gleaming in his eyes. This method was brilliant, and most importantly, there was no way out for the enemy. It was equivalent to throwing all the trouble straight to Mr. Su, leaving it up to him to choose whether to vent this anger or let his company's reputation crash. It all depended on how he made his choice. Although Zhang Chang didn't fully understand the small tricks of the business world, he still grasped some basic concepts and ideas. If Mr. Su decided to vent his anger, it would undoubtedly have a significant impact on himself, potentially making things turn quite ugly. Chapter 88. I want to build my own business empire. Because from the current situation, Zhang Chang hasn't truly entered the company yet, meaning he still doesn't have the opportunity to inherit the group on the surface. If Director Su releases this grievance, but Zhang Chang doesn't inherit the company, then power will remain in Zhang Youqing's hands. It would be like Director Su mysteriously provoking the chairman of the company for no reason, and his own company will also be affected. It's essentially a lose-lose situation, whereas if he chooses to swallow his pride, everyone will be happy. At least Director Su dare not place all his bets on this. Boss, so when do we go? I can hardly wait to see those shareholders gnash their teeth, but have nothing to say. Lu Hao's face was full of excitement, as if he couldn't wait to take action. Su Yang looked contemplative. Zhang Chang, do you know about Director Su's family company? I don't know much about it. I'll have to go back and ask my dad. All right, go back and find out first. Remember, absolutely do not let your dad get involved, and if someone asks, pretend you don't know. Otherwise, it would only make Zhang Youqing even more embarrassed. Hehe, my old man is a wily veteran. To put it bluntly, he's an old fox. His moves are much tighter than ours. This part you don't need to worry about. The three then discussed further, and afterward parted ways. On the way home, Lu Hao's face was brimming with excitement. Boss, if we really succeed this time, that would count as establishing our names. From now on, those people in the prosperity group won't dare look down on us anymore. That's definitely true. Su Liang smiled faintly. Basically speaking, a new official must set up authority right away. It's the same in any industry. Whether it's teachers with new students, bosses with new employees, or someone like himself who ventures into business, you must secure your position. Otherwise, you'll just be pushed around by others later, especially since this opponent is a shareholder of the prosperity group. They cannot be allowed to gain any advantage. If I fail this time, those guys wouldn't know what to say, and in the future, if we want to continue cooperating with prosperity group, they will always find excuses. Why should we cooperate with some inexperienced young guy who can offer nothing? People like that are simply wasting resources and money. But boss, have you never considered taking over the prosperity group in the future? In my opinion, according to your capabilities, perhaps the only person comparable to you within the entire company is Chairman Zhang. Not even Zhang Chang is your match. Lu Hao cautiously asked. Though he had a good relationship with Zhang Chang, if he had to choose between the two, he would unhesitatingly side with Su Liang. After all, everything he had today was thanks to his boss. Therefore, under such circumstances, there was no way he could betray Su Liang. How about it? Already starting to sow discord? Su Liang said meaningfully. Not exactly, but I must plan ahead. Imagine if one day you two have a falling out, and I'm unprepared. Wouldn't I become a leak on your side? I certainly don't want to shoulder unnecessary blame. Lu Hao said very seriously. Relax, there are so many companies and groups in the world. Why focus exclusively on Prosperity Group? Moreover, whether it's Chairman Zhang or Zhang Chang, they have done favors for us. A person may act shamelessly, but they shouldn't forget where they came from. In this business environment, having one more friend is always better than having one more enemy. What we need to do now is climb higher by using the Prosperity Group as a stepping stone. Then we can definitely start our own independent venture. There's no need for us to come into conflict with the Prosperity Group. As for whether I've ever thought about taking over the Prosperity Group, I can confidently tell you no, because that company wasn't created by me, so the people there certainly won't be loyal to me. If I really wanted to accomplish something significant, you would definitely be my vice president. Would you rather be surrounded by enemies? Lu Hao blinked. But if we took over the Prosperity Group, it would save us years of detours. It also depends on the person. Do you think it would be difficult for me, even starting from scratch? Su Liang slightly raised the corners of his mouth, exuding unprecedented confidence. Hearing these words, Lu Hao understood and nodded repeatedly. Also makes sense. We don't need that one group either. When we have the funds, we'll start our own company. You did say before that I would be vice president. Of course, we two will definitely help each other. Su Liang grinned. The two slapped each other's shoulders and walked towards home. Sometimes, meeting a good brother who can speak frankly is indeed one of the great blessings in life, let alone Lu Hao's absolute trust in Su Liang. Just based on this point, it already surpasses many people. Su Liang's personal ability is definitely beyond ordinary, so he doesn't need someone stronger to support him. He only needs loyal and trusting brothers to help him and gradually move towards the future. That's already more than enough. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhang Chong returned to his family's villa. As soon as he walked in, he saw his old man, Zhang Yusheng, sitting in the living room watching the news. Hey dad, why are you so leisurely today, actually watching TV? No choice, the company has encountered some difficulties recently, so I can be temporarily relaxed for a while. Zhang Yusheng bitterly smiled. Ever since Su Liang last mentioned that the domestic real estate leading company might face a crisis, Qiangxin Group had subsequently canceled its cooperation with them. But now, the leading company still wields enormous influence, plus having an extensive market. After canceling the cooperation with them, it isn't easy to strike up new collaborations with other groups. In the short term, Qiangxin Group's business is gradually shrinking, which has unexpectedly freed up some rest time for Zhang Yusheng. Don't worry, Dad. Difficulties will pass eventually. Besides, we've got a genius like Su Liang. He will surely give us some useful advice. Hearing these words, Zhang Yusheng smiled with relief. Indeed, the growth of his son during this period was quite remarkable, something worth celebrating. Compared to the future development of the group, what he values even more is his son's growth. Because the development of any group ultimately needs someone to take over. If Zhang Chong could grow up faster, it would also be extremely beneficial for himself. Chapter 89. 3 kids can be as good as one Zhuge Liang. Have you heard that Su Liang has started some private tutoring? How's it going? Zhang Yusheng asked. All the teachers from our school came to his place today, but guess what? In the end, Su Liang used his own excellent skills to make them all shut up and leave. Zhang Chong vividly recounted the details of the event. Zhang Yusheng frowned slightly, becoming more shocked with every word. For someone like him who had seen countless storms, he was well aware how difficult being a teacher could be, especially for a teacher trying to cultivate a group of outstanding students. It's extremely challenging. Never would he have imagined that as a senior 3 student, Su Liang could help his classmates improve their grades so remarkably. This guy seems to understand many things better than people my age. It's really hard for me to imagine that he is only 18 years old. Zhang Yusheng said with endless admiration. By the way, Dad, there's another thing I want to discuss with you. Zhang Chong continued. It's about the pet base. Has the pet base encountered problems that you cannot solve? Zhang Yusheng's eyes revealed a look of astonishment, which made him even more surprised. After witnessing Su Liang's incredibly powerful abilities, he was now extremely curious about just where this guy's limits were. If the pet base had hit problems they couldn't solve, what kind of difficulty could possibly make Su Liang reach out to him for help? There are difficulties indeed. However, this time we don't hope for your help, but rather hope that you pretend not to know anything. Zhang Chong displayed a mysterious smile, full of pride on his face. The more Zhang Yusheng listened, the more confused he became, feeling baffled. What thing requires me to pretend I don't even know? You guys must not be doing some illegal business, right? Son, let me tell you up front. Su Liang might be a very smart person, but under no circumstances should he stray from the righteous path. You must understand that for some things, there are only 0 times or countless times. Once you open the door, you can never turn back. Does this world lack smart people? Of course not. But why do so many intelligent people end up behind bars, or even come to bad ends? It's because they chose the wrong path and compromised their principles and standards. Moreover, all those extremely evil criminals, aren't they all extraordinary in their ways? It's precisely for this reason that we can see how remarkable it is to still perform excellently within the confines of rules. What are you thinking about, Dad? How could we possibly do such a thing? Zhang Chong pouted, seemingly feeling a little aggrieved. It felt as though he had been underestimated by his father. So, tell me, what's going on? Dad, surely you already know about what the shareholder Mr. Su from our company did to Su Liang, right? Zhang Yusheng's heart dropped, sensing something ominous in his eyes, then silently nodded. And? This time, our pet base needs to start construction, and we must first produce design plans and obtain approval from relevant departments before we can proceed. But I approached several design companies, all of whom cooperate with our group, yet they keep making excuses and dodging our requests. And since the pet base project is urgent, if we go to outside companies, it might be hard to get the construction permits quickly. Of course, this must be due to Mr. Su's interference. Zhang Yusheng seemed to catch a bit of it, pondering thoughtfully and asking, do you mean for me to step in and resolve this? No, that's not what we meant. Zhang Chong shook his head repeatedly. After our 3 discussed, Su Liang decided we should still approach Mr. Su's design company. What? This remark thoroughly shocked the usually composed Zhang Yusheng. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. Since you clearly knew that Mr. Su was causing trouble for you, you still went to ask them to design for you. Isn't this self-inflicted hardship? Could you really not think of any better plan after your discussions? However, Zhang Yusheng quickly realized something wasn't right. Su Liang was an exceedingly smart person and absolutely wouldn't do something as reckless as this. So what exactly was the underlying reason? Years of business experience immediately prompted him to sense the key issue here. Are you trying to use their hands to accomplish your own project? Dad, you truly live up to being the chairman of our group, grasping things right away. Zhang Chang gave a thumbs up. Su Liang has thought of everything. He even worried that we might be embarrassed, so he asked me to tell you that once someone asks about it, just pretend that you know nothing. This way, no one will bother you. Zhang Yuxing directly laughed upon hearing this. This trick was truly a bit malicious, and the key was that it was indeed very effective. I wouldn't have thought. You three little guys put together can really match Zhuge Liang? Such a nasty move. I haven't used it for years. In fact, the most important point was that Su Liang had correctly judged that Mr. Su and his group didn't dare to fully expose their rivalry. If you want to fully expose it, that means you have been longing for the position of chairman for a long time, which would be known by everyone in the company. Would you still want to succeed in sitting on that position afterward? It's simply impossible. Since they don't dare to expose the issue, there is naturally no way for them to vent this anger. Even if faced with Su Liang's request, at that time, they would only be able to endure the humiliation quietly. Alright. This method is indeed pretty mean. The more Zhang Yuxing thought about it, the more he found it interesting. The key was how clever this method was. Ordinary people would never think of it. At this moment, Mr. Su and his gang were probably proud of their little strategy. So, does that mean Dad agrees with this plan? Zhang Chang exclaimed joyfully. What kind of agreement or disagreement? I don't even know this matter. Whatever you do has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for signing contracts with you and providing funding, and I'll evaluate the final results. Zhang Yuxing adopted an air of non-involvement. He maintained the attitude that a client should have. But I'll say this up front. If you don't do well and the pet base loses money, I'll definitely hold you accountable. After all, to avoid gossip in the company, when he signed the contract with Su Liang, there were additional conditions attached, namely, a wager agreement. However, whether these needed to be enforced ultimately depended on his decision. Ha, Dad, I must say, business people like you are truly cunning. Chapter 90. Let's bust in. Zhang Chang was beaming with joy. With his father's support, he naturally became more confident and had greater confidence in Su Liang's plan. After all, even his father, who had been in business for many years, hadn't said a word against it. This was enough to show how appropriate the plan was, and that it had a very high chance of success. Where did this brat pick up these bad habits? And how dare you criticize your old man? Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. Ha, Dad, you're old now. This world belongs to us youngsters. Just wait. One day I'll make achievements in business and become someone you can be proud of. Zhang Chang said firmly. In the past, he indeed only thought about playing around without any lofty aspirations, because he knew his fate was already determined for this life. That was to take over the Qiangxin group in the future. So, no matter how excellent or terrible he might be, the end result would always be the same. However, after being around Su Liang, he gradually began to realize how naive he truly was. With nothing to his name, Su Liang managed to rise step by step through sheer hard work. With such a good start, why shouldn't he try harder? Otherwise, wouldn't he be letting down his father and the whole Qiangxin group? After all, Zhang Yuxing went to great lengths to pave the way for him, ensuring that the supervisors of many important departments within the company were all his trusted confidants. To put it simply, these people would eventually be able to help his son. When Zhang Yuxing heard these words, there was a flicker of surprise in his eyes, and he felt deeply gratified. This was more than enough to show that his son was gradually maturing, which was inseparable from Su Liang's influence. Good job. It seems that Su Liang really is worth looking forward to, capable of making such tremendous changes in his son. Alright. You've also been busy outside all day. Quickly get ready for a bowl of rice. Eat well, and rest properly. Dad, aren't you pushing me to study anymore? Zhang Chang grinned mischievously. Of course not. Growth doesn't just come from school, though studying at school can save you from taking many detours. But judging from the current situation, some people are providing more help than school could ever give. Why should I still force you to go to school then? Zhang Yuxing has always held a liberal attitude towards degrees. He believed they couldn't define a person. For most ordinary people, a degree was a stepping stone to higher platforms, and only those who possessed it could have a chance to reach greater heights. However, his son didn't need a degree to shine on a worthy stage. What he truly needed was for Zhang Chang to possess enough strength to sustain himself, standing firmly on the stage. Su Liang was undoubtedly crucial help in achieving that. The next day, after gathering together, Su Liang, Lu Hao, and Zhang Chang headed toward the design company owned by General Manager Su. Arriving at the entrance of the company, inside was bustling with activity, and it was clear that business was thriving. After all, with General Manager Su's backing, it would be quite difficult not to succeed. It seems like targeting General Manager Su isn't going to be easy. Lu Hao looked around with a thoughtful expression in his eyes. Fear nothing. Some things aren't as straightforward as they seem. The brilliance of this company is quite mysterious. It could fall apart in an instant or soar to unimaginable heights overnight. As they were speaking, a front desk receptionist interrupted. 3 young ones, this isn't where you belong. We're working, don't disturb us. Who are you calling young ones? I'm already 18. A grown adult. Lu Hao said arrogantly. Zhang Chang was even more audacious. Call out your general manager. We have business to discuss with him. The receptionist couldn't help but chuckle sarcastically. You 3 kids are joking, right? The projects we take here are worth at least several million. Can the 3 of you even pull out $100? Who do you think we look down upon? Zhang Chang then flashed his Patek Philippe watch. Do you recognize this watch? Just this one alone could cover your annual salary. The female receptionist instantly widened her eyes, full of disbelief, never imagining that these 3 students could be so wealthy. What they wore was worth hundreds of thousands, a famous brand. Could they really be here to conduct business? Thinking of this, she dared not delay further and immediately summoned the head of the project department. Upon seeing that the three were youths, he obviously didn't take them seriously. Only when the receptionist informed him that these three weren't ordinary and probably belonged to second-generation rich families did the head of the project department smile. Then, the head of the project department led Su Liang and the other two to the reception room. May I ask what business brings you three to our company? Su Liang smiled slightly. It's like this, we're planning to set up a pet base. However, there are currently no buildings or facilities on this land, so we need your help to produce a design plan and obtain construction permits from the relevant departments. The head of the project department nodded upon hearing this. Basically, all their design businesses were similar in that they had to pass the approval of the housing and construction department. May I ask what is the scale of your pet base? It should be around 10 acres. Su Liang thought for a moment. What? The head of the project department couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with disbelief, and was quite taken aback. Don't joke around, you three. Are you sure you are in charge of this project? We can't take this lightly. Who's joking with you? Zhang Chang said with an air of arrogance on his face. It's not just about whether we can pay. There are 200,000 yuan in this card. Is that enough as a down payment? As he spoke, he slammed his dad's card onto the table. This act made the person responsible feel uneasy and apprehensive. Could these funds have questionable origins? With this in mind, he hesitated for a moment and ultimately decided to notify the general manager first. After all, if anything went wrong, it wouldn't do to take the blame himself. A few minutes later, the general manager came over. After understanding the situation, he couldn't resist asking, I wonder where the three young gentlemen learned about our design company. I know your boss, Zhang Chang said without hesitation, revealing his identity, which was something he and Su Liang had agreed on beforehand. Initially, the purpose was to make trouble at their place, so there was no reason to hide who they were. They might as well be as ostentatious as possible. The general manager immediately laughed. Young sir, don't joke around. Our boss is someone you see only the tail and never the whole dragon. He's very famous throughout the industry, and many people claim to know him. I can't just accept your word based on that alone. Saying it out loud would likely be laughed at by others. All right then, go tell your boss and ask if he knows Zhang Chang. Chapter 91. They actually came to the company. When the general manager heard this, a trace of bewilderment and surprise flashed in his eyes. Zhang Chang. The name alone didn't seem particularly unique. Could it be that these three guys really had an unusual background? May I ask which company you are from? The general manager asked tentatively, for if he really ran into a big shot, then he would have a big problem. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao turned their heads to look at Su Liang, who slightly raised the corners of his mouth. We don't belong to any company. We just want to set up a pet base ourselves. If you really don't agree, then go back and tell your Mr. Su. At that time, don't blame us for being tactless. If there is any online incident, your company will bear all the consequences entirely. Oh my god. The general manager involuntarily twitched at the corner of his mouth. The design company, though not a top-tier company in the entire market, was still considered one of the best in the industry because it was backed by a shareholder of the prosperous group. Whether it was peers or other clients, they would give them a bit of respect when meeting them. But never did he expect that today someone would be so impolite, and these three guys were just students. After hesitating for a moment, he ultimately decided to make a call cautiously to inform the boss, just in case there was a real issue, so he wouldn't have to take the blame. However, on the surface, the general manager still didn't want to appear outmatched and smiled with deep meaning. Young man, you do have extraordinary courage at such a young age. Truly, the younger generation surpasses the old. Please wait a moment. I'll go get some relevant materials from our company for you to see, and for you to screen. After finishing his words, he stood up and left. Seeing this situation, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao couldn't help but look at each other questioningly. Not really. How can this guy be so stubborn? Is our first step of the plan going to fail? Su Liang's lips slightly curled up, his gaze full of playful expressions. Don't you think too highly of him? This guy is clearly finding an excuse to slip away. Do you believe he's now calling Mr. Su? Really? The two were somewhat surprised, obviously not quite believing this claim. Otherwise, what kind of materials need a general manager to personally go fetch? After such an analysis, it indeed made sense. The two nodded repeatedly and couldn't help but secretly give Su Liang a thumb up. Big brother is still as calm and intelligent as ever. You figured out that guy's tricks at a glance. No wonder my dad said to learn more from you. These experiences are invaluable in the business world. Su Liang shook his head. In fact, this matter wasn't as complicated as the two of them thought. For the vast majority of normal people, they would choose the most stable method for safety reasons. Although the general manager was responsible for managing the entire design company, his boss was actually Mr. Su, so he also didn't dare to easily provoke those unfamiliar people. Who knows what background lies behind? And with the three of them arriving with great momentum and full confidence, their appearance surely intimidated others. The general manager must confirm things first. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes 10 years for revenge. If he finds out later that the three of them were fake or deliberately causing trouble, settling accounts at that point would still work fine. These days, many things are actually not as difficult as imagined. With the development of information technology, especially among peers in the same industry, conducting an investigation is relatively easy. Anyway, what we need to do now is definitely hold on to the initiative. Under no circumstances should the design company gain any advantage over us. If necessary, we can give them a taste of hardship and let them know we're not pushovers. Su Liang said meaningfully. Lu Hao and Zhang Chang nodded continuously, excitement showing on their faces. It might be hard for them to compete intellectually with others, but if it came down to bullying, that would be incredibly simple. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the general manager's office, the general manager dialed Mr. Su's phone. Boss, 3 young guys came to our company asking to do business, and their attitude was extremely arrogant. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Su revealed a look of disdain on his face, even more haughtily. I appointed you as the general manager, not to report everything to me. This little matter, do you really need to call me about? Since they are only 3 kids, why be polite to them? Just call the security to kick them out. Our design company has a good reputation in the entire province. Mr. Su seemed to think that everything was under his control, and he didn't feel any surprises at all. After all, based on his own abilities alone, dealing with the current trouble would be extremely easy without causing him much stress. However, the general manager appeared rather hesitant. Mr. Su, but I feel like those guys seem to be targeting you. Targeting me? Upon hearing this, Mr. Su couldn't help but sit up straight, his eyes revealing a mix of surprise and anger. After all, as a shareholder in the strong prosperous group, how dare anyone oppose him? Doing so would be tantamount to opposing the strong prosperous group. Forget about the whole city. Even if someone from the province wanted to touch him, they'd better measure their weight first. After all, the strong prosperous group held a prominent position in the entire industry, having previously collaborated with leading domestic enterprises. Ordinary people were simply beneath his notice unless they came from an official department. But even then, official personnel would definitely not involve themselves in such matters in this way. Do these guys mention their names, or where they're from? Mr. Su asked cautiously. They said they don't belong to any company. However, one of them, a young man, claimed his name is Zhang Chong. Mr. Su, do you know this guy named Zhang Chong? The manager inquired carefully. What? At this, Mr. Su's face immediately changed, disbelief filling his eyes. No wonder they dared to come to my company to make trouble. It turns out it's the chairman's son. This matter is far more complicated than I thought, and if handled improperly, it could lead to bigger problems. After thinking for a moment, Mr. Su's expression turned serious. You little punk actually dares to act recklessly on my turf. You're forcing me to get personally involved, aren't you? Fine, let's see what your real intentions are. I truly can't believe that 3 kids will be enough to handle the likes of me. With this decision made, Mr. Su already had a plan in mind. Chapter 92. What I want is an attitude. You stay there at the design company, and keep them 3 calm. I will be there soon. Mr. Su said with great seriousness. Upon hearing this, the general manager's eyes were full of surprise. Wow, these 3 guys really have some background, able to force the boss to appear in person. Fortunately, I had the foresight. Otherwise, if I had dealt with it on my own, who knows what kind of trouble would have arisen, and more importantly, it's very possible that I would end up shouldering all the consequences. All right, boss, you can rest assured. I'll make sure to keep them calm here and won't let them act rashly. After hanging up the phone, Mr. Su immediately called a few shareholders over and informed them about the situation. After learning about it, they too were furious. Why does the chairman's son dare to be so arrogant? Does he think that just because his father covers for him, he can do as he pleases? Let's use this opportunity to teach this kid a lesson, making him realize that our company's shareholders are not people he can mess with. This will also help nip Zhang Chong's ideas of seizing power and position early. There were shareholders who opposed the idea. No, we haven't completely turned against the chairman yet. If we target his son, it's sure to complicate things even further. If by any chance the chairman finds a way to reclaim all the shares we hold, then in the future, we'll have no chance to acquire control over Prosperous Group. Seeing both sides arguing without resolution, Mr. Su raised his hand and shook his head. No matter what, this situation cannot be underestimated lightly. You all stay in the company and monitor the situation from chairman's side. I'll go meet those 3. How dare they behave so openly? They're utterly reckless. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, sharing the same opinion. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the reception room of the design company, seeing the manager was taking too long to return, Su Liang gave Lu Hao a nod, who understood and quickly stood up, speaking without reservation. What's going on here? Is this how your company treats customers? Leaving us unattended like this? If no one comes soon, I will report you and expose your behavior, letting everyone know how your company mistreats its clients. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong also chimed in, subtly inciting the chaos, making the reception room lively. The staff standing at the doorway looked at each other nervously. None dared to enter easily. After all, even the general manager had to report to the boss. How could they dare meddle, risking serious consequences, or even losing their jobs? It was better to avoid trouble than to court it. At that moment, the general manager hurriedly arrived. Taking one look at the situation inside the reception room, his heart sunk inexplicably. He plastered a smile on his face. Sorry. Please forgive us for making the 3 of you wait. I ask again, General Manager, do you actually want to negotiate? If you don't, tell us clearly. What's the meaning behind deliberately leaving us out here? Or do you simply look down on us from the start? Let me tell you, although we're young, it doesn't mean we can be bullied easily. Lu Hao kept yelling, displaying a fierce attitude. Indeed, after live streaming for a while, his eloquence improved significantly. He could perform dramatically even under such situations. His acting talent, if not channeled into being an extra in movies or TV shows, would indeed be wasted. Zhang Chong also nodded frequently, filled with indignation. Your design company has some reputation in the industry, but are you doing this now? Do you deserve the trust and praise of your customers? The general manager broke into a cold sweat upon hearing this. Knowing Mr. Su's reaction, he already guessed that the 3 people in front of him might indeed be extraordinary figures. At least, they were not people he could provoke. At this point, the only thing left to do was to pacify and stabilize the situation, preventing things from worsening. Sorry, gentlemen. I went to fetch materials earlier, assuming that the resources in our company could meet your requirements. However, after reviewing our previous samples, we realized we've never handled pet-based projects before. So, I specifically assigned my staff to collect similar templates from our peers. It might take a little longer, but it will be delivered shortly. Could you please wait just a bit more? Wait again. Su Liang leaned back on the sofa with a meaningful laugh, his eyes twinkling with mockery. Does the general manager think our time is utterly worthless? Waiting again and again. Do we have to wait until the end of the workday? Seeing his overconfident demeanor, the general manager was even more convinced of his earlier judgment. These three guys either had some background or were very capable. They were definitely not as simple as they seemed on the surface. In such a situation, he realized that this matter could not be easily brushed off. I'm sorry, this is indeed our company's mistake. Rest assured, we will certainly offer you some discounts in our design proposals. What I want is not a discount, but your company's service attitude. Su Liang said indifferently. If you keep dragging during our cooperation discussions, how am I supposed to know that you won't act like this in our future collaboration? The general manager's mind raced rapidly, and signs of astonishment began to flash in his eyes. This young man spoke reasonably and flawlessly, demonstrating maturity and composure beyond his years. He clearly wasn't an ordinary person, and yet, his appearance was strikingly plain, revealing no sign of any special background from the outside. Rest assured, once we agree on the cooperation, we will provide the design drawings at the fastest possible speed, and we will also assist you in passing reviews by the residential construction department. At least all the preparatory work will be coordinated and urged by our design company. Words are just words. How do I know if you're sincere or not? Su Liang asked lightly. It seemed as though everything was under control. He had already made various preparations before coming, so he understood clearly that these people were simply trying to delay things. What he needed to do was to put pressure on them. Only in this way could they realize that he and his group weren't the type of people who could be easily handled. This would also force Mr. Su to come in and clean up the mess. Chapter 93. You actually dare to blackmail me? As the general manager was unsure of how to respond, a sudden voice rang out. If a customer truly wishes to sincerely cooperate with us, we will naturally collaborate with them in good faith and promote the progress of their projects. But it seems these three individuals don't intend to cooperate with us. Instead, they're here to cause trouble. At that moment, General Manager Su entered the room, a cold smile on his face. Boss, you've finally arrived. The general manager, as if he'd found his lifeline, hurriedly rushed forward and nodded obsequiously. If you hadn't come, I would have really felt like I couldn't handle it any longer. These three kids are truly extraordinary. Their words are sharp and aggressive, incredibly formidable. Su glanced at him with disdain flashing in his eyes. What a useless piece of trash, unable even to deal with three young ones. How did I ever think about appointing someone so incapable to such an important position as the general manager of our design company? It seems after today's events, I should reconsider whether he is suitable for this position. That's enough. All of you leave now. I'll take charge here. I'll handle everything for you. Hearing this, the surrounding crowd nodded repeatedly and walked out, relieved in their hearts. These three people are certainly no ordinary beings. Even some well-connected clients we've dealt with before were less troublesome than them. Exactly. Who would have thought that a group of kids could possess such great abilities? And with such an imposing manner, it genuinely makes one feel uneasy. You see, even the general manager can't be rash around them. They must be special. These are the kinds of people we can't afford to provoke excessively or get involved with unnecessarily. To avoid inviting disaster upon ourselves, the employees whispered among themselves, then dispersed. The general manager took a glance, then quietly returned to his office. Anyway, whatever happens next has nothing to do with me. The boss will resolve the issues that arise. It's completely unnecessary to be so tense and afraid right now. Finally, someone has stepped up to take this heavy responsibility off my shoulders. Otherwise, I would have been extremely worried. Inside the reception room, General Manager Su sat back, legs crossed, holding a cigar between his lips. As the flame flickered, white smoke rose into the air. For a time, the room was filled with the strong aroma of tobacco smoke. With narrowed eyes, he offered the cigar up, smiling faintly and asked, "How about it? Interested in a puff? What kind of thoughts are you having? We're students. Do you know what your behavior signifies?" Zhang Chong angrily responded, unwillingness and hostility clearly written across his face. To some extent, Su was his adversary. Only they haven't openly broken faces yet, and things haven't escalated to the point where there's no turning back. So there's no need for Zhang Chong to overly reveal himself too soon. Still, he wasn't seasoned enough. In front of Su, he came across as more of a rookie. Don't joke around, thinking I don't know. You three are all over 18 years old, just haven't graduated from high school yet. Furthermore, cigars, things like that, are what those with upper-class status should most familiarize themselves with. How can you call yourselves people of substance if you don't even know about this stuff? Su boasted proudly, seemingly gloating about his knowledge, but intentionally trying to make the trio realize the disparity between them and him. While outsiders might perceive his actions as flaunting wealth, Zhu Liang understood clearly that this was Su's way of exerting pressure and attempting to reclaim control of the situation. The notion of a cigar, symbolizing sophistication, is entirely different matter. Many so-called sophisticated configurations appear to many as mere titles, utterly meaningless. Perhaps today some people consider a cigar to be an indication of sophistication, but tomorrow others may view regular cigarettes as such. Does General Manager Su's perception of sophistication extend only so far, to merely following trends? From what I gather, you're just another nouveau riche, pocketing money without depth. Even though Su Dang refrained from cursing a single word throughout, his words were biting nonetheless, leaving Su momentarily startled and his face slightly changing. Interesting. Never expected things to turn out like this. Unable to find any openings verbally, General Manager Su deliberately diverted the topic. Zhang Chong, I'm still technically your elder, and you bring troublemakers to my company, causing a ruckus. Is this not showing me disrespect? Doesn't this matter concern something I could disclose to your father? And isn't this something you fear might lead to trouble once your father hears about it? Zhang Chong quietly turned his head and glanced at Su Liang beside him. The latter gave a slight nod indicating he had agreed with Zhang Chong's idea. This gave him enough confidence and courage to continue. Then, boldly he declared, even if you tell my old man, so what? Besides, the business I'm doing now doesn't have much to do with the group anyway. My old man is just in charge of our investments. Other than that, he has absolutely no decision-making power on specific matters. It wouldn't matter even if you told him, I don't care about losing face or getting beaten. However, whether your company under General Manager Su gets laughed at by others is an entirely different story. In other words, if this incident becomes public, it would not significantly impact them three except perhaps for delaying the construction schedule of the pet base. But for General Manager Su and his design company, it would be an entirely different scenario. From now on, they might lose their reputation in the industry and consequently lose a lot of clients. Even the son of your own group's boss chooses not to cooperate with your design company, which suggests there's something wrong with your company. Either the fees are unreasonable, or there will be significant issues during cooperation. If someone happens to throw some dirt online afterward, it would become impossible to wash away, and the situation would only grow truer as it spreads. Fine then, you three dare to threaten me together. Do you even know who I am? Su clenched his teeth and said angrily, the rise of the Qiangxing group fully depended on your father and me working hard together. Now look at you, a little punk daring to raise a ruckus in front of me? When I was already hustling in society, you were probably still playing with mud somewhere. Every word reeked of arrogance and self-righteousness. It seemed like he wanted to regain control of the entire situation through such an intimidating manner. Perhaps this method might work on others, but certainly not now. Chapter 94. Keep the benefits within the family. Although Lu Hao and Zhang Chong don't have many outstanding skills, they still have Su Liang behind them, who is both brave and purposeful. Since they dared to come to the design company, it means they are well prepared and can confirm the upcoming events will be of great help to them. Therefore, in this situation, Su wants to scare the three guys through words, but it simply makes no sense. It might even backfire. After a brief silence, Su also realized something was off and could only silently crush out his cigar. He glared and asked with hostility, what exactly do you three want to do? Do you really intend to cause trouble in my company today? I'm telling you, if that's the case, we'd be wasting our time. Let's just do what we must. Don't think I'm scared of tearing off the polite mask with you. Seeing him acting like a dead pig unbothered by boiling water and attempting to play the role of an unreasonable person, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong couldn't help exchanging glances. Apparently, neither of them expected someone like General Su to act in such a way, especially appearing so arrogantly self-righteous. My goodness. Normally, he talks big outside, presenting himself as a successful businessman, but in fact, he's still got the face of a rogue thug. What should we do now, boss? It seems like our plan isn't working? Lu Hao asked in a low voice. Zhang Chong was also worried and uneasy. If this matter wasn't handled well, it would greatly affect the three of them, naturally making it impossible for the pet-based project to continue. Things related to Su Liang wouldn't work out either, and in the future, Zhang Chong would probably find it even harder to work in a regulatory company. This incident would surely be used by Su as a major article of accusation. Su Liang didn't appear anxious in this scenario. Instead, there was a faint smile on his face. I have to say, this Su is indeed an extraordinary character. No wonder he has managed to rise up to his current position. He must have weathered countless storms. Su's lips curled slightly upward, revealing a look of pride in his eyes. That's absolutely true. Business is like war. If one cannot be mercilessly brutal and decisively resolute, there's simply no way to obtain what they desire. Otherwise, they would end up losing even more. Therefore, you three little ones trying to get the better of me. It's just laughable. Had it not been due to the face of Prosperous Group and Zhang Yusheng, they might have already thrown you guys out by now. How could they let you hear babbling nonsense? However, before Su had the chance to finish gloating, Su Liang said meaningfully, so, I wonder what Su's stance on this matter actually is? Would you prefer us to sit down and talk properly? Or would you rather things escalate to the point where it ends badly for all? Successful businessmen like you should understand a principle, pursuing benefits while avoiding harm. There's nothing that could surpass the two characters of interest. As far as this matter goes, even if it escalates further, we won't lose much since we ourselves are not affiliated with the Prosperous Group, and we will always have the chance to re-enter the Prosperous Group in the future. However, Su's business might suffer substantial losses because of this. I believe this design company has no ties to the Prosperous Group, but if people were to find out that you're the boss of the design company, those who wish to cooperate with the Prosperous Group in the future will surely not choose Su. At that point, Su's status within the Prosperous Group may fall drastically, and it will likely become difficult for you to obtain what you want. And these matters will not have any impact on Zhang Chong. At this point, Su Liang smirked slightly. Their only extra card compared to Su was the connection with Prosperous Group and its chairman Zhang Yusheng. As long as this trump card exists, Su will forever be at a disadvantage unless he chooses to make it an all-out confrontation. Only then will they have nothing to worry about regarding being overpowered. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Su's expression changed abruptly, and he fell into deep thought. Though he looked down on the three young men before him, he could not deny that Su Liang's words made some sense. For himself, maintaining his standing in the prosperous group was paramount. Not only that, but Zhang Chang could be dealt with any time, and the design company provided him with large amounts of funds and income. Both were indispensable. The loss of either would result in significant financial damage to him. As for the other side, at most, it would only be the pet base project being put on hold. The problem was that they hadn't invested too much capital even if they were to give up halfway, and it wouldn't have too much of an impact. When it came down to it, Su himself would lose the most. What Su had not expected was that Su Liang could distinguish between benefits and drawbacks in such a short time. Even if he had thought of it before coming, it was enough to prove how perceptive this young man was. He was definitely not on the same level as others of his age. So what do you want? Do you still intend to sit down and negotiate with me? Mr. Su squinted his eyes and gritted his teeth while questioning aggressively. How can it be called negotiation? Business is simply about mutual needs. Since our pet base now has a design job that needs to be done, and coincidentally Mr. Su's side has sufficient connections and employees. Money should stay within the family since it'll be earned by someone anyway. Why don't we let Mr. Su make some profit? And you'll also earn some goodwill out of it. Su Liang squinted his eyes, the corner of his mouth slightly curling upward. It seemed like he was full of confidence regarding all this. After hearing these words, Mr. Su's expression changed slightly. Go take a dump on your grandpa's grave for calling this goodwill. It was obviously an attempt to set a trap for me. Still, even though this was the case, he couldn't say it outright because there would be no meaning to it. Either way, it would either lead to both sides completely ruining each other until the situation spun completely out of control, or he'd just have to swallow his frustration silently, pretending not to hear anything at all. So, does that mean we should thank you then? Thanks might be too strong of a word, but our pet base currently needs to expedite construction and obtain building permits from the construction department. I believe Mr. Su's network of contacts should be able to help us solve this minor issue, right? Su clenched his teeth after hearing those words. He already knew that the opponent had grasped his weakness, yet there was no way to resist. After a brief silence, he finally chose to nod reluctantly. All right, if you three admire my design company so much, of course, I'll help. Don't forget to say a good word for me in front of the chairman. Chapter 95. Be careful, the other side must have a trick up their sleeve. After Mr. Su's agreement, the general manager was immediately arranged to come and sign the treaty. Upon obtaining the treaty, Su Liang and his two companions slightly raised the corners of their mouths. According to the predetermined construction schedule, they would receive the design plans in no more than a week and have the relevant departments approve them, a time frame already considered quite fast. There was simply no way to do it any earlier. Even with Mr. Su going out of his way to seek help from acquaintances, Su Liang still felt that some time was being wasted. However, within this 1 week period, other preparations could be made, making it not entirely wasted time. Furthermore, everything remained firmly under their control. Once all matters had been fully discussed and agreed upon, Su Liang slowly stood up, a look of relief spreading across his face. This time, we've bothered Mr. Su for help. Rest assured, we will complete the initial construction of the pet base as soon as possible and certainly won't let you down. Mr. Su, seeing this scene, gritted his teeth with anger, veins bulging on his forehead. He could never have dreamed that he, an old hand at navigating the business world, would fall into a trap set by a few young men. It wasn't until the trio left the company that Mr. Su exploded in rage inside his office. Such bastards. How dare they put on airs in front of me? Do they really think having a bit of backing makes them so great? Do they truly believe that someone supporting them gives them carte blanche to act as they please? Why don't they just stick their tails up to the sky? The assistant stood nearby, somewhat aware of the ins and outs of the situation. At this moment, there was nothing left to do but take the risk of being scolded while trying to comfort him. Mr. Su, I think there's absolutely no need to worry about this. Although we did indeed suffer a loss at his hands once, even if we give them the design plans, there's no guarantee they'll be able to finish it. Are you spouting nonsense? Mr. Su impatiently criticized, his tone filled with anger and deep dissatisfaction. Do you even know what you're saying? With the design plans in hand, as long as the residential department approves, even a bunch of pigs could construct this pet base. After all, building a pet base isn't exactly an arduous task. It is far easier than developing commercial zones or constructing high-end neighborhoods. Furthermore, the pet base merely needs proper planning and a portion dedicated to landscaping along with key housing areas. Beyond these aspects, minimal effort is needed. In fact, the entire construction process might only take a few months to accomplish. If everyone works overtime, it could go even faster. Mr. Su, even if they get the blueprints, it doesn't mean they'll succeed. And if we tamper with the designs, we can still ensure they run into trouble. Hearing this, Mr. Su abruptly turned around, his eyes showing surprise and immense curiosity. What did you say? Repeat that again. My point is, if we alter the design blueprints, then these three little guys will learn who's truly the boss here. After all, we aren't responsible for subsequent construction processes. Even if they wish to cause trouble, they won't be able to track it back to us. Moreover, once the design plans are reviewed and approved by the Housing and Construction Department, changing them again will require starting over through the same process. By that time, it will waste more time and energy. If those three handle it themselves, it might even take half a year. The assistant grinned, his voice laced with sarcasm. Upon hearing this, Mr. Su immediately burst into laughter. Good, boy, you've come up with such a devious plan, and it actually seems effective. Having spent over a decade in real estate, Mr. Su was well versed in these intricacies. Normally, the housing and construction department would indeed approve plans within a week. However, since various regions handle numerous approval projects, ranging from large conglomerates to smaller private enterprises, opportunities naturally arise during this process. Through his connections, Mr. Su could follow the regular procedure to have things processed in the usual timeframe. But without any connections, one might wait indefinitely and encounter all kinds of problems. Resolving such issues would also prove extremely challenging, and common people usually wouldn't stand a chance. There's nothing we can do, boss. These 3 kids are different from others. Normal folks wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of you like this. The assistant sighed in relief while continuing to boost morale from the sidelines. If it weren't for their connection to the chairman, would they dare to order you around like this? It's just that we can't act directly now. Otherwise, one day we will make them pay. Mr. Su nodded at this, a shadow of cruelty flashing in his eyes. The reason Su Liang and his 3 companions dared to challenge him was because of Zhang Yuqing. Once he took over the prosperous group, these 3 individuals would be his first targets. They really don't know how insignificant they are compared to him, daring to cause trouble on his territory. Do you even realize who you think you are? Do you truly believe this is a place you can enter freely? Absolutely not. I will ensure their pet-based project won't go as smoothly as planned. Tell the members of our design department. The design of buildings should be as peculiar and bizarre as possible according to the construction standards. Let's see how they'll manage to construct it following such odd plans. Understood. Meanwhile, on the other side, the 3 young men were walking home. Brother Liang, today we couldn't have done it without you. Otherwise, we'd never been able to relieve this pent-up anger. That boss guy was way too cocky. Look at his demeanor when he walked in. And holding that cigar, he thinks he's some high-class person. If he were really that capable, would he still be a shareholder in Zhang Chang's company? The 2 chimed together, hurling curses at Mr. Su non-stop. After the scolding and laughter that followed, all 3 felt refreshed. Whoever asked him to come troubling them repeatedly once wasn't enough for him, so he came twice. This time, let's see if he dares to cause more trouble. If he does, don't blame us for not being polite to your company. Anyway, this wouldn't cause any harm to the prosperous group. Zhang Yuqing might actually want them to do exactly this. So what? But remember, you mustn't let down your guard. I don't think this Mr. Su is an easy opponent. Chapter 96. Money is just an accessory, not the goal, Su Liang said with deep meaning, his gaze revealing a thoughtful expression. From their brief interaction, he could sense that this guy was definitely not someone easy to deal with. This time, it was clearly out of necessity and pressure that he chose to back down. And if there ever comes a day when he gains the upper hand, he will surely press his advantage, possibly even causing significant impact on them. Is it really that serious? Boss, I feel like this guy probably doesn't have any tricks left up his sleeve. We don't need to worry too much about it. Lu Hao casually waved his hand as if it wasn't a big deal, but his face showed a relaxed and pleased expression. After all, in his view, solving the current problem wouldn't be difficult. Moreover, for the overall situation, Su General has already become irrelevant at this point. Either tear things apart and fight to the death with them, or risk everything. But such actions would do no good for his own company. Moreover, it would drag Su General's company into it. Who would do something so foolish as to risk everything they've built? Just thinking about it made it seem laughable and hard to believe. Su Liang shook his head. From the moment we left, I could tell from his look that this guy still has something up his sleeve. He definitely won't give in so easily, nor will he let this go. After all, he had met similar people before and knew what kind of means and strength they possessed. If it weren't for being cornered, they would never give up. Moreover, by arriving at Su General's company this time, they were essentially laying their cards on the table. Zhang Chang made it clear that he intended to compete for the position of group heir. In such a situation, how could he just let it go? For the sake of interest, he would certainly risk everything and make them realize how extraordinary his actions are. Boss, hearing you say that, we're probably not going to have a peaceful time ahead. That sounds too unbearable. Lu Hao looked incredulous, finding it hard to believe. He regretted not having lashed out more fiercely in the office earlier to ease his dissatisfaction. Yes, so we must stay vigilant. And I believe regarding the base construction project, this won't end here, Su Liang said earnestly, his eyes full of conviction. Although they didn't know how Su General would proceed next, it was clear that this matter wouldn't be resolved so easily. The 2 nodded in agreement, acknowledging his words. After returning home, Lu Hao sat in the living room, looking around thoughtfully. What are you looking at? Su Liang asked curiously, taking soda from the fridge and pouring 2 glasses. Now that you're practically half a businessman, should you consider moving somewhere else? Otherwise, if someone comes to visit you in the future, it might be embarrassing. Embarrassing? Being poor isn't embarrassing. What's truly embarrassing is feeling superior and belittling others, Su Liang said calmly, believing that spiritual richness far outweighs material wealth. Few people understood this, and even fewer knew about it. So in this case, he didn't care about appearances because he knew that if he did, he would eventually pay the price for his actions. That makes sense, but isn't making money all about living in a big house and driving luxury cars? Aren't these your goals? Lu Hao blinked, his eyes full of confusion and surprise. Of course, if that's all you aim for, then it's indeed pitiful. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, his eyes filled with amusement. Of course, he wanted to be rich, but wealth wasn't just about living comfortably. Such a goal could eventually lead to losing oneself. How much money is enough? How good does life need to be to truly be considered good? All he did was to change his fate and gain control over it, thus having the power to change the world and fulfill the dreams he once held dear. Of course, talking about these things to Lu Hao now was pointless. He couldn't understand. After all, at this age, ordinary students only think about a few things. No matter what, you'll understand some things when the time comes, and you'll also understand why I do everything now. Su Liang said calmly, waving his hand with confidence in his eyes. This statement left Lu Hao completely baffled, his eyes full of surprise and disbelief. Hey boss, since when did you start talking so cryptically? Are you playing the part of a profound master? See, even if I explain it to you, you wouldn't understand. So, you need to figure it out on your own. Sometimes people only realize what they should do and pursue when they reach that point. Lu Hao blinked, looking bewildered and at a loss for what to do. He felt that sometimes the boss seemed like a different person, even somewhat unfamiliar and unbelievable. But he soon dismissed this concern. No matter what, the boss was sincere towards him, and that was enough. After all, as long as Su Liang was willing to help him, he had a chance to become successful, which would naturally have a huge impact on his entire life. Forget it, I can't figure out what you're saying. Anyway, I just need to eat well and drink well. As for getting rich, it's enough to have you handle it. I just need to follow your lead. Wherever you tell me to go, I'll go, whether you tell me to climb a mountain or dive into the sea. These words made Su Liang laugh. You little rascal, you sure know how to talk funny. Alright, since that's the case, let's rest today and get back to work tomorrow. There will definitely be a busy period ahead. If his body can't hold up when the time comes, that would be the biggest problem. Then they ordered takeout, indulged in a hearty meal, and after being fully fed, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Such days were quite leisurely and comfortable for them. Chapter 97. For a bowl of vinegar, make dumplings. The next early morning, Su Liang was still in his dreams when he was woken up by Lu Hao. Boss, wake up quick. Hurry, what's the rush? Your butt isn't on fire, so why are you so anxious? Su Liang opened his sleepy eyes, and Lu Hao was standing excitedly at the bedside with his phone. Boss, take a look quickly. I've gone viral online. He handed over the phone. It turned out that since the last live streaming platform had been reported, and the authorities intervened to investigate and confirm their involvement in gambling, and due to the large amount of money involved, all relevant executives and implicated streamers had been taken away for investigation. The investigation results were now public. This incident immediately caused a stir online, as many people did not expect it to escalate to this extent. At the time, Lu Hao, who openly criticized the live streaming platform in the live room, also gained some attention from this situation. Everyone called him a righteous knight and expressed support online, hoping he would restart his broadcasts, and they would definitely show up to support him. Boss, isn't this my chance to rise to prominence? Lu Hao spoke with great excitement. No one expected things to turn out this way. No one foresaw reaching this point. He certainly hadn't anticipated that his broadcasting career wouldn't end, but instead reach a new height. Su Liang slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, admiring the efficiency of the detective squad. It's indeed a good opportunity for you to broadcast again, and this time the popularity should be quite high. Income will definitely improve. Just as Lu Hao was celebrating, suddenly his spirit deflated, and he slumped onto the edge of the bed. But the problem is that the live streaming platform has banned my account. I simply have no way to continue streaming. Alas, who would have thought there'd be twists like this? Is there only one live streaming platform in this world? Su Liang slightly smiled, revealing a hint of pride in his gaze. What do you mean? Lu Hao didn't understand, and felt even more confused. You must know, the platform Lu Hao had joined before was currently the largest in the market, precisely the reason why this case involving gambling could cause such a significant uproar. Even if all platforms ban you, it doesn't mean you can't make a living online. In the worst case scenario, we'll just create our own platform. What? Lu Hao widened his eyes, incredulity flooding his expression. This seemed far-fetched. Boss, you're not joking, right? Starting our own platform sounds great, but haven't I heard how expensive it is to run a platform? The money we currently have definitely won't suffice. That joke went too far. Su Liang gave a light chuckle. Do you think we're short on money now? If given the chance, we can always find investors. Are you referring to Xuanhuan Group? But the problem is, they've already invested in our pet base. If they were to invest in creating another network live streaming platform, the costs might be substantial, and it may just lead to resentment within the company towards us. Having gone through so much recently, Lu Hao had grown a lot. He noticed clearly that Xuanhuan Group harbored some resistance against what these three were doing. Mr. Su was merely among the most obvious ones showing it. Perhaps others didn't say it outright, but that didn't mean they agreed inside. Who would believe 3 dropouts, not even having finished high school, truly possessed the capability to successfully carry out a project? Without solid experience, rich professional insight, and industry expertise, it was almost impossible to succeed. This was exactly why so many startups end up failing. They often attribute it to bad luck or poor market conditions. But reality doesn't work that way. Some industries stand the test of time, even with fierce competition. Does that mean newcomers entering those industries are doomed to fail? It's merely because they themselves lack sufficient competence, hence ending up this way. We certainly won't seek help from Xuanhuan Group. To be honest, with your current fame, if you seek help online, there would definitely be investors willing to assist you. Do you think they don't want a piece of the live streaming platform pie? It's because they haven't found the right signature anchor yet. And now, you happen to be the biggest name. Su Liang seriously explained, a dedicated look in his eyes. This was the customized development plan he created for Lu Hao. Since entering the live streaming platform and accumulating popularity through game streaming, they had already been waiting for today. As for the revelation of gambling allegations within the live streaming platform, that too was something expected. Su Liang had intentionally planned to take advantage of this situation to further elevate Lu Hao's popularity. Only by doing so would more people come to know him. and only in this way could he become a truly recognized lead streamer. In short, Lu Hao was now like a bowl of vinegar, with his immense fame attracting those willing to make dumplings specifically for his sourness. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao suddenly understood, admiration evident in his eyes. Boss, it turns out you planned everything long ago. I didn't even know about these plans. You really kept them hidden. Would you have even told me if not for today? Su Liang waved his hand, got up from the bed, and appeared perfectly at ease, seemingly indifferent to everything currently happening. There's an old saying, heavenly secrets cannot be revealed. If I had spread this plan prematurely, the outcome might not have been as good. Moreover, your mouth is unlikely to stay shut, so naturally, I should oversee all of this. Hearing this, Lu Hao felt reassured like taking a tranquilizer pill, nodding continuously. So what should we do next? Register an account on a social media platform immediately, and get official certification. Simultaneously, post a long article. Tell all netizens about your journey. But most importantly, mention how you're currently unable to broadcast due to the lack of a proper live streaming platform. You hope to find one soon. It's akin to Jiang Taigong fishing. Those who wish to join will join willingly. The key lies in mutual consent. If the bait is cast, someone will surely bite. Lu Hao quickly grasped the idea, unable to resist raising his thumb in admiration, filled with respect. Boss, you're incredibly talented. I can hardly believe you've thought of something so intricate. It truly astonishes me beyond measure. Chapter 98. The perfect PR campaign begins. It has to be said that the method proposed by Su Liang was indeed quite ingenious. Moreover, from appearances, it was actually the live streaming platform that gradually cornered Lu Hao. Thus, he had no choice but to voice his concerns online. However, no one would have thought that a plan had been prepared from the very beginning, and even the live streaming platform hadn't realized they were being used. This was truly top-tier public relations. So clever that it was hard to believe, and no one would doubt there might be another purpose behind this. Lu Hao was already getting somewhat excited. If someone was really willing to invest in a new live streaming platform for him, then from a certain perspective, he would no longer be an ordinary streamer. He might even become a partner in the live streaming platform. Once at this stage, profits would be entirely different, and he could also receive a share of the gifts other streamers harvested. In short, it meant transitioning from an ordinary employee to a partner of the boss, and the advantages brought by such a change in identity were unimaginable. It would even have a huge impact on the entire situation. Then he wasted no more time, quickly returning to his room to grab paper and pen, sketching out a rough draft. Boss, do you think this is acceptable for publication on online platforms? Su Liang glanced at it, and didn't want to waste any more time. It was almost unbearable to look at. That level of writing. Anyone could tell at a glance that it was written by a middle schooler, and not even up to high school standards. Bro, did you actually pay attention in class? You can't even write coherent sentences, and with this, why would anyone willingly invest in you? Su Liang chuckled helplessly, filled with mockery, and felt completely helpless. There was nothing to be done about it since things had come to this point. Lu Hao gave an awkward smile upon hearing this. Boss, you know I've never been interested in Chinese. If it weren't for what you said, I probably couldn't even finish this press release. Forget it. Forget it. Let me hire someone to polish your work. If we send out something like this, people will probably laugh themselves silly. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. Anyway, these were minor issues. For a streamer, academic qualifications were never the most important thing. Having good streaming results and correct values were what sustained development depended on. So he went online and found a professional team. About 20 minutes later, the revised draft came back instantly. Lu Hao took a look and couldn't help but marvel. Not bad for professionals. Just take a look. It's nothing like what I wrote. If I hadn't seen it before, I wouldn't believe this could evolve from my own work. This is called professionals doing professional work. Learn from it. What if, in the future, you need to speak yourself? Don't just stammer when the moment comes. Su Liang laughed earnestly but looked slightly exasperated. Fundamentally, this was a business strategy, and it wasn't necessary to be overly meticulous about details, especially on the internet where truth and fiction were often blurred, and who knew the real story behind everything. As long as they could gain attention while staying within the bounds of facts and principles, taking a small shortcut here or there was perfectly fine. After repeatedly ensuring there were no problems, Lu Hao registered an account on a social media platform and applied for official verification. Everything ready, he uploaded the press release. By the time all this was done, it was already midnight. With everything completed, Lu Hao stretched lazily. Finally finished. Boss, what are we going to do now? Wait. Su Liang said indifferently. Just wait. Yes, let the bullets fly for a while. At this time, don't read any comments online. It will only affect your mood. Once someone contacts you, respond online accordingly. Su Liang replied meaningfully. He understood the platform of the internet too well. Because so many people interacted with it daily, it allowed ordinary people to touch on things and worlds they would otherwise never experience. This live streaming platform incident created a significant impact, and the losses incurred were exaggeratedly severe. Therefore, the platform side would surely wish to settle things down. The critical part, however, was Lu Hao. If Lu Hao stood up and helped the live streaming platform say a few words, then they could push all the blame onto Wang Feiping. On the surface, it seemed as though the live streaming platform had been inadvertently implicated, but all actions taken were the fault of operations director Wang Feiping. But considering the size of the company and activities involving lottery draws in exchange for VIP memberships in the live streams, how could the company's general manager not know about them? It's merely a matter of turning a blind eye to some things. Some have said that as long as profits reach 100%, risks of illegal behavior are worth taking. In the end, none of these company executives could remain completely uninvolved. Su Liang, of course, could not bring down the entire company, but this time he clearly intended to give them a good lesson. His intention was obvious. He would refuse to reconcile. If you want to make things quiet, find your own way. Don't bother us. The next day, weekend, Su Liang and Lu Hao didn't get up until nearly noon. When they checked their phones, they found that Cheng Xiaoyu had sent a message. Are you free? It was already 2 hours ago. Su Liang paused thoughtfully. Why did she come looking for him so early on a weekend? He replied with a message shortly after. Unexpectedly, Cheng Xiaoyu responded instantly. We agreed to have tutoring sessions, remember? Did you forget? Su Liang grinned. This matter had been brought up at school before, but when the tutoring session happened, she didn't show up, so Su Liang naturally assumed that Cheng Xiaoyu had given up. Alright, you choose the place. Would your home be fine? Cheng Xiaoyu asked. This caught Su Liang a bit off guard. He glanced around, his gaze reflecting some contemplation. Frankly speaking, compared to his classmates, his house was extremely humble, but that couldn't be helped. His father had gone through great efforts to provide him with an education. How could he dare ask for anything else? Su Liang had never blamed his father for such things. Everyone's abilities vary, but one could say that his father had already done his utmost, yet still failed to reach the level of what was considered average. If Cheng Xiaoyu saw it, she might feel somewhat strange. But then again, Su Liang quickly let it go. The classmate Queen Bee wasn't the type to favor the wealthy over the poor, and if she truly looked down on the underprivileged deep down, there would be no need for Su Liang to waste any more time on her. They often say that successful people are never short of beauties around them, and that's because such individuals would never appear awkward due to poverty. Of course, no one knows whether those beauties were attracted by money or the person themselves. And during the phase of striving and entrepreneurship, it is most effective at filtering out certain types of people. Chapter 99. Lone Man and Woman, One-on-One Tutoring. Su Liang believed that with his own strength, he would definitely be able to achieve something in the future and create an era and business empire of his own. Therefore, whether Cheng Xiaoyu really liked him would directly determine his attitude. A girl who looks down on poverty and adores wealth is not worth Su Liang's favor at all. After making up his mind, Su Liang replied, Alright, just let me know when you're free. He also sent her the address. However, unexpectedly, there was a knock on the door just 30 minutes later. Su Liang got up to open the door. Cheng Xiaoyu stood elegantly by the doorway, wearing a long dress, incredibly beautiful, with her white collarbone faintly visible. It's probable that no boy could resist such temptation. Is this your place? As she walked in and looked around curiously, there was a great deal of surprise in her eyes. Honestly speaking, Cheng Xiaoyu had no knowledge about Su Liang's family situation. She only knew that he was an ordinary student. But after coming here, she found out that Su Liang's living environment was much worse compared to other classmates. And yet, under such circumstances, someone like Su Liang, who ranked first in the school for a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University, was cultivated. My goodness. This was more than just the simple phenomenon of poor families producing talented children. How about it? Do you think my words are too stingy to match our school's top flower? Su Liang grinned while teasing her, probing quietly. Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head. How could I? I'm just a bit curious. She couldn't imagine how such an environment could produce someone as amazing as Su Liang. By now, this guy had already become a legend in the school. Just sit wherever you want. Don't feel shy. As Su Liang said this, he helped pour her a cup of water. At this moment, the room's door opened, and Lu Hao emerged, yawning. He froze before even saying a word, his face full of disbelief. What the hell? How did the school beauty end up at Brother Lau's house? Could it be an illusion? He blinked his eyes frantically, confirming that he hadn't made a mistake. Then his expression changed drastically, and he quickly shut the door. Cheng Xiaoyu was full of confusion. What's wrong with him? He must be a bit shy. Su Liang teased with a grin. About half a minute later, Lu Hao reappeared, having changed into a different set of clothes, looking somewhat embarrassed. Sorry, I didn't know the school beauty had come. Cheng Xiaoyu smiled faintly. It's fine, did I disturb your rest? No. Well, anyway, I have something to do outside right now. You two can continue slowly. Saying this, Lu Hao headed toward the door. As he passed Su Liang, he kept winking mischievously, as if to say, take the chance, Brother Lao. With only a man and a woman in one room, you absolutely can seize the opportunity. Su Liang chuckled inwardly. Winning over the school beauty would be easy for him. But what he pursued was making Cheng Xiaoyu truly fall in love with him. Otherwise, what would winning her even matter? There would inevitably come a day when she would lose interest. Doing this would be completely meaningless, and it would waste time. Alright, go quickly. Come on, Brother Lao. Lu Hao left with a playful smile and rushed off. For a moment, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Still, Su Liang broke the silence first. Let's review. Which subject do you want to start with? Cheng Xiaoyu frowned slightly. Let's start with biology. I always find this subject a little hard to understand. Upon hearing this, Su Liang smirked. Biology is considered the easiest among the 3 science subjects. As long as one memorizes enough, high scores are possible. Of course, if one masters the principle, one can still adapt flexibly. Thus, the two sat down in the living room. Cheng Xiaoyu posed questions, and Su Liang answered them. Indeed, men and women working together makes work less tiring. Before they knew it, it was already noon. Since there wasn't any food prepared at home, Su Liang proposed going out to eat. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded. Alright, today it's on me. Consider it as tuition fees, okay? Just today, mind you. Afterward, something so cheap won't happen again for you. Others, I charge straight up. Su Liang grinned and said this. Cheng Xiaoyu laughed at this. All of us are classmates. Why do you always talk about money? Are you stuck in the money mindset? What's wrong with being stuck in the money mindset? My labor deserves a return. Besides, as you've seen, the condition of my home. Without striving a bit, I might not even be able to afford university tuition. Su Liang spoke quite openly without any hesitation. After all, earning money was never an embarrassing thing. Such candidness also inexplicably made Cheng Xiaoyu feel the distance between the two shortened. To tell the truth, boys at this age mostly cared about saving face. Never willing to appear weak or admit poverty in front of girls, Su Liang seemed completely indifferent to such matters. Instead, this kind of honesty made Cheng Xiaoyu feel at ease. There was nothing hidden or pretentious about him, far better than the affected tones of those boys at school. All right, in the future, I'll pay the tuition and you treat me to meals. Huh? Why do all the good things come your way? Su Liang grinned widely. Isn't it appropriate? At least we're friends. With you earning money, why not treat me to a meal? Cheng Xiaoyu said with a touch of coquetry, batting her eyes playfully. All right. Next time, I'll definitely do as you say. With that, the two left his home and arrived at a nearby fast food restaurant. Unexpectedly, just as they sat down, a voice rang out. Xiaoyu? How could you be here? A boy dressed head to toe in luxury brands walked in from outside, looking their age. Cheng Xiaoyu furrowed her brow slightly, a flicker of displeasure crossing her eyes. Seeing Su Liang by her side, he too wore an intricate expression. And who are you? What's our little Xiaoyu doing with you, coming to such a low-end place for food? It's practically feeding our Xiaoyu garbage. Others nearby who heard this cast strange looks, their gazes highly peculiar. Goodness, where had this rich kid come from, daring to say something so overbearing? However, once they noticed the luxury brands on his clothing, they fell silent. There was indeed no way to argue. This person was genuinely wealthy. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. A flash of doubt crossed his eyes. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu hurriedly whispered in explanation. His parents are good friends with mine. We're practically childhood buddies. Su Liang immediately understood. Probably sweethearts since childhood, something he'd heard mentioned before but hadn't spoken much about. It was said that this boy's name was Xiao Chun, who'd always liked Cheng Xiaoyu, and his family was extremely wealthy, your typical rich second generation, possibly on par with Zhang Chang. As for this sort of thing, Su Liang didn't give it much thought. No matter how rich you might be, you couldn't possibly surpass him in the future. And he also had no interest wasting words with such people. It held no meaning for him. Chapter 100. You will be an ox or a horse all your life. However, even though you don't want to get into trouble, it might still come knocking. Xiao Chen arrived by Su Liang's side with an arrogant and haughty demeanor. Didn't you hear what I just said? Stand up. Someone like you doesn't even deserve to sit next to my little Xiaoyu. Upon hearing these words, Cheng Xiaoyu felt embarrassed and flashed a look of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Xiao Chun, this is my own matter. It has nothing to do with you. Don't interrupt our meal. Hearing that, Xiao Chen's expression underwent a subtle change. The smile on his face stiffened inexplicably. He never would have dreamed that Cheng Xiaoyu would defend such a poor boy so strongly. Not really, Xiaoyu. Who exactly is he? Why are you standing up for him so much? Cheng Xiaoyu's voice gradually turned icy. He is not only my classmate, but also my private tutor now. Am I not allowed to eat with my classmate? Xiao Chun was speechless, never imagining things turning out this way. His gaze at Su Liang became increasingly fierce. Kid, do you understand human language or not? Get up right now. Leaning back in the chair, Su Liang looked calm and composed. Is this place owned by your family? No. Do these chairs belong to you? What kind of nonsense is that? Are you out of your mind? Xiao Chen slightly furrowed his brow, becoming more and more confused. So, as we've explained, neither the store nor the chairs belong to you. We bought our own fast food. Why should we take orders from you? Just scram. Don't disturb me eating. Or else, I'll call the police if you keep bothering us. Hey, as a rich second-generation member, Xiao Chun had always been treated respectfully by others. When had he ever been rebutted so directly, especially in front of his childhood friend? If he let this go, he would probably never be able to lift his head high again. Kid, do you even know the consequences of speaking to me like this? Xiao Chun said with arrogance, anger flickering in his eyes. You, a poor guy like you, can probably only eat fast food chicken burgers all your life. You've never tasted the top restaurants, have you? Someone like you, how dare you compete with me for a girlfriend? Do you even deserve it? Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't bear to listen to this. Xiao Chun, make it clear. When did I become your girlfriend? I've never admitted that point. Don't say nonsense. Seeing her rush to distance herself from him, Xiao Chun felt an unexplained surge of anger. Did this poor boy really need such protection? To protect him, she even dared to talk back to him. Xiaoyu, this decision was made between your parents and mine. Our engagement was determined when we were kids. Have you forgotten? For this entire life, you are my girlfriend. And one day, you will also become my fiancé. Cheng Xiaoyu was speechless, her expression complex, unable to counter. Because it was indeed true, making the atmosphere suddenly awkward. Xiao Chen looked triumphantly at Su Liang. See that? That's the difference. For someone like you, trying to flirt with a school beauty is simply a wild dream. In your entire life, you wouldn't even have the chance to drive his car for him. Su Liang furrowed his eyebrows slightly, flashing a hint of disdain in his eyes. Honestly, he didn't expect there could be any rich second-generation member stupid enough to this level. No wonder Zhang Yuxin could turn a blind eye to Zhang Chang. From a certain perspective, Zhang Chang had already proven to be relatively normal among the wealthy second-generation members. At least, he wouldn't normally misbehave because of his wealthy background. Where does this even belong? Clearly just trouble waiting to happen. One day, he'll inevitably cause a major disaster and drag his old man down with him. What era are we living in? And yet some people are still talking about arranged engagements in front of me. Do you even know what your behavior means? To put it mildly, it's called interfering with personal will. To put it severely, it's called enforced marriage. Even the law won't recognize the relationship between you two, Su Liang calmly explained, in an orderly and rational manner. Xiao Chun was stunned, never expecting a poor guy to dare speak to him with such righteousness. And so what? If I can't have you, neither can you. A loser like you deserves to stay single for life. Even if you work in a factory, you're merely destined to serve people like me. Su Liang laughed upon hearing these words. Sorry, but I will never work in a factory during my entire life. Will you? Just because you say so? What achievements does someone like you have? Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't stand it anymore and helped explain. He is the first student in our school to be recommended to Tsinghua University. Aren't you being too disrespectful? What? Xiao Chen widened his eyes incredulously, staring at Su Liang. Never in his wildest dreams did he think that such a poor student could possibly have a chance to attend Tsinghua University. Wait. He suddenly became aware of the issue. He had heard his parents mention a few days ago that Cheng Xiaoyu also wanted to attend Tsinghua University. Could it be because of this guy? For a moment, Xiao Chun was completely unable to accept it. He could tolerate Cheng Xiaoyu interacting with other boys, but he couldn't stand Su Liang, a pauper like him. On what grounds? Wasn't he better in every way? He had family background, good looks, and years of affection for her. Impossible. How can he possibly get into Tsinghua University just on talent alone? Maybe he's pulling some kind of dirty trick behind the scenes. Cheng Xiaoyu frowned slightly. A flicker of disdain flashed in her eyes. Frankly speaking, as childhood friends, she actually used to have a decent relationship with Xiao Chun. But somehow, from an unknown time onward, this guy had become more and more arrogant and overbearing, especially showing a strange sense of superiority towards the poor. Precisely because of this, Cheng Xiaoyu realized she and Xiao Chun were no longer compatible. Just having a bit of money shouldn't allow someone to act so freely. Otherwise, wouldn't everyone end up mocking the poor they see? And now, the person actually dared to insult Su Liang in public like this. Xiao Chun, don't push it too far. Cheng Xiaoyu warned earnestly. Xiaoyu, I'm doing this for your own good. He doesn't match you at all. Being with him is a waste of your time. That guy's talk about tutoring might just be an excuse to try to get closer to you. Su Liang calmly stood up. To each their own. The filthy-minded always perceive dirtiness everywhere. He turned to Cheng Xiaoyu. It seems I need to change my place for eating. Are you staying? Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head. How can I eat here alone? With that, she followed Su Liang out of the fast food restaurant. Watching their retreating backs, Xiao Chun gritted his teeth furiously, anger welling up inside him to its peak. How dare these bastards steal my girl? You truly don't know your place, huh? Wait for me. I'll make this guy realize the gap between him and true wealth. There's absolutely no way I'll let him take away Cheng Xiaoyu. Chapter 101. Why are you still helping them? After leaving the fast food restaurant, the two remained silent for a while. It was only after quite some time that Cheng Xiaoyu took the initiative to speak. I'm sorry for making you feel bad today. I didn't expect to run into Xiao Chen here. Su Liang smiled lightly. He didn't dwell on things like this at all. People like those rich second-generation guys, their brilliance often fades in a flash. Who knows when they might stumble and fall hard. But such matters had nothing to do with Su Liang. He wanted to focus his time on himself and do his own things well. Of course, I wouldn't care. But who would have thought there's actually something like an arranged marriage from childhood set by your parents? Su Liang joked casually. Cheng Xiaoyu's face turned slightly red. That was just a joke from childhood. Who knew they'd take it seriously? Are you going to be upset about this matter? Not at all. I'm not someone who believes in outdated superstitions. Su Liang shrugged. But whether or not you can continue tutoring me here, I think there will be people who will have opinions. Cheng Xiaoyu's temper flared as she said proudly. I will make my own decisions. It's not his place to control me. If he comes again, you don't need to be polite. Kick him out if you need to. For some reason, even though Cheng Xiaoyu and Su Liang together didn't cost much and there wasn't much romance in the air, this guy always made her feel extremely comfortable. Every time she thought of it, Cheng Xiaoyu felt a strange sensation in her heart. Could this be Su Liang's personal charm? I wouldn't dare. That guy is Mr. Zhao's big son. He might send a few people and deal with me anytime. Su Liang teased sarcastically. What are you afraid of? If he bothers you again, I'll help you. Cheng Xiaoyu said decisively. The mountainous terrain seemed to shake gently. Does that mean I should thank the campus beauty beforehand? Oh no, don't say that. This trouble is all because of me. The two laughed and headed towards another outdoor food stall. After dinner, they went back home. After reviewing lessons for another 2 hours, seeing the lack of time, Cheng Xiaoyu packed up her things and prepared to leave, arranging the next meeting before departing. As soon as she left, Lu Hao returned. Seeing the empty living room, he smirked and teased. Big brother, have you already taken control effortlessly? Nonsense. We were properly studying. You need to watch less movies and stop filling your head with such nonsense. Su Yang waved his hand dismissively. Ah, this kind of good thing falls down from the sky. Many people would love to get involved. Yet why do you seem so disinterested? Could it be that you even disregard the campus beauty? Lu Hao said with surprise, quite astonished. How many admirers did Cheng Xiaoyu have at school? Rumor had it that the letters of confession she received could be piled high. But somehow, the situation drastically changed when it came to Su Yang. Lu Hao truly didn't know what Big Brother was thinking. You don't understand anything. Some things require steady progress over time. Instant romance-type relationships come fast, but also fade quickly. Our current focus should be on doing our own business right. This is called fragrance attracting bees naturally. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but raise his thumb. Big brother, I didn't expect that you, in matters of male-female affection, have such insight. Looks like one day you'll have to teach me. Aren't you uninterested in these things? Su Liang grinned. What if you encounter a girl you like in the future? I definitely don't want to be anyone's footlicker. Lu Hao rolled his eyes. Even though he hadn't gone through such experiences, he had seen some stuff online. This generation's footlickers were far too miserable. Spending money was one thing, but in the end, they wore green hats, which resulted in losing both wealth and person, enduring a stomach full of grievances. So in Lu Hao's opinion, if he really decided to find a girlfriend one day, it must be someone normal in outlook, never allowing trivial matters to disturb his mind. Rest assured, I'll help you whenever it's needed. Lu Hao nodded. Then he curiously asked, by the way, boss, when are we going to settle the issue online? It seems like it needs to ferment for at least 3 to 4 days. No rush. There are still many tasks we need to work on now. In the following few days, the two were busy. Since the design drawings had not yet come out, they could only focus their efforts on the rented office building side. It must be said that after the first trial class, Su Liang's fame had significantly spread, and many classmates in the school wanted to try it out. If one could genuinely improve scores, then the several hundred yuan per class would be absolutely worth it. The college entrance exam is the watershed that can change one's destiny. As long as you can get into a prestigious university, there will be no worries about finding a good job in the future. Spending these few thousand yuan now is completely worth it. Before they knew it, a week had passed. This day, while the three of them were busy in the office building, Zhang Chong's mobile phone rang. It was a call from Mr. Su. The three exchanged glances. Zhang Chong slowly answered the call. Is there something, Mr. Su? Zhang Chong, don't you remember that I asked my design company to help you with the design drawings? Now they have reported that they are completed and have been approved by the Housing Construction Department. You can move on to the next step. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong were overjoyed, but Su Liang remained silent, deep in thought. According to his estimation, Mr. Su would absolutely not let the matter go easily. Yet this time he had helped solve the problem of the design drawings so readily. Something was amiss for sure. What's wrong with the boss? Hurry up and go. The two urged him. Su Liang nodded slightly, saying nothing more. At the same time, on the other side, Huashan Group. In the office, Mr. Su showed an air of satisfaction, while the other shareholders, upon seeing this scene, looked at each other in puzzlement. You aren't really helping them with the design drawings, are you? Why are you so enthusiastic now? Aren't you making things worse for us? If they succeed, won't that affect us? This issue can't be resolved easily. Mr. Su, please don't make any mistakes during this crucial moment. We don't know how to fix it if that happens. Among various discussions, anxiety filled their eyes. They found this behavior utterly incomprehensible. Mr. Su heard these words. A faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, his face full of pride. You wouldn't think I'm actually helping them, do you? After this sentence, everyone showed looks of confusion on their faces. So what's your intention then? Just wait. A good play is coming soon. I wonder if they can handle it. Mr. Su's lips curved slightly upward. Chapter 102. President Su is indeed unwilling to be idle. On the other side, when Su Liang and the other two arrived at the pet base and received the design drawings submitted by the design company, they were immediately stunned. What's this thing? Why can't I understand it at all? Lu Hao looked up and down, his eyes full of confusion. He found it more baffling and inexplicable. Since he wasn't in construction, his knowledge of this field was non-existent, which naturally made him unable to comprehend the hidden details within the drawing. It all just seemed bizarre and utterly incomprehensible. After Zhang Chong took a look, his eyes brimmed with bewilderment, finding the situation even more perplexing. This isn't right. Is this even called a drawing? I feel like I've never seen a drawing like this before, nor have I understood what kind of thing this drawing is supposed to be. Although Zhang Chong only had some basic understanding of this area due to his father's influence, which gave him a general idea about how drawings should look, the current one was something he'd never encountered before, leaving him unclear about its actual significance. Seeing the situation, Su Liang also leaned over to take a closer look, his gaze revealing a trace of coldness almost instantly. As expected, these guys have never had good intentions. They came up with such a wicked scheme. The two people nearby, hearing this, were full of confusion, feeling even more mystified. Boss, what do you mean? Is there some sort of secret behind this drawing? Lu Hao questioned doubtfully. Yes, this drawing fundamentally cannot even be called a drawing. It's like building castles in the air. Even the best architect in the world would absolutely not be able to complete this drawing. Upon hearing this, both people on the scene revealed expressions of shock and immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Son of a bitch, I always wondered why he agreed so readily back then. Turns out, they've given us fake plans. But wait, if these are fake plans, they couldn't pass the relevant department reviews, let alone get constructed. Indeed, when it comes to these matters, it was truly unfathomable and difficult to believe, making it hard for them to figure out the mystery. But even if they handed us false plans, how could that possibly affect our plan? Lu Hao furrowed his brows and asked. Zhang Chong shook his head. That's not how it works. Once the design drawings are approved by the construction department, we must strictly follow the building blueprints. Otherwise, we won't be able to pass inspection, and if detected by relevant departments, our entire pet base might be categorized as an illegal construction project. At that time, not only will all our costs be wasted, but we could even face legal consequences. What? Lu Hao stared with widened eyes, his expression filled with disbelief. He never imagined things would turn out this way. In an instant, the atmosphere grew unbearably heavy. At this point, it probably wasn't possible to resolve unless they could remake the drawings, but clearly, there wasn't enough time, rendering it impossible to proceed further. There was a chance it might bring on even bigger trouble. At that moment, both turned their heads towards Su Liang, faces carrying dejection and hope. However, What surprised them was that Su Liang seemed entirely unfazed, calmly saying, I already suspected that these bastards wouldn't just let go easily. What? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong exchanged glances, emotions becoming increasingly complicated. Boss, since you already knew they were going to scheme against us, why did you still agree to their terms? That's right. Now that things have become so complicated, it's not easy for us to continue resolving issues. Moreover, in subsequent steps, it will definitely become quite thorny. Zhang Chong helplessly shook his head. He fully understood some of the rigid rules in real estate development. Once missteps occur, either they force a reversal through connections and start anew, or they stubbornly push forward without knowing when the crisis may erupt. All they could do then was pray that heaven doesn't decide to severely punish them. This is precisely why many substandard projects and non-compliant architectural ventures still exist. For those who've been in the industry for years, how could they not know? But sometimes when pushed into corners, they have no choice but to resort to such measures, since there are no other viable means beyond financial power. After all, dealing with these problems costs money. Without substantial finances, who would clean up the mess? If it's not a curse, it won't be unavoidable. If it is a curse, there's no escaping it. We gave President Su such a big surprise, and if he doesn't fight back, that would hardly be the way a shareholder of a flourishing group behaves. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, revealing an amused look in his eyes. Although things seemed to deviate from the expected direction, he had already mentally prepared for all possibilities. Thus, how could this situation unsettle him now? Boss, you wouldn't have come up with a solution already, would you? Lu Hao asked hesitantly. Apart from this, he couldn't think of any other reason for Su Liang to stay so calm amidst the current circumstances. Zhang Chong also sensed something unusual. Brother Liang, are you saying you've been keeping secrets from us? That's not fair at all. Su Liang shook his head lightly with a full smile. It wasn't my intention to deceive either of you. At that time, everything hadn't unfolded to this point yet, so there was no need to disclose it prematurely. Now, since President Su has made his move, how can we not retaliate? But the question remains, how do we respond? Zhang Chong stomped impatiently on the ground. The design drawings had already been completed and passed the construction department's review, which meant the three of them had to shoulder the financial burden. As for whether the project could even be built as per those plans, that was a completely different issue. They were essentially tricked by President Su and his design company. Anyone put in their position would find it hard to swallow this. Besides, Zhang Chong still needed to vie for control over the company's future against President Su, so compromise out of the question. There's no need to worry. If he plays his clever strategies, I'll always have better tactics. It's just a matter of tinkering with the design drawings. Let's just make him bear the consequences instead. Su Liang then beckoned with his hand. He pulled both of them closer, whispering into their ears. After hearing his plan, they widened their eyes, disbelief evident in their gazes. Can't be serious, Brother Liang. You're really going to resort to this kind of method? If we don't handle it properly, it could lead to huge trouble. It would not only stir chaos within the group, but could also result in punishment from the official authorities. And the fallout would far exceed mere financial losses. It might even affect all three of their futures. Chapter 103. You have to let out a long line to catch big fish. For outsiders, they may not understand the underlying rules in the real estate industry. Although Zhang Chong is not an experienced veteran either, his family is in this business, and with all he's learned through daily exposure, it does help a bit. Brother Liang, are you really sure? If we succeed, of course, everyone will be happy. But if we fail, I guess I'll be excluded from this industry for life. Zhang Chong took a deep gulp of cold air. Maybe the other two don't care, but he has to take over the prosperous group. In the future, without business, even if he becomes the chairman, he won't be able to hold this position firmly. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upwards, his eyes gleaming with pride and confidence. I understand your concern, but as the old saying goes, wealth is gained at great risk. If this time you can't make Mr. Su scared from the bottom of his heart, one day, you'll fall into a huge pit because of him. As to what consequences will happen then, there's no need for me to say more. Whether it's the prosperous group or your family's assets, they might all be taken away by him. Zhang Chong frowned tightly, weighing the pros and cons carefully. If it were in the past, he wouldn't need to care. After all, he is the second generation of the prosperous group. There's always six-digit money on his card, which is already an enormous amount of wealth for an average high school student. But now things are different. Involving profit conflicts, he must proceed cautiously. He suddenly understands why his younger brother asked him to follow Su Liang, maybe so that he could get an early taste of these business affairs. Even if there's plenty of experience and knowledge to pass down every day, nothing compares to trying it himself. The key point is that Zhang Chong has the chance to try and correct mistakes, so he doesn't need to be afraid, whether it's Su Liang, Zhang Yusheng, or the prosperous group. They all have the capital to cover for eventualities. Even if he really loses this time, it won't have a terrible impact on him. After all, there's always a chance for a comeback. But if he dares not to fight, then he will have no opportunity for success, let alone surpassing Su. That would just be wishful thinking. After pondering for a while, Zhang Chong nodded seriously. Brother Liang, I'll follow your advice. Whatever you say, just do it. As long as we can severely punish Mr. Su, taking a gamble isn't a big deal. Su Liang showed a gratified smile on his face. That's right. A man should have the guts to take up and let go. Timid people can never achieve anything grand. Not to mention your father. Even I would disdain them. Huh. Zhang Chong laughed heartily at those words. Lu Hao stood by encouragingly. No matter what, we absolutely cannot bow down to that dog thing. Otherwise, we'll be laughed at for life. The last time, we've settled our grievances. This time we should also let him taste our strategies. Right. The more Zhang Chong listens, the more excited he gets, eager and restless. So what do we do now? Do we find him directly? Certainly not. Su Liang shook his hand. They say catching thieves requires evidence, and capturing adulterers demands double proof. We should have some leverage before making a move. Zhang Chong, you should be more convenient than us to obtain suppliers' information. Now, we can confirm the basic construction materials needed for building the pet base. Remember, we don't need too much. Just enough to reach our plan. Zhang Chong nodded vigorously. All right, I'll handle it immediately. Lu Hao was also filled with anticipation. Big brother, what about me? What should I do? I heard your dad knows a lot of workers, right? Let's invite them and pay 50% higher wages than the market rate. If they work overtime, they'll receive additional subsidies. Our plan must be completed within the shortest possible time. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face lit up with joy. If someone asked him for other help, he probably couldn't manage it. But for this task, it's a sure thing. Finding workers? His old man knows many laborers, carpenters, electricians, cement masons. Everything's available. The three split up, each contacting their network, and agreed to meet again at Su Liang's home in the afternoon. After arranging everything, Su Liang intended to check the company first. At least, he needed to create a timetable for students who need extra tutoring, otherwise, they wouldn't even know when class starts. Not to mention asking for leave later. Unconsciously, Su Liang arrived at the pet market in the city center. Since they were building a pet base anyway, they could use this opportunity to investigate market conditions. He whistled a tune as he walked in. Looking around east and west, there's truly everything available in this pet market. Cats, dogs, rabbits, chickens, parrots, turtles. Almost any common household pet can be found. However, the prices were quite bizarre. For pets with similar appearances, some were priced exorbitantly high while others were absurdly low. There was obviously something wrong here. In places like pet markets, all the small animals are commodities, and as commodities, they should have a market price. It's impossible for me to sell them at extremely high prices while you sell them extremely cheaply. Such behavior clearly disrupts the market. No wonder people always say that the pet market is an industry with deep undercurrents. It seems that just by making a little inquiry, one can easily sense the irregularities. Su Liang's pet base mainly targeted cats and dogs, as these two types of animals had the broadest consumer base and relatively stable profits. The breeding and training technologies for these were also relatively mature. Unfortunately, the situation in the pet market provided no assistance with pricing. How could he calculate costs or future profit methods? As he was lost in thought, a sudden commotion arose from afar. A young man, covered in dirt, appeared disheveled and bedraggled, his hair a complete mess, looking utterly pitiful. Behind him were several middle-aged men who looked menacing and terrifying. You little bastard. Get out of here right now. If we see you again, you won't be spared. That's right. We've been too lenient with you. You think you're somebody, don't you? Just because you've read a few books, acting all wise. Next time you talk nonsense, I'll rip your mouth apart. Everyone saw this guy causing trouble in our pet market. From now on, beat him up every time we see him. Don't blame me for not warning all of you. After saying that, the group of middle-aged men left with great arrogance. The surrounding bystanders began talking amongst themselves. Poor kid. He's been beaten so many times in our pet market. What grudge could he possibly have? You don't know anything. This guy has it coming to him. If he had any sense, he wouldn't be in such a state. Chapter 104. The pet market is really a complicated place. Hearing the discussions around him, Su Liang suddenly had an idea. He didn't expect that this guy got into trouble because he offended the bosses of the pet market, and not just one. As the saying goes, there must be some kind of strange circumstances. If it's competition among peers, isn't it too harsh? Moreover, under normal logic, once bullied by peers, one would definitely report it to the police immediately. Who would want to suffer such injustice? But the young man in front of him didn't seem like that. His expression was quite calm, as if he had foreseen the situation long ago. Moreover, without regard for anyone else, he stood up, brushed off the dust on his side, and mumbled, pointing at the retreating backs of those middle-aged men. A bunch of heartless bastards. You'll get your comeuppance sooner or later. People like you should all be caught and thrown in jail. This sentence happened to be overheard by Su Liang, who was passing by. The speaker might have spoken without intent, but the listener took it to heart. Su Liang originally thought that the young man was being obstinate without reason, but now it seemed otherwise. Could there be something else going on here? Su Liang couldn't help but stay alert and turned to smile. They beat you up so badly. Aren't you even thinking about getting revenge? The young man looked full of doubt at Su Liang, who was several years younger than himself, and waved his hand dismissively, not taking it to heart. Where did you come from, student? Don't you have schoolwork to do instead of coming here? If you're looking to buy pets, I would advise you to change your place. No one here has a conscience. They are all unscrupulous merchants. This naturally drew attention from many people passing by who turned their heads, eyes fierce, clearly warning him. Su Liang chuckled inside. What an iron-headed person. Knowing it's their territory, he still dared to speak ill, not afraid of another beating. Brother, judging by your tone, it seems you understand these things quite well. How about we chat outside? Su Liang invited. The young man glanced at him, considered slightly, and then nodded. One converted is better than none. Well, meeting me today counts as good luck for you. Subsequently, they both walked towards the entrance of the pet market. Once outside, Su Liang didn't stop. Instead, he looked left and right, finding a small restaurant. This thoroughly confused the young man. Brother, what are you up to? You're actually planning to treat me to a meal? Yes, elder brother. I'm not much of a reader. I don't have hobbies except watching the show. What exactly happened at the pet market earlier? There were so many people, yet not one was willing to help you. The young man angrily waved his hand. Don't mention it, those black-hearted merchants. They will have their day of reckoning eventually. With a few dishes served, the aroma wafted in the air. Looking at him, he must have been hungry and immediately devoured with relish. He cleared 4 or 5 plates completely before his face showed a satisfied look. Noticing that Su Liang was still staring at him intently, he laughed awkwardly. My apologies, brother, but I haven't eaten properly for nearly 3 days. I'm genuinely very hungry, and I'll remember this favor and definitely repay it one day. Su Liang smiled faintly. Why bring up favors when we met by chance? If elder brother really wants to pay it back, why not talk about what happened earlier? I'm curious, why is it like this? The other person sighed, only then explaining the situation. Originally, his name was Gao Yoji, and he was a student majoring in animal husbandry at a local university. Since school was on vacation and he didn't want to go home, he came to the pet market to find a job, also considering exploring potential directions for his future. Unexpectedly, after almost a week of searching through the entire pet market, he hadn't worked for more than 8 hours in any store. It wasn't because he was lazy, but because he truly could not face the business done with no integrity. Little brother, let me say this bluntly. Everyone who comes here will certainly get swindled beyond recognition. It's because I tried advising a few customers that I ended up getting chased by those bosses. Gao Yoji became increasingly furious as he spoke. How can there be such disgusting people in the world? Selling expensive crossbred cats and dogs as purebreds is bad enough. But worse, they sell defective animals as high-quality ones. Not exaggerating at all, the profits on those pets can reach hundreds, even thousands of times. Although Gao Yoji also hoped to make money, this kind of profit is really not worth pursuing. It's obvious deception with absolutely no room for negotiation. Speaking of which, elder brother Gao seems very proficient in pet farming? Su Liang asked thoughtfully, beginning to calculate secretly in his mind. Now that the pet base is in the construction phase, it will inevitably need some professionals to work. Otherwise, with just the 3 of them, it's likely they wouldn't even be able to keep cats or dogs alive, let alone engage in high-quality breeding. That would simply be wishful thinking. I'm not an expert either, but I know most of the breeds on the market pretty well. If you're planning to buy a pet, I could offer some advice. It'd also help me repay this favor. It was clear that Gao Yoji was a very sincere person. He didn't want to owe anyone anything, and was actively seeking ways to pay back the favor. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Sometimes things came so unexpectedly. He never thought that such a spur-of-the-moment idea would bring him such a valuable helper. I don't just want a pet. I want to invite elder brother Gao for help. Rest assured, our business will absolutely be based on integrity. We won't deceive people, and your treatment will be excellent. Hearing this, Gao Yoji couldn't help but frown slightly. It seemed he hadn't expected Su Liang to also be in the same trade. Aren't you one of those pet dealers inside? He asked hesitantly. How could I be? If I did that, I deserve a lightning strike. Besides, someone my age doesn't look like a collaborator with dog traders, right? Su Liang smirked lightly, his tone filled with teasing. Why do you need my help? The knowledge I've gained can only truly be put to use at a breeding center. Most pet stores can only take advantage of a fraction of it and offer little constructive input. Gao Yoji was thoroughly confused. It all seemed completely different from what he imagined. Su Liang threw up his hands, adopting an air of authority. Because we're setting up a pet base, and right now we're looking for exactly the kind of professional talent you represent. And I happen to be the manager of this pet base. What? Upon hearing these words, Gao Yoji was struck speechless, shock and disbelief clouding his eyes. He thought it utterly incredible. Impossible, man. This sounds a bit far-fetched. Chapter 105, Recruiting Talents. A high achiever joins. Although Gao Yoji wasn't exactly mature, he could still tell that Su Liang was a few years younger than him. At this age, one is either in high school or preparing for college entrance exams, likely not yet up to university standards. And yet he was already starting a business? Impossible. It had to be all talk. Just imagining it seemed unbelievable. Little brother, are you pulling my leg or just joking around with me? Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, and a hint of mischief flashed in his eyes. Gao big brother, our pet base currently has over 1 million yuan of pre-investment capital. The location is already chosen, the design is ready, and we're just waiting to break ground and build it. Do you really think I'd joke about something like this? Upon hearing this, Gao Yoji widened his eyes in disbelief, finding it even harder to accept. He couldn't help but scrutinize Su Liang from head to toe. Looking at him, Gao Yoji found it hard to imagine that someone dressed so simply and so young could possibly be speaking the truth. How could this young man already be part of the entrepreneurial wave? Yet, considering how firm his words were, Gao Yoji began to doubt himself. If this little brother truly plans to establish a pet base and conduct honest business, then following him would certainly be better than wasting time in the pet market. After much hesitation, Gao Yoji asked cautiously, how am I supposed to trust what you're saying? Are you just messing with me? Su Liang waved his hand without pressing further. In commerce, everything should be voluntary, and recruiting employees is no different. There's no need to pressure either side. Gao big brother, here's my address and phone number. If you're interested, give me a call. Besides, there's not much more I can promise you. But if you want to stay in the pet market, consider this as though I've never existed. With that, he stood up to leave. Gao Yoji quickly stopped him. It's not that I don't believe you. I just can't fathom how such good fortune would fall on me. After all, his last few days had been terribly unlucky. He had truly experienced the ugliness of human nature, despicable and hateful. As the old saying goes, once bitten by a snake, you fear ropes for 10 years. Now, since the pet market bosses had put him on a blacklist, Gao Yoji naturally didn't dare to trust others lightly. What if he was deceived again? What if he ended up aiding an unscrupulous businessman? This was absolutely intolerable. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward again, calmness filling his gaze. Isn't extremes meet exactly this kind of situation? Moreover, there's absolutely no benefit to me deceiving you. It wouldn't greatly help the overall situation anyway. Then can you tell me in detail about the current status of your pet base? Or your future development direction? Gao Yoji tentatively asked. Hearing this, Su Liang chuckled. When it came to raising pets, it wasn't something he excelled at. He only vaguely understood some simple logic. But when it came to building a pet base, that was his strongest suit. Thus, he didn't hold back and frankly revealed everything about his pet base, while also briefly introducing their future plans. Gao Yoji was utterly stunned. He had never imagined that the pet industry could reach such heights, rivaling even public companies. Young man, you're not joking, are you? Could raising pets truly have such great prospects? That's absolutely true, Su Liang seriously said. Actually, our target audience is different from what normal people understand. Understand this. Anyone who can afford a pet generally comes from a well-off family. They won't lack these trifles. And the comprehensive services we provide ensure that these customers have peace of mind throughout the pet raising process. Any problems will be solved immediately. For many people, cats and dogs are not merely pets. They are also a form of emotional support. It's like someone raising children, perhaps without seeking returns, but hoping for safety. Without realizing it, Gao Yoji raised his thumb in admiration, his eyes filled with respect, astonished beyond words. He had originally thought the other person was just a student, but now realized this person's knowledge and insights far surpassed his own in depth and clarity. Upon reflection, it made sense why he had fallen so low in the entire pet market. If he had even a tenth of Su Liang's ability, he wouldn't have ended up unable to eat or be ridiculed by others. I know that in the eyes of others, this might be considered as drawing a pie in the sky, but it is indeed the blueprint of our pet base, and there's a powerful group behind us providing capital. If Brother Gao is willing to join, it will definitely be a great boost for us. Su Liang's eyes were full of sincerity, and his tone was filled with confidence. If these words couldn't impress the other party, then saying anything else would be meaningless, and might even lead the entire matter toward an even more troublesome direction. Gao Yoji seemed lost in thought, and after a moment, he nodded heavily. You rest assured, I will support you fully. But right now, I need a place to stay. Can you provide one? Sure. Let's stay at a hotel tonight, and I'll cover all the expenses. Su Liang waved his hand, and subsequently, the two left the small restaurant to find a chain hotel nearby. He directly prepaid for a month's worth of room fees for Gao Yoji, which thrilled him to no end, prompting him to repeatedly express his gratitude. At the same time, this reassured him once again that Su Liang was probably not deceiving him. After all, which scammer would be willing to invest so much? After everything was arranged, the two exchanged contact information and confirmed the arrangements for the upcoming trip. Su Liang then departed. When he returned to his residence, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao had already come back. Their faces were brimming with joy. Boss, we've already taken care of the task you assigned. However, it might still take a few more days. Zhang Chang also nodded. Yes, based on the current situation, even if we want to achieve what you said, we estimate we'd need to work nonstop for a week. That's fine. Only by setting up long-term goals can we catch big fish. If we don't handle everything properly, there's simply no way we can solve the present problems. Su Liang said seriously, and afterward informed the two that he had recruited Gao Yoji. Upon hearing the news, Zhang Chang and Lu Hao were elated, truly experiencing double happiness. With the addition of such a high achiever, they would certainly be able to resolve their current difficulties more easily, and the pet journey could run smoother in the future. Chapter 106. President Su, you must give me more support in the future. Prosperous Group. Project Department Office. President Su was sitting leisurely on the sofa smoking a cigar, with an expression of relaxation all over his face. A few shareholders who were on the same side as him also sat around. President Su, I heard that the pet base has already started construction. Could there be any issues with your plan? How could there be any issues? What are you thinking? President Su's lips slightly curled upwards, and pride was evident in his eyes, as if he didn't have any concern for this matter at all. Our design drawings were done by our company's most outstanding designer, and they went through the approval process of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department. Do you think there will be any problems? So why can these people still start construction? Everyone present looked at each other blankly, confusion and disbelief filling their eyes. According to the previous predictions, those three young guys, after obtaining the drawings and finding out it's impossible to finish, would surely come to President Su for answers. However, in reality, it seemed like they did not even realize the issue. Not only did they send people to transport construction materials, but it was also heard that they had begun to lay the foundation. How could such a thing exist? It was completely unfathomable and hard to believe. How in this world could anyone know the final outcome, yet still try so hard, especially in business, where this kind of behavior could be described as utterly stupid? At least from what could be seen now, Su Liang and his two friends were far less smart than imagined. Is it not good to do this? President Su's lips curled upwards, pride clearly visible in his eyes. Is this considered good? Of course, the drawings we designed passed the approval process of the Housing and Urban Rural Development Department, but anyone with experience could see how unreasonable and difficult it is to actually implement the entire building. I don't care whether these three understand it or not. If they continue with the construction, they will need to invest a huge amount of time and financial resources. If, at the end, they cannot even build the pet base, let alone open it. Even if the chairman comes, do you think he could protect his precious son and those two unknown wild ones? This one sentence woke up the dreamers, and everyone present nodded in agreement, full of shock and joy. Listening to it this way makes it seem really great, and it helps our plans a lot. But the question is there really someone stupid enough to this extent? In the commercial world, regardless of whether it's competitors or teammates, they're all experts, all calculating carefully and meticulously cautious. In situations like the current one, it really confuses everyone. Don't forget, these three, no matter how smart they are, haven't been beaten down by society yet. You can't compare with us. Maybe this time, they didn't foresee there being a pitfall. President Su smiled meaningfully, teasing and gloating evident in his tone. They might even think the design is pretty clever and aesthetically pleasing. These words drew laughter from everyone present, revealing expressions of smugness. The situation later would definitely be quite exciting, and Zhang Youxing's reaction to learning about this is also very much anticipated. This time, probably no one will be able to protect Zhang Chang. Once he causes a major mistake on the pet base project, he'll lose trust within the company. From now on, the position of chairman will only be chosen among us shareholders. It looks like you're about to get promoted soon, President Su. Someone excitedly said, full of flattery in their tone. President Su, please don't forget about us when that happens. After all, we've supported you for such a long time. Even if we have no merit, we've worked hard. Right? In our company, besides President Su, who else could take over the position of chairman? Once Zhang Chang loses trust, even if the chairman wants to favor him, it won't work. Ha! This is a great piece of news. Very worthy of celebration. However, those who were arrogantly celebrating didn't realize that the content of their discussion had already been heard loud and clear by the chairman's secretary, who just happened to pass by the door. After hearing the whole story, the latter was greatly shocked. My goodness, does this mean plotting a coup? They've set a trap, deliberately framing Zhang Chang. We cannot allow it to develop further. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable and might even affect the entire company's future. Although President Su is indeed a veteran of the company, this person's reputation outside has always been polarized. Those close to him naturally praise him, but others know that this person is ambitious. Thus the conversation continued with more plots and schemes, while none of them noticed they'd already been compromised. Moreover, he has long coveted the position of chairman. If Zhang Chang gets expelled this time, it will surely make him more brazen and overstep his bounds. The consequences at that point would be unimaginable. Thinking about this, the assistant dared not waste any time. After quietly leaving the project department office, he ran all the way to the chairman's office. Chairman, there's a big problem. The assistant then recounted everything he had heard earlier in detail, including the discussions among the shareholders, leaving nothing out. The purpose was clear, to make Chairman Zhang Youxing realize the gravity of the situation. Boss, isn't Su President being too reckless? He secretly set up a company behind our backs in the past. Even if you chose to overlook that, now he's using his own company to frame Master Zhang Chang, and even plotting to seize the chairmanship. Zhang Youxing listened carefully, deep in thought. He was very clear about what his son had previously told him regarding the pet base and the conflicts with President Su. At the time, he had chosen to act as though he didn't know, finding it more convenient this way while also avoiding idle talk from others. But judging by the current situation, it seemed like President Su had an edge. Still, something felt off. If there were truly problems with the design plans, Su Liang should have approached President Su immediately to resolve them. There's no way he would waste time or jump straight into construction. What if he knows, but still continues anyway? Why would he do that? Could there be some hidden agenda behind all this? If so, what exactly is Su Liang trying to accomplish? What game is this young man playing? After a brief moment of reflection, Zhang Youxing already had a plan in mind. Although he wasn't entirely sure of the specific reasons yet, from the surface reactions alone, it was evident that Su Liang wasn't just blindly struggling or passively awaiting doom. Instead, he might be hiding a larger strategy. Chapter 107. This project simply can't be done. Once Zhang Youxing understood this point, he immediately felt much more relaxed, but on the surface, he feigned an angry expression. Damn it, we've treated these guys well every day, and they stab us in the back at a critical moment. The assistant nodded vigorously, his eyes full of agreement. Chairman, we absolutely cannot allow people like this to remain in the company where they can do harm. You should know what kind of person Manager Su is. He can resort to any means for profit and money. Our group has worked so hard to build its reputation, but if he really becomes the chairman, everything will probably be ruined. This was not incorrect. Manager Su was indeed a very capable person, but he also had great ambition. In the past, many projects he had undertaken were ultimately abandoned due to varying degrees of non-compliance. However, from the beginning, he knew there were problems with these projects. He still accepted them purely for the sake of making money without a conscience, because ordinary people always end up paying the bill in the end. Zhang Youxing obviously didn't want to be that kind of black-hearted merchant, but he needed to rely on Manager Su's professional abilities. Thus, he was merely the general manager of a project department, unable to advance further in position. Once the core power fell into the other party's hands, the consequences would be unimaginable, even leading to the complete destruction of the entire company. Zhang Youxing waved his hand indifferently. What's wrong with you? You mustn't gossip about others behind their backs. Hearing this, the assistant was rendered speechless and pleaded earnestly. Chairman, this concerns the future development of our entire group. If they weren't so shameless, I wouldn't have come to report to you. Zhang Youxing nodded in agreement. Nevertheless, Manager Su definitely has made contributions to our company, and this must be acknowledged. As for his demand to become chairman, it actually depends on each party's ability. Everything I've done is for the continuous development of the entire group. If Manager Su's capabilities truly meet the requirements, it doesn't matter who sits in this position. Moreover, we are merely the investors of the pet base, and the contract clearly states that we have no right to interfere with the normal operation and construction of the pet base. If none of the 3 managers in charge of the pet base have come to us, then why should we actively cause trouble? What? Upon hearing this, Zhu became completely dumbfounded, his eyes full of disbelief and astonishment. Come on, boss, does that sound reasonable? Among the 3 partners of the pet base, isn't one of them Master Young? Manager Su is blatantly targeting you. Seeing his hesitation, Zhang Yuxing directly interrupted him with a wave of his hand. For now, let's observe this situation. If the company needs to intervene later, we'll decide then. But currently, we shouldn't take on too much responsibility. The assistant's expression was complex, standing there for quite a while before sighing silently in the end. After all, he was just a small assistant, without much real authority. And with the conversation having reached this point, he'd already done enough. If the boss didn't want to listen, what else could he do? Alright, no matter what, I still hope Chairman you can reconsider. Being able to prepare ahead of time and make early plans would naturally be the best. Zhang Yuxing nodded, appreciating the thought. You shouldn't talk too much with the other people in the company to avoid unnecessary trouble for yourself. Yes. At the same time, elsewhere, pet base. With the roar of the excavator, the foundation had been dug out, and workers had begun entering the site to prepare for pouring cement and installing rebar. To ensure the smooth progress of the site, Zhang Chong specially found an elder to hire a management team. Though small in number, the team was complete in function. From site supervision to project managers and commanders, everyone was gathered together with extremely complicated and serious expressions. General Manager, it's not that we don't want to speed up the process. Have you carefully looked at this design plan? It's simply unreasonable. In my 10 years of experience, I've never seen such absurd blueprints. The project supervisor said with a complex expression, his heart feeling as though 10,000 grass mud horses were galloping through it. Even a layperson who could read blueprints might find it hard not to curse aloud. The likelihood of this blueprint being implemented is less than 20%. While the design does look aesthetically pleasing, its foundation isn't stable enough, and it could collapse very easily. Moreover, during construction, the difficulty level is extremely high. It's practically equivalent to building a piece of art. Are we supposed to build a pet base or create a landmark structure? Even if we're building unusual shapes, they still need to conform to architectural principles. However, every design here seems to be right on the edge of those principles. One small misstep, and there will definitely be problems. Even the best architectural teams would hesitate to take on such tasks, unless the salary offered was dozens of times higher. Only then might they consider it. Otherwise, it's just a losing proposition. The supervising manager nodded in agreement. That's true, General Manager. You want this project done within a month? Any management team at our scale that can achieve this, I'd happily pay them 200,000 yuan as tuition. It's simply outrageous. I've never seen a project like this before, General Manager. Are you sure this isn't someone trying to cause trouble for us on purpose? Apparently, everyone present has some resistance toward this issue. Even without making any money from it, no one wants to waste more time. It's almost guaranteed there will be no return, and it may even end up costing us more. The expression on the general manager's face, however, is extremely complicated. Actually, how different are his thoughts now from everyone else's? But the problem lies in the fact that this client isn't like others. If it were a regular client, the general manager wouldn't have wasted his time, unless the price was over 10 times higher. However, the person who approached him this time wasn't just anyone. It was the young master of Qiangxin Group. Someone who is very likely to take over Qiangxin Group in the future. Even if you don't respect the monk, you should respect the temple. Qiangxin Group is famously influential throughout the city. If they could climb aboard this major ship, would they ever worry about having no business? That's why from the start, the general manager planned to take a loss on this deal. If they manage to get it done, the profits will come later. How could an industry leader like Qiangxin Group not know how troublesome building a pet base could be? Chapter 108. Bastards, are we familiar with a full house? I must say, fellow brothers, we've worked together for many years, and we know each other well. Today, I will speak honestly in front of you. The general manager said with profound meaning. Regardless of the difficulty, we must do it. We'll do it whether we want to or not. Rest assured, I will definitely pay your wages. The main purpose is to give a favor to the Prosperous Group. You carefully think about it. If we can reach a long-term cooperation with the Prosperous Group, wouldn't we worry about having no projects later? Perhaps this is one way they are testing us. My God, what a joke is this? General Manager, haven't you been possessed or something? I've never seen such ridiculous things. Which fool would test their future contractor in such a laughable way? This is just driving people away. But the general manager's concerns aren't entirely baseless. The current market is filled with workers. Especially in recent years, a strange trend has surfaced. Many real estate bosses run off halfway through their projects. Everyone thinks that the victims are the common folks who bought the houses, but these contractors also suffer greatly. They invest time and energy, only to receive nothing in the end. This is why the Prosperous Group could become a local industry leader. Apart from its immense size, this company values integrity extremely. So far, they have not delayed payment to anyone, not even a cent. And if there's an accident on site involving a third party, despite being unrelated to them, they still send consolations and provide compensation. Though not excessive, it still warms people's hearts. Such a large company still maintains some human touch. Unlike others where compensation isn't even discussed, you might not even be able to recover your initial investment. The general manager, it's not that we don't want to help, but this project is indeed challenging. Look at every place's iconic building. They're all constructed by the state architectural teams. Companies like ours wouldn't have this kind of capability otherwise. We'd already be taking on big jobs. Why would we still handle small ones? Hey, maybe you should discuss with the boss. Either change the plans or add more money. Otherwise, we really can't proceed. Exactly, General Manager, aren't we being too honest? What if they're intentionally making it difficult for us? The more the General Manager listened, the less he felt comfortable. It seemed like there was some truth to it. Rumors had spread recently that the Prosperous Group planned to switch industries, meaning they won't take on real estate projects anymore. But the work they were doing now was still incredibly hard. Perhaps there were ulterior motives behind it. After careful deliberation, the General Manager believed they needed reassurance. Otherwise his mind would remain unsettled. After a quick discussion among themselves, they immediately decided to approach Su Liang and the other two for clarification. When they arrived at the cafeteria full of anger, the three looked utterly bewildered. Hey, General Manager, what's wrong? We didn't withhold any wages, so why are you acting as though we're enemies? Zhang Chong looked completely confused. Lu Hao beside him was also baffled. Yes, can't we solve problems through communication instead of acting so aggressively? As the General Manager gazed at the young trio, his temper cooled down significantly, but he still harbored lingering doubts. In a show of sternness, he questioned them. Are you representing the Prosperous Group in our collaboration? Su Liang glanced left and right, his heart swelling with secret joy. It seemed his plan had successfully taken the first step. Lu Hao and Zhang Chong understood his cues and couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Haha, Mr. Su wants to mess with us, does he? Let's see if you can succeed this time. Old brother, haven't we explained clearly already? The pet base is backed by the Prosperous Group. If you don't believe us, you can go check. Correct, and my dad is the chairman of the Prosperous Group. You can go ask. We won't mistreat you or intentionally cause trouble for you. Zhang Chong nodded vigorously, speaking with resolute conviction. But the issue is that this project blueprint simply cannot be done. The General Manager sighed involuntarily. He knew that putting pressure on these young men wasn't quite fair, but without understanding the root cause, he couldn't rest easy either. It was also important to explain clearly to his colleagues. How can that be possible? The project drawings were personally made by Mr. Su's design company, and it has been approved by the Housing Construction Department. Su Liang feigned surprise, but his lips curled upward despite himself. The situation was developing exactly as he had anticipated. If this continued, they would soon be able to regain their ground from Mr. Su. Unaware of this, the project's general manager grew increasingly anxious and tried to justify himself desperately. Young man, I can see that you're genuinely interested in doing business. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush. The difficulty level of this design plan is absolutely top tier. At least a state-level construction team must take responsibility for it to ensure successful completion and compliance. And the time required will at least be 2-3 times your estimation. So when you say it has been approved by the Housing Construction Department, I simply can't comprehend it. Wasn't it your side and the design company who proposed these requirements? How could that be possible? Zhang Chong slammed his hand on the table and stood up, his face twisted with apparent shock and anger, a performance so convincing it seemed genuine. We did express our needs, but how were we supposed to know these guys deliberately set a trap for us? Su Liang acted even more seriously, asking with deep concern. General Manager, are you telling the truth? Is there really no way to complete this blueprint? Absolutely not. I have no reason to lie to you. The General Manager spoke firmly, filled with certainty. Those behind him nodded in agreement, also catching on to the gist of things. They guessed that these three young men had been deceived. Otherwise, such a situation would never have arisen. Son of a bitch. How dare those bastards gang up and cheat us out of money? Lu Hao said through gritted teeth, not faking one bit, but rather genuinely feeling this way. They had known this would happen all along, which was why the eruption came only now. Damn it, I actually trusted them, thinking being shareholders of my dad's company meant they wouldn't screw us over. Turns out it's an insider full house. Those animals, Zhang Chong echoed beside him, cursing to his heart's content, secretly reveling in satisfaction. Su Liang stood up too. If that's the case, brother, could you do me a favor? Chapter 109. Who is the real fool? The general manager was not just filled with doubts as he heard these words. If the three guys in front of him were Party B, then he could only count as Party C at most. The conflict between Party A and Party B had nothing to do with him. He probably had no say in this matter anyway. Brother Xuliang, it's not that we're shirking responsibility, but what can we help you with? It's impossible for us to modify the design drawings for you. This stuff has been approved by the Housing Construction Department. Even if we change it, it will be useless. Of course, I won't drag you into it. But I need all of you to come with me to Qiangxin Group as witnesses to prove that there are problems with this design drawing. And it's not because we want to intentionally create trouble for them. After hearing these words, everyone present looked at each other hesitantly. Who didn't know Qiangxin Group's position in the industry? If they went there, they might lose their jobs and face hostility from other colleagues in the industry. It would be even harder to find projects in the future. However, the general manager did not rush to refuse. On one side were the shareholders of Qiangxin Group, while on the other side was the son of the chairman of Qiangxin Group. It was obvious that the latter held a more advantageous position. Moreover, if the chairman of Qiangxin Group personally came to solve this trouble, wouldn't he be able to take advantage of this situation to make connections? He wouldn't have to worry about lacking projects in the future. After understanding the stakes involved, the general manager nodded his head. All right, but let me say this up front, regardless of the outcome, you must settle our salaries according to what was agreed upon earlier. And you cannot involve us in this. Xuliang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, nodded his head, and wore a meaningful smile on his face. This point, all of you don't need to worry. We're inviting you merely to act as witnesses. Besides this, there will be absolutely no influence on any of you. Upon hearing these words, those present secretly sighed in relief, but still felt somewhat resentful inside. Isn't it too outrageous? A shareholder of Changxing Group actually scams the chairman's own son. How bold can they be? These days, precisely because there are so many unscrupulous individuals, the entire real estate industry has become chaotic and full of malpractices. Since someone is willing to be the whistleblower today, they could also vent some pent-up grievances, otherwise it would be too unfair considering all the hardships and suffering endured over time. After deciding, the group set off immediately. About half an hour later, they arrived at the entrance of Changxing Group. The pretty receptionist knew Zhang Chang. Seeing him, she quickly greeted him. Master Zhang, are you here to see the chairman? He's currently in a meeting, so you might have to wait a bit. I'm not here to see him. I'm looking for Manager Su. Is that guy here? Zhang Chang appeared haughty and superior. Even though he was back at his old man's company, today was about settling accounts, so naturally, he had to act arrogantly. Seeing this, the beautiful receptionist nodded her head continuously, then whispered, Master Zhang, something doesn't seem right here. What exactly do you want with Manager Su? What else? Of course, it's to settle accounts with him. After saying that, Zhang Chang took large steps forward leading the way. The rest quickly followed behind. The receptionist, sensing that the situation was a bit strange, hastily picked up the phone and called the chairman's assistant to inform him of the situation. Upon hearing this, the latter also felt that something was off and hurriedly rushed out of the meeting room. At the same time, on the other side, Manager Su and a few shareholders were laughing and chatting in the office. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, startling them. Once they clearly saw who it was, Xuanhuan and others. Manager Su grinned. Oh, isn't this our boss, Su? How come you have time to visit Changxing Group today? Are you planning to introduce more business opportunities again? Xuanhuan's gaze sparkled with coldness. There's no new business, but there's certainly a problem. We trusted you so much, but I never expected you to play tricks behind our backs. Don't you feel ashamed? As soon as these words were spoken, the few shareholders present instantly understood the situation and started sneering sarcastically. Boss Su, what's such a rush about? Our manager Su always runs his business based on integrity. How could he possibly deceive anyone? That's right, unless you've encountered some unsolvable trouble and now are unfairly pinning it on him. Young people shouldn't conduct business like this, otherwise you'll get kicked out of the industry. Upon hearing these words, Lu Hao instantly became enraged, pointing his finger at the other party and cursing loudly. Bullshit. The design drawing you gave us simply can't be used. Now you're still pretending to be righteous here? Do you really think we're so easy to bully? Yo-ho. Everyone turned their heads to look at Manager Su, with a hint of mockery in their eyes. Oh, so they finally came knocking, huh? However, not a single person showed any sign of panic or fear. Since they had dared to act in the first place, they naturally weren't afraid of trouble coming their way now. Manager Su, in particular, stood up with unruffled composure. His expression was one of utter condescension, as if he didn't even consider the three people present worth his attention. Xuliang, what nonsense is this? It's fine that outsiders don't understand our rules, but today I'll explain it to you clearly. The design drawings were confirmed before all of this even started. You guys provided requirements, we came up with the designs, and also helped submit them for approval to the Housing Construction Department. During the entire approval process, you never voiced a single opinion. So, naturally, we assumed you agreed with every aspect of our design. Everything has been settled already, and now you show up here making a scene, accusing us of faulty design drawings? Is this supposed to be some kind of deal where we guarantee lifetime quality? Where on earth does such a business model exist? Lu Hao and Zhang Chang exchanged a quick glance, both revealing expressions of surprise, almost disbelief. They couldn't believe how Manager Su's words perfectly matched what Xu Liang had told them earlier. It was clear that this information gap was being exploited. In normal circumstances, Party A would dispatch someone to liaise with the design company during the entire drawing process. Ideally, Party A's representatives should be involved throughout. But since Xu Liang and his team hadn't originally been in this field, when Manager Su so readily provided the design plans, Xu Liang had immediately anticipated that they might use this as an excuse. And they would definitely try to cover up any issues later using this exact rationale. When Zhang Chang and Lu Hao realized they'd been set up, they weren't entirely surprised. But hearing Manager Su's excuses right now directly confirmed just how perceptive Xu Liang had been. He'd completely predicted all of their opponents' moves, yet none of this had dawned on Manager Su, who still thought he held all the advantages. So, those who take others for fools often end up being the biggest fools themselves. Chapter 110. Want to talk privately? I've got leverage. Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, revealing a teasing smile on his face. Lifetime warranty is of course impossible, but your design blueprints aren't something an ordinary person can create. Using them for a pet base might be overkill, isn't it? Hey, that's a really interesting statement. Manager Su looked utterly unconcerned, as if he was absolutely confident about the current situation. The design blueprints you received had no objections from your side, and were also approved by the construction department. If you can't do it yourselves, whose fault could that be? Have you ever thought about your own shortcomings? Whether your capabilities are insufficient, or if you're not putting in enough effort? Don't always blame others. With that haughty attitude, just looking at him made one seething with anger. Zhang Chang and Lu Hao couldn't hold back their tempers any longer, and they started cursing directly. You son of a bitch, you just don't want to take responsibility, right? And you're even playing the morality card. The problem isn't our fault. It's because your design has issues. Exactly. Are we supposed to hire people on a national level now? What nonsense are you thinking? Manager Su shrugged indifferently, looking perfectly innocent. In that case, there's nothing I can do. If you can't pull it off, it has nothing to do with us, and the design blueprints can't be changed. If you refuse to follow this plan, go find another design company. But, who knows how much time will be wasted in the process? Maybe, you'll even miss your agreed-upon deadlines. That gleeful expression filled everyone with rage. How despicable. How could someone like this be a shareholder in Prosperous Group? What kind of selection criteria did your father use? Zhang Chong was speechless. How should I know? Besides, he wasn't originally like this ghostly figure. Who would have expected him to change into what he is now? For a moment, the atmosphere grew tense, and everyone appeared awkward. At that point, Su Liang suddenly said, Manager Su, why don't we have a private chat? Oh, be careful, Manager Su. This guy may have some sinister schemes. A nearby shareholder whispered softly. We fell for it once last time. There better not be another mistake this time. Manager Su seemed deep in thought. Until now, Zhang Yuxing hasn't shown up, meaning there are two possibilities. One is that he still doesn't know, which does have a certain probability. After all, he's in a meeting and might very well not have gotten the message. The other possibility is that he knows but finds it inconvenient to step in. Zhang Yuxing is a seasoned businessman, and he probably understands clearly that it's not convenient for him to appear himself. Otherwise, he would already have stepped forward. Realizing this, Manager Su felt more justified. If the chairman doesn't voluntarily step out to defend his stance, then strategically speaking, both sides are equal. And on his side, they were obviously more advantageous. Do these three young guys actually think they can rely on the chairman of Prosperous Group to make me act? What a daydream. Subsequently, he nodded arrogantly. You can all leave first. I want to see what tricks this little fellow has up his sleeve. The other shareholders hearing this hesitated, but ultimately lowered their heads silently. After all, how could they not give Manager Su some face? Especially when foreigners were present. Su Liang also exchanged a glance with Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. Both understood implicitly since it was part of their pre-planned strategy. When only Manager Su and Su Liang were left in the room, the former spoke slowly. He lit the cigar in his hand and chuckled meaningfully. Now, can we talk? What exactly do you want to discuss with me? Squinting his eyes, Su Liang didn't show a hint of panic, but rather exuded calmness and composure. The three of you can't compare to Manager Su. You've been at Prosperous Group for so many years, your roots run deep, and you have many people around you. As for the three of us, we only have Zhang Chong, the chairman's son. Beyond that, we don't have any trump cards. Manager Su's eyes flashed with a hint of arrogance, feeling secretly disdainful within. Looks like this guy isn't completely stupid. He can at least understand the root of the matter. So then, knowing full well you're no match for me, why bother coming here today to stir up trouble? Or are you coming to beg and apologize? If that's the case, I must say I appreciate it. One who understands the times is a hero. Young people like you need more trials and tribulations. Su Liang shook his head. I'm afraid Manager Su will be disappointed. The reason I asked those people to leave is because what I'm about to say next might cause you a bit of negative impact. Standing up, his face revealed a composed expression, having prepared for various contingencies before coming. It seems clear now that Manager Su doesn't know the extent of my methods, still maintaining that haughty demeanor. During this period of time interacting with your design company, I've discovered the breadth of your operations, Manager Su, and there are even quite a few illegal dealings. Do you think if I reported these things to the relevant authorities, wouldn't someone be very interested? At these words, Manager Su's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could this be? Although it's true I've done many unspeakable things behind your back, they were all hidden from strong Prosperous Group. Because such actions are what Chairman Zhang absolutely would not tolerate. So if anyone within the company discovers them, the consequences would be unimaginable. That's precisely why Manager Su had to set up his own design company, not just to expand his scale and increase revenue. More importantly, it was to handle those covert businesses. And this should indeed count as the greatest secret of his design company. How could this guy possibly know? Looking at Su Liang's expression, Manager Su suddenly laughed. Young man, have you already learned how to bluff? Do you think I don't know what you're plotting? In the real estate market, how many people dare to claim they're entirely clean? But unfortunately, I'm one of those few. Manager Su didn't believe for a second that the other party could have so easily obtained the top secret information about his company. It must be all bluffs, just some sleight of hand designed to intimidate him. This tactic was almost foolproof, especially against relatively younger practitioners who often lack the steel nerves to resist. Not everyone possesses rock-solid psychological resilience, unless they're an old hand like Manager Su. He won't shed a tear until he sees the coffin. No matter how eloquently they talk, he simply will not believe them. Su Liang grinned widely, as though he'd anticipated exactly this reaction. Manager Su, it seems you have a lot of confidence in yourself. Do you really think outsiders can uncover these secrets? Or do you believe my abilities aren't sufficient? Chapter 111. Kid, are you bluffing me? First of all, there is absolutely nothing wrong with our company, and this is something you can let the relevant departments check. Secondly, if our company really had any secrets, there's no way they would be easily leaked to your ears. If someone like you, who has only collaborated once, could know, then what kind of secrets would our company even have left? Mr. Su's tone was filled with confidence, and he wasn't at all worried, as he knew very clearly that regardless of what happened now, it definitely wouldn't be Su Liang who informed him. That's right, maybe you think I can't get my hands on it, but do you think the chairman of the Qianxin Group doesn't have the resources either? In the real estate sector here, if he wants to investigate someone, isn't that a piece of cake? Investigating your background is far too simple. Su Liang said this calmly, exuding confidence throughout. This was why he dared come here today to negotiate with the other party. Su Liang understood perfectly well that for people like Mr. Su who were so slippery, the only way to silence them was by using the most direct methods. Only this way could allow the pet center to get back on track. Otherwise, finding another design firm earnestly might not even achieve satisfactory results, potentially making things worse than better. Besides, wasn't reaching out to other design firms before also fruitless? Now, going to Mr. Su again would surely result in more underhanded tricks from him behind the scenes. Wouldn't that just hand him an opportunity of a lifetime? What's more important is, if one backed down today, wouldn't that mean lowering oneself in front of Mr. Su? In the future, it'd be even more laborious to deal with this guy. Su Liang wanted to dedicate all his time and energy into laying the foundation for his own business empire, instead of engaging in useless maneuverings with scoundrels like Mr. Su. Such actions simply held no meaning and would only waste his time. What did you say? Hearing these words, Mr. Su's face immediately changed, his eyes full of disbelief and incredulity. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If the chairman were to investigate, there'd undoubtedly be findings. Zhang Yuxing was extremely influential throughout the province. The Qiangxin Group being one of the largest taxpayers every year, even the relevant departments gave them face. This was exactly why Mr. Su had been reluctant to leave the company. At the bottom line, he still wished to rely on this powerful entity to make more money. In a mix of panic and alarm, Mr. Su suddenly snapped back to reality. No, that can't be right. If the chairman knew, wouldn't he have already spoken to me by now? How could there be no movement for all these years? On such principled matters, he would never turn a blind eye. Even if it were Mr. Su's own company dealing with things, without relation to Qiangxin Group, he was still a shareholder here. If something went wrong, it would certainly have some effect on Qiangxin Group, whether issues were found or not. The public might wrongly think there was a secret here they didn't wish to disclose. This invisible influence alone was unimaginable and hard to believe. After a short silence, Mr. Su suddenly laughed. Kid, you're quite something, dragging the chairman into this. And knowing fully well I wouldn't dare to confirm it with him. But unfortunately, evil may rise higher, but virtue rises higher still. These little schemes won't fool me. A flicker of surprise crossed Su Liang's eyes. He didn't expect Mr. Su to truly be such an old fox. He had underestimated him before. Even in this situation, he remained calm. If it were Su Liang himself, he probably would have felt guilty by now. Whether said or unsaid, this guy was indeed extraordinary. It made sense why he could reach the position of a shareholder in Qiangxin Group at such a young age. Even his brilliant scheme failed to work against him, and it was exposed on the spot. Tell me, Su Liang, when you sent everyone out earlier, wasn't it for precisely this reason? Showing off these trivial skills in front of me is utterly laughable. Mr. Su said smugly, his tone filled with mockery, seemingly paying no mind to the matter at all, because he thought the other side had no leverage to threaten his status and wealth. That's right, Chairman Zhang Yuxing indeed cannot tolerate any step regarding this type of issue, and indeed, he has not uncovered any negative information about you. Su Liang nodded, not hiding much. He probably realized that someone like Mr. Su wouldn't be so easily dealt with. As for what was mentioned earlier, it was merely to test the other party's stance. If Mr. Su had just conceded, then his pet center would be able to redo the design plans. It could also quickly restore all subsequent progress and preparations. However, it was very obvious that the other party was someone who wouldn't back down until hitting a dead end. A small probe meant absolutely nothing to him, and there was no intention of reconciliation between both sides at all. Even though the chairman may not find out, it doesn't mean I can't. I've already poached one of your design company's designers, and he has disclosed to me that your company has huge financial loopholes. So I'm quite curious, where did those tens of millions of illicit funds come from? And in the end, I discovered they were transferred out from Qiangxin Group. Embezzlement right under everyone's nose, Mr. Su. Do you think what will Chairman Zhang do once he knows about this? Upon hearing these words, Mr. Su's complexion changed again, and a massive storm arose in his heart. His expression was extremely complex and somewhat unfathomable. It couldn't be. According to all the arrangements and plans I made before, there's no reason anyone else should have found out. Although this matter is indeed true, he didn't believe Su Liang knew about it. Could you still be deliberately trying to deceive me? Humph. When Su Liang heard this, a slight smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, revealing an amused look in his eyes. Your words already indicate that you're feeling guilty, Mr. Su. As for whether I've really uncovered anything, it actually doesn't matter anymore. Why does a person feel guilty? It's simply because someone has hit their sore spot. All I need to do is report it to the chairman. You'll not only face jail time, but also lose your position as a shareholder of Qiangxin Group. Do you think you'll have any chance of continuing here from now on and become the next chairman of Qiangxin Group? Mr. Su's complexion grew increasingly worse, and his mood was unbearably tense. He gritted his teeth in anger. He never expected to be caught by this young man right in front of him, and the situation was incredibly critical. Chapter 112. Can you dare to lose even if I can? These years, although General Su seemed to be loyal and committed to the Qiangxin Group on the surface, since he realized he would never inherit the chairman position, he began to have crooked thoughts. That is, through his own design company, which has continuously collaborated with the Qiangxin Group over the years, he has been privately taking a portion of kickbacks during these collaborations. What's more, the accounts have been done exquisitely. There are no loopholes at all, so General Su has never had any trouble all these years. And he believed that when one day he would finally become the chairman, he wouldn't need to live in constant fear like he does now. Is there any business that doesn't exist in a gray area? If you really want to do business cleanly, then why do business at all? There isn't a single merchant in this world who doesn't break rules or regulations. But who would have thought? Just when General Su thought his plan was flawless and he could rest easy, a Cheng Yaojin appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, this guy Su Liang managed to uncover his weak point. Kid, let me warn you. If you continue spouting nonsense in front of me, do you believe I won't sue you for defamation? Do you believe I'll let you never earn money again from now on? General Su said through gritted teeth, his expression grotesque and his eyes increasingly vicious. This matter touched upon his very bottom line and absolutely couldn't come to light. Once revealed, not only will the relevant authorities come after him, but the Qiangxin Group will also hold him accountable for every single penny. That amounts to tens of millions, perhaps even hundreds of millions. All the misappropriated funds were squandered long ago. Even if some remained, it would still have to be distributed among others. If the Qiangxin Group sues him for embezzlement and forgery of financial statements, the consequences would be unimaginable. Perhaps General Su's entire life's work will be completely wasted, and he will face imprisonment as well. Su Liang shook his head, and a look of smugness crept onto his face. Look, General Su, you're truly obstinate. Must I make this thing known to everyone before you're willing to let go? Even if I haven't uncovered concrete evidence, even if I'm just bluffing, don't you think you can stand up under scrutiny? All I've lost is the chairman's trust in me. Worst case scenario, I stop collaborating with the Qiangxin Group from now on. After all, my life is long, and there are always other ways to succeed. I have enough time to try and fail. But General Su, over these years, you've invested so much time and energy, scheming tirelessly for your company. If things go wrong, who would be the real loser? General Su instantly widened his eyes, filled with disbelief, finding the situation incomprehensible. Upon reflection, it indeed made sense. If both sides broke ties completely, Su Liang would lose virtually nothing. Even if he were sued for defamation, how would it help? The key issue is that his design company cannot withstand an investigation. Any inquiry would inevitably expose problems. In the end, who would bear the consequences? Wouldn't it still be General Su who gets hurt? After much deliberation, General Su realizes that this matter absolutely mustn't be underestimated and the situation needs to be controlled. He must first find a way to calm down this young man in front of him. Then, once he cleans up all loopholes and traces, he'll settle accounts with Su Liang. Thinking about this, General Su took a deep breath and tried to resume his calm appearance, managing to force a smile onto his face. Su Liang, brother, what happened just now was merely a joke. Don't take it to heart. Matters such as these should be negotiated amiably. Why must it lead to total destruction between us? While traveling abroad, it's all for making a fortune. Here's the deal. Set your terms, and if I agree, we can call it compensation for your losses in the design plans. It's undeniable that this old fox has covered his tracks impeccably, refusing to admit any issues within the company even now. It's exceedingly hard to catch him slipping. However, Su Liang has already achieved his goal. He just wanted General Su to loosen his stance, and for this person to resolve the trouble caused to the pet base. General Su, if you had acted like this earlier, wouldn't that have been better? Why must we reach this point? Su Liang slightly raised his corners of his mouth, revealing a playful gleam in his eyes. On the surface, General Su smiled cooperatively, but internally, he cursed silently. Little bastard, you wait. I'm stuck with this leverage today, but one day I'll make you pay dearly for it. You'll soon learn the consequences of crossing me. Little wretch, wait and see. You tell me your terms first. If they're too outrageous, then I'm afraid I genuinely can't satisfy them, and it may be beyond your control. At this very moment, General Su was still maintaining his dignity. The implication was clear. If you really want a complete breakdown and destruction, then let's all die together. Anyway, I will never let you walk away unscathed. Su Liang, of course, understood what kind of things this guy could do if he truly decided to be ruthless. He didn't care about the other party's outcome, but he didn't want someone like him to drag his life into chaos. Otherwise, what would be the point of coming back in this reincarnation? Therefore, in this lifetime, Su Liang would surely proceed with caution, ensuring that every step he took wouldn't go wrong. As for those who intended to create trouble and difficulties for him, they would certainly pay a heavy price, and might even deeply regret it. My conditions are ones that General Su will definitely accept. It's just asking you to help us redo a set of design drawings, and all the problems will be resolved by your side. And you have 3 days to finish it. How does that sound? This request is already pretty lenient. Su Liang said calmly without any disturbance. He had no intention of having anything to do with such unethical merchants. It would tarnish his reputation. Since he aimed to build a solid foundation for his business empire, there absolutely couldn't be any flaws at all. A dike 1,000 miles long can collapse due to an anthill. Any laziness from today might return tenfold on some day in the future, and the scariest part is, if it all blows up one day, the entire business empire could crumble instantly. Su Liang certainly didn't wish for something like that to happen to himself. As for General Su, don't be fooled by how well off he seems outwardly. Every night, isn't he always worried about potential problems, fearing that when something goes wrong, he won't even have the chance to cry? So it's best not to get too entangled with people like him, otherwise it will only end in self-inflicted consequences. General Su frowned, full of confusion in his gaze. Is that all you're demanding, coming all the way to Qiangxin Group to cause a fuss? Perhaps it means nothing to you, but this is what we've lost anyway. I'm merely reclaiming what should originally belong to me, Su Liang proudly declared, his face full of righteousness. Chapter 113. Director Su, you actually compromised? Director Su was directly provoked to laugh by how naive the young people were. After all that build-up, they only had such a small request. This was good. He could just make an excuse to handle it carelessly. But reworking a set of design plans was no trouble for his design company. It would be easy as pie. It wouldn't even take 3 days. Alright, within 3 days, I'll definitely send you the new set of design plans. However, this matter ends here. If I hear any whispers, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Su Liang grinned upon hearing this. Don't worry, I'm very clear about my own weight. Wanting to rely on your influence is probably not going to be easy. Besides, before you actually resolve things with me, I'm sure you'll already have beaten me to within an inch of my life. A satisfied smile flickered across Director Su's face, glad that some level of respect was still shown. He then nodded approvingly. If that's the case, let's agree. Good, I won't waste your time. Let me leave first. As Su Liang finished speaking, he headed toward the door. Pushing open the office door, several shareholders including Lu Hao and Zhang Chong stretched their necks to peek curiously. Upon seeing him exit immediately, they moved forward to ask, how did it go? Is there a result? Of course. When I take action, what can I fix? It's lucky Director Su does business with principals. He agreed to help us redo the design plans, all within 3 days. Really? The two exclaimed in pleasant surprise, happiness clearly showing on their faces as they happily chatted their way towards the elevator. However, the other shareholders present were bewildered. What? Wasn't it supposed to be entertaining just a moment ago? Now you're agreeing to meet their demands again. What are you playing at? Isn't this equivalent to lowering yourself to those 3 little guys? And isn't it a joke that the famous Director Su of the Qianxin Group can't deal with 3 barely adult kids? If news of this gets out, we'd lose face. They burst into the office in a rush, inquiring noisily. What exactly happened, Director Su? Why are you remaking the design plans for them? Exactly. Even if it's unrelated to the company, you should know the outcome of this contest represents who will ultimately secure the chairman position later. Now you've given the design blueprints to Kid Zhangchong. That means we're going to be at a disadvantage in the future. Looking at everyone bustling about anxiously, Director Su inwardly flared up with righteous anger. Damn, you dare to question me now? Do you have any idea that I'm the angriest one here? Who's the bastard betraying me behind the scenes? Even though he didn't believe Su Liang could possibly have real evidence, this matter absolutely needed investigation. Who exactly leaked the information? If left unresolved, it would certainly become a significant threat not just to him personally, but also to his design company. It might even make the entire situation more troublesome and complicated. Alright. What's the use of your yapping now? Director Su waved his hand impatiently. On top of that, teaching those 3 young whippersnappers a lesson is enough. After all, one of them is the chairman's son. Forgive the monk, honor the Buddha. At least right now, it's impossible to completely cut ties. They've already reached Qianxin Group. If we don't stabilize the situation first, what happens if chairman starts asking questions? Who among you can handle it? These words struck silence amongst the group, each pondering deeply. There seemed to be some logic in them. Just because of this, you're willing to give in? Come on, Director Su, aren't you being a bit too foolish? Even if chairman intervenes, he likely won't side with his own son. They might even end up hurting themselves. A shareholder remained unconvinced. Though victory seemed so close, such a sudden change of events arose. Regardless, they're still blood-related. Family ties run deep. Even if constrained by the face of the company, do you really think we'd benefit from this? Director Su glanced sideways disdainfully. Meanwhile, resentment simmered in his heart. Seemed like my actions weren't forceful enough, allowing these 3 to find a counterattack opportunity. Wait and see. Next time, I'll freeze your pet project solid. You won't have the courage to even step into Qianxin Group anymore. At the same time, elsewhere, in the chairman's office, after hearing the details of the event, Zhang Yuxing revealed a grave expression. Chairman, they are still discussing this matter in Director Su's office. Should you consider stepping in? After all, Director Su has always had some differences of opinion with you. If this matter affects the entire company again, it might become disadvantageous. The assistant cautiously asked, his heart pounding uneasily. This was definitely not something he could resolve. What if greater trouble arose? The consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Yuxing shook his head. No, I can't intervene. If I get involved, there will inevitably be gossip. Even if I act impartially, it would still lead to slander. Anyone with a functioning brain knows that it was definitely Su who sought trouble first. The 3 young ones are entirely focused on the pet base. Where would they have time for underhanded schemes? It's either they were driven into a corner or truly out of options. Otherwise, why would they come to the company? That is to say, if Zhang Yuxing intervened, the result would definitely be in favor of the 3 youngsters. Whether true or false wouldn't matter anymore. In the eyes of others, it would seem like this chairman cares only for his son and pays no attention to other employees. For a leader, this kind of stigma would never wash off. At that moment, a senior manager entered. Chairman, Director Su and Su Liang appear to have reached an agreement. The latter has left the company, and Director Su claims to be willing to redo a set of design plans for them. What? Upon hearing this, the nearby assistant couldn't help but widen his eyes, his gaze full of disbelief. No way, Director Su would never cave in easily. This time he actually compromised with those 3? Could it possibly be a delaying tactic? Throughout the company, from top to bottom, the assistant knew everyone very well, especially the shareholders led by Director Su. They belong to the classic category of tough people. Seeing money makes their eyes light up, and they're stingy to the extreme. They're ecstatic when stashing money in their pockets. But if someone wants to take even a cent from them, it's harder than climbing to heaven. Unless it's willingly spent, which has never happened before, especially regarding the troubles and disputes previously encountered by the Qianxin Group. Chapter 114. Could Su Liang have betrayed us? Zhang Youxing's eyes revealed a contemplative expression. Actually, when the three kids came to the company in the first instance, he had already received the news. But at that time, because he was in a meeting and couldn't leave, all he could do was pretend not to know. Moreover, Zhang Youxing was very clear that it wasn't appropriate for him to show up given his status. Right now, the Qiangxin group was already in a critical period. If further chaos erupted, the consequences would be unimaginable, possibly plunging the entire company into an abyss. If it came to that, there would likely be enormous losses, or even situations more difficult to predict. And this certainly wasn't what he wanted to see. This is somewhat interesting. I underestimated these three little ones. After a considerable pause, Zhang Youxing's lips curved slightly upwards, and his gaze showed an intriguing look. Hearing this, the assistant couldn't help but flash a hint of confusion in his eyes. Boss, does that mean you've already figured it out? What's the reason? What exactly happened? Will this matter cause greater damage to Master or you? As the assistant, he naturally thought about protecting the chairman of the board. As the saying goes, we rise or fall together. We're all on the same boat, and if anything happens, it would affect him too. First of all, I can tell you responsibly that General Su's actions this time were absolutely not a delaying tactic. Zhang Youxing confidently stated. His words completely baffled the assistant, who showed immense surprise, looking even more bewildered. Chairman, why are you so confident? And considering General Su's personality, if he suffers a loss, he will never leave things be without retaliation. This time, those three kids were responsible for it. Without any doubt, more intense and brutal retaliation would surely follow. Smiling, Zhang Youxing shook his head. At first, I actually thought the same way as you. I also know General Su well, and the main reason we didn't take action against him is that this guy still has an important role to play in our company. From some intuitive consideration, he felt that General Su must have made a move behind his back. But up to this point, no clues have been found, and there was no evidence to support it. Zhang Youxing was a very principled person, and if he acted without evidence, others would surely criticize him, and they might even find fault with him. If such a situation arose, then the development of events would become quite complex and terrifying, and General Su would certainly use this opportunity to strike back against him and the Qiangxin group. Perhaps by then, the situation would become even worse and completely unacceptable. If such a thing really happened, the consequences would be very severe. There is also a chance that things might spiral out of control. So under these conditions, no matter what they did or how hard they tried to change things, they must ensure they remain invincible. Only in this way can everything get better. As for why General Su agreed to the two people's demands during this negotiation, I believe one major reason should be that Su Liang got hold of something incriminating on him. What? The assistant widened his eyes upon hearing this, filled with disbelief, thinking this to be extremely bizarre. After being stunned for quite some time, he couldn't help but say, Chairman, isn't Su Liang one of ours? If he really caught General Su off guard, shouldn't he have told us immediately? Why hasn't he mentioned this yet? And after the other party resolved the trouble, he directly left the company. Could it be? Su Liang also harbors similar intentions. Once the assistant considered this possibility, a sense of fear crept into him, and worry reflected in his eyes. Both the father and son had hidden around them someone like a wolf, and clearly Su Liang was far more devious than General Su. In this battle, Su Liang emerged victorious, retreating safely from the entire Qiangxin group without harm. To be honest, the assistant had been in the Qiangxin group for many years and had never seen such an event nor anyone who managed to win over General Su. Just based on this, Su Liang had accomplished what ordinary people could not. However, the crux of the matter lay in whether this person truly coveted the Qiangxin group like General Su did. For the merchant's responsibility, this would definitely be a massive problem. One Su general is already a huge headache, and now Su Liang comes along too. This feels like they're trying to force us into a corner. Zhang Youxing chuckled after hearing this and gestured with a wave of his hand, revealing a calm expression on his face. Don't make the situation sound so bad. The truth is far from as terrible as you think. Because of this incident, I can now confirm that Su Liang must be on our side. Huh? The assistant was utterly baffled by this statement, unsure how to express the complexity of his emotions. Chairman, did you not hear what I just said? I clearly told you that this guy concealed the critical information about Su General's wrongdoing, which obviously shows he harbors ulterior motives. If he were a normal person, why wouldn't he have acted responsibly and handled things properly? This is purely irresponsible behavior. I understand your thoughts, and I also see your concerns, but you've overlooked one point. It's possible that Su Liang knows about Su General's vulnerability, but hasn't obtained any solid evidence yet. There's an old saying, catch the thief red-handed, catch adultery in flagranti delicto. People like Su General are seasoned experts. Without concrete evidence, there's no way you could do anything to him. He would never admit to his crimes. Hearing this, the assistant suddenly realized something, and his gaze turned thoughtful. If this were true, everything made sense. But hold on, boss. Based on what you just said, if Su Liang indeed doesn't have any proof but knows about the matter, then why would Su General choose to compromise? Given his temperament, it's absolutely impossible for him to admit guilt willingly. And that's exactly the crux of this matter. Zhang Youxing raised his finger slightly, with a faint smile curving at the corner of his lips. Let me ask you this. Among all people, who does Su General fear most would find out about his actions? The relevant authorities? The assistant blurted it out instinctively. This was almost every lawbreaker's automatic response. Once caught by the relevant departments, the consequences range from fines to jail time. Chapter 115. Let's bet on Mr. Su's weakness. However, the assistant never expected that the answer he gave did not satisfy Zhang Youxing. Instead, He chuckled and said, "So, you can only be my assistant and continue to hone your skills, while someone like Su Liang, at such a young age, already has the chance to become the head of the pet-based project." Hearing this, the assistant instantly felt wronged. "Boss, even if you want to praise him, there's no need to step on me. Besides, I'm completely different from that guy. Some people are naturally talented in business, but I don't rely on doing business, nor do I have the courage for it. I just hope to contribute more to Xuanhuan Group." Speaking here, he blinked his eyes, and a cunning smile appeared on his face. Actually, truly smart people would make an objective and fair evaluation of the whole situation and how things develop. For example, why does someone choose to start a business? It's because they believe entrepreneurship will bring them greater returns. But if starting a business doesn't offer enough benefits, then there's no need to take risks, and certainly no need to make meaningless choices. That's why the assistant chose to join Xuanhuan Group. Because here, not only can he reduce his living costs and the commercial risks he faces, but he can also learn more. Why not? Precisely for this reason, the assistant knows that judging whether a person is excellent should absolutely not depend on whether they can be a boss, but rather which offers higher profit efficiency, being a boss or working for others based on one's own abilities. This is the key. Zhang Yuxing chuckled. "It seems you've learned quite a bit from me." Indeed, Su Liang is different from others. For some people, working for others is actually more cost-effective than starting their own businesses. But this kid, if he works for others, he will become someone like Mr. Su. If he starts his own business, he has the chance to build a very reliable commercial empire. Really? The assistant widened his eyes, filled with shock, finding it almost unfathomable. He could not have imagined that the boss had such high praise for Su Liang. After being with the chairman for so long, he had never seen anyone receive such honor. "So tell me, what exactly happened?" "Actually, what Mr. Su fears most is not the relevant departments, but me." Zhang Yuxing slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes. The assistant furrowed his brows. "You? Why? Could you possibly be scarier than the relevant departments? I think about this and it still seems impossible, right? I'm indeed not as frightening as the relevant departments, but if I were to find out, he would definitely not have the chance to remain in Xuanhuan Group. Mr. Su has been plotting all these years to inherit the position of chairman, and once I use this excuse to fire him, he wouldn't even get a chance to counter-argue. If investigated by the relevant departments, he may still have a chance to transfer his assets, but if fired by me, he won't even have the last opportunity to turn the tables. Of course, there's a small prerequisite. I must be completely unaware of this matter, otherwise it loses its deterrent power. Otherwise, talking more would be useless and unhelpful. Once things come to a head, Mr. Su might directly choose to fight tooth and nail. At that time, he would have nothing left to lose and no soft spots to worry about anymore. So your point is, after Su Liang guessed this situation, he deliberately used your name to scare Mr. Su and made him compromise. And precisely because Mr. Su dared not come to you to verify, in order to play safe, he had no choice but to compromise and agreed with Su Liang's proposal, right? The assistant finally understood everything at this moment. Exactly. This is the most ingenious part of the entire process. He was sure Mr. Su wouldn't dare to approach me, so he used this doubt as his biggest confidence. Then what do you think? Is it more likely that he knows, or that he has obtained evidence? By now, Zhang Yuxing couldn't suppress the upward curve of his lips. He really regrets now that Su Liang isn't his son. This guy is simply smart to the point of being astonishing, and can only be described with envy. If anyone gets such an opportunity, it's truly rare, and they might even achieve greater success, ensuring everything develops in a better direction. It is truly incredibly thrilling and inspiring. So it seems that Xu Liang actually understands the situation much more clearly than we do. While we have been trapped in the game and haven't seen the big picture, the assistant sighed, his tone filled with lamentation. Who could have anticipated that events would unfold in such a way? And who could have guessed that there were so many intricate details hidden behind this matter? If it weren't for the boss sharing this with him today, he might never have understood it in his entire life. You're right. Now you understand, don't you? The truly powerful one isn't us, but Xu Liang, who has been striving to change the situation. Perhaps he also guessed that I don't yet plan to make a move against Mr. Su, so even if he told me, it wouldn't serve any purpose. It's better for him to handle the current issue in his own way. Upon hearing this, the assistant couldn't help but show admiration on his face. Truly worthy of the chairman. Those he valued were indeed extraordinary and not within the grasp of ordinary people. Just by this skill alone, there was already enough to learn from repeatedly. If that's the case, then chairman, should we intervene or help resolve his troubles? I feel this problem might not be trivial. After all, the other party is Mr. Su. He is notorious in the Xuanhuan Group, and if the issue isn't resolved, the consequences will become very troublesome, and the situation will grow quite complicated. I think it's unnecessary. Since Xu Liang believes he can solve the current trouble, why should we unnecessarily meddle? Zhang Yuxing reflected thoughtfully. Let these three youngsters play around as they wish. Who knows? They may even bring some unexpected gains. If that happens, it would certainly be beneficial for the Xuanhuan Group. Perhaps this could even help solve bigger problems at hand. I've already begun to somewhat look forward to how far they can go. If they can truly change the situation of our Xuanhuan Group, then that would indeed be a good thing. Zhang Yuxing's lips curled slightly upward. Chapter 116. The pet base is your backbone. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the strong prosperity group, Su Liang and the other two let out a sigh of relief once they realized no one was following them. They were truly afraid that Mr. Su would suddenly turn his back on them. If that guy were to disregard morality, then there was absolutely no way they could turn things around without Zhang Yuxing's help. It must be said that this time, They had taken a real gamble. But fortunately, their luck held, and they had made the right choice. My goodness, this old bastard isn't easy to deal with at all. We exerted so much effort just to manage an even match with him. Lu Hao couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes filled with a tinge of regret. This was also the first time he truly engaged with the elite of the business world, only to discover that the opponent was far more terrifying than imagined and far beyond the range that an ordinary person could predict. Regardless, we've managed to win this time, haven't we? Zhang Chong said thoughtfully. He then couldn't help but ask, Big Brother Liang, are you really planning to let Mr. Su off just like that? I've wanted to take him down for such a long time already. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. I really don't want to miss it. After all, this was about the future of his group, and no matter what, Zhang Chong didn't want to watch someone snatch away the legacy that his father had painstakingly built up. Su Liang gave a faint smile. Don't worry, Mr. Su will probably behave for a while, and I believe that this incident will certainly provide sufficient assistance to your strong prosperity group. Why do you say that? Zhang Chong looked somewhat puzzled. After all, up until now, they did not actually have any concrete evidence of Mr. Su embezzling and misappropriating public funds. If he decided to use other methods in the future, it would surely catch them off guard. More importantly, if this guy decided to seize power recklessly, given his father's current state, things could turn very unfavorable. The strong prosperity group was already in the midst of a transformation stage, thus facing numerous impacts and threats. Moreover, many people were gossiping behind the scenes. If he failed this time, the consequences would be unimaginable, possibly leading the entire company into a crisis of trust. At that point, it wouldn't be something that could be resolved simply by putting on heirs as the chairman. If they couldn't produce something truly useful or provide an answer that would satisfy everyone, the shareholders could just as well vote for a new chairman. That was the critical role of the board, which meant it had a massive impact on everyone. Su Liang smiled, shaking his head. If you can see through this, how could your dad fail to see it? What? Has my dad already known? But you didn't tell him yet. Zhang Chong widened his eyes, full of disbelief. Well, those in high positions don't think they just eat, drink, and play around. Once they need to step forward or solve troubles, they can always unleash unprecedented strength. And that strength often catches people off guard and makes it hard for them to believe. Su Liang spoke meaningfully. It was something he'd learned after going through countless events. People cannot merely judge from appearances. One must learn to look through the surface and understand the essence. Only by doing this can one carve out a path amidst the complex, fast-paced modern society. Otherwise, even someone with the most luck could squander everything, ending up with nothing and becoming a laughingstock in others' eyes. Alright, since you're already so confident, I've got nothing else to say. But no matter what, I still hope that this matter develops in a better direction. Zhang Chong said anxiously. If the strong prosperity group were really seized by others, it would be tantamount to bankruptcy for their family. Most importantly, his father might not be able to endure such a blow, especially if the next chairman were Mr. Su. That would be catastrophic. No one could bear such terrifying consequences. Naturally, what we should focus on now is getting the pet base in order. That way, everyone in the company will shut up, and it will give your dad more confidence. Isn't this what you hope for? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chong nodded, admiration flowing in his eyes. That makes sense. Why am I worrying so much? Anyway, my dad has my back on this, so I don't have to be afraid. Just imagining it made him feel inexplicably excited and happy. Well, what are you waiting for? To celebrate today's great victory, let's have a feast. Su Liang raised his arm high, instantly receiving agreement from the two brothers. However, just as they were preparing to take action, Su Liang's phone suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that the caller was Zhou Yang, which caused a flicker of confusion in his eyes. The two beside him exchanged glances and finally spoke up. Officer Zhou wouldn't be calling us unless there was something important. Why don't you answer it? What if there's a problem? Su Liang nodded, then answered the call. Brother, do you have time tonight? Zhou Yang sounded a bit hurried, so much so that he didn't even explain the specifics right away. Su Liang furrowed his brow, clearly catching on, and said slowly, no rush. Let's talk about your trouble first. Hearing this, Zhou Yang chuckled. You're a sharp one, aren't you? Nothing gets past you. Since that's the case, I'll cut to the chase. Lately, our detective team has been tracking a group of criminals who might be connected to the gang involved in the antique digging incident last time. But since we've already been at the scene before, it's not easy to find an amateur to help, so I thought of you. I heard that those people are going to hold a secret antiques auction in our city tonight. Are you willing to come with me? Oh, upon hearing this, Su Liang's eyes showed a contemplative gleam. While he wasn't overly familiar with antiques, if he could find a good deal, it would be a real windfall. Especially on the market nowadays, any well-preserved antique could easily fetch hundreds of thousands. If he managed to pick up something valuable at the auction, he'd definitely have enough funds later. But this was police business, and he needed clarity to avoid getting into trouble inadvertently. Big brother Zhou, it's not that I don't want to, but as you know, I'm broke right now. Chapter 117, Playing the Playboy? Easy peasy. I've got a lot on my hands. If I'm busy, I can get dizzy and cross-eyed. To tell you the truth, I do want to help you, but if you're asking me to make a wasted trip, it'll leave me feeling a little uneasy. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang's expression changed subtly. Kid, are you now learning how to charge us hefty fees like we're just any police squad? Don't forget, you're our special consultant. And you're also part of our team. If you keep acting this way, things will change dramatically. Su Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It shouldn't be said that way. Of course, I wouldn't ask money from the police squad. However, if I encounter something during this operation and need to solidify my identity as a buyer, I have no choice but to buy. Later on, what I buy with my own money can't simply disappear mysteriously. After hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh. It seemed he had guessed Su Liang's thoughts accurately. If it were a colleague from the police force, they'd definitely question him for such behavior, showing too little respect for their profession. But Su Liang was different. He wasn't officially part of the criminal investigation unit. Although he was a special consultant, apart from handling cases, all his other time was freely disposable. In a sense, he wasn't even considered fully a police officer. He was merely helping out. So why should he care? After all, we only focus on catching those criminals and their stolen goods. If anyone privately sells stolen goods, they'll certainly face harsher punishment. This implied that as long as it didn't involve those whom the police didn't chase, Su Liang could buy anything freely. Hearing this, Su Liang grinned, knowing the deal was struck. He then asked, "All right, send me the time, place, and requirements. I'll come find you after organizing everything back home." After the call ended, Lu Hao and Zhang Chong quickly approached, their eyes filled with delight. "Boss, what happened? Is the bureau asking for your help again?" "Helping is a given, but we won't work without compensation. Who knows, maybe this time we'll make a small fortune." Su Liang chuckled, winking. As soon as they heard this, the two became highly interested. "What kind of fortune?" "Inspector Zhou has invited us to go undercover as secret spies at an antique auction." Confusion flickered in Lu Hao's eyes, finding this increasingly odd. "Boss, do you even know anything about antiques? Let alone you. I'd rather go myself. At least I know what antiques look like." Zhang Chong puffed up his chest, his face full of pride. Being born into wealth naturally made him more familiar with these matters. "Don't talk nonsense. With your constant obsession with eating, drinking, and having fun, do you really think you can distinguish between real and fake antiques?" Su Liang smiled broadly. Moreover, buying antiques was not a simple task. It was necessary to investigate and scout situations. Considering just this point, neither of them might be capable enough, and danger could arise during the process. He needed to take responsibility for Zhang Chong's safety. Otherwise, if Zhang Yuxin came asking for his son, what would he do? This issue wasn't as easy to resolve as imagined, and surely wouldn't proceed smoothly as expected. In short, tonight's celebration banquet will be attended only by you two. I need to prepare. After all, being so young, Su Liang looked inexperienced when it came to antiques, making it easier for others to deceive or underestimate him. The best approach would be to disguise himself as a wealthy second-generation youth. There wasn't any prior opportunity, but now, with Zhang Chong, a genuine rich heir, it could work. Also, they already bought some costumes last time which were sufficient to fool amateurs. Thinking about this, Su Liang wasted no more time and headed straight home. Around 6 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Yang's phone call arrived right on schedule. "How prepared are you?" "We're ready to move. You mustn't fail at this critical moment." "Relax, I'm already fully prepared." When Su Liang descended, Zhou Yang was slightly stunned, utterly unexpected to see this guy casually dressed, yet exuding quite a bit of charm. Even his outfit appeared more luxurious than Zhou Yang's. "Never would have thought that you could afford such stylish attire." "Hehe, one cannot judge a book by its cover, right? I'm at least the special consultant. I can't tarnish the reputation of the Criminal Investigation Unit." "You're already famous within the Criminal Investigation Unit." At this moment, a woman's voice rang out beside them. Turning around, Su Liang discovered a very handsome woman standing nearby, exuding competence throughout her demeanor. Most importantly, she was quite good-looking, absolutely a beauty above 8 points. "Officer Zhou, you're really willing to sacrifice a lot, bringing out your own girlfriend for the mission." Su Liang teased with a smirk. Judging by age, this woman should be a few years older than him, which meant she could pass as his elder sister. She was roughly the same age as Zhou Yang. To his surprise, the woman grinned widely, stepping closer and poking his cheek. "Didn't expect you to be such a little charmer, spouting sweet words so easily. But unfortunately, I'm not Officer Zhou's girlfriend. I'm his superior officer." "Huh?" Su Liang's eyebrows furrowed slightly, a flicker of confusion passing through his eyes. Zhou Yang couldn't help but let out a wry smile. "All right, let me introduce her properly. This is our vice squad leader and political instructor of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Bai Feifei. She's our youngest political instructor here. Do you understand what I mean?" Su Liang immediately grasped the meaning. Clearly, Bai Feifei wasn't an ordinary character. Either she was extremely capable or had deep connections. In any case, one must possess at least one of these traits to have the chance to become the vice squad leader under such circumstances and lead an undercover operation. "So what roles are we playing today?" Su Liang asked curiously. "I'm obviously going to pretend to be a spoiled rich kid. As for you two, either you can play my cousin uncle/aunt, or you'll have to act as my servants." "Never," Bai Feifei chuckled. "It's obvious we don't look like family members, and as for servants, I'm afraid I'll get mocked if I go back home. How about we just mind our own business, but stay in touch all the time?" With that, she slung her arm around Zhou Yang's shoulders, clearly trying to play the role of a couple with him. Su Liang understood the implication and didn't comment further. After exchanging ideas among the three and finalizing their identities and codes, they all climbed into the car. Chapter 118. Ensure Su Liang's safety at all costs. Half an hour later, Su Liang noticed the car was heading toward the outskirts of the city, and this time it was evident that the journey was supposed to be very secretive. Otherwise, they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. After another 20 minutes of driving, they arrived at an estate. Just walking into the parking lot, he noticed every single vehicle there was a luxury car, hardly any worth less than $500,000. "Wow, Zhou big brother, you've brought me to quite a place." Su Liang couldn't help but slightly curl the corners of his lips, suppressing his urge to comment sarcastically. Honestly, this scene was excessively extravagant, and without sufficient mental preparation, just looking at it would likely overwhelm someone. That immense psychological disparity was far beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Even Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei were caught staring at each other in disbelief upon seeing this. How is this different from the intelligence we had before? You asked me, who should I ask? It wasn't provided by your criminal investigation team captain. Bai Feifei looked exasperated. He handled administrative work, ideological education, and logistical support regularly, so he didn't have much detailed insight into general operations. This situation also emerged suddenly, leaving no room for personnel adjustments. Thus, he had to step up himself temporarily. They thought it was just going to be like a chaotic night market. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a place where dragons and tigers lurked, including all the security guards at the entrance who were robust and clearly well-trained. What do we do? Should we proceed? Zhou Yang asked with some trepidation. If it were only him, it wouldn't matter since encountering danger would merely harm him alone. But now, Bai Feifei and Su Liang were here too, and he had to be responsible for their lives. If anything went wrong, there would be no way for him to justify the situation. Bai Feifei also had concerns. As a criminal investigator, he was prepared to make sacrifices at any moment, but he certainly didn't want to drag others down with him. While contemplating how to excuse Su Liang from staying, Bai Feifei suddenly heard him say, "Since we've come, how can we not go inside and check it out? Fear might live in the heart, but courage must prevail. Moreover, since the threshold here is so high, it indicates that the antiques inside are surely valuable. If anyone really conspired to sell cultural relics, I believe it would indeed be a great help to the two of you. Brother, don't you understand the situation?" Zhou Yang frowned, his eyes full of gravity. The person who could organize an auction on such a grand scale must have significant influence. If the situation goes out of control, we cannot guarantee your safety. Bai Feifei nodded in agreement beside them. That's right, little Su. You've truly surprised me. But this matter has nothing to do with you anymore. Perhaps you should go back and let us handle the rest. Though acting as a special advisor, he wasn't an official member of the criminal investigation team. So naturally, formal police officers should take the front line in risky actions. Can you stop underestimating me already? Su Liang grinned. If it were just a night market stall, he'd have considered whether he should leave. After all, even if there was potential for a good find, it might not lead to finding something truly excellent. But considering the current scenario, everything sold here was bound to be exorbitantly priced. Snagging one item could perhaps finish his KPIs for the year. Moreover, why pressure the pet base when this opportunity was perfect? And anyway, since I'm already here, things aren't entirely up to you two anymore. Before they could respond, Su Liang confidently strode towards the entrance of the estate. Two bodyguards immediately blocked him. The expressions behind their black sunglasses were invisible. This is my invitation letter. Is there any problem with it? Su Liang calmly pulled out an invitation card from his bag. The two bodyguards clearly appeared puzzled. In theory, they hadn't invited such a young client. So, where did he come from? Since he had an invitation letter, as bodyguards, they had no reason to stop him. Thus, after a nod, they stepped aside to let him pass. Welcome to our esteemed guest visiting the mountain and water estate. We hope you'll enjoy a pleasant experience here. Thank you. Upon receiving the invitation, Su Liang walked into the estate composedly. Not far away, Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei watched the scene unfold with speechless expressions. They couldn't believe how ignorant and fearless this young man truly was. We told you it's a dragon's lair, and still you want to rush in? But the problem was that Su Liang had already gone inside. There was no way they could still remain outside. Since we're here, let's settle in. If the situation becomes too complicated, we can always choose to retreat. Bai Feifei said in a low voice. Most importantly, ensuring his safety is our top priority right now. Zhou Yang nodded, and then both of them leaned on each other's arms as they strolled towards the main gate. Only upon entering the estate did they truly get a sense of the extravagant lifestyle of the rich. Every corner radiated an aura of wealth. Even a single tree by the roadside reportedly cost over 10,000 yuan. My goodness. There were certainly more than 100 trees in the entire estate, easily costing several million yuan. Indeed, the life of the wealthy was incomprehensible to the common people. Their intentions remained unclear as well. Su Liang leisurely wandered around the estate, observing every detail with great attention. From what he saw so far, nearly all the guests at this estate were famous celebrities or nobles, some local, others specially invited from afar. It seemed that the mountain and water estate enjoyed a significant reputation in their circles, managing to attract a large number of high-quality clients. This place felt more like a lavish party rather than an auction event. Meanwhile, Su Liang noticed that all entrances and exits were guarded by varying numbers of bodyguards. At least one bodyguard per exit, some having 2 or 3, yet the stairwell leading to the top floor was heavily guarded by 10 men. Clearly, upstairs housed the most important aspect of the evening's gathering. Thinking about it, Su Liang decided to check it out first. Unexpectedly, just as he approached the staircase, he was immediately stopped. Excuse me, sir, you are not permitted unrestricted access in here. Su Liang feigned surprise, blinking his eyes exaggeratedly. Are you kidding me? I have an invitation letter. Do you want to offend a distinguished guest? The tall man standing before him smirked. Everyone present today has an invitation, but that doesn't qualify you for entrance upstairs. You need a special invitation for that. Chapter 119. An unexpected encounter with Cheng Xiaoyu. Oh, a flicker of surprise crossed Su Liang's eyes, clearly taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. He didn't expect to encounter another invitation here. It seemed the situation was far more intricate than he had initially thought. But we haven't received any messages. I don't know that we need another invitation. What exactly is going on? Su Liang said in a deliberately assertive tone. Sometimes one must act tough to seem well prepared, even though he wasn't someone who liked showing off. Still, it could serve its purpose when necessary. Since you don't even know about the invitation, you obviously don't have the qualifications to go upstairs. Sorry, sir. Today you can move freely anywhere except for the top floor. Su Liang frowned slightly, an inkling of displeasure flashing in his eyes. What kind of ridiculous place requires a hierarchy just to enter a venue? How despicable. Despite his internal discontent, there wasn't much he could do. Causing too much commotion might lead to bad consequences, or even worse results. After a moment's thought, Su Liang waved his hand. What a downer. Never expected something like this to happen. All right then, I won't go. With that, he turned around, but as others relaxed their guard, he quietly slipped to the side and started observing the conditions at the stairway entrance. A few minutes later, someone approached, presenting a gold coin. The bodyguard nodded without hesitation after seeing it, bowing respectfully. So the key lies in that gold coin. Su Liang realized immediately. However, this item appeared to come from no particular source, its channel unclear. Just as he was pondering, a familiar voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Su Liang? Why are you here? Su Liang abruptly turned around, a look of astonishment spreading across his face. Of all people, he never imagined Cheng Xiaoyu would also be present. Today she looked incredibly elegant in her white evening gown paired with silver high heels, her beautiful shoulders exposed. She resembled a radiant princess. This kind of spectacle would never happen at school. Even during annual art performances, Cheng Xiaoyu often kept a low profile, yet her outfit suggested quality materials that surely weren't cheap. How did you end up here as well? Su Liang asked, confusion etched across his face, feeling increasingly baffled. It made no sense. He shouldn't run into her of all people. A literary woman interested in cultural artifacts shouldn't intersect paths with someone like him. This. Cheng Xiaoyu's face flushed slightly as she hesitated before finally summoning up the courage to speak. I'm here with my family today, just for some relaxation. And what about you? Only then did she notice that his current attire differed entirely from usual. Sophisticated, yet carrying hints of flirtation and freedom. Who knew this guy had such a different side to him? Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't help but feel impressed and pleasantly surprised. I just came to wander around. I heard they have antiques here, so I'm looking to see if I can snatch up a treasure. Su Liang shrugged his shoulders nonchalantly. There was no point in concealing anything in front of Cheng Xiaoyu anyway. She probably had no clue about his affairs anyway. Oh, I see. It was obvious that Cheng Xiaoyu desperately wanted to start a conversation. Did you find anything suitable? Su Liang shook his head, disappointment evident on his face. If I'd found something worth grabbing already, I'd be long gone by now. No way I'd still be hanging around. Cheng Xiaoyu pondered this and thought it made some sense. But I haven't seen any treasures around me either. Are you sure you're not in the wrong place? How is that possible? The treasures are just in a place out of our sight. Su Liang pointed toward the stairwell with regret written all over his face. The only catch is, you need a gold coin to get through there. Since I don't have it, I can only stand by and watch. Are you talking about this kind of gold coin? Cheng Xiaoyu took a small gold piece out of her pocket. A glint of suspicion flashed across Su Liang's eyes, adding to his bewilderment. How did you get your hands on this? My family said that having this allows access here. Cheng Xiaoyu grinned, exuding an air of sophistication typical of wealthy daughters. You're serious? If you want to go in, I'll take you inside. Upon hearing this, Su Liang arched his eyebrows, surprise radiating from his eyes. Could it really be true? Would she actually help him? It's not easy to run into an acquaintance here. It's much more fun with someone. It was clear that Cheng Xiaoyu didn't particularly like this environment either. Perhaps she had come only because of family pressure. All right then, I'll do you a favor and accompany you around for a bit. Su Liang grinned teasingly. Oh, so you're taking advantage and acting all noble. When did you become like this? Cheng Xiaoyu also beamed with laughter. Unconsciously, neither had noticed how their distance had significantly closed compared to before. They now looked like very good friends. For a guy, this might mean they had become brothers, but for a girl, it signified truly letting someone into her heart. The two soon arrived at the staircase, where the security guard stopped Su Liang again. I'm sorry, sir. I already said this place does not allow you entry. You didn't say having an invitation would suffice? Su Liang arched his eyebrows. Cheng Xiaoyu immediately handed over the gold coin. Is everything all right now? The guards looked at each other hesitantly, one of them clearly wanting to say something, but holding back. However, the lead guard directly stepped forward. He lowered his head slowly and said, Since there is an invitation, please go upstairs, both of you. As the two walked away, a guard couldn't help but ask quietly, Big brother, you know that coin has restricted use and can only bring one person along. Why let both of them up? The head guard heard this, and a complicated expression crossed his face. Haven't you realized yet? That girl was Miss Cheng, someone we cannot afford to offend. And as you should know, we only recognize the invitation, not the people. Even if questioned later, the responsibility won't fall on us. Upon hearing this, the guards glanced at each other, deciding not to argue further. After all, none of those attending this party were ordinary figures. All had significant influence, some even being characters to fear. Chapter 120. How did he get up there? Meanwhile, in a corner of the estate, Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei also looked quite perplexed. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Su Liang walk onto the fourth floor. It doesn't make sense. He's just a pretentious playboy with no significant background. How could he enter the fourth floor so freely, despite the strict scrutiny? Zhou Yang couldn't figure it out, and his eyes revealed his confusion. According to the information they had gathered earlier, the most likely place for hidden transactions in this estate was at the auction site. However, judging by their recent observations from around the area, no signs of any auction activity were found. Thus, it seemed that the possibilities outside the manor had largely been ruled out. The only remaining possibility was the fourth floor on the rooftop. From the outside, it was bright inside, but they couldn't see what exactly was going on within. Their instincts as detectives told Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei that the auction might be happening there. If not, then either their intelligence was flawed or the auction was hidden underground. There was absolutely no other possible scenario. The problem was, both of them had previously attempted to go upstairs and ended up with nothing. According to the acquired information, the review mechanism was very stringent. Without an invitation, one would definitely be turned away. Su Liang, like themselves, was just an imposter with a fake ticket and thus should not have had the right to enter the auction scene on the top floor. But now, he had gone upstairs without any hindrance. There must be something strange going on. Seems like our police team's special consultant is quite capable after all, able to infiltrate such a place. Bai Feifei said meaningfully, implying that even Zhou Yang, a regular detective, wasn't as good as this high school graduate young man. Your words are somewhat harsh, Deputy Team Leader. People are different, and some of these guys are simply smarter than me. Zhou Yang smiled broadly, showing complete calmness and ease. There was no hint of jealousy or envy, but rather deep respect and admiration. To him, learning has no precedence. The stronger one deserves respect. Clearly, Zhou Yang was not the type who liked to flaunt his seniority or age. Anyone who surpassed him could become his teacher. Even though it may look absurd to others, it fundamentally made no difference. Bai Feifei nodded approvingly. I didn't expect your awareness to be this high. I really underestimated you. There's nothing to it. As long as we can accomplish this secret mission, let alone asking me to lower my head to him, calling him Big Brother would be completely acceptable. In Zhou Yang's view, success in such occasions required not just personal ability, but adaptability. And precisely this was where Su Liang excelled. Alright, stop boasting about the person you recruited here. Isn't it just to prove that you're not weak? Bai Feifei chuckled meaningfully. Instead, quickly contact the squad and try to help us solve the current predicament. Otherwise, if he goes into the auction site alone, the situation will only get worse. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang suddenly realized the truth and agreed immediately. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to Su Liang. Otherwise, I would truly feel unworthy of his help. Subsequently, the two of them slipped into a secluded corner, making sure no one noticed them, and quietly contacted the police squad. Meanwhile, on the other side, after entering the top floor, Su Liang was stunned by the opulence of this part of the estate. Everything within sight was decorated with extreme luxury and expense. Even the floor tiles were made of white jade stone. To tell the truth, although he had seen many lavish scenes before, he'd never encountered anything as extravagant as this situation. It was even more exaggerated than those shown in movies and TV dramas. If not seeing it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. No wonder the management below was so strict. Could anyone just casually come into such a place? Not to mention the general thieves. If they could take just one piece of that white jade tile, it would fetch a pretty penny. This must be the secret auction site mentioned by Zhou Yang and by Feifei. With that thought, he couldn't help but carefully glance around. Except for the corridor where he stood, all other rooms were enormous wooden doors. He had no idea what was happening inside. There's nothing interesting here, is there? Why do you insist on coming here? Cheng Xiaoyu looked confused, glancing left and right with exasperation. She thought there might be something fun here. Turns out there's nothing. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. He was also aware that the current situation might harbor immense danger. After all, his identity was fake and could be uncovered at any moment. When that happens, it would pose a great threat to Cheng Xiaoyu. She was genuine, and according to her character, she didn't like involving others in her affairs. If you really find it boring, you can go downstairs. I'll come find you after I've finished wandering around up here. Su Liang said indifferently, without showing any particular thoughts or intentions. However, Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head, clearly not planning to leave. That won't do. Since we came up together, we should go down together. Otherwise, I'd be so bored by myself. She obviously didn't understand the secrets hidden behind this matter, but at the same time, she felt that Su Liang was somewhat mysterious. Though she had no idea why he was here, Cheng Xiaoyu realized that everyone who entered the estate was either rich or noble. Su Liang's family status was well known, so the reason for his entry must have been something else. She was willing to help because she wanted to figure out what exactly he was up to. He was already secretive and sneaky on a normal day. Today, there was absolutely no way she was going to let him get away with it in such a place. You're sure you want to stay? Let me just warn you beforehand. I can't guarantee our safe departure once things happen. Are you prepared to face all kinds of threats and trouble? Su Yang said seriously. Part of it was true, and part of it was purely to scare her. What could you expect from a girl like Cheng Xiaoyu who understands nothing? As long as he managed to stay far from danger, he should be grateful, and he definitely didn't dare to hope for anything else. Moreover, it was unnecessary to drag her further into the whirlpool of danger, which would be too much. Chapter 121. Take a bold risk, achieve glory. Cheng Xiaoyu's face showed a determined look. I've said it, since we came together, we will leave together. Besides, this place is not somewhere just anyone can enter. Even if there's danger, how dangerous could it be? I don't believe that someone would threaten our safety. Su Yang chuckled helplessly. Thus, sometimes these girls are too naive, thinking what they see is the truth. Have they not considered at the root of it? Perhaps this deal itself is not reasonable? If one were to speculate based on this logic, then almost all the invited guests have already fallen for a big scam without realizing it. Of course, Su Liang would never do anything to deliberately offend people. His goals are only two. One is to uncover all possible illegal activities, and the other is to take advantage of the situation and gain some treasures. As for whether these people are arrested or how they are dealt with, that is up to the detective squad, and has nothing much to do with him. Thinking of this, he opened a door. Inside was indeed an auction venue, still in preparation. Subsequently, he walked forward and opened another door. Inside was also an auction venue. Just at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. I wondered where you mysteriously went off to today. Turns out you were here all along. Both Su Liang and Cheng Xiaoyu turned around simultaneously, only to discover that standing behind them was Zhang Yuxing, chairman of Qianxin Group. This. Cheng Xiaoyu's large eyes were filled with disbelief. Chairman Zhang. Seeing Su Liang warmly greeting him, she was so shocked she couldn't put it into words. Haha, Su Liang, I thought you had something important when you left the company today. Turns out you were just coming here to play. Chairman, why are you here? Weren't you supposed to be busy in meetings? Su Liang laughed as he joked. Although he didn't meet Zhang Yuxing during his visit to Qianxin Group earlier today, he didn't feel any dissatisfaction. After all, the man wasn't required to make an appearance. Why press the matter too hard? Yet he hadn't anticipated meeting Zhang Yuxing here. Then again, upon second thought, it all seemed reasonable enough. After all, Zhang Yuxing was the chairman of the real estate leading company of the entire city. If even he didn't qualify to attend such occasions, it'd probably be impossible to select 10 individuals across the entire urban area, busy with meetings during the day, just to free up time tonight for here. Zhang Yuxing grinned with his mouth open. Taking advantage of their friendly conversation, Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't resist trying to probe. You seem pretty familiar with the chairman of Qianxin Group. Do you know each other? That's correct. I'd say we're half intergenerational friends. Su Yang slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Having lived for several decades, Zhang Yuxing naturally observed the relationship between these two and remained silent with a smile. Involuntarily, Cheng Xiaoyu widened her eyes. Su Liang, you're incredible. You actually know the chairman of Qianxin Group, yet remain so low profile in school. Who would have guessed? Su Liang grinned. It's because you don't know that his son is also in our school, and you know him too. It's Zhang Chang. Oh my god. Cheng Xiaoyu secretly sighed within herself, never expecting hidden dragons and tigers in the school. By the way, Su Liang, could it be that you are also interested in antiques? Zhang Yuxing casually asked. I suppose so, but I'm very curious. Why are there so many doors, and all of them are auction venues? Can't one room hold the auction alone? Su Liang blinked his eyes, pointing at the large gates curiously, and asked. At this point, you're asking exactly the right person. The Xuanhuan Villa is the largest antique trading auction venue in the whole province, and they never cater to online customers. So it's extremely low-key. As for these doors, they correspond to different categories such as stone carvings, jade, paintings, antiques, porcelain, etc. All antiques and cultural relics brought to the Xuanhuan Villa for auction will be classified. Each door leads to a specific category. If you're interested in any particular type, just go inside, find a seat, and sit down. Auctions here never ask about the origins, nor inquire about destinations. Su Liang silently noted down the key information, constantly sorting through it in his mind. So, the providers of the antiques, calligraphy, and artifacts should not be just one person, right? That's definite. Zhang Yuxing blurted out. Who could have such a massive network? Perhaps even tomb raiders wouldn't be able to manage that. At this point, his expression slightly changed. Could it be? Su Liang nodded slightly. I suppose so, but if it weren't for someone's recommendation, how would I have possibly come here? Zhang Yuxing had heard a little from his son about Su Liang and the detective squad. Now that he was here, there was a high probability it was because the detective squad had their eyes on Xuanhuan Villa. You're quite something, to be already in this line of work at such a young age. Don't you fear being found out? Zhang Yuxing said with profound meaning. The rules here are quite strict. If someone catches you doing something malicious, not only your life will be in danger, but even those who came with you might be affected. He glanced subtly at Cheng Xiaoyu as he spoke, clearly knowing, without this girl's help, Su Liang likely wouldn't have made it to the 4th floor. This point, Chairman Zhang, you can rest assured. I didn't come alone. I'm just not sure where the others are now, but I believe they won't abandon me. Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his tone brimming with confidence. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxing didn't say anything more. Looking up, he asked, so which room do you want to check out? Let's start with jade. Isn't this stuff usually the most expensive? Even if we manage to get one good piece, we'll probably make a killing. Su Liang said suggestively. Zhang Yuxing burst into laughter. Young man, you've got big ambitions. Do you know jade is always in demand but hard to sell, only appreciated by those who truly value it, and the starting bid must reach hundreds of thousands. With what you've got, could you really afford that much money? Su Liang grinned and looked into Zhang Yuxing's pocket. What about Chairman Zhang's wager? That's worth 5 million, surely enough to cover my bets. And if I lose, I'd willingly return everything accordingly. It's just a matter of how much time Chairman Zhang will give me. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing's eyes widened involuntarily. He was deeply astonished. He never imagined this young fellow possessed such audacity and courage, daring to gamble with all his savings. Chapter 122, a sky-high price auction. Alright, I'm curious to see just how much of a surprise you're going to give me today, young man. Zhang Yuxing's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes filled with anticipation. Every time, Su Liang always managed to deliver completely different outcomes. He wondered if this time would also bring an unexpected harvest. But let me say this up front, if you fail, you'll have to compensate my funds doubled. After all, this is considered misappropriation of project funds. Su Liang was equally straightforward because he had full confidence in his judgment. There was absolutely no way he could go wrong on this matter. Subsequently, the two walked into the Jade-specific venue, with Cheng Xiaoyu following at his side. The three chose a relatively secluded corner to sit down. At the same time, a female server brought over the bidding number plates. Su Liang, isn't it a bit too risky to use project funds to buy antiques? Cheng Xiaoyu tentatively asked, her eyes brimming with concern. Although she didn't know the exact reason, it wasn't hard to tell from the previous conversation between Su Liang and Zhang Yusheng that they should be some form of partnership. To be honest, this surprised Cheng Xiaoyu somewhat. After all, people of their age, even if they were exceptionally talented, would at most only secure admission to prestigious universities. However, what she didn't expect was that after securing a direct placement, Su Liang had already started conducting business. While peers were still buried in books at school, he had already stepped into a new phase of life. Such a significant gap left even Cheng Xiaoyu astonished, to the point where her perception of him changed subtly. For those like you, who are born into privilege, it's probably difficult to understand that for ordinary people, gambling may be their only chance to realize their dreams and change their fates. Su Liang smirked slightly as his gaze revealed a sense of intrigue. Of course, only fools would think gambling happens only on card tables. Truly capable people gamble on other things. Like careers, like opportunities. If one loses, the consequences might far exceed anything faced at a poker table. It could cost one their entire life, or even their life itself. The reason Su Liang could be so confident, however, was partly due to having the backing of the strong prosperity group. As long as he didn't overstep, Zhang Yusheng would support him unconditionally. This alone already gave him more chances than others. Another source of his confidence came from his vastly different understanding and insights compared to these individuals, allowing him to clearly perceive future trends. He could also see through to the essence that many couldn't. Take the antiques in front of him now. Su Liang doubted that every single one of them could reveal their true value. There will always be flaws. And these pearls of the sea often require time to prove themselves. But what he possessed was the ability to transcend the constraints of time. Cheng Xiaoyu listened blankly, her eyes wide with astonishment. At this moment, the person sitting in front of her seemed no longer to be the simple classmate from school. Instead, a young talent poised to shine brilliantly on the auction or business stage appeared before her, glowing radiantly. It had nothing to do with background. It was entirely dependent on personal charisma. Fine, if you need any help, I can assist you. Cheng Xiaoyu quietly pulled out a bank card from her sleeve. It contains 1 million yuan. It's my coming-of-age gift, but it's not a gift to you, rather a temporary loan. Of course, the terms are the same as Chairman Zhang's. If we lose, you'll need to return double. Cheng Xiaoyu blinked playfully. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. Of course, he had complete confidence and certainty that everything was within his control. There was no panic, especially now that he had greater assurance. He was ready to calmly face whatever situations might arise next. With sufficient funds, it meant his operational space at the auction would be larger today. At this moment, the host also came forward, smiling kindly while greeting everyone present. Welcome, esteemed guests, to our Jade auction event. We'll have 15 exhibits today. Each exhibit has a different starting bid, and each piece's actual value remains uncertain. Nevertheless, according to the customary rules of our auction house, once purchased, there will be no refund for price or origin questions. You're buying for joy and making friendships along the way. Now let's move on to the first item. The Dragon Emperor Jade. Bathed in dazzling lights and accompanied by gentle music, an extraordinarily artistic jade carving was presented on the stage. Every line and texture was meticulously detailed, every engraving exquisitely crafted. It seemed as though nature itself had perfected this masterpiece. Especially the dragon-bodied beast jade emitted an air of mighty grandeur. It felt as if one could transcend time and space to feel the imperial majesty from hundreds of years ago. The moment this antique made its appearance, it immediately captured the attention of everyone present. Whispers filled the room. This is a great treasure. If you buy it, it will definitely bring glory. That's not certain. The price for this might be astronomical. It won't be easy to secure it through auction. Who would have thought that even the first piece of today is already making such a big splash? Looks like today's auction is going to be extremely fascinating. Apparently, most people at the scene were showing immense interest in this auction item. After all, both the craftsmanship and the quality of the material were top-notch. But the asking price was also rather steep, already starting at 1 million yuan. Instantly, many people around began raising their bidding plates. In no time, the price broke 3 million yuan. Zhang Yusheng couldn't help but slightly curl his lips upward upon seeing this scene. There was a mocking tone in his voice. Su Liang, seems like you may end up making a wasted trip today. What do you mean by that, Chairman Zhang? Su Liang blinked his eyes, confusion brimming in his gaze as he found this quite unexpected. As everyone knows, in every auction event, the first exhibit is just to set the stage. So according to previous procedures, this piece of ancient jade should be the cheapest and easiest to obtain treasure at today's auction. But judging by this trend, I don't think you'll be able to get it for under 6 million yuan. You might not even have enough loan money on you. Zhang Yusheng looked on with an air of anticipation for what would unfold next. A flicker of worry also passed through Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes. If even the cheapest item cannot be secured, today would indeed turn out to be a waste. She didn't particularly care about this herself, yet she secretly felt somewhat disappointed, for reasons unknown, perhaps Su Liang, or some other cause. Chapter 123. Is he also an expert in appraisal? Unexpectedly, Su Liang remained calm and responded with ease. Chairman, Do you think I bought the items from this auction to collect or to make money? Ho ho, Zhang Yuxing grinned. Wasn't this question a bit too obvious? You kid are definitely here for profit. If someone already possesses such refined interests, they must already be considered a successful businessman. Why would they need to visit pet markets every day? Isn't that right? No matter how good or popular the craftsmanship is, it's irrelevant to me. What I need is something that maximizes my profits. In other words, I should be able to buy the most valuable items at the lowest price. The rest has nothing to do with me. Even if it's great, there's no need for me to hold on to it. Oh, as these words were spoken, Zhang Yuxing's eyes revealed a look of surprise, even some unexpected reactions. It turns out Su Liang understands business quite clearly. Indeed, doing business is all about making a profit. Everyone might want something, but that doesn't mean there's necessarily a market for it. This principle is very simple. For example, selling study guides near school gates will definitely earn more than selling toys and games. Why? Because these small vendors know that students' purchasing power is limited, so what they can afford depends more on their parents. Toys and games may be popular among students, but obviously, parents won't like them as much. But if it's educational materials, parents are more willing to pay for them, even if the students themselves don't need them, just out of respect for their parents. Even if it's just to please family members, it's still worth it. Of course, if you sell study guides along with toys and games, it's going to be a surefire hit. Even if the price doubles, it could still become wildly popular around countless schools. So, do you think this jade isn't worth that much? Cheng Xiaoyu caught a hint of what was happening. Although she didn't understand much about antiques and jade, she wanted to see how Su Liang would operate today. Moreover, in Cheng Xiaoyu's eyes, this dragon-bodied beast-head jade was absolutely worth several million yuan. Looking through 5,000 years of history, dragon-bodied beast-head jade was extremely rare, with dragons traditionally being regarded as supreme, usually depicted only with dragon heads. Who would have expected it to feature a dragon body and a beast head this time? Naturally, it was unusual. The reason is simple. This thing likely dates back no more than 50 years. Su Liang smiled knowingly. What? At his words, both Zhang Yuxing and Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't help but show slight changes in expression, quickly looking around left and right as if afraid the staff would hear their conversation. You see, during the auction at the xuanhuan manor, the most important rule is knowing the ropes. Bidders don't ask about the authenticity of goods, buyers don't inquire about the value of items, and bystanders especially must not gossip about the prices of exhibits within the manor. These kinds of things depend on individual interpretation. If left unchecked, it might affect the situation at the xuanhuan manor and lead to intangible conflicts. After all, they're here to make money from customers and want everything done smoothly without unnecessary trouble. Brother, are you sure you're not lying? If there's any problem with this matter, then it's not just you who will be affected. It'll involve all of us. Zhang Yuxing frowned deeply and lowered his voice. In his wildest dreams, he hadn't imagined Su Liang would give such an unexpected answer. Cheng Xiaoyu also looked puzzled, filled with confusion. But I see the craftsmanship and material of this piece to be quite outstanding. It definitely doesn't seem like a fake. Besides, anyone capable of making such high-quality fakes must be a jade carving expert. If one truly deserves such a title, who would waste time making fakes? Clearly, neither believed Su Liang's judgment. After all, such a thing seemed too bizarre. If the first piece at this auction turned out to be fake, it implied there was a problem with the entire xuanhuan manor. Hehe, haven't you figured it out yet? A fake can fetch hundreds of millions of yuan. Do you think if you had the opportunity to make such huge profits, would you bother spending your life becoming some jade expert? Obviously, selling fakes is far more profitable. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing and Cheng Xiaoyu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Although it was hard to believe, what he said seemed to make some sense. A single fake could sell for hundreds of millions of yuan, but how many times would a jade expert have to authenticate pieces to earn that much? And how terrifying would the temptation be? In such a situation, who wouldn't want to make a huge profit? Even if it meant taking risks, what's the worst that could happen? Someone once said that if the profit can reach 100%, many people will ignore the rules. And if the profit can reach 200%, one might take a risk and try. But if the profit reaches 300% or more, one would dare anything. What is the profit margin on making just one fake piece of jade compared to this? For a moment, even Zhang Yuxing couldn't refute this argument, though he still had doubts in his heart. Then how did you tell that this thing was fake? One should note that anyone who gets into this auction venue is already considered somewhat knowledgeable about antiques. Yet not even they had raised any questions, but Su Liang had identified it as fake at just a glance. Such a skill is indeed remarkable. It could rival specialized antique appraisal experts. The reason is very simple. In the past, there was simply no technology advanced enough to create something so intricate. People back then, if they wanted to make something like this, would probably spend their entire lives on it. And even then, success wasn't guaranteed. So, who would dare place an emperor's symbol, the dragon, under a beast head? These words left the two speechless. Even if it's true as you say, that doesn't mean it's necessarily a fake. Perhaps it was created by some mysterious master. Cheng Xiaoyu curiously asked. She came from a liberal arts background and had a decent understanding of history. Hearing Su Liang discuss antiquities with such ease sparked her interest and annoyance. How could a science major boast historical knowledge right in front of her, a humanities student? If she told others about this, wouldn't it sound like a joke? Su Liang's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful glint in his eyes. Haven't you already answered your own question? Chapter 124. I'll be responsible for infiltration, and you take charge of the rendezvous. Ah. Cheng Xiaoyu looked completely bewildered, finding it utterly baffling. When had she given an answer? And what she had just said was clearly a question. Since this thing has never been recorded in any history book or any documentation, why assume it's genuine? All antique appraisal must be based on historical records and real history. A thing that's never appeared before, just because of its uncertainty, is said to be real. The current simulation technology is extremely advanced. Therefore, the value of such things depends on one's perspective. And true antique authentication always needs to be based on history. At least in all the history I know, no dynasty in Central Plains would ever dare behave so recklessly. This speech directly convinced the two people thoroughly. It made sense. While there was no way to prove that this item was definitely fake, neither could they prove it was real. In that case, it could only be called an artwork. To those who liked it, it might be worth money. To those who didn't, it wouldn't be valuable at all. Its market value would also vary depending on individuals. This uncertainty was something a businessman looking to invest would absolutely not get involved in, because the risk was too high. Only real gamblers might choose to bet everything on something like this. Businessmen are always engaged in strategic games. At this point, the auction for the first artifact was nearing its conclusion. The host raised the small wooden hammer and announced, "This item has been sold for 8 million yuan. Congratulations to bidder number 13. Xuanhuan watched the scene pensively, a faint smile curving his lips with a gaze full of inscrutable brilliance. Interesting. It seems you already knew that this piece couldn't possibly be won. Of course. Su Liang waved his hand casually, as if everything were under control. There's a saying, the hotter the target, the deadlier the outcome. Since so many people were flocking toward it, regardless of whatever price this art piece truly held, the final cost would certainly far exceed its basic value. To try and make a reasonable investment now was clearly not right. But the next ones may not go as smoothly as you imagined. The following items will only become increasingly expensive. Zhang Yuxing responded with a half smile, as though intentionally applying pressure. No problem. Anyway, there are several venues here. If we can't gain anything from this venue, we'll check out others. Chairman, you should understand more than me that rash decisions in business are always the worst choice. Yes, on that point, I fully agree. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Mountain Water Manor, Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei had already changed back into their own clothes and were lying low in a corner. The sky was gradually darkening. Occasionally, patrol personnel passed by them. They kept glancing at their watches, worry evident in their eyes. Since they did not have clear information about the auction hall inside the manor, they were entirely unclear whether Su Liang was safe. What a reckless move for this guy, going solo all the way up to the 4th floor. Didn't he fear mishaps? Worse yet, after reporting the situation to the Criminal Investigation Brigade, the captain didn't immediately dispatch forces. Currently, there was no evidence proving that criminal activities were occurring within the Mountain Water Manor. Therefore, even if the brigade went into action, they had no enforcement authority, nor could they enter without permission. Attendees today were either wealthy or influential. If this escalated, the consequences would be disastrous, and the situation potentially far more horrifying and exaggerated. Director, what do we do now? We either create a commotion inside the Mountain Water Manor, or wait for Su Liang to provide valid clues. Otherwise, even if our colleagues arrive, there won't be a chance for them to get in. Zhou Yang asked anxiously, never imagining the situation would develop this way. Bai Feifei's eyebrows were similarly furrowed. This mission was originally just reconnaissance. Even if it yielded nothing, that would have been acceptable since no extraordinary demands were expected. Snatching criminals wasn't expected success in one fell swoop. But this kid, Su Liang, was excessively impetuous. He had even reached the live auction site and completely lost contact with them. They didn't even know what was happening inside. After a brief silence, Bai Feifei seemed thoughtful. Perhaps we could do this. You stay outside and prepare for rendezvous, while I manage to forcefully enter the 4th floor and probe the situation. If anything unexpected happens, you must ensure Su Liang can retreat safely. And what about you? Zhou Yang was slightly startled, his eyes filled with surprise. As your instructor, I should naturally cover your retreat. After all, you can be considered my junior, and that kid can only be regarded as a special consultant of the criminal investigation team. No way. Zhou Yang firmly shook his head, his gaze revealing a serious expression. According to the information provided by the tomb raiders caught earlier, the mastermind behind the Mountain Water Manor was extremely capable and might even carry weapons and have a gang. If Bai Feifei went in alone, there would be no chance of survival once discovered. Instructor, let me go instead. After all, I'm a stranger now, and it's likely that no one inside will recognize me. Besides, if I encounter danger, I can run faster. Zhou Yang said with great seriousness. At critical moments, both demonstrated their awareness as police officers, unwilling to be cowards or to let their comrades face danger alone. Though you did execute a successful undercover mission last time, don't get too complacent. This is not your turn to take action. As Bai Feifei spoke, she began changing her clothes. Then, pretending nothing was amiss, she walked towards the center of the manor. Seeing this, Zhou Yang became secretly tense. If anything happened to Su Liang or Bai Feifei, he would feel guilty. Thinking about this, Zhou Yang wasted no time and called the Criminal Investigation Brigade again. Captain, bring your team over quickly. The instructor has already infiltrated the Mountain Water Manor alone. We have no idea what's going on. What? The captain on the other end of the phone widened his eyes upon hearing the news, his expression full of disbelief. Weren't you supposed to be observing from the perimeter? How did she end up going in alone? Hearing this, Zhou Yang helplessly chuckled. Captain, I wanted to stop her, but our special consultant has already gone solo into the auction site, and the instructor insisted on going too. I couldn't stop them. Chapter 125, My opening bid is 50. Zhou Yang forced himself to suppress the unease in his heart and continued speaking. I originally wanted to stop them. Unfortunately, the counselor's attitude was too resolute. There wasn't any room for me to refuse. Ouch. Kid, how could I forget by Fei Fei's stubborn nature when she gets determined? Once she gets that way, it's almost impossible for anyone to hold her back. The police captain spoke with a tone filled with headaches. A brief silence followed. He then said decisively, in that case, you must conduct long-term surveillance of the scene. If anything unusual happens, report it immediately. Simultaneously, I'll lead the detectives from the team along with the SWAT members over there right away. Remember, before we arrive, there should absolutely be no action taken on your part. If either of the two has an accident, I will hold you responsible. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang couldn't help but feel relieved. If only he had known earlier just how much importance the captain placed on everyone's safety, he could have said something sooner, saving all this wasted time. After ending the call, he turned his gaze toward the villa within the xuanhuan estate, his eyes brimming with concern. He hoped nothing would happen to the two of them. Otherwise, he truly didn't know how he would face the situation. This matter would have a tremendous impact on him for life. At this moment, at the auction site, Su Liang, completely unaware of the intense worry outside, was still carefully examining each treasure being displayed one by one. Since the first dragon-bodied beast jade, every artifact thereafter was extraordinary. If any of these were taken to any museum, they would undoubtedly be regarded as the main attraction. Who would have thought that the auction at the xuanhuan estate would carry such weight, leaving everyone utterly baffled and almost unable to believe? Of course, the prices of these artifacts were quite exorbitant, from several million initially to later reaching tens of millions just for the starting bid. Yet this did not in the slightest dampen the enthusiasm of all the guests present. This clearly demonstrated just how influential these people were, far beyond the reach of ordinary individuals. As they had already progressed to the 12th item, Su Liang remained unswayed. Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't help but ask out of curiosity next to him, why don't we change auction venues? It seems none of the items here are our target. Zhang Yuxing nodded in agreement beside her, silently sighing in his heart. Given Su Liang's limited funds in the current situation, it was indeed putting him through a tough spot. With merely 6 million yuan, even if he intended to secure the first item, it would be exceptionally challenging, let alone acquiring the final piece. Estimating, he might not even cover the opening price. We shouldn't waste our time. Before the auction ends, let's quickly shift. Otherwise, by the time other sessions reach this phase, we won't stand a chance. Zhang Yuxing whispered quietly. Of course, the organizers had considered their guests, so there was a certain gap between the timing of different session rooms. In other words, the 6 session rooms did not start simultaneously. This was why a party was hosted downstairs, to fill the downtime for those involved. No rush, since we're already here. We may as well stay. Let's see what kind of background the last piece has. Su Yang said calmly. His goal had only 2 parts. Firstly, uncovering evidence of illegal activities conducted by xuanhuan estate. Secondly, getting some benefits for himself. However, judging from the dozen or so artifacts sold earlier, though xuanhuan estate's source was indeed selective, there was currently no proof linking it to grave robbing or helping ruthless tomb raiding gangs launder their loot. Under these premises, he had to ensure he viewed the complete auction process to better determine what might come next. Just as the 3 of them were talking, an attendant nearby walked up with an empty tray. This act left everyone in the room feeling confused and somewhat lost, making them even more perplexed. Seeing this, the host chuckled slightly. I understand you're curious, but today's last item is special. Hence, we will be doing a blind auction. There will be no opening price. Anyone can place any bid without limits. Nevertheless, whether what is finally obtained meets your expectations, that remains uncertain. His underlying meaning was urging these wealthy figures to engage in a grand gamble. As for whether they win or lose depends on who has better luck. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at each other hesitantly, their eyes full of doubt. They had never experienced a blind auction before. How are we supposed to bid without seeing the item? Isn't this just throwing money into the unknown? That's right. If we end up buying junk for an astronomical price, wouldn't we be losing our shirts? Even though the xuanhuan estate has pulled off a pretty significant move, it still doesn't carry much significance. Some rather arrogant bosses stood up and left directly. They did not enjoy this guessing game. They preferred hard currency laid out plainly before them. As long as it was solid enough and had enough clout, that was all they needed to take it home. Zhang Yuxing waved his hand dismissively. Looks like there's no need to waste any more time here. Anything auctioned in such a format couldn't be of great value. Otherwise, there wouldn't be a need for pretentious mystery. However, just as he was about to stand up, he suddenly heard Su Liang say, My opening bid is 50. What? Not only were the surrounding guests stunned, but even the host looked a bit bewildered. Awkwardness etched across his face. Choosing anyone at random from the audience, they would certainly be millionaires with assets worth over 10 million yuan. Yet here was someone attempting to participate in an auction with merely 50 yuan. Did he think it was a roadside stall? Thankfully, the host's professionalism came through. After briefly adjusting his facial expression to appear composed, he remarked, This gentleman sure has a good sense of humor. Although our item has not been displayed, it is claimed to be an auction without a reserve price. But generally, the starting bid is 10,000 yuan. But Su Liang wasn't done yet. You said earlier there was no reserve price, and now you're claiming it must be 10,000 yuan. What does that mean? Are you taking advantage of your status to deceive customers? Sir, you've misunderstood. What I mean is that the vast majority of our guests typically use 10,000 yuan as the base unit for bidding. That doesn't represent me. I've got only 50 bucks, and if you refuse, then I'll consider it intentional deception by the Shanshui estate against consumers. Su Liang spoke confidently and forcefully, leaving everyone around completely baffled. Cheng Xiaoyu was even embarrassed and could only pretend not to know him. The host hadn't anticipated encountering such a tough nut today and reluctantly agreed. All right then, since this guest has bid 50 yuan, the starting price will be 50 yuan. Are there any other bidders? Chapter 126. One person acts. One person takes responsibility. Perhaps due to Su Liang's somewhat provocative behavior, many of the distinguished guests present couldn't help but show signs of displeasure on their faces. What kind of joke is this? Do you think this is where? A street stall? How dare someone come to an auction with just 50 bucks? Even casually taking out a piece of cloth would definitely be worth more than just that little amount of money. I'll bid 10,050. Someone raised their number plate high, their tone filled with sarcasm, clearly targeting Su Liang deliberately. Su Liang seemed unfazed and continued bidding calmly. 10,100. Whoa, this guy is purely here to cause trouble, actually only raising the price by 50 bucks on purpose? Initially, others were just watching for amusement, but seeing this situation, they joined in as well. Anyway, for them, the current amount of money was less valuable than a piece of leather belt. 10,000 yuan. What can you even do with that much money when going out? It would probably be gone after a few meals. In no time, people around began raising their number plates. The price instantly soared from 10,000 to 100,000. Apparently, everyone was intentionally trying to watch Su Liang's show. You don't just want to buy cheaply, right? We'll see if you can actually get it cheap today. Let's also see what price will make you back down. Seeing this situation, Cheng Xiaoyu felt inexplicably worried and couldn't help muttering softly. Mr. Zhang, chairman, please help Su Liang quickly. Why should I help him? Zhang Yusheng furrowed his brow, his gaze contemplative. Everyone now regards him as a troublemaker. If today's matter ends up well, there won't be much to say. But if Su Liang really angers any of these big shots, there might be trouble afterward. Although not all attendees at the auction were necessarily locals, since they have already entered that circle, meeting influential local figures is extremely easy. Once it's found out that Su Liang is an imposter, completely unrelated to the upper social circles, he won't be let off easily. Even the mysterious master behind the Shanshui manor might cause trouble over such matters. These kinds of incidents aren't unheard of, though Cheng Xiaoyu has never witnessed them herself. She still knows a bit about it. Some things are like not having eaten pork, but at least having seen pigs run. After hearing this, Zhang Yusheng's lips curled slightly upward, revealing an amused look in his eyes. Young lady, don't worry about this. Since Su Liang dares to stand on this stage, he must have confidence in handling everything. Moreover, this young man has the criminal investigation team supporting him in the background. Even if some rich people dare to act recklessly, they wouldn't dare oppose officialdom. Getting on the wrong side of the wealthy might just bring trouble, but offending those affiliated with the government could lead to unimaginable consequences. The auction organizers can easily find out information about anyone. After all, most of these rich people made their fortunes through less than honorable means. Once exposed, it would be very easy for them to end up in jail. At that point, even spending money might not solve the problem. Cheng Xiaoyu was full of doubts and felt utterly confused in her heart. They both appeared to be close friends. How could the chairman of Changxing Group just sit by idly during critical moments like this? No way, Cheng Xiaoyu secretly decided. Even if others didn't care, she couldn't ignore the situation either. Regardless of the reason, no matter what, this matter had to be resolved as soon as possible. Truly angering all the people present would result in unimaginable consequences and might invite even greater trouble. Thinking about this, she stood up and pulled Su Liang toward the exit. If staying isn't an option, then it's better to run away fast. That way, surely no one would come looking for trouble, right? However, Cheng Xiaoyu was too naive. Suddenly, two security guards appeared and blocked their path to the door. They said emotionlessly, "Neither of you may leave the showroom before the auction is over." Cheng Xiaoyu looked puzzled, finding it utterly unreasonable. We're giving up on the auction. Isn't that okay? Why must we wait until the auction is over to leave? It's because doing so might lead others to suspect that you're intentionally inflating prices. Su Liang smiled meaningfully. How do you know? Even though I've never been here, I roughly understand that if someone disrupts the order at the auction site, then they bear significant responsibility. Previously, he also worked part-time at auction sites. He heard that someone once disrupted the order on purpose, and they were later required to cover the costs of all auction items. As for refusing to pay, that's too easy for the auction party. They can always find a way to force payment. Under the auspices of some auction parties with complex backgrounds, every trick is used. There have even been cases where someone disappeared mysteriously one day without a trace. After hearing this, the two bodyguards nodded. Indeed, so please don't make things difficult for me. After all, those who came here were either rich or noble, and the bodyguards didn't want to create unnecessary problems. As long as the guests weren't too excessive, they would never dare to offend. Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu wanted to say something but held back, her face full of helplessness. It's not. How could there be such absurd rules? Relax, I know what you're worried about. Don't worry. Su Liang patted her hand to comfort her. Since I dared to come, I can handle any situation. Besides, if anything happens, it won't drag you into it. He had originally come to disrupt the event and was just grabbing some benefits for himself first. If a showdown was inevitable, he wasn't afraid of that either. What about Zhou Yang and Bai Feifei? The police team guys might be unreliable at times, but they wouldn't possibly abandon him, right? Seeing this, Cheng Xiaoyu felt she couldn't argue further. The other party had already made their stance clear, so she couldn't push too hard. Moreover, with two big, strong bodyguards standing by the door, even if she really wanted to leave, it would likely be difficult. Helplessly, the two of them could only return to their seats. By now, the price for the final mysterious auction item had already reached 600,000 yuan. Zhang Yuxing sat nearby, his face full of mockery. Mr. Su, the big boss, it seems that if you really want the last piece today, you'll have to pay quite a hefty price. Perhaps they'll bid it up to an unexpected amount. Upon hearing this, Su Liang reflected thoughtfully, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. The reason he was so interested in the final piece was because he remembered a news story from his subconscious. At that time, there was a rumor online claiming that a mysterious auction had taken place in the suburban area of the city, where an exorbitantly priced chicken bloodstone had been discovered. Surprisingly, that chicken bloodstone was sold for less than 200,000 yuan. After Su Liang entered the Jade exhibition hall and saw various items on display, he recalled that piece of news. These auction items matched exactly with what was mentioned in the rumor. Chapter 127. Was it really this easy to give up? This was the reason why Su Liang had not taken action earlier. If today's final mysterious collectible turned out to be a cinnabar stone, then even if it was sold for 5 million yuan, it would still be a guaranteed profitable deal for him. Because the price of that piece of cinnabar stone was worth at least 30 million yuan. No matter what, I've made up my mind to get this piece of cinnabar today. Su Liang declared resolutely, his eyes filled with confidence. He believed that no one could change his determination and thought that everything he would do next would lead to better results. Zhang Yuxing's eyes revealed a hint of confusion, and he felt bewildered in his heart. To be honest, since he had known Su Liang for such a long time, he always thought of him as someone who planned carefully and strategically. Absolutely not like some crazy gambler. But today, without seeing the last item at all, how could he suddenly display such powerful determination? What prompted him to make such a decision? Could it be that this guy has insider information? That's impossible. Although Zhang Yuxing occasionally visited the xuanhuan manor and also conversed with the upper-class individuals there, according to his understanding over the years, all versions of the collections at xuanhuan manor, including their own internal staff, completely didn't know the specific situation beforehand. This meant that only the moment when the red cloth covering the collection was removed would the host obtain specific information. It was enough to show how tight the confidentiality of xuanhuan manor was. Under such circumstances, Su Liang absolutely couldn't have obtained complete information through any channel, and even if he did receive some information, it might not be able to confirm its authenticity. In the past, there have been cases of such mysterious auctions, and they really relied on luck. Sometimes it might just be a joke deliberately played by the owner of xuanhuan manor. Although afterward he would return a large portion of the auction money to the relevant parties, he would also make friends through this way. Naturally, everyone liked this method, but the problem was that no one could determine the appearance of the last collection. Even if most of the auction money could be refunded, buying something you don't like would still feel meaningless. Despite all this, how could Su Liang display such determination under these conditions? It was truly strange. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but glance at Cheng Xiaoyu beside him. You and Su Liang are classmates. Yes, your son Zhang Chong also knows me. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded. I never expected my son's classmate to be such a beautiful girl. No wonder his academic performance is poor in school. Zhang Yuxing teased with an open mouth. Cheng Xiaoyu's delicate face turned slightly red. Chairman Zhang, you're wrong here. Your son doesn't like me. Instead, he likes another friend of mine. Is that so? Has he done anything inappropriate? When talking about these matters, Zhang Yuxing appeared very open-minded, unlike a parent and more like a close older brother. Shouldn't have. Zhang Chong's reputation at school is actually not bad. Although his grades aren't good, you can tell he's a decent person. Cheng Xiaoyu said seriously, which was also a way to repay Zhang Chong's invitation to play at the amusement park last time. That's good. This fool doesn't know any rules from young, and mustn't let the girl feel uncomfortable. We wouldn't want our family name to be ruined. Zhang Yuxing spoke, then suddenly realized he had deviated from the topic. By the way, I want to ask, did Su Liang meet anyone before coming? Or did he come with you? Not at all. Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head blankly. I just ran into him at the staircase entrance. Because he wanted to go upstairs, he came along with me. Zhang Yuxing looked thoughtful. This meant Su Liang probably came prepared. But if he even knew what this collectible was, there's no reason he wouldn't know that reaching the 4th floor required gold coins as passes. Everyone in the entire manor's VIP seats knew this. Chairman Zhang, will Su Liang really be fine today? I feel like this thing isn't quite reliable. Cheng Xiaoyu asked worriedly, her eyes full of concern. Zhang Yuxing smiled faintly. Don't worry, I'll back him up. If anything happens today, I will help him. Although he had spoken lightly earlier, if anything serious happened, Zhang Yuxing wouldn't just sit aside. After all, this was the future support for his son. For Zhang Chong to take over the prosperous group, Su Liang's help would still be needed. Cheng Xiaoyu nodded vaguely, as if understanding something. At this moment, the price of the mysterious item had already been bid up to 2 million yuan, and the guest who raised the paddle was looking at Su Liang with an air of showing off. It was as if he was saying, see, in a place like this, you need to learn to respect. And if you don't show respect, don't blame us for teaching you the rules. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. He really hadn't expected that the people here would be so protective of the owner of the xuanhuan manor. It seemed their daily relationship was indeed quite good. He slowly stood up, lowering his head slightly. Sorry everyone, I was rash just now. I didn't fully understand the rules of our auction. I was just trying it out. But since you've given me a lesson and made me aware of my mistake, let me express my sincerity by bidding 4 million yuan for this mysterious collectible. Oh my gosh. Everyone present was shocked, speechless, their eyes wide open, exchanging puzzled glances filled with confusion and surprise. What kind of guy is this kid? He was all arrogant just now. How could he choose to back down so quickly? Who knows? Maybe there's something else on his mind. Anyway, he's demonstrated his sincerity. Frankly speaking, this is the first time I've seen anyone bid 4 million yuan for a mysterious collectible. You're right. Let this kid learn the rules well. The Xuanhuan Manor isn't a place for him to act reckless. The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, but no one else raised their bid number. Apparently, in their eyes, Su Liang was obviously overpaying for the final collectible. Some people even stood up and said, "Kid, since you've learned the rules and paid the price, we'll give you a chance. But from now on, if you continue to act like you did before, we will give you even harsher lessons." In this place, money was always the most common thing because the net worth of most people had reached hundreds of millions or even billions. Chapter 128. Did he really find a bargain? If anyone from the Xuanhuan Manor were to be compared in terms of wealth, not only Su Liang, but even a local richest man would probably leave with bruises all over their heads. These people might outwardly appear to have a net worth of tens of millions, but that is just the tip of the iceberg. And some billionaires are extraordinarily low-key. Do you know if they're worth 1 billion or several billions? Just the so-called lesson isn't necessarily something predictable. As the auctioneer hammered down declaring the deal done, Su Liang stood up again, a smile spreading across his face. Thank you all for making this possible. However, rules mean absolutely nothing to someone like me who is new here. That's just your self-perception. What? Upon hearing this, everyone's faces drastically changed. Their gazes were filled with shock and anger. The damn kid tricked them. Hell, I should have continued bidding earlier. I knew he wasn't trustworthy. He actually played the hard luck act on us. This is not certain at all. Maybe it was a 7-injury punch. Hurting the enemy by 1,000, but hurting oneself by 1,500. Up until now, we don't even know what that thing is. Haha. I actually hope this little punk spent 4 million yuan on junk. It will definitely be entertaining. The scene will be magnificent. Almost everyone looked smug and couldn't wait to see Su Liang embarrass himself. Chang Ziyuz stood nearby, full of concern, and her mood was uneasy. If Su Liang really ended up losing face here today, even if he never came back to the Xuanhuan Manor, his name would likely resonate loudly throughout the entire high society. Everyone would know there was a reckless young man who dared to make trouble at the Xuanhuan Manor auction. Of course, everything would end with him leaving in disgrace. Could this really be the outcome? At the moment, everyone turned towards the auction podium where the mysterious product guarded by 4 bodyguards had been placed on the table. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate this gentleman for acquiring tonight's special jade artifact. It's this exquisitely crafted priceless chicken bloodstone. The moment the red cloth was unveiled, everyone widened their eyes, stunned and unbelieving. Under the dazzling lights, the chicken bloodstone emitted an eye-catching glow, its crimson red being strangely arresting, evoking an indescribable beauty. Goodness, today's mystery item is truly authentic treasure. I've seen these things at foreign auction houses before. They say it's worth at least 100 million yuan starting bid. What? No way, had I known this. Even if the price went up tenfold, I would still have bid. The hell? That brat actually got such a good deal. How come? The smiles vanished from everyone's faces, their sense of pride instantly transformed into anger. They were extremely dissatisfied. They originally thought they'd get a show, but instead found themselves as clowns. Just thinking about it made them feel humiliated. Zhang Yuqing sat beside them, too shocked to put his feelings into words. For others, perhaps Su Liang simply struck great luck, since no one would believe that from the start he knew the value of these items. But Zhang Yuqing had witnessed the whole process. He was very clear that Su Liang took no action whatsoever until the last piece was revealed. Only after the auctioneer introduced this particular item did Su Liang act decisively, contrary to his usual character. Originally assuming this guy was taking a huge risk, Zhang Yuqing could never have anticipated the dramatic change. The outcome was incredibly baffling and unbelievable. Because of this, Zhang Yuqing couldn't help but doubt whether this guy already knew the entire situation from beginning to end. But how could he have known about the information regarding the chicken bloodstone? It was miraculous, simply too miraculous. Suddenly Zhang Yuqing felt something very peculiar, as if this person had opened a celestial eye. Everything he did seemed incomprehensible to others, yet the results always turned out perfectly correct. If once could be attributed to coincidence, then the problem was that every single time it was like this. If it wasn't opening the celestial eye, then it could only mean that Su Liang's judgment was already far beyond normal people. Not to mention peers. Even those seasoned tycoons present, rich in experience and valuable wealth, might not match up. That meant as long as Su Liang was given time, he would surely surpass these people and achieve greatness in his own right. My God. Zhang Yuqing couldn't help but suck in a cold breath, and the way he looked at Su Liang had already changed at this moment. If this kind of person cannot become a teammate, then it is an extremely terrifying thing. Fortunately, according to his understanding over this period of time, he could confirm that Su Liang was not a treacherous person. Otherwise, all Zhang Yuqing could do would be to keep his distance. He himself definitely wouldn't be able to match up against him, and in the end, he wouldn't even know how he died. In such a situation, how could one judge whether these matters would be sufficiently helpful? Who knows if the situation might also escalate into something ridiculous and exaggerated by then. Su Liang glanced around meaningfully, a proud look showing on his face. Too bad. All you seniors, the jokes you wanted to see didn't happen, and I got such a good bargain. It's hard to say whether it's good luck or bad luck. So, sometimes people can't just look at the present. Eyes are easily deceived many times. How can you not understand such a simple truth, yet still come here for the auction? I really can't figure out where their wealth comes from. Naturally, who these words were directed at was self-evident. Everyone there listened with rising anger. Damn it. He was a somewhat well-known figure in the industry, coming to this xuanhuan manor. Who wouldn't give him some respect? But who would have thought that after playing with eagles all his life, he ended up getting pecked by a sparrow? Who could swallow this indignity? Boy, don't be too cocky. It's not just the first session. If you've got guts, let's continue to the next round, and we'll see if you can still act so arrogantly like before. A middle-aged man stood up, full of righteous fury, and spoke. Apparently, without letting off this resentment, he wouldn't rest until resolved. The others nodded in agreement. They hadn't encountered such a troublemaker at the xuanhuan manor in a long time. Chapter 129. If you want to be a good person, carry it all the way through. Although in the past there were also people who did not know their place and acted recklessly at the Mountain Water Villa, usually such people met with very sorry ends. Because they chose this place. If you compare wealth, every single person here is considered a local tycoon. Their family businesses are one stronger than the other. And if you compare abilities, none of them fall short either. Who among those who possess such immense wealth and can stabilize their positions would be foolish? If someone isn't as rich or capable, there's only one outcome: being subdued completely. So almost everyone who once entered the Mountain Water Villa with pride had to leave with humiliation, except for Su Liang. He alone, until now, could still walk with arrogance. This naturally ignited the competitive spirit among all present noble families. Some were even secretly inquiring, where's this guy from? How have we never seen him before? Who knows? Probably some rich heir from an influential family. Not possible. I've never seen any heir more arrogant than him. The key is that his skills are indeed impressive. Cut it out. In front of us. We could skin him alive. Seeing the increasingly hostile expressions of the surrounding crowd, Cheng Xiaoyu couldn't help but reveal a look of concern. She whispered, how about we leave first? After all, the photo session has ended already, and the security at the gate won't stop us anymore. It was related earlier to possibly artificially raising the bidding price. Now that they'd secured the collection piece, how could he still be accused of underhanded dealings? Su Liang's lips curved slightly upwards. His first objective had been achieved. Now, it was time to do the police station's favor. From the idle chatter among others just then, he also vaguely learned more about the cinnabar stone. Firstly, this artifact once appeared abroad. Since it was a foreign treasure, why did it end up mysteriously in China? And furthermore, why would it appear so cryptically at the auction in Mountain Water Villa? Secondly, if this cinnabar stone's origin was problematic, did that imply the Mountain Water Villa might be involved with tomb raiders? And who was orchestrating all of this? And who could put a stop to it? Don't worry, Su Liang said slowly. Then, he turned towards Zhang Yusheng. Chairman, can I ask you a small favor? Of course. It's getting late now. Can you send Cheng Xiaoyu home using your driver? Why should I go? Cheng Xiaoyu immediately countered. So late and you're not going back? Your family must be worried. Su Liang blinked his eyes and found a perfect excuse. No girl could casually stay out overnight, mostly due to safety concerns. So making such a request, it's something hard to refuse. However, unexpectedly, Cheng Xiaoyu's resolve was extremely firm. I won't go if you don't. Su Liang involuntarily chuckled speechlessly. Come on, it's not like we're on a date. Why are you sticking around me like this? He was fully aware that what followed would be a genuine bloodbath. As for what exactly might happen next, even he couldn't judge or guarantee her safety. If you use my gold coins, if anything happens to you here, our family would also bear responsibility. Cheng Xiaoyu seriously explained. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang realized. He quietly asked, could it be that the gold coin serves as a talisman? Zhang Yusheng nodded. Yes, as long as you have this gold coin, no one inside the Mountain Water Villa can threaten your personal safety. But of course, this treatment doesn't apply once you leave. That's precisely why Mountain Water Villa has remained operational till today. Because every VIP here maintains basic personal safety, regardless of any grudges. These need to be settled outside. No wonder. Su Liang suddenly understood. He thought those wealthy people earlier would definitely rise against him. But it turned out they had certain concerns. Since that was the case, fine, at least it wouldn't come down to street brawls. Otherwise, those rich people who took various fancy, but useless hobby classes really might beat him severely. Since you insist on staying, I've nothing more to say. But let me make one thing clear beforehand. If anything goes wrong later, don't blame me for not reminding you. Su Liang's gaze became exceptionally serious. Cheng Xiaoyu solemnly nodded her head. Simultaneously, she harbored a bit of curiosity, always feeling that Su Liang's purpose here wasn't simple. But why? Su Liang then looked directly at the host. Excuse me, when can I take possession of this cinnabar stone? Our Mountain Water Villa provides delivery services. However, if the esteemed guest feels uneasy about it, we could hand over this piece immediately. Of course, the prerequisite is that you have to pay first. May I please have your name? Pay. Why does that require my name? Su Liang's brow furrowed slightly as an unsettling feeling began to arise within him. After all, he was here under a false identity. If someone discovered the truth, they would definitely not let him off easily. Not only would he fail to obtain the cinnabar stone, but everything here might also be lost. Because each account in our system operates under real name registration, and there's no need for guests to use their cards either. Simply stating your name will allow us to proceed with the application process. The corresponding fees will automatically be deducted from the pre-registered bank account. The host calmly stated these facts. Su Liang frowned further. If he disclosed his name, they would find out he wasn't a true VIP, and the consequences would be disastrous. At this moment, inspiration struck him suddenly. Let's just fill in Chairman Zhang's information then. My funds are registered under his account. The host looked baffled, his eyes full of astonishment and confusion. Zhang Yuxing also had a face of speechlessness. Goodness, relying on him at critical moments like that? Alright then. But why not? Since he always took on the role of a good guy. If doing things for people, one should see it through till the end. So helping Su Liang again wouldn't hurt. Plus, Zhang was genuinely curious what kind of racket Su Liang was planning. Could he possibly turn the entire Mountain Water Villa upside down with nothing but his own skills? And if that were indeed the case, this young man must possess truly exceptional abilities far beyond anyone's expectations. Alright, I'll go make the arrangements. The host nodded and subsequently handed the cinnabar stone directly to Su Liang. Then, turning around to address the other VIPs. The choice of which exhibit hall to visit next can be decided by you folks. I'm just a visitor. But for this session, consider me the honored guest. You're the hosts. Show me what you're made of. To see whether or not you can knock me flat on my back. After all, right now, I've got a cinnabar stone worth hundreds of millions in my hands. Chapter 130. Could it be that you're thinking of giving up? Su Liang's words were no less than a public provocation, and in an instant, everyone was stirred with a competitive spirit. At least they all counted as respected figures. If they were to be defeated by this junior today, their faces would be utterly lost from then on. Fine. Kid, you've got guts. A plump man radiating wealth gritted his teeth, the jade ring on his finger catching attention immediately. Today we'll see if you, the rising tide, can knock all of us old waves down onto the sand. If you really make me admit defeat, just call me whenever you need help in the future. Oh, Su Liang arched an eyebrow, sizing up the other side to side, a trace of doubt flickering in his eyes. Although he could tell this fat man wasn't ordinary, he wasn't sure how big of a deal he truly was. Zhang Yuxing whispered beside him. This one is surnamed Luo, known as Big Luo. What does that mean? Is he a soccer player or something? Su Liang blinked, somewhat surprised. Not soccer. It's because there's no one in the entire province with the surname Luo who has more talent than me. The fat man pointed proudly at his nose, completely smug. It was evident that he was very confident. Zhang Yuxing added quietly. His real name is Luo Chengkai. He made his fortune mining before, a top-notch billionaire indeed. And his companies span automobiles, entertainment, electronics, and digital technology. Even compared with this person, Su Liang found himself slightly inferior. This was a true heavyweight. Su Liang suddenly remembered something. Could it be that the extremely famous Luo group within our province is his? Kid, I didn't expect you to know your stuff. That's right, I'm the chairman of Luo Group. So what? Scared already? If you kneel down now and admit your mistake 3 times loudly, I can represent all the VIPs present and let bygones be bygones. Luo Chengkai said this loftily, dripping with pride. After all, people like him have real capital. Su Liang smiled and realized this trip might have unexpected gains. He still remembered the promise Luo Chengkai made earlier. If he could truly make this man concede, his future in the province would surely run smoother, not to mention making money would become as easy as turning over one's hand. Alright, Mr. Luo, since we've met here, I definitely wouldn't want to ruin your fun. I'll play with you till you're satisfied. Su Liang declared decisively. Upon hearing this, everyone present gaped in astonishment. None had expected that such a young newcomer would actually dare to accept Luo Chenghai's challenge. After all, even among the VIPs inside this xuanhuan manor, not many would dare to step forward. Zhang Yuxing's expression darkened instantly. He lowered his voice and said, a wise man knows when to bend or stretch. Don't cause trouble at such a critical moment. Luo Chenghai isn't some average figure. Even if I were willing to help you, even sacrificing the whole Qiangxing group might not match his financial power. No need. Su Liang waved his hand. Director Zhang, thank you very much for lending me the money earlier, but since this is my own matter, I will handle it myself. From this point forward, neither you nor Cheng Xiaoyu will have anything to do with this. Fine. Luo Chenghai involuntarily gave him a thumbs up. To be honest, such a spirited youth hadn't been seen in a long time. Who would have thought they'd meet here at the xuanhuan manor today? This would make for a good competition. Moreover, Luo Chenghai had secretly resolved within his heart. Even if the other party lost, as long as they were willing to concede gracefully, he wouldn't cause any trouble. Such is the demeanor of the top tycoon in the province, who doesn't care about those little sums of money. This is all, just for a bit of amusement. Mr. Luo, why don't you choose? Su Liang pointed towards the several doors. Luo Chenghai waved his hand. Nah, you pick instead. Otherwise, others might say I'm bullying a younger generation. Alright, Su Liang didn't hesitate either and directly chose porcelain. Everyone immediately pushed the door open and entered just in time as the staff was preparing. The rules of the xuanhuan manor have always been customer-centric. Seeing so many people rush into the hall, the staff quickly accelerated their work, and within just a few minutes, the venue was all set up. They also invited a host from another event. Thank you all for coming. The porcelain of the evening will be revealed next. The quantity remains the same as usual, 15 pieces. The first piece of porcelain will be appearing shortly. As the host raised his hand high, female staff walked in carrying trays, and the auction began. Interestingly, the porcelain being auctioned in this room was largely exquisite masterpieces, with even the least valuable items being Qinghua porcelain or Tang Sankai. Furthermore, the quality of these items absolutely reached National Museum-worthy standards. The crowd began raising their paddles enthusiastically, yet Su Liang remained unmoved, quietly seated in his position. Cheng Xiaoyu and Zhang Yusheng, seeing this scene, both revealed expressions of tension, hoping only that this guy wouldn't cause trouble at such a critical moment. Otherwise, they would still be implicated in the mess. Could they really just sit by and do nothing? Even saying a word might make these aristocrats and xuanhuan manner people consider them enemies. Sigh. They had originally just wanted to come for some leisure and to broaden their horizons, but they never expected to end up with this kind of trouble. Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but inwardly sigh. He even felt a bit regretful. If they hadn't met Su Liang, perhaps none of this would have happened. But who knew? If Su Liang really failed, he'd probably still need to rush over, even if he were at home. By now, 5 items had already been auctioned off, yet Su Liang remained seated without raising his paddle once, which made Luo Chenghai somewhat irritated. Kid, why haven't you moved a muscle until now? Surely, you're not intimidated by the prices, are you? I didn't invite you here to watch a show. If by the time all the porcelain comes out, you haven't bid once, then I'll take it as your automatic concession. Otherwise, stop pretending there. The others also began to shoot him odd looks, filled with schadenfreude. Apparently, they all planned to see Su Liang act. Don't think that stubbornly holding on will get you through this. No one present was an easy opponent, and certainly not someone who could be easily tricked or fooled. Su Liang's lips curved into a faint smile. I'm not pretending at all. The issue is that what's currently being auctioned simply isn't worth its price. What? When everyone around heard this, they turned their heads in unison, eyes full of confusion, their expressions as if they'd just heard the most absurd joke in the world. Are you serious? Do you really think you're that lucky every time? The item being auctioned right now is the Northern Song Ru Kiln Celestial Blue Glazed Basin. It can absolutely be called an emperor-level piece of porcelain. The starting bid alone is already 50 million renminbi, and you actually say it's not worth the price? Chapter 131. A counterfeit item is also dared to be auctioned. There were quite a few porcelain enthusiasts present, and since everyone had a substantial background, they all had considerable expertise in antiques. The Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze wash being auctioned now would have a value of over 100 million yuan even if professional treasure appraisal experts came. With a starting bid price of 50 million yuan, it was absolutely a great bargain. Kid, you can eat indiscriminately, but words shouldn't be spoken carelessly. I've seen people who act arrogantly, but I've never seen anyone as ridiculous as you. Luo Chenghai squinted his eyes. I guess you don't even know what this thing is. How could you possibly know its value? It's laughable. Who doesn't recognize it? Isn't it the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glaze wash? If it were genuine, it could indeed rank among the top 10 of all porcelains, but the issue here is that it's fake. What makes you say it's worth this much? What? Everyone was stunned, and even the expression on the face of the host on stage became quite complex, with an extremely sharp and ferocious gaze. That look seemed to be saying, young man, you'd better have evidence. Otherwise, the more arrogant you are now, the more embarrassing it will be for you later when proven wrong. In my many years of life, I've never met someone who boasts and stubbornly persists like this. Luo Chenghai couldn't help but sneer and laugh. Now that so many people have heard what you said, if you can't provide a convincing explanation today, even if I don't pursue it, I doubt the owner of the Mountain Water Villa will let it go. After all, these auction items were provided by the Mountain Water Villa. To suggest that there is a counterfeit item means clearly questioning them. If this matter gets out, the reputation of the Mountain Water Villa will be ruined, and henceforth, they won't gain favor with these wealthy individuals. Facing the surrounding scrutinizing gazes, Su Liang maintained complete calmness, patted the wrinkles on his clothes, and spoke composedly. Is this item real or fake? I believe the owner of the Mountain Water Villa should know better than me. As for whether all of you believe it, that depends entirely on your own feelings. I can only say, this item has been counterfeited to a highly ingenious degree. Actually, prior to this, Su Liang hadn't noticed anything unusual, because he also believed that the items brought out for auction with these rich people would definitely be genuine. It was merely that there might be some differences in the pricing, nothing more. However, when the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed porcelain appeared, he immediately spotted the problem. In his previous life, Su Liang once saw a piece of news online about this porcelain. At that time, it was reported that someone had spent a fortune buying the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed porcelain from this city. The incident broke out because the mysterious collector took the item to a world exhibition. After a series of expert appraisals, it was decided that the item would not enter the exhibition. The mysterious collector became enraged and questioned the professionalism of the World Ceramics Exhibition. However, the result confirmed that the production year of the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed porcelain did not match its labeled year. This meant that while the item wasn't necessarily a fake, it definitely wasn't from the Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed porcelain. At that time, due to curiosity, Su Liang looked more closely and learned the reason. It turned out that a master used exquisite skills to create an imitation of the authentic porcelain 100 years after it was made. As for the genuine artifact, it was stored somewhere else. And the current Northern Song Ru Kiln Sky Blue Glazed porcelain could only be considered as an imitation made by someone else 1,000 years ago, though it still couldn't be completely ruled out as an antique. But naturally, it couldn't be compared with the real one. If any of you don't believe me, you can ask for an appraisal. This porcelain piece wouldn't appear until at least 100 years after the Northern Song dynasty. This is also why the majority of people couldn't identify it. Su Liang said indifferently. Upon hearing this, everyone in the room exchanged puzzled glances, their eyes filled with surprise and disbelief. Simultaneously, they all stepped forward to examine the item carefully. The host's expression also changed subtly, but according to the rules of the Mountain Water Villa, guest requests were always accommodated. Thus, under the condition of not touching the antique, one could make close observations. Soon enough, some people discovered the signs. It does seem to be true. I remember the Northern Song didn't have such glaze techniques, and it wasn't from an official kiln. That can't be possible. Although this technique may have minor discrepancies, the skill surely came from an official kiln. Private kilns can't produce such fine crafts. No, there's another possibility. This kiln originally belonged to an official one, but after abandonment, it was privately reused. People at the scene debated fervently, each sharing their respective opinions. Although they had different views on the details, there was a high level of consistency regarding the dating. This piece of porcelain absolutely does not belong to the Northern Song dynasty. Thus, it directly negates its name. Although it is also an antique, its value naturally falls into a different category. When Luo Chenghai heard these words, his eyes couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise, and Su Liang's expression underwent a subtle change. Pretty impressive. It seems you do have some skills after all. I underestimated you. Su Liang waved his hand, his face full of calmness. Mr. Luo, we are just exchanging views. However, now there is an issue laid in front of everyone. Mountain Water Villa actually used a counterfeit to pass off as genuine. How should such behavior be defined? For a moment, the atmosphere in the entire venue became somewhat delicate. Zhang Youqing's expression changed drastically. Good heavens. He had been worried that Su Liang might encounter problems with the other honored guests, but he never expected this kid to provoke Mountain Water Villa right away. If they dared to hold an auction, then they definitely had the strength to back it up. Moreover, if they dared to deceive people with forgeries, their background must be quite significant, and their audacity great indeed. Getting involved with them would lead to unimaginable consequences. The host quickly took control of the situation. Honored guests, please remain calm. There must have been an error in one of the processes. I will immediately verify this with the staff behind the scenes. Stop bullshitting. Don't think we can be easily deceived. Attending the auction held by the Mountain Water Villa for so long, who knows how many fake items you've used to fool us? That's right. Your boss must come out to explain this. If we don't get a satisfactory answer to today's matter, we won't let you off the hook. Make him appear. Do you really think you can treat us like suckers? If it weren't for this young man today, we'd probably have paid a sky-high price for this fake item again. The guests were agitated, and for them, even spending hundreds of millions on a collection item was no big deal. It was actually very easy to earn back that sum of money. But the wealthier one becomes, the more they cherish their dignity. In the current situation, this was tantamount to being treated like monkeys and played around with. Chapter 132, Can't Run Away? Something big is about to happen. As emotions began to spiral slightly out of control, the host's expression became increasingly complex. He whispered through his earpiece. Notify people immediately to take control on the 4th floor, and inform the boss that someone has come to our Shanshui manor to cause trouble. This detail was also precisely picked up by Zhang Youqing. He grabbed Su Liang and wanted to run away. The saying goes, even the strongest dragon dare not oppress the local snake. If they were caught in the Shanshui manor, the consequences would be extremely dire. There might even be a risk to their lives. Although this era is governed by law, encountering some ruthless characters, it's still possible for them to resort to other means. Luo Chenghai also seemed to have realized something, hurriedly said, You cannot leave. Soon we'll wait for the boss to appear and help us get justice. If you all go, who will speak about this matter? Zhang Youqing was anxious and urgently explained. Luo boss, let him go. Su Liang is still a child. Come find me if there's any issue. A flicker of surprise crossed Luo Chenghai's eyes. He also knew Zhang Youqing's name. After all, he was from the leading enterprise in the real estate industry. But he did not expect this guy to protect Su Liang so much. Chairman Zhang, could this kid be an illegitimate son? Today, he deliberately brought him to create chaos. Zhang Youqing smiled helplessly. If I really had such a son, I would probably laugh in my dreams. Luo boss, we'll explain the detailed situation to you later. Right now, we need to preserve ourselves. Luo Chenghai shook his head. His face was full of regret. Fearfully, it may already be too late for you. After finishing his sentence, he signaled with his eyes towards the distance. Everyone turned around. Unknown when, at the entrance of the venue, several bodyguards dressed in black suits had appeared. Their burly figures looked frightening just by sight alone. At the same time, several others headed toward the staircase entrance. Clearly, before this matter settles, no one was allowed to leave. If anyone really wanted to leave, there would be only one way, jumping out of the window. But this was the 4th floor. Unless one has an extraordinary physique, they would most likely land half dead. Zhang Youqing's face darkened rapidly as he inwardly cursed. It's over. It's over. This time things might really happen. Key point was they already couldn't escape. What should we do? Must we really encounter something bad today? Cheng Xiaoyu was incredibly nervous, worry flashing in her eyes. If such a thing were to occur, it would indeed be terrifying. Most importantly, there was no one here to shoulder responsibility. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, calmness evident on his face. Relax, I'm here. Don't keep being overly confident in situations like these. Moreover, they haven't come to support you yet. Zhang Youqing's forehead was filled with black lines. He understood what confidence Su Liang had. But the problem was, the criminal investigation team had no response till now, which already indicated that in their eyes, perhaps this matter was not taken seriously. If things continued according to the current development, relying solely on these few people, they would never handle the Shanshui manor. They had dozens, or even hundreds of security guards. Enough saliva spit by each of them could drown the 3 of them. Don't be so pessimistic. Sometimes you need enough confidence. Su Liang's lips curved upward faintly, revealing a bright spark in his gaze. Even Luo Chenghai beside him was dumbfounded upon seeing this scene. In his wildest dreams, he didn't expect an 18 or 19-year-old young man to possess such composure. It was truly inconceivable and hard to believe. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe someone could be this calm and composed. Meanwhile, outside the xuanhuan manor, Zhou Yang's eyes were full of anxiety since Bai Feifei went inside without any news afterward, and they still had no idea exactly what happened. Not only that, the criminal investigation unit remained silent with no change at all, which made him worried, uncertain whether it was an issue on the side of the criminal investigation unit or by Feifei herself. Just then, there was suddenly a flash of light from a distance, causing Zhou Yang to tremble inwardly. Could it be that they've been discovered? If so, the consequences would indeed be very serious. But then he quickly snapped back to reality. Wasn't this the signal used by the undercover officers from the criminal investigation unit? Could it be that colleagues from the criminal investigation unit have arrived? With this thought, he instantly took out a flashlight from his trouser pocket, flashed a few times in the same direction. Shortly thereafter, a few figures stealthily crept closer through the darkness. Leading the group was none other than the captain. Seeing this scene, Su Liang felt his previously suspended heart lower its tension halfway, anxiously said, "Captain, you finally arrived. If you didn't come, I wouldn't know what to do. Wait, are you just a few people?" He glanced back, but saw no one else, and his mood immediately tensed up again. The security measures at Xuanhuan Manor were extremely strict, with more than 100 security personnel alone. There was simply no way they could fight their way in with just a few people, nor could they possibly change the situation. If problems arose or the criminals were discovered, they would all likely end up there. Relax, the department has taken this operation very seriously. How could they not care? The captain grinned. The main force is still behind us. They're just concerned about being exposed or alarming the suspects, so they haven't approached yet, but they've already sealed off all the major traffic routes around, and they're gradually tightening the encirclement. His expression turned serious for a moment. If we don't find anything today, you, Bai Feifei, and Su Liang will all be in trouble. You'd better keep that in mind. Zhou Yang nodded. He had been worried about this mission before because the guests of Xuanhuan Manor were all either wealthy or powerful individuals. Acting without evidence could cause huge repercussions. But now things are different. Based on the inside information, it's clear that Xuanhuan Manor definitely has something shady going on. Since Su Liang went up to the 4th floor, there hasn't been any news at all. Doesn't this indicate something? If everything was normal inside, that guy would have returned by now. There's no way he'd still be missing at this point. And since Bai Feifei entered as well, and there's still no news, it's hard not to suspect something is wrong. Alright, if you're all prepared mentally, then I don't have much more to say. What's the current situation inside? The captain glanced into Xuanhuan Manor, but couldn't see anything. The target should be on the 4th floor, but getting there won't be easy. The instructor has already infiltrated the manor. Chapter 133, a female bodyguard? What's her background? Boy, didn't you contact her during this whole process? You just let the instructor fall into danger without doing anything. The squad leader's eyes were wide with anger, disbelief evident in his gaze. His fury was impossible to conceal. I thought about going myself, but the instructor refused. She also said my presence would make it easier for us to be exposed. Zhou Yang looked helpless. Of course, he was anxious, but there was nothing to be done. His current task was to maintain communication. Not only did he infiltrate the estate himself, but even the criminal investigation team couldn't arrange for any rendezvous personnel. If they delayed, the situation would become even more dangerous. Alright. The squad leader didn't want to investigate further. He waved off the matter, then took out his phone and sent a text message. Subsequently, he led a few colleagues to begin scouting the surrounding area. Once everything was confirmed to be safe, he returned to Zhou Yang's side. The action starts in 15 minutes. Remember, upon entering, find Bai Feifei and Su Liang immediately. Ensure their safety at all costs. If anything happens to them, none of us will be spared responsibility. Understood. Zhou Yang was already ready to go. Watching the squad leader stand guard by the wall corner, he quickly flipped over and sneaked into the estate. Meanwhile, 4th floor. At this moment, the situation grew increasingly urgent. The number of bodyguards facing Su Liang and the others increased significantly. There were more than 10 of them altogether. Given their limited combat skills, they were no match for these bodyguards. Mr. Zhang, Mr. Luo, Miss Cheng, this is none of your business. If you insist on interfering, don't blame the Shuaikan estate for not showing respect, the leading bodyguard captain said coldly, pressing forward step by step, clearly preparing to take action against Su Liang. I'm warning you, this is a rule of law society. If you dare to act rashly, don't blame us for being unfriendly. Zhang Yusheng tried to sound strong, but his hands were drenched in cold sweat. Cheng Xiaoyu was utterly panicked, never expecting to encounter such a situation today. Even Luo Chenghai frowned involuntarily. It was obvious that Su Liang's words had struck at the soft underbelly of the Shuaikan estate. The gang truly was using counterfeit goods. Under normal circumstances, he would have stood up for the Shuaikan estate. But today's actions were simply too much, absolutely intolerable. Not only did the Shuaikan estate fail to provide a reasonable explanation, but now they were resorting to forceful measures. Even if Su Liang had placed a bet beforehand, it was still a private matter between two individuals. I am Luo Chenghai. Try touching me, and I'll dismantle your entire Shuaikan estate. Luo Chenghai thundered confidently. Unexpectedly, the bodyguards paid no heed. With a contemptuous sniff, their expressions remained calm. Since the two of you don't know your place, we'll show you what the Shuaikan estate is capable of. Regardless of who you think you are, once you step inside here, your voice won't matter much. What? Luo Chenghai and Zhang Yusheng glanced at each other secretly, full of fear and disbelief. They hadn't realized how ruthless these people truly were. No wonder they felt chills down their spines. At this moment, suddenly a shadow darted past, and 2 nearby bodyguards were kicked to the ground. Then Bai Feifei appeared in front of Su Liang. Little brother, although you're very smart, you sure do have a knack for getting into trouble. You actually provoked the Xuanhuan estate so early on. Hee, and wasn't I doing it for your sakes? Otherwise, I'd have long been on my way. Su Liang grinned. Hearing this, Bai Feifei's heart stirred. Unable to resist, she turned around and asked, judging from your tone, it seems like you found some leads? Yes, I believe you must be curious why the Xuanhuan estate would sell fake items to their esteemed guests. And these fakes are quite exquisite in craftsmanship. Clearly, someone behind the scenes is guiding them. While the porcelain auctioned earlier may not be as valuable as the original, its rarity is certainly comparable to that of the genuine article. Perhaps it's even rarer. After all, gifts might have been part of an official kiln production run, but the fake is unique. Who could produce an enormous batch of counterfeits? Selling them would probably be impossible. Bai Feifei's eyebrows lifted at this revelation, surprise flickering across her eyes. Based on what you're saying, it seems like you've uncovered some promising clues. Exactly, I think there should be a massive profit-driven organization hiding behind the Xuanhuan estate. Otherwise, these guys wouldn't dare to trap wealthy individuals. Good. Looks like I didn't bring you along for nothing. Bai Feifei smirked. Sister, stop being so happy and think of a way to solve the trouble in front of us first. Su Liang remarked. A group of bodyguards? Back when I won the freestyle fighting championship, these people probably hadn't even entered the industry yet. What? This time it was Su Liang's turn to be surprised. He never expected that Bai Feifei, with such a delicate figure, would be the freestyle fighting champion. Could this be exaggerated? As he thought, all he saw was Bai Feifei flashing by, and then a whip kick directly swept toward the bodyguard facing her. Even though the opponent could see clearly, there was no time to dodge at all, and his face took a solid blow. Then the entire person fell to the ground. Wow, younger brother Su Liang, what's your background? How can you have such an impressive person around you? Luo Chenghai couldn't believe it. As someone rich like him, he would more or less have bodyguards, but he remembered his bodyguards were all retired Special Forces soldiers, and none of them could fight as well as the woman in front of him now. Could she be stronger than the Special Forces? Zhang Yuxing was also extremely surprised. He never expected the person sent by the Criminal Investigation Squad to protect Su Liang would be so skilled. Sister Bai, then I leave this to you. Su Liang remained calm and composed, and Bai Feifei was already engaged in battle with the surrounding bodyguards. At this moment, the host on the podium also realized the situation was wrong. If he stayed here now, he wouldn't be any help at all, and might even invite unnecessary trouble. The top priority right now is to destroy the evidence. As long as no one catches them red-handed, even if rumors about fake items in the Xuanhuan estate spread, there would be no concrete evidence. With this thought, he looked left and right, making sure no one noticed, and directly picked up the porcelain on the table to run away. Unfortunately, Su Liang had already sensed it and blocked the door ahead of time. Hey, buddy, where are you planning to run? This so-called porcelain has already been placed on the auction stage. How can it be taken off without anyone buying it? The host's eyes flashed with starlight. You little bastard, wait for me. Chapter 134, Deceiving Consumers? Punish according to the law. The host understood the situation at this moment and realized that staying here any longer would surely give others a chance to exploit his vulnerability. To his astonishment, Su Liang dared to block his way. I'll tell you one last time, scram now, or I won't be nice to you. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang smiled faintly, revealing a calm expression on his face. He had come for the Xuanhuan manor and wouldn't let such a rare opportunity slip by. You can leave if you want, but leave the counterfeit items behind, and I won't make things difficult for you. Nonsense. The host wasn't stupid. Didn't he understand himself clearly? The reason he wanted to escape was to take away the counterfeit items, so there wouldn't be any evidence left. If those fake artifacts fell into other people's hands, it would become an indelible stain for the Xuanhuan manor, making it almost impossible for them to continue their business. What puzzled him was why this man in front of him dared to confront the Xuanhuan manor. Did he not know the background of their big boss? To dare to fool those billionaires with top-tier fakes, it was already a masterful deception. Ordinary people knew better than to get involved in something like this, otherwise they'd pay a heavy price. Who are you, and what exactly do you want to accomplish? The host asked in a lowered tone, with an extremely serious expression. I'm just an ordinary person, no significant background. I simply can't stand how you manipulate things at the auction. It's purely treating those rich folks as monkeys to be played around with. Of course, Su Liang wasn't some saint. In his view, some situations were about each party willingly getting themselves into trouble. These wealthy individuals blindly believed in good intentions and thought someone genuinely cared enough to offer them all sorts of rare treasures at auctions. Instead of truly loving antiques, most probably only sought to purchase status symbols to boast to friends or guests when they came over. After all, if one really loved antiques, how could one easily be deceived without thorough knowledge? It seems your boss has done this more than once. I wonder how many fakes he sold to your esteemed VIPs. Su Liang said meaningfully. This made the host even angrier. Was he trying to expose their secrets? Do you think you're truly capable of pulling this off? Boy, whoever goes against our Xuanhuan manor will have a bad end. This time you've got yourself into deep trouble. Just wait, someone will come for you soon. As for trying to grab onto evidence, don't dream on. With that, he attempted to open the door and leave. However, he never expected that someone would suddenly barge in from outside, and shouted angrily, "Police!" No one moves. This declaration was like a thunderclap, leaving everyone present stunned. None of them expected the police to arrive at such a critical moment, accurately locking down the location. How is that possible? Even the bodyguards were caught off guard. Though well-trained, they couldn't possibly match up to the criminal investigation team. As more officers flooded in, they took control of the scene tightly, and the wealthy attendees began showing looks of confusion. No one anticipated the situation to escalate like this. Who called the police? What kind of leader dared issue such a command? Didn't they know what the xuanhuan manor represented? The final power structure was formidable, with extensive connections. A small favor exchange would bring unexpected benefits that mere patrolmen couldn't handle. Just then, Zhou Yang ran out from the crowd. Seeing Bai Feifei and Su Liang unharmed, he couldn't help but sigh inwardly with relief. These two were incredibly brave, daring to penetrate such dangerous territory alone, but fortunately, Bai Feifei arrived in time. Otherwise, Su Liang might have already been in trouble. Are you alright? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Of course we're fine, but this guy Zhou cannot be let off easily. Otherwise, all our efforts from last night will go to waste. Then, he leaned close to Zhou Yang's ear and whispered a few words, immediately causing a stern look on his face. At this moment, the captain of the criminal investigation team entered as well and received the report. The same surprised expression appeared on the captain's face. Unbelievable, such a crucial discovery. If they seized this opportunity, this would definitely lead to a breakthrough and ensure accountability to others. Good, the team captain decisively affirmed, excitement showing on his face. Starting now, all personnel from the xuanhuan manor must immediately return to assist us in an investigation. If anyone dares to resist, it will be considered opposition against us. You'd better understand the consequences of this. The host nearby, upon hearing these words, struggled fiercely, his face filled with anger. On what grounds are you arresting me? Do you even know who controls the shares behind the xuanhuan manor? And do you even realize how much trouble this behavior could bring you? The captain of the criminal investigation team instantly chuckled. Were these people brainwashed or something? Did they really think they were untouchable due to their money? In this place, no one had the right to defy the authority, especially the xuanhuan manor, assuming they had enough connections to disregard even the local criminal investigation team. Although it was true that social impact needed consideration, it didn't mean they would fear these guys. Trouble? Sorry, our criminal investigation team is never afraid of trouble. I'm also eager to see just how much trouble your xuanhuan manor can cause. Take them all away. With a wave of the captain's hand, his subordinates immediately took action. The guards who were previously full of bravado now hung their heads in defeat, no longer daring to act recklessly. The wealthy onlookers witnessing this scene exchanged glances, none expecting things to unfold like this. Bai Feifei stepped out from the crowd and calmly stated, "There's no need for panic. We've received intelligence suggesting the xuanhuan manor may be involved in illegal transactions. That's why we're here specifically. This won't affect any of your lives or harm your reputations." If these words had been spoken earlier, no one would have believed them, because these wealthy individuals had very close ties with the xuanhuan manor. There was frequent exchange between them, fostering a harmonious relationship. But today was different. After the auction, many began questioning the intentions of the xuanhuan manor. These people spoke eloquently but did despicable things in secret. Otherwise, how could they use counterfeit items? Chapter 135. I really want to be friends with you. For these wealthy people, they actually don't care whether the value of the items they purchase can justify the money they spend. Simply put, it's about buying happiness. But the problem lies in not being deceived by others. And most of the people here have absolute trust in xuanhuan manor, naturally believing that they would never engage in any fraudulent behavior. However, who could have expected that this group of bastards from xuanhuan manor were actually plotting something sinister behind the scenes? They either don't act, or when they do, it's a big move. Items like Northern Song Ru Kiln's sky blue glaze washes, if auctioned on the market, could fetch prices in the hundreds of millions, and are indeed exquisite works of art. One could say that they reach the pinnacle in both historical and artistic value. These wealthy individuals want to buy them purely because owning such things genuinely gives them a sense of satisfaction. But if it's fake, it's different. No matter how beautiful it looks, what can be done? A fake is still a fake. It cannot be turned into an authentic one. Officer, there's one thing I'm curious about. How did you know such a situation existed within xuanhuan manor? Luo Chenghai stepped out from the crowd, asking the question that was on everyone's mind. After all, xuanhuan manor's confidentiality measures were very strict. And people like them, these wealthy individuals, wouldn't just blabber to anyone. They couldn't possibly be like gossipy little bells. Moreover, even if such information got publicized, it would have no meaning and might even cause unnecessary trouble for themselves, perhaps earning disdain from many peers, including those at the same level. Wealthy people always have their little secrets. Who doesn't enjoy discretion? If everything became widely known and caused turmoil, it wouldn't be considered good for them personally. It could even make the situation worse. And someone who can't keep their mouth shut would naturally fail to gain the trust of others. Precisely because of this, many people present were very puzzled. How had the police squad managed to get their intel? How could they have shown up so perfectly timed, right in the middle of exposing the fraud at the manor? It would be impossible without an insider helping them. White Feifei slightly lifted the corner of her lips and glanced at Su Liang beside her inconspicuously. This is called doing bad deeds and having heaven watch. Sometimes you cannot overstep your conscience too much, otherwise, you will eventually be found out. There are no walls that cannot leak wind, and we hope that all of you who really love antiques will choose legal channels to make purchases. Perhaps what xuanhuan manor has been doing is far more exaggerated than you can imagine. Although some people didn't understand, Luo Chenghai caught on. He looked incredulously at Su Liang next to him. Could it be that this guy is actually a police officer? That's impossible. According to regulations, someone of Su Liang's age could not enter the police system. Therefore, if he really was working for the police, he must be outside the official framework. But the question remains, what kind of ability could earn the trust of the police? Furthermore, judging from the events earlier, this young man was undoubtedly highly capable, even causing Luo Changhai, who has seen countless storms, to feel secretly awestruck. If it weren't for him today, surely all of us rich people would have been fooled by Xuanhuan manner without even realizing it. This is interesting. Looks like this kid does have some sort of background. As the criminal investigation team packed up and left, some of the VIPs also planned to depart one after another, since this place had now become a hot potato. There was no point staying here. It might even bring unnecessary trouble. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Luo Changhai caught up with Su Liang and his two companions. Brother Su Liang. This time, I concede, I admit defeat willingly. Speak, what do you want me to do? I am willing to bet and lose gracefully. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. Mr. Luo, we only played till the point where our intentions were clear. You said yourself, it's all out of pure interest. The reason I agreed was to uncover Xuanhuan Manor's tricks and problems. Now, everything ends well. Neither were you deceived, nor did I fail in my mission. Why not celebrate this win-win situation? There was no need to dwell too much on it. Su Liang fully understood the principle of leaving room for future encounters. Since Luo Changhai was one of the top billionaires in the province, they might meet again in the future. At that time, if their friendship grew closer, it might even bring unexpected rewards, making it unnecessary to press too hard. Only immature children would engage in excessive bullying. This generosity once again caused Luo Changhai to look at Su Liang differently. How could a gold-scaled being remain in the pool forever? Once it encounters wind and clouds, it transforms into a dragon. The achievements of this young man before their eyes were boundless. For these wealthy individuals, they didn't just like collecting priceless antiques and treasures, they felt the same way about talent. Although antiques and treasures indeed have extremely high value, and may even be one of kind, these things are ultimately created by talented individuals. Therefore, talent is the most critical element. As long as there are enough talented people, future endeavors will become much easier. Little brother, I am genuinely wanting to be friends with you. You must give me a chance. A man's word is his bond, and if I break my promise today, how can I face other friends and colleagues in the future? Luo Changhai said firmly while repeatedly expressing his intentions and offering an olive branch. Su Liang was somewhat hesitant. He wasn't sure if he could trust what the other party said, and whether this person truly wanted to be his friend or intended to exploit him. This remained unclear. Zhang Yuxing saw this scene and immediately whispered a reminder. You absolutely cannot miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Boss Luo rarely takes the initiative to socialize with others. Moreover, someone of his caliber might have opportunities for cooperation with you in the future. As Zhang Yuxing spoke, the chairman seemed increasingly intrigued by Su Liang, murmuring, why does this kid seem so close to you? What's going on between the two of you? Luo Changhai narrowed his eyes, his gaze filled with seriousness. Since we've already reached this point, there's no need to keep hiding anything. Zhang Yuxing waved his hand. In fact, Su Liang and I also have a cooperative relationship. He currently has a project that our strong prosperity group is investing in. I didn't expect to run into him here today, but judging from the outcome, it's actually better than I imagined. Instantly realizing the situation, Luo Changhai burst into laughter. That's what I thought. You're not the type of person who casually consorts with others. Chapter 136. Luo Group throws out a cooperation request. No wonder they've gone through so much trouble to help Su Liang. It turns out they want to secure their own project. Luo Changhai continuously wagged his fingers, a smile of understanding spreading across his face. One reason, sure. But more importantly, this young man suits my taste, so I consider him a friend. Zhang Yuxing nodded in agreement. Luo Changhai turned his head and said with some displeasure, Younger brother, aren't you a bit unfair? You can cooperate with Chairman Zhang, but not with me. Su Liang blinked his eyes, showing a look of surprise. Not only him, but even Zhang Yuxing standing beside widened his eyes. These days when wanting to negotiate business, it's usually the Yifeng, selling side, begging the Jiafeng, buying side. Yet here was an unreservedly bold Jiafeng, like Luo Changhai chasing after cooperation with Yifeng. What does seizing an opportunity mean? What does heaven-sent luck mean? This kind of thing is something one doesn't even dare to dream about. Mr. Luo, what you're saying makes me sound like I don't know a good offer when I hear one. It's not that I don't want to cooperate with you, but we currently have limited manpower, and there's no way we could reach your scale. To my knowledge, companies able to cooperate with Luo Group are at least worth tens of millions, right? Our small operation doesn't even have a name yet. Su Liang grinned, but inside he had already started to secretly calculate. If Luo Changhai truly wanted to cooperate with him, by leaning on Prosperous Group and Luo Group as strong supports, he would surely be able to rapidly solidify his footing. But during this process, he'd inevitably encounter jealousy and harm from others. Just one small project from Prosperous Group had already caused someone like Director Su to endlessly entangle them. Now, with an added Luo Group, who could predict the situations that might arise? Still, Su Liang had already mentally prepared himself. As long as there was solid backing, opportunities for growth would follow. What exactly might happen in this process was unknown, however. Nevertheless, no matter what, staying calm amidst all these developments at present moment was crucial. A misstep could very well result in missing out on such an opportunity. What nonsense. If strong Prosperous Group doesn't care about your assets, neither will our Luo Group fall behind. Luo Changhai slapped his chest. Think it over carefully when you return. If there's a suitable project, come find me. There's no need to worry about capital. I'm willing to personally guarantee ample funding for you. But if you end up stabbing me in the back, don't expect any leniency. You'll then learn the true methods of this Luo Pang. Upon hearing this, the three burst into laughter. They exchanged a few pleasantries afterwards, noticing time wasn't early anymore. Luo Chung eventually turned to leave. Watching his receding figure, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but sigh. Su Liang, your fortunes really have reversed now. It's not quite like that, Mr. Zhang. After all, the pet-based project is still ongoing. Only after confirming that this project can profit smoothly would we count it as establishing a real estate. Su Liang said humbly, not letting joy easily cloud his judgment. Nah, don't tell me you're unaware of Luo Group's style of doing things. Their favorite method is throwing money around. No technology? Spend money hiring technical personnel. No equipment? Spend money buying it. Essentially, lacking anything, their first instinct is always to spend money. Money, for Luo Group, isn't even considered the most significant issue because of its scale and established profitable models. Most importantly, it's rumored that Luo Group actually has semi-state-owned enterprises supporting it behind the scenes, making this banner incredibly formidable, far stronger than any private enterprise or Fortune 500 company could ever claim. No matter what, even with colossal investments, I still believe one should take steps steadily. If one takes too big strides, it might lead to disaster. Su Yang said earnestly, though now my steps can move slightly faster. All right, just think it over anyway. Whether you agree or not, make sure to respond to General Manager Luo eventually. Don't waste their well-intentioned efforts. Zhang Yuxing sincerely patted his shoulder before also turning to leave. Su Liang quietly exhaled, noticing Cheng Xiaoyu was still by his side. Her expression towards him had evidently undergone massive change. After experiencing so many things, Cheng Xiaoyu realized for the first time that she actually didn't know Su Liang at all. Initially thinking of him merely as the outstanding student receiving recommendation from school, who knew that behind closed doors, he had accomplished all these incredible feats. First, helping the police gather information, then collaborating with strong Prosperous Group, and now even Luo Group is willing to throw an olive branch his way. Cheng Xiaoyu was fully aware that if she were to attempt achieving these feats on her own, it would be harder than ascending to the heavens. There were countless people outside who begged high and low just for a single opportunity. Yet, in front of Su Liang, these things seemed so effortless. It was hard to imagine how this guy managed to pull all of it off. And how exactly had he persuaded these big figures to make special exceptions for him? What's that look on your face about? Makes me feel like I'm some kind of monster. Su Liang chuckled meaningfully, a slight upward curve at the corner of his mouth. Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head. I'm just thinking that I should probably get to know you again. You're hiding something deep. If I hadn't run into you here today, I wouldn't have believed you're even more impressive than we imagined at 18. Su Liang helplessly shrugged. No choice. The family's circumstances are limited, so of course I need to figure things out early. Otherwise, I won't even have money for college tuition later. Upon hearing this, Cheng Xiaoyu's expression became even more complicated. What? Is that even human talk? What others mean by part-time work might merely be washing dishes for $3,000 a month. But you, kid, haven't even graduated from high school yet, and are already collaborating with provincial-level tycoons and have access to such huge amounts of capital. Don't you want to know how much you can earn in one summer? Probably enough to sponsor many students' education. All right, every word out of your mouth now is a lie. You're getting smoother and smoother. Cheng Xiaoyu shook her head. Seeing the time wasn't early, she exchanged a few casual words and quickly bid farewell. Watching Cheng Xiaoyu climb into a luxury car, Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. He believed that after today's events, he would definitely leave a deeper impression on the campus beauty queen. Sometimes, one needs to constantly improve oneself. Only by doing so can one increase their worth and competitiveness. Chapter 137. Made over $1 billion in one night. Exiting the Xuanhuan Manor, they just happened to see the detective squad still busy at work. The captain of the detectives and Zhou Yang approached, their faces filled with approving expressions. It seems that appointing you as a special advisor back then was indeed the right choice. This time, you truly provided us with an unprecedented opportunity. Earlier, we conducted a thorough search of the Xuanhuan Manor and found a large number of forgeries indeed. Now, it's confirmed that the Xuanhuan Manor is suspected of deceiving consumers and intentionally inflating item values. However, Xu Liang's face did not reveal any look of joy. Instead, he sighed slightly and said, with only these findings, it might be insufficient to uncover the criminal gang behind all this. Keep in mind, the reason they came to the Xuanhuan Manor this time was primarily to find out the hidden criminal gang behind the scenes, who were suspected of smuggling cultural relics and possibly engaging in even more profitable illegal businesses. But the problem was, the police had only obtained evidence of selling forgeries now. Although this too was an illegal act, it was much less serious than smuggling cultural relics, and if pursued, they could simply claim they sold fakes without being involved in trafficking antiquities. This was tantamount to covering up their true crimes with a minor offense. Upon hearing this, the captain of the detectives couldn't help but show a hint of surprise in his eyes, never expecting Xu Liang, despite his youth, to possess such insight. Truly extraordinary indeed. No wonder he could detect the vulnerabilities of the Xuanhuan Manor. A grave expression also appeared on his face. You're correct. Based on the clues and situations we have now, there's no way to confirm that our previous investigation was correct. But at least it's a step forward. Still, trying to seize this opportunity to catch the masterminds behind will likely be harder, but I believe we will succeed. To destroy the Xuanhuan Manor's operation can already be counted as a success. Xu Liang heard this and smirked. Captain, You're certainly optimistic. I also believe you'll definitely achieve your goal. Alright, tonight was tough. Once we report back to the department, we'll certainly reward you according to your merits. The captain said earnestly. That won't be necessary. I've already earned enough. The captain's gaze showed a flicker of confusion. Zhou Yang immediately told him about Xu Liang's auction of the bloodstone earlier. Upon hearing this, the latter burst into laughter. You, young man, are quite a sly one, and there's nothing we can do to arrest you. Alright, then I'll tell headquarters. We've saved some funds. Of course, once this thing turns into money, I may even treat all our team members to a meal. Xu Liang waved his hand, and then got onto the car returning to the city area. At the same time, about 100 kilometers away from Xuanhuan Manor, inside a mysterious mansion, a man wearing a bathrobe was reading by the luxurious poolside when a female secretary dressed in a suit quickly walked over. She whispered softly, "Boss, there's been an issue." Following which she murmured a few more sentences. The man's eyes flashed with astonishment. Did the police discover any other important intelligence? As far as we know currently, they've only found counterfeits within the Xuanhuan Manor. There's been no connection made to us or others. The man's solemn demeanor eased somewhat. Then his expression turned complicated. How interesting. Our confidentiality measures at Xuanhuan Manor have always been so strict. And after running for so long without issues, something goes wrong today. It's rumored to be caused by a young successor. The female secretary continued. Youngster. The man furrowed his brow slightly. The female secretary promptly explained the detailed situation. After listening to this, the man revealed a surprised look, even more unexpected. Have you investigated? Are you sure the person is really just a high school student? According to data, this young man named Xu Liang is indeed currently studying in high school. And in a few months, he'll be taking the college entrance exam. As for his personal background, I did some investigations and found nothing strange. It's hard to understand why the police would let someone like this be their informant. The man's lips curled slightly upward, his gaze turning cold. How fascinating. I originally thought some competitor was messing with us, but it turns out to be such a reckless guy. Alright, leave this matter to you to handle. Remember to make it completely stealthy, and at least ensure this kid pays the proper price. The female secretary nodded slightly. Boss, rest assured, we will try our best to make up for the losses. On the other side, Xu Liang returned home. Lu Hao was sitting on the couch in the living room watching TV. There were hamburgers, cola, and chicken wings on the table, and he was leading a very comfortable life. Nice going. I'm out here trying hard to make money, while you're enjoying yourself at home. This is literally taking advantage of me to the fullest. Xu Liang teased with a grin. What kind of talk is that? Didn't you tell us not to go? Lu Hao immediately stood up, his face full of anticipation as he asked. How did it go? Did you have any gains today? Was the place super luxurious? Xu Liang nodded, then took out the bloodstone from his bag. Upon seeing this, Lu Hao's eyes were filled with doubt, even more so feeling utterly perplexed. Big brother, what on earth is this thing? After spending so much time there, all you bought was a piece of stone. What value could this thing possibly have? It looks so dark and red. If thrown on the road, no one would bother to pick it up. Xu Liang directly flicked him on the forehead. So, people sometimes can't earn wealth beyond their cognition. To you, this thing looks just like an ordinary stone by the roadside, but to some, this could be worth hundreds of millions. How much? Lu Hao's eyes widened upon hearing this, disbelief filling his gaze, finding it utterly unbelievable, almost thinking he was hallucinating. Could a broken stone be worth hundreds of millions? That's too exaggerated. No mistake, over 1 billion. And I only spent 5 million yuan on this. It's called chicken bloodstone. As long as we find a buyer who likes it, we won't have to worry about money. Xu Liang smiled meaningfully. If this thing could be cashed out, then for a long time to come, whether it's for doing business or daily expenses, they wouldn't need to worry about money. Even if placed in the bank, the interest from 1 billion yuan alone would amount to several million yuan every year. For ordinary people, this means never having to worry about food for the rest of their lives. Chapter 138. Engineering a perfect accident. When Lu Hao heard the news, he almost dropped to his knees in excitement. Young people like him may brag often, but that's all talk. However, once actual numbers come into play, it's an entirely different matter. Hundreds of millions. Even if you worked honestly for 8 lifetimes, you'd probably never earn that much. And now, they were looking at achieving in one move what ordinary people could not reach in a lifetime, all thanks to a small piece of chicken bloodstone. Lu Hao couldn't help but reveal an admiring look in his eyes as he raised his thumb vigorously. Big brother, I really admire you. No wonder this time you insisted on going. I get it now. You're confident there's a chance to make big money, aren't you? Su Liang gave a toothy grin, his lips slightly curling up. Even though they were the best of brothers, some things didn't need to be said. Because even if explained, there wouldn't be any benefit. It might even bring some trouble. It's just luck. This time, I'm going to help the detective squad search for evidence related to the crimes at the Xuanhuan Manor and coincidentally get my hands on this treasure. What? Upon hearing these words, Lu Hao was stunned, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief, finding the situation increasingly inexplicable. Big brother, turns out you're causing trouble for Xuanhuan Manor. How does it sound like you're siding with them? A flicker of confusion passed through Su Liang's eyes. He hadn't heard much about Xuanhuan Manor himself, yet Lu Hao seemed oddly familiar with it. Lu Hao nodded rapidly, pacing back and forth anxiously like a rat on a hot stove, clearly worried and scared. Oh no, big brother. If I'd known today you were stirring trouble for them, I would have stopped you by any means necessary. They're not ones we can afford to anger. He had thought Su Liang was merely doing some business. Who knew he'd end up getting into such deep trouble, making his mood soar and plummet like a roller coaster. Su Liang's eyes reflected a pensive expression. As there wasn't much detailed information from his previous life regarding Xuanhuan Manor, most stories about it were hearsay anyway. It was an urban legend, a kind of story which, even if truly significant, should be beyond their level of knowledge as ordinary citizens. So spit it out. Can't you just tell me straight without beating around the bush? Big brother, haven't you heard? It's rumored that the boss of Xuanhuan Manor has a lot of influence. He dabbles in both legal and illegal activities and is definitely someone ruthless. This time, crossing paths with him won't end well for you. They'll attack us while hiding in the dark. By the time these guys come seeking revenge, we might not even have time to react. Lu Hao recounted the odd tales he'd read online. Concern etched all over his face. There's no exaggeration here. That boss is genuinely powerful. Su Liang thought for a moment, then broke into a gentle laugh. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so informed. You even know about this stuff? Hey, with fire burning all around, how can you, older brother, still be cracking jokes? We need to think about a solution. Lu Hao was in obvious distress. Even if they did earn 100 million, they might die before they could enjoy it. And then, the spoils would likely fall into the hands of Xuanhuan Manor, leaving them high and dry as scapegoats. Su Liang smirked and slapped Lu Hao's shoulder. Don't worry. This is a law-based society now. Do you think we're still in primitive or backward feudal times? Even if those guys have connections, so what? I don't rely on anyone. The nation and the police are our backing. Let him come if he dares. Let's see who survives. Lu Hao paused after hearing this and thought it made sense. His leader was a special consultant to the criminal investigation team. No one dared challenge the police. The charges could shift from suspected criminal behavior to counterterrorism within moments. Even if Xuanhuan Manor had considerable skills, they would never dare go against the entire country. All right, don't worry so much. Go wash up and sleep already. Tomorrow, there will be more important things to do. Su Liang slowly spoke, then went off to busy himself. Lu Hao immediately got up to wash as well. After they finished and lay down, neither realized that everything had been seen by someone else. Directly from across the building, a man quietly set down the telescope in his hand, his companion asking in a low voice. How about it? Should we move now? These two don't amount to much. They'd be as easy to kill as chickens. But the man in the black windbreaker shook his head. No, as it's still downtown and there are so many surveillance cameras around. If we act recklessly, we may easily attract attention. What should we do then? The companion frowned. If we don't get rid of these two, I might not be able to go back and give an account. And you know how the boss is. He definitely won't let this slide. The man in the windbreaker turned his head, a cunning smile curling up on his lips. Why are you in such a rush? Killing these two kids will be easy peasy. Within at most 2 days, it will all be done. All we need is to orchestrate a perfect accident. The next day, after Su Liang and Lu Hao woke up and saw everything at home was fine, their previously worried hearts calmed down somewhat. Lu Hao even felt he might have overthought things. After all, this was a law-based society. There shouldn't be anyone foolish enough to do something so bold. Wouldn't that just be asking for death? By the time they alarmed the police, there might not even be a chance to escape. It was indeed wise to rely on our leader. He dared to snatch meat right from the lion's mouth, something ordinary people couldn't do, truly admirable and worthy of admiration. After eating breakfast, Lu Hao became excited again. Big brother, when are we going to sell this piece of chicken bloodstone? I'm really concerned if it can be worth so much money. Su Liang grinned. Why are you in such a hurry? Moreover, this kind of treasure is hard to come by. It's always rare and priceless. There are plenty of people who'd be willing to buy it. But for something like this, we'll need help in coordinating. Otherwise, even if we take it out, no matter how real it is, others will probably assume it's fake. After all, how could two 18-year-old young men, looking utterly average, possibly own a treasure worth hundreds of millions? Upon reflection, Lu Hao felt this made sense. As long as the item remained in their hands, they could sell it anytime and make money anytime. These were trivialities, nothing to worry about. Understanding this point, he suddenly felt lighter. Continuing to hum happily while eating breakfast, the doorbell suddenly rang at that moment. Chapter 139, An Unexpected Calamity? Be careful. Su Liang got up to open the door, and he didn't expect that the person standing outside was Zhang Chong. As soon as he entered, he grinned. Great job, Brother Liang. I've already heard about how you dominated at the Scenery Mountain Villa last night. Amazing. Who would have thought you could move so freely in such a place, going in and out 7 times? Not only did you leave a group of rich people speechless, but you also caught the staff at Scenery Mountain Villa completely off guard. Su Liang waved his hand. What's with all the flattery this early morning? If someone didn't know better, they'd think you're here for something devious. Zhang Chong grinned. What are you talking about? After hearing my dad talk about it, I couldn't help but be impressed. The Scenery Mountain Villa has always been seen as a place where people lose themselves in pleasures. People like us don't have the privilege to go there, so we can only grind our teeth in hatred. Who would have thought you'd show up leading the police team and shut down the place directly? It's truly satisfying. Zhang Chong said meaningfully, with excitement and joy evident in his tone. Su Liang couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly, sensing there was more behind the words. Wait, what do you actually mean? Why am I not following your point? It seems like, from your perspective, the Scenery Mountain Villa deserved its downfall, right? Could it be you have some grudge against them? Or perhaps you owe them money? Su Liang narrowed his eyes, deeply pondering. The Scenery Mountain Villa, being open only to the wealthy, naturally doesn't give ordinary poor people any chance to interact with it. Since Cheng Xiaoyu could appear there, it's likely Zhang Chong also had a chance to visit. If both parties harbored resentment before, One would need to question Zhang Yoxing's intentions for watching on the sidelines last night. Zhang Chong shook his head, revealing a sigh on his face. To tell you the truth, although I haven't been there, I've heard rumors. They say the people there aren't exactly friendly characters, and their consumption levels are extremely high. It's a classic place for living life to the fullest in debauchery. If it weren't for the many rich people who come here, my dad probably wouldn't either. This is actually part of the little tricks used by Scenery Mountain Villa, targeting customers through refined, high-end services on one hand, while leveraging these customers' reputations to expand their own influence on the other. That's why they could brazenly sell counterfeit goods. Throughout the process, most people might never even consider it, thinking places like Scenery Mountain Villa, with their vast wealth, wouldn't possibly cheat people. But the reality is clear. The situation isn't optimistic at all. So in your opinion, they deserved it? Finally, Su Liang understood, a hint of sarcasm in his voice. Zhang Chong nodded. Exactly. Think about it. Such a big villa complex. Who knows what shady activities are going on behind the scenes? My dad said it. Their illegal actions probably extend far beyond just selling fakes. This might be the least serious offense they've committed. No wonder the chairman of Qiangxing Group possesses sharp insights. His discernment is indeed praiseworthy. After a brief silence, Su Liang patted his shoulder. Although we still haven't uncovered the owner behind Scenery Mountain Villa, I believe we will trace it down soon enough. Don't underestimate the power of the police. Of course, Zhang Chong nodded repeatedly, full of admiration in his gaze. If you don't trust official authorities, then who could you possibly trust? It's absurd to rely on so-called grassroots organizations and forces. Most such grassroots entities exist solely to swindle money. Of course, you can't generalize, but statistically speaking, it's likely. Fine, anyway, the outcome is acceptable. Su Liang grinned widely. After eating breakfast, the three of them walked arm in arm toward the door. To their surprise, they hadn't even made it downstairs when a flower pot suddenly fell from above, smashing right in front of them into countless pieces. The unexpected occurrence left them shaken, as the pot had almost grazed their noses. My lord, what's going on here? Just which bastard is blind? Not realizing flower pots need to be placed safely? To simply let something like this fall down without warning. What if it hit someone? Lu Hao pointed upstairs and swore profusely. Zhang Chong echoed his indignation, both clearly annoyed. Su Liang silently looked at the remnants of the flower pot. From its condition, it wasn't meant to be kept on a balcony. It had obviously been inside the house. After all, if it had been exposed to wind and sunlight, there would definitely be some discoloration, changes, and oxidation. However, there were no such signs on the fragments of this flower pot, indicating that it was only temporarily placed on the balcony. And how could it fall so conveniently without wind or rain? It just dropped right in front of them. There aren't so many coincidences in this world. If there really are, it could only mean someone is up to something behind the scenes. Perhaps they have ulterior motives, or worse, sinister schemes. Could it be that Scenery Mountain Villa has come to take revenge? Su Liang carefully glanced upwards and around, but he didn't spot any suspicious people. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. Yet, his gaze now carried an extra layer of vigilance. If Scenery Mountain Villa truly intended to harm him, he must prepare accordingly. Otherwise, serious trouble and danger might ensue. Alright, let's go. We can check out the pet base. Su Liang waved his hand, already making calculations in his mind. If indeed someone followed him to the pet base, it would be easy to tell. Because the area around the pet base was entirely rural, even a casual stranger would spark gossip among the villagers. Anyone sent by anyone would not last long past the village entrance elder. Who knows what rumors would circulate about them? Arriving at the pet base, Su Liang found that a construction team had already begun their work. Workers were orderly doing their respective tasks, presenting a well-organized development process for the pet base. All three of them showed expressions of joy. Regardless, this project was currently their top priority. Only by completing the pet base project would they have another chance to secure further investments from Qiangxing Group. Otherwise, those shareholders within the company wouldn't rest until they caused more trouble. Chapter 140. Weasel paying a New Year visit to chickens. Brother Liang, without the obstruction of Mr. Su this time, things will be much easier. I feel it'll take at most a week. The overall framework can be built. Then we'll have to find an interior decoration company to help us decorate. Zhang Chong had already begun planning for the future. Though it was a pet base, it mainly faced customer groups with a relatively better quality of life. So in terms of hardware, they had to be somewhat particular. It couldn't resemble a ramshackle cattle shed, right? Otherwise, those pet owners might think they were intentionally selling dogs and cats. It's fine, you can completely handle this matter. Anyway, there's nothing going on recently. Su Liang grinned. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong became slightly unhappy. What? How does it sound like I'm not focusing on my business? Always behaving irresponsibly. Isn't that the case? Lu Hao also teased from the side. You live quite a comfortable and leisurely life, much better than many peers your age, yet you don't know how fortunate you are? People like you who are born into rich families should be more trained, so as not to get deceived by others in the future. Hey, you smelly guy, how come you're talking like my dad now? Zhang Chong frowned, an expression of displeasure appearing on his face. Lu Hao winked mischievously. That's natural. Am I not like your old father? Hey, go away. You little rascal. Looks like if I don't discipline you, you're gonna get too cocky. The three of them immediately started wrestling around. At this moment, suddenly two cars drove in from the gate. They stood up immediately, their eyes reflecting a look of bewilderment. Who is it? Our store hasn't even opened yet, but we've got visitors. Probably not just anyone. Probably here to cause trouble. Zhang Chong's expression became serious as he recognized these two cars. They belonged to Mr. Su from the company. Sure enough, when they saw Mr. Su get out of the car, Lu Hao rolled his eyes almost to the sky, muttering, "How dare this guy show his face at our pet base? Never seen anyone so shameless." However, Su Liang wasn't overly surprised. After all, people are able to bend and stretch. The fact that Mr. Su could be a shareholder and project manager of Strong Prosperity Group indicated his own abilities. If one only cared about face, there's no way one could earn this much money, nor would it be possible to figure out ways to inherit the entire Strong Prosperity Group. Clearly, pride means nothing but hindrance for businessmen like him. Having it offers no benefit, and lacking it provides freedom instead. Then Mr. Su, accompanied by his assistant, strolled over casually, holding a leather bag in his hand, exuding the demeanor of a major boss. He ostentatiously glanced around once, then slowly asked, "Mr. Su, are you satisfied with the design plan we provided? During the construction phase, is there anything we can help with? Our Strong Prosperity Group specializes in this area. As long as you have any ideas, we can assist anytime." Su Liang smiled stiffly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This cunning little devil was obviously not here with good intentions. How could he not be on guard? First, see what tricks this fellow has up his sleeve. There's a chance he might even end up gaining an advantage, and give Mr. Su a taste of his lesson. Subsequently, Su Liang walked up. "Didn't expect Mr. Su's distinguished presence. Sorry for not welcoming you properly. What troubles could we possibly encounter here? Aren't we just leveling the foundation now? It's impossible for the workers to create any trouble, right?" Clutching his teeth, Mr. Su forced a grin, cursing Su Liang to high heavens inside his heart. "You brat, pretending to be a big shot in front of me? Do you even know who you are? Do you really think you can make a name for yourself in society at such a young age? Who knows? Who knows what's buried underground? If we dig up 2 coffins, wouldn't that be bad luck? Even if we don't dig up any coffins, bursting a water pipe or severing electrical cables would still be troublesome." Mr. Su sarcastically remarked, looking as if he's watching a drama unfold. In essence, he was reminding them to be cautious. Open attacks are easy to avoid, hidden arrows hard to guard against. Don't assume everything will be smooth sailing after getting the design blueprints. Throughout the construction process of the pet base, there would be many challenges to deal with. At some point, something unexpected may happen. Su Liang nodded, deliberately feigning ignorance beside him. "We thank Mr. Su for his kind words, but we haven't encountered any problems yet. After all, as long as we don't encounter fools, there shouldn't possibly be any trouble." Mr. Su was stunned, feeling angry right away, not expecting that someone would dare to cause trouble in front of him. "Fine, kid, last time you got an advantage over me at the Strong Prosperity Group, but this time it might not be the case. After all, accidents can easily happen during the entire renovation process." Just as Mr. Su prepared to quietly take out his phone and notify his underlings to come and act, he suddenly saw a Maybach slowly driving in from not far away. This scene revealed a hint of surprise in his eyes, because he had already recognized that this Maybach was the latest model currently available on the market, with the basic version already costing 4 million yuan. And it was very clear that the Maybach that appeared now should be the high-end configuration. According to the latest market situation, its value could reach at least 8 million yuan. My goodness. In the whole city, the number of Maybachs of this level is probably countable on one hand, and they actually appeared here in the outskirts. Mr. Su couldn't help but hesitate slightly, a touch of bewilderment showing in his eyes. Who's this person? Su Liang also felt a bit puzzled. Why was it so lively today at the pet base? One after another arrived. When the Maybach stopped inside the pet base, the man who got off directly made Mr. Su's eyes widen. He never imagined in his wildest dreams that it would be Shanghai Luo, the boss of the super-rich Luo family group across the entire province. "Oh, it's just this place, looks nothing special." Shanghai Luo swung and walked out. The assistant immediately opened the umbrella for him beside his side. That air of dignity seemed innate, absolutely incomparable to ordinary people. Mr. Su was even more directly frozen on the spot. The call he had dialed hard hung up. The shock in his heart was indescribable. It's not that. He never dreamed in his wildest dreams that the famous boss of the Luo family group would run to such a place. Could it be that Su Liang knows Shanghai Luo? If this were true, then the situation would undergo a complete transformation. It must be handled with great care. Chapter 141. Want to take advantage without putting in the effort? Dream on. If it were at the Strong Prosperity Group, the person General Su should be most wary of would only be Zhang Yuxing. After all, he is the chairman of the entire Strong Prosperity Group. The fear stems not only from him being Su's direct superior, but also because Zhang Yuxing still holds the power of appointment and dismissal. In other words, if Zhang really catches him in a compromising situation, General Su might very likely be driven out of the company, making his efforts completely wasted. But this only applies to personal effort. As for Luo Shanghai, things are different with this guy as he holds an extraordinary status in the business world across the whole province. It's no exaggeration to say that even a street beggar, upon one word from Luo Shanghai, could instantly rise to prominence, even become a hot commodity among countless enterprises. Monthly salary would be at least over 100,000 yuan. And regardless of how capable a person might be, if they offend Luo Shanghai, they'll be facing an industry-wide blacklist. Talent or not, this world never lacks people, nor talent. Moreover, what kind of talent can directly bring billions of impact to an entire industry? These thoughts made General Su's eyes light up immediately. This was surely his chance to turn things around. As long as he can hitch onto Luo Shanghai's support, would he still have to fear Zhang Yuxing? Maybe soon, even the Strong Prosperity Group will be bowing at his feet. With that thought, General Su hurriedly greeted forward like a lapdog, his face full of flattery and sincerity. Isn't this the famous Mr. Luo? What brings you here? Unaware of your prestigious arrival, I failed to welcome you properly. My apologies. Luo Qinghai frowned, sizing him up and down ungraciously. Who are you? What are you doing standing here? Does the pet base have anything to do with you? Su's smile froze on his face as he gritted out through stiff lips. Mr. Luo, I am responsible for the architectural design of the pet base. You may call me Xiao Su. Hearing this, Luo Qinghai nodded, seemingly understanding. Oh, so you're just an employee. All right, go stand aside. I'm looking for your boss. What? Su went dumbfounded right then and there. Looking for our boss? Could it be for Zhang Yuxing? That doesn't make sense either. Why come to the pet base? Before he could react, Luo Qinghai walked straight towards Su Liang with an entirely different attitude, breaking into a bright smile. Little brother Su, this place was really hard to find. I drove around in circles for quite some time. Su Liang smiled faintly. Mr. Luo, what brings you here? Watching the two chatting familiarly, Su doubted his own life choices. The astonishment on his face was beyond any verbal description. His heart was now flooded by waves of chaos. Are you kidding? Could it be that this guy Su Liang actually knows Luo Qinghai? Impossible. The man ranks among the top tycoons in the whole province. Su Liang is merely a pauper. If not for the investment from the Strong Prosperity Group, he'd never have been able to open a pet base based solely on his skills. While Su was dazed, Luo Qinghai had already started walking around with Su Liang. He was about to approach them when he was stopped by Luo's assistant. Excuse me, sir. Our boss is talking with Boss Su. If you have anything to say, please wait a moment, okay? What the hell? Su found himself unable to utter a word out of anger. He who counted as a shareholder in the Strong Prosperity Group was seen as inferior to this guy Su Liang in Luo Qinghai's eyes. Seeing the firmness of the other's stance, Su dared not act rashly. After all, it was Luo's assistant. Offending him might result in losing any future chances to ingratiate himself. At this point, he moved closer to Lu Hao and Zhang Chong, tentatively asking, what exactly is going on? Why does Su Liang know Mr. Luo? And it seems like they're pretty close. Zhang Chong looked on smugly, seizing the opportunity to mock. Well, obviously. Do you think why my dad chose to cooperate with Su Liang? Surely not because he's just an ordinary high school student. Yeah. Lu Hao added further ridicule. My boss is really skilled. Don't assume he only knows people from the Strong Prosperity Group. There are many powerful tycoons outside who know him. The mockery was clear. Su's expression turned rather grim. He hadn't dreamt of meeting such strong opposition, and he began pondering quietly. If Su Liang truly knows Luo Qinghai well, under Luo's group's help, starting up the pet base will be almost effortless. Without exaggeration, with one word from Luo Qinghai, half the pet market would likely fall into Su Liang's hands. Afterward, the pet base's business would skyrocket. The crucial point is that this is a project invested in by the Prosperous Group. Once it gets going and generates substantial profits, it will undoubtedly cause quite a stir at the shareholders' meeting. At that point, his plan to seize the rights of the chairman's succession would be nothing more than wishful thinking. No, Su Liang absolutely cannot succeed so effortlessly. Moreover, Zhang Chong definitely cannot cut off his source of wealth. Mr. Su forcefully suppressed his dissatisfaction and managed to force a smile. Zhang Chong, look at how long we've known each other. I've watched you grow up. Can't you help me grease the wheels with Mr. Luo's connection? Besides, if in the future the Prosperous Group cooperates with Mr. Luo's group, it would benefit your family as well. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong let out a cold snort. Could he not see through the petty tricks in the other party's mind? If the relationship was truly built, Mr. Su would likely kick him and his father aside immediately. With Mr. Luo's powerful backing, Mr. Su would have his head held high in the sky. Zhang Chong then shook his head like a tambourine. Mr. Su, it's not that I don't want to help you, but really there's nothing I can do about this matter. As you can see, Mr. Luo only gives face to Brother Liang. What are we compared to him? We're just small fries. How could we possibly have the right to speak in front of him? Upon hearing this, Mr. Su instantly widened his eyes. Wow. It seemed like Su Liang had an extraordinary relationship with Mr. Luo Qinghai. Could it be that he himself would be trampled beneath this guy's feet? Just thinking about it filled him with regret. No, absolutely cannot allow someone to snatch the position of chairman of the Prosperous Group from his grasp. He immediately lowered his posture. Zhang Chong, even though my dad and I do have some differences at work, this is all normal. Carefully consider this. If Su Liang can genuinely help establish connections for the Strong Prosperity Group, wouldn't expanding our business operations be effortless afterward? Don't you hope to see your father earn more money? To accumulate more assets for you? In his heart, Zhang Chong gave a cold laugh, speaking bluntly without any courtesy. In short, if you want to meddle in legal affairs, go find them yourself. Chapter 142. It's easier to play with you than a dog. Mr. Su was unable to utter a single word against the rebuttal, his heart filled with rage, never imagining that Zhang Chong would be so hard to deceive. Yet no matter how angry he was, he had to endure it, for this matter directly affected his future chance of becoming the chairman of the Prosperous Group. If Luo Qinghai really cooperated with Su Liang, then Zhang Chong would gain advantages as well. His position in the group would become untouchable by anyone. Would the position of the chairman have anything to do with him? Even with a pig's brain, one could guess that the final result wouldn't bring him any benefit at all. The time and energy he had invested in the Prosperous Group over the years might go down the drain. Just thinking about it made Mr. Su uneasy. Who could understand this? He had spent so many years in the company without a great opportunity, but now a stroke of luck fell into the laps of Su Liang and Zhang Chong. The difference between people is just too big. If he hadn't witnessed everything himself, Mr. Su simply wouldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. Zhang Chong, you cannot act like a child throwing a tantrum without considering consequences. You're an adult now. You need to think about your father and the entire group. Mr. Su earnestly said, his eyes showing deep concern. He suppressed the unease in his heart and did everything to achieve his goal. One who can yield when necessary and be strong when required is a real man. In this aspect, Mr. Su indeed surpassed the common person. No wonder at the age of 40, he became a shareholder. Still, Zhang Chong was no longer the naive kid he used to be. After meeting Luo Changhai, Zhang Chong realized why Su Liang was making such efforts. In the end, it's about paving the way for him. Zhang Yuxing and Su Liang had a mutually beneficial relationship, far beyond simple cooperation. If he handed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity over to Mr. Su, wouldn't that be akin to a son betraying his own father? This is something Zhang Chong could not do. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Mr. Su, I see your sincerity, but talk alone means nothing. That guy Su Liang, I've started looking at him with distaste too. But what can I do? Who my father sees value in is not something I control. Mr. Su blinked repeatedly, his eyes showing peculiar feelings. How could things change so quickly and unexpectedly? To tell you the truth, I now suspect whether Su Liang might actually be my father's illegitimate son abroad. Otherwise, why is he so good to an outsider? Over the years, I haven't been treated like this. As Zhang Chong continued speaking, his face revealed an expression of resentment. Life is like a play, truly depending on acting skills. Sometimes one needs to pretend to be foolish, otherwise others always think you're too shrewd. What they call a heavy sword does not need a sharp edge, or great craftsmanship requires no effort. This is the same principle. Sometimes being overly sharp might not be a good thing. It may backfire instead. Precisely under the current circumstances, it might be more advantageous for him. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Su felt elated inside. Indeed, the boy was still foolish and could be swayed with just a few sentences. He deliberately put on an appearance of sympathy. Yes, so I'm genuinely doing this for your consideration. I know you have prejudices against me, but sometimes you mustn't let emotions guide your actions. Just imagine, regardless of whether the position of chairman ends up in your hands or mine, we are still family after all. There's no way I'd drive you and your father out of the entire group. But Su Liang is different. This guy has no connection whatsoever to our group. What if one day the chairman gets whimsical and appoints him as the heir? Would our entire group not suddenly get a new boss? I certainly can't stand that. Zhang Chong almost burst out laughing watching Mr. Su's silly behavior. This old man really was blinded by greed. Truly believing everyone in the world is easy to deceive. So, we need a plan. We must pull Luo Changhai to our side. Only if Mr. Luo agrees to help me will there be no place for Su Liang. Absolutely right. Mr. Su nodded vigorously, excitement gleaming in his eyes. So what should we do? First, we need to show Mr. Luo our strength. If we can build this pet base quickly, it'll definitely impress him. This way we will take the dominant advantage. Moreover, Su Liang didn't do much during the entire preparation stage of the pet base, so at that time, our contributions will surely be the greatest. As for you, General Manager Su, I will certainly not forget your help. Zhang Chong said meaningfully, with an air of seriousness. Manager Su nodded repeatedly. All right, don't you just need people? I'll arrange it right now. Don't worry, whether craftsmen or construction workers, they can absolutely be in place on the first day. Then I thank Uncle Su. Manager Su didn't linger anymore and immediately turned to leave. Why waste time here at such a moment? You must seize the opportunity. Looking at his retreating back, Lu Hao couldn't help but show a bewildered expression. Zhang Chong, could what you just said to him all be true? Are you really going to have a falling out with the boss? Hearing this, Zhang Chong grinned, with full calmness on his face. How could that be? Brother Liang has treated me kindly, and my dad said he is trustworthy. As for what kind of person Manager Su is, would I not know? If I didn't think of a way to get rid of him today, he would definitely delay Brother Liang and Mr. Luo's business negotiations here. Lu Hao suddenly understood upon hearing these words, with a look of joy on his face. Not bad. Who would have thought that you have become so shrewd now? It seems that good family conditions and doing business are indeed hereditary. You even deceived me with your acting. Zhang Chong shook his head with a smile. In the past, I didn't feel it, but after following you guys around busying with things recently, I realized how hard it is to make money. Regardless of the environment issue, there will always be villains around you, and such situations are unavoidable. The more one's career grows, the more frequently these kinds of problems arise. Isn't General Manager Su a typical example? Without provoking him, he insisted on causing trouble for us 3 times and again, something that cannot be tolerated. Even if you have a good temper, you would certainly still feel irritated. Chapter 143, A One-of-Kind Genius. Lu Hao nodded, agreeing with what Zhang Chong had said. Anyway, I feel that it's a happy thing for the 3 of us to be friends. So I certainly don't want one day to see us turning against each other. Whenever it happens, whoever it is, I will hold them accountable. In fact, this statement only applied to Zhang Chong. Firstly, he himself would never betray Su Liang. Lu Hao was also clear about Su Liang's character. Unless their actions were excessively overboard and utterly beyond the pale, they absolutely would not incur Su Liang's disdain or estrangement. The only uncertain factor was Zhang Chong. After all, considering the length of time everyone had known each other, it was merely over a month. It was just that this young master from a wealthy family wasn't as difficult to get along with as one might imagine. And in many instances, he seemed quite reliable and righteous. Birds of a feather flock together. Lu Hao felt that the ability to come together like this was fate, because people are constantly losing things throughout their lives. Whether it's money, time, or so-called friends. Each matter would make someone feel uneasy and uncomfortable in their heart. Meanwhile, on the other side, at the construction site of the pet base, Luo Chenghai looked around, his eyes revealing an approving look. Is this place really being managed and run by you three youngsters? Su Liang, hearing this, slightly lifted the corner of his mouth. Mr. Luo, with your sudden visit and personally coming here, do you think I have the time to just put on a show? Besides, if I asked others to help, wouldn't that cost even more money? If Mr. Luo knows about starting a business from scratch, then you must understand how tough it is in the initial stages. If you're reckless with spending, chances are the business won't even start, and you'll end up stuck yourself. Luo Chenghai's eyes revealed approving looks, his inner feelings deeply moved. Though he wasn't exactly a first-generation entrepreneur, he still knew the hardships of his father's generation. Just that his old man left him neither too much nor too little inheritance, enough to help him start. As for the process thereafter, there's no need to go into details, but Luo Chenghai becoming one of the most prominent tycoons in the province was undeniably due to exceptional courage and superior abilities. Frankly speaking, at the same age, he didn't think he could reach Su Liang's level. I heard that your school grades are pretty good too. Why don't you continue studying? Why must you come here to deal with this pet base? Luo Chenghai curiously asked, his eyes filled with an expectant look. Su Liang flashed a hint of amusement on his face. Mr. Luo, how do you know I've given up my studies to manage these things? Now it was Luo Chenghai's turn to be a bit confused. Based on the information obtained previously, Su Liang was a senior high school student, and this was the crucial period before the imminent college entrance examination, Gaokao. If one chose to spend time doing business, it would surely be impossible to keep up with academics. It would essentially mean giving up on Gaokao voluntarily. However, hearing Su Liang's tone suggested it might not be the case. Could this guy have some other ace up his sleeve? Luo Chenghai suddenly had a flash of insight. Could it be that you're an admitted student under special recommendation? It seems Mr. Luo has sharp insights. I hadn't even mentioned it, and you already guessed right. Luo Chenghai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Who would have thought? You're such a hidden talent. No wonder you can stay away from school every day. It turns out you've already secured your future path. But as far as I know, the majority of recommended admission spots in our province haven't been finalized yet this year. The only confirmed one so far is a Tsinghua University spot. When did you bring up the special recommendation thing? Su Liang spread his hands wide, looking completely relaxed. Mr. Luo, haven't you already said it yourself? Why ask me again? Luo Chenghai frowned slightly. Just as he wanted to inquire when he had said it, he suddenly realized. Instantly, a storm surged within him, and surprise couldn't help but show on his face. Hold on. You wouldn't happen to be that special Tsinghua University recommended student, would you? Regarding this matter, Luo Chenghai had also heard a bit. After all, having reached such heights, the people he usually dealt with were either rich or influential. In the education sector, he also had some connections, naturally knowing a bit of insider information. According to a friend working in the education department this year, Tsinghua University's special admissions program was highly unconventional this year, possibly the strangest in the last decade. After all, the specially recruited student wasn't ranked first in the entire province, but simply topped in a specific subject category. Moreover, it was rumored that this guy came from a relatively unknown high school. At the time, Luo Chenghai had been very curious. As they say, a dragon gives birth to a dragon, a phoenix gives birth to a phoenix, and a son of a rat knows how to dig holes. The environment sometimes really determines a person's limits. The teaching quality of an ordinary high school can only go so far. Even geniuses find it extremely hard to reach the standard level of prestigious schools. When it comes down to it, a genius in an ordinary high school might just manage to be average at a top school. Climbing higher than that is almost impossible. One reason is that top schools gather many geniuses, and another is their superior teaching methods and quality. But at that time, his friend from the education department couldn't disclose details early due to regulations, so they didn't delve deeper into the conversation. However, who would have thought? After all this while, the main individual turned out to be right in front of him. Su Liang shrugged and gave a nonchalant smile. Can't help it. When luck strikes, you can't stop it. Although my scores aren't perfect, being selected for this direct admission offer is still pretty good. Luo Chenghai's eyes reflected a subtle change. Until now, he thought Su Liang was just a highly talented young man who would need to overcome numerous difficulties and setbacks to achieve success. But right now, Luo Chenghai had to admit that this seemingly ordinary high school student before him was truly a genius. Not only was he already guaranteed a place in the special Tsinghua recruitment program, but he also managed to allocate his precious energy toward business ventures. He even took a trip to the Shanshui estate and caused quite a stir there. Ha, that's really amusing. Who would have thought, after so many years, I would still meet someone like you? Luo Chenghai burst out laughing with pure delight, feeling much like a connoisseur who had stumbled upon a 1,000-mile horse. Chapter 144. How about setting up an internet live streaming platform? Every successful person always looks to discover new talents. On one hand, they hope to find a better assistant for themselves. On the other hand, they also hope to achieve success in some field. After all, people will grow old. Even these top tycoons cannot ensure their brilliance will last forever. And if those promising young elites are willing to come closer and work for them, wouldn't that be an investment for these wealthy individuals? Although this investment might take a very long time, it's still profitable. How many businesses in this world dare to claim they are risk-free? Even though Su Liang is now unknown and no one pays attention to him, once he achieves something, he will definitely attract numerous butterflies and bees. These people will try every possible way to extend an olive branch to him. By that time, if Luo Chenghai still wants to maintain this relationship, the cost he needs to pay may be even greater. The principle of rising tide lifts all boats has been true since ancient times. The same thing can have different values at different times. For example, men create more value at work than they do when they get married. And it's the same for women. Perhaps the value they obtain during marriage far exceeds the value they gain from their work. Who can truly replicate the complexity of such matters? Su Liang, do you still remember what I said to you at the Xuanhuan villa? Our Luo group is willing to cooperate with you once. Luo Qinghai declared firmly. Under any circumstances, this opportunity must be seized. Su Liang absolutely cannot be let go. Otherwise, there probably won't be another chance later. Sometimes things in the world are like that. Once missed, there will never be an opportunity to turn back. And this applies not only to doing business, but also to people. Su Liang grinned upon hearing this. Boss Luo, surely you're not thinking of investing in the pet base too? Our current pet base doesn't need more funds. Moreover, it's impossible to build the entire pet base too large right from the start. In that situation, it might lead to even greater risks. This is a reasonable consideration from the perspective of a businessman. Don't assume that some matters are merely lip service. As time passes, people change, and so do things. Luo Qinghai waved his hand. You little brat, how can you still pretend here after all this time? I've never said I would necessarily invest in the pet base. Besides, this matter is handled by the Xuanhuan group. Everyone says the market is like a battlefield, where one should not follow rules. If it can be snatched, then snatch it. Even if it cannot be snatched, find a way to ruin it. But in reality, it's not like that, especially for someone like Luo Qinghai, a successful and decent businessman. What they understand best is not fighting and killing each other, nor is it a life and death struggle. Rather, it's mutual benefit and survival together. Xuanhuan Group and Luo Group do not belong to the same industry, and there is no need to ruin everyone's face over such a small project. On the contrary, joining forces and both making compromises is a good thing. Can I invest in other projects? Don't you have other ideas? Luo Qinghai asked probingly, his tone filled with teasing. Su Liang seemed lost in thought. Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. Actually, I do have an idea. I wonder if Boss Luo is interested in internet live streaming platforms. You're involved in these as well? Luo Qinghai widened his eyes, his gaze showing surprise, reacting quite unexpectedly. A person's energy and experience are limited, just as the experiences and knowledge they gather throughout their lives are limited. Therefore, many people often spend their entire lives working in only one industry because they can only explore and grow within that specific field. And even for many large corporations, similar patterns exist. Those who manage to succeed across industries while expanding and scaling up are indeed rare. Such successes usually require extremely good opportunities. It often requires someone leading the way into new fields. Otherwise, it would entail a significant amount of resources and costs. Su Liang's involvement in pet bases could possibly stem from the fact that they inherently required basic infrastructure provided by Xuanhuan Group. As for the pet market, it likely wasn't overly complicated, since it didn't require extensive research, only understanding the market strategy for pets, with actual breeding and raising handled by specialists. Thus, for management teams, handling it was relatively easy. But an internet live streaming platform is entirely different. This is entirely about people dealing with people. Management and streamers and online netizens and the live streaming platform. Altogether, it's a mutually interwoven environment. And whenever it comes to industries where people deal with people, there's always immense complexity involved. First of all, there's the mix of all kinds of people, good and bad, skilled and unskilled. And secondly, various conflicts and issues arise from unequal distribution of benefits. It's precisely this kind of industry that large groups and financial consortia favor the most because they have money and thus can solve problems at the root. If you think I'm not paying you enough, then leave. If you still have value for me, I'll give you a raise. It was unexpected that someone Su Liang's age would already be thinking about setting up an internet live streaming platform. It's not that I look down on you, but I worry that you won't be able to control the situation when the time comes. Just considering the current internet environment, any company that has succeeded basically has management teams filled with seasoned veterans who don't play by the rules. Sometimes, that's exactly the life and death struggle in the business world, and since the rise of the internet industry, competition has been incredibly fierce. This often exerts a tremendous impact on many individuals. Many people, unable to withstand the pressure, are forced to leave the industry. Luo Qinghai never expected Su Liang to make such a judgment. Mr. Luo, the internet is a platform with tremendous dividends. And within the next 10 years, the internet will not decline. It will only continue to flourish. Therefore, planning ahead is absolutely necessary. Of course, I also have personal reasons. My friend himself is a streamer who got banned from major platforms due to certain incidents. If Mr. Luo is willing to invest in building an internet live streaming platform, it could also serve as a fallback option for him. Su Liang said this lightly. In this way, Lu Hao would also truly unite with him. After all, the guy wasn't really suited for management and might get into disputes with others anytime. He needs more practice on the internet. Chapter 145. You are truly a prodigy in business. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghai couldn't help but furrow his brow, revealing a look of contemplation. What exactly did your brother do that resulted in being banned by all platforms across the web? Could it be related to some issue of principle or stance? Even though I admire you greatly, I certainly wouldn't allow someone like that to act recklessly. While Luo Qinghai values profit immensely, he also has his own bottom line. He would never cooperate with those who break laws and regulations, behaving without restraint. It might be fine if such people utilize their talents effectively, but what's terrifying is if they were to cause trouble for him later on, trouble that would be impossible to resolve. Do you think, Mr. Luo, that I resemble someone who acts recklessly? Would I recommend someone who behaves in such a manner? My friend was not banned from all platforms due to committing some grave mistake. Rather, it happened because he exposed certain individuals' pain points and interests. Luo Chunghai immediately became interested after hearing this, astonishment filling his eyes. So, I'd like to know what kind of earth-shattering actions caused so many online live streaming platforms to completely shut their doors to you. It's quite simple. A certain live streaming platform's management was involved in group gambling and fraud, and we just happened to expose their illegal criminal activities. That led to the platform banning us. This situation later escalated significantly, resulting in all the relevant suspected personnel from the platform getting arrested. My friend has thus gained a bad reputation within the live streaming industry, although he still has many fans. Unfortunately, no platform is willing to give him this opportunity. To put it bluntly, Lu Hao's behavior could be called betrayal. No live streaming platform would want to nurture a wolf pup. But from the public and correct perspective, Lu Hao upheld fairness and justice. Hearing this, Luo Chunghai revealed a flash of shock in his eyes. Isn't this about that highly publicized mass fraud gambling case from some time ago? Yes, it seems, Mr. Luo, that your sources are indeed very reliable since you are aware even of this. It turns out that you were behind that case as well. I truly underestimated you, Su Yang. Why are you everywhere? What are you planning to do? Are you determined to create global headlines at the age of 18, making the entire world lose its heart to you? Su Yang was amused by these words. Mr. Luo, don't you already know my abilities well? Even if I were Neza, I wouldn't be capable of causing chaos in the seas. However, I believe that humans must sometimes adhere to certain moral principles. Money that shouldn't be earned simply cannot be earned. And the actions of these live streaming platforms are akin to bad money driving out good. If such practices become the norm, everyone will resort to corrupt means. The atmosphere of the entire internet live streaming platform would become even more horrifying, possibly even causing chain reactions that affect public security. As a citizen, I feel obligated to make a modest contribution to our country. These pests should not be allowed to endanger the nation. A look of admiration appeared in Luo Chunghai's eyes. To tell the truth, at Su Liang's age, possessing such firm integrity is truly rare. He was also very aware that the country needs young people like this. Young people with ideals and aspirations who are willing to participate in this great construction effort to ensure the country can grow prosperous and strong. Otherwise, sooner or later, the country would be continuously corrupted by those obsessed with wealth. Fine. Based solely on your standpoint, I am willing to invest in you. But remember, when talking business, if we are investing in an internet live streaming platform, you need to provide me with a proposal. The rough content can be briefly explained to you first, mainly including the budget, your phased objectives, and operational goals. After explaining things in simple terms, Su Yang quietly memorized them and also generally understood the work that needed to be prepared before establishing a company. The most crucial thing right now is for you to examine the potential of the entire internet live streaming platform market and determine through what kind of operating model profits can be brought to us. Luo Chunghai spoke earnestly. After all, I won't be engaging in so-called unprofitable ventures. Whether it's about having conscience or following righteousness, that too must be based on profitability. After all, there are too many scammers in the world who wave the banner of benefiting the country and its people, only to deceive others. In this context, it was both for constraining himself and regulating others. Rest assured, Mr. Luo, we've already started preparing the preliminary work. In fact, we just rented an office building in the CBD not long ago. Luo Chunghai frowned slightly. That doesn't make sense. Could it be that you have other investors besides me? Without any income or plan, you've actually rented out an office building. Do you really think this stuff is free? Mr. Luo, please don't get so excited. I rented the office building for other reasons at that time. Isn't the college entrance exam approaching soon? Many classmates from our school want to learn from me and improve their grades. So, I had no choice but to reluctantly become a tutor. The place was temporarily used for tutoring. Upon hearing this, Luo Chunghai drew in a sharp breath, his expression becoming very complex, with disbelief filling his gaze. What kind of strategy does this brat have? It's simply incomprehensible and feels somewhat bizarre. First, he set up a pet base, then moved on to internet live streaming platforms, and now he's secretly giving tutoring lessons on the side. If you weren't Neza, you'd be Naruto, the shadow clone master. How could one person possibly have so much energy and time? After all, every industry requires immense effort to study and master. But for Su Yang, it seems like every new industry he dives into is easy and effortless, presenting absolutely no challenge for him. In all these years of doing business, Luo Chunghai has met countless capable individuals, but someone like him is truly few and far between. He can almost be considered a top genius in 10,000 people. You're truly unpredictable, little buddy. I'm curious to see what your limits are. It also makes sense why the chairman of Prosperous Group regards you differently. Luo Chunghai said meaningfully. Just from these 2 meetings alone, Su Yang has already given him too many surprises. Most importantly, this young man lacks the arrogance and audacity common in peers. If anyone else achieved this level of success at 18, they'd surely be strutting around with their heads in the clouds. Chapter 146. If it's gold, it will shine. Upon hearing this, Su Yang gave a faint smile, his face showing an expression of calm. People sometimes don't know how much potential they have unless pushed to their limits. After all, big shots like Mr. Luo probably haven't ever faced being utterly down and out, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Chunghai couldn't help but snap his fingers with a playful gesture. You little punk, actually insulting me here? I've lived for several decades now. What haven't I encountered? That's not necessarily true. There's always someone better, somewhere higher, and and strange things keep happening. You never know what unexpected situation might come up. Su Liang squinted his eyes, secretly mocking in his heart. For example, has anyone in this world seen reincarnation? Yet, I've witnessed it with my own eyes. Just that fact alone likely puts me ahead of 99.99% of the world. Luo Chenghai blinked, a look of confusion appearing in his gaze. For some reason, even though the person standing before him was merely an ordinary 18-year-old youth, Luo Chenghai could sense an unusual aura from him, an air of maturity beyond his years as well as a level of insight surpassing most people. In theory, this kind of situation rarely occurred, and none of the people Luo Chenghai had met before possessed both qualities simultaneously. What exactly is this guy's background? Are you really 3 generations of impoverished farmers? He couldn't help but ask. Su Liang nodded. Of course. Besides, if someone like Mr. Luo wanted to check, it would be effortless. You'd find out instantly if what I'm saying is true. Luo Chenghai reflected thoughtfully, then after a moment of silence, suddenly laughed. Interesting. All right, I look forward to seeing a satisfactory proposal from you. Let me see the strength these young talents possess. After saying that, the two shook hands, chatted for a while, and realizing it was late, Luo Chenghai didn't linger further, said a quick farewell, and left in haste. At this time, Zhang Chong and Lu Hao returned and informed him about their success in convincing General Manager Su. Upon hearing this, Su Liang patted the two on their shoulders, revealing a tone of appreciation. You two are already showing traits of a businessman. Oh, Zhang Chong and Lu Hao glanced at each other, their gazes filled with joy. To receive Su Liang's approval meant they had made some small progress. What kind of trait is it? Are we super geniuses? They joked back and forth, their faces full of pride. Absolutely not. You're cunning old foxes. Are you kidding me? Don't I count as having solved a major headache for you? And you turn around and insult me? Zhang Chong's head went black with lines, feeling completely speechless. This didn't sound like any sort of trait. It was clearly a flaw. No one feels honored for being devious. Who's cursing you? In the adult world, it's not like school where there isn't constant manipulation and betrayal. Su Director is a classic example. Su Liang explained slowly. How deeply he hated us initially, and now how earnestly he treats us. Do you think this guy has truly bowed his head? He's simply waiting for the right moment. I know that for sure. Zhang Chong blurted out. Had it not been for guessing Su Director's thoughts, he wouldn't have resorted to such tactics. At least ostensibly, it benefited all three of them. And then what? Suppose Su sets another trap, and you know it, but you can't deal with it. Then aren't you just watching yourself slowly die? Su Liang replied seriously, while pulling out his phone to organize the demands Luo Cheng had raised earlier. You're making some sense. But aren't cunning old foxes traits only possessed by extremely villainous and deceitful antagonists? Zhang Chong was confused, feeling increasingly baffled. Sometimes he really couldn't comprehend Su Liang's actions, which seemed vastly different from normal people's behavior. I've told you. This trait of slyness is absolutely the finest quality and advantage in the adult world, ensuring your own interests. If someone lacks guile, sooner or later they'll get manipulated by others. Read more history. You'll find many heroes who knew others were dangerous to them, yet could only sit still and accept their fate. Do you think they didn't want to fight back? Su Liang spoke with a hint of teaching in his tone. Before adulthood, most people have only experienced education in schools, so they subconsciously assume the outside world works similarly. However, once they step out of their ivory tower, they realize this world is far crueler than imagined, especially in business. If you have value, naturally, people will come seeking you out. Even if one is out of work for a short period of time, as the saying goes, gold will always shine. If one has no value, even in a high position, they can still be replaced by others. General Manager Su has been coveting the chairman's position for quite some time, and within the entire group, he has cultivated many confidants. If he really wanted to forcibly replace the chairman, Zhang Yuxing might not necessarily have the upper hand. The reason why there has been no action yet is simply because Zhang Yuxing still holds some value in his eyes, so things haven't escalated to that point. Otherwise, how could the chairman of Changxing Group have stayed on for this long? Lu Hao and Zhang Yuxing looked at each other awkwardly. The latter could more or less understand. After all, his family was in business. In the business world, it all comes down to calculating moves against others, including those close to you. However, people with a conscience won't betray their own. Those without scruples truly devour others without mercy. Ah, now I get it. Boss, I find you more and more learned every day. It seems like you know a little about everything. Lu Hao sincerely admired him, filled with respect in his gaze. While it may not necessarily solve problems, it at least provides a direction, and sometimes can even offer help. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Hey boss, what were you and Mr. Luo talking about earlier? It felt like it went on for ages. Lu Hao asked curiously, his eyes full of questions. Zhang Chong also nodded. Luo Qinghai's reputation wasn't small. If they could establish a connection with him, it would surely make future business dealings easier. Even though they're in the pet breeding business, once their name spreads, there will surely be plenty eager to join them. And they could use Luo Qinghai's influence to boost their operations. After all, anytime someone from the elite circle promotes them, the effect is immeasurable. Mr. Luo wants to collaborate with us. Of course, it's not the pet-based project. It's about building an internet live streaming platform. Chapter 147. You won't be disadvantaged, naturally as shareholders. As for the main broadcaster, that would be you. Su Liang said with a smile, patting Lu Hao's shoulder, his eyes filled with anticipation. This was truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as the live streaming platform could get up and running, it would definitely earn big money in the future. The life of this industry could last at least 10 years. 10 years is enough time to make more wealth than most people could dream of in several lifetimes. As long as you enter the industry early, you can become a unique presence. Lu Hao widened his eyes, disbelief filling his gaze. Isn't this too good to be true? How could such a good thing happen to me? Mainly because it came so suddenly, leaving him unprepared. What's impossible about that? Do you think those people who have built businesses and accumulated vast amounts of wealth did it solely on their own strength? At the end of the day, many of them rely on opportunities. Just seize it when the chance comes along, and we'll build on our successes. There might even be unexpected gains. Really? Lu Hao and Zhang Hao asked simultaneously. Of course. I have no reason to deceive you. Moreover, we're friends, brothers, and partners. What reason would I have to abandon you? These words deeply moved the two of them, making them realize how good Su Liang truly was to them. If they really could stand firm in the live streaming industry, then Lu Hao would probably never have to worry about food and drink again. Even Zhang Chong beside him revealed an envious look. Why don't you think of me for this kind of good thing? At least let me be a broadcaster or something. Maybe I can carve out my own path. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's eyes flashed with surprise, finding it somewhat unexpected. Could it be that our master Zhang now also hopes to prove himself? Let me tell you, this road isn't easy. Being able to take over your father's position saves you from walking dozens of unnecessary bends. Zhang Chong sighed silently upon hearing this, his expression becoming somewhat helpless. Sounds easy, but facts are far from simple. Perhaps because he had experienced targeting and entrapment by people like Mr. Su, he thought it necessary to train himself further. Whether for his future life or for the group, in a certain sense, this would help him better cope with upcoming situations. It would also ensure everything stayed within control. After all, people still need to experience storms. One can't be sheltered forever. Otherwise, they may easily be destroyed without realizing it. Rest assured, if this online live streaming platform really gets started, you'll also be one of the shareholders. If you want to join management, that's entirely possible too. The three of us, each person handling different aspects, inside, outside, and core. That way, we can ensure every link in the entire live streaming platform remains under our control. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes filled with a playful look. Zhang Chong's eyes widened, excitement spreading across his face. Brother Liang, does this mean you've already made preparations for me? Sort of. Whether or not you need to inherit the family business in the future, I believe your participation will give our live streaming platform greater confidence. At the same time, this will also be beneficial for you. After all, Chairman Zhang letting you come with me was meant to help you gain more advantages, right? With these things, the old-timers in your company won't say much. I believe this will suffice to shut their mouths. Hearing this, Zhang Chong finally understood his thoughtful intent, his eyes shining with joy. He nodded gratefully. All right, since you've said it, I have no objections. However, none of us seems to have any experience with this live streaming platform. How should we go about it? Boss Luo wants us to submit a proposal, and this thing, even if I wanted to seek advice, there's no one to ask. Most employees in the Qiangxin group mainly handle infrastructure projects. It goes without saying for Lu Hao and Zhang Chong. They basically have no interaction with workers related to the live streaming industry. Moreover, this matter is quite urgent. To obtain results in a short period while satisfying Luo Cheng's expectations is undoubtedly difficult. Hearing this, Su Liang's lips slightly curved upwards, his face exuding strong confidence. You don't need to worry about that. I've got a plan. I can assure you everything is under our control. I can also explain the current issues, which pose no difficulty for us. Upon hearing this, both of them widened their eyes in disbelief, unable to comprehend where Su Liang derived such immense confidence. Most importantly, these two had no idea that Su Liang possessed a perspective on the live streaming industry that was entirely different from anyone else's at present. Even most professionals in the industry could only make predictions about the future, yet Su Liang clearly knew the direction it would take. A live streaming platform was merely a means. The most important reason was to attract popularity and traffic and transform the platform at the right time. Because in a few years, short videos would be the next big thing, bringing even greater profits than live streaming platforms. Seizing this opportunity would lead to a complete turnaround. One could earn tens or even hundreds of billions in just a few short years. Perhaps some people might think this number is exaggerated, but Su Liang had seen it with his own eyes. When you consider it carefully, those who possess charm also have extraordinary talent, and they simply dare to act, dare to strive, and dare to break new ground. This single point already sets them far ahead of others. Therefore, under such circumstances, creating a planning proposal presented absolutely no difficulty for him. Is it really true? Are you truly so confident, boss? Lu Hao blinked repeatedly, hesitating, unsure whether to believe it. After all, the person in question was Luo Chenghai, not someone ordinary. In the entire province, countless people scrambled for the chance to do business with him, and the fact that the three of them had secured this opportunity was already exceptionally rare. The only question now was whether they could seize it. Don't hesitate when dealing with big things. If you fear wolves in front and tigers behind, how will you ever make money or achieve greatness? You too should remember, from now on, have faith in yourselves. This world doesn't wait for dreamers. It waits for fighters. Did the Qiangxin group grow step by step through your father's endless pondering? Chapter 148. A surge in remedial class enrollment? Not enough time. Su Liang's words were a wake-up call for the two, indeed making sense. Thinking too much is not as effective as putting one's feet on the ground and doing it step by step. Who knows, one might open up a sky one day. And those who aim too high with many concerns probably do not even have the courage to take the first step. All right, let's do it. Anyway, we three have nothing better to do. We might as well tackle a few tasks together. Lu Hao clenched his fists, full of excitement. As long as it wasn't studying, he was happy to do anything. Some people must be like that. The dullness of background reading is truly incomparable. After a brief discussion among the three, they had a general direction. The specifics would need to be presented in written form. Just then, suddenly, the sound of a truck was heard outside the base. All three looked up, their eyes filled with confusion. They found it even more baffling. At this time, how could there possibly be a truck? They immediately went to the door, only to see dozens of workers getting off the truck, each holding tools. This left them completely bewildered. Just then, a man who looked like a manager approached. May I ask, who is Mr. Su? I am. Is there something? Su Liang nodded. This is Manager Su's schedule, and we are required to finish within half a month. Please check if there are any issues. If not, we can start working. Wow. They didn't expect Manager Su to move so quickly, gathering so many people in such a short time. Taking a closer look at the schedule, it turned out to be 24 hours a day, working in shifts around the clock, without rest. It clearly showed that they were rushing the progress. Moreover, these workers all looked very skilled, evidently experienced workers. It seemed that Manager Su was really taking it seriously this time, sending so many capable assistants. Zhang Chang couldn't help but grin. Who would have thought? It seems Manager Su can get things done after all. That's right. He must be really in a hurry, otherwise he wouldn't have pulled out his best cards. Lu Hao also joked from the side. Su Liang pondered. If the pet base could really be completed within half a month, that would absolutely be a good thing. But one must always stay cautious. Who knows what tricks that guy might be planning behind our backs? There might be someone here intending to mess things up. Thinking about it, he beckoned Zhang Chang over and whispered a few sentences. The latter understood instantly, patting his chest to assure. Brother Liang, don't worry. I'll definitely arrange everything perfectly. If necessary, I can borrow a couple of managers from my old man. He just didn't believe that Manager Su had the guts to act defiantly. Su Liang nodded. If so, then this matter will be entrusted to you. You must handle it properly. If any problems arise, it will surely delay our progress. Then the live streaming platform won't be able to deliver things on time either. Now time is tight, requiring reasonable allocation. Otherwise, there's no way to achieve the goal. After another reminder, realizing it was getting late, Su Liang and Lu Hao left first. Back in the city, the two directly headed to the office building. The scheduled remedial class time was approaching, and this matter could not be neglected. That involved the key to these classmates' college entrance exams. If there was an issue, most likely no one would escape responsibility. When they arrived at the office building, they found it already full of students, even more than before. Lu Hao, seeing this scene, revealed a puzzled gaze. Strange, boss, when did you expand the enrollment? No, the number registered was just those before. Why are there so many today? Su Liang also felt somewhat strange. At this moment, a glasses-wearing male student approached, his eyes full of urgency. Su Liang, I've heard that your tutoring here has significant results. Could you help us too? The newly arrived students looked at him with eager anticipation. Su Liang asked curiously, what exactly happened? Why did you all come here? Aren't there teachers at school? Of course there are. The glasses-wearing boy then explained the entire story. It turned out that since the last time some students tutored here had improved significantly, the news spread through the school. In no time, everyone became curious and wanted to see just how much help Su Liang could offer. If it could improve their college entrance exam scores, then spending a bit of money didn't matter at all. Even this matter received support from many parents. Since there would be a mock exam at school in just a few days, everyone hoped to seize this opportunity. If they could improve their scores, it would not only be an answer to their families, but also crucial for boosting their confidence. With the college entrance exam approaching day by day, many were becoming increasingly worried, fearing a flop on the test that might leave them waiting until next year. The uncertainty of what lies ahead is daunting. Failing to secure admission into an ideal university could mean a tough road ahead. After carefully listening to the entire situation, Su Liang appeared deep in thought. Seeing this, Lu Hao stepped in to console them. Classmates, it's not that we don't want to help. It's just that our time is limited, and this office building can only accommodate so many people. With all of you coming now, it's putting us in a difficult position. The glasses-wearing student quickly responded upon hearing these words. Do we need to pay? No problem. We're willing to pay double. As long as there are results, my parents have already said that they'll pay 100 for every extra point I gain. Others nodded vigorously in agreement. That's right, Su Liang, you must help us. This concerns our futures. My current score is really awkward, neither up nor down. To make it to undergraduate studies, I'm short by about 10 points, but attending a junior college feels unacceptable to me. Another chimed in. Watching their earnest eyes filled with fervent hope, Su Liang felt his heart stir. Perhaps this was an excellent turning point. He raised his hand to comfort them. There's no need to panic or worry. Since you've come to me, out of respect for our shared friendship, I'm willing to give a hand, no matter what. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in both joy and gratitude, while Lu Hao widened his eyes in astonishment. In a low voice, he asked, Boss, do you really intend to go through with this? But our time is simply inadequate. At most, we can only schedule one class. If we schedule two, you might work yourself to death. After all, among the tutoring staff, the renowned teacher was none other than Su Liang, who had been specially recruited by Tsinghua University. As for Lu Hao and Zhang Chang, their own grades were questionable at best, let alone helping others tutor, which was practically an impossibility. Chapter 149, Dire News Approaching? Lu Hao's life hangs by a thread. Who says we must hold 2 classes to help these students catch up? Su Liang smiled meaningfully, his eyes filled with amusement. The others present were equally puzzled. There were at least dozens of people in the entire office building, and even if divided according to the scale of school classes, they would still need to split into 2 groups. If Su Yang tried to combine them into one class, the effectiveness would likely be greatly reduced, possibly wasting time. Just as everyone was worried, Su Yang slowly spoke. Have any of you ever taken an online course? Ah. The group looked at each other, full of confusion. Watching TV online wasn't new to them, but taking lessons online was something no one had done before. Lu Hao also scratched his head curiously, feeling slightly lost. Seeing this, Su Yang explained. It's actually quite simple. I'll record the content I need to teach, then send it to you all. This way, you won't have to come here often. You can review from home and watch the videos repeatedly, learning word by word. In a certain sense, it could improve your efficiency. Of course, if you think this method isn't reliable, you can always attend in person, though when the makeup class will be held may require last-minute notices, and I can't guarantee being available anytime. After all, preparing the video recordings would still take some time. Upon hearing this, everyone realized the logic, and their faces lit up with delight. Is there really such a method? Isn't that just like the study machines from before? It makes sense. If we have the videos, we don't have to take notes anymore, making things easier. And if we have doubts, we can just refer to the videos. Lu Hao's eyes brightened upon hearing this, immediately giving a thumbs up. Big brother, you're incredibly smart to come up with such a clever plan. Su Yang's lips curled slightly upward. Actually, this idea wasn't his original creation. A few years later, with the development of the internet, online courses gradually became more common, especially for students who found travel inconvenient. This allowed them to learn quickly from home. Of course, while online classes have advantages, they also have disadvantages, requiring students to have great self-discipline. If they are too relaxed, it might even be less effective than attending classes in school. In short, it's a good method. If you all accept it, I'll proceed this way. If it doesn't work out, we'll have to reduce the number of participants. They had to choose one, and this was Su Yang's best solution. The students discussed enthusiastically and nodded in agreement. All right, we still have time. Let's give it a try. If online learning doesn't work, we can always switch back to in-person sessions. That makes sense. I don't have to commute here every day. It's too far from my home, and it takes about an hour and a half round trip. But how do we get the videos? Surely we don't have to run over here to pick them up daily, right? Someone asked curiously. No need for that hassle. As long as we set up a group, I can send the video content to the group every day, and you can download and watch it yourself without having to go through so much trouble. Su Yang said calmly, something that posed no difficulty for him. Moreover, this would expand his scope of influence. Previously, perhaps a class only had dozens of people, but now he could teach hundreds simultaneously. As for the effect on grades, that would indeed vary individually, but regardless, it could provide everyone a chance to learn. Hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, confirming there were no other issues before leaving. Once only the two remained in the office building, Lu Hao approached excitedly. Big brother, your mind is truly brilliant. You solved this problem so easily. If it were me, I doubt I could come up with any solution no matter how hard I thought. Su Yang chuckled lightly, not taking it to heart. Some things simply don't need to be overly concerned about. After all, for everyone, the breadth of one's knowledge directly correlates to the amount of money they can earn. If some people have good luck to earn beyond their cognitive limits, it will ultimately be redistributed in another form. So, there's nothing worth praising. As long as we both put effort together, I make videos, and you do live streams, our platform might eventually depend entirely on the two of us to support it. Su Yang laughed heartily, finding it a perfect combination, one focusing on education and the other on entertainment. All right, let's do as you said. We must try our best anyway. I don't believe this matter will be so troublesome. Things won't get that bad for us. Lu Hao nodded repeatedly, and the two of them ordered takeout. After eating and resting briefly, they began recording the first video. Though it seemed simple in theory, they soon realized there were actually quite a few details to iron out upon execution. Fortunately, Su Yang was experienced. These matters weren't overly difficult for him. After just a little trial and error, the two had already immersed themselves in their task with great enthusiasm. Suddenly, Lu Hao's face turned ashen, and sweat beads as large as soybeans streamed down his forehead. He collapsed on the ground, completely drained of strength. Su Yang frowned slightly, shocked, crossing his eyes. What's wrong? Where do you feel unwell? Big brother, I feel like I'm dying. My whole body feels sick. All I want to do is vomit. Lu Hao spoke weakly. Upon hearing this, Su Yang's heart sank as he immediately scrutinized his friend closely. He then noticed that Lu Hao's lips were slightly purple, a clear sign of poisoning. But there hadn't been any poison in the office building. How could someone have poisoned Lu Hao without reason? At that moment, his gaze fell on the nearby food box. Could it be something was wrong with the boxed meal? However, time was running short. Su Yang couldn't afford to speculate further. Regardless of the cause, immediate action was required to save Lu Hao. Missing the critical window might leave permanent damage, even if he survived. He quickly pulled out his phone and dialed 120, then helped Lu Hao to the stairs heading downstairs. Just as they reached the entrance, the ambulance arrived. The medical staff's faces darkened instantly upon seeing the situation. How did it come to this? What good does talking about this now do? Can you help ease my friend's condition? If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable. Su Yang responded firmly, revealing sharpness for the first time. His concern weighed heavily in his heart. Chapter 150. Who is the one wanting to kill? Although Su Yang's words were unpleasant, the doctors and nurses had obviously become accustomed to such scenes. Anyone in this situation would probably feel anxious. You don't need to be nervous. We will do everything we can to treat him. And since the time lapse is short, it's still the golden rescue period. The doctor quickly examined the patient and then instructed the nurse to administer some medication to control the toxin. However, hospital treatment is necessary. Furthermore, a gastric lavage is required. If your schedule permits, it's best if you could come with us. Su Liang nodded without hesitation. Apart from his father, Lu Hao was the person closest to him, practically like a half-brother in his heart. Given the current situation, there was absolutely no room for neglecting this matter. Otherwise, he wouldn't know how to face Lu Hao's parents. Moreover, it was necessary to figure out what exactly had happened, who intended to put them all in mortal danger. After briefly handling the situation in the office building, Su Liang followed onto the ambulance, arriving at the hospital 20 minutes later. Under the assistance of the nurses and doctors, Lu Hao was immediately rushed into the emergency room. Just then, his phone rang. It was Zhang Chong calling. Brother Liang, are you free now? Can you come over to my place for a bit? My dad wants to have a chat with you. Upon returning from the pet base earlier that day where Luo Chenghai had visited, Zhang Yuqing was informed by his son about the encounter. Apparently, Luo Chenghai being such a prominent figure taking an interest in their matter surprised them both, clearly indicating something significant had happened that earned Su Liang's special attention from Luo Chenghai. I'm sorry, brother, I might not be able to make it right now. I have an urgent issue. I'm at the hospital. Since they're all trusted friends, there was no point in hiding anything, and indeed, he couldn't spare the time at this moment. Zhang Chong was filled with surprise upon hearing this. Did something happen? Brother Liang, is there something wrong with your health? Not me, it's Lu Hao. Su Liang gave a concise account of the situation, which left Zhang Chong shocked and equally furious. How did this happen? Who would use such despicable means? How is Lu Hao doing right now? He's still under emergency care, hanging between life and death. I'm unsure if he'll survive. Su Liang furrowed his brow, looking serious. If it were matters of business, he might have given advice, but in this case, there was truly nothing he could do. Most importantly, he wasn't even aware of why Lu Hao was poisoned. Even though he had suspicions, there was no evidence. All right, I'll come take a look. After hanging up, Zhang Chong hastily changed into some clothes. As soon as he stepped out of his room, he ran into his father, Zhang Yuxing. Seeing his son's worried expression, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but ask curiously, "What's going on? What urgent matter is it?" Lu Hao has been poisoned. He's currently at the hospital. I'll head over there first. Brother Liang probably won't make it tonight. Upon hearing this sentence, Zhang Yuxing also became infuriated and shocked. He inwardly sighed. It was astonishing that these three young ones had already encountered peril so quickly. From his experience, this sort of thing couldn't possibly be coincidental. Even food poisoning wouldn't target only Lu Hao alone, making it most likely someone deliberately orchestrating the event behind the scenes. As to who that might be, it's actually quite straightforward to deduce. The people capable of doing this must either have grudges or have already experienced enormous disagreements over profits. The former cannot be verified yet, but regarding the latter, it's mostly likely Mr. Su, based on Zhang Yuxing's understanding of Mr. Su. Despite being audacious, it's inconceivable that he'd go to such an inhumane extent. That is premeditated murder, leading to imprisonment. How could Mr. Su risk his career like this? But if it isn't Mr. Su, then who else could it be? For the moment, Zhang Yuxing couldn't think of anything definite. After pondering slightly, he nodded approvingly. Go to the hospital quickly, and if you run into any issues you can't handle, contact me right away. All right, Dad, rest early tonight. I might not return home today. After finishing, Zhang Chong hurried off. Watching his son's retreating figure, Zhang Yuxing appeared contemplative. Just who is this person who would stoop so low? To what extent must the grudge between them be for this kind of attempt on their lives? Then he immediately dialed his assistant's number. Help me investigate who Su Liang and Lu Hao have offended recently. Remember, get as comprehensive information as possible. Don't miss out on any crucial detail. Because if Su Liang and Lu Hao really got into major trouble, it would undoubtedly involve his own son too. And at that point, the consequences would be unimaginable. The situation might become much more complicated. On the other side, inside the hospital, when Zhang Chong arrived, Su Liang was standing on the rooftop, taking in the city's dazzling nightlife scenery. His eyes were full of deep thought. Brother Liang, how's the situation? Hasn't Lu Hao come out of the danger zone yet? Su Liang turned around, his expression icy cold, making Zhang Chong slightly startled. Honestly, he had rarely seen Su Liang look like this. It seems this time he was truly furious. He was inwardly shocked. He usually thought Su Liang was an easygoing guy, but when this person's sharp edge was revealed, he emitted such a terrifying presence that even Zhang Chong didn't dare to look straight at him. According to the doctor, Lu Hao is mostly out of immediate danger, but it will take some time for him to fully detoxify from his body. Plus, he must be hospitalized for at least a week. If there are any mishaps during this process, it might result in lifelong brain damage for him. Zhang Chong's eyes widened, his mood indescribable by words. It felt as if an overwhelming wave surged inside his chest. How did it come to this? It's completely incomprehensible. Brother Liang, who could possibly have done this? Why would they do something like this? Although Lu Hao may chatter occasionally, it's not enough for someone to hold a serious grudge against him, right? And now, he has been beaten almost to death and put in the hospital. We must settle this score no matter what. Otherwise, I'll never let go of my hatred. Su Liang turned his head, his eyes deeply profound, and his voice unwavering without a trace of fluctuation. His whole demeanor seemed akin to a frigid weapon radiating with a fierce killing intent. Once we find them, I will definitely make them pay for their actions. There is absolutely no way I'll let this end peacefully. Zhang Chong nodded in agreement after hearing this and couldn't help but reveal a curious expression on his face. But speaking of which, who could possibly hate us so much? Chapter 151. Never bow to evil forces. Suddenly, Zhang Chong seemed to have discovered something, and he slammed his thigh with great authority, saying, "It must be Mr. Su, that bastard. Only he could do something like this." Su Liang turned his head and slowly shook it. "I don't think so. How could you defend him at a time like this, Brother Liang? Don't you know how despicable that guy is? And he has always been resentful about our pet-based project. This time, seeing that Mr. Luo has come, there's no way for him to play petty tricks anymore, so he can only resort to drastic measures and break all the rules." The more Zhang Chong thought about it, the more he believed in the high possibility of this scenario. This time, they're probably not targeting Lu Hao but intend to deal with me. Su Liang carefully reviewed the entire matter. So far, the only thing that was poisoned was the takeaway food. Currently, the most likely suspect for poisoning Lu Hao was probably just the previous manager of the online platform operations department. However, Wang Pengfei had already been detained by the relevant departments, and there's no way that person would resort to poisoning over such a matter. It was obvious that someone else was secretly plotting, and the real target was himself. That makes even more sense then. Mr. Su must see you as a thorn in his side, and has surely wanted to drive you out of here for a long time. But now, since you refuse to leave, he has to find a harsh method to scare you enough. Zhang Chong nodded, his eyes full of anger, ready to confront them anytime. But Su Liang found such an opinion very unreasonable. If one were a normal person, knowing well that they might be suspected, how could they possibly tamper with anything? Isn't that tantamount to confessing guilt without being interrogated? Even if Mr. Su really wanted to harm him, his main target should still be Zhang Chong. Su Liang wasn't even an employee of the Prosperous Group and didn't have the chance to inherit the position of chairman. However, if Zhang Chong were removed, things would be different. Mr. Zhang Yuxing wouldn't only lose his son, but the Prosperous Group would inevitably fall into his hands, achieving maximum benefit. As for other enemies, upon closer analysis, none of them really held much possibility. Even someone like Hu Jiqiang, who was just a little ruffian, absolutely wouldn't dare to do something lethal like this. Moreover, given his intelligence, he wouldn't possibly devise such a grand plan. Suddenly, an idea struck Su Liang, and he remembered instantly. If someone with such courage and means exists, perhaps it's Mountain River Villa. What? Zhang Chong widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and surprise. Mountain River Villa? That should be nearly impossible. I've heard the boss behind this villa is quite influential and incredibly powerful. How could people like us attract his attention? Su Liang immediately recounted what happened earlier at Mountain River Villa. Although I don't have any evidence, I judge the greatest likelihood lies with him. Right now, there's still no clue about who the actual boss behind Mountain River Villa is, which explains why they dare to act so blatantly. Zhang Chong couldn't help but take a sharp intake of breath, his expression becoming extremely complicated. Brother Liang, if what you say is true, then we are truly in big trouble. I've heard the boss behind Mountain River Villa is deeply involved both in the legal and illegal world. If we get on their radar, it'll be nearly impossible for us to stay out of their reach. Su Liang nodded. Apart from last time at Mountain River Villa, this is their first genuine clash, and indeed, it's nothing short of remarkable. Their first move almost cost Lu Hao his life. If it hadn't been for Su Liang being right beside him at the moment, Lu Hao would probably have crossed over into the netherworld by now, never to return. Brother Liang, I think we currently only have two options. The first is for you to actively go to the people of Mountain River Villa and apologize, admit your mistakes. The second option is that we call the police immediately. This matter has long surpassed our ability to handle. Even if my dad were willing to help, the results probably wouldn't be significant. Zhang Chong said with a complex look. The current situation has completely exceeded his prior prediction. How unfortunate to accidentally involve Mountain River Villa. Most crucially, they haven't managed to capture all the individuals affiliated with Mountain River Villa. Their boss remains at large, making this a tremendous danger to Su Liang. People involved in that kind of business, who among them lack skill. Once you provoke them, the outcome will often be very grim. The lighter estimate would probably be getting beaten up and making up for the corresponding losses, but if we really angered Mountain River Villa, then at best, one could lose an arm or a leg. At worst, they'd spend the rest of their life bedridden. But these two methods you suggested don't seem satisfactory. I naturally can't do the first one. Why should I grovel before them when this whole situation wasn't even my fault? Su Liang said with pride. Moreover, Mountain River Villa broke the law first, so if anyone is to blame, it's only themselves. Why should the good person have to pay? As for the second method, Su Liang also didn't consider it reasonable or the safest option. If Mountain River Villa indeed had extensive connections, then surely they would get wind of any move. The most critical thing was that the police had to follow procedures. They needed evidence. Without proof, mere suspicion wouldn't hold any water, even within the criminal investigation unit. What use are connections when there's nothing to act on? So according to you, aren't we stuck in a deadlock now? There's no way out of our current predicament. Zhang Chong looked utterly helpless, clearly not knowing what to do. It was obvious the situation had surpassed his abilities. Even as a rich second-generation heir, he had never encountered anything like this. It was always something heard in rumors or seen on TV. But when faced with reality, they were powerless. After remaining silent for a long time, Su Liang suddenly gave a cold snort. Just wait. Even if it's Mountain River Villa, I'll make sure they pay the price. This is a rule of law society, and it's not their time yet to run wild outside the law. His eyes shone with great determination, and his tone left no room for argument, showing that he had already made up his mind. Mountain River Villa, those who engage in gray market businesses, need to be dealt with. And now they dare to openly retaliate? Fine, let me see how capable you truly are. I'm curious about the mysterious figure hiding behind the scenes. Who exactly are you? Chapter 152. No matter who it is, they must pay the price. Zhang Chong wanted to say something upon seeing the situation, but he didn't know what to say. After all, the complexity of this matter had far exceeded expectations, and with his abilities, he couldn't provide any constructive advice. After a moment of silence, he took a deep breath. Brother Liang, no matter what decision you make, I will definitely support you 100%. But this is no trivial matter. If you really intend to go after them, you must have a thorough plan. Su Liang smiled upon hearing these words. That's for sure. No matter what, I won't jeopardize my life or choose to die with them. He was only 18 years old and had a bright future ahead. There was absolutely no reason to ruin it because of these bastards. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong felt reassured like he'd swallowed a pill of comfort, nodding in agreement. At this moment, a doctor walked over from not too far away. Where are Lu Hao's family members? Here. Both quickly raised their hands and ran over. How's the situation, doctor? Is my brother in any danger? The toxins in his body have been mostly cleared, but he still needs to stay for observation for a few days. Furthermore, we still can't identify the components of the poison yet, so more tests need to be conducted. But generally speaking, there's no serious issue. You may visit him in the ward. The doctor left hastily after saying this, and the tension that had hung over both of them lifted. Subsequently, they both went to the ward. Lu Hao lay on the bed, pale-faced and appearing weak and listless. Ouch, boss really did a number on me this time. I'm going to file a complaint about that delivery shop later. I almost lost my life. The two exchanged glances quietly. Zhang Chong originally intended to tell him the truth, but Su Liang slightly shook his head. What was most important right now for Lu Hao was rest. Even if there were matters at hand, he would handle them himself. It wasn't necessary for Lu Hao to get too involved, especially since Lu Hao had stepped in when the trouble should have been his own. Su Liang felt incredibly indebted, nor did he want others to get entangled in his personal grudge. No matter what, let's discuss it once you've rested properly. As for the complaints, I can handle that for you. Do you want us to inform your parents? Su Liang cautiously asked. No. Lu Hao immediately waved his hands. Though seemingly laid back daily, he was actually very filial. Since I'm doing fine now, there's no need to bother them. Otherwise, my parents would just nag endlessly. Su Liang nodded. On this matter, he had to respect his friend's choice and couldn't act rashly, lest something truly unexpected happen. Seeing that the time was about right, Su Liang and Zhang Chong left the ward with an excuse. Just as they exited the hospital, he asked, Do you know where Luo Chenghai lives? Zhang Chong looked puzzled, clearly unsure why he asked. Brother Liang, weren't you saying it was people from Xuanhuan Villa who harmed you? What does Mr. Luo have to do with it? Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a cold light. Currently, he knew nothing about the identity of the owner behind Xuanhuan Villa, and neither did the police have any leads. To take the initiative, he had to uncover the other party's identity. Only then could he address the problem appropriately. Otherwise, fighting without even knowing the enemy made no sense. I see. I'm not entirely clear either, but I can ask my father. Alright, I'll go home first, and you should hurry back too. If there's nothing urgent recently, don't contact me. I suspect someone has been tailing me. Su Yang said seriously. After confirming Lu Hao was alright, his mind gradually calmed down. After analyzing it thoroughly, he noticed something odd. Firstly, ordering takeout was a random action, and which shop they chose was also uncertain. People from Xuanhuan Villa wouldn't have been able to tamper with it beforehand. There was only one possibility. They'd been trailing him, and tampered with the delivery before it arrived. It was even possible the delivery person belonged to them. Unfortunately, Su Liang hadn't paid enough attention at the time and couldn't recall what the delivery person looked like. Even if they investigated through the food delivery company, they probably wouldn't get any results. Therefore, the only person who could help him gather information now should be Luo Chenghai. After all, among those wealthy and prestigious individuals, he was the only one with whom Su Liang had a slight connection. Can't be. Zhang Chong immediately glanced around, his face filled with tension and concern. It seemed like attending a covert operation. Any ordinary person would be excited in such a situation. Don't bother looking. Even if someone is following us, there's no way you'd discover them. If the tracking skills were that amateurish, they wouldn't be assigned to perform such a task. Su Liang said with deep meaning. A hint of regret flickered across Zhang Chong's face. Brother Liang, do you need me to do something for you? How about I accompany you tomorrow to find Mr. Luo? Just help me find out where he lives first. We'll discuss going later. Su Liang casually dismissed him. He didn't want Zhang Chong dragged into this any further. Lu Hao hasn't recovered yet. If anything happened to Zhang Chong, the pet-based project would have no way of progressing. Surely they couldn't rely entirely on Mr. Su to manage everything. This guy had sinister intentions all along. If he learned about Zhang Chong's trouble, he'd definitely take advantage of it. At that point, Prosperous Group might truly fall into an awkward position, being caught between a rock and a hard place. Although Su Liang didn't have deep feelings for the Prosperous Group, at least Zhang Yuxing had once given him a chance to prove himself. Regardless of repaying the favor, he couldn't drag Zhang Yuxing down with him either. Seeing Su Liang's resolute attitude, Zhang Chong could say nothing more. He silently nodded, and then hailed a taxi to leave. After Zhang Chong disappeared at the end of the street, Su Liang finally exhaled in relief. He glanced back a few times and revealed a meaningful smile on his face. You dare challenge me, huh? Just wait. This time, I will make sure you regret it. Don't think your wealth makes you untouchable. There will always be someone able to handle you. He then also called a taxi and headed home. After Su Liang left, two black-clad figures suddenly appeared from the corner. What happened? Is this your work? Why is he still alive and unharmed? Big brother, I don't know. Chapter 153. What a show of authority. The black-clad figure in the corner was evidently very dissatisfied with this outcome. Their goal was to make Su Liang pay for his past actions. If you offend Xuanhuan Manor, you should know that there will be no good results. That was their usual style of doing things. But they did not expect that the first attempt at an accident would be avoided by Su Liang, and the second attempt, which involved poisoning in the takeaway food, would also fail, leaving the guy unscathed. Once is a coincidence, twice is luck. What about the third time? If even the third time fails, they would have no way to explain themselves to the boss. His companion shrugged helplessly, face full of frustration. Brother, do you think this guy is really up to something strange, or has he already figured us out? Why is it always so coincidental? This time, his partner actually blocked the knife for him. A sharp glint passed through the tall man's eyes, exuding an intimidating killing aura from head to toe. Without blood on his hands, he wouldn't possibly possess such courage. No matter what, the boss ordered us to teach this guy a harsh lesson. So no matter how lucky he gets, we must get tough. Otherwise, neither of us will end well. You know the boss's temper. At this, the companion involuntarily shivered, then nodded repeatedly. You said this guy managed to completely destroy the reputation of Xuanhuan Manor, but I just can't quite believe it. I've told you, we only do our job and ask no questions about the rest. If you are troubled in mind, go find the boss yourself. As for whether you can come out unharmed, that's your business. After saying that, the tall man turned around and disappeared around the corner. The companion quickly followed after. On the other side, Su Liang returned home, immediately took out the piece of cinnabar stone, his eyes reflecting contemplation. To get Luo Chunghai to help, he had to show some sincerity. The only thing valuable enough to offer right now was this piece of cinnabar stone worth hundreds of millions. It wasn't that Su Liang felt pain giving this cinnabar stone to Luo Chunghai, but there was a contract signed between himself and the Qiangxin group, involving 5 million yuan in here as well. If this cinnabar stone were given away, they would lose all operational costs. Likely, the pet-based project would encounter many difficulties moving forward. However, Su Liang absolutely could not allow Xuanhuan Manor to continue lurking in the shadows. One reason was to avenge Lu Hao, the other was to eliminate his own concerns. If these people weren't rooted out, then having a cinnabar stone worth hundreds of millions wouldn't mean much. You might have the life to earn money, but not the life to spend it. There's a high possibility of ending up as someone else's underling in the future. Just thinking about it made one feel utterly humiliated. After pondering for a bit, Su Liang made up his mind. Isn't it just spending 5 million yuan? As long as using 5 million yuan could solve this issue, he'd be making profit. Moreover, the boss behind Xuanhuan Manor definitely had a great deal of wealth. Perhaps it might even cover the original investment plus interest. Right at this moment, Zhang Chong sent over his message, confirming the address before Su Liang set off immediately. Before leaving, he made some subtle arrangements inside his home, especially deliberately adjusting certain details so that if anyone came searching his house, he would easily find out. Having finished everything, Su Liang hailed a taxi. Half an hour later, he arrived at a luxurious villa complex on the outskirts. This place counted as the most expensive real estate in the whole city. On average, each square meter could reach at least 1 million yuan, and those who lived here were truly the ultra-wealthy. In the underground parking lot, cars below the million yuan level were basically unseen. Even if there were any, they would likely be the mid-range BBA models, which were exclusively used by the family maids or managers for shopping and errands. Who would have thought the gap between the rich and poor could be so astonishing? Ordinary people struggled just to eat, while the wealthy owned unimaginable riches. This reality left many university students psychologically scarred upon entering society, no matter how good their grades were in school. Outside the campus walls, it all boiled down to money. In this society, there was only one word: money. Without money, you couldn't move an inch. With money, even bastards became bosses. Following the address provided by Zhang Chong, Su Liang eventually reached a detached villa. He rang the doorbell, and after a short while, a middle-aged woman opened the door, her gaze full of suspicion. We didn't ask the property management staff to come over, did we? May I ask what you need? Su Liang was full of black lines across his forehead. How did he look like a security guard from the property management? Sorry, I'm looking for Mr. Luo Chunghai. Is he home? Do you have an appointment? Unexpectedly, the maid in this tycoon's house could act like an assistant, even familiar with these procedures. No, but I have urgent matters. Could you make an exception and just tell Mr. Luo that my surname is Su? Su Liang said calmly. The maid scrutinized him up and down, her eyes full of suspicion, even with a touch of disdain. I don't know you, and since you don't have an appointment, how do I know if you're not here with ill intentions? Besides, do you think our master is like ordinary people who can be seen anytime? He's very busy every day. Su Liang's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Although he understood it was the maid's duty to keep unwanted visitors out of the villa, what was that air of superiority about? Just because you work as a maid for a rich family, do you now consider yourself wealthy too? It was laughable. How could there be such stupid people in the world? Their sense of belonging was off the charts. In daily life, they would only bully those below them, yet when encountering truly rich people, they'd grovel. I believe Mr. Luo, despite being busy, will still be willing to see me for a few minutes. Moreover, a few minutes won't accomplish much of anything. Could it be that Mr. Luo lacks just these few minutes? Or perhaps he is already on his deathbed. When the maid heard this, her face immediately changed, gritting her teeth and cursing. You young whippersnapper really don't know how to talk nicely. What do you mean by on his deathbed? Our master lives splendidly and exercises regularly. Compared to someone like you, there's a world of difference. Alright, Su Liang didn't bother wasting words with her. He had originally wanted to directly speak face-to-face with Luo Chunghai, But without making such a phone call now, he likely wouldn't meet this renowned personage. Brother Su, why are you calling me? Mr. Luo, your maid has quite the airs of authority. She insists on stopping me from coming in. What? Chapter 154. A late-night visit must be urgent. Luo Qinghai, who was originally lounging on the roof enjoying a gentle breeze, sat up abruptly in his recliner, confusion filling his eyes. Wait, you're saying my nanny stopped you? Yes, Mr. Luo. I thought seeing you would be like fetching scriptures from the West, he having to undergo 81 tribulations. Though I admit I can't compare with you, Mr. Luo, this reception feels unnecessarily grand for me. Su Yang said coldly. Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghai's heart brimmed with doubts. It wasn't overly surprising that someone could find his home, as a wealthy man like him naturally attracted attention, so he chose to live in this villa area for safety reasons. Back 100 years ago, ensuring safety for the rich was incredibly difficult given all the prying eyes, both overt and covert. Thankfully, they now lived in a society governed by law, which greatly protected such tycoons. At least there were fewer risks involved. But what genuinely startled Luo Qinghai was that Su Liang had shown up uninvited at this hour. Even though their interactions were brief, Luo Qinghai could tell Su Liang was an exceedingly capable young man who understood his boundaries well. Therefore, it didn't make sense that Su Liang would so hastily come looking for him. It couldn't be about business, otherwise, it wouldn't add up. If not for business, then it must mean some pressing matter had arisen. Otherwise, Su Liang wouldn't have any reason to do so. For people like them who did business, they generally held sufficient vigilance against others unless fully trusted. During engagements, no matter how pleasant the talk sounded, one should never take it lightly since betrayal might happen at any time. For example, consider Luo Qinghai's situation. Suppose he made some dangerous remarks during dinner conversations with others. He might feel safe since those around him are presumably trustworthy. But after the meal, if those contents got secretly recorded and uploaded online, according to his level of influence, it could trigger a huge scandal. The lightest outcome might involve public apologies, but if severe, various punishments and responsibilities might arise. Ultimately, his life and commercial empire could be ruined. This behavior is not only related to corruption and illegality, but may also lead to other charges, almost impossible to wash off cleanly. Even if he explained himself later, citing being drunk and hence making impulsive remarks due to alcohol, probably no one would believe him. Irrefutable evidence. Plus, many already wanted to knock him down from his position. They'd surely fan the flames, plunging him into irredeemable ruin. Su Liang likely understood this principle too. So, his arrival here must have its reason. More importantly, the nanny really managed to stop him. What if Su Liang overcame this crisis and then settled accounts later? Then, the leverage would no longer be in my hands. After some deliberation, Luo Qinghai still decided to meet. In case something significant was truly going on, help if possible. But if it goes beyond bottom lines and principles, there's nothing to discuss. It's also an opportunity to see who exactly Su Liang is. If indeed a mistake on his part, there's no need to waste too much time and effort. Brother Su, please wait. I'll come down immediately. A few minutes later, Luo Qinghai arrived at the gate, and upon seeing this, the nanny immediately came forward. Master, he hasn't made an appointment, yet insisted on seeing you. I had no choice. Luo Qinghai slightly nodded, clearly understanding the situation without blaming the nanny, and sent her away. Then he smiled faintly and said, Brother Su, this isn't anyone's fault. Indeed, it's my rule, but she doesn't know you, hence causing this big blunder. Su Liang waved indifferently, his face void of expression. Mr. Luo, I'm not the type to quibble over trivial matters. This time, I've come due to urgent affairs, so I didn't notify beforehand and directly paid a visit. I hope you can understand. Hearing this, a taut string in Luo Qinghai's heart loosened. Regardless of anything else, Su Liang evidently understood the rules. If he complained over such a minor issue, it could only mean this person lacked a broad vision and was petty-minded, incapable of entrusting heavy responsibilities. There would be no further need for deep acquaintance afterward either. Who knows what might happen someday? People like Luo Qinghai definitely wouldn't let the story of Master Donggu sheltering a venomous snake repeat itself. No worries. Ignorance is no crime. Luo Qinghai waved, and then personally welcomed Su Liang into the villa, specially pouring him a cup of tea. Young brother Su, let's get to the point. What is it that you're here for in the middle of the night? Su Liang wasted no time, directly pulling out the cock's bloodstone from his pocket. At the sight of this, Luo Qinghai couldn't help but feel perplexed, finding the situation rather baffling. Could it be that the young man thought there was an issue with the cock's bloodstone and wanted to consult him on how to resolve it? Or perhaps he was looking for a buyer. Such assistance could certainly be provided, but he felt it didn't warrant a late-night visit, unless the matter was urgent and related to money. This possibility wasn't completely out of the question. In the past, Luo Qinghai had encountered ruthless gamblers who were driven mad by their losses and acted without reason. All they could think about was recouping their losses, which was why so many people gambled themselves into destitution. Could it be that all of Su Liang's apparent cleverness was just a pretense, hiding an almost frantic gambler underneath? What do you mean by this, Brother Su? Mr. Luo, I have no other intentions. Today, I brought the cock's bloodstone with me because I hope to give it to you, and also asked for your help. What? A flicker of surprise passed through Luo Qinghai's eyes. He instantly became curious. He knew the entire process of the cock's bloodstone auction clearly. With 5 million yuan, Su Liang had made a 100-fold profit, becoming the most dazzling new star at the event. But now, the other party was willingly giving away the hard-earned cock's bloodstone to him. This was somewhat incomprehensible. It would be akin to not only making no profit, but also losing 5 million yuan. For someone like Luo Qinghai, who was among the top-level tycoons, even missing out on such opportunities wouldn't be a huge deal. After all, 100 million yuan wouldn't make them regret endlessly. It would just bring a slight sense of regret. However, it was different for Su Liang, who was currently in the phase of establishing his career, requiring substantial funds. Moreover, Su Liang himself was just an ordinary person. In other words, this Cock's Bloodstone was essentially his first bucket of gold. Chapter 155. The Mountain Water Manor is not something you can touch. Ah, younger brother, with what you've done, I truly don't understand anymore. You have money, sure, but still need to be thrifty. The 5 million yuan you spent on buying the chicken bloodstone was borrowed from the Changxing group. You say you don't have money, yet you're able to just hand over something worth 100 million yuan to me? To be honest, elder brother has met all kinds of people in my life, but I've never seen anyone like you. Luo Qinghai shook his head deeply, his expression filled with astonishment and disbelief. After all, the current situation deviates greatly from what he had anticipated. For any rich person, this would be completely understandable, but it's incomprehensible for Xulong to do so. It seems as if you're pretending to be extremely wealthy. Even if someone were exceedingly rich, they wouldn't willingly part with a whole 100 million, right? Upon hearing this, Xulong's lips curved upward slightly. Luo boss, in my opinion, money is indeed a good thing. But lost money can be earned again. However, one must live with dignity. Sometimes, if this dignity isn't preserved, it might cause distress and discomfort for a lifetime. At these words, Luo Qinghai's eyes widened with surprise, piquing his interest immediately. Even if he were slow-witted, he could still tell that there was hidden meaning behind these words. Clearly, someone had offended Xulong. But who exactly was bold enough to provoke such determination in this young man, who usually remained calm as water? Perhaps even willing to use up all his savings. Older brother, may I inquire about the matter? Of course, Xulong concealed nothing, knowing that such matters didn't necessitate being secretive. Furthermore, today, since he came seeking help, he should be open and sincere. If Luo Qinghai were aligned with Mountain Water Manor, he would be stepping into a trap. However, based on previous circumstances, such a scenario shouldn't arise. Most high society individuals are merely deceived. That said, it's also possible that Mountain Water Manor already embedded spies among the crowd beforehand, but Luo Qinghai was likely not one of them. He is the top-ranked billionaire in the entire province. Would he really need to be under Mountain Water Manor's umbrella? Should this indeed be the case, it would indicate their strength is far more formidable than imagined. He must act swiftly. Otherwise, the consequences will be extremely dire, beyond common comprehension. Just now, one of my close friends was poisoned. It was only 20 minutes ago that he stabilized at the hospital, clearly showing someone deliberately wanted to take our lives. Luo Qinghai slightly frowned, his gaze reflecting deep contemplation. As someone who constantly ranked among the top few billionaires in the province, he actually understood quite well. The saying goes, tall trees attract wind, referring to malicious forces. Given his unique status, everyone knows you're wealthy, so they'll definitely try every trick to profit. But Xulong wasn't within that category. Not that Luo Qinghai looked down on him. It's just that under the present circumstances, he hadn't reached the level of the ultra-rich yet. Meaning, if such issues were to appear with these two young men, there was only one explanation. They had enemies. Suddenly, an idea struck him. Hold on. Could it possibly be that Mountain Water Manor made its move? Luo Qinghai's complexion slightly changed, a sense of unease forming in his heart. There was probably no other entity capable of attacking so blatantly except for Mountain Water Manor. Xulong's lips slightly curved upwards, revealing approval in his eyes. Indeed, Luo boss is incredibly perceptive. Absolutely right. While I currently lack evidence, I suspect it's most likely Mountain Water Manor. In a society governed by law, disregarding the value of an ordinary person's life is in itself an extreme action. Unless one is a reckless lawbreaker or a merciless criminal, who would dare cross the line? Isn't that asking for death? Luo Qinghai sucked in a breath of cold air. Fear became reality. His expression grew unusually serious. Younger brother, it's not that I want to shirk responsibility. If you encountered any other kind of trouble, even without giving away this piece of chicken bloodstone, Big Brother would definitely help think of a solution for you. However, the issue lies in that Mountain Water Manor is absolutely not something you should tangle with. No matter how wronged you feel, in my view, the best way to deal with it is to endure silently. Only this way can danger be turned into safety. He spoke very earnestly, with absolutely no intention of dodging responsibility, clearly genuinely helping find solutions. Xulong nodded slightly. Mr. Luo, I sincerely appreciate your kindness, and I also have a general understanding of the situation. Nevertheless, all that people live for in this life ultimately boils down to fame and wealth. Although I don't care much about them, my brother almost passed away because of this matter. If it were you, Mr. Luo, could you bear seeing your closest loved ones inexplicably dragged into a storm like this? Had Mountain Water Manor brazenly confronted him directly, Xulong would even respect their audacity as heroes. But engaging in such covert schemes behind his back was truly despicable, clearly showing they too feared crossing the law, or why else hide like cowards? Hearing this, Luo Qinghai wanted to interject, but held back, his expression growing extremely complicated. Brother, since you already understand, let me speak plainly. The true backing of Mountain Water Manor is not small fry. It's likely tied to a major conglomerate. The crucial point is that many of its members operate in the gray zones of society, willing to resort to any means for profit. If you escalate things with them, in the end, the one who will suffer losses is you. As an ordinary person, heck, even someone like me, sometimes has no choice but to endure, for open attacks may be easier to dodge, but hidden daggers are hard to guard against. Even if you feel you've got a surefire advantage, can you guarantee there'll be no lapses? If they ever seize their chance, the consequences could be disastrous, escalating in directions unimaginable. Such events were not unfamiliar to Luo Chenghai. There had been a wealthy individual at his level who, after a dispute with some local powers, confidently strutted around thinking himself untouchable. In the end, he was utterly destroyed. Not only did the man lose all his fortune, but his mental health completely collapsed as well. When the police attempted to investigate the truth, they were left without leads. The group simply sent out a junior member to take the blame, leaving nothing more to pursue. Therefore, sometimes one really shouldn't stoop to another's lowest tactics. Often the one getting hurt is oneself. As someone who had experienced it firsthand, Luo Chenghai wished to give Xulong some advice and insight. There was no need to show off unnecessarily, nor relentlessly chase every root cause to its end. Chapter 156. Being young is good, daring to fight and work hard. In Luo Chenghai's view, society was absolutely not as simple as it appeared to be, and everyone had their own troubles. Even billionaires were not necessarily carefree every day unless they had truly let go of everything and lived with the attitude of seizing each day. When very few people could threaten his existence, a situation like Su Liang's was just like trying to twist a muscle against a strong arm. It was hopeless. There was absolutely no need for him to bother the Waterscape Manor. In the end, the one likely to get hurt might just be himself. Honestly speaking, Luo Chenghai still highly admired Su Liang. He even hoped to see how high this young man could reach after some time, to validate his own discernment. If they caused an uncontrollable commotion today over the poisoning incident with Waterscape Manor, the consequences would be unimaginable. Upon hearing these words, a slight smile curled at the corners of Su Liang's mouth. Is Mr. Luo afraid of getting involved? What kind of nonsense? I'm thinking for you. Why can't you appreciate a well-intended heart? With furrowed brows, Luo Chenghai felt extremely displeased, as if bitten by a dog who didn't recognize Lu Dongbin's kindness. Su Liang smiled faintly. Thank you, Mr. Luo, for your consideration. However, I've thought through this matter clearly. If today my brother gets poisoned, and I choose to ignore it completely, then those who follow me will surely harbor doubts. Although in this era, it is all about money. But in my eyes, a person still needs backbone. The two words, loyalty and righteousness, cannot be forgotten. If someone only knows to shrink back or evade in face of trouble, when the storm eventually comes, he would only drag the ones around him down. It's absolutely impossible for him to hold up a great umbrella. Luo Chenghai's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. In his dreams, he hadn't expected that the young man before him would have such profound insights into life and society. It seemed as though this youth had lived for decades. After a prolonged silence, he slowly asked, "Are you really only 18 years old? Speak honestly. I've never seen any young man of 18 who could be like you." Su Liang laughed it off, not taking it too seriously. Everyone's experiences are unique, so the person formed by them also varies greatly. If Mr. Luo is interested, we can pick another time to chat about this leisurely. But right now, I want to know everything about Waterscape Manor. As long as Mr. Luo can find out, I can exchange this chicken bloodstone for it. His face once again displayed resolute determination that couldn't be shaken. Rest assured, I won't drag you into this. I just want more information about Waterscape Manor. In the end, I will resolve it myself. Hearing this, Luo Chenghai wanted to say something but held back, his eyes revealing a thoughtful expression. At this moment, he knew that no matter how much he said, it wouldn't make a difference. This kid had made up his mind to confront the other side until the bitter end. He sighed quietly. It's good to be young, but sometimes one has to pay the price for one's choices. What you said just now makes sense too. Sometimes, a person shouldn't always consider pros and cons. That way, they'll merely become a slave chasing profit and avoiding harm. Sometimes, one must knowingly do what can't be done. As he spoke, Luo Chenghai's gaze fell on the chicken bloodstone. You take this thing back first. When you finish my project, we'll talk about it later. As for Waterscape Manor, I can help you investigate a bit. But actually, I don't know much myself. To this day, the boss of Waterscape Manor has basically never shown up. The only time he came personally, he didn't greet anyone, merely gave out a few instructions, then left behind some collectibles worth hundreds of millions and hurriedly left. Su Liang mulled over it. It seemed the other party had already begun their planning long ago, otherwise they wouldn't have acted so covertly. If following this logic, since Waterscape Manor had suffered such heavy losses this time, they would surely plan new strategies. Either they would re-establish a new stronghold somewhere around the entire city, which would aid their financial gains better. Since the police only dismantled Waterscape Manor without uncovering the true identity of this mysterious gang, it didn't harm their core region. To rise again would be easy. So does Mr. Luo know where the headquarters of Waterscape Manor is? On hearing this, Luo Chenghai shook his head blankly. You know, every time we arrived at Waterscape Manor, there were specific personnel responsible for our reception inside. Even if we tried to inquire, they'd pretend to know nothing. So, I'm not quite sure about the headquarters of Waterscape Manor, but I can help you find out who were employed there. Excluding those caught by the police, there should be some still left in the city. If we can find these people, we might get some important clues. Luo Chenghai pondered. Su Liang nodded. If that's the case, then it's a bother for Mr. Luo to put in the effort. Once this matter is settled, I will certainly repay you with all my might. Luo Chenghai grinned, his expression becoming quite incomprehensible. All right, stop drawing me such big pies here. Let's see if you can survive first. If you really can take down Waterscape Manor, then I would admit your ability. After all, no one in the entire city could achieve such a feat. Su Liang slowly stood up, revealing a dominant look on his face. You have to bear the consequences if you've made mistakes when getting into trouble. I caused Waterscape Manor heavy losses back then, so it's reasonable for them to seek revenge. However, I cannot take this loss silently. You should let them know that I, Su Liang, am not someone who can be bullied at will. It wasn't just for Lu Hao, but also for everyone around him. Otherwise, Waterscape Manor would never let go and would probably come up with every possible way to cause trouble for him in the future. This time, he must resolve all issues. After finishing speaking, he turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, Luo Chunghai's expression was rather complex. Having been struggling in the business world for many years, what great men had he not met? However, young people like Su Liang, who were ambitious and fearless, were extremely rare, because the majority would be subdued by reality. I wonder if you truly don't know the vastness of the sky and the thickness of the earth, or if you have enough confidence in yourself. No matter what, this matter will surely change everything. Luo Chunghai murmured to himself. If he succeeds, Su Liang's name will resonate throughout the province. After all, no one dares to boast such a thing. Chapter 157. In the same boat in times of difficulty and sharing happiness. In the following few days, Su Liang almost entirely entrusted the pet base affairs to Zhang Chong, who, although indeed had some difficulty at first. However, after consulting his father Zhang Yuxing a few times, he started to manage things competently. It can only be said that people must go through trials. Only by constantly trying does one have the chance to grow. Otherwise, they will always remain like children. The majority of rich second-generation individuals become cynical in the end, or even wastrels, because their families protect them too well, to the point that these people don't even realize the cruelty of society. Zhang Yuxing felt equally gratified seeing the change in his son, indicating that his initial judgment was correct. Su Liang is truly someone capable of handling important responsibilities, at least without failing when it mattered most. During these few days, Su Liang stayed in the hospital instead, partly to prevent Lu Hao's condition from worsening further, and partly due to unease in his heart. After all, it was because of him that his good brother almost crossed the threshold of death, and if he didn't take care properly, it would feel inappropriate. Boss, I've already told you it's fine. Why are you still staying here? Shouldn't we go home instead? Wasting money on the hospital is such a pity. Lu Hao, lying in the hospital bed, looked utterly speechless. He felt his body had already recovered, but Su Liang wouldn't let him leave under any circumstances. Can't you just rest properly for a few days? Besides, Mr. Luo has already agreed to help us set up an online live streaming platform. Once we go back, you'll have to get busy. What if there's a lingering after effect, leaving you a fool? Then I'd really suffer big losses, wouldn't I? Su Liang said casually as he continued working on the proposal. Besides these concerns, he had another worry. Since the people from the mountains and Waters Manor were already watching him, it meant his home wasn't safe either. If Lu Hao returned, those guys might strike again, making the situation more complicated and troublesome in the future. At least in the hospital, with more people around, the risk could be mitigated. Additionally, since Lu Hao hadn't directly offended the mountains and Waters Manor, it was highly likely they wouldn't target him, lowering the danger involved. Boss, I think something's been off about you these last couple of days. Lu Hao asked cautiously. What's wrong? Don't I seem fine? Su Liang responded lightly. Come on, boss. Just because my grades suck doesn't mean I'm dumb. The doctor already said this isn't food poisoning. It's clear someone tampered with something, but no matter how much I think about it, I can't figure out who would want me dead. Lu Hao later learned from the nurse that if he had arrived even 10 minutes later, the toxins would have spread throughout his body via the bloodstream. Even divine intervention couldn't have saved him. Thus, he was immediately rushed into the emergency room, and even then, it took significant effort to finally purge all the poison from his system. Although Lu Hao knew he wasn't exactly beloved by everyone, it wasn't enough to warrant someone going to such lengths to harm him. Even the previous operations manager of the live streaming platform probably didn't have the opportunity. Besides, none of them even knew where he was staying now. How could they have managed to attack? The only explanation was that this incident had something to do with Su Liang. Boss, this time, did I take the knife for you? A flash of surprise flickered in Su Liang's eyes. He hadn't expected that after being poisoned, this kid's brain had grown sharper instead. So, are you blaming me? How could I possibly blame you? Lu Hao shook his head like a rattle drum, his gaze unwavering. Boss, let me speak frankly. I know my own worth. Without your help, I'd probably already be deciding which factory to screw bolts in by now. But if I've taken a hit for you, I should at least know who tried to kill me. Otherwise, how will I find revenge? Su Liang thoughtfully fell silent for a moment before slowly nodding. All right, since you've put it this way, I won't hide anything from you anymore. Do you remember Zhou brother asking me to go undercover for him before? Lu Hao blinked, full of confusion in his eyes. I know that. Wasn't it at the auction in the Mountains and Waters Manor? What does this have to do with it? The Mountains and Waters Manor isn't simple. Their fake artifacts are worth hundreds of millions, so you can imagine the kind of profit hidden behind this operation. They lost a base because of me, and some people said that if the profit reaches 50%, it's worth a try. When profits reach 100%, it's worth taking a risk. When profits exceed 300%, one can lose all moral principles. There's absolutely no moral bottom line. What kind of business they're into has profits more than 300%, right? And I'm just like their father's killer. Do you think these guys would let me off? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao suddenly understood, and his eyes showed a look of shock. No wonder they'd use such means. It seems they were indeed desperate. Su Liang sighed inwardly, feeling somewhat reluctant. So now you understand, right? Our situation isn't as good as we imagined. Of course, if you want to step back at this moment, I won't blame you. People are all the same. It's completely understandable. It's impossible to knowingly face life-threatening danger and still rush forward. Most people are ordinary and wouldn't voluntarily put themselves through hardship. What nonsense is this? Boss, if there's meat, we eat together. If trouble comes and I run away by myself, am I even human? Lu Hao said resolutely, with serious determination in his eyes. What's so great about that so-called mountain and water manner? I'd like to see just how capable these guys can be. In today's society, we can't let them lawless criminals act recklessly. They must be severely punished. Su Liang was somewhat surprised, never expecting him to be so determined, making Su Liang hesitate internally even more. After all, this is different from usual times. The other side consists of extremely ruthless villains. One wrong move could cost them their lives. You have to think clearly. There's no turning back once you start. As long as you get involved in this mess, it will be hard to step out again unless we fully control the entire situation and defeat them. Lu Hao grinned, seemingly having anticipated everything, with no intention at all of leaving. Boss, I've always thought about being like those heroes in movies going on adventures. Now it's finally happening to me, and you want me to go back and be a coward again? That's not happening. This is too good an opportunity for me to pass up. Moreover, I have to take revenge personally. Chapter 158. There's been new development in the situation. Su Liang quietly watched, feeling profoundly sighful in his heart. As the saying goes, time reveals a person's true nature, just as distance shows the endurance of a horse. Without experiencing events, it is impossible to clearly see what kind of mentality the people around us have. If this kind of situation were to happen to anyone else, the other party would undoubtedly choose to leave without hesitation once they know the truth. After all, who would want to get themselves involved in such dangerous affairs? A single misstep might cost one their life, and the strength of the opposing side was obviously no ordinary matter. Under such circumstances, if one wanted to ensure that everything remained under control, it would be extremely difficult. Thus, according to Su Liang's understanding, leaving would be the decision that any normal person would make. Yet Lu Hao seemed to not even entertain such a thought. He only had more eagerness to move forward. You fool, you really don't know your own limitations. Do you think we're dealing with someone who can be easily taken care of? They possess things that can take someone's life. Poisoning is merely one method. There's no telling what else those people may have at their disposal. Perhaps weapons or something even more terrifying. This just further proves why we must engage them in battle. Lu Hao's face lit up with excitement. This was an opportunity that comes once in a millennium. Missing it means not knowing when another chance like this will arise again. After all, nowadays it's a law-abiding society. Most people are simple, law-abiding citizens, incapable of doing anything out of line. However, it's clear that the people from Xuanhuan Manor are influential and use quite aggressive methods. Regardless, boss, this time you can't leave me behind. I'm still waiting for revenge. Seeing how far the conversation had gone, Su Liang saw no reason to continue dissuading him. They were all adults with their own choices and consequences that should be faced, so there was no point in thinking all issues could be dealt with easily. When it came down to it, one had to fight tooth and nail, otherwise wouldn't it feel like living an entire lifetime in vain? Even if money were earned, it would merely mean relying on others. And since they were all young and full of vigor, naturally, none of them wanted to be seen as cowards backing away. Alright, this time, our two brothers will work together. No matter what, we will uncover those bastards hiding behind Xuanhuan Manor. Su Liang was brimming with confidence. At this moment, his phone suddenly rang. Upon checking, they discovered the call was from Luo Chenghai. A subtle flicker of movement crossed Su Liang's heart, while a calm expression spread across his face. I'll answer the call. Wait for me for a bit. Let's discuss properly after. Sure. Su Liang then moved towards the fire escape and answered the call. Luo boss, I've been eagerly waiting for your message. If you didn't contact me soon, I'd start suspecting if you blocked my number. Su Liang grinned with jest-filled remarks in his tone. How could I? Wasn't I the one sending people to investigate for you? You wouldn't expect this kind of thing to be as easy as buying cabbage at the market, would you? Luo Chenghai retaliated bluntly, both men clearly not ones to shy away from teasing each other, especially during moments of high tension, proving strong psychological fortitude in either party. I didn't expect you to still have the spirit to joke around with me at a critical moment like this. Quite interesting. No wonder you could remain unperturbed back then when facing the great spectacle at Xuanhuan Manor. Troops come, troops resist. Water comes, earth dams. Things always go this way. There's no alternative solution. How could I walk around with a furrowed brow all day? If word got out, that'd truly be a laughingstock. Su Liang also maintained his calmness, aware that dejected feelings couldn't possibly alter the current situation and might only make things worse. Faced with a formidable opponent like Xuanhuan Manor, one would either submit right from the beginning to live an easy life or never have had a choice to begin with. Su Liang decided to simply tough it out and find out who the real hero was, who the real strongman was. Enough chit-chat. Getting serious now, I've already sent people throughout the province to inquire about the matter. The head of Xuanhuan really does operate quite cautiously, even though the police managed to arrest a series of members from Xuanhuan before this. But almost all the people who previously worked for them seem to have disappeared without a trace. Their whereabouts are currently unknown, and no one knows whether these people are alive or dead. However, there is a man named Jiang Dezhu. I heard that he used to work as a bodyguard at Xuanhuan Manor. As for why he resigned, I'm not quite clear, but this person happens to be in your city right now. If you want to learn more about Xuanhuan Manor, you can ask him. I believe he should know more than us outsiders. Su Liang nodded, silently noting down the relevant phone number and contact address. Thanks, Mr. Luo. I didn't expect you'd still be willing to lend a helping hand at such a crucial moment. Truly, it comes as a great surprise to me. Spare me the pleasantries, boy. Do you think I don't know what kind of character you are? There's no need to be polite with me. Luo Chenghai laughed on the other end of the line, sounding as if he weren't overly concerned about the current situation. Even if he had uncovered some information, it wouldn't have much bearing on him, nor would any investigation have caused him significant impact. Suddenly, his tone shifted, becoming serious. Nevertheless, let me make one thing clear. Some situations offer no way back. Now that Xuanhuan Manor has their eyes on you, and since you've chosen not to yield, it will undoubtedly lead to an extremely terrifying confrontation. The extent of this scenario, I cannot predict. But I hope you remember this. If things ever get out of control completely, make sure to do everything possible to protect your life. This was clearly his final warning to Su Liang. The conflict between Xuanhuan Manor and him was bound to be a life-and-death struggle, far beyond what ordinary people could imagine. 1,000,000% assured, Mr. Luo. I'll make sure to invite you for drinks and meat when the time comes. A slight smile tugged at the corners of Su Liang's mouth, as though he paid little mind to the present circumstances. Fear might reside deep within his heart, but courage needed to prevail. Regardless of how formidable Xuanhuan Manor might be, it was impossible for him to let anything influence or alter the overall situation dramatically. After hanging up the call, Su Liang's eyes gleamed with renewed determination. Chapter 159. Did they actually find the cemetery? Xuanhuan Manor, right? How dare you cause trouble in my territory, and even dare to attack my brothers with poisoned hands? This time, there's nothing else to say. I have to go head-to-head with you. If he could win this battle, then his name would surely be renowned throughout the whole province. From now on, whenever he does business, others will definitely treat him with more respect. Two young men, around 17 or 18 years old, could actually take down Xuanhuan Manor with their own strength. Isn't this enough proof of power? It also shows that these two individuals are driven and can be trusted. So in Su Liang's view, this is not just a crisis but also an opportunity. If it can be handled well, perhaps many things will naturally resolve themselves, and even potential problems later might be easily addressed. Subsequently, a plan formed in his mind. No matter what, he should first go meet this man called Jiang Dazhu, and they must set off as soon as possible. Once Xuanhuan Manor realizes their actions, they might still try to interfere. If something like what happened to Gao Yu and Lu Hao were to happen to Jiang Dazhu, getting killed fiercely, then it would be extremely difficult for him to find any clues again. After all, even Luo Chenghai, such a bigwig, had merely found one lead, Jiang Dazhu, which was sufficient to demonstrate how cautious Xuanhuan Manor was in handling affairs. This was far beyond what ordinary people could imagine, nor could anyone predict exactly how they would react. Once this was clarified, Su Liang immediately returned to the ward and looked at Lu Hao lying on the bed with nothing to do. He suddenly got an idea. Let me discuss something with you. The boss, go ahead and say it. We still have some money now, so we're not short on your hospital expenses. If you really want to deal with the Xuanhuan Manor situation, come with me. But during this period, you cannot go home or to my place. You must stay in the hospital. Lu Hao blinked and immediately understood. This was his good buddy, worried about retaliation. However, there was no need to be so cautious. Can we change the place? The beds here are too uncomfortable. Why don't you book a room in a hotel for me? I'll temporarily hide out there. Go to hell. Isn't that nice and convenient? Even I don't live in hotels myself, and yet you expect me to get a room for you. Su Liang grinned and kicked him. Hurry up, no time to waste. If we can't reach our destination in time to find the target person, there's likely to be an unforeseen situation. By then, things will become completely uncontrollable. Upon hearing that he could leave, Lu Hao became quite happy and quickly got dressed. Within a few minutes, the two slipped out of the hospital and took a taxi, handing over the address given by Luo Chenghai to the driver. A flicker of doubt passed through the driver's eyes, but he said nothing further and started driving toward the intended location. However, as they continued driving, Lu Hao noticed something strange. Boss, are you sure this is the address Mr. Luo gave you? Something feels off. What's odd? Su Liang waved his hand, seemingly unconcerned. Their current route was already outside the city center, where the population was sparse. The surrounding cold and quietness made sense since places like this might naturally lack crowds during the evening hours. Unexpectedly, before he finished speaking, the driver mockingly commented, "It's not weird. In my entire life, I've only seen people sweep tombs and cemeteries during broad daylight, but never in the dead of night. You two aren't grave robbers, are you? Or has anyone heard of tomb raiding in public cemeteries? That's just ridiculous." Upon hearing this, the two froze with surprise written all over their faces. They couldn't help but feel unexpectedly shocked. "Brother, where exactly are we going?" "Cemetery, of course. What else? Don't tell me you don't know where you're going. So are you really from around here or not?" Apparently, the driver looked amused as if enjoying the show, probably delighted by this rare event. Most importantly, since he was taking them into the cemetery rather than bringing them out late at night, he avoided any spooky vibes. If it had been someone being taken out from the cemetery at night, who knows what creepy secrets lay within. Su Liang and Lu Hao glanced at each other secretly, puzzled looks on their faces, filled with doubt and confusion. What was happening now truly came as quite a shock. Do you think our boss tricked us? Did he give us the wrong address? How could it possibly be a cemetery? Could that guy already be dead? Lu Hao blurted out, obviously dissatisfied with this answer. They had spent so much effort to find someone who turned out to be a corpse. Why waste time on that? Wouldn't it be better to just go back and rest early? However, Su Liang felt that things should not be that simple. Firstly, Luo Chenghai was such a big boss who always valued keeping his promises. This should be the attitude most bosses should have. If they were constantly going back on their words, how could they expect their employees to trust the company? Over time, this would also cause the employees to develop a rebellious feeling towards their own company, making it hard to ensure the company could continue to grow stronger. But if he wasn't lying, why did he give an address of a cemetery? Could it be that Jiang Daju is still alive in the cemetery? As he was lost in thought, the taxi had already arrived at the entrance of the cemetery, and the driver lit a cigarette with a meaningful look as he turned around. Brothers, we are a taxi, and according to regulations, we cannot enter such private places, so please get out and find your way yourselves. Moreover, we are all driving outside and more or less seeking good fortune. I hope you two won't make things too difficult for us. Otherwise, I really don't know what to do. Su Liang nodded without saying much, and because it was the middle of the night and seeing this place, he gave the driver 20 extra yuan. It could serve as a little comfort. The driver saw his generous tip and grinned. Two younger brothers, even though your actions are unimaginable, you're still pretty decent. If you come back to the city later, you can give me a call. I'll be driving around for a while. But if there's a suitable business first and I leave, then I won't be able to help you anymore. Thank you, big brother. Su Liang and Lu Hao nodded and smiled simultaneously. They were well aware that in such a remote area, the chances of catching a ride were almost zero. Chapter 160. The Only Informed One, Jiang Daju. After the taxi drove away, Lu Hao couldn't help but turn his head to take a look at the cemetery. Although everyone is a staunch materialist, when you actually come to such a place, you still inexplicably feel chills down your spine. And for no apparent reason either. It was just that the whole body felt somewhat uneasy. The two walked while chatting. Big brother, why do you think Boss Luo didn't explain more clearly? Just a note, and he threw us out here in the middle of nowhere. It's even inside a public cemetery. I don't even know what we're supposed to be looking for. Su Liang appeared deep in thought, his eyes showing a serious expression. Since things have already developed to this point, talking about it further wouldn't make any difference anymore. For them, solving the current problem is the most important thing, and only in this way can they live up to someone else's painstaking efforts. Otherwise, all the effort put into finding the location would end up being wasted. After a brief silence, Su Liang suddenly had a flash of inspiration. Did you think of anyone? Who? Don't scare me in the middle of the night. Lu Hao blinked his eyes, immediately becoming extremely nervous. Don't be afraid. What I mean is, think carefully. Didn't we forget something? Every cemetery has a place equivalent to a watchman's post. And under these circumstances, there's usually someone on guard. Although Su Liang had never been to such a place, he loved listening to other people's gossip as a child, so he also knew many aspects of industries unfamiliar to most people. Like the funeral business. Generally speaking, nowadays it is jointly managed by funeral companies and local units. Funeral companies mainly handle cremation and various other one-stop services, while maintaining the entire cemetery sometimes is directly handled by funeral companies by relevant departments. After all, the funeral companies are experienced, and since some extra money is given every month, there's no major problem. At the core, the work isn't particularly complex or difficult, one only needs a bit of patience. That means if we follow Luo Chenghai's hint, the person with significant strength likely doing work around here right now should be related to the funeral business. And it is also quite possible that this person is a night watchman. Big brother, after hearing your analysis, it does seem somewhat reasonable. If he really is a night watchman, then the issue becomes much simpler. Lu Hao looked contemplative, his eyes reflecting an amused expression. However, there's still one question. If this guy could be a bodyguard for the Xuanhuan Manor, why would he willingly come here and become a gravekeeper instead? A gravekeeper's salary must not even come close to that of a bodyguard for the Xuanhuan Manor, right? Although he hadn't personally witnessed it, from Su Liang's described scene, it was clear that this place wasn't somewhere an ordinary person could easily access. So naturally the wages for the waiters and kitchen staff and all positions would definitely be especially high. They would absolutely surpass most of their peers in the market. If Jiang Daju gave up such a well-paying job and came here instead to lead a life like a recluse without any valid internal reason, that would definitely be unreasonable. It might even involve more complications. Soon both of them arrived at the funeral company's site set up within the cemetery. Though the hall lights were still on, the place seemed somewhat deserted. Well, don't be afraid. You haven't done anything wrong. If he's really here, there's nothing to worry about. Lu Hao waved his hand. How could I possibly be scared? I'm just concerned that if there's any ambush here, then that would certainly be a disaster for both of us. Just as they were talking, suddenly a person walked out from the inner room, his face full of coldness. Who are you? Why did you suddenly show up here? He looked extremely vigilant, but it was understandable. After all, if anyone suddenly sees a stranger in the cemetery late at night, it's natural to feel scared. It might even cause greater disturbance, resulting in the situation completely losing control. Hello, we're looking for Jiang Daju. Is Jiang Daju here? Su Liang didn't beat around the bush, but went straight to the point, thinking anyway it was already like this, better speed up things rather than waste time. Upon hearing this, the other person clearly paused for a moment. Then his expression became even more guarded. Who exactly are you? How do you know my name? Upon hearing these words, the two exchanged glances and expressions of joy appeared on their faces. What is searching everywhere without success, but getting it effortlessly? Unbelievably, this guy just admitted so straightforwardly. It seemed that things were not as complicated as they had imagined. At least for them, the situation was still within their control, which could be considered a good thing. Hello, Brother Jiang. We've come to you because we want to consult you about something. Su Liang had just begun to speak when the other person's face immediately turned sour, and he waved his hand rudely. Shoo, I don't have time to waste chatting with you. Where did you come from? Get back there. Don't disturb me while I'm working. Despite Su Liang repeatedly speaking politely, the other person acted as if he couldn't hear, preoccupied only with his own concerns. This made Lu Hao, standing nearby, grow more anxious by the minute, unable to resist speaking out. Why can't you understand what people are saying? We came to ask about the xuanhuan manor, and you're acting like we're going to take your life. You're being overly timid and fearful. If Lu Hao hadn't spoken up, it might have been better. As soon as he did, the other man's expression turned even darker, ominously gloomy as he replied. That's right, I am a coward, so what can you do about it? Let me say this one last time. Leave here now, or I won't be polite anymore. Su Liang's gaze, full of strength, revealed a contemplative look, hinting at some guesses as to the reason behind this behavior. Then he gestured dismissively. All right, we're sorry to bother you. We'll leave now. Having said that, he called out and began walking toward the exit. Lu Hao looked on with confusion written all over his face, feeling completely bewildered. Boss, are we really just leaving? Is this some kind of joke? Isn't this bad for us? They had gone through a great deal of trouble in order to find the xuanhuan manor, and now they were leaving without explanation. Wasn't this tantamount to throwing away all their previous efforts? This outcome was clearly unacceptable. The most important point was the feeling of injustice. It felt like all their hard work went unrewarded, and now they were being shunned. Chapter 161. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Su Liang, watching the look of reluctance on Lu Hao's face, grinned and said, Haven't you realized it yet? This Uncle Jiang doesn't want to talk about anything related to the mountain water manor. I suspect he may have received some kind of warning beforehand, or maybe he already knows how extraordinary this matter is. So, all his decisions right now are just for self-preservation. Lu Hao's eyes revealed a look of shock. If that's the case, then aren't we completely without a breakthrough? And we can hardly find any way to deal with what might happen. After all, their only lead regarding the mountain water manor was Jiang Dezhu. If that guy refused to speak, they had no other options. It wasn't as if they could force someone against their will like those creeps at Mountain Water Manor. If they did, they'd be no different from them. Maybe not. You need to know, sometimes people weigh pros and cons. Once someone realizes things have gone beyond their control and everything gets more complicated, there won't be much choice left. Lu Hao looked bewildered and scratched his head. Boss, I don't quite understand what you're talking about. It's too convoluted. Su Liang waved his hand and didn't offer much explanation but walked toward a secluded spot at the entrance of the cemetery. Look here, by now, it's not only us looking for him. The Mountain Water Manor people are also after him. As for why they're looking, I won't explain too much, but obviously they intend to kill him to shut him up. They don't want to leave any leads for the police. As soon as Su Liang finished speaking, Lu Hao immediately understood and stared at him in surprise. Reasonable. If what you say is true and this guy avoided sharing information with us because he feared the power of Mountain Water Manor, then should the people from Mountain Water Manor confront him, he would have no control over the situation moving forward. Once they push him to extremes, he'll have no choice but to fight back desperately. Su Liang smirked slightly, an intriguing look flashing in his eyes. Exactly, this is what I mean. Moreover, this approach guarantees a level of success under the current situation, ensuring that we keep control of the matter. Lu Hao's face lit up with excitement, nodding repeatedly. Looking at it this way, it seems we still stand a good chance. And if Mountain Water Manor really acts against him, we might even catch them red-handed. It's possible that we wouldn't even need Jiang Dezhu to do anything. Probably at this moment, Uncle Jiang himself hadn't realized that he had become bait for others. Sometimes patience is necessary. With enough patience, all issues can be resolved smoothly. Lu Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his face full of admiration. Not bad, boss. Who would have thought you're so skilled in psychological warfare? I'm sure right now he's already wrestling with whether to spill the beans or not. This is something that could endanger his life. For the two of them, the most awkward thing right now was having to find a hiding place in the middle of nowhere. But luckily, the issue wasn't too severe. To them, the situation was still manageable. They didn't worry much about encountering trouble either, otherwise, it could get very messy and uncomfortable. Meanwhile, inside the duty room of the funeral parlor, Jiang Dezhu sat wrapped in his coat, his expression heavy. He had once been a bodyguard at Mountain Water Manor and indeed worked there for a period of time. Back then, he never imagined that Mountain Water Manor was different from what he thought, plus the high salary meant he paid little attention to it. But as time passed, Jiang Dezhu began to feel increasingly uneasy about Mountain Water Manor. Even some of his colleagues started disappearing mysteriously. Instinctively, he decided to resign and not stay there any longer. Despite that decision, leaving Mountain Water Manor proved to be very difficult. It took a couple of months of struggle before he managed to finally break free, almost prompting him to flee multiple times. Eventually, he managed to leave the Mountain Water Manor smoothly. Although they gave him a hefty sum as a parting gift, he had no intention of staying in this line of work any longer. Thus, he made a clean break and transitioned into the underappreciated funeral industry. He had thought that his life would finally be peaceful from then on. But to his utmost surprise, troubles had now found their way back to him. My goodness, is this for real? How could it have turned out this way? It was absolutely bewildering and unbelievable. What's more, what exactly were the intentions of these two young men who had come looking for him? Based on Jiang Dezhu's understanding of the Mountain Water Manor, those who frequented the place were almost always affluent members of the upper class. Judging by Lu Hao and Su Liang's appearances, they didn't seem like wealthy individuals. At least, he had never seen any rich person come to a cemetery in the middle of the night. But if they weren't wealthy, then who could they be? Could they possibly be sent by the Mountain Water Manor? That seemed even less likely. Although Jiang Dezhu hadn't stayed at the Mountain Water Manor for very long, only about half a year, he still knew the general situation there quite well. If you worked as a waiter, you were usually one of the uniformly attractive women. If you were a bodyguard, you were typically a burly man. Aside from those roles, there were also some technicians, individuals who were mostly handpicked by the boss himself. They possessed extraordinary abilities that were hard to fathom. Clearly, neither Lu Hao nor Su Liang fit either category. This was precisely what left Jiang Dezhu feeling the most perplexed. Su Liang and Lu Hao did not seem like people from the Mountain Water Manor, nor did they appear to be wealthy. So, who could they possibly be? Could they have been sent by the police? Even though Jiang Dezhu had spent all his time in the cemetery, it didn't mean he was unintelligent. Where in the world would the police send two 18-year-old kids out to gather information? Wasn't that just leaving them exposed to danger, creating potential trouble? On top of that, the Mountain Water Manor wasn't like some ordinary organization or force. The brutality of these people went far beyond what a normal person could imagine. Chapter 162. Are you really going to drive me to a dead end? Just as Jiang Dezhu was deep in thought, he suddenly heard a voice from behind. Mr. Jiang, I didn't expect you to hide here. No wonder we've been looking for you for so long. Jiang Dezhu's face suddenly changed, and he quickly turned around. In the darkness, two figures slowly emerged, one tall, one short, but their eyes were extremely sharp. Though they were wearing black suits, there was always an unnerving aura of bloodshed surrounding them. Jiang Dezhu furrowed his brow slightly, instantly feeling panicked. Who are you? Why are you after me? Why does Mr. Jiang insist on asking questions he already knows the answers to? Do you not know why we're looking for you? Let me tell you plainly, we are the cleanup squad specifically sent by xuanhuan Manor. Cleanup squad. Jiang Dezhu's heart suddenly clenched as he guessed their true purpose, but was still puzzled. You must be out of your minds. I left xuanhuan Manor a year ago, and now you're still after me. If you think I've revealed xuanhuan Manor's secrets, then how could I have remained safe until now? The tall man smirked slightly at this, revealing a sly expression in his eyes. Mr. Jiang, indeed, we had full trust in your character, which is why we allowed you to leave before. However, recently, something happened at xuanhuan Manor, and in order to prevent being caught by the police, we need to make sure those who know about xuanhuan Manor won't reveal anything. While it sounded reasonable, in reality, it was nothing more than eliminating witnesses. This has always been the style of xuanhuan Manor. On the surface, it appears like a sophisticated, elegant service spot for high-class individuals, but in reality, what they do behind closed doors is unspeakable and extremely cruel and bloody. Jiang Dezhu had personally witnessed all of these things, which was also the reason he decided to leave. Because for him, these people were a tremendous hazard, either killed or dragged into corruption alongside them. Jiang Dezhu didn't want to follow either path, hence he pretended not to know anything and quit promptly. But what he didn't expect was that even after a year, they would still come after him. Now he understood why those two young men came to look for him. It seemed there was a definite connection here. Suddenly, his heart leaped with fear. Shock and disbelief appeared on his face. Could it be that those two kids have already met with misfortune? If that were the case, it would only show how ruthless xuanhuan Manor truly is. They don't spare even young ones. They're just 18 years old. Even if they did something wrong, shouldn't they be given a chance to start over? Moreover, they don't seem to be vicious criminals, making it impossible for them to be involved in such matters. In this situation, whatever they do actually seems futile and ridiculous. Furthermore, the entire scenario seems awkward and absurd. What do you want from me? I have no ties with xuanhuan Manor anymore. Therefore, there's no way I'll disclose any information about you. Can't you let me go? Jiang Dezhu gritted his teeth and said this while simultaneously pondering a way to deal with the situation. He was well aware that anyone sent out by xuanhuan Manor would be incredibly skilled, whereas the mere martial arts techniques he learned back at the academy wouldn't stand a chance against them. After hearing this, the tall man chuckled and shook his head. We've already said everything we needed to say. As for how Mr. Jiang chooses, that's up to you. Of course, we can offer some advice too. If you choose to cooperate willingly, we can reduce your suffering. But if you insist on resisting, then don't blame us and my brother for showing no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, both of them instantaneously revealed two extremely sharp daggers. In the dead of night, the icy glint emitted from the weapons made one shiver involuntarily, inducing immense fear. Upon seeing this, Jiang Dezhu began retreating continuously, becoming increasingly nervous. Are you really going to force me into a corner? Do you really think I can't fight to the death with you? Let me tell you, don't think xuanhuan Manor is that great. If you push me to my limits, we'll all die together. The short man burst out laughing upon hearing this, full of mockery and disdain in his face, and his tone brimming with provocation. I've seen foolish people, but never someone as foolish as him. His words are truly laughable and absurd. Do you really think you have the ability? Do you believe that with your own strength, you can accomplish what ordinary people cannot? With just the two of us here, you absolutely stand no chance to fight back. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Dezhu knew in his heart that there might be danger ahead, but there was no way he could just sit and wait for it. That was something he couldn't accept. He grabbed the iron rod nearby. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Fine, come on then. If I die today, I'll make sure both of you join me." "Great. Let's see if Mr. Jiang still has the flair he once had. If you can defeat us, brothers, we would gladly die at your hands." In the blink of an eye, the two assassins flanked him from the left and right. Clearly seasoned pros, they had blocked all possible escape routes. Jiang Dezhu only managed to parry one strike before feeling a sharp pain in his arm. When he stepped back, he saw blood trickling down his arm. Such swift moves, truly unimaginable and hard to believe. Jiang Dezhu felt inwardly alarmed, unable to express how unsettled he was. The tall man shook his head disappointingly. I thought Mr. Jiang was quite formidable, but now it seems like you're nothing special. It's disappointing indeed. What makes you think you stand any chance against us? Don't talk nonsense. Death means nothing. Let's see who beats who. Now, Jiang Dezhu's determination was ignited. Whether alive or dead, there was only one option left, fighting with everything he had. Human potential is unleashed under pressure, and this struggle might be his only hope for turning things around. At the most critical moment, a voice suddenly called out. Brother Jiang, who told you you're fighting alone? Aren't we here with you? Chapter 163. Seeking death with the heart of a bear and the gall of a leopard. The sudden voice startled the three people present, causing them to pause momentarily. Two heads poked out from the window. Su Liang and Lu Hao were craning their necks, peering inside. Under the dim lighting, the scene appeared both eerie and comical. Jiang Dezhu was overcome with anger and alarm. How dare these two young fellows be so oblivious to danger? At that moment, he forgot all about chasing them away earlier and instead shouted loudly. This isn't a place for you two to hang around. Go as far as you can. Jiang Dezhu was fully aware that if these two got caught up by those youngsters, they wouldn't stand a chance of surviving back to the city. Even if they escaped by some miracle, once they were marked by the Xuanhuan Manor people, the consequences would be unimaginable. They could be hunted down anywhere, no matter how far. However, upon seeing the tall one and the short one, they couldn't help but exchange a furtive glance, inwardly puzzled. What's going on? Didn't you say you already poisoned them? Why do these two still look lively and active? The shorter man shook his head in confusion. How should I know? I clearly tampered with their takeout earlier and made sure there were no issues. And we saw an ambulance come when we were outside. How could they possibly be standing here unscathed? As the two men spoke, their words were overheard by Su Liang, who had just entered. He had initially intended to wait like a farmer hoping for rabbits to bump into his fence post, but unexpectedly this time, not only did two rabbits come, but two big ones at that. It was as if after much searching in vain, things turned out to be effortless. All along, it was these two bastards who were secretly scheming against them. That's quite interesting. I've been wondering who threw a flower pot at me and who poisoned my food. So all your tricks are coming from you guys. Lu Hao instantly realized what was happening beside him, his eyes filled with fury. Damn it. It was you two who left me half dead in the hospital and made me vomit for days. Since I've encountered you today, there'll be no mercy for you. You just wait. Today, you will pay dearly. Without warning, Lu Hao pulled a brick from behind him. He must have picked it up somewhere and hurled it directly at the tall man. The other guy quickly dodged with ease. You actually think such a thing could harm us? Before the tall man finished his sentence, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head. Turning around, he saw Su Liang had somehow snuck up from behind. You little rat, daring to ambush me. Of course, Su Liang smirked, but his expression soon became stern, and his intentions were non-negotiable. Xuanhuan Manor had already decided to kill him, and there was no turning back. This time, Su Liang wanted to expend every ounce of effort to find the perpetrators of Xuanhuan Manor, not only to avenge Lu Hao, but also to eradicate these criminals entirely. People capable of such ruthless behavior for profit, without regard for the lives of others. Do such people deserve to live? Do they deserve to make money? Isn't it unfair to honest folk? In his past life, Su Liang had met his end prematurely, partly due to difficulties in reality, but also because of these evildoers running free. This caused societal values to distort, leaving very little opportunity for hardworking individuals to show their talents. It was incredibly difficult for ordinary people to earn a living, always having to consider others' opinions and moods. Precisely because of this situation, Su Liang harbored deep resentment towards Xuanhuan Manor and their cronies. If there's money to be made, why resort to the most despicable methods? Do others mean nothing to you? Eating the hearts of bears and leopards. Let me show you what happens when you oppose us. Speaking of which, the tall man immediately raised the dagger in his hand and stabbed forward with lightning speed. Unfortunately, he underestimated Su Liang. If someone dared to return, it meant they were confident. Su Liang knew he might not match the strength or skill of these dirty work specialists, especially since he hadn't devoted much time to physical training lately. If it were only a momentary burst, there might still be an opportunity. However, as soon as the situation dragged on for just a bit longer, things would turn upside down. The situation would worsen and become more complicated, potentially developing in directions that are completely unimaginable. Su Liang didn't hesitate for a second and threw the brick in his hand again. This time, the tall man was clearly prepared, and a smirk of disdain appeared on his face. At this point, you're still trying these petty tricks? Who do you think you are? But before he finished his sentence, he stumbled and fell flat on the ground. Unbeknownst to him, a banana peel had appeared in front of him at some point. So no matter how capable someone is, if they lack brains, they'll end up as cannon fodder. Before Su Liang even finished speaking, his figure darted forward. At the same time, the situation quietly shifted. What had started as 2 versus 2 now turned into 1 versus 2 versus 1. Clearly, Su Liang and his group held the absolute advantage. He glanced at Jiang Dezhu, who stood not too far away, already stunned by the scene unfolding before him. Brother Jiang, I know you've always had concerns, and that's understandable, but it doesn't matter. Since my buddy and I have run into them today, we absolutely must settle the score. And these two actually dared to poison our food. Unforgivable. Su Liang then signaled Lu Hao with a look, who understood immediately. The two of them hurled bricks they had found at the cemetery toward the shorter man. After all, they had the geographical advantage here, so they weren't worried about a thing. Feel free to chase us out, right into the graveyard where bricks are everywhere. We'll see how many bricks your dagger can slash. Even if the opponent took a desperate measure and threw the dagger, as long as they reacted quickly enough, they could avoid it, and it wouldn't cause significant harm. It wasn't like facing a gun and bullets. If faced with those, there'd be nothing left to do but wait to die. No other solution came to mind. Chapter 164. The chance for revenge has come. Boss, you have to leave this shorty to me. Son of a turtle dared to put poison in my food. I will make you suffer today, without fail. Lu Hao was like an enraged beast at this moment. Although he had never acted like this at school before, now it was a life and death struggle. The cruelty of it all far exceeded anything comparable to what happened at school. Even though he felt a bit scared, the adrenaline rush couldn't be controlled, making his whole body shake with excitement. As the scene of the three people fighting became increasingly chaotic, Su Liang and Lu Hao had suffered some losses, but fortunately, there were no major problems. On the other side, the tall one had been directly knocked out cold and hadn't even had a chance to fight back. Zhang Dazhu was incredibly shocked by the sight of this. Good heavens, these young people today are truly bold enough to do anything. He originally thought he was already brave enough, but it turned out that Su Liang and Lu Hao, these two high school students, were braver than him. Is this what they call fearless calves? Their courage is too great. But this wasn't the time for reflection. The first thing to do was to get rid of these bastards completely so that they could never bully him again from now on. Thinking of this, Zhang Dazhu kicked the short fat man directly with his foot while also bringing down the iron rod in his hand. This time, the short one was unprepared and instantly grimaced in pain, howling like a slaughtered pig. You bastard, dare to beat me again. Have you swallowed tiger's heart or leopard's gall? Do you really want to die? Zhang Dazhu grinned savagely. His eyes were sharp and dangerous. You say these words, don't you feel guilty? I didn't want to have any entanglement with you guys, but your intention to take my life? How can I agree with this? Why should I go along with you and do such things? So today I am here to tell you to stay away from me forever. If I see you again later, I will not let you off easy. Get out of my sight. Seeing this, the tall one and the short one realized that there was little hope of assassination today. Not only were the numbers on the other side advantageous, but the two youths they previously deemed the most foolish were now incredibly clever. Fine, we'll meet again. You wait. One day, I will make you pay the price you deserve, and let you know the consequences of opposing us. After the tall and short ones left with their threats, they quietly disappeared, much less arrogant and wild than when they arrived. They were probably beaten hard this time, and didn't have the courage to linger anymore. The two black-clad men silently walked out of the duty room of the funeral parlor. After confirming that no one was following them, they both touched their wounds. Their faces were full of pain. Damn it, those bastards, and that guy sure hit hard. Don't they know who they are messing with? Even if they knew, what would change? These two kids seem pretty remarkable after all, and we underestimated them. And yet here we still are, alive and kicking. Every time the tall one thought about this point, the fire inside him blazed higher. It was believed the original plan had solved most of the problems, indeed solving most issues, but there remained critical oversights. And what baffled them the most was where exactly did those two young men come from? Why was one able to fight, and the other to sing, as if they were a perfect match from birth? It seemed absurd. That's enough talk. Let's think about how to fix things. The shorter man waved his hand, feeling especially melancholy inside. Not benefiting from the fight was no issue, but the question was, how would they report back when they returned? If this matter wasn't properly handled, the boss would definitely not let them off. And since the scenic estate this time was sealed by the police, it means the police must have received intelligence beforehand. Although Su Liang secretly infiltrated the estate as an undercover agent and obtained key information, the real question was who discovered the estate's problem first? That's the most crucial and effective response. It seems that this matter isn't as easy to uncover as expected. Perhaps we haven't found the real person who leaked the information. The taller man mused, aware that only completing this task would allow them to return safely. Otherwise, all their words would be meaningless hot air and utterly useless for the entire situation. As for those two little brats, we must find a way to get rid of them. They've already chased us all the way to the graveyard. If Zhang Dazhu leaks anything to these two guys, it would be absolutely terrifying. At the mere thought of the secret of the scenic estate being uncovered, the two men in black couldn't help but feel a chill down their spines. They could already imagine how enraged their boss would be upon learning of the entire situation, a pressure far beyond what they could bear. What should we do? Should we go back now? The shorter man cautiously asked, his eyes filled with worry. At least at this moment, the current situation had far exceeded his expectations, and he dared not judge whether he could handle it or not. After a brief silence, the taller man slowly said, "Don't rush. Let's first figure out a way to take care of those two bastards. Only then can we report back properly. As for Zhang Dazhu, we can find some excuses to cover ourselves. However, these two kids appear to be investigating the scenic estate as well. They absolutely cannot discover more critical information. Otherwise, things will become even more unbelievable and complicated." The shorter man nodded in agreement after hearing this. Then, should we make our move here in the graveyard? There are fewer people around here anyway. It might help us solve some problems. But the taller man shook his head. No, if we can't resolve all three of them together, acting here would mean exposing ourselves. Even a pig could figure out that if something happened to Lu Hao and Su Liang, Zhang Dazhu would immediately suspect the people from the scenic estate. Even though the entire estate had been placed under strict surveillance, the police still had the ability to uncover the truth. If they were able to follow the clues carefully, they could track down all the suspects. In these times, solving crimes isn't like it was in the past. There's at least some high-tech assistance involved. Moreover, despite avoiding cameras recently, they couldn't guarantee that none of their movements had been captured on camera along the way. Chapter 165. Forced to cooperate. Must retaliate. AI Gezi nodded his head after hearing these words, indicating agreement. What you said is not without reason. Let's go first, and wait for the right moment later. I don't believe those two guys won't give us a chance to take advantage of. Gao Gezi nodded. Also remember, we absolutely cannot let them see our appearances clearly and remember our information again. This way, it will also make it easier to avoid police investigation and prevent all situations from completely getting out of control. The two talked for a while, and then hurriedly left. At the same time, on the other side, inside the duty room, Zhang Daju was staring at the entrance tightly. It had been almost more than 10 minutes without any abnormality, so he secretly let out a sigh of relief. He put down the iron rod in his hand. With a clang of metal sound, he collapsed on the chair edge, looking very tired. Lu Hao saw this and felt a bit sorry for him. I tell you, old buddy, you're giving yourself trouble. If you had told us just now, maybe the situation would have been completely different. Jiang Deju, upon hearing these words, couldn't help but fall silent. He looked extremely haggard and desolate. After a long pause, he couldn't help but slowly ask, is there any cigarette? Can you give me one? There is. Lu Hao immediately took out the cigarettes he had with him. Accompanied by swirling smoke, the atmosphere in the duty room changed subtly. After quite a while, he finally raised his head and slowly asked, why exactly did you look for me? And what kind of event made you make such a choice? Su Liang's lips slightly curled upwards upon hearing this, and a hint of playful expression showed in his eyes. To be honest, brother, we don't want to deceive you. The main reason we came here is because we have grievances with Xuanhuan Manor. Recently, Xuanhuan Manor was caught by the police, and many people were detained according to law, and I am the original cause. Jiang Daju's eyes widened directly upon hearing this, full of disbelief, finding it even more incomprehensible. Obviously, he simply didn't believe that a young man like Su Liang could possibly have the ability to overturn Xuanhuan Manor. What kind of powerful figures are behind them, considering you? You probably can't even touch their fish head. My goodness, why do you speak so offensively? Our boss saved your life just now, and you not only don't thank him, but you actually say these sarcastic remarks here. Lu Hao frowned, his face filled with displeasure. Just as they were about to get revenge, they helplessly watched the other party slip away. If this person on duty was strong enough, perhaps they wouldn't have fallen into such a huge predicament. A flash of awkwardness crossed Jiang Daju's face, seemingly helpless. That's not what I mean. I'm saying that you're being overly confident. How dare you fight with Xuanhuan Manor? Although you're still alive now, which does prove that you have your own merits and are quite amazing, I still reserve my opinion on this. Upon hearing this, Su Liang waved his hand, his face full of calmness. All right, talking about these things now doesn't have any significance. Brother, you've seen the situation. It's not that we intentionally wanted to bother you, but the people from Xuanhuan Manor have never thought of letting you go. So rather than hiding here, you might as well join forces with us. If we can eradicate Xuanhuan Manor completely, you can live carefree from now on. Do you really want to stay in this cemetery forever and not live a normal life? I believe that for most students, they basically all have such thoughts. Even if you plan to seclude yourselves, find at least a better environment. It's impossible to live in constant fear. A contemplative expression flickered in Jiang Deju's eyes, and he continued calculating in his heart. Judging by the current situation, if he wants to ensure everything stays under his control, it is indeed difficult. Moreover, based on the insidious and cunning nature of those people, they will surely spare no effort to deal with him. These two hitmen suffered losses this time, and it's likely that Xuanhuan Manor will continue to stir up trouble. It's lucky today, but will luck hold out next time? If you can escape next time, will you be able to escape the time after that? There's no such thing as good fortune like that under heaven. Uncle Jiang knew that he got incredibly lucky this time. Without these two young men, he might have met his end long ago. I can help you, but let me say it up front. I will not follow you to take risks, said Jiang Daju seriously. Lu Hao was about to retort upon hearing these words. Do you have any shame, guy? The people already came to your doorstep to mess with you, and yet you are still saying that staying still means being a coward? I think you're really beyond saving. However, just as he was about to argue back, unexpectedly Su Liang agreed without hesitation. All right, brother Jiang, as long as you can tell us all the information about Xuanhuan Group, I guarantee we won't bother you anymore from now on. Su Liang said confidently, his eyes brimming with assurance. He was quite confident in this matter, believing everything would turn out as planned. Moreover, the current situation was actually more troublesome than expected. If they couldn't handle it perfectly, it would significantly impact everyone involved. Therefore, under such circumstances, ensuring their own safety was the top priority. Hearing this, Jiang Deju couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. To be honest, he deeply admired these two youngsters, brave and strategic, daring to act. If he could go back 20 years, he might be able to act like them. Unfortunately, life is inherently harsh and terrifying. Once some decisions are made, there's no turning back. So, after Jiang Daju chose to retire, his courage gradually diminished. Anyone who didn't know would think he had undergone surgery. Forget it. Some things I cannot explain clearly. You'll understand when you encounter similar situations yourselves. He waved his hand dismissively and decided not to delve into further argument. Su Liang was evidently also a reasonable person. In that case, may we trouble brother Jiang to talk a bit about Xuanhuan Manor? I am very curious about who the real boss behind it is. Hearing this, Jiang Daju nodded repeatedly, his expression becoming increasingly serious. Perhaps you wouldn't even imagine in your dreams. Xuanhuan Manor's boss has an extremely special identity. and it's one no one else could ever guess. Chapter 166. The backer is remarkable. Lu Hao standing nearby revealed a hesitant expression upon hearing these words. Really? Could it possibly be Neza with 3 heads and 6 arms? There's nothing to guess here. Zhang Dazhu grinned widely. It's not that I look down on the two of you, but this matter is probably far more complicated than what you both imagined. So naturally, you wouldn't understand who this boss actually is. Hearing this, Lu Hao's curiosity was instantly sparked, and he eagerly asked, "So who is it? I want to see who exactly can act so recklessly in our country." Su Liang couldn't help but start speculating in his mind. Could it really be some bigwig? If so, then things would get tricky, and resolving them would likely be very difficult. After all, Luo Changhai and Zhang Yuxing were merely figures from the business world. There were certain circles they simply could not reach into. Even if they could, they might still be powerless to interfere. With that thought in mind, he leaned closer to Zhang Dezhu and whispered something softly in his ear, which caused the latter's face to change dramatically. "Be careful with your words, buddy. I've never mentioned any such people." Su Liang slightly frowned. "Other than them, I can't think of anyone else who could operate above the law and possess such vast influence." It was clear that whoever was behind Xuanhuan Manor was no ordinary person, and their abilities were indeed impressive. However, judging from Zhang Dazhu's reaction, this person might not even belong to their field. Thus, Su Liang began feeling truly troubled. In his impression, no one or group from any industry could surpass the level of those big shots. "I believe they absolutely would not do such things," Zhang Dazhu asserted confidently. "Our nation has developed to where it is today, thanks to those people. Therefore, this boss behind the scenes definitely isn't them. You two are talking in riddles over there. The more I listen, the less I understand." Lu Hao looked thoroughly bewildered, shaking his head back and forth, yet he still couldn't comprehend the implications of their conversation. Forget it. We won't let you guess anymore. You'll just end up straying farther away from the truth. In fact, the boss behind Xuanhuan Manor is a foreigner." Both individuals momentarily froze in shock, their eyes brimming with disbelief, making everything even more incomprehensible. "A foreigner? How is that possible?" "That's right." Su Liang nodded slightly, revealing an expression of deep contemplation. "If it's a foreigner, he can certainly come here to conduct business. But I doubt he'd be capable of pulling this off entirely alone. This business must involve someone domestic, someone who knows antiques inside out. Otherwise, how could they produce forgeries?" This phrase, "depend on local advantages," applies perfectly. To make counterfeit antiques, one must first have a profound understanding of national history, especially ancient records, memorized by heart. Besides that, knowledge of every category of antique must be as familiar as one's own palm. From the scale of Xuanhuan Manor alone, the collection could be classified into multiple categories. Every item displayed had a distinct identity, famous artifacts indeed. Can a foreigner truly know this much about these things? Just imagining how challenging it would be for them to remember the names alone leaves them perplexed. Zhang Dazhu chuckled again. And this is exactly the crucial part. So, as I said before, neither of you would ever imagine who's the real mastermind behind all this. Who would have thought a foreigner could set up a business involving antiques in our country? Not only that, but also selling forgeries. The police might find it extremely hard to track down clues once they learn the news. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang immediately understood. You mean the foreigner is just a method used by the real boss to hide his identity? Furthermore, if the foreigner is indeed real, he'd have access to an immense market overseas. Antiques always command astronomical prices, especially overseas, where collectors eagerly seek Chinese historical antiques. In some places, prices may even be several times higher compared to domestic values. Although profits are substantial, controls in this sector are incredibly strict. After all, if these antiques were to flow abroad, their significance could alter irreversibly. Some might not return home in our lifetime. Many items hold great importance for studying domestic history. The loss of cultural relics remains a crucial issue. Therefore, the state continuously takes measures against this kind of trade. But suppose a foreigner conducts such business, even tricking locals. In that case, most customers would instinctively assume that the scheme is orchestrated domestically, never suspecting a foreign hand. This young man sure has sharp wits. Once explained, everything becomes clear. Zhang Dezhu couldn't help but give a thumbs up. It took him quite a while to figure this out before, and he never expected that today, after merely explaining it briefly, Su Liang could uncover the secret so easily. If this is really the case, then we must capture both the Xuanhuan Manor and the boss behind it. Otherwise, we don't know how many more national treasures will end up overseas. Su Liang's eyes gleamed with a cold light as his determination grew stronger. The rise and fall of a nation concerns everyone. Although he was just an ordinary citizen, on matters involving the country, he would absolutely not compromise. There would be no way he would let these foreign bastards run rampant in their country, cheating domestic buyers with fake goods, then bringing the real items abroad to sell them again, making profits from both ends. In the end, only the domestic customers and the state would be the ones left to suffer the losses. Just thinking about it made one furious. In short, if you two really intend to get involved in this matter, you need to be mentally prepared. Zhang Dazhu said seriously. However, I don't know much about the boss behind the scenes either. This guy is very mysterious. I only know his code name is Old Bai. Such a localized code name clearly shows that the boss behind has an in-depth understanding of domestic culture. What else? That's all there is. Lu Hao widened his eyes, seemingly incredulous. You can't be serious suggesting we find this person based solely on a code name. There are billions of foreigners in the world. Even if we search till we die, we probably wouldn't find any clues. The difficulty of this task was no less than waiting for an iron tree to bloom or the sun to rise in the west. It was simply impossible. Moreover, code names could be changed at any time and didn't carry any identity verification. The boss behind could be called Old Bai, and Lu Hao could also be called Old Bai. Anyone could use that name. Su Liang, however, didn't have any reaction. After being silent for a moment, he slowly raised his head. Big brother Jiang, are you sure there's nothing left out? Chapter 167. Or shall I give the interrogation a try? When Jiang Dezhu heard this, he nodded repeatedly. Absolutely true. Just to find out about this code, I've already tried countless methods. And back then, if I wanted to know more, I probably would have lost my life. And now, where could you possibly still see me? Even as he said it, it was with much sighing and regret. Originally, he thought he had extricated himself and could live an ordinary life. But unexpectedly, the people from the Xuanhuan manor actually sought to annihilate him entirely. If it weren't for his solitary weakness, Jiang Dezhu truly wanted to go back and fight them all. How dare they humiliate us like this? This is our territory, not where your gang of foreigners can run rampant. All right. Su Liang nodded. He believed that Jiang Dezhu was not lying. After all, one pushed to the brink of life and death usually speaks sincerely. Even if Jiang Dezhu were cowardly, there's no way he'd jest with his own life. Brother Jiang, seeking revenge isn't something achieved overnight. I estimate that after today's loss for these two killers, they will definitely return, aiming to make a comeback. It's unsafe for you to stay here alone. How about you just come with us, and we'll keep each other company. If we encounter danger, at least we'll be able to look out for each other. As two people both stranded far from their original lives, there wasn't any point in arguing further. Jiang Dezhu pondered on this, finding the logic solid, and consequently nodded his head. All right, then I won't be polite. The three rested for a while. After Jiang Dezhu packed up his things, Su Liang went outside and hailed a car. The driver hadn't anticipated catching a fare at such a late hour from a funeral home. After confirming there was nothing unusual, he took the three towards the city. Soon enough, they returned to the hotel Lu Hao was temporarily staying in. Su Liang also helped secure a room for Jiang Dezhu. This way, Lu Hao and Jiang Dezhu could temporarily look out for each other, which was better than returning home individually. Otherwise, if anything happened, who knew what could occur? Once everything was arranged properly, Su Liang did not hurry to return home, but instead called Zhou Yang. Zhou Yang was currently at the police detective unit. Su Liang didn't elaborate much, merely hinting before heading to the detective unit. Half an hour later, detective unit. Zhou Yang walked out, looking somewhat exhausted. What's wrong? Not going home this late. Had to come to our unit. Big brother Zhou, I've come to provide some clues. Want them or not? A slight smirk rose at the corner of Su Liang's mouth. Since he held the title of special consultant for the detective unit, the gatekeeper didn't stop him excessively, allowing the two to walk side by side inside. Zhou Yang yawned widely. What kind of clues? From when we brought those people from the Xuanhuan manor back until now, we've interrogated them several times already. Yet, these guys are extremely tight-lipped. They stubbornly claim that all actions were theirs alone. Just speaking of this made his headache grow worse. Capturing so many people from the Xuanhuan manor, he had assumed surely there would be some breakthroughs. But never did he imagine these guys were truly steadfast. As long as the police couldn't produce evidence, they denied outright. If the police did produce evidence, almost immediately they confessed to their crimes, insisting they were unrelated to anyone else. Can you even believe this? A gatekeeper would dare to deal in counterfeit antiques worth 40 million yuan? If he truly had that much courage, why would he be a security guard? Every time Zhou Yang talked about this matter, anger boiled within him. Never in his few months of work had he expected to encounter such obstinate trouble. Not just him, including the captain of the detective unit and the political commissar. None of them could pry the words out of these individuals' mouths. How about I give it a try? Su Liang blinked mischievously, a smile creeping onto the edge of his lips. Zhou Yang's brow furrowed slightly. Forget it. You already exposed yourself back at the Xuanhuan manor. They likely recognize you. Even if you went, it wouldn't mean much. Even graduates from police academies like themselves, seasoned detectives with over a decade of experience in the unit, couldn't manage anything. To place hopes on an 18-year-old youth seemed futile. And though he was the special advisor for the detective unit, that mainly focused on investigation techniques rather than interrogation skills, which largely relied on experience. Breaking through the psychological defenses of criminal suspects was indeed a tricky task. Su Liang gave a toothy grin. Big brother Zhou, aren't you underestimating me too much? Anyway, since you're out of options now, it might as well be a good chance for me to try. If I succeed, you gain something. If I fail, we're back where we started. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang stared with eyes wide, feeling there was some truth to his words. However, being just an ordinary officer, he didn't have sufficient authority. In that case, I'll discuss this with our captain. If he agrees, I'll have no objections. Su Liang nodded and waited in the office. During this idle time, he looked around and happened to see the interrogation record on Zhou Yang's desk. One of them was the host from back then, named Zhu Yuqing. A graduate in history from a prestigious university, he also had a dual master's degree in broadcasting and hosting. Who would have thought that even the host at the Xuanhuan manor was a highly talented individual? With such a strong background, it was clear the boss behind all this wasn't an ordinary person. This once again verified Jiang Dezhu's words. Without sufficient capability, it would be impossible to run such an organization, let alone keep these high-knowledge talents completely loyal. Very soon, Su Liang discovered the crucial clue in these documents. This is interesting. The key lies right here. Just as he was thinking, Zhou Yang walked in with the criminal investigation squad captain. Xiao Su, You said you want to try interrogating? That's right. Captain, give me a chance, please. Anyway, I am a special advisor. Getting involved in this shouldn't violate any discipline, right? The captain furrowed his brows. It indeed doesn't break any rules, but until now, you haven't handled similar tasks. Therefore, there are some aspects I must clarify before you begin. First, private punishment cannot be used, nor can we tempt confessions. Furthermore, throughout the inquiry process, fairness and transparency must be ensured. Only then can our law enforcement be deemed normal and reasonable. Su Liang nodded, confidence gleaming in his smile. You can count on me. I won't cause you trouble. Subsequently, the three headed toward the interrogation room. Seeing Su Liang enter the interrogation room, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask cautiously, Captain, do you think how much confidence he really has? He actually dares to confront these criminals face to face like this. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to maintain such calmness easily. The criminal investigation squad captain glanced back meaningfully. That look seemed to say, if I don't know, who should I ask? All we can do now is hope that perhaps Su Liang truly has some tricks up his sleeve. Chapter 168. First encounter, sealed lips. In fact, the captain of the criminal investigation team didn't really have high hopes for Su Liang. This kind of thing might seem simple at first glance, but that's just a layman's perception. Everyone who has ever been a detective knows that arresting someone is actually the easiest part. As long as there's evidence, one can take action. However, interrogating someone is different. One must break down the suspect's psychological defenses first, then establish a complete chain of evidence, and finally make them confess to their crimes. But the problem was that after this person was brought in, there wasn't any suspicious behavior at all. The police even sent people to search Zhu Youqing's residence, but they found nothing. Because of the days of exhaustion and frustration in work recently, everyone on the criminal investigation team was feeling somewhat irritable. Anyway, it's always worth a try. If they succeed, then we'll have to put some effort into it. On the other side, in the interrogation room, Zhu Youqing sat on the chair, lying his head down on the table and appearing to be sleeping, looking quite relaxed. Su Liang slowly approached him. This guy was sleeping so deeply that he showed no reaction at all. Knock knock knock. Su Liang tapped on the tabletop. Cut it out. Everyone knows you're not in the mood to sleep here. At the sound of these words, Zhu Youqing raised his head. I didn't expect your team to have someone as smart as, wait, why is it you? His face was filled with disbelief. It was precisely because of Su Liang that he had fallen into trouble in the first place. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up confronted by other law enforcement. Do you have any doubts? Since I could go to Xuanhuan Manor back then, it makes perfect sense that I would come here now. After hearing this, Zhu Youqing frowned and eventually nodded. You do make a valid point. It truly never crossed my mind that the police would send someone as young as you for undercover work. Truly unexpected and hard to guard against. It seems that the current police force pays no attention whatsoever to relevant rules and regulations. Deploying an adult who is only 18 years old to carry out such dangerous missions. Imagine what kind of consequences this would bring if it were to gain traction on public opinion. Seeing the smug look on his face, Su Liang grinned and leaned casually on the desk. I never thought we'd meet again so soon. And I also never imagined you'd show up as a suspect while I am present here as a police consultant. Consultant, Zhu Youqing, upon hearing this, looked at him with a mix of suspicion and surprise. Are you serious? You, a person like yourself, capable of becoming a consultant? Clearly, the recruitment process at the criminal investigation team lacks basic standards entirely. It seems anyone can be shoved in. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to waste too much time on trivial remarks from the other party. All right, I know you're a tough talker. I couldn't believe you still haven't revealed the mastermind behind all this despite all this time. Back in the day, you probably would have been considered quite the hard man. Upon hearing these words, Zhu Youqing appeared increasingly pleased, almost bragging. That's exactly right. So stop wasting your energy. Rather than wasting time on us, you should think about better vacation spots instead. But it can't be helped. Su Liang crossed his hands in front of him, speaking with considerable experience. If I don't catch the right person, how will I ever be able to relax? I doubt the captain of the criminal investigation team would let me wander off freely either. After hearing this, Zhu Youqing's smile deepened further. He seemed to mock the ineptitude of the police. Before he could respond, Su Liang suddenly said, I wonder how tight-lipped you all are over there at the criminal investigation team. Does Lao Bai even know? What? With those words, Zhu Youqing's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression faltering slightly, his smirk freezing momentarily. Subsequently, he lowered his voice and asked, Who exactly are you? How do you know his nickname? So see, it doesn't matter how much you deny here. It's useless anyway. There's no such thing as a wall that doesn't let wind through. Although I don't understand exactly what benefits Lao Bai provided to you all that made you risk everything to protect him. I think this deal might not be so favorable for you though. Perhaps, in his eyes, you're nothing more than pawns. No need to remain so loyal. Maybe he's enjoying a pool party right now while you're suffering in the criminal investigation team. Zhu Youqing sneered after hearing these words. Don't beat around the bush or insinuate things to me. Rest assured, I admit it. All crimes are mine. As for this Lao Bai you mentioned, I don't know him. I have no idea who he is. It was clear that the man had an in-depth understanding of police procedures and the current situation. The police couldn't lead him into confessing or use private punishments. Just these two rules alone were enough to make him unyielding. If anyone from the criminal investigation team became overly aggressive, it would be the police officers who would end up at a disadvantage. At this moment, Zhou Yang and the captain of the criminal investigation team were watching behind the one-way glass, hearing every word spoken between the two clearly. Seeing that Su Liang was making no progress, the captain couldn't help but sigh inwardly. It was truly unexpected that things would come to this. No wonder Xuanhuan Manor dared to switch people so brazenly. It must be closely related to figures like these. Never mind. Let him out. I guess there's nothing more we can do. The captain sighed again, his face full of helplessness. They still didn't know when they'd managed to get anything out of him. Once the prosecution time limit approached, even if they knew something was off, it might already be too late to change course. In court, these individuals would certainly not hesitate to admit their own crimes, which would make uncovering the mastermind and true culprit all the more difficult. Zhou Yang wanted to speak, but held back, yet he also understood how pressing their situation was. If they didn't act quickly, by the time the public prosecution department took over the entire case, it would have little relevance to the criminal investigation team anymore. The case would move on to its next phase. In the end, Zhou Yang silently consented. But just as he was about to step into the interrogation room, he suddenly heard Su Liang say, "Zhu Yucheng, while you're sitting here feeling safe, have you ever thought about your mother and your younger sister? I've heard you have a fiancé too. Do you think those three will avoid being affected by this?" Huh. Zhou Yang turned around, confusion filling his eyes, while the captain of the criminal investigation team shared the same bewilderment. What is he planning to do? Chapter 169, A Turn for the Better? Does Su Liang really have a way out? Before this, many people in the criminal investigation team had tried interrogating Zhu Yucheng, but they all came up empty-handed. Of course, some thought about bringing in more individuals to make Zhu Yucheng talk. However, this idea was ultimately abandoned. Firstly, Zhu Yucheng's family wasn't local, and secondly, they might have no involvement in the case. Using his family members as leverage would likely constitute coercion. So previously, any officer mentioning this information would only bring it up briefly without delving too deep into discussion. But when Su Liang stepped forward and began by asking about Zhu's family, wasn't this obviously pushing the most sensitive direction of the matter? "Captain, hurry up. Su Liang can't keep questioning him like that," the captain urged, sensing a potential issue if Su Liang continued. They risked providing Zhu with grounds to complain or even counter-accuse them later. Meanwhile, inside the interrogation room, Zhu Yucheng suddenly raised his head sharply, reacting almost exactly as the captain had predicted. "Young man, you're threatening me with my family? Do you know what that constitutes? It's coercive interrogation. I see you don't want to be carefree anymore, breaking the law knowingly." Su Liang smirked, just as Zhou Yang entered by opening the door. "Su Liang, big brother Zhou, give me a few more words." Su Liang turned his head back. "Zhu Yucheng, you should understand. We people like us, at least we have a bottom line. In other words, if you mess around with us, there's not much we can do. You should have noticed from these few days of interrogation already. But there are some people who may not care about such things. You mentioned your mother, sister, and fiancé. They're all not from this area, and according to your call records, you contact them only once every month. I truly don't get how someone could maintain such regularity. And the regularity seems somewhat abnormal. If anyone didn't know better, they'd think you were either in the military or in prison. But neither fits here, does it? So what's the real reason?" As he finished speaking, Su Liang's lips curled up into a sardonic smile. "What if I told everyone outside that you've confessed already? What consequences do you think that would bring?" After finishing, he turned around to leave. Unexpectedly, Zhu Yucheng spoke up this time. "Wait." Everyone present looked astonished upon witnessing this scene. Up until now, regardless of who was interrogating him, Zhu had never shown such a reaction. For him to voluntarily ask Su Liang to stay felt almost supernatural. Zhou Yang, caught off guard, looked toward the observation glass behind him blankly. The captain furrowed his brows while the operator beside him whispered quietly, "Maybe this kid Su Liang really has a trick up his sleeve. I feel like Zhu's guard is down a bit. Maybe there will be a chance to find an angle." Silence reigned momentarily. The captain nodded slightly. "Let them continue." "Yes." Upon receiving the order, Su Liang finally halted at the door. He turned back and glanced meaningfully at Zhu Yucheng. "What? Is there something else? I don't have much time. There are plenty of reporters waiting outside. After all, with our city cracking such a big case, quite the impact is expected." Zhu Yucheng's face gradually became pale and uneasy. "Do you know what you're talking about? Do you understand the repercussions if you really spread it publicly on your own?" Su Liang shrugged indifferently. "I'm not scared, since neither my fiancé, my old mother, nor my sister has ever been used against me. Even if someone comes to bother me, so what? They must have some sort of leverage against me first, right?" "You." Zhu Yucheng gritted his teeth. His face turned extremely grim as the shock within his heart grew immense, unable to describe it with words. Frankly speaking, before this, he believed his plan was flawless. Just denying everything and sticking to their story would ensure the boss remained unexposed while guaranteeing his family's safety, trading his life sentence for peace. But utterly unexpected, what seemed perfectly reasonable with zero flaws earlier was now found out by an 18-year-old young man. And how did he know the codename of his boss? This guy is not to be underestimated. At this moment, Zhu Yucheng also had little inclination to contemplate further. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly said, "All right, I'll talk, but only to you. All monitoring equipment must be turned off, and everyone else needs to leave the interrogation room." These words made every single officer in the room widen their eyes once again. They all knew there was a hidden story behind this, but none of these guys would divulge any information. Unexpectedly, today Zhu Yucheng completely reversed his attitude. What kind of leverage had Su Liang seized to be able to control the situation so easily? For a moment, everyone looked at each other in bewilderment, unsure of what to do. After all, according to relevant regulations, they were required to preserve records during the interrogation process. whether video or transcripts, mainly to prevent subsequent accusations of forced confession or other illegal methods. On one hand, it was to protect the suspect. On the other hand, it also safeguarded the interrogators. But now, Zhu Youqing's conditions offered a rare breakthrough, and if they missed it, no one knew when another opportunity would arise. Everyone waited for the captain of the criminal investigation team to make a decision, as he held the final authority. The captain did not expect the situation to develop in such a bizarre direction. Is this guy Su Liang really a genius? When everyone else was helpless, he managed to break the deadlock with ease. But for himself, it was also a very big test. After a brief moment of silence, the captain thought of a way to handle it. Turn off the communication devices. Turn off the surveillance. What? The operator's eyes widened in disbelief as they spoke. Captain, are you really going to listen to that guy? If higher-ups investigate this matter, we'll all be in trouble. The corner of the captain's mouth slightly turned up. He only asked us to turn off the cameras and video monitoring and for all of us to step out. But he didn't say anything about not using mobile phones to record. As soon as these words were spoken, the operator understood immediately. No wonder old hands know best. Just look how cleverly he found the loophole. With that understanding, the operator responded. Got it, Captain. I'll go arrange this right away. The operator stood up and walked toward the interrogation room, briefly discussing with a few police officers. Subsequently, everyone exited the room. Only Su Liang and Zhu Youqing remained inside. Chapter 170, Secret Interrogation? The truth comes to light. The atmosphere in the interrogation room became a little delicate for a moment. Su Liang waved his hand. Now you can talk, right? It's just the two of us. Zhu Youqing hesitated, looking very conflicted and full of immense concerns. Still not talking? My time is limited, and I don't have the leisure to monkey around with you. Su Liang's eyebrows furrowed slightly. Some things could only be given one chance. This was his principle, and he would absolutely not compromise further. After all, for someone like Zhu Youqing, giving them even a bit of face would lead them to overstep their bounds, as they had no clear moral bottom line. No. I just have a small request. Can I have a cigarette? Upon hearing this, Su Liang couldn't help but laugh. Can't you see my age? Do you think a high school student would carry cigarettes with them? But this is the criminal investigation team. If you don't have any, someone else surely will. Behind the one-way mirror, a police officer hearing this was about to bring one over when unexpectedly blocked by the squad leader. Captain, if a cigarette can make this guy talk, I think that might work fine. The officer blinked, her eyes filled with confusion. This small request didn't seem to violate any rules. It completely depended on personal judgment, and as long as it made the suspect speak up, these are minor considerations. Don't you get it? This guy is clearly testing us. The squad captain said meaningfully. If we send the cigarette over too quickly, he'll know we're eavesdropping and might not tell the truth afterward. Hearing this, the officer understood at once. Zhou Yang then asked from the side, what if Su Liang refuses? I think this guy has an extraordinary talent for interrogation. Let's see how it goes for now. The captain spoke meaningfully. After all, before this point, no one had expected the situation to develop into what it was currently. Even though useful clues had not yet been obtained, Zhu Youqing's attitude was evidently different from before, which was itself a breakthrough. Much better than what other officers had managed. Zhou Yang nodded without saying anything more. In the interrogation room, Su Liang looked thoughtfully at Zhu Youqing for a while, and finally slowly nodded. All right, I'll ask for you. No particular brand required, right? That I can't guarantee. It doesn't matter, as long as there's one. Zhu Youqing appeared relieved. A few minutes later, Su Liang returned, and as he placed the cigarette near Zhu Youqing's mouth, he suddenly heard Zhu Youqing whisper softly, don't get involved in this. It's something beyond your reach. Leave now, or you might still avoid getting implicated. Unexpectedly, at this moment, this guy gave a well-meaning warning, which surprised Su Liang a bit, but also confirmed his previous guess. Do you know why I specially came to the police station? Do you know why I must make you speak up? Su Liang asked slowly. Zhu Youqing took a puff on the cigarette, and looked up with confusion on his face. Isn't it because you're part of the criminal investigation team? I'm just their special consultant, and interrogation isn't my responsibility. I came here because I'm facing a similar predicament as you. What? Zhu Youqing widened his eyes, almost involuntarily exclaiming. Weren't your family members kidnapped too? But immediately his expression changed, realizing he'd spoken out of turn, and he could only lower his head and smoke silently. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. Even though Zhu Youqing hadn't admitted it directly, he had inadvertently revealed critical information. Indeed, the reason Zhu Youqing insisted on being the mastermind behind the entire case was simply because his family had been kidnapped by Lao Bai, the boss behind the Xuanhuan group. I know you're still worried deep inside. Xuanhuan group has already targeted me, attempting assassination twice. Though I've been lucky both times, the second attempt ended up implicating my brother, who's now still lying in the hospital. Su Liang fibbed a little, knowing it was necessary to provoke resonance from Zhu Youqing. After all, the reason Zhu Youqing was under control was out of concern for his family. How could they act so swiftly? Hearing this, Zhu Youqing couldn't help but feel puzzled. Having been in the Xuanhuan group for so long, he was very familiar with their modus operandi. In theory, unless under special circumstances, the Xuanhuan villa would never risk arrest by acting so impulsively. Isn't it because I caused the entire Xuanhuan villa to be taken down? This shows just how ruthless they can be. Do you think if you pose a danger to them, they would still give you an out? Su Liang said meaningfully. Perhaps you could leave here alive since we are reasonable people, but not everyone in this world is like that. Who knows, once you step outside, they might use the same tactics against you. Zhu Youqing fell silent immediately. As a top student with dual master's degrees, he had been forced by circumstances too. If it wasn't for the harsh realities and immense pressures from all sides, he wouldn't have chosen to join the xuanhuan group back then. This was a one-way road. Once you got in, getting out was harder than climbing to the heavens. That's why Zhu Yuqing was prepared to bear everything. Joining the xuanhuan group was to make money so he could offer his sister, mother, and fiancé a good life. If he took the blame, he could still provide them with a good life, so a few years in prison wouldn't be a loss. Better than offending the xuanhuan group, right? It's useless. You cannot win against the xuanhuan group. Since you've already learned about Lao Bai, you must also know that he isn't originally from our country. So even if they pull any tricks, there's no way to arrest them. After all, if a foreigner commits a crime domestically, there are extradition treaties, but once they're abroad, who knows if they'll get punished as they should. They might land safely anyway. Perhaps that was why they dared to be so audacious in our country. Would a normal person dare hire assassins just like that? The severity of such a crime means if caught, one's life is over. How do you know unless you try? Do you really want your family to be controlled by others for the rest of their lives while you remain nothing more than a puppet? And even if you have money, is this the life you truly desire? Su Liang narrowed his eyes. Everyone has their own difficulties, which indeed can be understood. Hence, when some people lament their misfortunes, to a great extent, it's due to their own doing. No one has ever truly forced them. It's merely the choices they made themselves. Chapter 171, The Last Chance. Zhu Yuqing, it's not too late to turn back now. You might still be able to protect your family, but if you insist on being stubborn, the consequences are uncertain. Su Liang said slowly. This was the last help he could offer. If the other party continued to refuse help, it could only be said that they were too foolish. No matter what the outcome was, it should be something he had to bear. As the smoke swirled, a cigarette had already burned down to ash. Zhu Yuqing took a deep breath. If I tell you, can you guarantee the safety of my family? Of course. Su Liang chuckled inwardly, wondering how the Mountain Water Group managed to brainwash their people. They willingly became puppets. Even if their families were used as leverage for threats, this kind of situation could have been directly reported to the police from the start. Now things had become so complicated. It must be admitted that the Mountain Water Group did have some real skills. They were visibly cunning and powerful. Compared to those ruthless guys, aren't the criminal police more trustworthy? Zhu Yuqing nodded upon hearing this. It was clear that the other side was not lying to him. He then began to speak slowly. Although he didn't provide too many useful clues, his information was more detailed than Jiang Daju's. And for the police, this also counted as a significant breakthrough. In Zhu Yuqing's account, the mysterious veil behind the boss of the Mountain Water Group was gradually lifted. The name of the person was Michel. He was reportedly very influential, and this guy's assets were also substantial. The Mountain Water Group was merely one part of his empire. Furthermore, they had been involved in the fake artifact trade for many years. Many items had eventually been smuggled out of the country without the employers even knowing. To my knowledge, Old Bai's audacity is all related to his personal experiences. He originally lived domestically and thus has an excellent understanding of the relevant domestic laws. Moreover, the significance of dealing in counterfeits is enormous and almost irresistible. Under these combined circumstances, although the boss behind the Mountain Water Group is Michel, there are probably foreign stockholders involved as well. Not only do they supply intelligence, but at critical times, they can even choose to evade justice. Zhu Yuqing sighed after saying this, with a look full of helplessness on his face. So now you understand why I only negotiate with you? Since you already know about Old Bai, I believe you've also obtained some information about the Mountain Water Group through other channels. I think you don't stand a chance. Instead of thinking about how to deal with the Mountain Water Group, you might as well consider how to protect yourself completely. Otherwise, no matter how much you talk, it doesn't hold any meaning. Upon hearing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a look of pride in his eyes. Are you just kneeling too long, huh? What? Zhu Yuqing was slightly taken aback, his eyes full of confusion, feeling a bit nonsensical. This is inside China. How does a foreigner have the right to freely roam here? Not only that, they even let our compatriots take the blame for them. Su Liang squinted his eyes, his gaze flashing with cold light, inexplicably feeling discontent rise within him. Selling national relics and exploiting Chinese civilians while others suffer and endure, yet they remain unpunished and enjoy life. There is absolutely no reason for such things under the sky. So, if you reconsider, you can surely make amends. Rather than being constantly worried, you'd better cooperate with us. If we can catch these guys, not only will you minimize your own mistakes, but your family will also receive proper arrangements. Zhu Yuqing widened his eyes, astonishment evident in his gaze. Am I hearing things? You really intend to capture Old Bai? This guy is elusive, like seeing his head, but not his tail. Catching him is harder than ascending to heaven. In the past, there were people in the Mountain Water Group who had thought about bringing him down, but this proved extremely challenging. Often, those attempting it ended up losing more than they gained. So what? Anyway, I will absolutely not allow such things to happen right before my eyes. Even if he's the Emperor's son, he has to come down and get scolded. There has never been anything or anyone supernatural. Su Liang declared firmly. Zhu Yuqing, this is your last chance. If you cooperate with us, perhaps your family will not only return safely in the future, but you yourself may have a chance for redemption. Otherwise, according to the prices for trafficking antiques, it's enough to land you in jail for life. In short, you better think clearly. After finishing his statement, Su Liang turned and left the interrogation room. When he entered the adjacent monitoring room, everyone's faces revealed expressions of shock, their emotions extremely complex. No one present dared to believe that this 18-year-old youth had actually succeeded in a situation where many experienced veteran detectives were left helpless. Moreover, Every single word spoken by the two was heard crystal clear. The level of astonishment was simply overwhelming. It wasn't just due to the illegal activities taking place behind the scenes at the Mountain Water Villa. It was also because of Su Liang's exceptionally outstanding personal abilities. This couldn't be denied or excused. It entirely depended on individual talent. An average person could never accomplish this. I assume you all heard what was said, right? There's no need for me to elaborate further. Su Liang said indifferently. The captain of the criminal police nodded upon hearing these words, his inner astonishment completely beyond description through mere language. He patted Su Liang's shoulder. You're something else, kid. You really made that guy talk. I thought you'd come up empty-handed today. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, revealing an amused glint in his eyes. Didn't the captain already tell you? Besides, this matter concerns my very own life safety. If I can't resolve this issue with them, would I even be able to sleep well at night? What? Zhou Yang beside him was momentarily stunned. You mean to say that what you mentioned earlier wasn't a lie? Someone really intends to kill both of you. Exactly. Su Liang nodded, and then proceeded to recount the entire sequence of events, even including his encounter with Jiang Daju at the cemetery. Captain, I understand as a detective we shouldn't bring personal feelings into the mix, but this matter is extraordinarily grave. Their willingness to retaliate against us regardless of the law shows how disrespectful they are towards our country from the very beginning. Only those who act recklessly could disregard the law and do so blatantly. Even regular criminals wouldn't dare provoke the police or military forces. Chapter 172. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. The captain of the criminal investigation team's gaze instantly became serious, and even his breathing grew heavier. In broad daylight, foreigners actually dare to come onto our territory and cause trouble. No wonder these guys have been so tight-lipped. They've all been threatened. Even you were threatened with your life. It's outrageous and infuriating. Others also chimed in, their faces filled with anger. Clearly, the people from Xuanhuan group were not just breaking the law, they were challenging authority. If allowed to continue unchecked, it would be a huge embarrassment for everyone. But Captain, how can we catch them? Although Zhu Yucheng has spoken up, as he said, the boss behind Xuanhuan group is likely already on high alert. Ma Feifei pondered thoughtfully beside him. This case had developed far beyond expectations, and if not handled cautiously, the consequences could be dire. The situation was now completely unpredictable. I actually have an idea, Su Liang suddenly said. You can use me as bait. The people at Xuanhuan Manor are eager to kill me. By catching those assassins, we can find the contact information of the boss behind Xuanhuan group, and even trace back to his residence. No way. The captain refused without hesitation. This operation is too risky. If anything happens to you, how can I explain it to my superiors or your family? Although the work of the criminal investigation team was indeed dangerous, the captain never wanted any of his team members to be in trouble, and they faced danger because it was their duty. How could they possibly let an 18-year-old high school student be used as bait? If this got out, the entire criminal investigation team would be ridiculed. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Don't forget, I'm now a special consultant for our criminal investigation team, part of the team. If others can face danger, why can't I? Upon hearing this, the captain hesitated, unsure of what to say, his eyes full of doubt and indecision. Just trust me, Captain. I've met them before, and those two guys suffered losses at my hands. They might be more cautious now, so it's not as dangerous as you imagine. Of course, as long as you can arrive in time to help, the problem will be solved. The situation will never be as complicated as you think. The captain fell silent, seeing all the team members looking at him expectantly. He resolved inwardly to protect Su Liang's safety at all costs, then nodded slowly. All right, let's discuss this carefully. Half an hour later, Su Liang left the criminal investigation team office. Everyone watched through the windows as he walked away until he disappeared beyond the gate. One officer couldn't help but marvel. Captain, I never expected this kid to be such a genius. Not only did he get Zhu Yucheng to talk, but he also obtained crucial clues. Without him, we'd still know nothing about Xuanhuan group. Others nodded in agreement. And the most amazing thing is that he's willing to be used as bait, accelerating the investigation. Can an 18-year-old really do this? Even someone with a few years' experience might not have this kind of courage. Who would have thought? And his plan is so well thought out. The enemy probably won't expect Xuanhuan group to still be gloating. The captain remained silent, unable to contain the shock and excitement within him. If he had any doubts about Su Liang's abilities before, they were now completely dispelled. To be honest, he had never seen such a talented young person, brave and strategic, truly unique. It's a pity this guy doesn't plan to join us. Otherwise, he would surely bring peace and security to this area. The captain sighed. Zhou Yang grinned. The greater the power, the greater the responsibility. Since this guy has such talent, our small temple probably can't hold him. Maybe he can achieve more on a bigger platform. Isn't that a good thing for us? The criminal investigation team is always the first line of defense against crime, and to reduce crime rates and protect the peace of the people, it certainly does not rely solely on the criminal investigation team. All parties must work together. You have a point. The captain of the criminal investigation team nodded. At least for now, Su Liang was still their special consultant. If they could solve the big case involving Xuanhuan group this time, the entire squad might receive commendation from the provincial authorities. After all, the amount involved was simply too large, and the nature of the case had changed from counterfeiting and trafficking to something far more serious. At the same time, Zhang Yucheng was discussing matters with Zhang Chong. How's the situation? Why was Lu Hao forced into the hospital? Zhang Chong shook his head, his face full of helplessness. I don't know either, but according to Su Liang, it might be related to Xuanhuan group. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuqing immediately showed signs of worry. In fact, he had already considered that if it wasn't Su's people who did it, then it was most likely Xuanhuan group. He didn't really know much about them, but he had heard that they were quite ruthless. Given the current situation, the fact that they sent assassins to silence witnesses meant that the rumors weren't baseless. If things continued like this, Su Liang would be in grave danger. Thinking of this, Zhang Yuqing couldn't help but ask with a heavy expression. Son, Su Liang is in dire straits. There may be huge trouble around him at any moment. Are you sure you want to stay by his side? Anyone could understand the implication of these words. As the saying goes, a wise man doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. Since it was clear that Su Liang was in great peril, why risk getting involved? Although Zhang Yuqing could be considered a conscientious boss, everyone has selfishness. He could take risks himself, but there was no need for his son to bear such great risks. Chapter 173, Helping in the Snow, Many Victims. Dad, you once taught me that a man must always keep his word. Although my grades aren't great, I believe one should adhere to principles when being a person. Zhang Chang answered thoughtfully, with an unusually determined expression. Though he hadn't known Su Liang for very long, the three of them had become close friends who shared everything, and they faced all sorts of troubles and difficulties together, which unknowingly strengthened their friendship. Now, encountering danger, Zhang Chang was indeed scared. It's normal for anyone to feel this way, and it's understandable. But after the initial panic, Zhang Chang felt that he couldn't just stand by. If Su Liang and Lu Hao were fine, everyone would be happy. That's what everyone hopes for. But what if something happened? Zhang Chang couldn't bear to imagine it. If something really happened to Su Liang and Lu Hao, and he chose to leave, wouldn't that be betrayal? Sharing happiness is easy, but deserting each other in trouble is too despicable. Even Zhang Chang found it unacceptable. So I've made up my mind. Even if Su Liang and Lu Hao are risking their lives, I will gamble with them. Zhang Yuqing's eyes showed a hint of surprise. Then he nodded approvingly. I didn't expect my son to have grown up. Go ahead and do what you need to do. Your father will always be your strongest support. At the same time, he silently vowed to protect his son at all costs, though the methods might differ. No matter what, you must take care of yourself. When facing danger, use your brain, don't confront it head on. At such times, having a brain is far more important than not having one. Zhang Chang grinned. Of course, I'm your son. How could I be any worse? All right, go ahead. I believe the day will come when we hear good news from you. Zhang Yuqing waved his hand. Zhang Chang, feeling supported, left happily. As soon as he stepped out, Zhang Yuqing's smile vanished, replaced by a serious look. Although he didn't fully understand why Su Liang had to be dealt with so harshly, even if it were revenge, there were many ways to do it. But one thing was certain. Xuanhuan group wasn't easy to deal with. Not only from hearsay, but also from various sources, these people were known for their cunning. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuqing secretly called his assistant. Come to my villa. I have a special task for you. Yes, starting now, you can put aside your pride and must complete what I assign. On the other side, Su Liang returned home. It looked somewhat desolate. He checked around carefully to ensure no one had broken in before sitting down on the sofa. He began to ponder. Currently, he had many tasks at hand, preparing the construction plan for the pet base, organizing tutoring sessions, and now drafting a live streaming platform proposal. To maneuver against Xuanhuan group, he needed to temporarily set these projects aside. Otherwise, who knows what tricks those guys might play in the projects. If they targeted him alone, Su Liang still had some room to maneuver. After all, even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. It was essentially a game of wits and courage, of reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance. But if it involved the projects, things would get complicated. Open attacks are easier to avoid, but hidden ones are hard to detect. These guys were all lurking in the dark. If they decided to sabotage the projects, the expenses incurred in the early stages would be wasted. But what method could he use to counter them? Those two killers? Too unstable, and he had no idea where they were now. The information from before was useless. So the situation was quite passive, and he needed to find a way. Just then, Luo Chonghai called. Mr. Luo, what's up? Brother, I didn't expect you to answer so quickly. Looks like you're in a good mood. I thought Xuanhuan group had already taken care of you. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, revealing a playful look. Why does Mr. Luo seem like you're looking forward to a show? Are you in cahoots with him? TSK. Luo Chonghai immediately corrected himself. I'm a legitimate businessman and never indulge in their underhanded tactics. This call is because there's new progress and new information. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. I didn't expect the efficiency to be this high. Well, I'm all ears. Hope you won't let me down. Su Liang replied casually. According to the unanimous decision of the shareholders of Luo Group, we have now agreed to the launch plan for the live streaming platform project. Once your proposal is submitted, it will be implemented immediately. Luo Chonghai answered. This was indeed quite good news, at least enough to boost morale. However, from now on, Lu Hao would likely have to take charge alone as Su Liang did not have sufficient time and could only offer some suggestions and modifications. So what exactly is this good news? He continued to ask. Our Luo group is a big player in the entire provincial capital, so you should understand that clearly. We've heard some rumors and caught wind of some information about Xuanhuan group. I wonder if Mr. Su is interested. Hearing this, Su Liang felt unexpectedly delighted. It turned out Luo Chonghai was offering help in a difficult situation. He really was quite righteous. It seemed there was a reason why his business had thrived. Don't tell me you only found out his nickname and basic identity? Su Liang said casually. Even these might be unknown to you. According to our investigation, the boss behind Xuanhuan group goes by the nickname Old Bai. In recent times, Xuanhuan Group has been transferring its assets. And after extensive investigations, we found that many wealthy individuals have been deceived at the Xuanhuan Manor. Upon hearing this, Su Liang couldn't help but frown slightly, with a hint of confusion in his eyes. Wait, you mean to say many people were cheated? But why hasn't anyone gone after Xuanhuan Manor? After all, those rich people were different from them. They could spend money, but they wouldn't tolerate being wronged. Otherwise, what was the point of having so much money? So logically, this didn't make sense. Such a situation simply couldn't happen. Either Luo Chenghai was lying, or there was another reason. Chapter 174. This kid shows off again. After a brief silence, Luo Chenghai thought Su Liang was stunned by his ability. After all, for someone to casually obtain crucial information about such a mysterious place as the Xuanhuan Manor, it surely spoke volumes about this person's capabilities and status. Perhaps because he had lost face quite badly at the Xuanhuan Manor last time, Luo Chenghai now desperately wanted to regain his dignity. Don't think only you have skills. Let me tell you, I'm not bad either. Unfortunately for Luo Chenghai, before he could finish gloating, Su Liang grinned. Mr. Luo, I don't mean to put you down, but I've known about his nickname for a long time. What? Luo Chenghai froze, almost blurting out in surprise, then shook his head vigorously. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. You're just being stubborn. Is it really that hard to admit I'm pretty good? One should be humble. And considering my age could be your father, it's only natural that my abilities are a bit stronger than yours. What's there to be embarrassed about? Su Liang laughed wryly, understanding Luo Chenghai's meaning. He wasn't silent because Luo Chenghai had found out about Old Bai. Rather, he felt there was more hidden behind this situation than he had imagined. So many high society figures, billionaires, had been deceived, probably no less than 15 or 20 of them. If one person hadn't noticed and hadn't reported it, it would be understandable. Who would believe such a thing could happen to themselves? Spending tens of millions, even hundreds of millions, only to buy a fake, albeit finely crafted, changes everything. The difference between an art piece and a genuine antique is vast. Now, if over 15 or 20 people had similar experiences and none of them noticed, he couldn't believe it was possible. Do they really think everyone is a fool? In this day and age, how could such a ridiculous scenario occur? Mr. Luo, must you force me to embarrass you? It's just a code name, nothing special. In fact, I even know his real name. Upon hearing this, Luo Chenghai's eyes widened in disbelief. Don't talk nonsense. The boss of Xuanhuan Group keeps a very low profile. Even when I was in the manor, I never saw him. Why would I lie? Every word I say is true. The boss of Xuanhuan Group is a foreigner named Michel. If you don't believe me, you can verify it. If any part of what I said is wrong, you can call me your son. Su Liang said with utmost seriousness. Luo Chenghai fell silent. Since the other party had made such a vow, it showed absolute confidence. But wait, doesn't make sense. He was one of the top tycoons in the province. Even gathering this information cost considerable resources. Where did Su Liang get this information from? Clearly, the real name held more weight than a code name. After all, code names are public, while the real name might only be known by those closest to him. Where did you get this information from? Are your skills and network wider than mine? Luo Chenghai asked somewhat unwillingly. Last time at the manor, he had no words to say when Su Liang outdid him. Buying a chicken bloodstone worth over 10 million for 5 million. It was still talked about in the antique circle and high society. Everyone knew a young man caused a scene at the Xuanhuan Manor auction, not only disrupting the event, but also walking away with a fortune. For top-tier tycoons, the money didn't matter, but missing such a bragging opportunity was frustrating. With this feat, who would dare to bluff them in the antique circle in the future? They'd be golden. What Luo Chenghai didn't expect was that even in networking, this brat managed to outdo him. Why? Previously, everything went smoothly for him. But since meeting this guy, it felt like bad luck every time. Mr. Luo, see. If I don't say it, you don't believe me. If I do say it, you're unhappy. How does an elder make things difficult for a junior? Su Liang grinned, his tone filled with mockery. If there were others around, Luo Chenghai might have thrown the phone in anger. Fine, fine, fine. After several seconds of silence, Luo Chenghai waved his hand helplessly. Consider yourself clever, okay? I tried to help you gather more information. I never thought that in the end, I would be the one to lose face. What kind of work are these people under me doing? I must give them a good lesson later. That won't do, Boss Luo. Among the people I know, you are the most capable. This time, with such a big trouble, who else can I rely on if not you? Su Liang said with a meaningful smile. But to Luo Chenghai, these words were filled with ridicule. Why are you so insatiable? I'm not even blaming you, but you're still chasing after me. Are you really planning to make me lose all my dignity today? I really didn't mean it. Su Liang immediately turned serious and then explained in detail why he knew about Michel. Only then did Luo Chenghai realize what was going on, and his mind calmed down a bit. But soon he reacted again. Wait a minute. You said you're now a special consultant for the criminal police team? You're just an adult, aren't you? Hee, heroes don't ask about origins. Maybe they think I have enough ability. Su Liang laughed lightly, this time without any intention of showing off. But Luo Chenghai was itching inside. He originally thought this kid was quite capable, but now he realized he had underestimated him. He's actually a jack of all trades. It seems that knowing this kid might be helpful to me someday. After some thought, Luo Chenghai continued asking, what do you want to say? Although Zhu Yuqing opened up at the criminal police team, the police can't easily get involved as it might alert the people from Xuanhuan Group. So if we want to gather more information, we probably need your help, Boss Luo. One person works openly while the other secretly. I believe, no matter how cunning Xuanhuan Group is, they wouldn't expect this. Luo Chenghai was stunned by these words. He never imagined that a young man who had just become an adult could have such deep scheming. He even played military strategy, and it sounded quite plausible. Chapter 175. You are my last ace. Su Liang, I just have one question for you. Luo Chenghai reined in his smile, his eyes filled with seriousness. Do you really intend to fight the Xuanhuan group to the death? You should be able to feel that these people are not easy to deal with. Moreover, there are foreigners backing them. The situation is very complicated. Even I dare not get too deeply involved. If you go alone, the consequences could be dire. To put it bluntly, you might end up dead without a trace, no one knowing when you went missing or when you were killed. To put it mildly, you probably won't have a peaceful day for the next 10 years. Every day you'll live in fear, always on guard against their retaliation. Su Liang chuckled lightly, not showing much dissatisfaction with this statement. With nothing to lose, he could be invincible. Mr. Luo, from a personal perspective, they've tried to kill me twice and wanted me dead. If I don't avenge this, can I still call myself a man? From a larger perspective, these people are trafficking in cultural relics, possibly related to smuggling and other criminal activities. Can you bear to see our national treasures easily flow into the overseas market? While we mourn here, others are laughing at us, even mocking us as naive country bumpkins. Indeed, Luo Chenghai felt deeply affected by these words. Although he was indeed a very successful businessman who usually enjoyed the finer things in life, once certain principles were involved, they couldn't be compromised. No matter what, sticking to principles was always right. All right, I understand. I will definitely help you, but it will take some time. Recently, do you want me to arrange 2 bodyguards to protect you? Luo Chenghai asked kindly. Otherwise, if anything happened to Su Liang, it would truly be a pity. Especially after learning that the boss behind the Xuanhuan group was a foreigner, any person with a conscience would feel dissatisfied. Why did this guy come to China instead of staying in his own place? If it was just that, it wouldn't be so bad, but he was actually deceiving Chinese tycoons and trying to make huge profits from them. This cannot be tolerated. That's unnecessary. Su Liang casually laughed and refused. In his view, even if bodyguards were sent, they wouldn't be of any use and might even alert the enemy. The Xuanhuan group probably already knew his situation well. They understood Su Liang thoroughly. Suddenly having 2 bodyguards would clearly indicate someone was manipulating things from behind. It might involve more people. If Luo Chenghai got dragged into this, it would be extremely difficult to find another breakthrough to expose the Xuanhuan group. In short, Mr. Luo, if you're willing to help me, please keep an eye on the Xuanhuan group. When necessary, I'll ask for your help. Besides, don't do anything else to avoid involving the Luo group. Luo Chenghai's eyebrows twitched, revealing a proud expression. Your tone makes it sound like you think I'm a coward. You underestimate me too much. Su Liang shook his head. I absolutely don't mean that. It's just that, Mr. Luo, you are my last ace. People like me don't have many resources, so if I need to play my cards, it must be at the critical moment. Luo Chenghai was surprised, unable to describe his feelings. In fact, since they met, they had only seen each other a few times, and their first meeting wasn't pleasant. Yet Su Liang trusted him so much, which could only mean one thing. This guy either knew how to read people very well or was ready to risk everything. He hadn't seen such determination in a long time. Then he nodded. I won't let you down. If I can help, contact me anytime. After hanging up the phone, Su Liang sighed in relief. Although the Xuanhuan group hadn't been fully exposed yet, the situation was improving. Perhaps soon everything would be settled. Even if he couldn't completely dismantle them, he could at least stop them from continuing to sell national treasures. On the other side, at the school, currently, all the grade 3 teachers, the grade principal, and even the vice principal were gathered in the meeting room. Just a few days ago, the school had just conducted the second mock exam, but the results that came out left everyone in shock. Everyone, according to this round of scores. The number of students from our school who can reach the first-tier university admission line has increased by more than 100 people. Do you know what this means? The grade director said excitedly, his eyes full of excitement. This high school was not exactly one of the key high schools within the province, so its educational standards had always been relatively average. Each year, only about 10% of the total grade could meet the first-tier university admission line. The bachelor's rate was only around 30%. So once it was senior year, many people would become abnormally anxious. However, this year, the mock exam scores for the students reaching the first-tier rate had already increased by nearly 20%. This was an unprecedented achievement. The homeroom teachers present also nodded in agreement, their eyes filled with anticipation. This shows that our school's teaching strength has further improved, and at the same time, the quality of the students has also been enhanced. Principal, if we can capture the top spot in the city for the first-tier rate this year, there might be a chance to apply for provincial key status next year. Yes, this is a rare opportunity. It's also a crucial moment for our school to advance to the next level. This good news came too suddenly, really catching us off guard. Principal, I think we can continue to encourage the students and strengthen everyone's ambition. Who knows, maybe during the college entrance exam, we'll have even better surprises. Everyone chattered enthusiastically, their faces full of joy. For these homeroom teachers, the improvement in the first-tier rate for their own classes was already the most dazzling achievement. What could be more convincing than this? However, the vice principal remained silent, and after a long pause, he finally spoke slowly. Are all of you pretending to be foolish, or do you really think I don't understand? Do you think such explanations can make me believe it? Improvement in teaching quality. Here we're all insiders. Why put on a show? Chapter 176, A Sudden Leap in Grades? Something's off. The vice principal was responsible for the school's teaching quality and had been in this position for nearly 8 years. Therefore, He was very clear and well-informed about the teacher's capabilities and the student's qualities. Undeniably, there would be a certain degree of difference in student quality each year, but overall, it wouldn't vary too much. This year, based on the results of the first diagnostic exam, this batch of students indeed showed better quality than previous batches, with one even securing a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. However, from the first diagnostic exam to the second mock exam, only a little over a month had passed. Even if these students were exceptionally talented and their grades improved rapidly, it was impossible for more than 100 students to reach the first-tier university admission line within such a short time. Unusual events must have an unusual cause. The vice principal could sense that there was definitely something wrong here. In my view, whether the grades are good or bad is secondary. But if we pursue high scores at all costs, even to save face, and violate the essence of education by tolerating cheating and plagiarism, that's a matter of principle. In other words, there might have been cheating during the second mock exam. Otherwise, how could one explain over 100 students reaching the first-tier university admission line? Some students' grades increased by as much as 100 points compared to the first diagnostic exam. 4 grades to improve so significantly in just 1 month. It seemed that only geniuses could provide a reasonable explanation. But if they were truly geniuses, how could they have remained unnoticed for over 2 years? The class advisors present exchanged glances, embarrassment evident on their faces, unable to respond immediately. They knew they had done their duty during the exams, but they couldn't guarantee that no one cheated. If they made a guarantee and it was later found out, the consequences would be unimaginable. They might even receive disciplinary action, so no one was willing to take the blame. Mr. Yao Jun then stood up and said, "Vice Principal, I think perhaps our students really did make progress. I don't think cheating is likely." Oh, the vice principal looked puzzled upon hearing this. Mr. Yao Jun was now a very famous physics teacher in the entire school, and his reputation among parents had also significantly improved. After all, he had cultivated Su Liang, who secured a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University. Regardless of how much credit Mr. Yao deserved for Su Liang's success, it was undeniable that Su Liang was from his class. So now, Mr. Yao Jun's status naturally rose, making him more persuasive and influential than other class advisors. "Mr. Yao, what's your opinion?" the vice principal asked earnestly. Mr. Yao scratched his head. "To be honest, I'm not sure either, but recently, my students' grades have indeed improved noticeably. They usually gain about 10 points in each small test. You might not believe it, but you know the level of my class. In just this short month, we've moved from second to last to third place in the grade, right behind the experimental class and the rocket class." Upon hearing this, the class advisors present felt even more embarrassed. There were over 20 classes in the senior year, with thousands of students in total. A class ranked second to last clearly indicated poor performance, almost beyond redemption. Out of dozens of students, perhaps only 10 could pass the undergraduate entrance exam. Yet, in such a short time, Mr. Yao's class not only produced Su Liang, who secured a guaranteed admission to Tsinghua University, but other students' grades also improved significantly, especially outstanding ones like Bai Rou. In comparison, other class advisors felt like they had neglected their duties. So when they saw the significant improvement in the entire grade's performance, everyone was pleased. At least they had something to report to the higher-ups. The vice principal laughed. "Mr. Yao, I asked you to analyze why the students made progress, but instead, you're praising your own class? I know your class has capable students and has brought glory to our school, but this situation is extraordinary. I can trust your students, but that doesn't mean I can trust others." His words were quite clear. The progress in Mr. Yao's class was understandable, given the presence of a Tsinghua-bound student leading the way, but other classes were still the same. How could they show such progress? Even the district education department was alarmed by the unbelievable results, far surpassing those of other schools in the district. If there was a problem, it wouldn't just involve one high school. Right at this moment, suddenly, a head teacher said, "I heard that recently the students in our class have been going to Su Liang for tutoring. Perhaps this has something to do with him." "What?" The vice principal's brows furrowed. The other head teachers echoed in agreement. "Yes, there are also students from my class. And it's said that Su Liang's tutoring method is very advanced. He doesn't need to teach offline specifically, just provide relevant videos for them to watch on their own." Hearing this, the vice principal was inwardly quite shocked and could hardly describe his feelings. Impossible. To say that Su Liang became a Tsinghua University nominee is indeed a sure thing, but how could this guy not only excel in his studies, but also be better than these head teachers in teaching? Yet he is merely an 18-year-old high school student. Could he really be so outstanding? Then you should carefully check if the students who made progress this time all received tutoring from him. The vice principal took out the list. The head teachers identified their students one by one and spoke up. "That's right. I remember they all received tutoring from Su Liang. I even went to the place where they were being tutored. Yes, I did too. It seems like these few students followed as well. So you mean to say that all 100+ students who improved in our grade were helped by him?" Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief, unsure whether to be happy or melancholic. Is this for real? An 18-year-old high school student who has never been involved in education managed, within a short month, to significantly improve the grades of so many students, even giving the entire school a chance to apply for key high schools next year. As the saying goes, pulling one hair can move the whole body. Su Liang could be said to have single-handedly elevated the entire school. Chapter 177. Inviting Su Liang as a distinguished teacher. For a moment, everyone in the meeting room fell silent, their feelings extremely complicated. If they were happy, it would mean that after teaching for so many years, they still couldn't match an 18-year-old student. Wouldn't that be embarrassing? And it wasn't just one person, but all the teachers of the senior year at the school. They had been diligently working hard to help students review and fill in knowledge gaps. Yet in the end, Su Liang's videos turned out to be more direct and highly effective. To say they weren't unhappy would be a lie. After all, the school had become famous across the city because of Su Liang. Previously, it was just an ordinary high school with mediocre student quality. But if this year over 200 students could get into first-tier universities, achieving an 80% undergraduate rate, then next year there would undoubtedly be a flood of applicants. At that time, the school could select better students and truly become a provincial key high school, no longer having to worry about the anxiety during the college entrance exam every year. Vice Principal, although this sounds unbelievable, but based on my interaction with Su Liang, I think it's not impossible, said the grade director thoughtfully. The vice principal took a deep breath. While shocked, he also realized how important this matter was. However, the problem was that if they relied solely on Su Liang to improve the senior year students' performance, it wouldn't look good when publicized. It might even make parents doubt the professionalism of the faculty. So many experienced teachers, yet they can't match a single student? This could backfire, leading to even poorer enrollment. Although this has both advantages and disadvantages, we absolutely cannot publicize it now. Otherwise, it might cause a huge scandal. The vice principal took another deep breath. Once all the parents knew about Su Liang's fame and ability, they probably wouldn't want their children to continue studying at the school. If the entire senior year disappeared, it would likely become headline news within 2 days. Actually, I have an idea. Yao Jun slowly raised his hand. Everyone turned to look at him, full of confusion. What could possibly work? With the students in mind, we definitely hope Su Liang can help more of them. If all our senior year students can get into first-tier universities, it would be historic. We might even jump straight to a national key high school. Yao Jun was excited, but the others didn't share his joy. After all, didn't this imply negating everyone else's efforts? Of course, this might have negative impacts on the school. But what if we make Su Liang an official teacher? That way, he becomes our golden signboard, and we won't have to worry about negative publicity anymore. Everyone suddenly understood, eyes wide with surprise. That made sense. Even the vice principal nodded in agreement after some thought. Brilliant, truly brilliant. Mr. Yao, you've come up with such a clever solution. It explained everything to the outside world and ensured students' academic performance, a win-win situation. Yao Jun chuckled inwardly. He wanted Su Liang back more than anyone. Ever since the boy left, his luck seemed to plummet, losing money on gambling, stocks, and even card games. This worried Yao Jun greatly, especially as the senior year homeroom teacher. He couldn't just guard Su Liang all day, so he always looked for a reasonable excuse to bring Su Liang back. But Su Liang was a guaranteed admission student, and even the school leadership gave him special treatment. Bringing him back to class would serve no purpose and might expose his greed. Now, however, this opportunity allowed him to bring Su Liang back officially, ensuring his own prosperity. Thinking of this, Yao Jun rubbed his hands eagerly. The vice principal stood up, eyes bright. Since that's settled, do any other teachers have objections? If not, I'll report this to the principal immediately. And we will invite Su Liang back to teach under the title of Distinguished Teacher. The method, mainly through online videos. He realized that this method was indeed very good. If this teacher were to lecture on the podium, he would ultimately only be able to handle dozens of students. But if it's watching videos, it's different. Whether it's 100 or 1,000 students, it's like one-on-one tutoring. The effect would definitely be more significant. Even he was looking forward to what kind of miracle Su Liang could create. If the school really became a national key high school directly, this student would undoubtedly become the honorary alumnus of the entire school and might even be remembered forever by the school. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Biro was discussing studies with her classmates when a boy rushed in, his face full of excitement. Big news, big news. Our guaranteed admission student Su Liang is coming back. Oh, at these words, everyone present showed curious expressions. They truly envied Su Liang. While they still had to study hard, studying late into the night every day, he was already lying comfortably at home playing around, living a life much better than theirs. Yet this was something others couldn't emulate. After all, the requirements for guaranteed admission were too high, far beyond the reach of ordinary people, let alone top universities like Tsinghua and Peking University. From the establishment of the school until now, there has only been such one person. Upon hearing this, Biro's heart skipped a beat. She had been working hard to improve her grades recently, hoping to catch up with Su Liang. But she didn't expect him to suddenly come back. She felt a bit flustered. Her classmate beside her asked curiously, "That doesn't make sense. Su Liang doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. Why is he coming back? Isn't he just wasting time here?" "Yeah, even if the school agrees, I bet he wouldn't want to." "Do you know anything?" The student who brought the news wore a mysterious look, as if he were a gossip reporter spreading news. Chapter 178. I thought of something that made me happy. This time, I'm not coming back as a student. Upon hearing this, all the classmates present were filled with confusion, finding it even more baffling. Although Su Liang had secured his recommendation for admission, he was still fundamentally a student of the school. You're being too funny. If not as a student, what other identity could there be? The physics class representative's face was full of disdain. Having had conflicts with Su Liang before, he naturally took the opportunity to ridicule him. Seeing this, the classmate nodded, his face showing excitement. Of course, I heard the principal and our grades homeroom teacher discussing at a meeting that they want to invite Su Liang as a specially appointed teacher to specifically tutor us seniors in our studies and help us prepare for the college entrance exam. What? This statement came like a bolt from the blue. leaving all the classmates present shocked and incredulous, none of them expecting such an outcome. No, isn't this just too absurd? Though everyone was still students, they knew that teachers at this school needed to pass exams for official positions. Without a college diploma and the relevant qualifications, there was no chance of becoming a teacher. While their school was only of average standing in the city, it was still a legitimate institution. How could they possibly appoint Su Liang as a specially appointed teacher without reason? Pure nonsense, the physics class representative said doubtfully. It's impossible. Su Liang has neither academic credentials nor experience. If he were to become a teacher, wouldn't all the students and parents sign a petition against it? If this were to affect everyone's performance on the college entrance exam, it would be a serious matter, possibly drawing attention from the city authorities. Hearing this, the classmate waved his hand dismissively, looking mysteriously profound. Hee, you're wrong. In this mock exam, many people's scores improved significantly. In our class too. And I've heard that the number of students reaching the first-tier university admission line increased by over 100. Do you know how extraordinary that is? And they all have one thing in common. They were tutored by Su Liang. Besides, didn't the vice principal already say? Specially appointed. He's an off-role staff member, just nominally a teacher. It makes sense when you put it that way. For a moment, all the classmates wore extremely complex expressions, none of them having expected the situation to develop so unexpectedly. Just over a month ago, they were all classmates studying together, but now, one of them had suddenly become a teacher. The contrast was simply too great. Although Bai Rou did not speak, she was also quite moved. This proved that she hadn't misjudged him. Su Liang was indeed a very promising individual, and he was far more capable than anyone had imagined. No wonder the trick she used on him before had no effect. Su Liang was far more mature than other boys his age. Thinking of him, she couldn't help but smile slightly. Xiaorong, what are you smiling about? Bai Rou's thoughts were interrupted by a sudden voice. Her best friend, Wang Fong, was looking at her curiously. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face. Nothing, I just thought of something that made me happy. Don't tell me you're thinking about Su Liang coming back and can't help yourself? Wang Fong teased, her tone full of jest. Bai Rou's face turned even redder as she scolded gently. Don't talk nonsense. How could that be? What's wrong with it? But it's true that Su Liang is different from other boys. He might indeed reach heights we can't imagine. If you get the chance, you should seize it firmly. Otherwise, once high school is over and he goes to university, there might be no more opportunities. Wang Fong sighed. Don't talk rubbish. I told you, I don't have those thoughts. You know I need to focus on my studies. Bai Rou insisted stubbornly, clearly unwilling to admit it. After all, girls care about their reputation. Come on, do I not know your little secrets? You originally wanted to go to Southeast University, but now you suddenly want to attend a school in the capital. Do you think that's reasonable? It's definitely because of Su Liang, right? Unable to hold back any longer upon hearing this, Bai Rou retorted. Why are you so idle all of a sudden? Why don't you think about your own future plans instead? Besides, if Su Liang can really help us improve our grades, that's a good thing, isn't it? Isn't that worth being happy about? Fine, whatever you say. Wang Fong replied with a half smile. Oh, I must deal with you today? You've gone too far. The two girls were playfully scuffling at their desks, a sight that was rather pleasing to the eye. This scene, however, caused great dissatisfaction in the heart of the physics class representative nearby. He had always detested Su Liang because of Bai Rou, and this sight only made it harder for him to accept. Damn it, just because he got accepted into Tsinghua University through recommendation, what's so special about that? Even if he got lucky and secured this protected spot, does that mean he will definitely achieve something in the future? At the end of the day, these days are all about family affairs and background. No matter how strong one's ability is, without opportunity, it means nothing. Just then, Yao Jun walked in, and the physics class representative immediately approached him. Teacher Yao, I think we need to straighten out the class atmosphere. Yao Jun was in a good mood at the moment. Hearing this, he looked puzzled but did not blame him. Instead, he asked curiously, what happened? Is there something wrong in the class? It seems quite harmonious to me. Class teacher, some classmates aren't focusing on their studies. Not only that, they are even spreading rumors, affecting everyone's learning. The physics class representative said with righteous indignation. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun couldn't help but frown slightly, his eyes flashing with concern. Such matters cannot be tolerated. What if the scores of all other classes in the grade improve while his class falls behind? He would surely become a laughingstock. A class with Tsinghua University recommended students ends up at the bottom. Wouldn't that make people doubt his teaching abilities even more? What happened? What exactly is going on? Yao Jun asked seriously, his gaze full of solemnity. Hearing this, the physics class representative felt secretly delighted and quickly continued. Some classmates are spreading rumors that Su Liang is going to become our school's teacher. This could affect our study atmosphere to some extent. I think we should stop it and not let it continue. Chapter 179, Minding One's Own Business and Suffering the Consequences. Yao Jun blinked his eyes upon hearing this, thinking it was a huge trouble. So, it's just such a small matter after all. He waved his hand nonchalantly, as if he hadn't taken it to heart at all. All right, I know. That's it. The physics class representative widened his eyes in disbelief. Class advisor, this concerns the learning atmosphere of all students. Aren't you going to do anything about it? Good heavens, this was completely different from Yao Jun's usual personality. He had no idea what had gone wrong or why the class advisor seemed so indifferent about the matter. Yao Jun smiled and waved his hand. Since everyone cares so much, I'll be straightforward with you. The school indeed has considered this, mainly because Su Liang, as a Tsinghua University nominee, doesn't need to take the college entrance exam. thus having no pressure from it. On the other hand, it's well known that Su Liang has helped many classmates review, significantly improving their grades. So, the school has carefully deliberated on this matter before making the decision. Everyone should not have any reservations and focus on preparing for your own studies. What? Upon hearing these words, everyone present looked shocked and disbelieving. They never expected the class advisor to personally confirm the truth of the news. The physics class representative, however, seemed unwilling to let it go. Class advisor, is the school making the wrong decision? Su Liang is just a student. What qualifications does he have to teach us? Letting him be a substitute teacher will make us lose face. Yao Jun frowned slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. He had always liked this student, but now Su Liang was his prized treasure. How dare you criticize here? You have an opinion. Do you know how many students and parents in our school are eagerly hoping for Su Liang to return as a tutor? If their college entrance exam results aren't good enough, would you take the blame for the school? I'm telling you to mind your own business. Your main task now is to study hard and aim for good results. As for other matters, they're none of your concern. Yao Jun said seriously, his gaze stern. He then looked at all the students in the class. Let me remind you all, don't waste time on meaningless things, criticizing others. What is this? Spreading rumors. Today is just a verbal warning. If it happens again, don't blame me for not considering our 3 years of teacher-student relationship. All right, everyone prepare for class. With that, Yao Jun waved his hand and walked towards the podium. The physics class representative stood there dumbfounded, looking like a fool, while the other students stifled their laughter. Ha ha, he even tried to turn it around. Who would have thought that our class advisor is now supporting Su Liang? Yeah, just because he's a physics class representative, does he think he's something great? If he really has talent, he should try getting into Tsinghua or Peking University too. Let our classmates benefit from it. Always playing petty tricks behind people's backs. It's just laughable. No wonder Su Liang has better connections than others. This is the difference. Sometimes you have to admit, comparing goods can make you throw them away, and comparing people can make you die of envy. Listening to the various comments around him, the physics class representative's face turned extremely ugly, but he had no way to refute it. His pride at school was nothing more than his academic performance. Su Liang, who was once seen as a burden, was now out of his league. But now, with the title of a Tsinghua University nominee, Su Liang could easily overshadow him. No matter how capable you are, what can you do? Can you be stronger than a Tsinghua University nominee? Not only did it prove that Su Liang's grades were excellent, but he also brought honor to the school. This was a win-win situation. Naturally, the school would support Su Liang. Thinking of this, the physics class representative dared not say anything more, returning to his seat dejectedly, unable to face the strange looks from his classmates. Meanwhile, on the other side, after returning home, Su Liang didn't rush to rest. Ever since he learned that the xuanhuan group had targeted him, he had to be extra cautious. After all, it's easy to dodge an open attack, but hard to avoid hidden arrows. These guys were clearly after his life. Any slight mistake could cost him his life. Although this was a law-based society, could the police provide 24-hour protection? However, after a thorough inspection, he found no signs of any strangers entering his home. To prevent being monitored, he even drew all the curtains and covered any possible surveillance angles, making the place look completely sealed off. After everything was taken care of, Su Liang sat on the sofa, deep in thought. From the current situation, it seemed that after suffering a setback, xuanhuan group would likely lie low for some time. They wouldn't act too openly, meaning he still had enough breathing room. There were 2 things to do during this period. First, he needed to lure xuanhuan group out of hiding, making them expose themselves, which would be easier than actively searching for them. This way, he could stay in control. The second thing was to proceed with the pet base and Luo Qinghai's live streaming platform collaboration. Both matters had to be carried out simultaneously. Otherwise, it would delay his plans. After all, there were only 3 months left before he went to college, and he needed to complete all the preliminary work within this time frame. Otherwise, going to study elsewhere would cause many inconveniences. After much consideration, Su Liang decided to first focus on preparing the live streaming platform and pet base. He took out the already drafted plan, reviewed it carefully, confirmed there were no issues, and sent it to Luo Qinghai. As for the pet base, since it was now managed by Manager Su, there were no major problems with the infrastructure. The only concern was time. After some thought, he decided to call Manager Su. Even though it was evening, Manager Su answered the phone quickly. Hello, Brother Su. What's up? Are you asking about the pet base? Rest assured, workers are working in 3 shifts around the clock. The basic construction will be completed very quickly. Now, Manager Su's attitude was completely different from before, something no one would have expected. Chapter 180. Good news for you. Su Liang grinned, but his heart was as clear as a mirror. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only eternal interests. Su Zong's 180-degree attitude change was undoubtedly due to the relationship between himself and Luo Qinghai. Of course, one must never have any illusions about cunning people like Su Zong. The day he feels you have no more value, he will kick you out without hesitation. Therefore, instead of waiting to be outwitted, it's better to take the initiative. Su Liang felt this was the best time to use Su Zong. Such an opportunity to benefit at no cost is rare and shouldn't be missed. President Su, what are you saying? It's as if I don't trust you. Who in the entire Qianxin group doesn't know your exceptional abilities? Handing over the pet base to you, I am definitely reassured. But now I feel there are some things we need to discuss face to face. Hearing this, Su Zong was instantly delighted. He had been actively seeking favor precisely to strengthen his relationship with Su Liang, hoping to use him as a bridge to connect with Luo Qinghai. At that time, who would still bother with this brat? There might even be an opportunity for revenge. Brother Su, if you have such thoughts, I'm really happy. I think we can indeed enhance our cooperation, not just with the pet base. If you have other projects, you can also entrust them to me. Su Liang smiled meaningfully. Indeed, businessmen are truly adept at all angles. Just days ago they were like enemies meeting, and today he has changed completely. It must be admitted that he makes money for a reason. Fine. Since choosing a date is harder than hitting upon one, let's meet now. Is President Su available? Absolutely. Su Zong didn't hesitate, agreeing immediately. They then set the time and place. Half an hour later, Imperial City KTV. When Su Liang arrived at the entrance, a line of beautiful waitresses stood ready to welcome him. Welcome. Su Zong also came out quickly, his face full of smiles, clearly experienced in such business receptions. He greeted warmly, acting as if they had known each other for years. Brother Su, it's rare for you to have leisure time today. Though it's last minute, I've done my best. Please don't mind. Next time, I'll definitely treat you properly, ensuring your satisfaction. Su Liang waved his hand with a smile. If it were an inexperienced 18-year-old, seeing this scene would probably make them faint. Where in school would you see such lights and music, and so many charming women? But after the trials of his past life, Su Liang had long cultivated a firm resolve. Could such minor tricks drag him down? Absolutely not. Though disdainful inside, he maintained a calm exterior. President Su went through a lot of trouble. It looks impressive. Not at all. While welcoming him, Su Zong waved, and the waitresses immediately arranged everything. They entered the private room, and almost immediately, drinks and food were served. There were even several more provocatively dressed beauties, dazzling and distracting. Brother, I don't know what you like, so don't beat around the bush. Su Zong put on a straightforward act. Just tell me what you like, and I'll do my best to arrange it. A hint of cold laughter flashed across Su Liang's mind. He didn't expect anyone to dare be so blatant nowadays. But he had no interest in these things. Not that he looked down on nightclub workers, but his pleasures lay elsewhere. There's no need, President Su. What we're discussing today isn't suitable for others to hear. Let everyone leave. Su Zong was even happier, sensing good news, and nodded repeatedly, immediately dismissing all the attendants. In the dim lighting, he poured a glass of fine wine. Brother, I know I offended you before. Today, giving me this chance makes me very happy. I'll drink first to apologize. With that, he drank it all in one go. Su Liang narrowed his eyes, unmoved, and said slowly, President Su is truly generous. Actually, I came today mainly to talk about our cooperation. Su Zong nodded. Are you referring to the pet base? Not exactly. Handing that over to you, I'm confident. But there's another project recently. Su Liang smiled meaningfully. I wonder if you've heard of xuanhuan Manor. Upon hearing this, Su Zong's eyes lit up instantly. Who in this place hasn't heard of the grand name of xuanhuan Manor? It was said that only people of a certain caliber had the chance to enter. He didn't expect Su Liang to mention this place to him. Could it be he wants to go there? Little brother, xuanhuan Manor isn't a place for ordinary people. If you want to go there, I really can't help much. But rest assured, as long as you say the word, I'll do my best. He spoke with great sincerity, and someone who didn't know better might think he would do anything for a brother. In fact, I've been to xuanhuan Manor before, and I have some connections with their boss. Recently, xuanhuan Manor has run into some trouble, and their business has taken a hit. So they are eagerly looking for partners. But as you know, while I have some connections, I don't have enough capital. Su Liang slowly explained, his gaze filled with amusement, making it hard to read his intentions. Su Zong couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. If anyone else had said this, he wouldn't believe it. An 18-year-old young man claiming to have connections with a place like xuanhuan Manor? It sounded like a tall tale, boasting without any preparation. But the problem was, even the richest man in the province, Luo Chenghai, was willing to give him face. Could this not prove Su Liang's capabilities? Maybe he really does have connections with xuanhuan Manor. Thinking of this, Su Zong couldn't help but feel secretly excited. If he could really cooperate with xuanhuan Group, it would mean entering the upper class. From now on, he could be considered one of the richest people in the entire province, and might even get in touch with top tycoons nationwide. At that time, wouldn't money just roll in? Just thinking about it made him feel elated. This kind of opportunity doesn't come around often. It mustn't be missed. Chapter 181. Walking into a trap? Arrest him. While speaking, Manager Su was already weighing the pros and cons in his mind. He appeared extremely eager. Brother, what exactly is this cooperation you mentioned? It's quite simple. The main business of xuanhuan Manor is to provide a platform for social interaction and leisure activities for the upper-class individuals in our area. Occasionally, we hold evening parties and auctions. Most importantly, we aim to help these outstanding figures from various fields get to know each other, so they can benefit from it. The more Manager Su listened, the more convinced he became. This matched exactly with the rumors about xuanhuan Manor. People at his level didn't have the privilege to access it, but he paid close attention to news in this field. Now hearing Su Liang mention it, he felt even more curious. If there really was such an opportunity, he couldn't imagine how much better his future development could be. Just a few days ago, xuanhuan Manor was accused of selling fake goods. The police have been investigating this matter. However, I believe that since they dared to open the store so openly, it can't possibly be a black market. So now xuanhuan Manor urgently needs fresh blood to join them, not only to expand their market, but also to prove their innocence to everyone. Su Liang said earnestly, Of course, I see that Manager Su has capability, courage, and ambition, so I think you are the most suitable person for this job. As for Chairman Zhang, he is older and only cares about his Huaxing group. I guess he wouldn't be suitable for such a position. Upon hearing this, Manager Su immediately showed delight, his eyes full of surprise. Brother, if you can recommend me, That would be wonderful. Rest assured, no matter how much it costs, I won't hesitate, and once it's done, I will definitely give you part of the reward. Although he spoke well, he had already started calculating how to deal with Su Liang. If he could use Xuanhuan Manor to build relationships with all the prestigious families and add Luo Qinghai's connections, he wouldn't need to rely on anyone anymore. Not just a small figure like Su Liang, even Huaxing Group would be nothing to worry about. Talking about rewards, meeting you is fate. Yes, tomorrow you should find some time to visit Xuanhuan Manor. Tell them I recommended you when you arrive. Su Liang said casually. They will naturally know how to receive you. Manager Su was overjoyed, never expecting such an opportunity to fall from the sky. Indeed, young people like Su Liang were easy to deceive. A little flattery made him think he could be trusted. Just wait and see. Let's see how he gets dealt with this time. He nodded repeatedly, maintaining a proper appearance. Come. Brother Su, tonight we'll drink until we're drunk. I'll definitely arrange everything for you. Saying this, he called back the beauties who had left earlier, making the private room lively again. Watching Su Liang surrounded by them, Manager Su's lips curled into a cold smile. Just wait, you little brat. I'll make you return everything you took from me. Today's expenses will eventually be taken out of you. Su Liang saw all this and secretly laughed. Sometimes, being stupid really can't be helped. Manager Su probably wouldn't dream that this was a trap. He did this to help Zhang Chang solve his worries and also to lure the snake out of its hole. Even if Manager Su got into trouble, it wouldn't affect the pet-based project. In the end, as long as he doesn't cause trouble. As for wages and other project fees, they were all paid by Huaxing Group. What does it have to do with Manager Su? Whoever pays is the boss. The next day, morning, Manager Su drove his luxury car happily to the outskirts. Now, Xuanhuan Manor looked unusually deserted, with the gates closed tightly. Looking inside from outside, it had a desolate feel, not a soul in sight. Who would have thought that the once glorious and mysterious Xuanhuan Manor would end up like this? But if Xuanhuan Manor hadn't run into trouble, where would his opportunity come from? Thinking of this, Manager Su was even happier. He then went to the gate and shouted several times before someone finally came slowly. What do you want? Xuanhuan Manor is not open to the public right now. Besides, we don't accept individual visitors. Go back where you came from. The other party's attitude was quite impatient. Manager Su quickly interrupted. No. I'm here to discuss cooperation. Talk about cooperation? A hint of confusion flashed across the man's eyes, and his expression became somewhat puzzled. He hadn't heard of any need for cooperation. Who are you exactly? I'm a shareholder of Qianxing Group. Su Liang recommended me. He said as long as I mention his name to you, you would know. The man's face changed slightly, his brows furrowed, and his gaze revealed an extremely complicated expression. Su Liang, isn't that guy? Actually daring to send someone over? Quite bold. You wait here a moment. I'll report to our manager. The man hurriedly left. Seeing how anxious he was, Su Total felt once again that what Su Liang had said must be true. Otherwise, why would they be so anxious? Meanwhile, in the office of Xuanhuan Manor, due to the police raid, most people had been taken away, and those now on duty were transferred from Xuanhuan Group. When the manager learned that someone outside was looking for him, he was instantly filled with shock and anger. You're saying what? Su Liang actually still dares to send someone. Since the last raid, the group had already sent people to investigate Su Liang's identity, and this name was very well known internally. Everyone knew that Xuanhuan Manor had come to this because of that bastard's tricks. Without him, the police wouldn't have discovered Xuanhuan Manor's dealings, let alone caused such significant losses. Not bad. Didn't think this kid, though young, has such guts. Actually daring to come to our Xuanhuan Manor. Manager, but it's not Su Liang who came. He claimed to have some cooperation with us. Why don't we just grab this person directly? After all, he's not the police. The man lowered his voice, full of ferocity in his eyes. The manager's lips curled into a cold smile. Fine. It's time to show Su Liang our methods. Always hiding behind the scenes, this guy thinks he's so confident. Bring that bastard in. Today, I'll make everyone know what happens when you offend our Xuanhuan Manor. Chapter 182. A fool who comes knocking? Under the escort of security, Mr. Su arrived at the office area of Xuanhuan Manor. As soon as they met, the manager asked in a cold tone. Sure, I didn't expect you people could still come here. Seeing the intimidating demeanor of the other party, Mr. Su did not hesitate and even put on an arrogant air. He was here to discuss cooperation. Besides, Xuanhuan Manor was no longer what it used to be. Now it was like a dying camel, barely breathing. If it weren't for waiting to be rescued from the market, it definitely wouldn't seek cooperation with others. In this situation, he naturally had to show some presence. Otherwise, wouldn't he be looked down upon? With these thoughts, Mr. Su straightened his suit and said proudly, why shouldn't we come? If we're going to do business, of course, we must show sincerity. You don't think no one is left here, do you? The manager was taken aback by this remark, probably not expecting such blatant and somewhat arrogant behavior. He was instantly amused. Indeed, it's the first time I've seen someone like you. Don't you know what state Xuanhuan Manor is in now? Speaking of which, Mr. Su suddenly became interested, his face lighting up with delight. Of course, I know, but this can't be blamed on you. After all, who could have predicted things would turn out this way? However, what he said sounded extremely provocative and arrogant to the other party. How ignorant and presumptuous. Not only had they harmed Xuanhuan Manor, but now they dared to openly challenge them? The manager had never seen anyone like them. Fine. I really underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Since that's the case, I must give you a warm welcome today. Otherwise, you wouldn't understand the style of Xuanhuan Manor. With that, he waved his hand grandly. But at this moment, Mr. Su was still unaware of the danger approaching. his face filled with anticipation. He had long heard that xuanhuan manor was extraordinary, and today was the perfect opportunity to see how they treated guests. However, the next moment, Mr. Su's expression changed abruptly. Several burly men walked in, each with a menacing look. They looked exceptionally fierce. "Manager, what do you mean? Didn't you say you were going to entertain me?" Mr. Su frowned, his eyes full of confusion. He had been in business for so many years and had never seen anyone greet guests like this. The manager sneered. "Yes, I'm going to treat you well. This experience will be unforgettable for you. Take him away, serve him properly. Remember, don't kill or maim him. I want this guy to deeply understand what happens when you oppose xuanhuan manor." Mr. Su's eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, he finally realized the gravity of the situation. His shock was indescribable. This isn't how it was supposed to go. Wait, didn't we agree to cooperate? Why are you treating me like this? Moreover, Su Liang is friends with your boss. If you harm me, won't your boss hold you accountable? The manager's smile grew wider. Honestly, he had never seen anyone as foolish as Mr. Su. Even at this point, he was still spouting nonsense. Do you think we'll show mercy if you act crazy? Everyone in high society knows that Su Liang caused our xuanhuan group to fall into this state. Without him, why would we need to hide? Now, instead of seeking him out, you dare to come here on your own. What else could this be if not suicide? Mr. Su felt as if struck by lightning, frozen in place, his face full of shock and disbelief. No. There must be some misunderstanding. It can't be like this. I really came here to do business with you. Do business? The manager showed utter disdain. What qualifications do you have to do business with us? You're just a worthless piece of trash. Take him away. Let's see how long he can keep talking nonsense. Immediately, several bodyguards stepped forward and grabbed Mr. Su from both sides. No, you're mistaken. This has nothing to do with me. Mr. Su shouted desperately, but it was futile. No one at xuanhuan manor listened to his protests. General Manager Su finally realized that he had been deceived by Su Liang all along. Bastard, I was wondering how this guy could be so kind-hearted to do business with me. It turns out everything was a scheme. Su Liang, you beast, once I get out of here, I will make you pay double. Meanwhile, on the other side, Xiangxin Group. Mr. Su, hello. When Su Liang walked in, all the reception staff bowed and greeted him. People outside might not know, but those inside the company certainly did. He is now the most favored young man by their chairman. Even if he cannot take over Xiangxin Group in the future, he will definitely become one of the next chairman's right-hand men. There are even many rumors about Su Liang among the employees. These stories are told in such exaggerated and varied ways. After all, to gain the chairman's favor at this age is something almost no one has achieved, which proves Su Liang's excellence and outstanding ability. Sigh, who would have thought that today's young people are so incredible? You see how ridiculous we are? We've struggled until nearly 30, and we still can't match someone so young. Enough. Let's not talk about it anymore. The more we say, the sadder we feel. Who asked us to be ordinary? He is a genius. Geniuses naturally achieve great things at a young age. Do you think he can be like us? Right, no matter what. If our company has such talent and can make more money in the future, our salaries will also increase. That's good for everyone. The biggest difference between Xiangxin Group and other companies is that they genuinely implement employee stock ownership with real dividends. Some companies, or even listed groups, may just use this as a facade, but they never truly deliver. Even if the board initially gave employees shares, they would gradually dilute the equity, meaning that even if employees could get original shares, the value would only keep falling. Chapter 183. Let me show you a good play. Wanting to achieve a company profit of 100 million, with yourself getting a dividend of several million? Such things are very rare on the market, and they are extremely hard to come by. Zhang Yuxin can absolutely be considered one of the most conscientious among all bosses. Not to mention ordinary employees, even security guards and cleaning aunties. As long as they become official employees, they have the chance to receive dividends. Moreover, the company's annual financial statements are absolutely open and transparent. This is also why people like Manager Su are eagerly waiting for an opportunity. Imagine if it were possible to reduce all employees' dividends. Then the amount that would end up in his pocket would be very considerable. Something ordinary people can hardly imagine. Amidst everyone's chatter, they felt this proposal seemed quite reasonable. Indeed, the more successful Su Liang becomes, the better it is for them. It's good news for the entire company too. Realizing this point, everyone was filled with anticipation, eagerly hoping to see Su Liang make real achievements. At that time, things would definitely be better than now. Who knows, everyone might also earn more money. In the chairman's office, with a knock on the door, Su Liang walked in. Zhang Yuxing lifted his head, his eyes full of confusion. Hey, our big boss Su, what brings you here to inspect my company today? He grinned teasingly, his tone lighthearted. Uncle Zhang, don't tell me you still don't understand my situation? Besides, inspection is a bit of an exaggeration, right? I'm just a small fry who hasn't accomplished anything yet. At most, I'm just here to learn. Zhang Yuxing leaned back in his chair, a faint smile on his face. Now that's really modest. Nowadays, who doesn't know you're a renowned young talent? Not only do you have the investment from Xiangxin Group, but you also have a close relationship with the famous tycoon Mr. Luo from the province. Just think, many people might not achieve what you have after decades of effort. Su Liang waved his hand, sitting down opposite the desk, as if he were at home. Connections are inherently unreliable. To put it bluntly, Mr. Luo may respect me today, but tomorrow he might turn his back on me. You should understand this better than I do, right? Zhang Yuxing nodded, approval evident in his eyes. Indeed, many people feel powerful because they know a few influential individuals and have some connections. But is it really so? As the old saying goes, relying on others is not as reliable as relying on oneself. So-called relationships are essentially mutual exploitation for benefit. Only when others find you useful can these relationships continue. If they no longer find you helpful, you will merely be acquaintances. There won't be much connection at all. Even if there is a good opportunity, it won't be your turn. Especially for those who achieve success at a young age. They often view their friends' success as their own, which is the biggest joke. It's quite surprising and admirable that Su Liang, despite being young and successful, can maintain such a calm mindset. No wonder Mr. Luo looks at him differently. This kid indeed has something special. Thinking about this, Zhang Youxing's smile faded, concern appearing in his eyes. So what do you plan to do? You can't just wander around all day. Your situation is far from optimistic. People outside might not know, but he was very clear that the people from Xuanhuan Manor had already targeted Su Liang. These guys are ruthless and will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. To still have the leisure to wander around, it must be said, this guy's mentality is truly impressive. Even Zhang Youxing admitted he couldn't do the same. Su Liang smiled. Uncle Zhang, I came to the company today to show you a good play. A good play? Zhang Youxing frowned slightly, confusion flashing in his eyes, feeling rather puzzled. Is Su Liang planning to counterattack? But the people from Xuanhuan Group are not typical business competitors. If it were commercial competition, perhaps reasonable means could be used. But the opponents are clearly operating in a gray area, using illegal methods without any moral bottom line. Facing such opponents, if one is an ordinary person, it would be very difficult to resist them. Either way, it would mean sparing no effort, but that might lead to illegal situations. If legal means were used, the opponent probably wouldn't care at all. After all, you can't kill me, so how much impact could it really have on me? At most, it would create a little bit of crisis. But for the old hands at Xuanhuan Group, this situation might have no impact at all. Yes, although I can't act personally, someone is willing to do it on my behalf. And I believe that at this time, the people from Xuanhuan Group should be very angry. The more Zhang Youxing listened, the more puzzled he became. Without acting himself, he could still make the other side upset? Does he really think they are ordinary civilians? That's Xuanhuan Group. They deal in smuggling antiques and ancient artifacts. How could they be so easily messed with? Su Liang, although I have high hopes for you, and I know you're actually the victim in this matter, you must think carefully. Absolutely don't let them ruin your future. Zhang Youxing said earnestly. The most terrifying thing about young people's impetuousness is making decisions that will later be regretted and feared. Although having the courage to break everything and go down together is a good thing, betting one's future and prospects for decades is not worth it. Hearing this, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Don't worry, Uncle Zhang. I know what to do and what not to do. Besides, those guys from Xuanhuan Group do all kinds of evil things. How could it be easy for them to drag me down? So this time, I've made full preparations. There's no way I'll let these people act recklessly again. Even less will I let them hold me back. Upon hearing this, curiosity also flashed in Zhang Youxing's eyes, and he felt even more puzzled. He couldn't figure out what method could achieve the effect Su Liang described. After all, the other party isn't an ordinary person, and if pushed too far, they might be driven into a corner. Chapter 184. President Su is too pitiful. Just as Zhang Youxing was guessing in his mind, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Su Liang waved his phone screen. See, the show has started now, hasn't it? Zhang Youxing frowned, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Because he clearly saw the number displayed on the incoming call, it was President Su's mobile phone. What's going on? Why does this feel so confusing? Su Liang, didn't you say this was a good show between you and Xuanhuan Group? But why is President Su calling now? Because he is the main character of this drama, while I am just the director behind the scenes. Su Liang said meaningfully, his eyes full of confidence. Hearing this, Zhang Youxing seemed to have vaguely realized something. Could this guy be using President Su as a tool? Using him to confront Xuanhuan Group? But in his impression, although President Su was indeed very capable in business, he was not a lawless rogue and would never be a match for Xuanhuan Group. As he was thinking, Su Liang answered the call, and what came through was a video call. The moment Zhang Youxing saw the situation on the other side, his eyes widened. President Su, who usually looked well-groomed, was now disheveled and bruised, covered in blood from head to toe. Seeing Su Liang at that moment, he broke down and shouted loudly. You bastard, how could you use me as cannon fodder? Do you have any shame left? Su Liang blinked his eyes, feigning innocence. How did President Su end up like this? Xuanhuan Manor is really too ruthless, beating you up like this. That's truly despicable. Don't put on that act. Don't think I'll believe your lies. President Su felt like his lungs were about to burst with anger. He had initially thought this was a great opportunity to turn things around, but once he arrived at Xuanhuan Manor, he realized it was purely a trap. How could Su Liang have any friendship with them? They were all enemies. No matter how much he tried to explain, it was useless. The more he shouted, the worse the beating became. Those people were truly heartless, disregarding any sense of righteousness. They even chose their targets carefully. No broken bones, no fatalities, but excruciating pain. Having lived for decades, President Su had never experienced such treatment. With nowhere to vent his anger, he was utterly helpless. So seeing Su Liang at this moment was like meeting an enemy, making him even angrier. He wished he could tear Su Liang apart into pieces. Su Liang, if I get out of Xuanhuan Manor alive, I will definitely take your life. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand, pretending to be enlightened. So that's how it is. I'm really sorry, President Su. I didn't know it would turn out like this. And you agreed at the time. How can you blame me? Nonsense. President Su's eyes almost popped out of his head, unable to contain his rage. Doing all kinds of bad things and still pretending to be pitiful? He had never seen such a shameless person in his life. Don't worry, President Su. Once you come back, I will definitely compensate you properly. I'll make sure you get more than what you deserve. Su Liang patted his chest, just like President Su had done the night before in the private room. This made Zhang Yuxing beside him want to laugh. After knowing President Su for so long, he had never seen him in such a pathetic state. He also guessed what was going on. Clearly, Su Liang wanted to drive a tiger to swallow a wolf. First, he used xuanhuan manner to remove President Su, this thorn in his side. From now on, there would be no more influence on Zhang Chong inheriting the company. Zhang Yuxing had long considered kicking President Su out of the company, but as a veteran, he couldn't do it without a proper reason, which would cause gossip among employees and possibly discord in the board. But now everything seemed reasonable, and there was no need to worry about anyone criticizing it. No wonder this kid came to his office today. It was really to let him see a good show. However, how things would develop next was uncertain. After all, if President Su was really in danger, Su Liang might be suspected of intentional injury. No matter what, he was responsible for setting this up, and he couldn't escape responsibility. Su Liang, what are you going to do next? Zhang Yuxing asked quietly. Surely he wouldn't go directly to xuanhuan manor to pick up the person? If he did, those guys would never let Su Liang leave. Don't worry, do you think he could really call us alone? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. Just as he finished speaking, another man's voice came from the other end of the phone. Kid, you're quite devious, aren't you? To make someone stand up and take the fall for you? I don't care what kind of relationship this person has with you, but now you've really angered us at xuanhuan manor. The manager appeared on the video screen, still as arrogant and overbearing as ever, clearly not taking this young man seriously. If Su Liang had a deep background and was well known, perhaps xuanhuan manor would have been wary. But after an investigation, this kid turned out to be just an ordinary person, with no impressive resume or notable background. So in this situation, xuanhuan manor didn't need to worry at all. The only concern was whether they would be caught by the police. The police were doing everything they could to investigate xuanhuan manor, so their actions were very secretive, trying to avoid exposing their identities. Even the two hitmen they sent had no direct connection to xuanhuan group, so even if caught, there was nothing to fear. Who do you think you are? What qualifications do you have to talk to me? If you want to talk, let your boss come out. Su Liang said indifferently, full of disdain. He sent Su Zong to xuanhuan manor partly to probe. Though xuanhuan manor was officially closed, he didn't believe xuanhuan group would abandon this hard-won base. So they must have people guarding it, which also made it easier to deal with police investigations. On the other hand, as the other side said, Su Liang did this to provoke them. If under normal circumstances, with his weak position, wanting to oppose xuanhuan group would indeed be a pipe dream. But not all struggles require an advantage to win. Turning a disadvantage into an advantage is what makes a true winner. I don't care who you are, but you cannot harm Su Zong. Also, if you have any conditions, let your boss come out and talk to me. As for you, you're just an employee. What qualifications do you have to shout at me? Chapter 185. The initiative is in my hands. The manager was outright amused by this statement. Ever since he became the administrator of xuanhuan manor, no one had ever dared to speak with such arrogance. Who do you think you are? You're nothing but a worthless nobody from the bottom. Just because you got lucky and took advantage of xuanhuan manor, you now act as if you're untouchable? Kid, you've got guts. I didn't expect you to have the courage to surprise me like this. But let me tell you straight up, someone like you doesn't even qualify to meet our boss. Wanting our boss to negotiate with you is just wishful thinking. Su Liang seemed to have anticipated all of this, showing no signs of panic or urgency, instead responding calmly. Don't think that hiding in the dark keeps you perfectly hidden. There's no wall so tight that it doesn't let air through. Your boss Michel is just a coward. If he really had guts, he would step out into the sunlight. In the end, he probably isn't even as tough as those street punks. What? These words struck like thunder, making the manager's eyes widen in disbelief. How could this be? In all of xuanhuan manor, only 1 or 2 people might know the boss's real name, and he was one of them. For their kind of business, they usually used code names externally to protect their identities. Yet, Su Liang somehow knew this crucial information, which made the manager look at him differently. I underestimated you. How did you find out? That's none of your concern. Since I can investigate who your boss is, I can also find out where he is. It's just a matter of time. Of course, if you don't choose to cooperate actively, then I will certainly throw all the losses onto your shoulders. A flash of anger crossed the manager's eyes. This was clearly a threat. xuanhuan manor wasn't afraid of threats, but they couldn't accept being threatened by someone who had nothing. Just as he was about to speak, the communication suddenly cut off. What happened? The manager looked at his subordinate beside him. The latter wore a bewildered expression. There's no problem with the signal. Could it be that this guy hung up on purpose? Bastard. On hearing this news, President Su erupted in fury. Seeing the menacing people of xuanhuan manor, fear instantly surged in his heart. He pleaded desperately. Please, can we call again? I'll convince him to come over. If he exchanges me for himself, will you let me go? The manager snorted coldly, full of mockery in his tone. If Su Liang were an evenly matched enemy, then this President Su was just cannon fodder, not only lacking brains, but also too stupid. Tell you to come and you come. This kind of person was purely wasting time. If not to pressure Su Liang, they wouldn't even bother with President Su. But now, Su Liang's arrogant attitude had enraged everyone at xuanhuan manor. Since that brat won't come, you'll bear the wrath. Brothers, take good care of him. Remember, don't let this gentleman get hurt in any way. Otherwise, it will give others a handle against us. Yes. Hearing this, President Su was filled with immense fear and anxiety. His eyes widened. No, don't grab me. I haven't provoked you. I beg you, give me one more chance. Whatever you want, I can give you money, right? I have plenty of things. The manager laughed as if he had heard the biggest joke. Do you even know what kind of business xuanhuan Manor does? President Su shook his head blankly. How would he know? But judging from the current situation, it definitely wasn't legitimate. Otherwise, they wouldn't be so ruthless. To be honest, we've always been involved in forging ancient relics and antiques. Each piece can easily make hundreds of millions. Tell me, how much wealth does your family have that could interest xuanhuan Manor? What? President Su's eyes widened. At this moment, he finally understood who he had offended. No wonder they were so ruthless. Indeed, they weren't ordinary people. But why did he end up in this trouble when he hadn't provoked anyone? Even if he wanted to explain now, there was no opportunity. He was directly dragged away by several burly men. On the other side, Xianxing Group. In the office, Zhang Yuxing pondered thoughtfully. This situation indeed exceeded his expectations. From the video, it was not hard to see that if Su Liang did not intervene, xuanhuan Manor would definitely take severe actions against President Su. Are you really so calm? Although there is indeed some animosity between you two, it's not a matter of life and death, right? Zhang Yuxing said with deep meaning, clearly not wanting things to escalate too far. Even he only wanted to prevent President Su from threatening the group's inheritance issue. The corners of Su Liang's mouth curled up slightly, showing a composed and calm demeanor. Uncle Zhang, if it were you, and now Xianxing Group is under police scrutiny, would you risk causing a fatality? Even if a fatality were to occur, would you choose someone who has little connection to you? I believe they are very wary of me now. Because if President Su dies, I will undoubtedly report to the police without hesitation, which would be a disaster for xuanhuan Manor. Hearing this, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with disbelief. Good boy, everything was part of your plan all along. No wonder you remained calm and composed from start to finish. It seems you were well prepared from the beginning and believed these events wouldn't worsen. Why did you hang up the phone then? This could have been an opportunity to gather more information about xuanhuan Manor, which would benefit your next move. Zhang Yuxing knew very well that one cannot let others sleep soundly beside their bed. Now, xuanhuan Manor hung like a sharp sword over Su Liang's head, ready to fall at any moment. To resolve this lingering worry, they must be uprooted completely. Yet, Su Liang willingly gave up the chance to gather intelligence. This wasn't like him. Su Liang waved his hand. If I had proactively sought information, it would only make them overconfident and think I am anxious and panicked. They would then calmly proceed with their next plans. Chapter 186. If help is needed, I will not shirk my duty. Uncle Zhang, if it were you, when someone asks you for information eagerly and provokes you to the point that you want to prove this matter, do you think who holds the initiative before and after? Su Liang gave a simple example. Zhang Yuxing was an intelligent person with rich experience, so he immediately understood. You mean that by doing this now, you're trying to provoke the other party? To make the people from xuanhuan Manor mistakenly believe they have the upper hand, while in fact, the initiative has shifted to your side. Exactly, Su Liang nodded, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Based on the current situation, these guys are overconfident and believe they have 100% control over the situation. But is that really the case? Do they really think this matter is as simple as they imagine? I doubt it. To gain the initiative in mutual competition and ensure an unbeatable position, one must always have the ability to perceive the situation clearly. Everyone thinks such scenarios only occur in business or competition. After all, who would bother to compete with you for trivial things? But reality isn't like that. In fact, life is full of such competitions, from haggling over prices when shopping to persuading others when opinions differ. Because there are no two completely synchronized people in this world, and the development pattern of any event is the same. Without strategy, one will inevitably encounter countless problems that affect future situations. So, under such circumstances, the best way is to first protect one's own interests. How to ensure one's interests remain intact? This involves profound knowledge that many people never understand throughout their lives. And some people gradually learn and understand this after certain trials, which is a good thing for them. It also allows the situation to develop in a better direction. Everyone's life is a process of growth. If one wants to live better, time and effort must be invested. Su Liang's understanding of these principles is naturally related to his experiences. After all, as an ordinary person in his previous life, life wasn't easy, every step taken cautiously, yet still ended up achieving nothing. Therefore, now he has learned how to protect himself. No matter what, he absolutely won't let anyone else bully him again. Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but admire this young man. His insight far exceeded ordinary imagination. If not for witnessing it firsthand, he wouldn't have believed it. A bit interesting. According to you, you're sure that xuanhuan Group will come after you again? Yes. I believe people like them can't tolerate someone like me acting recklessly in front of them. Su Liang's lips curled slightly. Many people in the world feel superior, and when they see someone who surpasses them, they naturally can't tolerate it. In front of xuanhuan Manor, Su Liang might be less significant than an ant. Under such circumstances, how could they possibly allow it? Doesn't this increase your risk? You know, if it were an ordinary person or someone like Manager Su, your tactic would indeed be effective. But the opponent is xuanhuan Group. They've even sent assassins to try to take your life. Have you thought about what the outcome might be? Zhang Yuxing asked earnestly, expressing concern as an elder. If he couldn't do even this, it would be absurd. The key point is, everyone needs a process of trial and error. Although Su Liang is smart and considers things thoroughly, he lacks sufficient experience. However, from what can be seen now, this guy seems to have unique insights into life and other matters. It's truly terrifying. Zhang Yuxing couldn't figure out what kind of environment could nurture such a person, achieving such unbelievable and unimaginable results. Of course I've thought about it. If this were abroad, perhaps I could use other means to resolve the issue. But since we're in a law-based society, to truly cut off these guys, we can only go through the police. The biggest headache for the police now is that they have no way of catching any evidence of illegal activities by the boss behind Xuanhuan Group. So you understand how difficult this is, right? Not only do I think so, but even the captain of the criminal investigation team thinks so. Zhang Yuxing drew in a sharp breath, his face showing shock again. So, it turns out there's a criminal investigation team working behind the scenes. No wonder this kid acts so boldly. Don't tell me you have a bunch of people from the criminal investigation team following you right now? They wouldn't be monitoring Xuanhuan Group as well, would they? Zhang Yuxing asked hesitantly. Although he has nothing to hide, this feeling still makes him uncomfortable. Who would like having several pairs of eyes watching their back? Just thinking about it gives one a headache. How could that be? If the criminal investigation team really came and followed me, they would definitely expose their identity right away. By then, even if I wanted to solve the current problem, it probably wouldn't be easy. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. This kid is indeed as slick and smart as ever. Alright, since you've put it this way, I was just worrying unnecessarily. No matter what, I hope you will be safe in the end. If there's anything Xuanhuan Group can help with, I, Zhang Yuxing, will not hesitate. After all, just for kicking Su out of the company this time, even at the cost of being criticized, he owes this person a favor. Otherwise, how could he face him in the future? Just thinking about it makes him feel somewhat guilty. Uncle Zhang, I came here today just to invite you to watch a show. I absolutely have no other intentions, and involving Xuanhuan Group in this matter might not be a good thing. Su Liang mused. Chapter 187. There's a problem that's hard to solve. Before doing anything, he had already made plans. To deal with the Xuanhuan Group, at least he needed to choose someone with similar strength. It was clear that Xuanhuan Group did not measure up. One was engaged in manufacturing industries, while the other was involved in buying and selling goods for profit. Not only that, they also produced and sold fake products. How incredibly high were the profits? Compared to a conscientious enterprise like Xuanhuan Group, it was simply worlds apart. So I think the best choice would be to have Luo's group take charge. It just so happens that Boss Luo agrees with this idea. Therefore, I believe Xuanhuan Group should focus on solving its transformation issues. As long as Xuanhuan Group can successfully transform, it will be beneficial to all of us and can even provide a boost. I believe Uncle Zhang wouldn't want to see any accidents during Xuanhuan Group's transformation process, right? This is like a martial arts master who, after a great battle, hasn't lost but has been injured. To restore his vitality, he needs to find a place unknown to everyone to practice in seclusion. In necessary situations, he may need to learn new skills. If someone disturbs him at this time, it could lead to disastrous consequences. Now, Xuanhuan Group is like such a martial master. They already have enough troubles of their own. If they get involved with the affairs of Xuanhuan Group, if things end up in mutual destruction, Xuanhuan Group might never recover. This isn't what Su Liang wants to see either. Zhang Yuxing, hearing these words, showed gratitude in his eyes. This young man's considerations were truly comprehensive, leaving Zhang Yuxing admiring him immensely. Alright. It looks like an elder like me should indeed step down. I can't manage you young people anymore. Saying this, a sigh of regret appeared on his face. He probably hadn't expected to be replaced by younger generations so quickly. The waves behind pushed those in front towards the shore. Now these latter waves are coming on fiercely. They're not just trying to wash them ashore. They seem intent on crushing them. But Zhang Yuxing felt fortunate that Su Liang was now on his side. If Su Liang were to side with President Su, this vast estate would eventually fall into the hands of the opposition, and he would have no way to respond. Everything that follows would become extremely terrifying and troublesome. After a brief silence, Zhang Yuxing pondered thoughtfully. Why don't we do this? Later, I'll introduce someone to you. This person might be helpful to you. Oh, Su Liang raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Could it be that Uncle Zhang intends to introduce some big shot to me? He used to be a big shot, but probably not anymore. However, he does know some very powerful people. This person might be able to assist you in your future actions. If so, then I accept your offer. Su Liang didn't hesitate, agreeing readily. Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but laugh. Indeed, this young man doesn't play by the rules. If it were anyone else, they would at least show some politeness, but Su Liang agreed immediately. Perhaps it was precisely because of his straightforwardness and decisiveness that Zhang Yuxing found him so agreeable. In the adult world, there's never a shortage of deceit and intrigue. Su Liang, being talented and experienced, considers problems comprehensively. Yet, under such circumstances, he still treats acquaintances without any ulterior motives. That's quite rare. Compare him to the company shareholders and someone like President Su. They are always scheming against him, either coveting the company's wealth or eyeing his position. An average person would have snapped long ago. If Zhang Yuxing weren't constrained by propriety, he might not have allowed them to stay here. By the way, since you have time today, why don't we discuss the situation of our company? Zhang Yuxing suddenly remembered something. Su Yang looked puzzled. What's wrong? Did you encounter some problem? Something like that. Zhang Yuxing nodded. Since last time you suggested we shift our main business and focus to new energy, I specifically inquired about it. Currently, there is indeed someone abroad making significant progress in new energy, and it's said that in 2 years, he plans to launch electric cars. But for our company to enter this market isn't easy. Most importantly, Even if we can produce electric cars, we don't have distribution channels. Talking about this, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but sigh deeply. This has been the most troubling issue for him recently. If it were about construction, there would be no difficulty for Zhang Yuxing at all. He has been immersed in this industry for so many years. Not only does he understand the entire project process, but he also has extensive connections, so Qiangxin Group never lacks business. Even in the current market environment, there is plenty of business. It's just a matter of whether you dare to take it on. Some clients may publish projects that appear to have excellent conditions, but there's always the fear they won't pay up in the end. This is why he is eager to transform. With the domestic real estate market starting to show signs of trouble, many big bosses have already begun liquidating their assets and even thinking about fleeing. However, ordinary people below haven't noticed anything unusual yet. While house prices seem to be rising, problems are actually beginning to surface. Therefore, Zhang Yuxing realizes he doesn't have much time left. Once the entire real estate industry collapses, it will be extremely terrifying. And if his company hasn't successfully transformed by then, it will be in a difficult situation, making it almost impossible to find a new core business. The principle is simple. The construction industry employs a vast number of people. If a real estate bubble bursts, where will these millions of workers go? Perhaps fewer than 1 in 10 might remain. And even if we assume there are 100 million workers, that means 90 million must enter other industries. Moreover, construction companies are as numerous as stars in the sky. Although Qiangxin Group performs very well, compared to top-tier real estate companies, there is still a gap. If they don't transform now, when the market gets squeezed, they, as mid-sized real estate companies, will likely be among the first to be eliminated. Most importantly, this is the law of the market. Even if they try to protect themselves, it will be extremely difficult. Chapter 188, Sky-High Publicity Costs. Especially in recent times, the idea of Prosperous Group going public has been on every shareholder's mind. Zhang Yuxing, using the excuse of developing a new project, forcibly held off on it. And that was because these guys knew trouble was brewing and had already started preparing to cash out and run. Zhang Yuxing would not allow these people to deceive the employees under him or the customers who buy properties. Su Liang, do you have any way to provide some strategies for promoting our company's products? Zhang Yuxing asked tentatively. After all, this wasn't a small matter, and if they wanted to develop a new energy electric car, then they must lay the groundwork in the market beforehand. By the time it is produced and marketed, there would be several months, and the cost of producing electric cars will be borne entirely by Prosperous Group. Even at the current cost of manufacturing electric cars on the market, one car costs 200,000. If 1,000 units are made, that's 200 million yuan. To be honest, even the most basic factory couldn't just produce 1,000 cars. Such a factory wouldn't even have the qualifications to enter the national legitimate range, let alone obtain a business license. Being too small scale also means poor risk resistance. It seems like these 1,000 new energy electric cars might sell, but there are still many after-sales services to handle, including various repair materials and subsequent maintenance services. It's impossible to sell these 1,000 electric cars, ignore them, and then close the doors and go bankrupt, right? Then where would the relevant departments and customers turn when the money runs away? Ultimately, the reason why relevant departments design thresholds is partly for the consideration of the general public. Cars are unlike ordinary home appliances. They often cost tens of thousands, which is no small expense for a family. Many families, unable to come up with so much money temporarily, can only choose installment loans. Imagine, if something goes wrong with such expensive items, who will bear the responsibility? Naturally, Zhang Yuxing didn't want to swindle people, nor did he wish to ruin the entire future of Prosperous Group. Su Yang smirked upon hearing this. I thought it was a huge problem. Turns out, it's just about this? That's easy. You just need to spend money on publicity. If the promotion is done well, people will naturally scramble to buy. Zhang Yuxing nearly spat out blood. If the group still had this kind of spare money, there wouldn't be any worry. Look at companies like BBA, BMW, Benz, Audi, and top companies from each industry. Their annual advertising and marketing costs amount to tens of millions at minimum, possibly even reaching hundreds of millions. Such an amount is a huge burden for companies of Prosperous Group scale. If the investment is too little, the promotional effect cannot be achieved, and the money would be wasted. If too much is spent, based on the current situation, it wouldn't make sense for the company either. If the company cannot even survive, what use is the promotion? At that point, without delivering real and genuine products, who would buy? And this publicity cost could never be recovered unless users are willing to consume. It's precisely because of this extremely contradictory status quo that Zhang Yuxing found himself deeply troubled. He had no idea how to decide. As they say, a clever housewife finds it hard to cook without rice. He originally thought this was indeed a very promising industry, but Prosperous Group simply couldn't get into it. If there's no way to open up the market, then it won't prove that the company transition is successful. In the end, it would lead to a slow death. I tell you, old buddy, are you playing tricks on me? Do you know how expensive advertisements are now? Zhang Yuxing scratched his head, somewhat helplessly, since even he hadn't anticipated that things would develop in this direction. And it was pretty strange. Su Liang smirked. You want free publicity without spending money? That's possible too. Just find a larger enterprise or company than Prosperous Group, and any information posted casually online can create a bit of a stir. Sounds simple. Real estate companies have no interest in the new energy industry. The other new energy companies, including electric car manufacturers, either have big businesses or have the support of the country behind them. How could we expect them to look favorably upon our little venture? If an ordinary person heard this, they'd likely be furious on the spot. Do you call that human talk? The total assets of the entire Prosperous Group are worth nearly 1 billion. A business of this scale is barely self-sufficient? That's utterly outrageous, even somewhat base and despicable. But that's the reality, and there's nothing we can do about it. We certainly can't pretend to be something we're not during such a critical moment. If just one wrong decision is made, it might lead to the downfall of Prosperous Group. Although that's true, there must be other ways to handle this. Nowadays, it's not just about using traditional marketing methods. In the past, you had to buy ad slots on TV or purchase advertising space in shopping malls. But honestly, these forms of promotion aren't very effective, and they're not direct either. Su Liang said with deep meaning. The key is spreading information online, and the results of doing so are quite good. Zhang Yuxing blinked, his eyes filled with some doubt. He also knew that promoting via the internet was the most suitable approach, but the problem was the web was a mixed bag. Who knows if anyone was reliable? What if they took your money and didn't do anything? Where would you go looking for them? Finding people on the internet would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless you mobilized countless people, it wouldn't work. In fact, I don't think this matter is as complicated as you imagine it to be. Su Liang slowly spoke, his eyes revealing a contemplative look. And right now, there's actually a perfect opportunity. Zhang Yuxing immediately became interested, stretching his arm impatiently to ask, what kind of opportunity? Tell me about it. Maybe I can figure out how to take advantage of it. Sure, Lu Hao plans to continue with his live streaming career, and you could become his biggest sponsor. You should know, Lu Hao has quite a large following online. These last couple of days, that guy has caused him a lot of trouble, asking about equipment he doesn't understand or questioning gear placement issues. If they weren't living under the same roof, Su Liang really wouldn't want to bother with this person at all. It's already bad enough that his grades aren't great, but can't he pull his weight when it matters? He should have been learning these things himself, but instead, he spends all day asking questions nonstop. Fortunately, Lu Hao once helped him avoid an impending disaster. Otherwise, Su Liang would have been furious and ready to shout. It's downright headache-inducing. Dealing with him feels like taking care of a child. Chapter 189. You collaborated with Luo Chenghai? Zhang Yuxing grew more and more bewildered as he listened. Even though he was aware of the previous matters involving Su Liang and the live streaming platform, it was not surprising that Lu Hao had decided to resume live streaming. However, the content this young man chose for his live streams mainly targeted younger audiences. Whether talking about cars, be it gasoline or electric vehicles, the primary audience remains workers. For those still in school or just graduated, these things hold no practical value whatsoever. They aren't the target audience. They don't have purchasing power. Brother, how come your marketing strategy is different from what I heard before? Don't you consider your audience? Oh my goodness. Su Liang burst out laughing at this. Mr. Zhang, can your company currently produce an electric car that can pass inspections, has significant advantages, and can run smoothly? Not yet. Instinctively, Zhang Yuxing shook his head. There you go. Even if you sourced components from other factories, assembling them all, debugging, and testing their performance on various types of roads would be no small feat. Do you think all these things could be wrapped up in 3 to 5 months? It would take over a year before anything could be launched and also require approval from relevant departments. During this long period, advertising expenses would be astronomical. On top of that, the customer groups you mentioned aren't actually our consumers. That's not quite right. As time goes on, they will gradually gain purchasing power, even partially, and still become our consumers. Su Liang spoke eloquently with an air of authority. If someone happened to walk by at this moment, they might be utterly stunned. Here was a young person lecturing the chairman of the Prosperous Group. The contrast was too great, far beyond ordinary expectations, almost incomprehensible. But Zhang Yuxing didn't seem to mind. Instead, he listened attentively. The same logic applies. We're doing promotion not to make these people consume immediately. In real estate sales, for instance, when you build and sell houses, something similar happens. Zhang Yuxing nodded fervently, full of admiration in his eyes. The sales offices under the Prosperous Group only sold ready-built homes, so such cases were relatively rare for them. However, other real estate companies may start selling houses even before the foundations are laid. This is why subsequent processes sometimes result in defaults. No house exists, but payments have already been made and loans incurred. If the developer runs away, it could be catastrophic for ordinary citizens. You think carefully. After repeated hints and promotions, whenever anyone mentions electric vehicles, they instantly associate them with the products of the Prosperous Group. Don't you think there'd be some effect? 1 leading to 10, 10 to 100. More people get to know, which is advantageous for us. Maybe some who never planned to buy cars will suddenly decide because of these promotions. And some customers originally intending to buy other brands might turn their attention to us. At that point, your advertisement and marketing goals would have been achieved, wouldn't they? The profits brought forth by this process far surpass what one could imagine, impossible to quantify. Of course, I understand what you mean. But the question lies in whether Lu Hao really has that many fans. Can he truly create a butterfly effect? Zhang Yuxing pondered deeply, expressing all his doubts. Since everyone here are insiders, there's no need for pretense. Take things as they are. Why bother with unnecessary embellishments? Mr. Zhang, let me be honest with you. The reason Lu Hao was able to restart his live stream was actually because of my help. Moreover, this time around, the financier behind the scenes plans to build a dedicated live streaming platform just for Lu Hao. This platform's main host will be him, and the platform's first batch of original broadcasters and staff members will share its dividends. Are you curious who has such substantial resources to say, let's start a live streaming company, and then just do it? Su Liang smiled meaningfully, his lips curving into a barely noticeable grin. Who? Someone whose prestige can earn your praise. Now that piques my curiosity. Zhang Yuxing replied. Reflecting on everything since they met, it seemed like Su Liang had rarely praised anyone genuinely. Although young people of his age usually don't take compliments to heart, from a certain perspective, it indicates that many middle-aged people, or even those who appear successful in their careers, are insignificant in front of him. Some things are fleeting and cannot possibly bring great benefits. And some things won't make the situation bizarre or unbelievable. Therefore, under such circumstances, it naturally arouses curiosity. This person is none other than the boss of Luo Group. What? Zhang Yuxing immediately widened his eyes, full of disbelief and astonishment. He could never have imagined that there was involvement from Luo Chenghai behind all this. The key question was what exactly Su Liang had said to this guy to make him willingly invest money. From what I know, every project under this Luo boss's group is enormous. Any one of them would require at least tens of millions in initial investment. If it were real estate, the amount would be even more impressive. Prosperous Group could only handle projects worth hundreds of millions at most, but Luo Group was different. They had the capability to take on businesses worth 1 billion yuan, and sometimes even over 10 billion yuan. A small live streaming platform would probably not even catch his eye. Though that may be true, Luo boss doesn't mind earning a bit more money either. Moreover, he seems to be very approving of the ideas I presented, so he agreed. Goodness me. Zhang Yuxing fell into complete silence. Even if he himself were to step forward, he might not secure an investment from Luo Group. There were countless companies in the entire province hoping to collaborate with them, yet these well-established firms couldn't match up to Su Liang alone. The critical point was that Su Liang hadn't achieved any tangible results yet, so from an outsider's perspective, the matter seemed all the more bizarre and hard to believe. He simply couldn't figure out what method Su Liang had used to facilitate this cooperation. Chapter 190. A strong alliance is the way out. At this moment, Zhang Yuxing had to admit that there was indeed a certain gap between himself and Su Liang. At such a young age, the latter had already reached heights that Zhang could not. And the future is limitless. How terrifying is that? If he could collaborate with billionaires of Luo Qinghai's level at this age, who knows what kind of business tycoon he would become in the future. Although he didn't know exactly how high, he could roughly guess the minimum. He might at least reach the level of being one of the top 500 enterprises domestically. If it were someone else, Zhang Yuxing probably wouldn't make such an evaluation. After all, precocious talent often turns into misfortune due to jealousy. Because these people haven't experienced enough turbulence, so their resilience is not strong enough. Once they encounter setbacks, they are likely to become discouraged. They may even blindly believe in experience. Sometimes, accidental success is seen by many as having found the secret to success, but in fact, it is more likely just coincidental. But this kind of situation will not happen to Su Liang. His vision is extremely broad, his ambition profound, and he is quite cautious when doing things. This almost possesses all the qualities of a successful businessman. At this age, he can be as steady as Mount Tai, dealing with any situation calmly. Even against extremely tricky opponents like the Shan Shui group, he does not waver in the slightest. Doesn't this prove how formidable this guy is? So younger brother, I asked boldly, what is your father's occupation? Zhang Yuxing asked seriously. There's a need to learn some lessons from this prodigy. Even if his son is already an adult, there will definitely still be opportunities to teach him something. My dad. Su Liang blinked, unsure why this question was suddenly being asked. Since everyone is honest with each other, there's no need to hide anything. He works along the coast. Every month, he probably only makes a few thousand yuan. Zhang Yuxing took a deep breath of cold air. What kind of monster is this? For ordinary people, they might think that Su Liang comes from a very modest background, but from his perspective, a person's path largely depends on their family. Not necessarily the wealth of parents, but at least possessing outstanding insight and excellent educational methods, which allow the next generation to avoid detours when young and quickly plan out a better future for themselves. However, Su Liang seemed to grow up untamed, his father away for years while he took care of himself alone. Logically speaking, such a person could only aspire to modest riches even if he exhausted all his efforts. It wasn't because their abilities were insufficient, but rather because their vision and ambition were limited. Su Liang appeared as if he had escaped from some ancient tale like Sun Wukong. Even though everything seemed to be starting poorly, he has achieved so much now. It's unimaginable, even bizarre. After a brief silence, Zhang Yuxing spoke slowly. So you think that through live streaming platforms, it actually holds certain feasibility? Yes. Su Liang nodded, confidence glowing on his face. I'll put it to you plainly. Currently, major domestic live streaming platforms simply extract viewers' money via tips. This form is relatively monotonous. However, moving forward, live streaming platforms can directly generate profits through product promotion and sales. This method is far more valuable than relying solely on tips. So, if live streaming platforms can develop, then your Qiangxin Group's product promotion campaign can be done excellently. At that point, Uncle Zhang should consider where to build new factories in order to enhance your production efficiency. What? Product promotion through online live streams. Zhang Yuxing frowned deeply, his heart inexplicably stirred by enormous waves. Nowadays, online shopping has indeed become extremely popular, and several main e-commerce platforms have grown very big. It's said that each year, they earn pure profits of at least tens of billions. How exaggerated is that number? But precisely because these few internet shopping platforms have seized most of the market, it's almost impossible for newcomers to divide the pie. How can anyone compete? They could be squeezed to death merely by price wars. But following Su Liang's logic, if live streaming and product promotion combine, Even early-stage investments could be covered by revenue from live streaming. This model will undergo a tremendous change. Most importantly, Zhang Yuxing had once heard about this type from someone before. It was a renowned domestic figure who specialized in modern economics research. His academic accomplishments were incredibly high. At that time, he just listened without giving it much thought. But at this very moment, he realized that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Such foresight is something an ordinary person could never possess. Yet Su Liang's insights perfectly aligned with those of an economics expert. Either the economics expert lacked competence, or Su Liang was way ahead of his time. The former possibility was extremely slim, because this expert had accurately predicted 3 major economic upsurges in the country, including all the industries involved. This only proved that Su Liang's vision far surpassed that of normal people his age, and perhaps even many older individuals couldn't match him. Since that's the case, then I can only entrust this matter to you, Zhang Yuxing said with utmost sincerity. Rest assured, Uncle Zhang. Although we haven't known each other for long, I feel an unusual affinity. Moreover, if this matter goes well, it will benefit not only the Qiangxin group, but also me, Lu Hao, and the Luo family group. It's a win-win-win situation. Missing out on such an opportunity would truly be a great pity. After chatting casually for a little while longer, they saw that there was nothing left to discuss. So Su Liang got up and left. As he walked out of the Qiangxin group headquarters, he faintly spotted a car parked by the side of the road in the distance. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, and his eyes revealed a glint of amusement. He remembered clearly that when he entered the building, this car had just arrived and remained stationary until now. But just as he stepped out, the car started moving. It seemed like the Shan Shui group had begun to take action against him. This was the perfect chance to see how much trouble these guys could cause. Though the current situation appeared dangerous, the more the Shan Shui group stirred things up, the more beneficial it would be for him. In the end, these people would face severe punishment. Chapter 191. Each with their own agenda, Xu Liang must be dealt with. At the same time, Shan Shui group. As the boss, Michel sat in the office, his eyes twitching uncontrollably. What? This son of a bitch actually dared to send people to provoke us. The manager of Shan Shui Manor nodded repeatedly, revealing a hint of fear on his face. Perhaps those outside didn't know, but the internal employees were well aware of their boss's background. He was definitely not just an ordinary foreigner. His identity was extremely terrifying and involved many people. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that while Michel was the surface boss of Shan Shui group, behind him was a massive interest group. The purpose of this interest group naturally went without saying, to continuously amass wealth from the country, and as for the means, it didn't matter. As long as they could achieve their goals, it was a good thing. Boss, this guy has really some guts. We've been operating here for so many years, we've never suffered such a great loss like today. Michel, upon hearing this, chuckled in rage, his eyes gleaming with cold light. Don't make excuses for your incompetence here. Don't think I don't know that you already sent people to spy before. And what was the result? They simply used a few tricks, and you got tricked around completely. Do you deserve the high salary the group pays you? The manager's face turned full of embarrassment. He hadn't expected the situation to develop in this direction. Most importantly, the problem facing everyone now was quite troublesome. Either directly take out this guy Xu Liang, but the problem is in China. If we do this, it will surely draw the attention of countless people. The police were already investigating Shan Shui group. If they catch another handle, the consequences would be disastrous. But if we don't act, then we'll only let these guys pretend right in front of us. Just thinking about it makes one feel infuriated. Boss, this is not my fault. Who would have thought such a lousy kid could be so hard to deal with? The manager looked extremely miserable, seeming very innocent. Bullshit. If it was according to my old temper, I would have kicked all of you out by now. Worthless bastards. Michel gritted his teeth and said, although now was the time when talents were needed, and in his view, these people were also a form of protection for himself. The manager had already shown his face in front of Xu Liang. Since the other party was so smart, they would definitely find ways to counteract them. In this situation, the worst must be prepared for. If the police trace back to Shan Shui group, then this person would be the best scapegoat. Thinking of this, he suppressed his anger within. Speaking earnestly, he said, I gave Shan Shui Manor to you because I trusted you enough, and I hope you won't disappoint my trust. A minor role like Xu Liang can't create too much chaos. I believe you can resolve it well, so let me trust you one more time. The manager, hearing these words, was greatly honored, never expecting the boss to value him so much. His eyes were filled with determination. Boss, please rest assured. I will try my best to reasonably solve this issue. As for that Xu Liang guy, does he need to be kept around? If you can cover up everything perfectly, you might consider taking care of him. But for now, the main task is to give the other side a warning. Michel spoke meaningfully, his eyes flashing with cold light. If it weren't for protecting himself, he wouldn't even entrust these matters to the underlings. They were simply a bunch of incompetents, unable to amount to anything. The manager nodded continuously. I understand. Boss, rest assured, I will make these guys realize the consequences of opposing our Shan Shui group. Michel was satisfied and nodded. You are the right-hand man I need. Remember, it's necessary at times to show others that our Shan Shui group isn't an easy target. On the other side, Xu Liang returned home and happened to receive a call from his head teacher, Yao Jun, whom he initially did not want to answer. This old guy usually meant no good when contacting him, merely wanting to pry into how to make money, and he was utterly disinterested in other things. Unexpectedly, the other party opened with, Xu Liang, after careful deliberation, the school has decided to formally appoint you as a teacher. This is a very important piece of news. All of our school's future reputation and hopes rest entirely on your shoulders. Special appointee teacher? Xuanhuan blinked, surprised. He had no idea about this matter beforehand, but it was clear from the last tutoring class that the school teachers were not satisfied with his behavior and even had complaints. Teacher Yao, if I go back as a special appointee teacher, there will likely be chaos. Are you really willing to see such a situation at school? Xuanhuan said with a touch of mockery, full of implication in his tone. Oh, last time it was because everyone didn't know your capability. Our senior year classmates who attended your tutoring classes this time had over 100 successfully surpassed the first-tier university admission line. Do you know what this means? Nowadays, let alone the school teachers and head teachers, even the grade director and vice principal have no complaints. They can't wait for you to return and take charge. Yao Jun grew more and more excited, unable to suppress his excitement. He was well aware that Xuanhuan's return would not only benefit the school's teaching responsibilities, but also offer him some advantages. Such an opportunity comes once in a lifetime. How could he possibly miss it? Xuanhuan instantly understood, comprehending the situation. So it's like this. Teacher Yao, don't you have any other ideas yourself? Hehe. It's actually a bit embarrassing. Yao Jun scratched his head, somewhat awkwardly. Ever since you left, my fortune has dried up completely. I can't make money anymore. So I wanted to seize this opportunity to ask you about any profitable ventures currently available. Xuanhuan chuckled inwardly. As expected, the intention was not the stated purpose, circling around, but still aiming here. After pondering for a while, Xuanhuan suddenly came up with an idea. Perhaps Yao Jun could be someone he could use. Since he had helped him earn so much money, it was high time for him to return the favor. I do have a suggestion, but I'm not sure if you'd be interested. Chapter 192. Hard to persuade the wretch. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun beamed with joy. Naturally, he was extremely pleased and responded without hesitation. Of course I'm willing. Tell me, what's the method to make money? Xuanhuan slightly raised the corner of his mouth, already having thought of a countermeasure in his heart. In fact, when it comes down to making quick money, there are only a few ways. As the saying goes, horses won't get fat without eating at night, and people won't get rich without unexpected wealth. The most important thing is to know what constitutes unexpected wealth and how to obtain it. Hearing this, Yao Jun nodded repeatedly. At this moment, where was the trace of him being a homeroom teacher? Probably other students seeing this scene would be shocked speechless. Who could have thought that the homeroom teacher, who was always serious in class, now appeared as obedient as a student in front of Xuanhuan? This is the difference. There's nothing to do about it. You just have to admit it. Your meaning is for me to keep buying stocks or earn some extra money? Yao Jun tentatively asked. But all these methods take too long after all. Besides, they're unstable too. How can you be sure gambling on sports will not lead to any problems? Yao Jun, upon hearing these words, found them reasonable. Xuanhuan, indeed, lived up to his reputation as an expert in making money. However, a flicker of doubt crossed his face immediately afterwards. So according to you, what exactly constitutes a true shortcut to wealth? After all, except for gambling on sports, buying stocks, and playing cards, he couldn't think of any other way to get rich quickly. It's simple. There's a trade that has been highly profitable since ancient times. That's called antiques. Xuanhuan blinked mischievously, his mouth slightly curved upward, his eyes revealing a playful expression. As soon as these words were out, Yao Jun was instantly stunned, full of bewilderment and surprise. Making money from antiques was something everyone had known since ancient times. After all, some antiques could sell for hundreds of millions or even higher prices right off the bat. But the problem was that this industry required a very high level of expertise, and it was also quite complex. Outsiders didn't know how to get involved. Mostly they could only act as supporting characters. Was Xuanhuan deliberately trying to discourage him by mentioning this industry? After pondering for a while, he hesitated and asked, I don't understand this stuff anyway. Besides, buying antiques requires such a high capital investment. Even a single purchase might cost several 100,000 yuan. And if I end up losing, wouldn't I lose all my assets? Xuanhuan smirked. Teacher Yao, haven't you grasped the crux yet? What we should aim for is high returns for a small investment. We must pick up bargains. What's the point in buying antiques at normal prices? Even if we succeed, we won't make too much profit. Recently, I accidentally acquired a piece of cinnabar stone. Do you know how much I made? A whopping 10 million yuan. What? Yao Jun, upon hearing these words, widened his eyes in sheer astonishment and disbelief. My goodness, 10 million yuan? How many years would he need to work for that kind of sum? Assuming he earned 150,000 yuan per year, it would take practically his whole life to reach 10 million yuan. And during that time, he wouldn't even be able to eat or drink. Yet Xuanhuan effortlessly made so much money. It was truly enviable. This kid was obviously extraordinary. Following him really did result in making money. Maybe before long, he could achieve financial freedom and wouldn't have to laboriously work anymore. Xuanhuan, I didn't expect you to know about antiques. You're truly amazing. Who knew you've been quietly acquiring so many incredible skills behind the scenes? Xuanhuan waved his hand modestly and replied, all these are just a matter of luck. But old teacher Yao, think about this carefully. Look at the profits. Even if I only succeeded once in 10 attempts, and each attempt only cost me 10,000 yuan, the total cost would be no more than 100,000 yuan. How advantageous it is to risk 100,000 yuan for a chance at 10 million yuan. I don't need to elaborate further, right? He deliberately concealed the real price, in order to make Yao Jun believe that this opportunity was within his reach. Not all temptations in this world are enough to incite people's impulse to gamble. A very simple principle. If you tell someone that you can pluck the moon from the sky, the other person would certainly think it impossible. Because this situation completely defies the scope of what ordinary people can comprehend. But suppose you tell someone that through some means, you can create something that resembles the moon very closely. Then people might believe it is true. They may even be very intrigued. If anyone's home could display an artificial moon, they'd surely be thrilled. It'd be quite a status symbol to mention. Similarly, if he told Yao Jun that this piece of cinnabar stone could make him hundreds of millions, it was likely that Yao would only think he was bragging. But 10 million was different. It fell within the understanding range of a normal person. Indeed, antiques could reach such value. Your words are somewhat reasonable, but I don't understand this stuff at all. Yao Jun frowned as he responded, his tone laced with an urgency that clearly indicated his eagerness to seize the opportunity. If only he could grab one chance like this, he'd achieve financial freedom for life. He wouldn't even need to work anymore. Even by depositing these funds into a bank account, he'd earn hundreds of thousands in interest annually, more than what he currently made from working. This was the huge wealth gap, leading to completely different lifestyles. Some people could effortlessly make over 10,000 yuan per month, while others struggled their hardest and still only earned a few thousand every month. Ho ho, since I'm willing to talk about this matter with you, Teacher Yao, I'm definitely willing to share with you. Su Liang now stopped holding back, pretending to appear righteous. Anyway, someone like Yao Jun needed to be given a taste of hardship once. Otherwise, he'd always hold on to lucky thoughts. Instead of persuading him to quit his foolish pursuits, it's better to let him realize that people cannot obtain wealth beyond their cognitive limits. Even if they get it, it will leave them in another form eventually. Next time when I find a suitable opportunity, we'll go take a look together. Perhaps there might be some unexpected gains. Upon hearing this, Yao Jun nodded vigorously, excitement etched all over his face. You're truly my star of fortune. To meet you in this lifetime is undoubtedly my greatest luck. Other than that, Yao didn't know any other way to express his inner excitement. After all, this kind of thing was practically impossible for an average person, yet it also held enormous opportunities. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, a playful glint in his eyes. People sometimes really couldn't earn money beyond their knowledge and understanding, because they couldn't even differentiate between good and bad. Chapter 193, A Small Request. After hanging up the phone, Su Liang seemed lost in thought. Since he had received an invitation from the school, he felt that he should fulfill his responsibility anyway. Otherwise, wouldn't that be too ungrateful for others' trust? He immediately took out the corresponding science comprehensive subject textbooks and roughly organized his video materials. After everything was properly dealt with, Su Liang washed up and went to sleep. The next morning, he got up early to tidy up and packed all the things before heading to the school. As soon as he arrived at the school gate, he was surrounded by a large group of students. Su Liang, you actually came back. Could it be that the rumors in the school are true? My goodness, if you can help guide us, our grades will definitely improve dramatically. Yes, I might even have a chance to attend a key university. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Seeing the enthusiasm of the surrounding classmates, Su Liang smiled and waved his hand. It's not right to say it like that. It's just that I happen to understand these things and can indeed be somewhat helpful to you all. If I can really help you all get into your ideal universities, then consider it my good deed. After all, we are classmates. This speech made everyone present admire him greatly. See, what is called a difference. If other people became candidates for admission without exams, they would certainly boast about it everywhere, without hesitation. But Su Liang was different. His vision was really broad, and most importantly, he didn't have an ounce of arrogance. Even those present admitted they might not be able to do the same. Su Liang, could we interview you? What kind of secret is there behind such a huge improvement in your scores within such a short period of time? That's right, impressive. To be honest, we never expected our school to produce a direct admission student. And this direct admission student is from Tsinghua University. For many classmates, that was simply an unreachable existence. However, now such a prodigy has appeared right before their eyes. This feeling was truly bewildering and hard to believe. Su Liang grinned. You exaggerate too much. It's just good luck on my part. You all know that I scored full marks in the 3 science comprehensive subjects, but my total score doesn't rank as the first in the whole province. My goodness, how modest you are. Not even the top scorer in the province can compare with your brilliance. At this moment, the grade head teacher walked over and said sternly, You students have nothing better to do in the morning? Do you need me to find something for you to do? What are you doing here? Get back to your respective classes quickly. Hearing these words, the students nodded. The fact that Su Liang had become a specially hired teacher was already known by everyone. Now, being able to receive his guidance was a happy thing for everyone. It cannot be denied that the school was very far-sighted in this matter, coming up with such an unconventional approach. Indeed, it was unbelievable. As the students dispersed, the grade head teacher's expression softened. He beckoned Su Liang over, and the two then entered the office. A smile appeared on the face of the grade head teacher. Su Liang, inviting you back without informing you beforehand is indeed due to our school's oversight, but I hope you can understand. Time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. The senior high third year is soon facing the college entrance exam, and we also hope to improve everyone's grades as soon as possible. This way, both the students and their parents will have some answers. Su Liang nodded, showing his understanding. If I really cared, I probably wouldn't have come back. So this time, I do indeed hope to work sincerely with everyone, hoping for some fruitful results. The grade head teacher couldn't help but give him a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. This young man was truly exceptional. Why hadn't they noticed it earlier? If only they had known earlier how great Su Liang's perspective was, he would certainly have been one of the key training objects of the school. He wouldn't possibly have shown so late. during the 3rd year of high school. But director, I have a small condition. I wonder if you can agree to it. Su Liang suddenly said. With these words, the heart of the grade head teacher immediately hung at his throat, worry showing in his eyes. Su Liang, you should know the situation of our school. We don't have much funding. If you want to set a fairly generous salary, I'm afraid our school simply cannot meet your goal. Moreover, he couldn't think of any other request that the other side might raise, as the school's salary offer was just the same as that of an ordinary teacher. For someone like Su Liang, this was indeed a bit unjust. Director, am I the kind of person in your eyes who is only after money? Su Liang grinned. I'm not here for the so-called money. Since I'm going to help the school improve grades during this period, my energy is limited. So I don't want too many others to know that I've returned to school. And I also hope the grade director can inform these classmates and their parents. What if people from other schools come to poach me? What would you do then? He did this to prevent the Shan Shui group from affecting the school. Those guys were extremely ruthless and capable of anything. If they really hurt other classmates, it would be unprofitable for Su Liang. Hearing this, the grade director let out a sigh of relief, his face showing joy. Originally, that's all. Rest assured, I will definitely communicate with our principal and other parents. Not to mention people from other schools poaching you. Even if the emperor himself came, he wouldn't be able to take you away from the school. He swore with great assurance. After all, Su Liang was crucial to the future and honor of the entire school. If he were poached by another school, the principal might skin him alive. Seeing this, Su Liang nodded. If that's the case, I have no other requests. I wonder if the school has any arrangements or requirements. The grade director shook his head upon hearing this. Oh, your teaching skills and methods are so advanced. We've never encountered anything like it before. So there's nothing specific we can ask of you. Just follow your own method. Our principal only has one request. Focus on the results. As long as this year our school's undergraduate rate surpasses that of other schools in the city, we will be satisfied. If the top-tier university admission rate could soar, the school would gain significant fame and everyone would benefit greatly. Chapter 194. Can't eat grapes, so say they're sour. The head of the grade suppressed his inner excitement and suddenly seemed to remember something. Speaking of which, you previously taught through online videos. But now that you're back at school, are you still planning to use this method? Could there be some impact? Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, a playful look in his eyes. We'll need to rely on our school's computer lab for that. I wonder if the principal would be willing to cooperate. What are you saying? The senior year's college entrance exam is paramount. As long as it can improve everyone's grades, there will be no worry. The head of the grade slapped his chest in assurance, his face full of excitement. Never mind the computer lab. Even the playground or the principal's office might be willing to be cleared out for you. I dare not ask for so much. By then, principal might even kick me out of school, depriving me of this opportunity to help improve the students' scores. Su Liang's lips curved up slightly again, a hint of mischief in his gaze. Actually, this time wasn't just about helping all the students achieve better grades. It was also immensely beneficial for him. If the conflict with Mountain Water Group had escalated to an irreconcilable point, and right at this moment these students were admitted into their dream universities, their parents would naturally feel grateful towards him, and such networking connections were beyond imagination. Su Liang vaguely remembered there were quite a few capable people among the parents of the students at the school. If these individuals could offer assistance in his future life or current predicament, it would certainly be an extremely worthwhile move. Even more so, from now on, the path for Mountain Water Estate would only become narrower, while he would truly lay the foundation for his own commercial empire. Alright, if there's nothing else, you can go back first. I'll contact the principal regarding the schedule, and once it's confirmed, we'll let you have your public class. The head of the grade said earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation as he genuinely hoped to see what kind of change this young man would bring to the school. After all, before this, no one had expected their ordinary high school to produce a student who got directly accepted into Tsinghua University. Alright, I'll go check on our class then. What do you mean go? The head of the grade furrowed his brow slightly. Our school has arranged a separate office for you anyway. As a teacher, you can't keep sitting in the classroom, can you? It's been too long since I've seen the students. We need to maintain the connection. It can't be that due to my changed status now, I should distance myself from them, right? Su Liang smiled and shook his head lightly without further explanation. The head of the grade couldn't probe further either, but as long as it helped improve the school's performance, anything was fine. Conversely, if any unexpected issues arose during this process, Su Liang would naturally bear all the consequences. This logic stood firm, and it didn't require much explanation. He believed that a smart person like Su Liang must understand this well. After leaving the office, Su Liang went straight back to the classroom. When the surrounding classmates saw him, their faces lit up with surprise and excitement. Su Liang, you're really back. Great. I heard you got promoted. You're going to be our teacher now. Who would have thought that after such a short absence, you'd have made such a huge difference already? That's true, but it's great that Su Liang is back. Maybe he really can help us improve our grades, allowing us to get into a good university and show everyone how excellent we are. Everyone discussed enthusiastically, their faces full of excitement and joy. Biro glanced at him stealthily from time to time, her cheeks blushing red. No matter what, she had to keep up with Su Liang's pace. Even if she couldn't match his current standing, she should at least be able to get into a university. Otherwise, the gap between them would only widen. Only the physics representative revealed an envious, jealous, and resentful expression, deeply dissatisfied with the situation. Shit, why does this guy have the right to act smug like that? In my opinion, he can't possibly accomplish such things and doesn't deserve to surpass everyone. Who knows how he managed it? Maybe he pulled some strings. The physics representative sneered derisively. As soon as these words were spoken, the students around them looked indignant. They were greatly dissatisfied. How can you say such things about Su Liang? He's definitely not someone who pulls strings. Not to mention, who would dare open such back doors without sufficient merit? If it weren't for one's own abilities, none of this would be possible. You're just jealous because you can't have the grapes, so you say they're sour. The physics class representative never expected that his casual complaint would result in such denigration and cursing from everyone. He felt extremely aggrieved by this. He stood up directly. With gritted teeth, he said, Su Liang, dare you say you have no ulterior motive in coming back to our school as a teacher? Dare you say you are purely here to help us? You must be doing this for money, right? Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upwards, revealing an amused look in his eyes. He did not refute immediately, but instead looked at a somewhat chubby boy beside him. His name was Xuanhuan. Brother, let me ask you something. Do you know how much private tutoring costs per hour outside now? Upon hearing this, Xuanhuan blinked his eyes, showing a thoughtful expression. If I'm not mistaken, it should be around 200 yuan per hour. If it's a famous teacher, it might even reach 300 yuan. Is that per subject? Su Yang asked calmly. Yes, of course. Who pays for 3 subjects together? Xuanhuan replied without hesitation. In today's circumstances, studying has become increasingly competitive, especially for high school seniors where almost all parents try every possible means to send their children for extra classes. After all, if spending a few hundred yuan more could improve grades, it is considered a very cost-effective deal for them. If one doesn't score well enough on the college entrance exam, there's no way to enter a good school, and even with piles of money, no one dares to make exceptions. If such incidents were exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. It might even ruin one's entire career. Under these premises, the private tutoring industry has gone wild, and prices have surged. Especially for renowned tutors, they can earn enough in a year to buy a house. This is a rather astonishing number. Chapter 195. The beautiful class president declares her love in public. For the vast majority of ordinary people, it would take who knows how many years to save up enough for a house. Yet, this can be easily achieved just by tutoring. The disparity is self-evident. Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes revealing an amused expression. So, do you think I am better or worse compared to renowned teachers? At least you're at the level of a renowned teacher. Xuanhuan blurted out. But he was immediately negated by a bespectacled girl beside him. I don't think so. If Su Liang can really help students improve their grades quickly, then he definitely qualifies as a true master teacher, maybe even better than them. After all, even the top master teachers wouldn't dare ensure that they could get over 100 students to reach the first-tier university admission line within a month. How exaggerated this number is can't be expressed in mere data. One might say that Su Liang's methods are not only quick and effective, but also can help everyone in the shortest time possible. Especially for students with average grades, they can rapidly approach heights they previously couldn't reach. It's like those martial artists encountering a high-level expert who unblocks their energy meridians during cultivation. Right. If that's the case, shouldn't my hourly rate be at least 200 yuan per class? Even if I teach only 20 students a day, that's 4,000 yuan. 200 students would mean 40,000 yuan. 10 classes would be 400,000 yuan. Do you think the school can offer me such a high salary to earn 400,000 yuan in just 1 month? Su Liang squinted his eyes, amusement evident in his gaze, filled with mockery and disdain. This left the physics class representative speechless, his face full of embarrassment. Indeed, he hadn't thought through it carefully before. Now, upon reflection, this truly made sense. As an ordinary high school, even if they wanted to retain talent with high salaries, they had to consider practicality. The school's funds come from higher authorities, not the principal's own pocket. Otherwise, even spending hundreds of thousands wouldn't be a problem. After all, which principal wouldn't want a batch of top students to serve as living advertisements for the school? Even so, you must have ulterior motives. The physics class representative said stubbornly. Unexpectedly, Biro stood up this time before Su Liang could speak. How can you defame someone without evidence? Isn't that inappropriate? The physics class representative's eyes widened, disbelief filling his gaze. He never expected that the beautiful class president would openly support Su Liang in front of everyone. That's not right. Did you understand? This guy clearly has ulterior motives. And you're helping him. Could it be that you like him? The physics class representative said sourly. Upon hearing this, all the classmates present showed expressions of half-amused, half-surprised looks. After all, everyone had noticed that the class president treated Su Liang differently from other students. Previously, some felt a bit envious and dissatisfied. Why should he be treated specially? What makes Su Liang so outstanding that the beautiful class president would look at him differently? But now, everyone was convinced. After all, there are very few people who can achieve what Su Liang has. He can be considered a one-in-a-million genius. Such a person deserves respect and special attention. Just as everyone was about to stir up a commotion, Biro suddenly said, Yes, I do like Su Liang. He is exceptionally talented and magnanimous. At just 18, he became a teacher here on an exceptional basis. Who else has done that before? Shouldn't such a person be liked? Upon hearing this, the entire class was stunned, shock and disbelief spreading across their faces. They found it hard to believe. What the heck? The beautiful class president actually declared her love in front of everyone? This is a joke, right? If the teachers find out about this, it will be a big deal. Most importantly, this came too suddenly, completely unexpected, leaving everyone in utter shock. Even Wang Fong, Biro's best friend, looked at her incredulously. What are you saying? Did you just get carried away and misunderstand the situation? The physics class representative couldn't accept it either. This outcome was beyond expectation and seemed unbelievable. Unexpectedly, Bai Ro's expression was resolute, her gaze extremely serious. I'm not joking. Su Liang is exactly the kind of person I admire the most. He's excellent and has enough courage. He's worth learning from. So he is also my goal. I hope that through the efforts in this final period, I can catch up with him and become an outstanding person. My God. Everyone in the class was completely stunned. No one had expected the situation to turn out like this, especially not that the beautiful class president would do something so unbelievable. Who would have thought that such a thing would happen in our class one day? So what? Probably only Su Liang could get away with this. If it were anyone else, they'd be kicked out immediately. This is what you call special treatment for special talents. That makes sense. We should also take Su Liang as our goal. Even if we can't surpass him, reaching his level would certainly make us very excellent. Everyone was talking excitedly, their eyes full of admiration, with no intention of mocking at all. After all, the gap between them and Su Liang was just too big. What right did they have to mock others? Su Liang blinked his eyes, surprise showing in his gaze. Even he hadn't expected the situation to turn out like this. If Bai Ro had told him she liked him before, he might have thought it was a trap or a test. But now, saying such things in front of everyone, it proved that she truly regarded him as a real goal in her heart. However, how to respond was a matter that couldn't be taken lightly. After a brief silence, Su Liang smiled slightly. There's no need to argue until heads are broken. In my opinion, this is just everyone's own thoughts. So the top priority now is still to study hard. Only by getting into your ideal university can you better achieve your life goals. In other words, he was advising Bai Ro not to overthink it. Chapter 196. The mastermind behind the scenes finally comes to light. Bai Ro was also very smart and immediately understood Su Liang's meaning, nodding at the same time. That's right, I also agree with his opinion. There isn't much time left until the college entrance exam, so we must seize every opportunity now. We absolutely cannot be distracted. Otherwise, we will definitely regret it later. The other classmates nodded in agreement, their eyes full of admiration. This guy is really worth learning from. And this kind of thing is far from being something that can be achieved in a day or two. If you don't have determination, no matter how much you talk, it's useless. In the end, you'll only pay a more painful price for it. Just as the bell rang for class, Su Liang nodded. Today I just came to say hello to everyone. So there's no need to take it too seriously. When I have time later, I will certainly guide everyone in reviewing hard. After saying that, he turned around and left. The classroom instantly erupted into chaos, with everyone discussing Su Liang's affairs enthusiastically. After a brief moment of shyness, Bai Ro seemed to accept it calmly. It actually seems pretty good when you talk about it. At least you don't have to hide like before. No wonder some people say brave ones enjoy life first. Looks like that's indeed the case. Wang Feng looked at him with complicated feelings. Little Ro, why do I feel like you're getting stranger and stranger? It's like I've never known you before. Bai Ro's mouth curved slightly upward, her gaze revealing a composed look. People need to grow, and through this matter of Su Liang, I've seen many different things. A person needs to have enough potential and enough courage. Otherwise, they can only be an ordinary person for a lifetime, with no chance of reaching the goals they desire. Wang Feng shook her head, clearly finding the words incomprehensible. You talented people, I just can't understand. But my goal isn't high. If I can truly get admitted to an ideal university, that would be enough. And that's all my parents expect as well. In that case, let's work hard, Bai Ro said with a smile. The other students were also fully motivated, inspired by the personal encouragement of Su Liang, the genius scholar. Everyone naturally felt like they had been infused with energy. Since he could create a miracle, and since he's willing to help us, why couldn't we create our own miracle? Even if the miracle might not be as big as imagined, it certainly wouldn't remain as it is now. In the entire class, only one person had a very gloomy expression, the physics representative. He simply couldn't figure out how he himself measured up less than Su Liang. What if my grades aren't as good as is right now? So what? Does this society care only about scores? At the end of the day, after entering university and graduating, it's still about social connections and family background. Truly wealthy people never lack opportunities. Because from the start, they already have an advantage over most people. Some people spend their entire lives without even reaching their starting point. There are plenty of graduates from prestigious universities who accomplish nothing once they enter the workforce. Some even go into selling pork. That sounds downright embarrassing. Su Liang, this kind of person, in the future, will surely end up selling pork. The physics representative said through gritted teeth, his face filled with anger, and obviously very dissatisfied. All right, you should stop talking nonsense. I heard that Su Liang's business outside is doing exceptionally well. Maybe one day he'll become a big boss. I think following him isn't bad either. With a boss like him around, would you ever lack money? Life would soar like never before. Sounds logical. You know, it makes sense now. We should plan ahead. By doing this, our jobs are already set. The surrounding classmates were passionately discussing, completely leaving the physics representative alone on the sidelines. His expression became ugly and complex again. Bastard, how dare you oppose me? Just wait. Someday I'll make you pay the price. And I'll make you realize what kind of consequences come from opposing me. Fierce anger burned in his eyes, his expression extremely grotesque. Evidently, he refuses to accept what's happening right now. On the other side, after arriving at the office, Su Liang discovered that the school had actually assigned him a single room. All the necessities were provided. It was absolutely of department head level. It was clear that the school went through great effort to get him to stay this time. Thinking about this, Su Liang couldn't help but let a small smile appear at the corner of his mouth, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Perhaps there might actually be a chance to gain something. If I help these classmates improve their grades and enable them to have smoother lives in the future, maybe one day they will be able to return the favor for me. In this world, those who can truly go far are often the people who help each other. Relying solely on one's own strength is not enough to break through. It may even lead to more painful and terrifying consequences. At that moment, Su Liang's phone suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar number, and it didn't look local. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes, and a playful expression also appeared. After hesitating for a moment, Su Liang answered the call. Who is this? Mr. Su, I thought finding you would be difficult, but it turned out to be so easy, which really surprised me. To tell you the truth, there aren't many people left who can surprise me. A slightly hoarse voice sounded from the other end of the phone. Su Liang paused briefly and immediately understood. Could it be someone from the xuanhuan group? I already said, if you want to contact me, let your boss, Michelle, come personally. As for anyone else, it's a waste of time, because I have absolutely no interest in you all. As soon as he finished speaking, bursts of hearty laughter erupted from the other side. It seems Mr. Su doesn't know much about me after all. You couldn't even recognize my voice. A flash of coldness passed through Su Liang's eyes, then his lips curled upward slightly, revealing a playful look. Indeed, these guys couldn't resist temptation and eventually chose to contact him voluntarily. What he didn't expect was that the person contacting him would turn out to be Michelle himself. Looks like things were getting more and more interesting. So what? Did your big boss feel that the people under him couldn't deal with me, so decided to show up in person? That would indeed be quite an honor, Su Liang said with deep meaning, his tone full of mockery and disdain. It seemed like he didn't take the other side seriously at all. Not exactly. It's just that the person who can make our xuanhuan group pay such a price is truly rare. Chapter 197. Make me a traitor? Impossible. Michelle was quite surprised by Su Liang's calmness and composure. After all, before this, everyone knew that the xuanhuan group had close relations with all sorts of top-tier figures in the province. Once you offended them, it was equivalent to making enemies with many people. Of course, the situation was different this time because the xuanhuan group had fallen out with many top-tier individuals. After all, no one could accept being stabbed in the back or sold counterfeit goods, which was why the xuanhuan group had no choice but to handle things discreetly this time. Because they couldn't possibly go back to how things were before. In the past, those top-tier individuals would have undoubtedly shown no hesitation in protecting them. But now, maybe even they're the ones being taken advantage of, so who would still help the xuanhuan group? Moreover, the police were also closely monitoring them, and with all kinds of situations stacking up, it naturally indicated just how complicated the current situation was. The reason Michelle chose to take the initiative to contact Su Liang was to probe around. Mr. Su, I must admit, you're indeed an extraordinary person. And frankly, we're just businessmen. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang smirked coldly, his face flashing with a hint of frostiness. Though he hadn't seen Michelle, he could sense that this guy was sly and cunning. How dare he say in front of him that he is just a businessman? Did he truly think he didn't know what Michelle was thinking? Don't talk nonsense to me. You're not here to discuss cooperation, are you? Exactly. Michelle showed no hesitation. Previously, he did indeed want Su Liang to pay the appropriate price. However, after interacting with him, Michelle found that this guy was actually more capable than he had imagined. It's no wonder the xuanhuan group ended up like this. Mr. Su, you should know how lucrative our business is. Rather than fight to the death, why don't we join forces instead? You're now considered highly trustworthy by many high society individuals. If you're willing to be with me, I can assure you will get a very generous reward. Su Liang narrowed his eyes, deep in thought. Actually, he had always been quite puzzled about how a foreigner managed to set up such a large-scale xuanhuan group in the country, operating quite successfully. Even with financial backing from a conglomerate, how exactly did Michelle manage to infiltrate this market? Now it seems that these guys really were born merchants. Even if they harbored immense hatred, they'd still choose to turn hostility into harmony. After all, who would oppose money? However, as for what kind of outcome would follow, Su Liang already knew without guessing. Once they've used him up, they'll kick him aside without hesitation. They'd likely drain every last bit of value from him. People like Michelle, ruthless merchants, had absolutely no bottom line at all. They were extremely despicable types. You're underestimating me. Even though I'm not especially talented and don't have much money now, that doesn't mean I lose my mind over cash. And what you've done isn't just deceiving those antique buyers. It's also an insult and profanation of our nation. Thinking you can make me a traitor to the entire country and all my compatriots? The price you've offered isn't even worth mentioning. Hearing this, Michelle's brows slightly furrowed, and his tone became more severe. Mr. Su, I'm taking a step back to negotiate cooperation with you. If you don't appreciate it, then you'll end up as an enemy of the xuanhuan group. Is it worth it? Even if you protect these antiques, how many people will know? Your country and your compatriots might not even thank you. Those around you may even think you're foolish. As Su Liang listened to these words, he became increasingly familiar with the other party's nature. As expected, they were people who could do anything for profit, completely without limits. Of course, there are countless people like Michelle in this world. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many cultural relics lost overseas. But Su Liang would absolutely never become someone like them. In his view, some money can be earned, while some money should never be touched. Those things were like contraband. Once in hand, they turned into an endless abyss. And once started, there would be no turning back. That's how people are, living in this world, facing all sorts of choices every day. But the key is knowing how to make the right choice. Because once some things are lost, they can never be regained. That's enough. No need to waste your breath on me. If you want to finish me off, come on ahead. Of course, the people under your command are not enough. It's best if you go out yourself. After Su Liang finished speaking, he hung up the phone directly, unwilling to waste any more time with the other party. Michel could never have imagined that Su Liang would be so arrogant as to hang up on him. Motherfucker. Michel threw his phone on the ground, his face full of anger. For the benefit of the entire group, he could choose to compromise and endure, but since the other side chose not to drink wine, but instead drink punishment wine, there was nothing more to say. Boss, calm down. How could someone like this little Juessera possibly have any effect on our xuanhuan group? The assistant flattered cautiously beside him, his tone full of sycophancy. Bullshit. You know nothing. This guy is much more capable than all of you. At least he has made us suffer heavy losses. But what about you guys? You cannot bring us any useful benefits, nor can you accomplish any important tasks. Every time he thought about how a big xuanhuan group could be manipulated by a young man like Su Liang, his heart burned with anger. There was no way this guy would escape punishment. Fine, he wants to act all high and mighty with me, right? Then I'll ruin his reputation completely. Michel gritted his teeth as he spoke. At this moment, his goal was no longer simply to get rid of Su Liang. Before killing the other person, he must make them pay the proper price, and more importantly, make their life worse than death. Only then would everyone understand the consequences of opposing the xuanhuan group. Go find a way to ensure that Su Liang becomes a notorious rat, universally despised. Michel issued his orders in a tone that brooked no room for doubt, making it clear there was no room for negotiation. The assistant hesitated upon hearing these words. Boss, do we really need to spend such a large cost dealing with someone who is completely meaningless? And even if we destroy him, it doesn't seem like we'll gain much. Chapter 198. The safety of Su Liang is extremely important. The consistent principle upheld by the entire Mountain River Group has always been profit first. As long as it can make money, and as long as the profits are high enough, any grudge, no matter how great, can be resolved. After all, in their view, even blood feuds can be negotiated away as long as the benefits are sufficient. However, this time, Michelle went against her usual behavior and was willing to expend a lot of effort. To her assistant, this was completely incomprehensible. After all, this guy, Su Liang, has nothing. Even though he currently does have 2 ongoing projects, what can they really achieve? There's absolutely no profit. There's no way that the Mountain River Group would take over these messy affairs. The profit would be pitifully low and even laughable. Michelle turned her head and gave him a cold look. Is it your turn to teach me how to do things now? What you need to do is complete the tasks I assign you. As for the rest, I will naturally understand it. It's not your place to comment here. If you dare to waste my time again, believe it or not, I'll have you thrown out of here too. The assistant, hearing this, dared not say anything more. He quickly nodded and hurriedly left. On the other side, Su Liang sat in his office. A contemplative expression appeared on his face. Tutoring classmates at school wasn't particularly difficult for him, since he had already prepared quite thoroughly beforehand. And Su Liang was mainly responsible for the 3 science courses. As for the main 3 academic subjects, those were beyond his capabilities. Especially English. This subject could only earn him a few dozen points on exams, let alone tutoring other students. Michelle's call also made him realize the current situation was worse than expected. Refusing her invitation this time would undoubtedly bring about an even fiercer storm in the near future. He needed to make some preparations ahead of time, but unfortunately, there weren't many cards in his hands right now. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He dialed Zhou Yang's number. Noise came from the other end of the line. Brother Su, is there something? Big brother Zhou, help me with something. Can you check the IP and location of the call that just came into my phone? What happened? Zhou Yang was somewhat surprised. Usually, such requests weren't made lightly. After all, who would arbitrarily check their own call records without good reason? Michelle just called me. Judging by the timing, it should still be possible to trace her phone's information. And if we can lock onto her position, it might help us find their location. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang revealed a look of shock on his face and immediately nodded. All right, I'll handle it right away. Contact me promptly if there's any development on your side. He hung up the phone. Zhou Yang immediately went to the captain's office. At the moment, several important leaders were having a meeting inside. Seeing him rush in, the middle-level team leader's face showed a hint of dissatisfaction. What is going on? Don't you see we're in the middle of an important discussion? Have you forgotten how to knock before entering? The criminal investigation team needs to follow rules strictly, which generally didn't matter much in everyday circumstances. But now, since leaders were present, and in future similar important situations, delays caused by small issues like this could result in serious consequences. Therefore, the middle-level team leader needed him to explain clearly today, or he wouldn't pass the leadership's scrutiny. Report, Captain. Our special advisor just received a call stating that a person in charge of Mountain River Group contacted him. What? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present widened their eyes in disbelief. Who is this person in charge you're referring to? A leader asked quietly. It's none other than Mountain River Group's Michelle. Currently, the data we have on her is extremely scarce. Therefore, I now request immediate coordination with the technical department to track down the telephone number and IP location. Zhou Yang said decisively. The middle-level team leader immediately realized the gravity of the situation. Internally, he cursed under his breath. Why did this kid keep bringing such urgent matters to him every time? At the same time, it felt incredibly normal. Su Liang is truly unpredictable and baffling. Every time, he brings unprecedented shocks. But due to the urgency of the situation, there was no time for further inquiry. So the middle-level team leader reported to the leaders and quickly arranged personnel. Taking advantage of this pause, he pulled Zhou Yang aside and quietly asked, "What exactly happened? How did Michelle contact Su Liang actively? Could it be that this guy has done something behind our backs again?" Though previously, it was indeed agreed that Su Liang would act as bait. However, it was made very clear at the time that if Su Liang were to take any action, he must report to the criminal investigation team. The purpose of this was twofold. 1, to ensure his safety, and 2, to facilitate timely cooperation with any actions needed. Otherwise, in case something went wrong, who would bear the consequences? One might not even know how they ended up dead. "I don't know either, sir. Su Liang suddenly called me just now, and after receiving the call, I reported to you immediately. As for the specific situation, up until now, I haven't figured it out myself." Zhou Yang helplessly shrugged, a look of melancholy all over his face. Indeed, the situation was unclear right now, but due to his trust in Su Liang, he didn't hesitate for a moment. He also hoped that through this incident, there could be some progress in the overall situation, and he could keep things under control. "Captain, no matter what, I believe Su Liang is a very smart person, and he knows his limits. He wouldn't do anything to bring trouble upon himself," Zhou Yang said earnestly. "Do you have any idea?" The captain's brows furrowed, his eyes filled with seriousness. "Just now, we contacted Interpol and got some news. It seems that Michelle has ties with some international criminal organizations. If Su Liang really pushes her too far, do you know what kind of terrifying situation we'll face?" The captain of the criminal investigation team took a deep breath, feeling extremely heavy-hearted. If the area under their jurisdiction had already been thrown into complete chaos, not only himself, but probably everyone under him would get implicated. Even the higher-ups wouldn't escape blame. Zhou Yang's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what was happening right now, and found the whole thing utterly bewildering. The background behind Mountain River Group, is this significant? How come we didn't know anything about it before? The captain sighed in despair. Or do you think why those people we arrested before were willing to stay silent? Because all their families have been taken hostage by Mountain River Group. They simply have no choice. Chapter 199. Was the pet base surrounded by villagers? Zhou Yang's eyes widened immediately, full of disbelief. He had never imagined that the situation would be much worse than expected. That's why he couldn't find any useful clues before. Wait, if what you said is true, then Su Liang could get them to talk, which means Su Liang must have already known this, right? The captain of the criminal police nodded. That's right. I asked my Yuqing afterward. Su Liang indeed broke through in this direction. And they basically gave a brief explanation of the situation. Almost everyone has one condition. The safety of their families must be guaranteed. Otherwise, they will not change their confessions and will continue to take responsibility for all crimes. Zhou Yang suddenly understood why Su Liang wanted them to lock down Michelle's IP location immediately. Maybe doing so could rescue all their family members. At that point, they would be able to collect more evidence from these arrested suspects and further investigate Mountain Water Group. Su Liang really made a great effort this time. Who would have thought he was under such enormous pressure? Zhou Yang exclaimed. So we must ensure his safety. Absolutely. There can be no accidents at all. Do you understand? The captain said firmly with a face full of determination and confidence. Zhou Yang nodded, also realizing the importance of his own responsibilities. All right, don't waste time. Make arrangements immediately, and we must uncover as many useful clues as possible in the shortest time. Yes, sir. At the same time, at the school, Su Liang was taking a leisurely nap in the office. Although he was responsible for tutoring the entire senior year, he looked far more relaxed than any of the other teachers in charge of the senior classes. After all, he didn't have any teaching tasks or pressures. Even though the school placed high hopes on him, he had ample confidence. Because of this, Su Liang managed to remain calm and composed, which greatly surprised other teachers and the head of the grade. Su Liang is really talented. If it were us, we'd probably be overwhelmed with stress if given such a temporary task, but this guy acts like nothing's wrong, even sleeping in the office. You can say this about him. He has absolute confidence in himself. Otherwise, it wouldn't be possible. Besides, even though we are experienced, what's the big deal? This man actually got into Tsinghua University and Peking University. Yes, I hope this time Su Liang can bring an unprecedented change to our school. If it can be upgraded to a provincial key high school, learning from him would be fine. After all, these teachers also hope to improve their treatment. The salary and benefits of a regular high school naturally pale in comparison to those of a key high school. If the school succeeds in upgrading, it would be a good thing for everyone. Su Liang didn't care about these comments at all. All he thought about now was how to confront the Mountain Water Group. Michelle will certainly make a move, but how should he defend? Just at that moment, he received a call from Zhang Chang. Big brother Liang, where are you? I'm at school. Su Liang answered casually. Why did you go to school? Zhang Chang's voice was filled with confusion and surprise. Well, of course, I am a teacher at our school now. In the future, you will have to call me Teacher Su when you see me. Oh, big brother Liang, can we talk about this later? Right now, please come to the pet base quickly. There's something important I need your help with. Upon hearing this, Su Liang furrowed his brow slightly. What could possibly happen at the pet base? Since Boss Su was arrested, there shouldn't be any obstacles at the construction site anymore. They also brought in a construction team, so everything just needed to proceed as planned without any impact. Yet, the sudden situation was unexpected. Su Liang didn't waste time after hearing this and immediately packed up his things, informing the grade chairman before rushing out. Half an hour later, he arrived at the pet base. At the gate, a large group of nearby villagers were surrounding it. The workers also couldn't start work and could only stand by idly chatting. Seeing this situation, Su Liang decided to be cautious and sneaked in from the side. As soon as he reached the temporarily erected office, he saw Zhang Chong pacing back and forth anxiously. What's going on? Su Liang asked calmly. Zhang Chong's eyes immediately lit up, as if he had found a lifeline, and rushed over at once. Brother Liang, you're finally here. We've got big trouble with the pet base. He then explained the whole story. It turned out that everything was proceeding smoothly today. The foundation was almost completed, and they were just about to start building the main structure when an unexpected event occurred. Suddenly, there was an explosion sound from somewhere. At the time, no one paid much attention to it. Within 10 minutes, all the villagers from nearby areas came running over and claimed that their construction had caused the explosion of a natural gas pipe, injuring an elderly woman. Now, the entire pet base must compensate for all losses. Otherwise, the villagers would never allow the construction to continue. What did you say? Su Liang frowned, his eyes flashing with confusion. How could it be our responsibility if the natural gas pipe exploded? Any normal person would know that this case is full of suspicious points. Even if during the construction process, the natural gas pipe really burst, it should definitely be within the boundaries of the pet base. How could it possibly affect the nearby villages? Moreover, even if the natural gas explodes, there should have been fire traces around here. If it did explode, the area around would have been covered by a massive fire already. But nothing happened. Isn't that evidence enough? Haven't you tried calling the police to resolve the issue? Su Liang cautiously asked. Zhang Chong shook his head. I did try, but they said it's not their jurisdiction, and they can't do anything about it. After all, these are local villagers, and such issues occurring during construction are usually the contractor's fault. Even if real policemen arrived, the final outcome would still be asking the pet base to compensate. However, the problem was they didn't even know how this situation occurred. Chapter 200. The real culprit behind the scenes is Mr. Su. After listening to Zhang Chong's account, Su Liang couldn't help but slightly raise the corner of his mouth. This was really interesting. On the surface, it was obviously full of loopholes, and there were way too many issues, yet the other party was intentionally applying pressure relying on their identity. One could even say it was sheer nonsense. Moreover, in Su Liang's impression, he had not been in conflict with the local villagers at all. Now it has escalated to this extent, most probably because someone was manipulating everything from behind. Looks like we've been set up. Zhang Chong widened his eyes, full of disbelief, finding it even more unfathomable. It can't be. Before, the only one who always obstructed us was Mr. Su. Now that he has already been caught by the Xuanhuan group, how is it possible for him to still cause trouble for us? This completely goes against logic. Moreover, apart from Mr. Su, it's impossible to think of anyone else who would deliberately want to oppose the three of them. They are all young people, plus they have the backing of a strong group and Luo's group. Even if those people outside knew, they would definitely try to flatter them. How could they deliberately cause trouble? It just doesn't make sense. Most importantly, none of them have sought help from anyone within the industry, so naturally, there wouldn't be any situation with peers either. This makes the current situation even more troublesome and complex, and things will also develop in an unimaginable direction. Most importantly, if the current crisis cannot be resolved, the pet base is fundamentally impossible to continue investment in construction and subsequent operation. Although it is still under construction now and no huge capital has been invested, the time spent back and forth has been very precious. In just a few months, Su Liang will go to university, and after that, matters here can only be left to Zhang Chong alone. If the pet base hasn't got back on track, wouldn't it mean going back to ask Dad for help? Those shareholders inside the group are probably just waiting for our downfall. At the thought of this result, Zhang Chong felt incredibly frustrated, his heart filled with annoyance. Truly strange. Why does everything seem to be going awry? What's worse, the current situation is much more frightening and complicated than imagined. The key problem is that for him, dealing with all of this isn't easy. If he can't find the root cause, there's no way to solve it. They don't even know what caused it. Hearing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, his gaze showing amusement. Do you think Mr. Su is alive or dead? Zhang Chong's eyes were full of confusion, feeling even more puzzled, unable to understand why he had the leisure to care about these questions. Brother Liang, things are getting desperate now. Why do you bother asking me this? Besides, Mr. Su likely has nothing to do with this matter. Whether he is dead or alive, what significance does it have for us? Of course it does. Su Liang slightly lifted the corner of his mouth, his gaze showing amusement. If Mr. Su is dead, then this thing must have been done by others, no doubt, and I can assure you it will be hard to find out who did it in the short term. Because the target scope is simply too broad, and they don't have enough means to narrow down the range. If Mr. Su is not dead, then it must have been him who did it. When Zhang Chong heard this, his eyes were full of doubt and bewilderment, finding it even more puzzling. Am I hearing wrong, or are you confused? Why does this sound so roundabout? Most importantly, I don't get it. What connection is there? How do you know for sure that it's related to him? Su Liang shook his head and looked calm. Just think carefully. If you were in that situation, when both you and the Xuanhuan group know that you and I have no relation, what do you think Xuanhuan group would do? And what would you do? Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong revealed a thoughtful expression, then replied very seriously. I would definitely try to explain the ins and outs to the Xuanhuan manner. Ideally, they'd let me go? It's impossible for them to keep me there forever, right? Exactly. Su Liang nodded. But, suppose after they release you, would your first move be to seek revenge on me first, or to seek revenge on the Xuanhuan group first? It has to be the Xuanhuan group. They not only imprison me, but also beat me up. No matter what, I must relieve this anger. Zhang Chong replied without hesitation. For any normal person, the first reaction would definitely be like this. Su Liang nodded again. So now the situation is already very clear. This means that Mr. Su might have colluded with the Xuanhuan group. Zhang Chang slightly paused, his eyes full of confusion, as if he didn't quite understand. Did I misunderstand somewhere? Or did you hear wrong somewhere? If I continue to be captured by people from the Xuanhuan group, then there's no way I could do anything. How could they let these villagers come over specially to cause trouble? This is the key issue. Suppose the people from Xuanhuan Manor didn't let you go, and the only one you could take revenge on now is me. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Since Mr. Su and the Xuanhuan group are on the same side at this moment, they naturally can act in unison. In fact, Mr. Su could even be the best camouflage for the Xuanhuan group. At least when it gets talked about, others will suspect Mr. Su first, not the Xuanhuan group. At this point, Zhang Chang suddenly understood, his eyes showing shock. No way. So your meaning is, Mr. Su colluded with the people from the Xuanhuan group. They intentionally tricked us into falling into their trap. The purpose was just to embarrass us. That's right. Thinking this way, doesn't every detail become reasonable? Su Liang sat down on a chair, his face calm. Once the situation has been analyzed clearly, one can face any trouble with composure and serenity. This is also the reason why, despite going through so much, he still manages to keep his inner peace. Sometimes panicking solves nothing. Being at a disadvantage already, if one loses all order, it's equivalent to self-destruction. In fact, throughout the journey, although it seemed like many were helping Su Liang, the true reliance was always himself. If it weren't for his outstanding abilities, how could so many people believe in him? Chapter 201, Sky-High Compensation. It can't be solved without money. It is precisely because of these rich experiences and valuable experiences that Su Liang possesses a maturity far beyond his peers, coupled with the fact that he has lived again. If under such circumstances, there is still no way to learn from lessons, constantly learning and accumulating experience, then he is destined to be a fool. There is no need to struggle anymore. Because even if you struggle, it will not have any meaning. In the end, it can only become a laughingstock in the eyes of others. Zhang Chang finally understood the root cause of the matter, and now his heart was filled with anger. He hit the table hard. This bastard shows no mercy at all. How could he come up with such a despicable scheme? Tell me, how should we deal with those villagers outside? If we tell them that someone behind all this is deliberately framing us, I'm afraid these villagers will not believe it at all. After all, in the countryside, most people have ordinary family conditions. Now they have finally found a rare opportunity to eat big families, so there's no reason to miss out. It won't be easy to deal with them. Even if we make everything clear, these people will absolutely not accept it. Su Yang said gravely. Human nature is something that cannot be faced directly. Too many people abandon dignity and bottom line for profit, and their appearance when eating is extremely unpleasant. Moreover, this time the local villagers will definitely demand an exorbitant amount. If we compromise today, it will only make them think that we are easy to bully. From now on, if we want to continue living here, there's probably no hope. People will find trouble every 2 or 3 days. To operate the pet base normally will be extremely difficult. It's impossible that we just turn our faces against them, right? These villagers are obstinate and renshing. Once they catch us by the throat, they will absolutely not give up easily. Even if the police show up, it might not benefit us. Indeed, Zhang Chang has grown a lot during this period. He is now able to analyze rationally at this moment. A direct confrontation is unreasonable, and such behavior is like scholars encountering soldiers. Originally, they are a group of rural people who haven't received higher education. They won't believe in great principles, they only believe in their own theories. And as long as there is profit to be gained, who would be willing to let go? If you don't shed some blood, it is fundamentally impossible for them to leave peacefully. Precisely because of this, even after knowing the truth, Zhang Chang feels extremely troubled. The current situation is too complicated, and there's no point in anything. It's not that he doesn't want to help Su Liang, but he's willing yet powerless. This problem is too difficult to solve. Brother Liang, does that mean our first project is really doomed before it begins? Zhang Chang said through gritted teeth. Just thinking about it made him feel disheartened. Why should we? After such hard work to reach this stage, and it is destroyed just like that. The crux of the problem is that there seems to be no solution. This is what makes people restless. These villagers outside can neither be beaten nor scolded. Each one of them is like wearing a golden armor, immune to poison and invincible. Su Liang waved his hand, his face full of calmness. You don't need to be so nervous or so scared. Some things are actually not as troublesome as you think. And for us to solve the current problems, the most important thing is to ensure that everything is still within our control. So to deal with these villagers, there is actually a way. As long as we can figure out who is manipulating all this behind the scenes, then all the troubles will become much easier to handle. He indeed questioned before why these villagers ran over to cause trouble, but after understanding the key, all matters became crystal clear. Zhang Chang frowned, his eyes full of puzzlement, feeling quite inexplicable. Brother Liang, what exactly do we do with these guys? We can't say or curse anything. Even if we expose them, what's the use? There's no need to expose them. And I believe there must be someone leading the charge and collecting money, which is why they're inciting others. Su Liang said meaningfully, confidence showing in his eyes. Then he whispered softly in Zhang Chang's ear. The latter widened his eyes. Will this really work? And letting you handle it alone, isn't it too dangerous? If there's trouble later, we probably won't be able to help. Don't worry, there's no need to be afraid. Anyway, things have come to this point. Could it possibly get any worse? Think about it carefully. If the situation exceeds our expectations, wouldn't it be a good thing for everyone? Zhang Chang thought about it, and felt there was some truth to it, so he nodded his head. Since that's the case, you must be careful. I'll be back in a hurry. After saying that, he hurriedly left. Su Yang saw this situation and slowly walked out. The villagers outside had already been waiting impatiently. As soon as they saw him, their faces immediately showed an aggressive expression. I'm telling you not to run away. If we don't get a result here today, nobody will be allowed to leave. That's right. It's all because of your group that someone in our village got seriously injured. This matter must be resolved. Otherwise, you shouldn't even think about opening any base here. Seeing the proud look on the villagers' faces, Su Liang didn't show any trace of panic on his face. Since he had already guessed that someone intended to cause trouble, dealing with the situation became more composed and calm. All right, I want to know what exactly your so-called solution is. Hearing these words, everyone looked at each other, revealing a hint of confusion in their eyes. How come the guy now is completely different from the previous one? And he seems quite easy to talk to. Is there something suspicious here? Are they scheming against us? What are you scared of? With so many of us, how could we possibly fear his schemes? We might as well speak directly. Anyway, this guy doesn't dare to do anything. That's right. If he really dares to use force, then we can retaliate. If we can't, we can always call the police. In short, isn't solving this kind of person a piece of cake? After all, in the eyes of the vast majority of people, Su Liang was still just a little kid. How could he possibly be compared to them who were older? He posed no threat at all, and could only be manipulated at will. This kind of person has absolutely no impact on them. Chapter 202, Dare to Touch Me? All of you will be arrested if you do. After some deliberation, everyone felt that their thoughts made a certain amount of sense, and they nodded one after another. That's right. Our demands are actually quite simple. We want you to pay compensation. As long as you're willing to compensate us, everything can be negotiated. This matter can be resolved quietly, and you can rest assured that we absolutely won't cause you any more trouble in the future. Upon hearing this, Su Liang burst out laughing, his face filled with dissatisfaction and contempt. To be honest, only a fool would believe what the other party had said. Not causing me trouble? Then what was today's behavior all about? Moreover, once something like this starts, there's no way it can possibly stop. In the future, this group of people will surely become even more audacious because they think that the pet center has no one brave enough to oppose or resist them. In such a situation, no matter how much you give them or how much face you show them, it'll be equivalent to asking for trouble. So, according to your demands, how much money do I need to give you? And how much money can make you stop your current actions? Su Yang continued speaking. He seemed completely unruffled, showing an air of calmness. The onlookers revealed expressions of pleasant surprise upon hearing this, glancing at each other. Things were becoming smoother than expected, and without any kind of unexpected incidents, things wouldn't get more troublesome. The middle-aged man leading the group stepped out boldly. My old mother is already old, and now she's been injured by the explosion. No matter what, you should take responsibility for her living expenses going forward. Today, let's not complicate matters further. We are all here sincerely to solve the problem. So, here's the deal. Give us 1.2 million yuan, and from today onward, we'll leave you alone. Oh my god, 1.2 million. You really dare to say that out loud? Even if someone died from the explosion, the compensation might not be more than that. And that absolutely wouldn't be the pet center's issue. They're just taking advantage of the opportunity to extort money. That's why sometimes people are really incomprehensible. Give them a bit of leeway, and these guys go too far. Without a shred of self-awareness. 1.2 million, right? That's fine, I completely accept this proposal. Su Yang smiled faintly. This immediately made everyone present laugh. They had only intended this as a test, especially the middle-aged man, who was extremely regretful inside. Damn, he agreed so easily. Looks like this guy could afford even higher compensation. Next time, I should have asked for more. Unfortunately, some things don't come around twice. 1.2 million is 1.2 million, and all in all, it's not a bad deal. For many rural people, this sum of money would probably be impossible to earn in a lifetime. With 1.2 million, their lives would drastically improve, and they'd live comfortably moving forward. Just when everyone was overjoyed, Su Liang suddenly changed his tone. I haven't finished talking yet. You can't be so hasty. Just spit it out already. I'm waiting for you to cough up the cash. The middle-aged man said impatiently, caring only about getting the money. After all, to them, this was already additional income, since the real money was already arranged by someone else. Before paying this amount, I still want to know one thing. How much longer could your old mother have lived before being injured by the explosion? If she could have lived 10 more years, then yes, I'd indeed be willing to bear this cost. But can you guarantee that she could live 10 more years? If not, then I can only consider this extortion. What? Upon hearing this statement, the expressions of everyone present changed drastically, eyes full of shock and disbelief, finding the words utterly unfathomable. What? Didn't you agree earlier? Are you trying to renege this fast? The middle-aged man's face was full of anger, feeling greatly dissatisfied. The money they thought they were about to grab was gone in an instant, making anyone furious. What do you mean reneging? I wasn't so easy to fool in the first place. Besides, don't think I don't know why you guys came to make trouble here. There's undoubtedly someone inciting you behind the scenes. Who it is doesn't need me to say more. I believe everyone already understands clearly. As Su Yang spoke, he took out his phone. As for your earlier conversation about demanding money, I've recorded it all. I'll hand it over to the police later as evidence of your extortion. According to this amount, you're looking at a minimum of 5 years in jail. I wonder if your old mother will still be alive when you get out. What? Upon hearing this, everyone present changed their expressions drastically, filled with shock and disbelief. They originally thought that this person would be easy to deceive, but reality turned out to be different. Not only had the man not been fooled, But he'd also prepared for this situation. The middle-aged man immediately panicked and rushed forward in 2 quick steps to grab something. Su Liang directly placed his phone into his pocket. What are you doing? Planning on committing burglary next? Let me tell you, although the pet center isn't fully constructed yet, this is the office area. It can also be considered my private property. Your behavior constitutes housebreaking and robbery. If the charges accumulate, a sentence of 7 to 8 years could be expected. The face of the middle-aged man changed once more, his heart full of both anger and rage. He felt as if he had been toyed with by someone, causing him to lose control momentarily. Kid, don't think we won't dare touch you. This place is our village's territory. Even if we beat you to death, no one would dare do anything. What nonsense. Su Liang laughed loudly. Do you think I came here unprepared? Do you think it's just you who have backup? Let me tell you, if any of you dare lay a finger on me today, tomorrow I'll make them regret it. If you're Bufu cheat, then come try. I'd like to see who among you has the courage to serve 10 years in jail. Su Liang's tone was resolute, without hesitation, seemingly genuine, though this was merely intended to intimidate the other party. Investigations by the police require evidence. Without evidence, all talk is useless. Otherwise, how could a powerful group like Nanshan Group keep the criminal investigation team troubled for so long? Chapter 203. Try to break something if you dare. The crowd exchanged glances. None of them had expected the young man before them to suddenly become so difficult. The most crucial question was, where did his self-righteous demeanor come from? Could it be that Su Liang really has enough confidence in this situation? The middle-aged man naturally refused to believe such nonsense. This was their village's territory, and they even had a perfectly reasonable excuse. How could they possibly back down now? Although what the other party said did indeed make some sense, he was hired for money to be here. If this matter didn't work out, not only would he lose the compensation money, but there was also a possibility that all the money others had given him would be wasted. That would be completely unacceptable. What left him even more incredulous was how so many people couldn't intimidate an 18-year-old young man. If this story were told aloud, it would surely bring shame. Thinking about this, the middle-aged man involuntarily generated a surge of anger and gritted his teeth as he spoke. Young man, must we have an irreconcilable conflict? Do you know the consequences of doing so? All we'll lose is the money, but your pet base will never open here. Compared to us, your loss is obviously much more severe. Upon hearing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a hint of intrigue in his gaze. Isn't this guy essentially admitting his own wrongdoing without being questioned? How interesting. I've never revealed what kind of base I run here or mentioned to anyone my exact plans. Yet, you already know it's a pet base? If no one informed you beforehand, may I ask how you found out? The middle-aged man's expression subtly changed. He had never dreamed of getting unintentionally caught up in this. His anger surged further. The surrounding villagers exchanged looks as well. They were brought over here with payment, yet this current situation appeared far from optimistic. I see you'd rather eat punishment than drink peace. Since you don't know any better, I won't waste words on you. In short, if no money is paid today, everything in your base will be completely dismantled. The middle-aged man growled ferociously, waving his hand afterward, prompting the other villagers behind him to raise their farming tools accordingly. Surprisingly, their initial target wasn't the construction buildings of the base, but the equipment and vehicles that the engineering team had transported. This made the workers stare dumbfoundedly. They certainly hadn't anticipated turning from mere spectators into disaster-stricken individuals. Even the foreman of the construction team hurriedly approached, full of panic etched across his face. Hey guys, why involve us? We aren't related to the boss, we just came to do our job. Even if you have grievances, why should we be involved? If the equipment and vehicles got damaged, it would undoubtedly represent a colossal loss for the construction team since those items were rented. They would certainly be asked for compensation then. Seeing this scene, the middle-aged man secretly rejoiced internally, finally finding a soft touch. This was exactly the effect he wanted to achieve. Not paying money, right? Not fearing loss, right? Then I'll ensure you lose even more. You might not fear it, but someone else will. Everyone, we're all here seeking wealth. I don't want to make things hard either. But look at this little bastard, unyielding like oil mixed with water. You've seen this too. If you need to hold someone accountable, it has to be him. The middle-aged man bellowed with overwhelming presence, his followers primed and ready to pounce at any moment. The construction captain's mind instantly fell into disarray as he frantically waved towards Su Liang, panic written across his features. Boss Su, say something. It can't end with these people wrecking things, right? Just the combined value of all the devices and trucks that the construction team utilized amounted to several million. The captain might drain all his assets, and still, likely wouldn't afford any sort of reparation. What annoyed them more was the perceived injustice. They weren't the ones responsible for causing trouble, so why involve the construction team? Neither blocking nor letting it happen seemed appropriate. Observing the aggressive stance of these villagers, stepping in to stop them would inevitably result in violent retaliation, while ignoring it altogether carried even worse implications. Fighting wasn't the solution, neither was compensating for the damage acceptable. It was like encountering ghosts, surely. They didn't consult the calendar today, because how else would such calamities fall upon them? The construction captain felt utterly hopeless. Had he known it would turn this way, no way would he ever have accepted this project. It was pure trouble for himself. Unfortunately, these considerations were late by now, as the opposing side clearly intended to escalate the issue beyond resolution, either accepting the loss willingly or somehow managing to extricate themselves entirely. Never had they imagined that Su Liang, who was thought to be an easygoing person all along, would now display a look of utmost calmness, showing no concern for the potential events about to unfold. Everyone here doesn't need to worry. These people wouldn't dare to actually make a move. And if they break anything, they will have to pay double in compensation. So, if these guys want to act, let them go ahead. Anyway, it won't affect us in any way. Upon hearing this, the villagers immediately clenched their teeth in anger. Their eyes were filled with fury. None of them had expected these fellows to possess such audacity, and even less did they expect them to openly defy them right under their noses. Just what do you think your standing is? Or do you really believe you're gambling on something that might succeed? After all our efforts, are you suggesting that we can't handle someone like you? At the mere thought of this matter, everyone's face turned red with anger, clearly dissatisfied and unable to accept what was happening. Young man, let me tell you, don't push your luck too far. The middle-aged man cursed furiously, feeling an inexplicable strange sensation deep inside. Previously, when they were negotiating with Zhang Chong, the other side definitely hadn't dared to shout so boldly. But switching to another individual blocked their path instead, and this time for real. Especially with Su Liang's demeanor. Although the villagers had little knowledge of the law, they somehow sensed that his words didn't seem entirely fabricated. If they truly ended up getting caught because of this, it would mean losing both freedom and reputation. However, if they backed down without acting, not only would their grand performance be wasted, but their employer would surely confront them angrily as well. In just moments, the atmosphere grew incredibly tense, and nobody dared to make rash moves. The slightest provocation could escalate the situation to a loss of control. Meanwhile, the construction team captain was on edge, silently praying. Chapter 204. Other solutions might work too. Oh my god, please don't let the fire burn us. That would be a great loss. The construction team captain said in his heart. In the end, this deal will not only make little profit, but might even result in losses. After who knows how long, both sides seemed to become somewhat restless. Just as the situation started to become unpredictable, Su Liang suddenly grinned. In fact, there are other solutions. Of course, if you don't want them, then consider I never mentioned it. What the hell? The face of the project leader suddenly changed. Full of shock and disbelief, he didn't know how to describe his speechless mood. I'm telling you, young man, did you make a mistake? If you have a solution, why didn't you say it earlier? You made me almost risk losing our entire construction team. Is it fun to do this? Young people these days are just unreliable. Young and inexperienced. That's exactly what describes you. Of course, rant for rant. Who wouldn't complain when faced with such an issue? But at the same time, he was very curious. Given the current situation, there are two results. Either pay compensation or not. They have caused such a ruckus, yet you remain steadfast, which means you don't intend to compensate. If you don't plan on compensating, could there possibly be another way out? They definitely won't give up easily. When the local villagers heard this, they too looked at each other with faces full of confusion and bewilderment. They came here for money. Anything else is merely a scare tactic. As long as they get paid, they're willing to do anything, provided it doesn't harm their own interests. Who wants to see bloodshed out of nowhere? This is a law-abiding society. If something happens, legal responsibility will have to be borne. Even though the local villagers may not have much legal awareness, they still understand that murder is illegal, and injuring others can lead to imprisonment. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't think you can confuse us with all this foggy talk and fool us. The middle-aged man continued to pretend to be strong, thinking everything was still under his control. Unbeknownst to him, from the moment they were scared by Su Liang, they had gradually lost their initiative. To continue negotiating solutions is to hope that big issues become small ones, and small ones disappear without a trace. Otherwise, according to Su Liang's character, he could directly make this matter disappear completely. Key point being, even if it ends without resolution, what can these guys do? They can't provide a sufficiently compelling reason. Even if the police were called in to judge, the police wouldn't be able to define the nature of the event. Firstly, who can prove that the gas pipe was cut during construction? Secondly, even if it was cut, it should have been at the pet base, so how could it cause explosions in the village? It's unprecedented and absurdly funny. Moreover, this crowd rushing over here amounts to a mob disturbance. If we really delve into this deeply, it would certainly disadvantage the local villagers. This is why Su Liang feels confident. As long as I am justified, no matter where I go, regardless of how significant your background is, the outcome will be the same. Brother, let's not waste time. I'll ask you again. Are you willing to accept my third proposed solution? Su Liang said expressionlessly. This is the time to apply pressure to the other side. Otherwise, these people will get carried away and might even renege on their promises. At that time, things could get extremely complicated for Su Liang. He, of course, hopes for a smooth resolution. Only in this way can he ensure that everything remains under his control. And if things really get chaotic here, it will also impact the pet base. This project isn't independently managed by him. It's backed and operated by Prosperous Group. So it's natural that Su Liang has concerns. However, in others' eyes, it seems like he's unafraid. Therefore, sometimes, when going out, one needs to find some dignity. If one cannot achieve this, they will only be taken advantage of by others. Being manipulated is one thing, but it could also lead to a big loss. Su Liang will not allow such occurrences in his life, nor does he want Prosperous Group's early investment to go down the drain. This will greatly affect his future development. You must know that business cooperation in society often only gets one chance. If you can't seize it, a bad impression will be left on others. Even if you are very capable, once this negative impression is established and makes others feel that you are unreliable, then no matter how good the project or how great your abilities are, others will not want to cooperate with you. Who would willingly hand over their money to someone unreliable? Not to mention running off with the cash at any moment. But even if something unexpected happens as a result, who would bear the consequences? This is precisely why Su Liang absolutely must maneuver around these villagers right now. He needs to disrupt Mr. Su's plans while also stabilizing his position and control over this project indirectly. The middle-aged man was just about to argue against this when someone nearby whispered, "Enough already, they've given us enough chances. If you don't take them, you really don't know what's good for you." Yeah, we came here for money. Why make things so tense? Look, earlier, we almost got into a fight. And whose fault would it have been if that happened? You should at least hear him out first. If it doesn't satisfy you, we can always cause trouble later. The villagers surrounding began chattering among themselves, urging restraint. After all, none of them wanted the deal slipping through their fingers at the last moment. The middle-aged man considered this for a second and felt there was some sense to it. Instead of continuing to remain in deadlock, it would be better to examine the other side's proposed solution to see what benefits it might offer. If it proves acceptable, they could go along with it and avoid an awkward situation altogether. After brief deliberation, he nodded cautiously and said, "What's your plan anyway?" Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, a playful glint in his eyes. "Brother, I can only share this idea with you alone since too many people might lead to gossip, and if someone leaks it, I can't guarantee this will succeed." My goodness, heavens, what a clever way to play games. Pretending to create suspense like this. But it only made the middle-aged man more curious. Chapter 205. Help you think of a way to make big money. Although the middle-aged man hadn't read much, he still had a lot of social experience. He could feel that if the method said in front of everyone was not necessarily the best for him, but if it was said behind everyone's back, then it should be most beneficial to himself. Otherwise, why would he be called aside alone? It could have been told in front of everyone. Thinking of this, the middle-aged man secretly rejoiced and began to expect with excitement, subsequently nodding slowly. The villagers present naturally didn't know his little thoughts. They just gave reminders. "You must be extremely careful. If that guy has any tricks up his sleeve, yell out quickly. We will rush in immediately. That's right. This is our territory. No need to worry about being bullied by him. If he really dares to mess around, we will make sure he goes bankrupt." The middle-aged man nodded upon hearing this, also filled with confidence in his eyes. He slapped his chest and assured, "Rest assured, I will surely handle this matter smoothly, and I will definitely give everyone an explanation." Upon hearing such promises from him, everyone was reassured and stationed themselves at all entrances and exits of the pet base, even checking the dog holes in the back. This was done to prevent Su Liang and the construction team from fleeing if things went awry. Unfortunately, Su Liang had no such intentions. He let the captain of the construction team take all the workers to rest on the side, promising to continue calculating their wages. This made all the workers' faces devoid of any concern. After all, being on paid leave was fine. There was even an opportunity to openly shirk work. Why wouldn't they be happy with that? Subsequently, Su Liang led the middle-aged man into the temporary office. After closing the door well and ensuring no one was eavesdropping outside, Su Liang helped pour a glass of water and handed over a cigarette. Upon seeing this, the middle-aged man revealed a cold expression on his face. "Kid, don't waste my time with these formalities. Speak fast, say what you need to say, and get it over with. My time is tight. I can't afford to waste time here with you. Old brother, don't be hasty. If I'm not mistaken, someone probably hired you this time, and the reward they offered shouldn't be much, perhaps just about 100,000 yuan. Su Liang chuckled meaningfully. The middle-aged man's eyes widened instantly at these words, full of disbelief and bewilderment. What kind of tactics was this kid using? How could he possibly be spot on with his assessment? Due to guilty conscience, the middle-aged man came intending to create trouble deliberately. So from the start, he avoided some issues, and when Su Liang brought up this point, he pretended not to hear it directly. But now, with only the two of them present, and Su Liang revealing the approximate amount of money involved, it couldn't help but make the middle-aged man suspicious. Could this be a trap? First, someone deliberately came to seek him out wanting to pull strings behind his back, and then the other party revealed their bottom cards? You're not conspiring with that guy to go against me, are you? The middle-aged man hesitated as he asked, unaware that these words indirectly admitted Su Liang's question. Hearing this, Su Liang secretly rejoiced even more inside. Obviously, most people wouldn't notice such details. To think that he actually wanted to outwit him. With his capabilities, he would likely need several more years of practice. Su Liang didn't get angry but instead chuckled lightly. Do you think someone like me would join forces with the person who hired you to harm you? Besides, I have no grudges or debts with you. Why would I do that? How would I know? Maybe he gave you a lot of money. The middle-aged man blurted out without thinking. After all, he himself would act this way too. As long as he was paid enough money, then anything could be arranged, regardless of the difficulty level. The result would always be the same. But even if that were true, does the person who hired you have any grudges against you? Su Liang continued questioning. The middle-aged man paused slightly, a contemplative look showing in his eyes. He had a bad temper and often traveled outside, so he had indeed offended many people. But it wasn't to this extent, nor would anyone intentionally go through so much trouble just to target him. However, realizing this point made him even more confused and baffled. If neither of you is colluding, how do you know what condition he offered us? This is actually quite simple. Once I know who my enemy is, I believe I can gauge their probable moves. At the same time, I also know roughly what conditions they might offer. Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, a playful expression appearing in his eyes. Would someone as miserly as Manager Su be willing to spend a large sum of money? It's sheer fantasy. This guy is definitely trying to gain maximum benefit at the minimum cost. If he could cause the entire pet base to shut down, or even lead to the bankruptcy of this project with just tens of thousands yuan. That would be an excellent deal for him. It would be equivalent to spending tens of thousands yuan to remove one of the major obstacles in his path to inheriting the company. Who wouldn't jump at such a deal? Everyone would try to find ways to agree. But brother, have you thought about it? What you're doing today might just earn you some money, but I can easily sue you on charges of extortion. In other words, not only would you get nothing, but you might also lose everything you currently have. However, the person who hired you wouldn't lose anything, and they'd still irritate me in the process. Su Liang explained emotionally and logically, striving to make clear the consequences. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man's complexion changed slightly. Then he slapped the table and questioned angrily. You're just saying all this because you don't want to pay, right? There's nothing to discuss then. You were talking about a third option before. What nonsense is that? You obviously lured me in here. Let me tell you, I'm not someone who can be pushed around. Now that you already know the real situation, there's no need for pretense. Whether you like it or not, you will have to cough up the money. As for whether you file charges against me, that's your problem. And whether you can win the case is another story. He reasoned that as long as he took the money first and spent it, the court verdict would then be irrelevant. Because by the time the judgment comes, he won't have any money left. What money do I have to return? Even if you sue me, how can I repay without any cash? You can take my life if you've got the guts, but this modern society governed by law surely cannot practice debt for life penalties. Therefore, he was confident that the outcome couldn't possibly worsen. Chapter 206. Feast on the plaintiff first, then the defendant? If it were anyone else, upon hearing what the middle-aged man had said, they'd probably already be raging uncontrollably. This person's greed has truly become monstrous. He seems to have lost all moral compass for the sake of money. He will do anything just to get his hands on some money. Even disregard the law, right? However, in Su Liang's eyes, people who are so excessively greedy are often the easiest ones to manipulate. He thinks that these individuals will take risks when they believe they can obtain a windfall like 1.2 million yuan from him. Then what if I let him earn 1.6 million or even more? Would he switch sides willingly? This simple logic became the key to altering the entire situation according to Su Liang. People with no bottom line can either work for me or someone else. It all depends on who offers them more. Brother, let me finish my point. You can at most make 1.2 million from me, and after doing so, you'll be taking on a lot of risk. But I didn't say you won't make this money. On the contrary, I can offer you a much safer way. One where not only you can make over 1.2 million, but also avoid any consequences. What? The middle-aged man couldn't help but widen his eyes, full of confusion. He found this whole thing incomprehensible, utterly preposterous. Never in his life had he encountered something so absurd. After all, he already thought 1.2 million was an exorbitant amount. Yet, he hadn't expected that this gang appeared even more audacious than himself. Especially this young guy standing before him. How could he claim he'd be able to help the middle-aged man make more than 1.2 million? Who do you think you are anyway? A philanthropist child god? Or maybe the god of wealth? If you're truly one of those two figures, please bless me with gold mountains and silver mounds. I'll not only stay away from your trouble, but promise to burn incense daily for you in gratitude. Young man, consider carefully what you're about to say. If a single word of yours crosses my line, don't blame me for not warning you. The middle-aged man said arrogantly, though without realizing, his position had begun shifting ever so slightly. After all, 1.2 million is very tempting, and an amount higher than 1.2 million becomes even harder to resist. Su Liang slightly curled his lips into a smirk. While many ordinary people may think making money is extremely difficult, that's only because such people follow principles and hold on to bottom lines. For a person with no principle and no bottom line, making money is as easy as drinking water. Cheating, deceiving, blackmailing. Who says these aren't ways to get rich? But indeed, earning such ill-gotten gains can only be enjoyed by shameless individuals. For regular people, even if they manage to profit, they'll feel uneasy inside, tossing and turning restlessly. As for the middle-aged man standing here, it was quite clear that he would thrive within such schemes. Therefore, to offer him a sweeter deal, a bigger promise, Su Liang needed to disregard principles and abandon ethical boundaries entirely. And most importantly, Su Liang intended to use this opportunity to exact revenge. He couldn't let Mr. Su escape unscathed or achieve his wicked plans. Let me tell you something, brother. The person who approached you this time is my enemy, and this person is now suspected of breaking the law. In other words, if the police were to pursue this case thoroughly, he'd bear responsibility regardless of whether you succeeded or not. Either way, he'll face legal consequences. And this is precisely the reason why you can demand money from him. Su Liang explained patiently step by step. You can go back and deceive him, saying you've already completed this task. We'll act as though we're shutting down operations for a couple of days. After he pays you what he owes you, you can use this as leverage to ask him for another sum of money. This guy fears being discovered by the police. Therefore, he'll choose to cover up everything quietly instead. Don't you think you can earn much more from this plan than from working with me? Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man instantly felt enlightened, his eyes sparkling with excitement. That makes sense. Yeah, sure. You're actually pretty smart coming up with such a clever move. If you were to find Mr. Su, given the latter's vulnerability, Mr. Su would be forced to comply with him. In other words, if he manages to grab this sum of money, there'd be no further worry. This method seemed far more reliable than trying to extort money from Su Liang. Thinking about how wealthy he'd become through this venture, the middle-aged man was brimming with immense joy, almost to the point of losing self-control. Ha! This time, I've really made a huge profit. Young man, I didn't expect your mind to work so quickly. No wonder you can manage a base at such a young age. Looks like you do have some skills. Su Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. However, in his heart, he sneered at such people earning money that goes against their conscience. They would eventually pay the price. It's just a matter of time. Therefore, he was not envious at all and had no interest whatsoever in this sum of money. It is like being cursed by gold coins. Everyone who touches them will receive their due retribution. Only after returning all the gold coins can they return to a normal life. Older brother, since I've given you this suggestion, can we then consider our grudge as settled? Suddenly, the middle-aged man's eyes gleamed with a hint of cunning. Younger brother, if you're going to help someone, help thoroughly. Since you've already come up with a good plan for me, why don't you go ahead and give me the money you owe me too? Then let our family truly live a good life. From now on, we won't bother each other anymore. And we will absolutely never bother you again. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's eyes couldn't help but flash with a sharp look. Good guy, looks like I overestimated your bottom line. Did you think you could eat the plaintiff first, and then try eating the defendant? How do you know? Could it be that even a cake this big still can't fill your stomach? It's true that human hearts are insatiable like snakes swallowing elephants. Sometimes these old sayings aren't entirely without merit. Of course, Su Liang would never give him this money. Older brother, you should think carefully. Taking money from me is far more difficult than taking it from that guy. Not only that, do you truly believe I would only rely on legal means to deal with you? Since I can devise a way to handle him, how could I possibly not find a method to deal with you? It's just that considering we've met once, and there's no past enmity between us, I came up with a compromise. But if older brother refuses my kindness, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Chapter 207. A new way to make money, guaranteed not to lose. The middle-aged man couldn't help but feel a sudden shock upon hearing these words. Although he didn't say anything on the surface, he could strangely sense an intimidating pressure coming from the young man in front of him. It was really strange. After all, he had wandered around for over 10 years and had experienced much hardship in society. He had seen every kind of situation and every kind of person. But why did this young man possess such an overwhelming presence? What's more, he had a vague premonition. If he rejected Su Liang's proposal now, the consequences would be extremely terrible, and he might lose everything he stood to gain. After a brief silence, the middle-aged man slowly raised his head and couldn't help but cautiously ask, "So, how confident are you that you can help me get this money?" Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upwards. In his heart, he already knew that the plan was 80% successful. As long as things continued as they were, the situation would have no effect on him, and he even had enough confidence to secure even more help. Brother, there's no need to make it so tense. I'll tell you plainly, if you succeed, you will definitely gain far more than what you have now, and I guarantee, this won't be a losing deal for you. Su Liang said with determination, his eyes full of confidence. If he couldn't accomplish something as trivial as this, then he would truly be stupid beyond repair, and there wouldn't be any point wasting time here. It would be utterly meaningless for both parties, even absurd. Really or not? The middle-aged man hesitated, seemingly still unsure. After all, the sum was substantial, and if other factors interfered, he would incur great losses. Relax. There's someone even more concerned about your success than you. Su Liang smiled faintly. After a brief moment of thought, the middle-aged man eventually nodded. All right, let's do it as you've suggested, but I want to make one thing clear. If I don't end up getting my money, don't blame me for retaliating against you. I'll ensure that your base here can never continue operating properly. And not only that, I'll cause you even greater losses. Su Liang nodded. An old saying goes, even a powerful dragon doesn't suppress a local snake. This principle wasn't lost on him. If he truly went head-to-head with the villagers here, it wouldn't benefit him much, and might even complicate things to an unimaginable degree. This pet-based project wasn't just about himself. Even the chairman of Qiangxin Group, Zhang Yuxing, pinned high hopes on it. It was a key achievement concerning whether his son could inherit the position of chairman for the entire company. And since Mr. Su had to temporarily step away due to some issues, this gave him an unprecedented opportunity. If he failed to seize this chance, by the time things concluded, it wasn't just the villagers who would bother Su Liang. Chairman Zhang of Qiangxin Group likely wouldn't forgive him either. All right, let's go along with your suggestion. The middle-aged man nodded, revealing a gleeful expression on his face. Su Liang extended his hand, shaking hands with the man. This is the essence of business negotiations. Whether friend or foe can often be determined within the blink of an eye. As long as terms are reached, even the largest conflicts can be resolved. To put it simply, everyone's goal ultimately comes down to money. No matter how deep the grudges may run, who wouldn't prioritize their own wealth? Brother, the rest of the villagers in your village are left in your capable hands. There's no need for me to intervene anymore, right? Su Liang chuckled with deeper implications. The middle-aged man nodded while simultaneously showing a sly smile. That's absolutely certain. Since you've helped me earn this much money, why would I still seek more? Don't worry, I'll smooth things out with our villagers, ensuring it won't affect the overall situation. Moreover, I can guarantee that there will be no further trouble for your base from us in the future. Although Su Liang didn't reply outwardly, he inwardly mocked the idea. It seemed like only an incredibly naive person would believe such nonsense. Not long ago, this man had been trying to squeeze as much as possible out of him during this opportunity. People like him would one day have to pay a price, and Su Liang firmly believed that day wouldn't be far off. Because there was one thing he hadn't told the middle-aged man. The person helping General Manager Su wasn't just any ordinary individual. It was the illustrious Xuanhuan group. These people would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. What was even more important was that they would eliminate everyone standing in their way. No matter whether this person had an irreconcilable grudge against them, the result would be the same either way. By the time the two of them walked out of the office, people outside had been waiting anxiously for a long time. The villagers immediately surged forward. What's the deal? Did you manage to come to an agreement? Did that guy pull any tricks? He didn't dupe you, right? I'd say these people shouldn't be allowed to stay in our village anyway. We should drive them all away. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man waved his hand and revealed a calm smile on his face. All right, everyone stop making things overly complicated. It turns out to be just a misunderstanding. The gas explosion has little to do with them. So, let's not make trouble here anymore. Let's head back. Upon hearing this statement, every single person present was dumbfounded, their faces filled with astonishment. They were completely caught off guard. In such a short span of only a few minutes, how could everything have flipped upside down? And besides, the tone used by the middle-aged man was simply too over-the-top and outrageous. You were the one shouting loudest earlier, and now you're the one trying to ease the situation and renegotiate. What's really going on here? Another man stepped closer and whispered. The middle-aged man gleefully raised a finger and then quietly spoke. Tell everyone to go back home, and I'll double your wages later. At hearing this, the villagers from the countryside immediately showed signs of excitement on their faces. They never expected such a great deal. So why stay here any longer? They all then shrugged indifferently. Oh, if it was a simple misunderstanding, there would have been no need to specially come over here. That's true. The whole place is messed up, almost leading to the village turning against itself. Young fella, feel free to conduct your business here worry-free. If anyone gives you trouble in the future, you can always rely on us for help. Chapter 208. Is it resolved like this? It's impossible. Watching the villagers leaving in small groups, all the workers of the construction team nearby stared with their eyes wide open. Disbelief filled their gazes. They felt even more baffled and incredulous. Wasn't the change a bit too fast? It was something no one could fully understand. Mostly, the villagers' attitudes were just too exaggerated to be true. Before this, they were the ones making the most noise, but now they acted as if nothing had happened. And from beginning to end, it seemed that this group of people never considered making too many changes or having an impact. It was as if, after entering the office, they completely transformed into another situation. Could this be something that happens normally? It was completely unbelievable and baffling. Hey little boss, what did you do to make such a huge transformation in these guys? The foreman of the construction team couldn't help but reveal a look of doubt on his face, feeling incredulous. After all, this change far exceeded everyone's expectations and left people feeling both bewildered and disbelieving. Su Yang slightly lifted the corners of his mouth, revealing a playful expression in his gaze. I naturally have my plans. From now on, you will no longer have to worry about anyone causing trouble here. Unable to resist, the construction foreman raised his thumb, admiration filling his gaze. This left him speechless and deeply impressed. What does being powerful mean? Only today has it truly been seen. No wonder at such a young age he could become a boss, while I, already advanced in years, am still working as the leader of a construction team. Sometimes comparing people can really be infuriating, especially when there is nothing to say in reply. By the way, construction captain, there is something we need your team's help with. Su Yang suddenly said. Upon hearing this, the foreman's face immediately showed an expression of vigilance, his heart instinctively sinking. Wouldn't this be some other troublesome misfortune? Brother Su, don't drag us into trouble again. Under the current situation, we wouldn't know how to deal with it. The foreman sighed sorrowfully, his face full of melancholy and helplessness. Talk about causing trouble so easily, for them. It would indeed be a big and vexing problem. If it weren't for their good fortune this time, who knows how they would solve the present predicament? Su Yang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. You folks don't have to worry, I can't possibly give you any difficult work either. From today onwards, you can take a break temporarily. The workers looked at each other, their eyes brimming with shock and disbelief. But not long ago, you demanded that the schedule be sped up, right? We've mobilized so many people over here. Suppose the construction isn't going ahead, then where will the wages come from? The foreman's face was full of a troubled expression, seemingly unsure of how to respond. Su Yang waved his hand casually, appearing very relaxed. Don't worry, Captain, I absolutely won't put you in a tough spot. From today on, you'll be on paid leave, receiving your salaries without needing to show up here. And if you must come, you're not allowed to start work. You can only hang around the construction site eating, drinking, playing, and gambling. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. Their eyes filled with disbelief at this absurd request, which was spoken so earnestly by the speaker. Even the foreman couldn't help but blink his eyes several times. Little brother, are you mistaken? Do you think this kind of thing is possible? Certainly not mistaken. Everyone has indeed worked hard today, and it's truly been unfair to all of you. I feel genuinely sorry, so I hope to seize this opportunity to make up for it. I hope none of you find it offensive. Seeing the conversation has gone this far, what else could the workers on the scene say? The man had demonstrated more than enough sincerity, and there was absolutely no hint of taking advantage of anyone. Judging from this point alone, it's sufficient to commend him highly. Since the younger brother is so sincere, then we will not be shy. The foreman confirmed multiple times, fearing he might have misunderstood even a single word. After all, in all the dozen-plus years of work, he has never encountered such a great deal. Of course, my words are golden. I am definitely not someone who breaks promises. All right, go rest quickly. If anything comes up, I'll contact you promptly. Su Yang waved his hand, and with high spirits, the workers departed. Not until he saw that the entire pet base was devoid of others did he resume his normal demeanor, his face revealing a thoughtful expression. From the current situation, the events unfolding before him were not overly complicated or troublesome. The most crucial aspect was that these matters had a substantial impact on the entire landscape. The biggest issue now was how to deal with Mr. Su. Since Mountain River Group had silently supported Mr. Su this time, it was clear they were declaring war. So, no matter what, preparations needed to be made in advance. And those responsible must pay a price for their actions. Otherwise, the group wouldn't be so easily resolved. Just then, Zhang Chong came back. Seeing the deserted pet base, he revealed a look of thoughtfulness and confusion. What's going on? Where did everyone go? Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, revealing a teasing expression. I'd say you're too slow, kid. Everything's already sorted out, and here you come back like it makes any difference. Anyone who didn't know would think you ran off to avoid trouble. Are you kidding me? Hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately became upset, his face showing anger. Man, I did exactly what you told me, to find reinforcements, and now you accuse me of running away? That's totally unreasonable, and no one would ever agree with that. Su Liang waved a hand while laughing, appearing completely relaxed as if not minding at all. I was just joking with you. There's no need to get so worked up. Besides, if I really thought you were a cowardly deserter, I wouldn't be your friend, let alone cooperate with you on all this trouble. Zhang Chong, hearing this, looked contemplative before asking hesitantly. So, what exactly happened? Why did everything change so suddenly? Su Liang briefly recounted the ins and outs of the situation, particularly focusing on how he had deflected all blame onto Mr. Su, which left Zhang Chong in utter amazement. Wow, man, you really know how to play things to the max. Chapter 209. What the mall hates most is all in. Zhang Chong would never have dreamed that Su Liang had set such a huge trap. The most important thing is that the logic of this trap is impeccable. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, directly using Mr. Su's tactics against him. And it still works wonders. It can only be said that some things in this world are not as simple as we think. For many people, it is not an easy thing to ensure their situation remains optimistic. For them, if they want to change the current situation, the most important way is to find the right opportunity. Unfortunately, many people simply don't have such opportunities, nor are they able to achieve them. But how did you know for sure that Mr. Su was mixed up with the Xuanhuan group? Zhang Chong couldn't help but ask curiously, his eyes full of doubts. After all, this matter was indeed a bit beyond his comprehension, and he also found it hard to understand. How did you feel from which point on this matter is within your control? It's unreasonable. Moreover, from start to finish, the Xuanhuan group has never revealed its identity or whereabouts. Even if there were any clues, they were related to Mr. Su and had nothing to do with anyone else. Just think carefully. Without the tacit approval of the Xuanhuan group, do you think Mr. Su alone could manipulate the entire matter? It's clearly impossible. Moreover, the people from Xuanhuan group obviously wanted to give me a warning. So this time I used their intentions, thus ensuring my invincibility. Su Liang said seriously, with composure in his eyes. As the saying goes, business is like warfare. Sometimes we must make very decisive judgments, and there cannot be any mistakes. Because once a mistake occurs, the situation will develop in the opposite direction. The influence on oneself would be terrible. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chong involuntarily gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Now he finally knew where the gap between himself and Su Liang lay. It was truly exaggerated, and under normal circumstances, such a situation should not occur. And it shouldn't allow the situation to escalate in a more bizarre direction either. Amazing. No wonder you had such great confidence before. It turns out you saw through the crux long ago. It's embarrassing that I was worried for you. Now, how do I feel like a fool? Zhang Chong said unhappily, regret showing on his face. Why did he rush off to look for help? He should have solved the current problem directly. Su Liang's mouth slightly turned upward, a hint of amusement gleaming in his eyes. Come on, here I trust only you absolutely. If you were unwilling to help me, how could I solve the current problems? Besides, I need to prepare for 2 scenarios. Just in case the villager's situation doesn't go as expected, it will surely cause a huge impact later. Did your old man ever let you put everything on one roll of the dice when you're doing business? Zhang Chong blinked repeatedly, admiration shining in his eyes. He had to admit that he could really learn a lot of things here. And these things can indeed provide him with a lot of security. The key is that these things were never encountered in school before. Therefore, in such a situation, if all situations can develop towards a better direction, then it will definitely be helpful for everyone. Most importantly, it will stabilize his current position. As long as he can firmly stand his ground in the prosperous group, then everything that happens afterwards does not need to worry anymore. And for him, this might be the only goal in life. Being able to inherit his father's business is already quite rare for Su Chong, and he has not even hoped that he can do better than his father. After all, capabilities speak volumes. But now with Su Liang's help, Zhang Chong has unprecedented confidence. Perhaps things can develop in a better direction. Maybe the situation won't be as bad as imagined. Most importantly, all of this can improve the situation. There might even be a chance for a breakthrough. If that day really comes, then it will be a tremendous upgrade for everyone, and there might even be a chance to turn the tables. Zhang Chong had already begun to fantasize about the scenario when he could one day truly take over his father's business and perform exceptionally well. By then, he would be the pride of the entire family, no longer the useless person in others' eyes. This was something that would bring joy and happiness to everyone. Alright, now we just need to be patient and wait. I believe there will soon be results. Then someone will give us an explanation, and at the same time, things will begin to develop in a better direction. Su Liang patted his shoulder. Zhang Chong nodded, filled with confidence. He believed that the current situation wouldn't cause too much trouble for him. and these matters would become tremendous motivation, leading to a new era afterward. Perhaps then, the situation might become quite extraordinary, and he would receive even more help. Meanwhile, on the other side, as soon as the middle-aged man returned home, his mother rushed out immediately. Her gaze was full of urgency. How did it go? Did you get the money? Did they agree to your demands? At this moment, anyone smart would understand that this was nothing but a scam from start to finish. There was no such thing as a gas pipe explosion or any injuries caused thereby, nor were there people knocking on doors demanding compensation. It was simply a battle between competing interests. Someone was merely hoping to gain enormous profits from it. Other than that, there was no other reason. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curved upward slightly, revealing a look of satisfaction in his eyes. Mother, rest assured, the situation is completely under our control this time. Moreover, our income should be even greater in the future. Hearing these words, his mother's face lit up with surprise and delight, prompting her to praise him continuously. Wonderful. If that really happens, it will be a huge help for us. And from now on, we can live the life of true rich people. Just thinking about it made one incredibly excited. Chapter 210. This amount of money seems not enough. Seeing the ecstatic expression on his mother's face, the middle-aged man was also pleased. People like them would resort to any means for money because in their view, only money could bring respect. Without it, they were worth nothing. For this reason, to gain substantial profits, they could take risks. After all, this time they could get 1.2 million yuan. Moreover, Xuanhuan had promised even higher profits, but he would at least have to give some money to other villagers, or it would be impossible to cover up the matter. Besides, how much he could get eventually was entirely up to him. The others would never know. With this sum of money, they could not only build a new house, but also buy a new car. More importantly, the family would no longer have to worry about food and clothing. Storing the remaining hundreds of thousands in the bank would still leave a very impressive figure. If this amount were used for small businesses, it would lead to even greater prosperity. The poor are poor not because they lack intelligence, but because sometimes their starting point is too low. This is like some people holding 10 million yuan earning 500,000 yuan in a year, whereas a poor person with 1,000 yuan earns just 50 yuan in a year. In reality, the profit margin might be similar, but the gap between them is astronomical. Nevertheless, outsiders always assume that the one making 500,000 must be outstanding, while the one making 50 is considered insignificant. Is this really true? At the end of the day, it's merely an issue of the starting stage. Some start high, and some earn more from the outset. That's why poorer people get poorer while richer ones get richer. It's because of the logic behind it and such deeper causes. If these factors are disregarded, ordinary people can easily make quite a lot of money. What are you waiting for? Go ask for the money quickly. Why are you just standing there dumbly? The mother urged him repeatedly. She had never seen so much money in her life. With the money almost within reach, her joy was indescribable in words. Don't rush. I cannot let others see. Otherwise, if they knew how much we took, wouldn't it greatly affect us? It's possible that our fellow villagers might even come asking for money. Wouldn't we lose everything then? The middle-aged man said earnestly, his eyes full of seriousness. After hearing these words, the mother thought it made perfect sense. Such matters couldn't benefit anyone else, and they had finally grasped this rare opportunity, which they would definitely not share with others. The pain in her heart was unbearable. Fine, but you need to seize the opportunity and absolutely ensure no one else gets it. Relax, mother. This deal was found by me, and even if the others in the village wanted to meddle, it would be impossible. The middle-aged man said firmly, full of confidence. Unknowingly, night fell, and other villagers began preparing firewood for dinner. Seizing this time, the middle-aged man finally found a reasonable chance. He quietly dialed Sue's phone number. On the other side, someone was already anxiously waiting. What are you doing, fooling around this late? Don't you understand the consequences of what you're causing? Do you know how much trouble this creates for us? Ouch. Boss, this isn't easy as you know. That kid isn't an easy target. Today, I spent a great deal of energy maneuvering with him. Otherwise, do you think I'd call you now? While the middle-aged man complained out loud, inside he felt elated. He did not understand why the other party went to such lengths to create trouble for Xuanhuan. But however, this was his chance to make money. What's more important was that the other party seemed restricted in movement and couldn't leave immediately. Therefore, this created immense room for operation, allowing him to dictate everything since the other party was completely in the dark. All right, tell me the result. I just want to hear it. Su demanded impatiently, his voice filled with anxiety. He urgently needed to know the outcome because it would decide whether he could extricate himself and continue cooperating with the Mountain River Group. Although Su had been severely beaten by the Mountain River Group, he wasn't entirely without gains. At least after figuring out the ins and outs of the matter, the other party was willing to give him a chance and hoped to use this method to deal a dirty blow to Xuanhuan. After all, this little rascal was truly hateful, intentionally swindling their money and devising such despicable means. Thus, Su and the Mountain River Group naturally found themselves on the same chain of interest. Both sides were eager to make Xuanhuan suffer a significant loss. This way, they would be able to better control the situation and negotiate more effectively. Boss, if I'm calling you, it means the task is already done. Rest assured, their base can no longer operate right now, and judging from the current situation, it will likely have to stop operations for at least half a month. Upon hearing this, Su's face lit up with joy, his excitement palpable. Just imagining Zhang Chong losing his qualification to inherit the position of chairman made Su feel extremely satisfied. Good. You've done an exceptionally fine job this time. Rest assured, I won't let you down, and the money will be transferred immediately. About a minute later, the middle-aged man's phone received a text message notification. but a greedy look appeared on his face. Boss, I've received the money. All right, since that's the case, our true collaboration ends here. From now on, we'll never cross paths again. You don't know me, and I don't know you. As Su was about to hang up, it was clear the middle-aged man didn't intend to leave things there. The previous exchange was merely an appetizer. What followed would be the main course. He also intended to show Su what genuine extortion looked like. Boss, isn't this amount of money slightly insufficient? The middle-aged man said meaningfully. Upon hearing this, Su's eyebrows furrowed slightly, and a tinge of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Chapter 211. Asking for the moon. What do you mean? We clearly agreed on 200,000 beforehand. And I even transferred an extra 50,000 to you. Now you're telling me it's not enough? What kind of scheme are you planning, young man? The middle-aged man grinned, his face filled with mockery. From what you're saying, am I the kind of person who doesn't stick to principles? That sum is merely the money you gave me to handle your matter. It isn't a silence fee. What silence fee? Mr. Su frowned, a sense of foreboding creeping into his heart, feeling as if he had miscalculated somewhere. Boss, though we're from the countryside and haven't seen much of the world, it doesn't mean we're stupid. You mustn't think I'm that easy to fool or that I don't know your business is illegal. What did you say? Mr. Su's eyes widened in disbelief, finding it absurd that this guy would have the audacity to mention legality to him. Do you know what you're talking about? If I were to break the law, you'd be an accomplice too. The one truly breaking the law is you. Even if you report me, you won't escape the consequences either. Mr. Su was no pushover and certainly wouldn't allow himself to be manipulated so easily. The middle-aged man seemed to have anticipated this already. Boss, don't speak so absolutely. Moreover, I'm just an ordinary citizen. Even if I get caught, there won't be much loss for me. I might just sit inside for a few years, but I've heard that you have some big connections. If you got caught, the losses would be enormous, possibly dragging in more people. If by chance you have any companies or other businesses under your name, they might no longer belong to you and could fall into someone else's hands. At these words, Mr. Su's veins bulged in fury. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that this man would turn against him like this at such a critical moment and use this rationale to betray him. You traitor! You double-crossing bastard! Mr. Su couldn't contain his anger anymore and shouted obscenities. TSK, how can it be called being disloyal? Boss, we were simply in a hired labor relationship. It just happened that I scored a great deal this time. Tell me, if I let this opportunity pass, wouldn't I regret it for missing out on something this golden? The middle-aged man appeared utterly relaxed, confident due to the key information revealed to him earlier by Su Liang regarding the current situation. After all, he figured it was the hidden nature of the boss' actions that forced them into doing such things. Capitalizing on this point, as long as everything stayed within control, the situation would remain favorable. Blackmailing with a hefty amount wasn't difficult at all, completely unnecessary to worry about anything. Mr. Su's face turned green with rage at hearing this. In his wildest imagination, he never foresaw the situation becoming so bizarre, nor did he expect the situation to spiral somewhat out of control. What a despicable person, threatening him and having the gall to say such things. Truly infuriating. After a long moment of silence, Mr. Su took a deep breath, striving to restore his calmness because he knew perfectly well that if things were to blow up, it would have an enormous impact on him. If imprisoned, he would not only lose the right to inherit the company chairman position but also all his assets. At that point, others could easily investigate him in various ways, and his background definitely couldn't withstand such scrutiny. If all his property were confiscated, all his efforts over the years would be utterly wasted. Weighing the pros and cons after some thought, Mr. Su ultimately decided to resolve the issue by paying off the blackmailer. Fine, tell me how much you want. The corner of the middle-aged man's mouth curved upward slightly, satisfaction gleaming in his eyes. It was exactly as Su Liang had said. Everything went extraordinarily smoothly, and the other party showed no sign of fighting back. Moreover, after boldly raising the stakes initially, the lesson became clear. These people were very wealthy. Even a youth could dare propose such high conditions, so why couldn't he? With that thought, the middle-aged man responded without hesitation. It's simple. How about this? You give me 2 million in one go. From now on, we'll never be in touch again, and I won't mention to anyone that I know you. As for the matters you asked me to handle, from now on, they will remain buried within me. There's no way a third person would ever find out. What are you saying? Mr. Su was so angry that he almost jumped up in rage, his face filled with fury and indignant anger. He had never dreamed that a countryman would dare to speak arrogantly and even propose such a high condition. Where does your confidence come from? Do you think what you have done will really go unnoticed? Do you think you can spend the money you get once it's in your hands? Brother, I advise you to have a little self-awareness and not do things beyond your ability. Have you ever considered if you could earn 2 million in your entire life? And even if I gave you the money now, there's no guarantee you'd hold on to it firmly. At some point, others might still take it away from you. Upon hearing these words, the middle-aged man showed a look of disdain on his face. Stop spouting nonsense, and answer me. Will you pay or not? If not, I'll report you to the police right now. At these words, the people from the xuanhuan group also changed expressions. They originally intended to use this opportunity to teach Su Liang a small lesson, but never expected the situation to escalate far beyond normal expectations. Moreover, if the middle-aged man reported this matter, it wouldn't just affect Mr. Su. The xuanhuan group would also be implicated. Currently, they were always under scrutiny, and the police were struggling to find a breakthrough. If they willingly provided them with information, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the situation could become unprecedentedly severe. Not possible. absolutely cannot let him report. The head of the xuanhuan group said with great seriousness, his gaze full of gravity, and his tone left no room for negotiation whatsoever. Hearing this, Mr. Su's face immediately turned green with anger. It sounds easy for you guys to say, but I'm the one who has to cough up the money. Do you have any idea how much 2 million is worth? Chapter 212. General Su, bearing humiliation. Do you guys even know how painful it is for me to spend this money just to placate that despicable young fellow? General Su has never experienced such a great humiliation in his entire life, and his feelings at this moment are simply indescribable. He simply cannot understand why. After having made adequate preparations and seeing everything progressing according to their plan, things suddenly became so incomprehensible and almost unbelievable. Which step went wrong? And what exactly led this middle-aged man to realize they were vulnerable to coercion? I'm telling you, big brothers, if you're going to make decisions, couldn't you at least ask for my opinion beforehand? This situation is clearly unacceptable, and from the perspective of the entire situation, it's completely unreasonable. General Su's face was ashen with melancholy. His heart felt beyond words of frustration. He just can't fathom why misfortune always seems to fall on him. Aren't the others involved too? Why must he always be the one to bear all the consequences? Don't you get it yet? Now we have absolutely no choice. Besides, this guy's influence on our plans is huge. Can you take responsibility if he goes ahead and reports us? The person in charge of xuanhuan group said sternly, with not an ounce of room for negotiation in his tone. Because time was short due to the urgency of the matter, they had to decisively make a decision. When General Su tried to say something more, the person in charge cut him off by patting his shoulder and saying, "Relax, even if we give him this money, he probably won't be able to enjoy it. Not everyone in the world can afford to bask in the favors of a beautiful woman, and we have 10,000 ways to make him vomit out everything he swallows." With these words, General Su instantly understood and also guessed at xuanhuan group's intentions. They planned to silence the middle-aged man permanently after calming him down and quelling his emotions. After all, this man was just an ordinary villager, neither influential nor well-connected. Even if he disappeared from the world, so what? No one would ever care. Are you sure you want to do this? Do you, Mr. Su, have another way? Or perhaps you're hesitant because you don't want blood on your hands. The person in charge smirked slightly, with an amused glint in his eyes. You need to think clearly. We're all on the same boat now. If you want to leave, I wouldn't have anything to say against it, but as for what consequences would follow, who knows? After reflecting briefly, General Su nodded resolutely. Cruelty brings stability. And since it was the other side who moved first, it wasn't his fault. It could only be blamed on the greediness of that man, who should pay for his actions. Then, without delay, he opened his phone. Still there. I've waited this long already, boss, so you'd better give me an answer. My patience isn't infinite, and if you keep dragging, I'll call a taxi straight to the police right away. Clearly, the middle-aged man thought he had them cornered. After all, under these circumstances, nobody could guarantee that the situation would develop any better, and the consequences could become quite troublesome and complicated. Biting his tongue, General Su managed his anger and gritted his teeth to say, "No problem. I can meet your demands and promise you 2 million, but I expect you to hold up your end of the deal. If you turn out greedy afterward, don't blame us for being ruthless." Hearing this, joy immediately spread across the middle-aged man's face. He didn't anticipate it going so smoothly, and now he even regretted a little whether he should have asked for more. Why else would the other side agree so readily? But now wasn't the time to dwell on such questions. The most important thing was to get this money in hand. It was far more critical than anything else. Relax, boss. No one cares about us small fries anyway. So naturally, we wouldn't dare do anything harmful to ourselves. Once this situation settles, I'll surely keep this secret locked inside me forever, and no one will ever find out about it from today onward. Good. General Su nodded harshly, his eyes filled with ferocity. In that case, tell me how you wish to conduct the transaction. Should I transfer the money directly, or give you cash? Of course it's cash. In this day and age, transfers leave records. I imagine the boss wouldn't want people to trace it, would he? A transaction of this size would definitely grab the attention of some people in the department. So just tell me the time and place. Mr. Su didn't waste any time either. After all, their plan was already being re-prepared. No matter what, they had to deal with this major threat first before they could move on to handling Su Liang. However, regarding the entire situation, this matter was indeed beneficial. At least from the current circumstances, if spending a little money could resolve things, it wasn't too difficult for them. The two promptly agreed on the time and location for the transaction. Once everything was confirmed without error, the middle-aged man hung up the phone. Mr. Su turned his head toward the person in charge of xuanhuan group. Brother, I've taken care of everything on my side. The next steps are entirely in your hands. There must be no more accidents. This man, whether for me or you, serves no purpose alive. The leader's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a fierce gaze. That's certain. He could have peacefully enjoyed 250,000 yuan, but instead chose to ask for trouble. If that's how it is, then we'll let him know what true ruthlessness looks like. After all, xuanhuan group was a gang of lawless desperados. Naturally, when it came to resolving the present issue, they felt no remorse whatsoever. If you're going to act, do it harshly, go all the way. Don't bother with meaningless talk, because doing otherwise served no real purpose. As long as they could resolve the immediate problem, then no issue would remain an actual obstacle. As for a small fry daring to challenge them, it was pure foolishness. Rest assured, Mr. Su, we'll send someone right away to make the arrangements, and soon you'll hear good news. Soon, this guy will vanish from the world completely, and no one will know where he disappeared or be able to track his whereabouts. Chapter 213. You won't stand firm unless you're ruthless. Upon hearing these words, Mr. Su revealed a satisfied expression on his face. There was even a malicious smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. You bastard. This is what you have created, and you will also pay the price for your actions. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something. Brother, don't you find this matter a bit strange? Upon hearing this, the responsible person's eyes revealed a look of deep thought, then slowly asked, how do you think there's a problem? Or do you think the current situation should be like what? I always feel that if it's this bumpkin, he absolutely wouldn't be smart enough, and it's even more impossible for him to think about extorting us. Which means there must be other people plotting behind this guy. So I'm thinking, has he actually already sold us out long ago? The responsible person, upon hearing this, slightly raised the corners of his mouth, his eyes revealing an amused expression. It seems our Mr. Su isn't entirely stupid after all. He could actually think of this point. Mr. Su, upon hearing this, widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and somewhat unexpected. So you've known this all along. Why didn't you tell me just now? Just now the situation was urgent, and weren't you negotiating with the other party? If anything happens, the consequences would be quite troublesome. We need to consider the bigger picture. The responsible person said leisurely, his tone seeming very relaxed. Mr. Su, upon hearing this, gritted his teeth in anger. These bastards, none of them are easy targets. They actually had ulterior motives behind my back and were planning to trick me. But for him, the best news was that the current situation was still under his control and there wasn't too much surprise. As long as the situation could develop towards a better direction, trying hard might not be such a bad thing. At least it could ensure that the current situation was still sufficiently advantageous for them. If so, merely dealing with one person will definitely not solve the fundamental problem. We need to find out who's behind him and plotting. Mr. Su, anxious and worried, said. The responsible person, upon hearing this, showed a mocking expression on his face. Mr. Su, are you really pretending to be naive or intentionally unaware? Isn't this simple matter clear to you yet? Who else besides Su Liang could know about us and target you so specifically? One phrase woke up the dreamer, and Mr. Su immediately understood. So your meaning is that all of this is being manipulated by Su Liang behind the scenes? It's him who sent this guy to extort us. That's certainly true. What kind of knowledge does a bumpkin have? How could he understand our situation so thoroughly and control the entire situation? With only his simple-minded thoughts, it's not worth mentioning, completely a joke. Mr. Su instantly comprehended everything, the anger inside him becoming even stronger. Bastard. I said this matter felt strange somehow. It turns out someone is manipulating from behind the scenes. And that person is Su Liang. Just thinking about being played around by him, Mr. Su was furious. All you big brothers, aren't you deeply resenting that guy? Hurry up and find a way to get rid of him. If we don't solve this guy soon, it might have a significant impact on us. Even the whole situation might completely lose control. By that time, things will become extremely complicated and messy. The head of the xuanhuan group, upon hearing this, shook his head. His face was calm, and it seemed like he had already grasped the situation. Don't be so hasty. Don't you think we want to resolve this? But you need to be aware that our control over the current situation is not as strong as you imagine. Moreover, Su Liang can be taken care of any time. But this bumpkin needs to be solved as soon as possible, otherwise his impact on us will be huge. It might even cause the entire situation to spiral out of control. Would you want to see yourself ruined? Mr. Su, upon hearing this, thought about it, and felt there was indeed some truth to it. He then nodded, but no matter what, Su Liang remained the truly infuriating person. We must deal with this guy no matter what, to ease the anger in our hearts. Kid, just you wait. Once I get out of here, that'll be the end of you. I don't believe you have the power to solve all the troubles. Meanwhile, on the other side, after hanging up the phone, the middle-aged man's face was full of excitement, for this matter was extremely worth celebrating and a crucial moment that could change his fate. After briefly calming down, the middle-aged man rushed into the room without delay. Mom, we've succeeded. Really? Where's the money? The old woman was eager to check, but found her son empty-handed. Her face immediately revealed dissatisfaction. You little brat, when did you learn to deceive me? Did you secretly stash the money away? Let me tell you, I raised you this big. You cannot be a traitor at such a time. You certainly cannot turn ungrateful and rebellious. After all, this kind of thing is very common in the countryside. Many people, once they become successful, choose to forget their roots and flip their faces without hesitation, revealing what one might call human nature. And many people only avoid this outcome after acquiring enough wisdom. This is what is referred to as poverty fostering deceitful plans and wealth cultivating good intentions. Many things in the world are far more terrifying than imagined, and their impact goes beyond ordinary understanding. Those who truly reach great heights must pay an extremely painful price. Oh no, Mom, you're talking nonsense again. How could I be that kind of person? They just haven't given me the money yet. Then the middle-aged man recounted the details of their conversation. Upon hearing this, the old woman's face was full of approval, and her heart was overjoyed. That's wonderful. You must go quickly to ensure that this situation doesn't get used against us or seen by others, or else we'll be in serious trouble, and it might even make things much worse. Chapter 214. A middle-aged man went missing. On the second morning, Su Liang arrived at the pet base. Though he needed to return to school for teaching now, his schedule was relatively flexible, and it wouldn't significantly impact his work or life. Most importantly, the situation at the pet base had not yet fully calmed down. He believed that people like Mr. Su and those from the Mountain and Water Group would soon discover something suspicious. At that time, they would try their best to counter him. If such a situation arose, the current events could become quite difficult to handle. With just Zhang Chang alone, it definitely wouldn't be enough. After learning about the situation here, Lu Hao also hurried over to help. The two stood in the vast pet base, which seemed somewhat desolate. I say, boss, do we really need to be this worried? Moreover, haven't you already found a way to deal with Mr. Su? Surely, there's no need to worry about the current situation. Lu Hao looked up, crouching by the curb, his eyes full of doubt. In the past, the two were close friends, and he listened out of trust in Su Liang. But things were different now. The current situation sufficiently proved that Su Liang's vision and abilities were outstanding, surpassing ordinary imagination. With such a leader around, why should one still strive? Moreover, failing to support him would seem utterly foolish. And all subsequent events might lead to consequences needing personal accountability. Of course, because currently, the Mountain and Water Group hasn't revealed any flaws. Only their boss has contacted us. But this can't be used as evidence to arrest them. Su Liang mused thoughtfully. He had hoped to break the deadlock through the information regarding Mr. Su, but unexpectedly, this guy got involved with the Mountain and Water Group. Ironically, this turned out to be beneficial for him. If Mr. Su could uncover the secrets behind Mountain and Water Group, then the police would have sufficient reason to shut them down. By then, they'd certainly discover some clues among them. Although the Mountain and Water Group might shift numerous pieces of evidence during the process, it didn't matter because the police had plenty of witnesses. How could they possibly fail to resolve the case? At that moment, an urgent knocking sound came ringing out. Knock, knock, knock. Lu Hao couldn't help turning his head, confusion filling his eyes, feeling baffled. Who was so annoying during broad daylight? Are they crazy, running here just to make trouble? Since the pet base wasn't even open for business, there were no customers beforehand. Therefore, logically, nobody would come visit. Hence, the ones coming either belonged to the pet base staff or were troublemakers. Su Liang mulled it over, sensing something faintly. Stop complaining and go open the door quickly. What if someone has an emergency? Can you handle it anyway? After hearing these words, Lu Hao reluctantly opened the door. However, much to his surprise, outside stood an old woman who appeared to be around 50 or 60 years old. What's worse, this old woman looked frantic. As soon as she saw Lu Hao, she shouted loudly, "Return my son! Return my son!" This completely puzzled Lu Hao, leaving his face full of bewilderment. Old lady, are you mad? I don't even know you. What son are you talking about? Besides, if your son is lost, you should call the police. Why bother me? I can't help find him. As the two were arguing nonstop, Su Liang walked over. Old lady, if I'm not mistaken, you should be related to that guy who came yesterday demanding compensation from me. That's right. You're the owner here, aren't you? Return my son to me immediately. The old woman anxiously replied, her eyes filled with worry. Hearing this, Lu Hao instantly understood. It was this very old woman causing all the commotion. He immediately showed no good expression towards her. You're absolutely shameless. Your son comes here unreasonably causing trouble, and now you actually dare to come and demand him back. We haven't bothered to deal with you already. You should be thanking heaven and earth instead, and here you are being unreasonable. Truly unbelievable, the audacity of people these days, truly disgraceful. Upon hearing this, the old woman immediately burst into tears and wailed on the ground, clearly showing no signs of backing down until she achieved her goal. This drew the attention of the workers nearby who were playing around, as they all stretched their necks to see what was happening. What's going on? Yesterday a group of villagers came here and made a scene. Today it's an old woman causing trouble. Is there something wrong with the feng shui here? How should I know? Anyway, we're on paid leave now, so I'm just resting. As for other matters, I don't know anything about them. Do whatever you want, but it has nothing to do with me. Exactly. This time we must stand far away. We can't afford to get involved again. I'm really scared. These people are all crazy. Recalling the events from yesterday, the workers present all showed expressions of worry. At the same time, they all retreated instinctively. And the mental state of the old woman who came today clearly appeared more frantic than the villagers from yesterday. Who knows what out-of-line actions she might take? If such a situation were to occur, it would be an even bigger problem for them. So sometimes, one needs to learn to yield because only through yielding can one protect oneself. After all, everyone is an ordinary person. It's not like they can risk their lives for the sake of being kind. Su Liang waved his hand to comfort the elderly woman and said, Auntie, I've only met your son once, and I don't even know his surname or name. There's no point in coming to find me. What use would that serve? If he's really missing, it's better to report it to the police. In desperation, the old woman blurted out, We cannot report it to the police. Reporting it will ruin everything. This directly sparked Lu Hao's curiosity. Why can't we report it? When something happens, seeking help from the police is the right thing to do. Who doesn't go to the police when they have trouble? Those who don't seek police help probably have issues themselves. As he puzzled over it, Su Liang gave him a meaningful look. Don't you understand yet? There's something fishy going on. Chapter 215, Run away with the money? Or get what he deserves? When Lu Hao heard these words, he blinked his eyes curiously, finding it hard to believe. It can't be possible. What could possibly go wrong here? Besides, since he already went to Mr. Su, this matter has nothing to do with us. Bullshit. It does have something to do with you. If it weren't because of your people, how would my son have gone to that bastard? And how would he have disappeared like this now? You must take full responsibility for this, and bear the consequences. The old woman continued lying on the ground being unreasonably troublesome, clearly not intending to back down, without some kind of resolution today. Lu Hao was left speechless at her behavior. He genuinely couldn't understand how someone could be so shameless, and more confusingly, how they could remain so confident. I'm telling you, old woman, don't overstep your boundaries. We're only refraining from dealing with you because of your age. But if you keep messing around here, don't blame us for cutting ties with you. Fine. My son is already missing anyway. Why don't you just kill me too while you're at it? That way, I'll get to be with him as company. The old woman's face resembled a shrewd hag, leaving no room for negotiation. This gave Lu Hao quite a headache. But all of this had already been predicted by Su Liang. Are the people from the Mountain Water Group really that nice? Threatening them was practically signing your own death warrant. What surprised everyone was the swift actions of Mountain Water Manor. They directly kidnapped the person involved, and as for the current situation, it probably doesn't bode well for him. But this was exactly what Su Liang wanted. Grandma, please don't rush. First, tell us the entire story. Then we will try to figure out solutions together. After all, if you don't tell us anything, how are we supposed to know if the information you provide could help, or even know how to resolve the problems you might encounter? Su Liang said patiently. The old woman nodded gratefully in response. She then got up off the ground. Su Liang invited her into the office. Upon seeing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but reveal a puzzled expression. What the heck are you doing, boss? This person obviously came here to cause trouble. You're letting her? And what if she stays here indefinitely, refusing to leave? What are we supposed to do? Don't worry. She won't stick around indefinitely. Furthermore, she will definitely choose to cooperate with us. Su Liang spoke meaningfully. After all, lives were at stake. There's also a possibility that her son absconded with 2 million yuan. But under the present circumstances, it's still too early to draw conclusions. Thus, Su Liang wouldn't give her any definitive response yet. Sometimes it's necessary to create suspense appropriately, because only then can the other party realize that it is them seeking help, not others begging them. Some people always act as if they're superior, whereas in reality, their many actions can only be described as foolish and ridiculous. After the three of them entered the office, Su Liang brewed a cup of tea for the old woman. Then he started asking questions patiently. Initially, the old woman naturally didn't want to talk about the matter. After all, it was illegal, and once exposed, the consequences could be extremely serious, and the situation might escalate out of control. Grandma, look. If you expect us to help you and yet refuse to share the details with us, how do you think we can assist you? Only if you divulge the truth can we work on the issue. Su Liang smiled slightly. There's a difference between what one knows and what the other party says aloud. Once they confess, it confirms that such criminal facts exist, which would help law enforcement solve the case better. Seeing no other way, after hesitating for a long time, the old woman narrated the entire story. Since it's your advice that made him go to that teacher, now both the boss and my son are missing. Where could he be? She asked pointedly. This is his fault, isn't it? If it weren't for his greed, how could this end result come about? And why would there be a loss of so much money? Lu Hao sneered derisively from the side, mocking throughout the exchange. What nonsense is this? Do you have any compassion at all? Any sense of morality? My son's missing, possibly dead or alive. And here you are talking nonsense, she shouted. You dog-raised brute. Your conscience must have been eaten by dogs. Lu Hao felt utterly bewildered by the scolding and also somewhat aggrieved, as he had done nothing wrong yet was subjected to a barrage of abuse. Do you even know who you are? Do you really think this place is under your control? Old woman, don't take our kindness as weakness. Perhaps your son didn't go missing at all, but ran away with the money. If it were me, I would have run off with 2 million yuan without hesitation. Who would come back here? The old woman's eyes widened in disbelief, finding the situation incomprehensible. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. My son wouldn't leave me behind. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao sneered coldly. Sounds good on paper, but who knows if it's true? Would your son really inform you before running away? How stupid can you be? If you were him, would you have left with the money or not? The old woman immediately fell silent, worry and fear filling her gaze as she became unsure how to deal with the potential circumstances. After all, the situation for her had far exceeded what she could anticipate and could possibly become more troublesome and complicated. If something similar occurred, the consequences would be unimaginable, making the whole affair much worse and exaggerated. Su Liang smirked inwardly, but remained calm on the surface. No problem, no problem. No matter what, since he left from here, there must be a way to find him. Can you provide more specific information so we'll have better chances when searching for him? The old woman then recounted every detailed bit of information. Su Liang quietly noted them down while giving Lu Hao a glance. The latter understood immediately. Grandma, I will step out for a moment. If any problems arise, just tell my friend. He'll surely take care of you. And then came the true operation against Mountain Water Group. Chapter 216, The Key Breakthrough. Su Liang found a secluded spot, and the first thing he did was to call Zhou Yang. Brother Zhou, are you free right now? Zhou Yang seemed to have already gotten used to Su Liang's rhythm. He couldn't help but smirk and said with a laugh. You don't call unless it's something big. Spit it out. What new leads or important information do you have this time? The corner of Su Liang's mouth curved upward slightly, his eyes revealing an amused look, as if there was already an unspoken understanding between them. Brother Zhou, haven't you guys been trying to find a way to break through the deadlock at the xuanhuan Manor? Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang nodded, his expression showing signs of deep thought. Indeed, ever since Ma Yucheng had last spoken, the criminal investigation team had been trying hard to find any useful information. Unfortunately, none of the other suspects were cooperating, not even Ma Yucheng, who only respected Su Liang. Others were completely indifferent. Because of this, the criminal investigation team lacked sufficient reason to conduct an inquiry into the xuanhuan group in the short term. They also hoped to use the information about the location of the xuanhuan group to reverse their disadvantageous position. However, the fact remained that the members of the xuanhuan group were deeply hidden. With the current methods of the criminal investigation team, there was no way to change the situation. But if Su Liang called, then things were different. This guy always provided very valuable information, and it could have a huge impact on the entire situation. You're not going to give us another unexpected surprise, are you? Zhou Yang grinned meaningfully, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Come on, brother Zhou, you're making me feel useless. Can't you at least pretend to be cooperative? Su Liang chuckled mischievously. All right. Let me rephrase. Yeah, we're really stumped. What should we do? Can you provide some useful clues or information? Zhou Yang teased him like a child, his tone full of sarcasm. Of course. And this time, the help won't be small. Someone has gone missing. Su Liang said slowly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yang furrowed his brows, a look of confusion appearing in his eyes, feeling even more bewildered. What did you say? Missing? What does this have to do with the Shan Shui group? Of course it does, and it's highly likely that the Shan Shui group is behind this. Su Liang answered with great seriousness. No way, right? Zhou Yang mused, a serious look in his eyes. If it were any other clue, the criminal investigation team might need more deliberation, but if it involved a missing person, the nature of the case changes. If someone just got lost, it wouldn't be within the jurisdiction of the criminal investigation team. However, if there's an accident or kidnapping involved, then it falls squarely under their duties. Given how cautious the Shan Shui group usually operates, would they really allow Su Liang to catch them off guard? Where did this guy get such critical intelligence? Did you go and investigate the Shan Shui group alone? Asked Zhou Yang. Didn't we agree to avoid alarming them prematurely? Now why are you being so reckless? Su Liang shook his head. How could I possibly take such a dangerous risk? It's just that the circumstances fell into place without my involvement. Then he explained the whole story. When Zhou Yang heard it, his expression immediately darkened. Little brother, what you're talking about could be considered incitement to commit a crime. Furthermore, the man's behavior already constitutes extortion. If this is really investigated, you'll also be implicated. For such a situation, Su Liang seemed to have anticipated it all along, looking calm and composed. I know, but I merely provided a method to the middle-aged man. Whether he actually carried it out is up to him. It's similar to us discussing the possibility of robbery, but I never forced you to carry it out. As for whether or not it happens, that decision is yours. I'm not the decisive factor. After hearing this, Zhou Yang blinked several times, seeming to realize there was some sense in what he said. Indeed, this wasn't entirely the same as incitement to commit a crime. Naturally, dealing with the likes of the Shan Shui group couldn't follow conventional rules either. Whether it was the middle-aged man affected by Su's demolition plan coming to extort money, or the villagers, or the Shan Shui group and Su herself, none of them were good people. In the end, the outcome would simply be dogs biting each other, resulting in nothing but feathers flying. So where's this man now? What do you have that can let us use as a reason to investigate the Shan Shui group? Zhou Yang asked further, testing the waters. After all, this was no trivial matter, and utmost caution was necessary. Otherwise, given the means of the Shan Shui manner, they might deliberately retaliate. And by that time, the criminal investigation team would be in a passive situation, finding it extremely difficult to turn things around with little chance. I don't know where he has been tied up, nor do I know his current whereabouts. However, the man's family came to me asking for him, and I believe you can use this as a breakthrough. Even if we can't arrest everyone from the Shan Shui group, there will definitely be an opportunity to find out where our team members' families are being held. Su Liang said decisively. Because now the entire criminal investigation team had genuine authority to act, and the Shan Shui group could not possibly stay uninvolved. Zhou Yang seemed to understand. At the same time, he also sensed that Su Liang had indeed used himself as bait to set a trap for the Shan Shui group. Clearly knowing the other party would intentionally cause trouble, and foreseeing such outcomes, Su Liang still put on an appearance of helplessness. Isn't this already a deliberate ploy to lure the snake out? This guy's boldness is really surprising. To think he could come up with such a unique method was truly unexpected and hard to believe. After a brief silence, Zhou Yang nodded. All right, since that's the case, I'll pass your information to our captain and see how he plans to arrange things. However, I think you should still pay attention over there. Let us know anytime if you need help. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand. Don't worry, I just have an old woman here. If I can't even deal with her, then I've really wasted my time. How can one talk about building a business empire like this? Chapter 217. Are you planning to run away? Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang couldn't help but grin. To be honest, sometimes he really felt that Su Ran didn't act like an 18-year-old young man at all. Not only was his approach meticulous, but his way of speaking was also unique. If people only judged by the things he had done, many might assume him to be a very experienced old hand in the world. But in fact, this guy hadn't even graduated from high school yet. It was unimaginable what would happen if one day he were to take charge alone. And what Zhou Yang was most grateful for was that people like Su Liang were willing to stay on the right path. Otherwise, if he took another route in the afternoon, he might have become an even more difficult enemy than the Shan Shui group. Alright, then I'll hang up and go report. Keep in touch with any developments. After hanging up the phone, Su Liang's eyes were incredibly bright, already starting to plan his next move. If the criminal investigation team really took action, he had to find the headquarters of the Shan Shui group first. These guys had extremely reliable sources of information. Therefore, it was highly possible that they would take some emergency avoidance measures once the police moved, leaving them with no results if they failed. The situation might even turn around again. With this in mind, Su Liang made another call, but this time it was to Luo Chenghai. After giving some instructions, he hung up. When he returned to the office, Lu Hao was already sitting beside, looking melancholy, without a word. The old woman was still shouting loudly. Seeing Su Liang, Lu Hao pulled his hand as if he had seen a savior. Boss, it's not that I don't want to help you out, but this old lady just won't listen to reason. She keeps yelling and causing chaos. What should I do? Su Yang shook his hand and gave him a comforting look. All right, I know. This small matter will be kept in mind. You go out first, and if anyone comes to our pet base, tell them to temporarily not come in. Lu Hao nodded, showing gratitude on his face, fleeing like someone pardoned from a heavy burden, and left without looking back. He just wanted to leave the office now because the old woman was too annoying. For any normal person, they probably wouldn't have been able to handle it much longer. Su Yang sat down next to the old woman. He said meaningfully, Old woman, suppose your son met with an accident. What? The old woman immediately widened her eyes like a frightened bird, then burst into loud crying. My son, how could you suffer so much? And you little brat, give my son back. Return my son's life. Su Yang pretended to look distressed. Old woman, this really has nothing to do with me. Moreover, yesterday when they came to my pet base and caused such a commotion, what could I have done? Of course, I had to find an excuse to evade. And this matter actually has nothing to do with us. Every grudge must have its source. You don't even know who harmed your son. What do you think I could do if I didn't report to the police? The old woman was suddenly rendered speechless at this point, and her expression became very complicated. She knew about the things her son had done, which were definitely not something decent. If the police found out, she might get arrested herself. But what else could she do if she didn't go to the police? What skills did a lonely old woman have? Old woman, can you tell me where your son might be? And where they agreed to meet yesterday? At what time? Only by knowing these things can I help you. How am I supposed to look for him if you don't tell me these detailed situations? Su Yang earnestly persuaded her. The old woman realized that there was no way to hide the truth anymore, either being caught by the police or finding her son. Obviously the latter seemed to be more cost-effective for her. She then recounted the detailed details once more. Su Yang quietly noted them down. A faint smile flickered across his lips. Grandma, let me do this. You go home first. My friend and I will go look around. Once we have news, I'll come tell you at your house, okay? No way. The old woman was resolute. It seemed she was afraid that Su Yang would escape. In case you leave and never come back, where will I find someone? I'm staying here today. I'm not going anywhere. I won't leave until you give me my son back. She thought that making a fuss could make the other side submit. Unfortunately, Su Liang wasn't that kind of person. Now that he had gotten the information he most needed, he cared little about anything else. He shrugged indifferently, wearing a casual expression. Suit yourself. If you want to stay here, then stay here. However, I will say this beforehand. If something goes missing here or any tool gets damaged, I will hold you accountable. After saying that, he stood up and walked out directly. Seeing this scene, the old woman's eyes widened in disbelief. She never would have dreamed that Su Liang would be so resolute and decisive, leaving absolutely no room for negotiation. If everyone really left, and she was all alone on such a big construction site with nothing to eat and unable to sleep well, wouldn't that just make things worse? Immediately, she got up and blocked Su Liang's way. Hey, young man, are you planning to run away? Su Liang smirked. Old lady, if I really plan to run, there's no way you could stop me. So instead of troubling me here, why don't you think about what should be done next? If you go home and wait patiently, perhaps I can find him faster. But if you insist on causing trouble here, who knows when I'll be able to find him? The old woman hesitated at his words, yet she had no recourse. What confused her the most was why her son had vanished under such mysterious circumstances. Who dared to act so boldly against her son? Anyway, you must come tell me the moment you get any news. Whether he is dead or alive, at least let me know. Su Liang's lips curled upwards slightly, revealing an arrogant gleam in his eyes. So you still harbor a sliver of unrealistic hope? Do you think your son, falling into those hands, could possibly return alive? In this world, there is only one kind of person who can keep their mouth shut, a dead person. In Su Liang's opinion, either the xuanhuan group had abducted the middle-aged man, or they had already silenced him. In short, whichever outcome it was, it certainly wasn't good. But it made absolutely no difference to him. You reap what you sow, accept the consequences for your actions, stand firm against punishment, and sooner or later, everything comes full circle. Who knew that the middle-aged man, being unreasonable, had even dared to extort him? He even tried to take advantage of both sides. Chapter 2, 18 Idiot. Do you think you're smart? So greedy. And someone who doesn't even know his own limits. He would be the one to cause trouble if anyone would. Rest assured, Grandma, we will definitely do our best to help. Su Liang said this while escorting him to the front door, then called over the construction team leader. Starting tomorrow, you and your workers don't need to come here. The construction team leader widened his eyes, disbelief clearly visible in his gaze. Wasn't it just yesterday he got paid for not working, and now the boss was firing them? That's a bit too much. Boss Su, didn't you say we could still get paid even if we didn't work? Why is it different now? The construction team leader hesitated, obviously feeling some regret, but also knowing that questioning this situation with someone else might not be appropriate. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips curved into a slight smile, an amused expression flickering in his eyes. That's certainly not what I mean. Starting today, even if you're at home, I'll still pay your salary, but you have to ensure that you can come when called, and I'll make sure to transfer the wages to you on time. I won't treat you unfairly. After all, this is his matter, and it also delayed the project progress. It's just a little compensation to everyone. The construction team leader nodded repeatedly upon hearing this, joy evident in his eyes. Isn't that a bit too good? No problem. As they say, if we meet from afar, it's fate. Since we can work together, it's destiny. So, I hope all of you will give more support. If we want to continue building this pet base in the future, we'll still need your help. All right. The construction team leader readily agreed and went on to inform his workers. When everyone heard this unexpected news, looks of surprise and disbelief appeared on each face. Wow, never thought our young boss had such deep pockets. He talks and acts like a man of principle. I thought he'd be like that old bastard Sue, but now it seems totally different. Who says otherwise? People really matter. Working under a good boss makes life much smoother. Captain, let's stop following that bastard Sue and directly approach Boss Sue. It may even turn out better. Everyone chimed in excitedly. Anyway, the wages offered are similar, but the key is that under Boss Sue, life becomes more relaxed. Who doesn't want to earn money while lying down? Although they can't figure out this Sue boss's style, for them, it's a good thing. The construction team leader nodded approvingly, equally thrilled. Okay, I understand. I'll communicate with Boss Sue later, but right now we should leave quickly. Didn't you see? Boss Sue probably has something important to handle today. Recalling the commotion caused by the old woman earlier, everyone felt uneasy. Indeed, things haven't been peaceful these past few days. Clearly, Boss Sue must want to do something. No point staying here causing more inconvenience. Subsequently, everyone packed up their things and prepared to leave. Meanwhile, Su Liang took Lu Hao out of the pet base and hailed a car heading towards the suburbs. Lu Hao was extremely curious throughout the journey. Boss, where are we going exactly? Of course, we're looking for evidence. Su Liang's eyes sparkled brightly, and his tone was resolute. Based on the clues provided by the grandma, she suspects that the Mountain River Group and Mr. Su may have already taken action against the middle-aged man after paying him off. Therefore, going to the destination is the most direct way to find leads. At the same time, on the other side, Mountain River Group. Michel puffed on a cigar in his office, pride gleaming in his face. His supervisor stood beside him, updating him on the latest developments. How's Su Liang doing? Have you sent people to deal with him? Is the plan going smoothly? This is evidently the most concerning issue for Michel, the current boss of the Mountain River Group. For a long time, the Mountain River Group has been operating behind powerful figures, and almost no one could pose a threat to their security or existence. Of course, such individuals have existed in the past, but unfortunately, none of them succeeded. Some ended up with very tragic outcomes, which could only be described as laughable. Precisely because of this, the current Su Liang has become his key focus. If this guy could be recruited into the Mountain River Group, he'd undoubtedly be a great asset. But if he can't be brought onto the same boat, then this person must be dealt with. Otherwise, he will definitely become a major future concern, and the impact on the Mountain River Group's business would also be enormous. Boss, we've already sent people to cause Su Liang a bit of trouble and crisis. But this guy can easily resolve them, which is truly unbelievable. The supervisor sighed with great emotion, revealing a hateful look in his eyes. After all, an enemy's success equates to his own failure in some ways. Sometimes that's how things work in this world. Either you die or I live. A flicker of confusion crossed Michel's face, surprising him greatly. Wait a minute, you've already sent people? Then why do I know nothing about it? Because it has already failed. The supervisor showed an awkward expression and a hint of helplessness. Failed? When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it? What exactly have you been up to behind my back? Michel frowned. The supervisor then recounted everything, quickly explaining when noticing his boss's increasingly darkening expression. Boss, please don't worry. We have arranged for someone else to handle it. And this guy hasn't had any major effect on us. Nonsense. You fools don't even realize you've walked right into Su Liang's trap. Did you want to destroy the Mountain River Group? Michel slammed the table, extremely angry. Upon hearing these words, the supervisor widened his eyes in disbelief, clearly completely shocked and not anticipating such a situation. Quickly stammering, he said, Boss, we've handled it very well, and there won't be any follow-up consequences. Why are you so upset? It made no sense at all. How could they foresee that this event would develop in such an unexpected way? Chapter 219, Important Discovery, Critical Clue. Michel was directly infuriated by this statement. He had never met anyone so stupid and hadn't expected such incompetence under his own leadership. No wonder the Mountain Water Group faced such a huge crisis this time. It seemed not that Su Liang was too powerful, but that the people under him were extremely incompetent. If only they had used their brains a little more, there was no way things could have ended up like this. With your intelligence level, you'll probably never make it beyond being a supervisor. Even if the Mountain Water Group continues to grow in the future, it won't be any of your business. Michel said coldly, his tone filled with disdain and mockery, clearly showing he thought these people were now utterly useless. Moreover, they might even negatively impact the overall situation. Let me tell you something. By having the person Mr. Su hired arrested, do you really think that middle-aged man has no family? Do you believe his family won't come looking for trouble? And once his family discovers his disappearance, don't you think they'll send people out to look for him? Are you so eager to hand over every clue to the police that when they find out about us, you'll just take the blame? The supervisor heard this and blinked, not too surprised, as though he'd anticipated it already. Boss, we've actually considered this, and we've studied it thoroughly. That guy blackmailed us first. Even if it gets to the point where the police get involved, those guys will definitely be the ones taken away to the station first. And as for us, the police may not investigate too deeply. We're experienced. Evading police investigations isn't exactly hard for us. Michel let out a cold laugh upon hearing this, revealing contempt in his gaze. You're stupid to the extreme. I still can't figure out why I hired you in the first place. Do you think Su Liang didn't think about all these possibilities? Do you think the current situation is merely coincidental? It's obvious that man utilized the middle-aged man to set up a trap against you. What? The The supervisor's eyes widened in disbelief, seemingly unable to accept the message from his boss. It can't be. Is Su Liang truly capable of being this brilliant and predicting all this? That's why I say you're all so ridiculously stupid. You can't even understand such simple logic. I can see that this mess is unlikely to be cleaned up by you with any significant probability. Just wait. Eventually, someone will surely come after you, and you'd better be prepared to bear the full consequences. Michel waved his hand dismissively after speaking, not wanting to be further disturbed by this guy. Seeing this, the supervisor dared not say much more and quietly left. Michel's gaze revealed deep thought, and he couldn't help but smile slightly at the corner of his mouth. It seems things are getting increasingly interesting. Su Liang, how many layers of disguise can you uncover for me? If one day you truly encounter my real self, then I'll admit that you are indeed extraordinary, and you're an opponent worthy of respect. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Liang and Lu Hao arrived at the location the old woman mentioned, a culvert bridge on the outskirts. While the road above was bustling with traffic, down below, it was basically deserted. A Taoist priest had erected some makeshift huts. It was apparent that this was where vagrants lived. Lu Hao looked around, his gaze filled with confusion, and couldn't help but lament. Boss, why did we come here? What's the use? We're bound not to find anything useful for our investigation. At a glance, everything was crystal clear. Aside from overgrown weeds, there was a large river nearby, with no hidden corners available. Suddenly, a complicated thought crossed Lu Hao's mind. Boss, do you think the blackmailer has already been thrown into the river? Su Liang turned around, his gaze thoughtful. If judged by the style of the Mountain Water Group, it wasn't entirely impossible. After all, they were ruthless individuals. There was no telling what they were capable of, and it certainly wouldn't match normal human assumptions. However, Su Liang also had a premonition that these people likely wouldn't harm the middle-aged man too severely. There wasn't a great grudge between them, and if the Mountain Water Group wished to distance themselves from the entire incident, it was extremely simple. Just throw all the blame onto General Su's shoulders. No matter how many explanations were provided, it would all be futile. Most importantly, the money came from Mr. Su. If they only got rid of the middle-aged man, it wouldn't be enough to erase the whole incident completely. But if Mr. Su were dead, then there would be no evidence left to disprove anything. Mr. Su himself would be the source. The Mountain Water Group would still be lurking behind the scenes. Don't rush, search around first. There might be some unexpected discoveries. Su Liang said calmly. Lu Hao thought it was unnecessary, but nodded anyway, giving face to his boss. He couldn't be lazy after all. After 10 minutes of searching, Lu Hao suddenly shouted loudly. Boss, I found something. Oh. Su Liang's eyes flashed with a hint of joy, and he quickly walked over. Lu Hao pulled out a piece of clothing from a pile of grass, which had bloodstains on it. He immediately recognized it as the same garment the middle-aged man wore yesterday. Boss, look at the blood on this clothes. Probably means that guy is in serious trouble, or even worse off. His excited expression seemed like he hoped the middle-aged man had met with disaster. How come you're so eager for him to be thrown into the river? After all, he's still a human life. We shouldn't turn a blind eye. Lu Hao waved his hand, revealing an expression of disdain on his face. Spare me. A guy like him deserves nothing less than being beaten to death alive. That's not entirely right. Even if there are grievances, he should be punished according to the law, not by losing his life. Su Liang spoke with deep meaning, appearing very calm. Lu Hao blinked, looking somewhat puzzled. That doesn't make sense, boss. You deliberately let him meet up with people from the Mountain Water Group. Didn't you want this guy to pay his due price? Well, didn't expect you to become so smart. So now you can guess what I'm thinking. Su Liang grinned. Of course, when you're near good people, you naturally learn from them. If I hadn't improved at all, I'd really be stupid. Lu Hao chuckled, scratching his head, feeling slightly embarrassed yet honored at being praised. Chapter 220. Nothing Chag goes without a book. In fact, apart from academic performance, Lu Hao was actually a very smart person. Not everyone in this world can find their life path through learning. This guy was a typical example of being not good at studying, but highly talented in other areas. The reason Su Liang brought him along wasn't just because he was a good brother, but also because he saw his potential. With proper guidance, he would surely achieve something. No matter what, this is a great opportunity for us to catch the tail of Mountain River Group. Su Liang said thoughtfully. But the problem is that the guy who asked you for money is already dead. Lu Hao shrugged his shoulders, indicating that the lead had been cut off. Even if Di Renjia himself were alive, it would be extremely difficult for him to follow up on these clues with the current information. Don't you think that if Mountain River Group really threw him into the river, the bloodstains on this piece of clothing would be unnecessary? Huh. Lu Hao blinked, not quite understanding. You should think carefully. If you were to kill someone and there's a river nearby, wouldn't the simplest way be just to push him in directly? But that guy will surely have some defense. Lu Hao argued. Since he was there to collect money, the two sides weren't exactly in a cooperative relationship. So what? If it were me, I would bring more people to ensure delivery of the money. If one person couldn't handle it, then two people together could do it. Just shove him into a sack, and no matter how capable he is, he'd only be able to get killed. Lu Hao didn't know what to say anymore. This had completely exceeded his thinking capacity. What's more, they couldn't see any clues from this piece of clothing. Even if Su Liang's judgment was correct, they still couldn't grasp the tale of the Mountain River Group. Just as he was puzzled, Su Liang examined the bloody clothes and eventually found half a business card. Autumn Water Grand Hotel. Isn't this the top luxury 5-star hotel in our city? Lu Hao curiously looked around. But boss, it seems like this thing isn't very useful. Not useful. Su Liang grinned. They're just ordinary people living in the countryside. Do you think they'd ever have the chance to enjoy themselves at a 5-star hotel? So you mean that this thing has a high probability of belonging to Mountain River Group? Lu Hao opened his eyes wide, filled with disbelief. He had never dreamed that Su Liang could truly uncover new clues in this way. Perhaps. Su Liang's corners slightly rose upward. At this moment, Zhou Yang and his colleague Old Zhao came running over from afar. Panting heavily, they asked, "What's the situation? Did you find anything?" Su Liang handed them the half-business card. "This place can be thoroughly investigated." Zhou Yang and Old Zhao couldn't help but glance at each other, detecting a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. "Where did you find this thing?" Su Liang grinned. "Of course, it was found on the party concerned. And I can guarantee that this address is either related to Mr. Su or to the Mountain River Group." "Are you so sure?" Zhou Yang couldn't help but question doubtfully. Police work needs to adhere to logic, and evidence like this in isolation, if not connected properly, will waste much time. Additionally, considering the criminal investigation unit was short-handed, choosing the wrong direction would inevitably have significant consequences. "Yes." Su Yang seriously nodded. Old Zhao beside him couldn't help but start to feel doubtful and worried. "Advisor Su, you know the situation of the criminal investigation unit now. Moreover, the cases involving those guys from the Mountain River Group are very severe. The upper leadership attaches great importance to this. Many pressures have been exerted on us, urging us to speed up our investigation. If we fail again this time, perhaps when the time comes, you will personally need to go to the criminal investigation unit to explain everything to our leader." Su Liang grinned, remaining calm and composed, and his gaze was filled with confidence. "Gentlemen, this is an excellent opportunity to accomplish something extraordinary. And I'm 100% certain that you won't come back empty-handed." Given what was said at this point, Zhou Yang and Old Zhao couldn't argue further. All that could be done now was to wait for the results, to see if things would turn out as Su Liang had stated. "All right, we'll head over first. You take care." After a bit of thought, Zhou Yang nodded. He stayed no longer and left with Old Zhao. Looking at their departing backs, Lu Hao couldn't help but worry. "Boss, wasn't what you said earlier a bit too full-on? What if they went to the Autumn Water Hotel and came up empty? It would be tough for us to give a satisfactory explanation. After all, they're the criminal investigation team, not an ordinary company. If it were the latter, they could turn against you anytime. What can you do to me? But if they really break ties with the police, it would surely be a huge loss for them. An extra friend means one less enemy, especially when it comes to the criminal investigation team. Rest assured, this matter doesn't need your concern. I've got it under control," Su Yang said profoundly. Subsequently, the two continued searching around, ensuring that no useful clues were missed before packing up to go back. They had just arrived at the bridgehead when Su Liang's phone rang. It was Zhang Yusheng, the chairman of Qiangxin Group, calling. "Brother Su, do you have time now?" The other party was quite straightforward. Having known each other for a long time, there was no need to be overly courteous. Everyone had their own things to deal with, so cutting straight to the point was the best approach. "It depends on what you want from me, Chairman Zhang," Su Liang replied. Different matters would yield different answers. Zhang Yusheng couldn't help but tease. "Of course, if it's something good, I'm interested. But if it's bad news, I'd rather avoid it if possible." Su Liang joked as well, showing no signs of awkwardness between them. Though they differed in age by several decades, there was a strong sense of being lifelong friends. Perhaps this is what people call mutual admiration among the strong. "Ha ha ha, you're truly a cunning little fox, slippery as can be. Rest assured, if it were something bad, you wouldn't be able to escape anyway. Today, though, I have good news for you." "How? Could it be that the chairman plans to add investment to my pet base?" Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his eyes reflecting a thoughtful look. Zhang Yusheng wasn't someone who spoke lightly. Since he said there was good news, it must be true. "You'll know once you come. I guarantee you'll benefit today. Hurry up, otherwise, if you miss it, you may never have another chance in your life." Chapter 221. Have I become a mere stranger? After Zhang Yusheng finished speaking, he directly hung up the phone and sent over an address within a minute. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh when he saw it. How interesting. Is this world really just one big amateur production team? Coincidences are truly necessary to weave stories. Lu Hao also curiously leaned over to take a look after hearing this. His face was immediately filled with surprise. Qiao Shui Grand Hotel? Could Chairman Zhang have received some news? Can something be so coincidental? Su Liang shook his head. He knew Zhang Yusheng fairly well, and this guy's relationship with the Xuanhuan group wasn't particularly deep. It was likely a coincidence. However, since they had gathered here, there was no reason to avoid the meeting. At the same time, Su Liang wanted to see what Zhang Yusheng needed from him. Being able to choose a venue like Qiao Shui Grand Hotel, which was a 5-star hotel, showed that there must be quite a bit at stake. "Do you want to go? If not, just go back to the hotel." Su Liang turned around. Lu Hao almost didn't think twice before nodding. "That goes without saying. No matter if we're heading into a mountain of blades or sea of fire, I've got your back, boss. Even if it's all set up as a trap today, I won't back down." If it weren't for following Su Liang, he wouldn't have made it this far. How could he abandon him at such a crucial moment? Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle. "Things aren't as serious as you say. Don't forget that the criminal investigation squad has also dispatched people. If anything unexpected happens, there will be others to help out." Lu Hao thought about it and realized this made some sense. Subsequently, the two of them didn't delay any longer and hailed a car by the bridge. Half an hour later, they arrived at Qiao Shui Grand Hotel. The magnificent decorations and rows of identical luxury cars parked outside dazzled their eyes. My goodness, so this is the spectacle of a 5-star Grand Hotel? It truly defies imagination. Just as Lu Hao was marveling at it, someone suddenly stopped them. "Sorry gentlemen, Strangers are not allowed to enter here. The security guard at the door said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, Su Liang blinked and looked around left and right. Strangers? We don't see any. The security guard couldn't help but snicker, his face full of contempt and disdain. You two look like students still in school, don't you? Maybe you don't understand the rules of Qiu Shui Grand Hotel. As one of the few 5-star hotels in the city, we only serve esteemed guests. Ordinary customers won't be entertained, so if you're here to eat, please choose another restaurant. He was already being extremely polite, because in the guard's view, these two young men absolutely couldn't afford to spend money here. Even a glass of plain water in Qiu Shui Grand Hotel costs at least 25 renminbi, and a couple of appetizers would probably cost several hundred. Common folk could indeed only stand by the side and watch. Also, because it only serves high-end customers, they must ensure the safety of these guests, and even things like missing property should never happen. Lu Hao immediately became furious when he heard this. Who do you think you're looking down on? Do you really think we have no money? Su Liang also glanced down. Both of them were wearing clothes that cost less than 200 renminbi. The outfits purchased last time by Zhang Chong were still at home, and since they frequently went to construction sites, who would wear expensive suits anyway? Today, due to urgent matters, they hadn't changed clothes and had not anticipated being mistaken as paupers by the security at the 5-star hotel. But it was no big deal. Su Liang would not argue with someone like that. As a highly educated person with future ambitions, naturally one needs broad-mindedness. Wasting time on such small matters simply isn't worth it. Not only does it lack dignity, but it appears quite petty. So, can I stand at the entrance and make a call? Su Liang said calmly. The guard took a look but didn't respond, implicitly agreeing. Of course, in his opinion, Su Liang was calling perhaps to keep up appearances, maybe even asking parents for money. Hence, sometimes people need to have self-awareness. Otherwise, they risk making fools of themselves while out and about. Su Liang pulled out his phone and stepped aside, simultaneously connecting the call with Zhang Yuxing. Anxious voice came through immediately from the other end. Brother Su, where exactly are you? Hurry up. They certainly won't wait for you. Su Liang smiled faintly. Chairman Zhang, it's not that I'm refusing to save face for you guys, but currently, I can't get in. Can't get in? But I just walked in fine. Isn't the gate perfectly okay? Zhang Yuxing's face was full of confusion and bewilderment. Since he already mentioned which private room they would meet in, how could he make such a basic mistake? The gate is fine, but I've been stopped by someone. They think I'm a random person and won't let me in no matter what. What should I do? It's not like I can barge in, right? Su Liang sounded as if he was quite aggrieved. His expression implied that it was all set up to watch the show. What? Zhang Yuxing was filled with shock and anger, so infuriated that he immediately stood up. Which blind fool dares to block the guest of the chairman of Changxing Group? This I don't know, but those guys sure are performing their duties thoroughly. Su Liang's voice carried a mocking tone. It seemed like he didn't take anyone seriously at all. After all, in his perspective, some matters were trivial, not worth getting angry over. All right, I got it. Just wait at the entrance. I'll send someone over in a moment. Zhang Yuxing said firmly. After the call ended, both of them returned to the entrance. The security guard still had that air of superiority, as if everyone outside was beneath him. So it goes that sometimes dogs, after enjoying luxuries provided by their owners for too long, might even forget they are dogs, thinking they are becoming more human-like. Lu Hao, seeing the guard's haughty demeanor, felt extremely annoyed and couldn't help muttering under his breath. Boss, look at this guy. In my opinion, he needs a lesson to stop looking down on others. Su Liang smiled faintly. He waved his hand. Don't rush. Sometimes waiting a little longer could make things turn out differently. Lu Hao was surprised. Even if Zhang Yuxing came down to lead the way, it probably wouldn't change the situation at all, and most importantly, the pent-up anger would remain unresolved. It felt unfair. Just at that moment, the hotel's manager hurried over, looking around at the entrance, spotting Su Liang and Lu Hao hesitating slightly before coming closer. Are you Mr. Su? That's correct, you are. Su Liang turned and glanced up and down. Hello. I'm the hotel's manager, specially sent down by Chairman Zhang to personally greet the two of you. The manager bowed slightly, showing utmost respect. Chapter 222. Let you off this time, but never again. However, what the lobby manager did not expect was that when Su Liang heard these words, he simply waved his hand. Not worthy. We are just miscellaneous people, and we don't have the qualifications to enter Qiu Shui Grand Hotel. The lobby manager slightly paused, surprise and confusion flashing in his eyes. Then he laughed and said, Mr. Su, don't joke like that. Chairman Zhang is an important guest here, and as his guest, you are also a valued visitor. How could you not be qualified? Su Liang's lips curled upwards, a trace of amusement flickering in his gaze. But someone insisted I didn't qualify. Who? Su Liang glanced at the security guard standing by the door. At this moment, the latter's expression had already turned subtle. He had never imagined that two young students who looked shabby would make the lobby manager personally come out to greet them. It was truly unbelievable. How could such a situation occur? The lobby manager was also astute, quickly realizing something, and then questioned the security guard with a serious face. What did you do just now? Manager. The security guard hesitated, utterly clueless about how to explain. After all, it was indeed him who stopped Su Liang from entering. But the question was, who knew that these two were actually influential? These days, while some rich people were indeed low-key, none were this humble, right? Wearing clothes bought from flea markets and daring to show up at a 5-star hotel. Any normal person would think they couldn't afford it. A single meal would probably cost more than all their possessions combined. That's enough, you needn't say more. The lobby manager interrupted, waving his hand, his expression solemn. I'm sure you understand the rules of Choshui Grand Hotel. Absolutely no valuable guest should be treated poorly. Now, you violated our rules, so starting tomorrow, you won't need to come here anymore. Go collect your salary from accounting later. What? The security guard widened his eyes as if dreaming, unable to believe the situation had escalated so badly. He certainly hadn't foreseen this. Manager, please listen. I had no idea, and honestly, seeing them walk up to our hotel entrance looking like this, who would have guessed they were anyone special? This made the lobby manager even angrier, roaring furiously. You fool. Can those things really serve as excuses? Do you think you can now gain forgiveness from these gentlemen? After all, Choshui Grand Hotel was a 5-star luxury establishment, and the lobby manager was well aware that for the hotel, it was crucial to maintain impeccable public opinion. Primarily, any discontent from an esteemed guest might easily spread, potentially discouraging many high-class patrons in the long term. Therefore, today he had to resolve the guest's concerns through action taken against his subordinates. At the same time, he aimed to demonstrate to Su Liang and Lu Hao. You see, it's not that our hotel neglects its duties. It's just poor management that allows such individuals to remain on staff. So please don't take this to heart. We will ensure you receive fair compensation for this incident. Hearing these words, the security guard felt despair settle over him completely. He had never imagined that his hard-won job would vanish simply because of one misjudgment. And yet, there was no arguing against the lobby manager's reasoning. The grievances swirling inside his chest found no outlet. Damn it, truly bad luck. Who would have thought that working normally, just fine until then, they'd get caught because of these two impoverished-looking young people? Worse still, he considered himself to be in higher standing than them. Yet, just as he had entirely despaired, he suddenly heard Su Liang say, "In fact, it's not that serious. If punishment is necessary, deducting this month's salary will suffice." What? The security guard abruptly raised his head. Even the lobby manager felt rather surprised. Sir, isn't dismissing him what you desire? Why would I want dismissal? Su Liang shrugged. Taking away one's means of livelihood is akin to taking life. The key is for the security guard to realize his mistake and bear the deserved consequences. As for firing, to be honest, he wasn't fond of managerial types throwing resignation around like it's a weapon everyone fears. The security guard stood dumbfounded, never expecting that the final verdict would come in favor of him thanks to these two young men's intervention. Gratitude gleamed in his eyes. In the end, he bowed repeatedly. Thank you, thank you. Don't thank me. You just made a wrong statement, and it's not yet to the point of having to clash with me head on, so I certainly won't let you starve. Su Liang waved his hand indifferently. However, as long as you can remember not to do similar things in the future, that's all. Saying this, he led Lu Hao into the hotel. Neither the security guard nor the lobby manager, upon witnessing this scene, failed to sigh in relief, their faces expressing ease. Fortunately, things hadn't gone too far out of hand. Otherwise, they truly wouldn't have known what to do, and had the situation continued like this, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Phew, manager, it's good fortune today that this incident could be smoothed over. The security guard, patting his chest, felt incredibly lucky. The lobby manager beside him rolled his eyes, his tone full of disdain. You really don't know what for an influential person you've just offended. Do you have any idea who these two individuals are the guests of? The security guard instinctively paled when hearing this. If only he'd known beforehand, he wouldn't have blabbered nonsense like earlier. These two are personally invited by the chairman of Changxing Group. So next time you're on duty here, make sure to sharpen your eyes and understand who deserves to enter and who doesn't. You'd better figure this out. This time they were gracious. Next time, if they decide not to spare you, then prepare yourself for dire consequences. After saying this, the lobby manager hurriedly left. He still had plenty of things to attend to. The security guard couldn't help but reveal an expression of shock at his words, and shivers ran down his spine. My goodness, who would have guessed that things could become so intricate and terrifying? It was indeed no wonder that he had felt so relieved to survive this ordeal. But these people were simply too low-key, making it hard to comprehend or believe. Under normal circumstances, who would expect someone dressed in ragged clothes to possess such an extraordinary background? Had he been informed ahead of time, things wouldn't have turned out this way. Chapter 223. Turn out to be an old acquaintance. Meanwhile, inside a private room of a 5-star hotel, Su Liang and Lu Hao pushed the door open and walked in. Zhang Yuxing immediately got up to greet them. Little brother Su, you finally arrived. If you hadn't come, I wouldn't have known what to do. Upon hearing this, Su Liang smiled and waved his hand. Chairman Zhang, look at what you're saying. It seems as if we don't know how to behave. Wasn't there someone stopping us from coming upstairs? Indeed, those security guards standing at the entrance of the hotel all day long really consider themselves something special. They deserve a little lesson. Zhang Yuxing nodded, full of agreement in his eyes. After all, this was just a minor issue. If something major happened, the attitude of those security guards would ruin everything and cause a great impact on the whole situation. Who could imagine how serious the consequences might be? Never mind. Let's not talk about these trifles. So far, there hasn't been much loss anyway. Su Liang waved his hand, telling Zhang Yuxing not to worry. He didn't want to waste his precious time on such people. By the way, Chairman Zhang, why did you ask me to come today? And why did you make it so mysterious? Hearing this, Zhang Yuxing grinned and looked around. The real important person hasn't arrived yet, so you don't need to rush. Just wait a bit longer. They should be here soon. An important person? Su Liang thought for a moment. Confusion and incomprehension showed in his eyes. Zhang Yuxing excitedly nodded. Yes, with this important person around, any problem you encounter can be solved in our place. Of course, on the condition that you haven't violated any law or committed any mistake. Otherwise, they may not necessarily be willing to help you. Su Liang grinned after hearing this. There was a teasing tone in his eyes. Are you serious? Chairman Zhang, are you introducing a sage who knows everything and can do anything? Zhang Yusheng was slightly startled, then laughed, shaking his finger. You kid, your words are too unpredictable. You can't speak like that in front of others, otherwise if you make them angry, you'll get no good fruit to eat. I spent a lot of social connections to invite this person for you. Seeing Zhang Yusheng setting the stage for so long, Su Liang couldn't help but become curious, and was quite surprised. Which deity could make him pay such attention? Just as he was wondering, the door to the private room was pushed open again. This time, an old man walked in. This sudden event made everyone present somewhat surprised. Zhang Yusheng stood up first, respectfully bowed down to greet the elder. Grandpa Wei, it's an honor that you could come. Your visit brings immense joy and gratitude. Let me introduce my two young friends to you. But before he finished, the elder smiled and waved his hand. No introduction needed. I already know these two boys. After all, you invited me here today to introduce them to me. The corner of Grandpa Wei's mouth turned up, revealing a meaningful look in his eyes. Su Liang also stood up, his face filled with a smile, yet his tone was neither humble nor overbearing, even more emphasized than Zhang Yusheng. Old man, how did you end up here? Did you forget to play chess in the park today? It's because someone invited me. I thought it was some big deal, but if I had known it was because of you, I wouldn't have come. The two chatted amiably with each other. This completely baffled Zhang Yusheng, who stood on the side. What the hell? This is strange. Why did it turn into this? Lu Hao mainly suppressed a grin, thinking this performance was pretty fascinating. As events unfolded increasingly beyond his expectations, Zhang Yusheng quickly pulled Lu Hao aside and whispered, What's going on? Does Su Liang know Grandpa Wei? Why didn't you tell us before? Chairman Zhang, the important person you spoke of is him. Then why bother? Lu Hao chuckled with deep meaning, his tone becoming particularly teasing. This old man has known my boss for a long time, and once helped him before. They have some kind of relationship. Anyway, why involve him in our current matter? Lu Hao slowly said. Actually, he suggested initially that Su Liang seek out Grandpa Wei, but it was refused, because Grandpa Wei was elderly, and it wasn't appropriate to drag him into this matter. Damn it, you two make it sound so easy. Do you even know who this old man really is? Do you have any idea what his son does? Of course we do. Lu Hao nodded and proceeded to recount the events that had transpired earlier in the park. So, it's not as if we were pretending to be ignorant or anything. It's just that his identity is rather special. Therefore, we never once thought about dragging him into these trivial matters. Zhang Yusheng fell completely silent, realizing now that he'd been the only one running around like a fool, which made him feel quite speechless, almost to the point of being unable to accept it. But then he couldn't help but sigh to himself in wry amusement. Isn't this outcome actually good enough? As long as Su Liang is protected, it would mean safeguarding his son's position within the company. It was simply beyond his expectation that Su Liang's capability far exceeded imagination. Even at such a situation, he could still bring about unexpected pleasant surprises. Following this realization, everyone took their seats. As they toasted and clinked glasses together, the atmosphere gradually became livelier. It was at this moment. Grandpa Wei suddenly raised his wine glass. Su Liang, come on, tell me straight out what kind of trouble you've gotten yourself into. Su Liang's eyes flickered quickly. His lips curved upward, as he chuckled mischievously. What kind of trouble could I possibly have, Grandpa Wei? Don't you see I'm living pretty well? Got food when I'm hungry, got drinks when I'm thirsty. Even Chairman Zhang deigned to give me face. You're bluffing. Do you think I've lost my mind already? And for Zhang to step forward today must mean that you've stirred up some serious trouble. Grandpa Wei said with profound implication. If it were anyone else encountering a similar circumstance, he wouldn't have bothered at all. After all, in this world, you reap what you sow. That means whatever you've done, there are consequences you need to face eventually. However, he trusted Su Liang wholeheartedly. This guy wasn't the type to provoke troubles unnecessarily. So, if things had turned out this way, there must be a reason. If someone was deliberately targeting him, Grandpa Wei certainly wouldn't sit idly by. Chapter 224. No turning back once we start. Old man, at your age, you should be peacefully playing chess in the park. Why bother with all this nonsense? You're expending effort and energy, and it doesn't even benefit you. Su Liang smiled meaningfully, a hint of inscrutable amusement curling at the corner of his lips. Actually, if he wanted to ask Elder Wei for help, he could have done so much earlier. Given their friendship, the other party would never have ignored him. However, there wasn't really much need for this kind of favor. First, the trouble Su Liang was now facing was different from before. Previously, it was at most just some small-time hoodlums in school, which could be easily dealt with, without involving too many people or causing much trouble for Elder Wei. But the current situation was different. The opponent was Mountain River Group. These guys were ruthless, cunning, and had no limits. Wouldn't this increase Elder Wei's risks unnecessarily? At his advanced age, by normal standards, he should enjoy his twilight years. Why get entangled in such troublesome matters? Therefore, Su Liang had always hoped to rely on himself and those around him to solve problems. Whether it was Zhang Yusheng or Luo Chenghai, they were still in the business environment. So if resolving the issues with Mountain River Group would help them as well, why involve a retired old man? Nonsense. So, in your eyes, am I already useless? Elder Wei said with great seriousness. His face was full of solemnity and reluctance, as if eager to prove his ability and strength. How could that be? You are vigorous despite your age, everyone knows that. Besides, in our place, who wouldn't give you respect? Zhang Yuxing nodded quickly, his face filled with smiles. The reason they invited Elder Wei today was because they knew his son was a big leader in the city. If real unsolvable troubles arose, and they sought his help, even if he didn't bend the law, he could still provide some solutions. And within the bounds of compliance, help with operations. All of these could rightly count as helping commoners resolve difficulties. This reasoning made sense either way. Enough, enough, stop flattering me. I'm not buying any of that. If you try to flatter me again, don't even think about me coming out to eat with you next time. Elder Wei said bluntly, and there was no room for negotiation in his tone, clearly showing his determination on this matter and how principled he was. Zhang Yuxing kept nodding. Inwardly, he couldn't help but sigh. It was unimaginable that with such significant relationships now, they had to rely on Su Liang to maintain it. All these years, he felt like he'd wasted his time. The stark contrast gave an odd sense of emptiness and loss. Everything seemed quite absurd and laughable. Still, Zhang Yuxing naturally wouldn't quibble over trivialities, since it wouldn't serve any purpose, and might even bring him greater trouble. Therefore, what he needed to do was to broaden his perspective. If Su Liang and Elder Wei could both establish good relations, it would surely be more beneficial for him. You're right, sir. But I am the younger generation after all. How can I address you like others, calling you brother or buddy? Zhang Yuxing smiled, trying to mediate. After all, he had been in business for decades, adept at handling such situations. Most importantly, the rapport between the elder and Su Liang allowed him to navigate smoothly. It's fine. Since you're Su Liang's friend, then you're my friend. In the future, when we meet at banquets, we won't use our usual identities. You can call me old man or big brother. It's all up to you. Elder Wei looked extremely straightforward, completely unconcerned. Zhang Yuxing breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and wisely closed his mouth. This wasn't his main stage now, so all he needed to do was accompany these two properly. Elder Wei turned back to Su Liang. You haven't told me yet. What exactly is going on? Su Liang blinked, his lips curling slightly, his gaze revealing an amused look. Old man, are you sure you want to know? If I open my mouth about this, there'll be no turning back, and it might also bring you some trouble. Upon hearing this, Elder Wei waved his hand, completely relaxed and unperturbed. You think too little of me. I've lived these dozens of years, haven't I seen everything? How could your little troubles frighten me? All right, as long as you don't blame me when the time comes. Su Liang smirked and proceeded to narrate the ins and outs of the situation. After Elder Wei learned the entire story, his eyes were filled with surprise, clearly taken aback by what he heard. From your tone, it seems this Mountain River Group is an illegal organization, right? How dare they be so outrageously blatant? What gives them the audacity to commit such unfathomable acts in our country? Do these people really have no respect for the law? Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this, revealing a look of helplessness on his face. Elder Wei, that's precisely their cleverness, and the reason we were deceived earlier. These guys pretended to be legitimate businessmen, and the antiques they sold were indeed exquisite. No one suspected that they would deliberately forge artifacts. Consequently, no one knew about the sinister activities behind their operations. Elder Wei furrowed his brows, revealing a contemplative expression. After a brief moment of silence, he finally spoke up. If that's the case, now that you've uncovered their criminal activities, why not report them to the police and let them arrest the group? I can't believe our police force would turn a blind eye to something like this. It's not that they don't care, it's that they can't do anything, Su Liang replied slowly. I currently work as a consultant for the criminal investigation team. I know their procedures well. Without sufficient evidence, they won't act directly. Moreover, this matter involves many complications. The connections of the Mountain River Group are extensive. If handled improperly, it could cause a major uproar throughout the city. At that point, the outcome might not align with expectations. After gaining a full understanding of the situation, Wei Laoye's gaze showed a grave expression. Indeed, this was much more complicated than anticipated, and handling it wouldn't be easy. Chapter 225. There are quite a few hidden secrets. At this moment, Grandpa Wei has figured it out. The reason why the police haven't taken action against the Xuanhuan group is that there isn't enough evidence. In the situation of insufficient evidence, rash actions would result in triggering reactions affecting everyone involved. To put it bluntly, according to the connections of the Xuanhuan group, they could easily cause a ripple through half the city's business tycoons. Once things reach that point, the consequences would be unimaginable. The chain reactions produced by such a scenario are also too unpredictable due to numerous unstable factors. So, the purpose of your visit to me this time is hoping that I can intercede and have those people from the Xuanhuan group brought to justice? Grandpa Wei slowly questioned. If he really wanted to help, it wasn't impossible. Though he had already retired, in this matter, helping both public and private interests was a good thing and couldn't be refused. Su Liang smirked and said, Old man Wei, I never intended to seek your help. It was Chairman Zhang's suggestion. Moreover, if I had known beforehand that it was you, I wouldn't under any circumstances drag you into this. Chairman Zhang felt embarrassed upon hearing these words, with equal parts awkwardness in his heart as well. If they had known that these two were acquainted, Chairman Zhang should not have acted on his own initiative earlier. Now, instead, they are in a dilemma. Of course, Grandpa Wei, you don't need to blame Chairman Zhang. He also hoped that I could properly resolve the current situation. Su Liang helped smooth over the situation. A look of gratitude flashed across Zhang's face, showing just how right he was entrusting him. This guy was still very righteous at crucial moments. Grandpa Wei waved his hand. I'm not such a petty person either. Right now, all I ask is how exactly you want to handle this matter. If you need my help, just say so. I will do everything possible. How dare those bastards secretly smuggle our country's precious cultural relics abroad? This must absolutely not be tolerated. A look of severity and determination appeared in his eyes. For someone like Grandpa Wei who went through the war era, he harbored an extremely strong sense of national honor. It's just that being old, he no longer has the means to personally take part in action. Otherwise, those individuals would never escape punishment, let alone allow a group of foreigners to act so wildly within their country. Based on the current situation, there's absolutely no need for you, Elder Wei, to step in. We've already found the breakthrough concerning the xuanhuan group. Su Liang's eyes revealed contemplative expressions. If you really must help, I hope Elder Wei could assist us in doing one thing. Speak. Grandpa Wei was exceptionally straightforward, without a hint of hesitation. If it's convenient, could Elder Wei contact some people and help investigate the current flow of funds for the xuanhuan group? I suspect they might attempt to transfer assets. Concern was visible in Su Liang's eyes. This was his biggest worry, and also the most troublesome aspect of the entire issue. Due to his limited capabilities, he couldn't find more clues helpful for the current situation. Thus, they could only trace things back step by step. First, they had to find the main base of the xuanhuan group, unearthing the real boss behind them. But if during this process, the xuanhuan group transfers all its assets abroad, then even after arresting them, it might not be possible to recover the losses. Moreover, the nature of this case involving foreign players operating behind the xuanhuan group was particularly severe. An average person might never imagine this kind of plot. After hearing what Su Liang said, Grandpa Wei nodded, revealing a look of approval. Didn't expect you to have grown so much in such a short period. To actually consider such fine details. Fine, I'll help you with this favor this time. As he spoke, his lips curved upward slightly, a look of amusement gleaming in his eyes. To even think about smuggling treasures from our country abroad. Absolute daydreaming. Just wait, I'll make these guys pay their dues. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Yuxing sighed in relief. With Grandpa Wei's help, the overall situation was basically under control. In this place, ordinary people would stir up no great trouble. Furthermore, they wouldn't dare threaten Su Liang's safety. This is indeed greatly thanks to your support, Elder Wei. He immediately raised his wine glass, his eyes full of gratitude. It's nothing. All of us are making joint efforts, hoping to protect our nation's properties. Of course, I as a retired old man should support this. Otherwise, wouldn't it just be laughable? Su Liang couldn't help but smile broadly. Come on, looking at your restless appearance, I bet if you were given a chance, you'd jump into action personally. It's just that your son wouldn't agree. Otherwise, when it comes to dealing with the xuanhuan group, you'd probably charge forward faster than me. Ha ha ha. This remark made Grandpa Wei smile broadly and burst into laughter. No matter what, today is something worth celebrating. Once things are settled, we'll have a celebration dinner together, and everyone will be even happier. Meanwhile, on the other side, Zhou Yang and Old Zhao also arrived at Xuanhuan Grand Hotel. Originally, according to their appearances, they wouldn't be able to enter this 5-star hotel. But because the security guard at the entrance had just been burned once, he now dared not easily make another mistake. Merely due to one misstatement, he lost a month's salary. If another error happened, he would likely lose his job altogether. After smoothly entering the hotel, the two found the front desk and showed photos of Mr. Su and the missing man. For the criminal investigation team, obtaining information was extremely easy. What surprised them was how smoothly things went. Very soon, the receptionist found the relevant information. Gentlemen, this Mr. Su is indeed staying here with us, on the 10th floor, room 1108. Thank you. Zhou Yang and Old Zhao exchanged glances quietly, inwardly astonished that things turned out as accurate as Su Liang had said, finding important leads right here. While waiting for the elevator, Zhou Yang couldn't help but ask, Old Zhao, should we report this news to the captain? Hearing this, the latter nodded, a thoughtful look appearing in his eyes. From the current situation, Su Liang's judgment is very correct, and if everything goes as he predicted, even if we can't arrest all the members of the xuanhuan group here, there's still an opportunity to capture the majority of them. These people are definitely more significant than those we caught at the xuanhuan villa. Chapter 226. There will be a good show to watch. After all, Mr. Zhao has richer experience, so he can judge the current situation better. Xuanhuan Hotel, as the most famous 5-star hotel in the entire city, generally speaking, the authorities will not take action easily. It is to prevent the situation from being too complicated and difficult for them to handle. But now it's different. Extraordinary measures in extraordinary times are the most important. Zhou Yang nodded in agreement, then immediately called the squad leader and informed him of the specific situation. The squad leader, who had been waiting outside the hotel for a long time, was full of shock and disbelief when he heard the news. What did you say? Have we really found the trace of Mr. Su here? Exactly like what Su Liang said. Yes, Captain, after discussing with Mr. Zhao, we both think that immediate action must be taken. If the people from xuanhuan group get any clue, they may escape immediately. Here at the Xuanhuan Grand Hotel, it's inconvenient to carry out a comprehensive search, so blocking all entrances and exits is the most crucial. In short, this is the tactic of waiting for the rabbit. The police believe that the guys from the xuanhuan group will definitely feel guilty and won't ignore the troublemakers. Alright, I got it. With an excited expression, the squad leader repeatedly nodded, hung up the phone, and turned around to look at all his companions behind him. Everyone, get ready. We need to act immediately. This time we absolutely cannot return empty-handed. Otherwise, we can't face our superior leaders. The colleagues of the criminal investigation team have already been prepared, and this case of the xuanhuan group has been dragging on for a long time. Everyone is very angry inside. They hope that one day they can resolve this matter smoothly. Now it's finally the turning point of the incident. Who wouldn't want to bring the whole thing back under control? Once successful, all members of the criminal investigation team will receive great credit. As the criminal investigation team took action, inside the private room, Zhang Yuxing and 3 others were eating with great enthusiasm. During the meal, they kept raising their glasses to toast each other. And Zhang Yuxing was astonished to find a very surprising fact. Su Liang's relationship with Grandpa Wei has become incredibly close. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed that such a young man could have such a deep connection with Lord Wei. At least from the perspective of outsiders, Grandpa Wei genuinely treats Su Liang just as well as he would treat his own grandson. Taking advantage of the moment when the old man went out to use the restroom, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but come closer. Su Liang, you've hidden your light too deeply. You concealed this important relationship and never even thought about telling me. Upon hearing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing an amused look in his eyes. What are you talking about? Director Zhang, it's not that I deliberately wanted to hide anything. I just felt it unnecessary because we are partners. If I mention this to you, it might give the impression that I'm showing off. And I also said earlier that I didn't intend to drag the old man into this. Even if I told you, there would be no meaning, and it might even complicate matters. After hearing these words, Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but gasp inwardly. Indeed, this makes some sense. You little guy, it seems I underestimated you before. Now I have to reassess you. Your depth surpasses imagination. Su Liang smiled, shaking his hand while maintaining a composed expression. Director, although I haven't told you everything, my cooperation with you is still very sincere. I believe you should be able to see that. Besides, who doesn't have a few secrets? You haven't told me everything either. We are all in the same boat. Why argue about it? Zhang Yuxing agreed upon hearing this, indeed making perfect sense. Moreover, it is always wise to keep something in reserve when venturing out into the world. Without reserves, exposing all your cards to others, sooner or later, you may end up being overwhelmed. This is the rule of survival in the business world. Only the strong survive. Those who achieve something meaningful often do so by being sufficiently sincere, yet holding something back. Alright, let's work together more closely this time, and try to keep the entire matter within controllable limits. This way, we'll be better prepared to deal with everything later. Su Liang nodded. This was also the reason why he had come today. No matter what, he had to give Mr. Wei, the chairman of Changxing Group, a bit of face. Otherwise, it would be difficult to explain. Just at this moment, Old Man Wei walked in from outside with an excited expression on his face. Stop eating, stop eating. There's going to be a good show. All 3 of them lifted their heads, revealing expressions filled with confusion. This old man really was interesting. Though quite old, he acted like a child. Could he not seem a little more composed? Otherwise, if people were told that he is the father of a big leader, they probably wouldn't believe it. Old man, aren't you drunk? This is Qiushui Grand Hotel. What kind of good show could there be? Su Liang joked, smirking. What does it matter if it's Qiushui Grand Hotel? It's still just a place to eat. Old Man Wei looked thrilled as ever. Don't blame me for not warning you. If you miss the good show later, don't say you didn't regret it. Hearing this, Su Liang and the other 2 stood up, all showing expressions of confusion in their eyes. On one hand, they were curious about what could catch the old man's interest. On the other, they also needed to ensure his safety. Otherwise, if something happened here, they wouldn't be able to answer to the city's top leaders. And if they ended up causing even more trouble, it might become even more of a headache. Then they followed him out immediately. They saw numerous men and women running down the hallway, their clothes disheveled, and it seemed they had just finished some business. Wow, didn't expect such a situation in a fancy hotel. Su Liang smirked. Lu Hao looked thoroughly puzzled. Why are they so panicked? Why run like it's a zombie apocalypse? Zhang Yuxing laughed with a touch of amusement beside Su Liang and whispered something into his ear. Instantly Lu Hao understood, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Really? Could such a thing happen in a 5-star hotel? Chapter 227. True or false, real or illusory? Zhang Yuxing smiled without speaking. The crows of the world are all black. Since there's profit to be had, it's natural that someone is willing to take the risk. Moreover, most people think here is very safe, so they naturally believe doing business here will not cause them much impact. In other words, what is said in the proverb, under the lamp, is true. Lu Hao seemed enlightened, as if he understood something, but Zhang Yuxing then became strange again. As far as I know, Qiushui Grand Hotel is the best one in our city. Logically, it shouldn't have been investigated for no reason. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, revealing an amused expression in his eyes. It's because the criminal investigation team happens to be here today. What? Zhang Yuxing and Wei Laoyi revealed expressions of confusion and bewilderment, feeling a bit nonsensical about this situation. Why would the criminal investigation team run to the Qiushui Grand Hotel without any reason? Seeing the situation, Lu Hao explained everything from beginning to end. After hearing his account, the 2 men suddenly realized what was going on, and astonishment flickered in their eyes. Understandable, that's why you're so confident about taking on those people from the Xuanhuan group. Turns out you've already found enough clues. Su Liang waved his hand nonchalantly, not showing much concern for the matter. Small issue, but I didn't expect the criminal investigation team to arrive with such force. Could it be that they have discovered some sort of evidence within the hotel? At this moment, a sudden sound of heavy footsteps echoed from the fire escape. Su Liang stealthily moved and went over to investigate. He saw many men coming down from upstairs. These people were clearly not ordinary. Their attire was almost uniformly black suits. Some of them looked strong and sturdy, like henchmen. Just at that time, Su Liang suddenly heard a familiar voice. Hurry up and protect the boss's safety while escaping. No matter what, we must absolutely prevent the boss from being found by them. Su Liang immediately recognized the person as the head of the xuanhuan group. Though they hadn't interacted much before, they did mention it once during a phone call. Moreover, if he was not mistaken, the boss the person referred to should be Michael. Could it be that this guy was also at the xuanhuan group? If so, this time, it could be a big windfall. Not only can they capture numerous minor criminals, but they might even net a major figure. If they could get this major figure to talk, then the entire situation would undergo unprecedented changes. It might even become a significant breakthrough for them to penetrate the xuanhuan group. With this thought, Su Liang quietly blended into the crowd and followed them. No matter what, he must seize this opportunity. After walking through approximately 2 to 3 floors, a voice suddenly sounded outside the emergency passage. They're right there, we can't let them escape. Su Liang's heart raced as he instantly recognized the voice to belong to Zhou Yang. However, now wasn't the right time to expose his identity. The priority was finding Michael. Although they had never met face to face, Michael was a foreigner and would be extremely conspicuous among the crowd, so capturing him would seemingly be quite easy. They ran all the way to the underground parking lot, where someone had already arrived to assist. Don't go there, we've already checked it out. All exits are blocked by the police. What? Hearing these words, the group's faces changed drastically, full of shock and disbelief, unable to accept the situation. How could it come to this? Why didn't we receive any prior warnings? It's clear the police carried out a surprise operation. Does this need further explanation? This is not the time to argue about that. We must find a way out. If not, everyone will be trapped here with unimaginable consequences. Everyone started discussing in chaos, their faces filled with anxiety. For these employees, they were very clear about their current predicament. If they themselves got caught, it wouldn't mean much. The xuanhuan group would definitely protect them. And as long as they remained steadfast and refused to divulge information, the police would have no means against them. However, if the boss Michel got caught, the situation would become incredibly complicated, far beyond what anyone could imagine. The key was that within a short time frame, breaking out of this deadlock seemed impossible. Thinking about this situation, all the present people involuntarily felt cold sweat trickling down their backs. Suddenly, a voice rose. I know a small road. Everyone turned their heads, their eyes filled with confusion, and they felt a bit baffled. Where did this kid come from? Who are you? Are you one of us? Of course, or why would I have been running around with all of you for such a long time? Su Liang blurted out. To prevent being discovered, he changed his attire halfway and disguised himself so that he looked like a little adult. Even acquaintances might not be able to recognize him at the first sight. Isn't it just about ensuring the boss's safe departure? When has our xuanhuan group ever suffered such a loss? We must ensure the boss's safe withdrawal. Otherwise, the consequences will be unimaginable. Upon hearing these words, everyone present seemed to stop pondering further. If he wasn't one of them, how could he possibly know their identities so clearly? Subsequently, they nodded in agreement. All right, then hurry up and find that route. We must leave as soon as possible. You guys should at least get the boss down first. If the boss doesn't come down, how am I supposed to take him away? Su Liang spread his hands and acted anxious, but secretly rejoiced in his heart. What a bunch of fools, such a clumsy lie was easily believed. But actually, it is quite reasonable. After all, when a situation suddenly erupts, people find it hard to remain as rational as under normal circumstances. They may even do lots of extraordinary things. Boss, quickly, quickly. Several sturdy men immediately pushed forward someone hiding behind them who was wearing a hood. Su Liang furrowed his eyebrows slightly, showing a trace of doubt in his eyes, feeling very surprised and unexpected. He thought Michael would always hide in a safe place, so that he could ensure an unbeatable position. But he never expected that this guy had been following the main group all along. No wonder he had never seen Michael before. This guy is indeed a very capable person, always preparing a backup plan for himself. Who would have thought he would disguise himself as an ordinary person? Chapter 228. Could something unexpected have happened? Brother, you must ensure the boss's safety. As long as the boss is safe, all of us will be safe. The bodyguard dressed in a black suit had a serious look in his eyes and was very solemn. The apparent unity of the Mountain Water Group wasn't because Michel had enough charisma to bring them together. On the contrary, it was because this guy's methods were very evident and ruthless. Everyone who joined the Mountain Water Group would be thoroughly investigated. Not just every member of their families, but also everything they themselves had ever done would be exposed. Even chasing a dog at the age of 5 could be dug up. Because of this reason, everyone in front of the boss of the Mountain Water Group had no secrets. It was a terrifying thing. When someone stood naked in front of others, he was completely vulnerable. Besides obeying orders, there was no other way out. If one wanted to escape, one first had to see if the other party allowed it. Even if permission was given, it wouldn't end well. The eventual outcome would far exceed imagination. Su Liang watched silently with a sneer forming in his heart. This old man probably never imagined he'd fall into his hands one day. Of course, he didn't expose himself immediately. If anyone found out his identity, the consequences would be unimaginable. And according to these bodyguard style, they might directly eliminate him. When facing life and death decisions, don't test human nature because often results surpass expectations and outcomes may be unbearable. Gentlemen, rest assured, I will protect the boss. Even risking my own life, it is absolutely impossible for anything untoward to happen to the boss. Su Liang spoke resolutely, showing his determination. Such decisive declarations made the people present believe him. Then Su Liang took Michel in the opposite direction. Michel was extremely nervous throughout, constantly looking back. Fighting sounds kept erupting from time to time. It seemed that members of the group had encountered police officers. Simultaneously, indistinct noise echoed within the underground parking lot, suggesting the situation was tense. As he thought about it, Michel grew increasingly anxious. He didn't expect these policemen to actually catch up with his movements and track them down all the way to the Autumn Water Grand Hotel. Isn't this place supposed to be absolutely safe? Weren't the police supposed to dare not come here to investigate? Why has it turned into this now? Why has such a situation occurred? However, Michel didn't have much time to think. His only goal right now was to get away from this dangerous place first. As for the reasons behind and the process of events, he would address them later. Perhaps an internal traitor appeared. If so, he would do whatever it takes to capture him and torture him endlessly. Otherwise, he would never swallow this bitter humiliation. Thinking of how ridiculous it would sound if word got out that the Mountain Water Group was being chased around like rats by the local police, it would definitely become his greatest disgrace. Meanwhile, on the other side, outside the private room, Zhang Yusheng, Wei Laoshi, and Lu Hao stretched their necks watching the drama unfold. Who would have guessed that such a commotion could arise in the Mountain Water Group? It was truly quite rare. Just then, Zhang Yusheng looked left and right, suddenly realizing something, or rather, someone, was missing. After thinking carefully, his face immediately changed drastically. What a strange oddity. Where did Brother Su go? How come he's disappeared? Wei Laoshi realized at this moment too, hastily looking around. Is he still inside the private room? Did he not come out with us? Impossible. There's no one in the private room. Zhang Yusheng returned to check, but found the room empty. Su Yang seemed to have vanished into thin air. He had disappeared without a trace. Could he have run into some danger? But when exactly did he leave? Why did we have no idea at all? Worry flickered across Zhang Yusheng's eyes. This sudden anomaly at the Autumn Water Grand Hotel was indeed unexpected. If intentional, such a possibility couldn't be ruled out entirely. After all, he was the boss of the strong prosperity group. Wei Laoshi held an exceptional identity, and most importantly, though Su Liang appeared young, he had recently antagonized the Mountain Water Group. If the Mountain Water Group discovers his whereabouts and intends to make a move, it's not entirely impossible. But the problem is that prior to this, none of the three had any clue. Lu Hao was also very worried. Could it be that he got separated from us in the crowd earlier? Shit. If that's the case, then we're in for a big trouble. There are so many people and prying eyes around the entire Qiushui Grand Hotel right now. All sorts of dangers could occur at any moment. If Su Liang really goes missing, the consequences will be absolutely horrifying. Zhang Yusheng didn't dare to dwell on the thought further. Should anything unexpected happen to Su Liang, it would result in tremendous losses for both the Strong Prosperity Group and his son, Zhang Chang. It was precisely due to his suggestion that the Strong Prosperity Group embarked on its current path of transformation. With Su Liang's help, his son Zhang Chang finally had the chance to establish himself within the group and inherit the entire company in the future. Although on the surface, the Strong Prosperity Group seemed to be the dominant investor behind Su Liang, in reality, the returns Zhang Yusheng received from Su Liang were not insignificant. Both parties were in a completely equal cooperative state. Should anything unexpected happen to Su Liang now, it would absolutely be a massive loss for him and the Strong Prosperity Group. What are the two of you still standing there for? Hurry up and check the surveillance footage. See if you can find any clues about Su Liang. Mr. Wei furrowed his brow. How come neither the young nor the old could be relied upon at such a critical time? He, a retiree, was forced once again to take charge of the situation. Zhang Yusheng nodded in agreement after hearing this. After all, as a mere businessman, he hadn't experienced as many tumultuous situations as Mr. Wei. As for Lu Hao, his experience was even less. He couldn't match up to Chairman Zhang at all. Just as the two were about to take action, Zhou Yang and Old Zhao approached from not too far away. When they saw Lu Hao, a hint of surprise flashed across their gazes. How come you're here? Weren't you with Su Liang just now? Zhou Yang frowned. Chapter 229. The Vanishing Su Liang. Zhou Yang and Old Zhao met Su Liang and Lu Hao by the river. At the time, these two young men were still searching for clues. Logically speaking, even if they came to the Qiushui Grand Hotel, they should have arrived together. And why did Lu Hao show up at the Qiushui Grand Hotel? Could it be that you couldn't wait and decided to come first to gather information? Lu Hao, as if he'd grabbed hold of a lifeline, hurriedly explained the situation briefly. Zhou Yang and Old Zhao revealed a look of surprise in their eyes, showing expressions more complex. Zhang Yusheng seemed to notice something amiss and couldn't help but anxiously ask, what exactly happened? Why is there such chaos at the Qiushui Grand Hotel? And what are you two doing here? Seeing this, Zhou Yang patiently explained. We received intelligence to capture some criminals here. However, due to the special circumstances at the Qiushui Grand Hotel, we had no choice but to search each room under the guise of checking guests' identity information. Officially, it's an anti-prostitution and anti-crime sweep, but in reality, it's preparation for our covert operations. That's why you've seen so many men and women fleeing in panic. Upon hearing this, the three suddenly understood why the detective squad, which usually wouldn't cause much fuss, had made such a big commotion this time. It turned out that all of this was just a facade. The true purpose couldn't be noticed. Hold on. Do you mean that someone from Xuanhuan Group is in this building? Grandpa Wei, having reacted quickly, looked extremely serious. Doesn't that imply that Su Liang's disappearance might be related to Xuanhuan Group? If Xuanhuan Group found Su Liang and considered their previous grudges, they would definitely take this opportunity to retaliate. If things go lightly, he'd suffer physical pain, but if they use severe force, it could cost him his life. Currently, we're not sure yet. We only confirmed that Mr. Su, general manager of Qiangshan Group, is indeed here. Old Zhao said with great certainty. And according to the information we previously received, Mr. Su should have been kidnapped by Xuanhuan Group. But now he may actually be in league with them. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Yuxing felt his heart sink instantly. His company is a legitimate business enterprise and has never engaged in any illegal activities. But Mr. Su appears to be colluding with Xuanhuan Group, and no one knows what scheme they're cooking up. If this guy is ruthless enough to harm Su Liang, then it's very possible. The Qiushui Grand Hotel is already in complete disarray, making it easy, even effortless, to kill someone else without anyone noticing. Last time, Mr. Su suffered a great loss at Su Liang's hands. According to his calculating nature, he will undoubtedly try every method to seek revenge. By then, Su Liang's situation will only become more dangerous. Please, the two of you must protect Su Liang's safety. I'm willing to pay whatever amount it takes. Zhang Yuxing declared resolutely, with sincere intentions clearly visible in his gaze. Upon hearing these words, Zhou Yang and Old Zhao furrowed their brows slightly, revealing a hint of displeasure. Mr. Zhang, we know you're rich, but please don't insult our profession. Protecting the safety of ordinary people is our responsibility as detectives. Besides, Su Liang is a special consultant to our detective squad, so I want him back safely more than any of you do. But the problem lies in the lack of sufficient leads. Both Su Liang and Xuanhuan Group have disappeared without a trace. What about Mr. Su? Did you find him? Lu Hao couldn't wait to ask, with urgency clearly etched in his eyes. We did indeed find him, but Mr. Su has already been knocked unconscious, and we don't know when he'll wake up. So, we currently can't interrogate him or obtain more useful clues. Old Zhao sighed helplessly. There's no denying that Xuanhuan Group has done things rather secretly. Killing Mr. Su would leave evidence, and it would expose their crime. Moreover, committing murder right in front of the police would be akin to courting disaster. So Xuanhuan Group acted wisely. They simply knocked Mr. Su out. Even if he recounts everything that happened before, he still won't reveal any escape routes or locations related to Xuanhuan Group. Not only that, but this person will bear all the wrongdoings. Whether it's harming Su Liang, intentionally creating a false ledger, engaging in malicious competition, or illegally using various means. If all these charges are combined, it would be enough to make Mr. Su face serious consequences, even a sentence of more than 10 years. The key issue is that by the time we try to get details from Mr. Su, any clue or evidence about Xuanhuan Group might have already been cut off. This is currently the most troublesome and formidable point. Upon hearing these words, the three fell into silence with worry clearly visible in their eyes. Where on earth could Su Liang have gone? How can he not be here at such a crucial moment? Lu Hao was so anxious that he stomped his feet. After all, Su Liang was his best buddy, and if anything unexpected happened to him, he wouldn't know how to face it. It's not just about his own future, but also about the friendship between the two. You guys don't need to be so anxious. This building has already been under control by our detective team. There are guards at every exit, so as long as Su Liang and the people from Xuanhuan Group show up, they will be immediately controlled. Zhou Yang said firmly with full confidence in his gaze. Old Zhao also nodded beside him. That's correct. I believe Su Liang will have good fortune naturally bestowed upon him. If that doesn't work, you can follow me to thoroughly investigate the entire Qiushui Grand Hotel room by room. I simply can't believe that a live person can vanish into thin air. Upon hearing this, the three felt there was some sense in it. Rather than anxiously waiting here, it's better to go out and search gradually. Who knows, they might stumble upon good luck along the way. Then the three decided to divide tasks among themselves. Lu Hao paired up with Zhou Yang, while Old Zhao partnered with Zhang Yuxing. As for Grandpa Wei, because of his age, it was indeed inconvenient for him to move around, so he stayed behind in the private room. This was to prevent Su Liang from returning halfway only to find no one there and leaving again, which would amount to going in circles, both wasting time and energy. After assigning roles properly, the three teams immediately started to act. Once Grandpa Wei returned to the private room, he seemed deep in thought. Ultimately, he decided to give his son a call. Chapter 230. Eliminate the harm for the people. When the son on the other end of the phone received Old Master Wei's call, there was clearly a hint of astonishment. Especially upon learning that he was to send people to the Autumn Water Grand Hotel, it became even more baffling. I told you, can't you just leave me alone? You always have to find something for me to do. Do you know how busy I am every day? Would you really want your son to be criticized behind his back? When Grandpa Wei heard this, he immediately became unhappy. He had thought carefully before calling his son, and this matter was far from simple. If it were merely for Grandpa Wei's personal affairs, it would be impossible for him to contact his son, because he was fully aware of the nature of his son's work. However, this matter involved far more than just Su Liang. The Mountain Water Group was a massive interest group, and many things buried in its darkness might be unknown. And once these things were exposed, the consequences would be extremely terrible. If you want people talking behind your back, then just ignore me. Pretend I never made this call. Grandpa Wei also had a fiery temper. How could he bear such grievances? In his old workplace, not even the leaders dared to argue with him. Given his status earned step by step on the battlefield, anyone who said he acted without discernment or ignored urgency would certainly provoke his anger. After hearing these words, the son was very surprised. After a brief reflection, he decided to first listen to what his father had to say. What if there was really something extraordinarily important? How could he, as a son, choose to ignore it? What exactly happened? Why do you insist on having me send people to the Autumn Water Grand Hotel? Have you heard of the Mountain Water Group? Grandpa Wei said coldly. These people smuggle cultural relics and sell them abroad. The nature of their actions is extremely serious. If they remain unpunished, do you think your position will still be secure? Do you feel worthy of the trust the common people place in you? Upon hearing these words, the son was immensely shocked, disbelief written all over his face. Where did you hear about these things? Why don't I know anything about them at all? Rubbish. All you do all day is sit in your office handling documents. I've told you many times, doing your job well requires getting deeply involved with the masses. While you're enjoying air conditioning in your office, someone has already solved this problem for you. What? Once again, the son was stunned, unable to describe the shock he felt. Who could uncover such a huge secret? Key to the matter was that prior to this, the city criminal investigation team had reported to him. At the time, they mentioned that the investigation was ongoing and no substantial progress had been made. Yet somehow, when it came to his father, they had directly found important clues regarding the Mountain Water Group. Who is it, Dad? How did you obtain this information? It's Su Liang, the friend of mine you look down on. He's gone deep into the tiger's den. Whether alive or dead remains unknown, yet you couldn't care less. Leaving aside my personal relationship with him, Su Liang is willing to risk life and limb for the common people. What about you? Are you truly worthy of wearing the uniform you do? The son fell silent immediately, never expecting that his father would berate him so thoroughly because of Su Liang. And there was no way to argue back. He simultaneously realized the gravity of the situation. If indeed Su Liang had discovered important clues related to the Mountain Water Group, swift action was necessary. Such matters should not be delayed, as delay invites complications. Father, what's the current situation at the Autumn Water Group side? The detective team has sent people over to control all entrances and exits, but there are too many people here. I estimate they will struggle to handle everything. So hurry up and dispatch reinforcements. Resolving this issue will benefit your career prospects, give an account to the common people, and allow me to be guilt-free. The middle-aged man gasped in awe, a look of astonishment in his eyes. Regardless of the reasons, he must act now. Otherwise, as Grandpa Wei had said, he truly wouldn't be worthy of the people or his own position. After ending the call, the middle-aged man immediately summoned his secretary. Notify all police officers in our city, as well as all off-duty public servants, to immediately head to the Autumn Water Grand Hotel. Cooperate in the operation. We must solve the problem within the shortest possible time. The secretary was shocked upon hearing this, never imagining that the leader would take such decisive action at such a late hour. Of course, he didn't dare to ask for further details. After all, this was absolutely not something he could get involved in. It was clear that the implications behind it were extremely vast. So the best course of action was to quickly go and find help, avoiding any unnecessary complications before things spiraled out of control. Meanwhile, on the other side, Autumn Water Grand Hotel. In a secluded corner on the second underground level of the parking lot, Michel looked left and right, realizing no one was chasing him. He let out a quiet sigh of relief. Yet, his face soon displayed a hint of confusion. There didn't seem to be any exits from this place at all. A glimmer of anger flashed in his eyes. What's going on? Didn't you say there's a secret passage leading out? Why have we been circling around here for so long? Are you trying to avoid staying in the Mountain Water Group? If this had been another company, those words might just mean getting fired. But in the Mountain Water Group, it meant something entirely different. Their version of firing someone involved completely erasing them from existence, along with all traces of their life. Hence, Michel thought these words should be very threatening. However, what he never expected was how unusually calm the young man in front of him remained, showing absolutely no signs of distress. Michel began to sense something was off. I asked you a question, why aren't you answering? You know who I am, don't you? The boss of the Mountain Water Group. If my memory serves me right, I've heard your voice before, but now I can't recognize you anymore. Su Liang slowly turned around, a faint smile playing on the corner of his lips. Michel's eyebrows slightly furrowed, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. He indeed felt that the young man's voice sounded familiar, yet he couldn't immediately recall where. At this moment, as reminded, memories flooded back. This voice did sound familiar. However, he had never met the person face to face, meaning he had only spoken with the person over the phone but never seen them in real life. And recently, the only person who could leave such an impression would be one individual. Su Liang. No way. Chapter 231. Some things can't be compromised. Michel couldn't figure it out. How could this guy have possibly infiltrated the Mountain Water Group? Moreover, before this, he had seen Su Liang's appearance, and apart from being about the same age as the young man in front of him, there was likely no resemblance between them. Wait a minute. Michel suddenly noticed something odd. The person's face was disguised, but judging by the details of his features, they seemed eerily familiar. Could you really be Su Liang? Michel widened her eyes, filled with disbelief, completely unable to describe the shock she felt at that moment. Prior to this, she had thought Su Liang was just an arrogant young fool who, even if skilled, would absolutely never stand a chance against the Mountain Water Group. But what she hadn't expected was that this man had silently infiltrated right beside her. And before he revealed himself, she hadn't detected anything amiss. When did you sneak in here? Michel's eyes bulged wide open, her voice trembling slightly. At that very moment, she began to grasp the frightening capabilities of the young man before her, far more shocking than anything she'd previously experienced. Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a teasing glint in his eyes. Actually, it wasn't long ago, during the time you followed your people down from upstairs. Michel tried hard to recall every detail, but because there were so many people then, combined with the chaotic situation, her memory remained blurry. And based on her impression, Su Liang had never met her or anyone else from the Mountain Water Group. Back then, everyone in the Mountain Water Manor had been captured. No matter how talented this guy might be, It was impossible for him to deduce such a scenario. I only want to know where the flaw was. Could it be that you're not willing to tell me? Or are you implying that you've simply relied on luck rather than skill? Hence why you refuse to face my question. Michelle narrowed her eyes. She had reached her current position not merely due to supposed advantages. In terms of personal abilities, Michelle wielded immense strength. Although she almost always took the lead in her dealings with others, no one dared claim invincibility in this world. Whenever she found herself defeated, she unhesitatingly reflected upon her failure. For only through constant reflection and progress could one continue to grow stronger. Only thus could one survive amidst the complex and ever-changing environment. To those like her, who grew up abroad, Darwinism was a significant influence. This world is one of survival of the fittest, where life depends on oneself. If one isn't strong enough, even immense talent would amount to nothing. Aren't elephants quite formidable? Yet why can't the number of elephants in the world keep growing and establish dominance? That's because these animals are too stupid. They don't know how to reflect based on their environments or circumstances. They simply rely on their own perception of strength. Yet, this concept is inherently relative. Nothing lasts forever unchanged. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, revealing a playful expression in his eyes. Mr. Michel, there's no need to provoke me with cheap tricks. Your pathetic tactics won't work on us. Ho ho. So does that mean you think the people of your country are rather foolish? Michelle wore an arrogant look, appearing exceptionally haughty and smug. At least such schemes have brought me great benefits. Very few could see through them. That just shows that you rely on your advantages to oppress the weak without encountering any true power, or perhaps you haven't even met someone equal to you yet. This rooster has beaten all the other roosters on his own turf. Does that mean he thinks he can match ferocious beasts? Michelle chuckled, shaking her head. Her tone was filled with mockery. Mr. Su, I admit you are exceptional, but individuals like you are exceedingly rare in your country, and indeed, you're the only one I've encountered. And most others are just dumb and money-obsessed, which is why I believe damaging your country doesn't trouble me. In fact, from a certain perspective, I am also protecting those relics. You really are full of hot air. I didn't expect to hear such words come out of your mouth. Su Liang couldn't help but laugh, yet his gaze was extremely cold. If they were merely commercial rivals, then he did indeed admire Michelle's abilities. After all, to pull off such a large operation right under everyone's noses showed great audacity. The underlying interest groups involved were also highly intricate and multifaceted. This was enough to indicate that this person was truly very intelligent and highly talented. But unfortunately, the matter between them now concerned national honor and interests. In this aspect, Su Liang could not make any compromise. There are things a gentleman should do, and others he must avoid. Although he never thought of himself as someone who could change the world, nor had he ever fantasized about surpassing countless others, he understood that certain bottom lines absolutely must not be compromised or tolerated. Take for example, the antiques and relics smuggled by the Mountain Water Group. They held significant meaning for the nation. If these treasures were to be lost, it would only turn their country into a laughingstock in the eyes of the world. Su Liang certainly wasn't arrogant enough to think that he needed to accomplish great deeds. But having seen this, how could he just look away? And even more so, he couldn't possibly allow such events to happen right before his eyes. Otherwise, it would lead to lifelong regret and an indelible shadow on his life. So, Mr. Su, there's no room for negotiation at all. I truly hope to collaborate with you. Someone as sharp as you can undoubtedly bring greater benefits to our Mountain Water Group. And similarly, you'd earn rich rewards. Isn't that more valuable than what you're doing now? Compared to your so-called nation, shouldn't you value your own gains and losses? Michel was like a merchant selling souls, persuading with all his might. And he hoped to drag Su Liang into his scheme through every possible method. In his view, there was no cooperation that couldn't be struck in this world, only insufficient incentives. As long as the offer satisfied the other party, there was a chance to seal the deal. Chapter 232. You can't escape. Give up. Su Liang shook his head, and a mocking expression appeared on his face. Someone like you who only sees money won't understand how important the country is to an individual. At least in my opinion, I think there's no way to balance my personal gains and losses with the country. If it were under circumstances where the country needed him, he would definitely abandon his personal interests without hesitation. In the end, this is fundamentally an issue of vision. Many people think whether the country fares well or not has nothing to do with them. The money distributed by the state wouldn't possibly reach their hands either. However, not everything in this world is as it appears on the surface. It's precisely because of countless hard-working individuals that a powerful country can be built, and these antiques are the history of the country, also proving the efforts of countless common people. So, Su Liang could never forsake matters concerning the nation and its people. This was the most basic quality of a merchant with conscience. Upon hearing this, Michelle couldn't help but sigh. Truly didn't expect your stance to be so resolute. Looks like our cooperation has failed. As he spoke, he turned to leave. Seeing this, Su Liang's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment. Just a moment, Mr. Michel. Did you forget something? What did I forget? Michelle turned around seeming somewhat puzzled. Since you've come, how about staying to chat with me? Leaving now would truly waste the effort. A slight smirk appeared at the corner of Su Liang's mouth, revealing pride in his gaze. Now he wasn't certain who was behind Michelle or whether it was necessary to seize this person first, or to follow the lead and uncover the power backing him. I don't have the leisure to chat with you. Do what you will. With that, Michelle waved his hand and prepared to leave. Seeing this, Su Liang directly intercepted him. How interesting. At this point, you still think you can escape. There are just the two of us here. Moreover, all exits have been sealed off by the detective squad. And even if you had great skills, could you possibly evade the tight net woven this time? Michelle's brow slightly furrowed, unease flashing in his eyes. His heart bore an inexplicable hint of worry. If it were anyone else speaking, he wouldn't care a bit. After all, the number of people capable of outsmarting him could be counted on one hand. Su Liang was one among them. Although young, this guy was exceptionally clever and sharp-minded. If he truly decided to cut ties, he might take a major tumble, hence it must be approached carefully. Caution truly does last forever. There was truth to this saying. After confirming there was no movement around them, Michelle's tense heart finally relaxed, a proud smile surfacing on his face. You actually plotted against me here, and even dared to spread false information. Do you really expect me to believe that? Even assuming someone did come, I could always use you as leverage to force them into letting me go. Assist you. Su Liang was scared stiff by this comment. He originally thought the other party would remain absolutely rational, being a person with a calculated approach, but never expected this man to be less extraordinary than imagined. At best, he was a little smarter than the average person, coupled with support from influential figures behind him, as well as someone arranging for his education. Otherwise, from the current perspective, Michelle hardly qualified as a business prodigy. At least if it were Xuanhuan handling similar situations, he wouldn't have left so many loopholes exposed. That's enough. Stop your nonsense and hurry back with me now. If you don't agree, you're bound to endure some physical pain. Don't say I didn't warn you. Ha ha ha. Michelle burst out laughing loudly, pride and arrogance gleaming on his face. Do you truly believe a few such petty tricks could scare me? Do you think I've been wasting my years? Now, watch who can possibly stop me. With that, he picked up his backpack and walked upstairs, regardless of what the other person's intentions might be. A glint of sharpness flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Actually, there were indeed people daring to be so audacious right before him. Subsequently, he directly kicked Michelle from behind. Catching him off guard, Michelle stumbled and almost hit his head on the stairs. Turning around, Michelle's face had become extremely terrifying, especially his eyes burning with fire. It seemed like he could tear someone apart into pieces any moment. All right, you really don't know your place. I was kind enough to let you go, but now you're looking for your own downfall. Fine, I'll deal with you first before I leave. Getting rid of this major threat would also be a good deed for the Xuanhuan group. As he spoke, his expression turned extremely fierce. The next moment, he lunged at Su Liang like a wild beast. Thankfully, Su Liang had been on guard and skillfully dodged, positioning himself in a very advantageous spot nearby. Seeing his first attempt miss, Michelle followed up with a second. The two went back and forth, exchanging blows. However, since neither of them were professionals, their fight wasn't as clean and decisive as that of trained combatants. It resembled more of a turn-based game, one move from him, then one from the other. Neither side gained any advantage, and Su Liang couldn't help but curse under his breath. It seemed he should look into learning some real self-defense skills to have up his sleeve. Otherwise, the next time he found himself in a similar situation, it might prove troublesome. Michelle didn't often exercise and was out of shape, so against someone truly skilled, he'd likely be taken down in just a couple of moves. Michelle, you can't escape. This place has already been surrounded by the detective squad. What you thought was an escape route was actually my deception. A person like you should be brought to justice and given a proper punishment. You absolutely shouldn't be allowed to roam free. Hearing this, Michelle's anger surged, dissatisfaction boiling over regarding what was currently unfolding. If he were truly to fall into Su Liang's hands, it would be an unforgivable disgrace and invite ridicule from all his peers. Even if things were revealed later, there'd be no face left to stay here. Because everyone knows the deeds carried out by the Xuanhuan group. Folks, even if these guys evade legal punishment, they won't escape the moral judgment of the common people. So Michelle had to win today. Only with victory could he secure absolute authority, ensuring no one could do anything to him. Chapter 233. Is it necessary to be this reckless? Brat, do you really think that with just these skills of yours, you can actually do anything to me? Michelle cursed through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with anger. As the boss of Xuanhuan group, he never expected that one day he would fall to such a state. But he absolutely would not let things end like this. Besides, apart from Su Liang before him, no one else has ever seen him. Even if the criminal investigation team was stationed outside, they wouldn't necessarily have the opportunity to rush in. It's even less likely that they could directly take him away, unless someone from Xuanhuan group betrays or reports him. However, on this point, Michelle still had great confidence. He didn't believe in the loyalty of the people under him, but he trusted his own methods. Xuanhuan group has come this far because of Michelle's ruthless methods, not because of any so-called honor or trust. Son of a bitch, get out of the way now if you know what's good for you, otherwise I'll kill you. Michelle said through gritted teeth, his gaze now flashing with cruelty. It has come to this point, there is nothing left to discuss. If the other side dares to obstruct him, he doesn't mind shedding blood. Moreover, this is also the last way out. People like Su Liang, if they cannot serve my purpose, must be dealt with. Otherwise, they will definitely become a serious threat. Su Liang grinned, revealing a look of satisfaction on his face. Since he dared to show up here today, he was already prepared for all kinds of dangers and certainly would not let Michelle go. Because this guy has put him in a dilemma, facing all sorts of dangers. Although Su Liang may not be the most excellent person, he knows how to conduct business. In fact, the fundamental logic of any businessman is to reduce risks and increase profits. Clearly, if Michelle were to remain at large, it would be an ominous thing for everyone. It might even make the situation worse. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind, and he abruptly remembered an important matter. Even if Michelle is caught now, they don't know the whereabouts of those antique relics. If he has already shipped them overseas, it would cause enormous loss to the country, and retrieving them would be extremely difficult. It would be better to use this opportunity to inquire about some information. If we can follow the clues and discover where xuanhuan group is hiding their stolen goods, even intercepting the transportation of those antiques abroad beforehand, it would undoubtedly be considered a major achievement. And doing so could be considered as achieving maximum benefit. Protecting the country's assets is equally important for everyone. But many people simply do not understand this point, always thinking that national matters are unrelated to them. You want to leave, right? I can give you the chance, but whether you can grasp it depends on yourself. Su Liang gasped for breath, constantly adjusting his stance while maintaining a safe distance ready to respond at any time. Considering the likelihood of unexpected appearances by xuanhuan group members, and given their potential presence poses a significant threat, it could directly lead to serious trouble and impact. Under such circumstances, Su Liang's situation wasn't actually too good, and he could encounter danger at any time. Yet he had no choice but to move forward without retreating. Anyone who shrinks back like a turtle at such a moment will indeed be hopeless, destined to remain a coward for life. You want to negotiate terms with me? Sure, I'd like to see what you can come up with. Michel also kept stepping back, continuously adjusting his stance. It wasn't out of fear or apprehension, but due to the pain from their previous clash. Normally Michel doesn't exercise much, and after enduring such intense confrontation, he found it quite unbearable. I've heard long ago that your xuanhuan group has collected countless treasures, but this, to me, seems highly incredible. And what I can't understand is why you guys can obtain these precious items so easily. Su Liang bared his teeth and laughed, while his brain rapidly processed thoughts, considering everything advantageous to himself under current circumstances. First of all, whether Michel is willing to talk is one thing, and whether he can actually divulge any information is another. If these things cannot be accomplished simultaneously, then the situation for him isn't optimistic at all. And what if Michel decides to go all out and fight to the bitter end? What should be done then? These are all questions that need to be considered. Moreover, time is not on his side. If Su Liang makes even one wrong move, it could lead to significant losses, with no chance to start over. That's life. Why is there such a big difference between life and games? Life cannot be relived, but if you die in a game, you can always start again. This is why many people find comfort in games, though in reality, it's not quite so simple. Truly courageous individuals cannot afford to waste too much time playing games. They must dedicate all their energy to making choices in life. Kid, at this point, you're still trying to feel me out? You're hungry for merit, aren't you? With your age, you're probably not even part of the criminal investigation team. Is it necessary to risk your life like this? Michel cursed viciously, his tone filled with mockery and ridicule. It seems he considers this his most important tool at the moment, and perhaps his last trump card to ensure victory. I'm not exactly risking my life. I just happened to run into you. Besides, if I back down now, wouldn't that be a waste? And what if you escape later? Wouldn't all our efforts have been for nothing? Su Liang continued to grin broadly. Though appearing relaxed, he couldn't hide the bruises on his arms. There's no way around it. Someone who didn't fully defend themselves during the fight would definitely suffer consequences. So what if it's wasted? How does it concern you anyway? Do you think you'll get a share of these treasures? Michel glared askance, his face full of disdain and arrogance. Su Liang nodded affirmatively. He replied confidently. It's definitely related to me. Why else would I bother being so proactive? Michel's words gave him a breakthrough. Chapter 234. Tell me where the antiques are hidden. In this world of ceaseless hustle and bustle, all people come for profit. For most people who have only interests on their minds, they see everyone through that lens. And if someone does things not for profit, then obviously he is a fool. Su Liang originally didn't want to talk much with such people or waste time on them. Because he knew people like Michel were completely incomprehensible, they also lacked any sense of patriotism or honor. If he wanted to obtain all useful information from her, then he had to lower this person's guard. If Michel believed she still had a chance to escape, perhaps Su Liang could follow the lead to find more precious clues, possibly even disband the Mountain Water Group entirely. Simultaneously, he would protect as many antiques as possible so they wouldn't be lost overseas. After making up his mind, Su Liang suddenly felt spirited and brimming with fighting spirit. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he managed to bring these treasures back, even without selling them but charging admission fees, it would bring in a substantial amount of money. Michel, don't you want to run? I can give you the chance. Just tell me where your group has hidden those treasures, and I'll take you away. What? Are you kidding me? Michel looked as though she'd heard the biggest joke in the world, her expression becoming extremely exaggerated. After being stunned for several seconds, she burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, do you think I'm stupid? There's no way I would tell you this kind of thing. Forget it forever. Michel blurted out without hesitation, as if in her view, telling these things would not cause more impact. Su Liang shook his head, his expression becoming quite playful. How do you know you will definitely keep hiding these things? Let me tell you, even if you go to the detective squad, they would certainly force you to disclose the whereabouts of those treasures. But at that point, even if you confess, it may not reduce your sentence and could even make it worse. You should understand the law in our country and comprehend what consequences your crimes might lead to. If you're still delusional now and insist on believing these treasures can be hidden, just suffer the consequences. Anyway, I'm not from the detective squad. If you tell me, I can still let you off the hook. After all, I've heard the total value of the treasures hidden by the entire Mountain Water Group is worth billions. Hearing this, Michel's eyes flickered with contemplation. She quickly started calculating internally, weighing the pros and cons. Although she appeared boastful, in reality, she inwardly agreed with Su Liang. She knew all too well about how many bad deeds she'd committed over the years. Dealing in antiques, killing and arson, these were merely the tip of the iceberg. Collaborating with outsiders made the offenses even graver. Therefore, under these circumstances, some matters weren't actually as terrifying as imagined. But if the wrong path was chosen, there would be no turning back. The crucial part was that once the detective squad caught her, she would lose any chance to bargain. Why should I trust you? Haven't you already caused enough damage to the Mountain Water Group before this moment? How could I hand over all the wealth to an enemy? Isn't that just like surrendering myself completely to you? Surprisingly, the old woman kept her wits during this critical moment. Quite remarkable indeed. However, since Su Liang already had a plan, he was definitely not going to back down, nor let Michelle withhold any information. He would not let this situation resolve unless everything was disclosed. Furthermore, he could feel this person would become extremely clever once entering the detective squad. Others in the Mountain Water Group might remain silent due to threats on their families or other reasons. But if Michelle remained silent, all the evidence couldn't connect and form a complete chain. Thus, convicting her by the police would be extremely difficult. So, if he could open a gap now, everything would proceed smoothly and steadily. How could you still be so foolish? Fine, I don't feel like wasting words on you anymore. Anyway, I've said what I needed to say. Let's stop wasting time and quickly go see the leader of our detective squad. As Su Liang spoke, he stood up and waved his hand with quite an ease, as if the two of them were old friends. Michelle pushed his hand away instantly. Cut it out. There's no way I'm going to meet with the detective squad. Let me go. If I can leave here alive, from now on we can discuss cooperation, and I might even share some treasures with you. But as long as I'm still here, no one should even dare to think about it, Michelle said firmly, leaving no room for negotiation in her tone. Su Liang blinked, surprised that this old man could maintain such high vigilance at a time like this. He was indeed extraordinary. It's no wonder he had managed to train such a large organization like the Mountain Water Group under him. Of course, none of it would have been possible without support from others. But in Su Liang's view, it wouldn't be easy for these foreign forces to come back now, since they don't have enough insiders in the country, who among normal people would take the risk to help them. That'd be equivalent to being a traitor, right? Even if they had the opportunity to make money, they wouldn't live long enough to enjoy it. In the end, the result would still be the same. Mr. Michel, I see that you truly won't give up until you reach your limit. You're still trying to negotiate conditions at a moment like this. When you walk out of here, how would I know whether what you said is real or fake? And given how good your Mountain Water Group is at making counterfeits, if you were to offer me some fakes, wouldn't that just be disastrous? Su Liang said with deep meaning. He immediately blocked the path Michelle intended to take. Michelle slightly paused. Clearly both of them were highly vigilant toward each other at this very moment. Mr. Su, if you keep saying things like this, then our deal won't happen. There will be no need to continue this conversation. Exactly, Su Liang nodded. In fact, I never thought about doing business with you. But now that I do, you are refusing without any concern. Chapter 235, I'm not here to negotiate with you. Then there's nothing we can do. This matter won't be over unless you're taken to the detective unit today. Let's go. Seeing Su Liang's resolute demeanor, Michel experienced for the first time a sense of encountering an insurmountable problem. Most importantly, he had no idea how to resolve this. And the other party, so young, was far too domineering. If you want to do business, let's do business. If you don't want to do business, then it's over. There's no such thing under the sun. I'm telling you, kid, don't push me too far. Otherwise, when I get to the police station, I'll spill everything we've said right now. Michel gritted his teeth and looked as if he were ready to take both of them down. Anyone else, or those who'd colluded with Michel before, would surely be scared upon hearing these words. Truth be told, what one fears most when being dragged into the detective unit aren't the people inside, but those on the outside. As the saying goes, an honest man doesn't fear ghostly knocks at midnight. Everyone knows full well the number of illegal deeds these people have committed. If Michel wanted to secure his own peace, selling out everyone would completely change the situation. In the end, maybe Michel would be unscathed, while everyone else suffers the consequences. How interesting. You say something happened and that we made a deal. Fine. Prove it. Evidence. Su Liang threw up his hands in a gesture typical of a rogue hoodlum. I can take advantage of you, but you can't do the same. Why? Because the detectives will believe my story and disregard yours. That's the biggest difference and the root cause of the current situation. Su Liang intended to use these details to find a way through the opponent's defenses. Clearly, Michel is highly composed and has rich experience. From the shady deals he does, it's clear this guy doesn't only collude with foreigners, but also with all sorts of corrupt individuals. It's not easy to deal with him. Capturing him and bringing him to justice is also quite challenging. What frustrates the police most is catching someone without obtaining definitive evidence. It's very disheartening. According to regulations, if no progress is made, suspects can only be detained for up to 48 hours. When a suspect calmly walks out of the police station, it's a major blow to everyone involved. Seeing a criminal walk free from punishment due to insufficient evidence, none of the law enforcement officers feel good about it. Su Liang knew that, based on Michel's skills, such an outcome was almost inevitable. Thus, he must obtain more critical information now. He must ensure everything remains within his control, otherwise, it'll be a total failure. In any case, think it over before the police arrive. You still have time to consider, Su Liang said, picking up the phone. Upon seeing this, Michel seethed with anger. You bastard, threatening me? Who the hell do you think you are to threaten me like that? Su Liang acted as if he hadn't heard a word. Big brother Zhou, I've caught Michel, that old son of a gun. He's at the fire escape on the -2nd floor right now. If you want to catch him, come quick. This guy has nowhere left to run. Don't worry. There's no way he can disguise himself or sneak away because I'm with him. Watching Su Liang act so convincingly, Michel began to genuinely panic inside. He knew if he entered the police station, he would never have another chance to step out again. There were too many people outside who wanted him dead. Michel also clearly understood the management style of his superior boss. This person would absolutely show no mercy. Anywhere a major issue arose, becoming widely known, without even waiting for the police to intervene, this person would handle things personally. So the issue facing Michel now was rather simple. If he were handed over, regardless of whether he spoke up or not, the outcome would always be the same: death. Before he could even open his mouth, his superior boss might just eliminate him as a precaution to keep secrets buried. Because once he was dead, he wouldn't reveal anyone else's names. All clues would die with him. And Michel was the true boss of the xuanhuan group. It would be even harder to incriminate others. If he decided to talk, then it would be even more necessary to eliminate me. Otherwise, if others found out, how could I still operate in this industry? Su Liang's words indeed gave him a little reminder. In the end, what he would lose is just a part of the treasures, but it would save his life. For Michel, such a refined egoist, it's definitely a very worthwhile deal. But he was uncertain. He didn't know if Su Liang would let him go as agreed after he spilled the beans. If this guy played tricks behind his back and then reneged on their agreement, wouldn't that result in heavy losses for Michel? No more treasures, being sent away by police. The boss behind would surely also come after him. That scenario wasn't even bearable to think about. It might lead to unimaginable suffering. As time ticked by second, Michel became extremely anxious inside, barely able to suppress his panic. Finally, he was the first to open his mouth. On what grounds should I trust your promise? Su Liang put down the phone and smirked. Haven't you realized yet? It's not you negotiating with me now, but whether you have any qualification to discuss these things with me. Michel hesitated slightly, never expecting such an overwhelming aura from the other side. It took quite a while before he gritted his teeth and spoke. All right, if you want these treasures, you'll need to ensure my safety. I can negotiate with you. However, if you wish to obtain the remaining treasures, you must escort me out. Su Liang thought for a moment and couldn't help cursing internally. This guy was truly cunning. Who'd have thought he'd still be bargaining at this point? Fine, since it has come to this, let's see whose skills are stronger and who will have the last laugh. You should show me some sincerity first, right? Absolutely. Without hesitation, Michel pulled out his phone. This is one of my smaller warehouses. There are only a few treasures stored inside. Since you could tell at the auction that the item I showcased was fake, you should be able to identify these too. Chapter 236, Waiting for the Prey While Hiding. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's eyebrows twitched. Do you really take me for a fool? Who could believe in pictures? A little bit of tampering can turn the false into the real. So what do you expect me to do? Should I produce the real goods now? Or should we wait until after you've verified their authenticity? Moreover, I have no need to tamper with the pictures. I believe based on the pictures alone, you should be able to tell. Su Liang took the phone and carefully inspected it, and immediately his eyes revealed a look of surprise. The antiques shown in the picture were indeed genuine, because he had seen them in the news. Moreover, the news at the time was issuing a search announcement. According to the content of the news, these treasures were missing. Furthermore, from an estimation of value, these items together would only amount to tens of millions, indicating that Michel must still be concealing even more. This old man was indeed quite cunning, still not disclosing his true situation up until now. But this was a major breakthrough. Su Liang believed that as long as they could investigate step by step, they would be able to find all the treasures hidden by the other party. All right, I'll provisionally trust you. But think it over. If you regret later, I can directly use these as evidence. With the current situation, you won't be able to leave this city anytime soon. Upon hearing this, Michel let out a sigh of relief internally. I can go now, right? There's no need to keep me here anymore, is there? Su Liang nodded. I will verify the authenticity of these things as quickly as possible. But how can you ensure my safe departure? Michel looked around and seemed to faintly hear the alarm sound already. It also meant that his time was running out. If he delayed further, there wouldn't be a chance to run away. Rest assured, since I can have them block this place, I can also give you a gap to leave. As Su Liang spoke, he took out his phone. He made another call. This time it wasn't to Zhou Yang, but directly to the police squad captain. Captain, I have locked down the suspect's location. We can now reduce personnel and don't need to guard every single opening. Since the phone call was on speaker, the response from the police captain was heard clearly by Michel as well. All right, we will inform the personnel immediately. Hearing this, Michel felt the weight lifted off his chest, his eyes full of excitement. It was unexpected that there was still a chance to get through such perilous situations. Wonderful. You may go now. Su Liang waved a hand, pointed in a direction, his face calm, as though dealing with these matters was just like snapping his fingers for him. Mr. Su, I never thought you'd be so sincere. It seems I really underestimated you earlier. Rest assured, once I confirm everything is secure, I'll immediately inform you of the locations of all the remaining treasures. Hopefully, our cooperation can continue. After this commotion settles down, if Boss Su has any interest in discussing future collaborations, we can then proceed. Saying this, Michel followed the given direction without looking back and fled swiftly. Seeing the flustered figure of Michel running off, Su Liang couldn't help but smile slightly, his eyes revealing a trace of sardonic amusement. Indeed, when a person is in a state of extreme panic, they are incapable of making rational judgments. Actually, during the entire dialogue just now, there were significant flaws in Su Liang's statements, and such so-called collaborations could hardly guarantee authenticity either. If one side wanted to turn against the other party would have absolutely no means to fight back. However, Michelle had obviously been driven to despair and hadn't assessed the risks involved. Did he leave? The captain's voice came through the phone. Gone. This guy ran faster than a rabbit, probably hoping for wheels of wind and fire to attach to himself. Su Liang grinned teasingly, his tone full of amusement. Wow, you're pretty crafty, aren't you? You actually thought of this way. What shall we do now? The detective captain asked meaningfully. Probably in Michelle's wildest dreams, he wouldn't have guessed that this entire scene was merely a performance staged by Su Liang. After tracking down the suspect's location, Su Liang had promptly contacted the head of the criminal investigation team, informing him of possible changes, demanding a much more detailed action plan. With frequent emergency situations happening recently, the head of the police squad didn't want to miss the big opportunity to catch Michelle and thus maintained constant communication with Su Liang. In other words, his conversation with Michelle was actually under constant surveillance by the criminal investigation captain. The reason this operation was agreed upon so quickly is that the criminal investigation captain also found Su Liang's reasoning to be reasonable. If they merely capture Michelle, the help would not be much because any department or leader truly cares about the antique treasures hidden behind this man. Capturing this bastard would result in no more than a fine or imprisonment. However, recovering those valuable antiques would hold greater significance for both the nation and the individual. Therefore, the criminal investigation captain tacitly cooperated with Su Liang in putting on a show. Of course, we need to follow that guy. I believe that this guy, within the shortest time possible, will likely go to the place where he hides his precious things. Su Liang said slowly, his gaze revealing an intriguing look. Upon hearing this, the criminal investigation captain couldn't help but become curious. On what grounds can you make such a judgment? That guy Michel is extremely cunning. Perhaps the first thing he does after leaving is hiding under a new name and vanishing. Captain, you underestimate this guy too much? Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. It wasn't difficult to see from our previous conversation that there should be even bigger fish behind Michel. These are the real masterminds behind everything. After all, Michel is merely someone who deals with stolen goods. So he must ensure that he isn't yet discarded by the big boss behind him. Therefore, protecting the treasures is the most important. I don't believe he could let go of these treasures easily. These are worth tens of billions. Once discovered, Michel definitely won't have a good end, possibly even losing his life as a result. If such a situation were to happen, it would be too much of a loss. So Su Liang judged that Michel still had a lot to do at this moment. Chapter 237. Fortunately, there's Su Liang. Otherwise, we would have lost big. The captain of the criminal investigation team felt that Su Liang's analysis was extremely reasonable and nodded repeatedly. An approving look appeared in his eyes. I see you're really a cunning old fox. You've managed to outsmart that guy and spin him around. Luckily we recruited you back then. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been able to handle this trouble. Su Liang grinned with satisfaction. How could you say that? To deal with villains, one must be tougher and craftier than they are. Otherwise, wouldn't we just be toyed around with by these bad guys? I believe, Captain, you understand this principle well. The captain's gaze once again revealed an approving light. This young man is truly outstanding, indeed baffling and hard to comprehend. But he also greatly increased everyone's hope. If following what he said, the final result might stay on the best course. Then let's act separately and get started immediately. We must hurry up, and this time, we can't let that guy escape. After disconnecting the communication, the captain of the criminal investigation team immediately informed most police officers to quietly prepare for disguise and tracking. When they saw Michel sneaking out from behind the building, there were already 4 or 5 vehicles monitoring him. All of them had one thought in mind. Damn this bastard. Last time he spun us around like fools. Let's see how you'll be outsmarted this time. Their goal was not only to catch Michel, but also to recover those precious relics. Even finding one more piece will be a help to the entire nation and significantly reduce losses. Meanwhile, at the underground parking lot, Zhou Yang and others looked anxious as they searched everywhere. Big brother Zhou, do you think our leader has really run into danger? Why haven't we seen him by now? Lu Hao's tone was filled with urgency. The two came down from upstairs expecting to find some useful clues, but something completely unexpected happened. Su Liang had seemingly vanished off the face of the earth, without a trace left behind even on the surveillance cameras. My God, if Lu Hao hadn't come with him, he'd probably doubt whether he'd imagined seeing him vanish so inexplicably without a trace. And just at that moment, a voice suddenly sounded out. Who are you two so anxiously looking for? Zhou Yang and Lu Hao sharply turned around, their eyes filled with surprise and joy mixed together. Leader, how are you here? They saw Su Liang with a slightly raised corner of his mouth, his gaze full of intrigue as he leaned leisurely against a pillar. It seemed like he was enjoying the situation very much. Zhou Yang couldn't help but laugh angrily. What happened exactly? Your phone isn't reachable. I thought you might have encountered an accident. Yes, there was an accident, but also some gains. Su Liang's lips curved upward slightly. His expression was calm and composed. What kind of gains? Both couldn't help their curiosity and asked, their eyes brimming with urgency. I found Michel. Without any reservation, Su Liang directly narrated what had happened earlier. What? Listening to this, both were dumbfounded, their faces filled with shock and disbelief. Leader, since you've already found him, why did you let him go? Didn't we spend so much effort before, endure so many situations, all just to bring this old scoundrel to justice? Lu Hao's confusion showed fully on his face. He didn't understand why his leader would make such an unusual decision. Zhou Yang, holding his chin, displayed a thoughtful demeanor. You're not trying to fish for bigger prey by letting go of the line, are you? You see, our big brother Zhou is sharper, seeing straight through my little plan right away. Su Liang grinned widely, not hiding his praise, making the other feel somewhat bashful. But the problem is, won't your line be stretched too long? What if he runs away? Zhou Yang said with some concern. After all, this matter was no small thing. If any unexpected issue arose, none of them could bear the responsibility. Su Liang smiled and waved his hand dismissively. This is something you needn't worry about, because the squad members from the criminal investigation team have already gone out to track Michelle. There's no way Michelle can shake off that many pairs of eyes. Zhou Yang immediately understood everything. He finally realized why the call wasn't going through just now. It must have been because Su Liang kept close contact with the captain of the criminal investigation team all along. This kid was simply too meticulous. He could effortlessly think about many tiny details. Most importantly, he always managed to forge a new path in what seemed impossible and chose a method entirely beyond others' imagination. So this time you plan to confiscate both the person and the goods? That's right. Su Liang nodded. He made no effort to conceal his plan. So what should we do now? Can't just wait here, can we? Lu Hao asked curiously, with a look of confusion in his eyes. First, let's see if that old bastard has lied to me. Su Liang took out the other party's phone and told the two of them the address of the small warehouse. Upon hearing this news, their faces lit up with surprise and disbelief. They couldn't believe they'd actually gained an unexpected reward. What are we waiting for? Let's go? Otherwise, if Michelle switches the contents, it would be a huge loss. We're talking tens of millions here, certainly beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Probably a lifetime's earnings wouldn't add up to so much money. Without delay, the three immediately got into the car and headed toward the small warehouse. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the location Michelle had given, and following the password provided by him, they opened the door. Inside there was only a simple cabinet. When the cabinet was opened, Zhou Yang and Lu Hao couldn't help but show their shocked expressions. Who could have thought that items worth tens of millions were stored here in such a simple manner? Check if they're really genuine. With great care, Zhou Yang pulled out the antique, filled with apprehension. This was the moment to confirm whether their efforts were worthwhile. Su Liang gave it a thorough inspection and carefully recalled other details. Finally, he solemnly nodded. There's no mistake. These things are antiques, and their value is indeed substantial. Looks like the old scoundrel didn't lie to us. Hearing this, both sighed in relief and their eyes sparkled with excitement. Fantastic. This time we've truly accomplished something big. We will surely get praised when we return. Su Liang, you're incredible. Never would I have thought that the key to solving this case would really be on you. If you hadn't found Michelle in time, we might have missed him again. Chapter 238. Arresting Michelle, retrieving the priceless antiques. At the same time, elsewhere, Michelle returned to his secret base in a state of panic. When he saw that no one had been there, he let out a quiet sigh of relief. After confirming that the antiques were undisturbed and showed no abnormalities, his mood improved significantly. Now, he felt he could give a satisfactory report to his boss behind the scenes. But soon his thoughts turned cunning again. If he handed all these antiques over to Su Liang, wouldn't all his efforts these past few days be wasted? More importantly, how would he cover such a massive financial gap? When the boss behind asks, wouldn't that mean certain death? With this thought, a sinister gleam appeared in his eyes. You little bastard, this time you got lucky and walked away with treasures worth tens of millions. Consider it charity for beggars. But if you think I'll let you take my treasures worth billions, you're delusional. A bold plan formed in Michelle's mind. He could either replace them with fakes or just disappear entirely. However, from the current situation, running away wasn't ideal, because he still needed to sell off all the antiques. Otherwise, the local police would certainly investigate thoroughly. Even finding the tiniest clue would result in great losses for him. Moreover, running away would also leave no way to explain things to his boss behind the scenes. They needed these antiques converted into funds to undertake larger operations. Simultaneously, sending these antiques overseas to national museums could also increase their income and strength to some extent. After pondering back and forth, Michelle decided that using counterfeits as substitutes was still the best option. He didn't believe that Su Liang, being only 18 years old, could possess such extensive experience to discern the authenticity of everything. If the other party did indeed discover something later, he would just find ways to negotiate further. In short, as long as he wasn't arrested by the police, everything would be fine. Thinking about this, Michelle's previously tense heart finally relaxed. In this matter, he dared not involve others. Fortunately, behind the warehouse were already completed samples, perfect for substitution. After taking a brief rest, Michelle prepared to act. But what he never expected even in his dreams was that the moment he stood up, a shrill alarm suddenly sounded outside. Then, a horde of people stormed in. Freeze. Michelle's eyes widened in disbelief. Who are you? This is private property. Don't you know I can call the police on you? The captain of the detective squad walked in with a faint smile on his face. Mr. Michel, don't you know your own limits? Want to report us? Go ahead. Let's see if you'll actually be able to get through. What? Michel stood frozen like a statue struck by lightning. He couldn't have imagined that those following him would turn out to be police officers. How did you find me here? The detective captain's lips curled slightly upward. All the pressure that had accumulated during this time finally released. He felt immensely relaxed. This question should be directed at you yourself. Without your leading us, how else would we have smoothly found your secret hideout? What? Michel remained dazed, completely shocked. It took 2 full seconds before he came to his senses. Instantly filled with rage, he spat out. You bastards. How dare Su Liang betray me? That despicable animal actually led you here? No honor at all. Not fit to be a businessman. The detective captain arched an eyebrow. Having now regarded Su Liang as one of their own, he naturally wouldn't tolerate others attacking him indiscriminately. Just like you deserve to be called a businessman? Are you unclear about the nature of your own activities? Selling counterfeit antiques abroad, illegally transporting cultural relics. Your crimes warrant public condemnation in our country. I'm going to report you. Michel abruptly raised his hand, his eyes brimming with resentment. Since he couldn't have a good outcome, neither should anyone else. Su Liang stole a batch of treasures. He's just like me. Since you're arresting me, you might as well arrest him too. The detective captain's lips curled slightly upward once more. Do you really not know that Su Liang is one of ours? Do you seriously think he'd do something like this? He's currently accompanying our colleagues to locate your smaller warehouse. From start to finish, it's only you who has been doing evil. And he's merely walking heavily in the darkness. What? Michel widened his eyes in disbelief, unable to accept what was happening before him. He had originally thought Su Liang was just cutting ties after getting what he wanted, but never did he expect that this guy had been deceiving him from the very beginning. Damn animal. How could there be such a person? Why did I believe his lies just now? At this moment, Michel was filled with regret. But no matter how much he tried to argue or flee, it was already too late. The entire secret base was completely surrounded. Even a fly trying to escape would have to reckon with the detective squad. Take this man and put him in the car. Everyone else thoroughly search every corner of this area. Don't miss any detail. The detective captain issued orders decisively. Without hesitation, the crowd moved forward, their faces brimming with excitement. Who could have anticipated such a scenario? The events unfolded far beyond everyone's expectations. If this raid on the secret base yielded rich results, then they would truly be credited with a great achievement. And as the team continuously searched and examined, the discoveries brought even greater shock than imagined. They could hardly dream that so many valuable antiques and counterfeit artifacts were stored here. My God, Captain, I just looked it up online, and these items together are worth tens of millions. This surpasses the reward of breaking up a major criminal gang. Yes, we never expected that behind the landscape estate lay such a massive chain of profit. No wonder they've managed to infiltrate high society. Though the detective captain appeared very calm on the surface, internally, he also experienced immense turmoil. If all this fell into the hands of an ordinary person, their moral fiber might waver at the sight of all this wealth. Chapter 239. Dare to act alone? It's no exaggeration to say that randomly picking up a treasure here could possibly secure one's carefree life for the rest of their days. All these items are national treasures level antiques. Once in a lifetime opportunity. It's bastards like these who have caused our country heavy losses. The eyes of the captain of the criminal police were filled with seriousness. He vowed to thoroughly investigate the entire interest chain. Take good care of these treasures, and see if there are any other computer data at the scene. You must find a way to completely dismantle this crime syndicate. Understood. Everyone was bustling about, never having felt as motivated as they did today. Billions worth of goods, something an ordinary person would barely dare to imagine. It was simply an astronomical number. It took several hours of hard work before everyone finally sorted out everything in this secret base. Aside from valuable cultural relics, there were countless fakes in Michel's account books, including all previous transactions. If they were sold to domestic collectors, the police wouldn't have much to say. After all, this is equivalent to internal circulation. No matter what, people are unlikely to take them overseas to sell. However, a large portion of these treasures had been secretly smuggled abroad through various channels. Just looking at that list made the captain of the criminal police heartbroken. He also resolved privately. He would make Michel confess to all the criminal facts at all costs. Otherwise, he just couldn't swallow this. Captain, there's basically nothing else of value here. At this moment, a team member approached. All right, inform everyone to withdraw. Once we return to headquarters, we'll deal with that old bastard slowly. On the other side, Su Liang and two others, after retrieving the treasures, originally planned to head to the criminal police headquarters with Zhou Yang. However, when they learned that Mr. Wei and Zhang Yusheng were still waiting at the Qiushui Grand Hotel, they had to return first. Though such things could be communicated with a phone call, since these two influential figures waited at the Qiushui Grand Hotel, they should be informed personally as a sign of respect. Otherwise, it would lack sincerity. Zhou Yang understood and only hoped that Su Liang would visit the criminal police headquarters when he finished handling everything. After all, he was the major contributor to the case. There might be some reward awaiting him from higher-ups. Back at the Qiushui Grand Hotel, entering the private room, Mr. Zhang and other elders were almost about to fall asleep, but upon seeing Su Liang, they immediately perked up and greeted him warmly. Young man, where exactly have you run off to? We looked all over and couldn't find you. That's right, your phone was unreachable. What happened? I almost thought you got bumped off. Hearing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a calm smile on his face. Although there was a big age difference between the three of them, they shared a mutual understanding and could even become very close friends. To be honest, this made him feel incredibly honored. These two individuals were beyond reach for many people in their lifetimes. Yet, they regarded him sincerely as a friend? Nope, I merely want to handle an issue. Because the situation was urgent, I didn't have time then. Please forgive me. What could have taken you so long? Zhang Yusheng asked curiously. Of course, catching Michel. Su Liang blurted out. So you've already found that old man? Where is he? I'll contact the police immediately. Mr. Wei said excitedly. As someone who spent half his life on the battlefield, he was extremely excited by this kind of affair. Just like an eagle spotting a rabbit. Not taking advantage of the moment would be unforgivable for someone who used to wear that uniform. Old man, you really can't sit still, can you? Lu Hao joked from the side. Besides, you're probably too late now. What? Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei's face flashed with shock. Is it possible that the old guy has escaped? Absolutely not. We must chase him back. If we let this bastard go, I will absolutely not tolerate it. Hearing this, Su Liang smiled faintly, his face serene. How could I let that old guy escape? If someone like him isn't brought to justice, it would surely become a joke for everyone to laugh at. A black-hearted businessman carrying billions worth of ancient cultural relics getting away unpunished would surely be considered an insult and desecration of law enforcement agencies and many official departments. It seems as though their authority wasn't capable enough. Upon hearing this, Mr. Wei's gaze was full of confusion and bewilderment, making him even more perplexed. Why do I understand less as you explain more? What exactly happened? Based on the timeline, that guy should have already been caught by the criminal police team. Su Liang said slowly. Zhang Yusheng, seeing this, couldn't help but become curious. So fast. Weren't you saying he had run away? And where did we go to catch him? Hey, how come neither of you understands yet? It's obvious that Su Liang set a trap for him. Lu Hao hurriedly recounted the sequence of events. Even though Zhang Yusheng and Grandpa Wei were seasoned individuals, upon hearing the full story, they still couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock. They found it utterly baffling, especially when they learned that Su Liang had infiltrated alone among the people of the Xuanhuan group and successfully lured Michelle out. They couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. Young man, you do have brains. No wonder you said the situation was urgent. All this time, it was because of this reason. Su Liang nodded, his gaze revealing a serious look. At the time, the Xuanhuan group wanted to make their escape, while there were many of them. I didn't have time to explain the situation to you in detail, so I could only go first. And I couldn't guarantee that I would find Michelle, but this time luck was on our side. Although he spoke very humbly, Zhang Yusheng and Grandpa Wei knew that such things absolutely don't rely solely on luck. As an old saying goes, all opportunities are given to those who are prepared. If it weren't for Su Liang's boldness and even his courage to face challenges alone, how could this situation have arisen? We might have just watched helplessly as Michelle slipped away right under everyone's noses. Just thinking about that made Grandpa Wei feel uneasy. No matter what, this time you really did help the police a great deal, and more importantly, brought glory to us. If not for you, I fear I would have become a laughingstock, Grandpa Wei said with endless admiration. Chapter 240, Waiting for You? The daylily flowers would have gone cold. In the past, Grandpa Wei always thought he could be like Huang Zhong of the Three Kingdoms period, old but vigorous. But now he realizes what it means for the latter waves of the Yangtze River to push the former ones ahead. Young people like Su Liang are the future of the entire era and offer them immense assistance. Most importantly, in the face of major rights and wrongs, Su Liang has principles and boundaries that are beyond question, and there is absolutely no compromise. To tell the truth, can anyone guarantee they wouldn't be tempted by such a huge interest? This treasure is worth billions. Many people might not make this much money even in 8 lifetimes. Little Su, I feel very relieved to entrust our country's future to someone like you. Grandpa Wei said earnestly. Don't. You're overestimating me. Actually, I just hope to contribute my bit. Most importantly, it's our country's treasure. How can we let the foreign devils have it cheaply? Su Liang seriously replied. These words also gained the agreement of everyone present. Indeed, there should be a bottom line at times, as well as dignity. You cannot do anything for money. Just at this moment, Wei Jianghe, Grandpa Wei's son, walked in. His face was full of urgency. Dad, how is the situation? Is it still under control? When Grandpa Wei heard this, an expression of displeasure appeared on his face. How did I teach you before? To act quickly, to seize time. How come after all these years, you're still like this? By the time you get here, the daylily flowers would have gone cold. If someone really wants to run away, they would have run away already. How could they still wait until now? A hint of embarrassment appeared on Wei Jianghe's face. After all, he was also a leader in the city, and with outsiders around, he should at least give him some face. Otherwise, if word gets out, wouldn't that be very embarrassing? Zhang Yusheng then displayed his very outstanding business ability, immediately saying, Leader, rest assured. I didn't hear or see anything just now. I know nothing. Su Liang and Lu Hao also nodded nearby. This understanding of human relationships and worldliness was quite thorough. Seeing this, Wei Jianghe's attitude towards the group improved somewhat. It seemed he had indeed harbored some prejudice against the 2 young men back then. However, a big leader like him would absolutely not change his view of someone entirely because of such a small matter. Because he had seen too many geniuses. Many young people truly stood out when they were very young. But the world has a saying, heaven envies talent. Many people think it's unfair of heaven to let these talents who are shining brightly die prematurely. But in fact, it's not true. If a genius wants to truly become a strong person, they need to go through countless tests. And because those geniuses have received so much honor and glory, they might crumble completely when faced with setbacks. The result in the end is a complete breakdown. So-called heaven-envying talent mainly depends on the parties involved themselves. Like young people such as Su Liang who can gain their father's appreciation, there aren't many. But in Wei Jianghe's view, time is needed for tempering. Any good steel, if not forged, will be far from showing great practical use. Father, I've already acted as quickly as possible, and came right after finishing the matters at hand. You should understand how busy I usually am. If I abandon everything because of such a trivial matter, how much impact would it have on my work? Grandpa Wei also showed understanding for this. After all, his son is responsible for all the construction in the whole city. It's definitely not like ordinary people. So even occasional meetings between father and son do not bring him any complaints. A man should stand tall, should learn to bear the burden. But this time, his own son really made him lose face. Even worse than an 18-year-old young man. Ho ho, I know you're busy with work, but couldn't you send someone from your team first? Wei Jianghe felt more helplessly upon hearing this. When he sent people over, all the criminal investigation team members had already withdrawn. This left his subordinates completely baffled. They even called to ask questions. With everything already chaotic, having to deal with this situation made Wei Jianghe extremely irritable. Speaking of this, I haven't had a chance to ask you yet. Didn't you say that the criminal investigation team had already taken control of the scene? So why didn't any of them show up when my people arrived? Wei Jianghe asked with great seriousness. In matters like these, there's no such thing as family ties. One thing is one thing. Nonsense. Everything has already been sorted out. Of course your people wouldn't have found anything. Let me tell you, with this kind of speed, if it were in the old battlefield times, you wouldn't even qualify to clean up after the battle. Grandpa Wei was also extremely blunt in his words. This left the few people standing nearby looking at each other awkwardly, feeling increasingly uneasy. Neither leaving nor staying felt right. If they were to leave, it would be tantamount to not giving Grandpa Wei face. But if they stayed, they'd witness the big city leader being scolded right before their eyes. Such an occurrence would likely have to be buried deep inside once everyone went their separate ways. Otherwise, none of the three would lead peaceful lives again. Already dealt with. Wei Jianghe's eyes widened, full of disbelief. Wasn't it about cultural relics smuggling involving a huge amount? How could it possibly be resolved so quickly? Of course. And the person who resolved this trouble is the young Su you looked down upon. Grandpa Wei pointed at Su Liang, pride clearly written all over his face. It was as if he was saying, do you see? This is the person I've chosen. You doubted my judgment earlier. Do you still want to question it now? At such a young age, and yet possessing both courage and capability. What doesn't Su deserve regarding my approval? Wei Jianghe's widened eyes brimmed with disbelief, and he found it utterly perplexing. Are you serious, Dad? Are you telling me he solved something this enormous by himself? Do you think that's reasonable? Based on his years of work experience, it seemed impossible for anyone to resolve a matter this large in such a short time, because it involved too many parties, and the situation was extremely complex. Even if you were rough and direct, the other side may not necessarily give you the opportunity to handle it. Chapter 241. My father's insight was not wrong. Wei Jianghe strongly believed that it was his father who had been giving Su Liang extra credit, all in an effort to prove that his own discernment had not been faulty and to indicate that Wei himself had made the wrong judgment in this matter. What am I lying to you for? Besides, don't you know what kind of character your old man is? It's fine to tell a little white lie sometimes, but would I dare lie about something as important as this? Old Master Wei looked serious, even a bit upset. Even his own son wouldn't believe what he said. This was not only a doubt on Old Master Wei's personality, but also an insult to all the efforts and hard work he'd done over the years. Wei Jianghe couldn't quite bring himself to believe. He turned his head and glanced at the other three people. Seeing this, Zhang Yuxing stepped forward voluntarily and spoke. Leader, I can guarantee with my life that it was indeed Su Liang who handled this matter. Lu Hao also nodded repeatedly nearby. That's right. He risked his life alone to find those people from the Mountain Water Group, then track them to uncover Michael, the mastermind behind the scenes. Not only that, but he also got Michael to disclose the location where the antiques were hidden. The criminal investigation team should have already seized back all the large amounts of antique relics by now. If you, leader, don't believe it, you can call the criminal investigation team and ask. Wei Jianghe reflected thoughtfully, half believing and half doubting, and dialed the phone number for the city police station's criminal investigation team. After personally verifying the authenticity of the matter from the captain of the team, there were no words to describe the shock within him. My goodness, such a huge trouble has actually been resolved by this 18-year-old young man named Su Liang. It was utterly incredible, more astonishing than one could imagine. Not until this moment did he have to admit that this young man was indeed more capable and responsible than any genius he had ever encountered. He remained silent for quite some time. Only then did Wei Jianghe slowly speak, revealing an approving look in his eyes. Su Liang, I admit I previously had some prejudices against you. I even thought that you wanted to use my father as a way to connect with me and provide convenience for future work and life. But judging by the current situation, you are indeed a very upright person, and you've truly made me see you differently. I apologize for my previous prejudices towards you. As he said this, he bowed his head to make a deep bow. Su Liang quickly supported him. Leader, you're overestimating what I've said. Actually, there's no direct conflict between us, and if you thought I had such an idea, it makes sense. After all, there are too many people in today's society harboring such ulterior motives. Truly capable people would disdain taking shortcuts like these. They have abilities, they have dreams. Of course, if you, leader, are willing to befriend me, it would be my honor. But if you think I'm someone who clings to power, I won't explain further. Hearing this, Wei Jianghe couldn't help but smile. He suddenly understood why his father could regard Su Liang differently. This guy really talks interestingly. Are you giving me a tough problem now? No. I just don't want others to gossip. Moreover, it's to avoid the elder having any prejudice against you. Su Liang smiled profoundly. As an outsider, he had created negative emotions between Elder Wei and Wei Jianghe, and although the latter might not say it outright, they surely held some opinions privately. Now that he spoke plainly, everyone could resolve the issue. This was indeed a very good thing. Fine, today I'll give you face. Father-in-law didn't treat you well before, and I apologize to you. Wei Jianghe said frankly. Zhang Yuxing witnessed this and couldn't help but secretly admire. No wonder this person could serve as a leader. Look at this vision. Look at this boldness. none of which commoners could possibly match. Old Master Wei also revealed a satisfied expression on his face. This was indeed what he had hoped to see. Alright, since we're here today, let me treat everyone to a good meal. We didn't finish dinner earlier, so come along, my son. Take this opportunity to catch up with our buddy little Su. Wow, my goodness. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuxing felt totally overwhelmed. In all his life, the opportunities to meet Wei Jianghe could be counted on one hand. And yet, Su Liang had effortlessly become such close friends with this major official Wei Jianghe right away. So the gap between people sometimes is really greater than the gap between humans and pigs. Lu Hao, meanwhile, was absolutely filled with admiration. He never imagined that his boss had such great talents, far beyond what he had seen before. Nowadays, he was actually able to chat jovially with a big leader like Wei Jianghe. Following him meant that in the future, there would be no worry about food and drink. As long as he didn't stir up trouble, Su Liang definitely wouldn't turn against him. Thinking of this, Lu Hao couldn't help but feel an overwhelming excitement. An opportunity like this was something he wouldn't have dared to dream of before. After all, he was just an ordinary little citizen, no background, no ability, and no academic qualifications. How could someone like him possibly share a meal with a great leader like Wei Jianghe? Seeing everyone's face light up with anticipation, Wei Jianghe found it hard to refuse. Indeed, it had been quite a while since he last had dinner with his father, and today was a day worthy of celebration. The criminal investigation team successfully cracked a major cultural relic smuggling case, which also brought significant benefits to him as a leader. Most importantly, it allowed all the common people to know that their government was dedicated to creating a better environment, not indulging in daily pleasures at the expense of the public, as those with ulterior motives often spread. Alright, let's all have a good drink today, but we've agreed that I will pay out of my own pocket. Wei Jianghe said with utmost seriousness. Don't joke around. Your salary is barely enough for your wife and children. This is a 5-star restaurant. Do you think you can afford it? Grandpa Wei showed utter disdain. He had never judged heroes by wealth. So even if his own son had no money, there was no way he would scold him over this matter. However, if Wei Jianghe made mistakes in work or character, Grandpa absolutely wouldn't tolerate it. Zhang Yuxing knew it was time for him to step up and immediately volunteered. I'll take care of it. After all, I should host today. If we let Grandpa pay, it would look bad. Seeing Wei Jianghe hesitate, Zhang Yuxing quickly added, Leader, please don't overthink it. I'm absolutely not trying to build connections, nor am I bribing you. It's purely a friends gathering. It's definitely impossible for me to ask you for favors because of this meal. Chapter 242, Sensational News. Zhang Yuxing and Zhang Yuxian have been doing business for decades. They wouldn't fail to understand the ins and outs here. Even if they needed help in the future, it would absolutely never be from Wei Jianghe. Finding Su Liang, or even Wei Laoshe would be far more effective. Su Liang knows Luo Chenghai, who is a tycoon in the entire divine territory. As for Wei Laoshe, it goes without saying, after struggling for decades, his old comrades, friends, leaders, and subordinates are countless. There's absolutely no need to bother with Wei Jianghe, and doing so would also seem extremely troublesome. Given that things had reached this point, Wei Jianghe couldn't refuse anymore, and everyone immediately sat back down. Once the hotel staff learned of the arrival of the esteemed leader, they became even more spirited. They ordered the kitchen to serve dishes as quickly as possible. The group toasted glasses, ate joyfully, and finally each person was tipsy before parting ways. Wei Jianghe arrived at the underground parking lot. His secretary had already been waiting for a long time. After he got into the car, the secretary couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Leader, I haven't seen you this happy for a long time. Did something good happen today? Of course. A faint smile appeared on the corner of Wei Jianghe's lips, and a look of pride emerged in his eyes. Today, not only did I make a new good friend, but I also accomplished a great thing for our city. Double joy. Don't you think it's worth celebrating? Most importantly, the grievances between himself and his father were quietly resolved during the drinking and chatting. It has to be said, Zhang Yuxing and Su Liang were indeed quite cunning individuals. There's no need to mention the former. He's the chairman of the prosperous group. After years of experience in the business world, if one couldn't learn to be cunning, their company would have collapsed long ago. What Wei Jianghe didn't expect was that Su Liang could possess such high emotional intelligence, speaking appropriately, being well-mannered, and highly experienced in both knowledge and life experiences. It's hard to imagine these traits belonging to an 18-year-old young man. The most crucial point, which Wei Jianghe admired most about Su Liang, is knowing worldly matters but not being deceitful. Such people are rare nowadays, 1 in 10,000. Indeed, Su Liang was exceptionally outstanding and surprisingly impressive. There's actually some meaning to all this. I didn't expect someone like him to emerge from our place. Wei Jianghe muttered to himself. The secretary, hearing this, blinked his eyes. He knew his leader's temper very well, always strict with himself and lenient with others, but rarely directly praised others. Perhaps this had something to do with the environment in which the leader lived. After all, his Laoshe, grandfather, was an extraordinarily remarkable individual. Wei Jianghe, at such a young age, had already reached such heights. That's definitely not something ordinary people could comprehend. Compared to him, regular geniuses simply don't count. What good does having talent do if you can't endure over the long haul, or if you're not resilient enough? But now there was actually someone who could make the leader speak up so readily. This made the secretary incredibly curious. Who exactly are you talking about, leader? It's a close friend my father knows. He's only 18 this year. Isn't that strange? Despite coming from a poor family and living in poverty, whether in eloquence or life experience, he isn't inferior to anyone with worldly knowledge. To be honest, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe an 18-year-old young man could possess such extraordinary breadth of vision. The secretary widened his eyes upon hearing this, his expression full of disbelief. Deep inside, he shook his head in amazement. My goodness, wasn't this evaluation too high? Moreover, prior to this, he had never heard the leader praise anyone in such a distinctive manner. This sufficiently illustrates how exceptional the other party's abilities and strength must be. So, leader, should we specially recruit this kind of person to our department? The secretary cautiously asked. No, I believe that guy wouldn't be interested in our department, at least not by entering through this way. Wei Jiang has said with absolute certainty. There was no hint of disdain in his tone. He believed that if Su Liang truly wanted to follow his path, he would take the official route and excel to silence everyone. Oh yes, once we get back, inform the TV station and all the major media outlets in our district. Make sure the event at Xiushui Grand Hotel today is widely reported. The most important thing is to let everyone know that Su Liang was the major contributor this time. I want to set an example for everyone. Wei Jiang has said earnestly. This was also a way of returning the favor to Su Liang's help. Otherwise, if word got out, he, as the leader, would seem too inhumane. The secretary, sitting beside him, nodded, completely at a loss for words to describe the shock he felt inside. My goodness, what kind of person could possibly have earned such special attention from the leader? And after learning the full story, the secretary was even more astonished. Is this for real? An 18-year-old high school student could single-handedly resolve a massive smuggling case involving billions of yuan, all the while invisibly protecting important national assets. This kind of vision and capability is truly admirable. That night, all major media outlets and news channels received the message and were extremely curious about the grandeur of it all. When they saw the content, disbelief showed on everyone's face. My goodness, how come we didn't hear any news about something so big before? Could we make this the front page headline? Once this news is broadcast, it will definitely rock the entire city tomorrow. What are you thinking? Our leaders have already spoken. It's going to be simultaneous coverage by all the media in the city. But this guy Su Liang is indeed extraordinary. He accomplished something so incredible on his own. I could never do that. In an instant, the entire journalism world underwent a massive upheaval because of Su Liang's name. Some people went as far as conducting overnight investigations. And the results of those investigations were even more baffling. Isn't Su Liang just an ordinary person? How could someone like him create such a huge impact? Even more astonishing, the command came directly from the top leadership of the city. Wow, has the world gone crazy these days? This is utterly inexplicable and hard to believe. Almost all news media took the same approach, working through the night to draft news articles and related reports. Regardless, from now on, Su Liang's name would undoubtedly stick in everyone's minds, because this incident was too sudden and simply too unbelievable. Solving a massive billion-yuan case. Is that something an ordinary person can participate in? At any moment, one might pay an extremely heavy price. Chapter 243. The whole internet learns, surging popularity. The very next morning, news about the Mountain River Group and Su Liang was everywhere. Almost everyone who got up early for work saw this piece of news. Mountain River Group? I haven't heard of it. Is this group really that impressive? Are you still unaware? The Mountain River Group is extremely famous in our city. It's said that only rich people can get in. Many people break their heads trying to enter the Mountain River Group because it means they are getting recognized. But the content of the news seems to be bad, doesn't it? Maybe Mountain River Group isn't as good as it's made out to be. The news clearly states that Mountain River Group pretended to build a high-end estate to attract those wealthy individuals. But actually, they were involved in some illegal antique smuggling activities. The online discussions were widespread. When people learned the true nature of the Mountain River estate, they couldn't help but feel indignant and outraged. For many commoners, places like these could only be dreamed of. They would never reach such a level of wealth in their lifetime. Thus, they could only look on from afar with admiration. But now they've discovered what they admired for so long was essentially just a den of thieves. Not only was it a case of passing off counterfeit goods as genuine ones, but there was even internal betrayal. All right, fine, you're trafficking antiques, but then you sell fakes. And if that weren't enough, you're transporting authentic pieces overseas. Is this something humans should do? And once it was revealed that the boss of Mountain River Group was actually a foreigner, everything seemed to fall into place. No wonder. These guys deserve to be chopped into pieces for letting outsiders think we're pushovers. Exactly. Those foreigners truly believe we're stupid with lots of money, don't they? Coming up with all sorts of tricks to swindle us. Disgraceful is an understatement. Who on earth uncovered them? So powerful. It's absolutely incredible how someone managed to do this. Upon seeing Su Liang's name pop up online, numerous netizens couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. So talented. This young man has achieved so much at such a young age. He's genuinely an inspiration to all of us. And he had the guts and capability to act. Most of us wouldn't have been able to accomplish anything similar. So cool. This young man will forever be remembered for making such an impact. His future achievements can only be greater from here. In no time, everyone praised Su Liang immensely. After learning his true identity and personal background, their admiration reached new heights. If others faced wealth worth billions, they'd surely lose their senses and be unable to make sound decisions. Yet this young man remained grounded and principled, which by itself earned him heaps of commendation. Of course, many thought Su Liang's actions were absurdly foolish. Faced with billions in wealth, why would he choose such an unintelligent route? Are you stupid? With that much money, isn't there nothing you couldn't do or enjoy? Even if worried about official retribution, running away is always an option, right? Why run when having so much cash ensures you'll get more support elsewhere? These comments drew instant backlash from a multitude of people who hurled insults and criticized viciously. It's people like you that allow foreigners to find ways to come here and profit from our misfortune. Have you no shame? Money can't replace everything. You deserve the repercussions for thinking otherwise. You're completely useless and contribute nothing. You're more like vermin than anything. And you only dare to complain online. If we met in person, we'd beat sense into you. In no time, the entire internet erupted in chaos, with everyone expressing their opinions and views. After all, before this, who could have imagined that one small individual could spark such intense discussion and debate? Meanwhile, at school, students preparing for their morning readings quickly glanced at their phones between study sessions, a way to relax amidst the heavy exam preparation atmosphere. Soon, some noticed irregularities online. Hey, I seem to have spotted Su Liang's name. This Su Liang actually helped the police solve a major case, and he even received praise throughout the entire city. Could this Su Liang be our classmate Su Liang? Impossible. There's no way something like this could happen by coincidence. Everyone expressed disbelief and found it even more unfathomable. After all, the current situation was completely different from what they had expected, and even a huge change had occurred. It seemed almost too science fiction-like to be true. Without delay, many people immediately searched online for related news and information. The more they read, the clearer it became. It was undoubtedly Su Liang. There was no way it could be faked. Some people even posted pictures of Su Liang directly. My goodness, our school actually produced someone as amazing as him. It's simply unbelievable. So it turns out our school is now famous too. Helping the police solve such an enormous case is quite an achievement, which will surely have great benefits in the future. Su Liang has been keeping such a low profile. I thought he just played around at home every day, but it turns out he quietly managed to accomplish something so monumental. The classmates were buzzing with excitement. This massive disparity left them speechless, unable to describe their feelings in words. Goodness, here we are still studying hard in school, but look at him. Not only has he already been admitted to Tsinghua University on early admission, but he also found time to accomplish something no one could ever imagine. If this event continues to gain attention, it might very well help Su Liang significantly in his future career and prospects. The gap between people is just too wide, far beyond the ordinary person's imagination. And Su Liang's classmates couldn't help but feel incredibly proud, walking with pride. See, the great hero is in our class, and we're all classmates with him. The news spread rapidly and soon reached the ears of the school teachers. Chapter 244, Pride of Everyone. After the school teachers learned the specific situation, they were all shocked speechless, with an expression full of incredulity. Most importantly, it gave them a strong sense of contrast. Those obedient students in school, occasionally causing some small trouble, that was fine. But they never expected these students could create such a big stir outside. The most critical point is that the event attracted the attention of all media sectors throughout the city. Almost instantly, Su Liang became a top influencer. His news appeared everywhere online. I couldn't imagine. I originally thought this kid was only very talented in learning. His skills are far more terrifying and exaggerated than we imagined. Yes, facing a criminal gang alone can penetrate deep into their territory. Can you do it? If it were me, I would probably have been so scared as to not know what to do. Our school having such a student is absolutely a reason for everyone's joy. Maybe this year we really have the chance to improve the level of our school. Thinking about the possibility of upgrading the school to become a key high school, every teacher showed an expression of joy. It doesn't just mean an increase in their salary. Going out afterward will also be extremely face-saving. I'm now a teacher at a provincial key high school. If any of you still look down on me and think I'm just an ordinary educator, then don't blame me for being unfriendly. Now, how many people can even compare? The person who was most overjoyed was naturally Yao Jun. He never thought that Su Liang could bring him so many surprises. Being his head teacher was absolutely worth it hundreds or thousands of times. Yao Jun felt like all the luck he had in his life had been spent on Su Liang alone. Without this guy, where would he have had such good fortune? How could he smoothly make such a significant change? Looks like he needs to find another opportunity to get closer to Su Liang again. Otherwise, missing out on such an outstanding student would truly be embarrassing and regrettable. At the same time, in the principal's office, the grade supervisor was also excited, and he placed the latest newspaper in front of the principal. Look, now our school's Su Liang has become everyone's pride. Everyone praises him endlessly. I can't even imagine the influence if things continue this way, and how the situation might change. The principal, upon seeing this, reflected deeply, filled with astonishment. Could it be that Su Liang is truly the three-headed and six-armed Neza? How could he cause such a big commotion? Amazing, truly amazing. Principal, I believe we can list Su Liang as one of the outstanding alumni beforehand. Just talking about this kid, it would be an immense help to our school. The key is that his abilities are truly too great. The grade supervisor said with much admiration. Having taught for so many years, this kind of student was something he encountered for the first time. He didn't even know how to describe his feelings, simply using incredible to explain. The principal nodded repeatedly, showing approving glances. Regardless, Su Liang has indeed achieved very great accomplishments, and this accomplishment was definitely something no one in our school before could reach. So your proposal makes perfect sense to me. Not only that, but we must commend him across the entire school, not necessarily imitating his actions, but at least let everyone establish correct values and a sound worldview. Think about it. Billions placed in front of you and me. Could we both steadfastly hold to our principles? This guy says to assist, and he assists. It's beyond my imagination and truly mind-boggling. The grade supervisor nodded again. Then he asked his most pressing question. Principal, do you remember the thing I mentioned to you before? You want a promotion and raise already? Isn't it too early yet? What's the rush? After our school upgrades to a provincial key high school, surely there will be opportunities. The principal spread his hands open, with a helpless expression. He knew that the monthly salary of the teachers at the school was indeed low. But there's nothing he could do about it. It was set from higher-ups and had nothing to do with him as the principal. It feels like he, the principal, pocketed kickbacks. No, I absolutely don't mean that. I was just thinking, can we use this wave brought by Xuanhuan to hint at the education department? Think about it. Our school has nurtured such excellent students. Can't that demonstrate the greatness of our school? Not mentioning national key status, even for provincial key status, it should be easy peasy. The principal found the words reasonable. If it was just about Su Liang being recommended to Tsinghua University before, that could only serve as a trump card, without absolute persuasiveness. However, now everyone knows that Su Liang is a talented young man with limitless future. If under such circumstances we still can't give his alma mater a proper status, that would definitely be unacceptable. In case this matter comes to light in the future, it might even embarrass Su Liang. You do make some sense. We must seize this opportunity. Students like Su Liang are something you might not encounter in hundreds of years. If we miss him, we probably have to wait until our next life. Praise showed clearly in the principal's eyes. He quickly organized his words, but just as he prepared to report to his superior, his phone suddenly rang. The principal glanced down and was shocked. What's wrong, principal? Is there a problem? The grade supervisor also sensed the tension on his face. The education department called me. The principal's expression was full of disbelief. Normally, only the district education department contacted him, and cases like this where the education department directly phoned were extremely rare. Unless it's something extremely important. Could it be that the education department already knew about Su Liang? Could they possibly be calling to create trouble for us? Or maybe someone else wants to poach Su Liang? A student as excellent as this one, any school would try to recruit, because if he joins their school, obviously, it's hitting a jackpot. It shouldn't be possible. Su Liang has already been recommended to Tsinghua University, and the records clearly show the name of our school. How could anyone still manage to poach him at this time? But you can't say that. The world isn't absolutely certain, and some things really are unpredictable. With a restless heart, the principal picked up the phone. An urgent voice immediately came from the other end of the line. Chapter 245. Has the school turned around? Now a key high school. Is it Su Liang's school? The principal nodded repeatedly. His eyes were filled with deep concern. May I ask, leader, is there something especially important? What about the things Su Liang did this time? Have you seen them? Do you know how big a fuss he has created? The principal nodded again. How could this be unknown? Almost everyone should have already heard of his fame by now. So after our department discussed it, we've decided to directly upgrade your school to a key high school. What? Upon hearing these words, the principal's eyes widened. His gaze was full of disbelief and astonishment. Could this good news have come so quickly? Leader, are you joking with me? Isn't it true that for a school to become a key high school, procedures need to be followed? And applications are usually accepted only during fixed times each year. Hearing this, the educational department leader couldn't help but scoff. You fool, stop pretending. Don't you think I know? Your school has long wanted an upgrade, hasn't it? This once-in-a-lifetime opportunity is here. Su Liang has done your school a great favor. Furthermore, the educational department has reported to the superior leadership and begun helping your application process for national-level key high school status. If you're unwilling, well then let's just say nothing happened and you'll figure out a way yourself. After finishing speaking, the official was about to hang up. The principal hastily agreed. Hey leader, how could I possibly refuse? This kind of good thing would make one laugh in their dreams. It's just, I didn't expect such luck to fall upon me. He was internally overjoyed, never imagining the good news would come so suddenly. Most importantly, the educational department leaders planned to help them apply for a spot as a national-level key high school. It truly was a double celebration. If they succeeded, it meant they'd really leaped through ranks. All would struggle to keep pace with this unexpected outcome and joy. After all, no one ever expected such a result. Taking advantage yet playing hard to get, huh? Hurry and prepare thoroughly. Our superiors might even come down for an inspection soon. You better not disgrace our educational department then. After saying this, the official hung up. The principal couldn't hide the excitement on his face. He immediately grabbed the grade headmaster's hand. This time we've truly hit the jackpot. We're really going to turn our fortunes around. The grade headmaster wore a completely bewildered expression. What exactly did it mean? Why would one phone call make him so happy? Principal, what exactly happened? Wasn't it the educational department coming to inquire rather than hold you accountable? Of course not. This time they brought us great news. They told us that the school has been successfully upgraded to a provincial key high school. And next, they'll assist us in applying for national key high school status. What? Upon hearing this, the grade headmaster showed shock and disbelief on his face. There was no hiding the immense joy inside. My goodness, our school can actually turn around so fast? I never thought things would come about so suddenly. The principal's lips slightly curled upwards, his gaze showing wit and gravity. That's right. Haven't you noticed who's behind the control of this school this time? We will definitely create history and make our school a nationwide renowned institution. At the thought of achieving such a feat, both of them couldn't suppress their joy and excitement, knowing that prior to this, they had no chance. However, now that everything lay before them, it was enough to exhilarate everyone and bring happiness and joy. I must hurry and tell this good news to the entire faculty and student body. The great headmaster said, eager. No, 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 we must choose the most solemn occasion to present this. The principal seriously said. And anyway, isn't it thanks to Su Liang that brings us this glory? He's not here. Celebrating now would be meaningless. If they offended this student because of this, he couldn't even imagine what the consequences might be. If Su Liang grew dissatisfied for this reason and transferred elsewhere, it would undoubtedly be a significant loss for the school. The great headmaster reflected on these words and found them reasonable. Afterwards, he nodded continuously. All right, then let's start preparing. We'll announce this good news when Su Liang returns. And let everyone see how capable our students at this school really are. The principal nodded approvingly. Before this, we must make more preparations. And remember to ensure that everything is still under our control. Otherwise, you know this guy has already become a hotshot now. There are countless people watching closely. Meanwhile, on the other side, the city's criminal investigation team, Ma Yucheng, who had been detained in the holding facility, suddenly heard continuous noises from outside. Puzzlement and bewilderment inevitably showed on his face. Just then, a police officer passed by. He quickly stood up and asked, "What's going on? Why is there so much commotion outside? Hey, you still don't know? Your boss has already been brought back in. I advise you to confess whatever you have to say quickly. Otherwise, when your boss reveals everything, the nature will be different, and you won't get a chance to redeem yourself." You mean what? Ma Youcheng's eyes widened with disbelief and astonishment as he couldn't fathom the situation. Your point is that our boss, Mr. Michel, has already been captured? Are you sure it's him? Are you absolutely certain there was no mistake? This piece of news was indeed too unbelievable and unfathomable. More importantly, he could not understand how a person like Michel, someone who had hidden his tracks so deeply, could possibly be caught so easily. It simply didn't make sense and seemed extraordinary. As for the police officer, his luck had never been better. Before this, they had suffered plenty of hardships and frustrations, always harboring resentment inside their hearts. Now they finally got the chance to unleash all the grievances accumulated over time. How could they not be elated? Nonsense, apart from him, how many bosses do you even have? So I suggest you come clean immediately, or you'll have no one to blame but yourself later. After saying that, he turned around and left. Ma Youcheng's face revealed an unprecedented shock and incredulity. He was at a complete loss for words regarding his feelings. Unfortunately, by the time he regained his senses, the police officer had long vanished without a trace. Chapter 246, a heaven-sent piece of good news. Come back, come back. I still haven't asked clearly what exactly happened. As he kept shouting, a figure walked over from behind. What are you doing? Shouting here in broad daylight. How about it? Have you really turned our criminal investigation team into a market or what? The one speaking was the captain of the criminal investigation team. At this moment, his mood was also extremely pleasant. This time, all members of the criminal investigation team were mobilized, but judging from the results, it was entirely acceptable. The most important thing was that they captured Marshall and also seized a large number of precious cultural relics. Just this merit alone far surpassed what ordinary people could compare with, and might even make the situation evolve towards a direction completely unimaginable. To be honest, before setting out, he hadn't thought it would end up like this at all. Captain, you came just as I have something to ask you, Ma Youcheng said in great eagerness and anxiety. Speak. Considering your previous cooperation, I'll give you some face. Get straight to the point. I have tons of work on hand now. The captain of the criminal investigation team chuckled meaningfully. Perhaps it was precisely due to such a result that he still had the leisure to chat idly with their former suspect. Otherwise, every single person from the Mountain Water Group wanted them dealt with. Weren't your colleagues saying a while ago that Mitchell has been caught? Ma Youcheng couldn't help asking incredulously, because in his opinion, this was equivalent to the sun rising in the west. How could someone possibly catch this man who was hidden so deeply? Wasn't that just a tall tale? Yet, reality proved it true, truly leaving him at a loss for words amidst complex emotions. Hearing this, the captain of the criminal investigation team nodded. So, do you feel very disappointed? Not really. Aren't you fooling me? Do you know who Mitchell is? The chances of capturing him are next to none. The corner of the criminal investigation team captain's mouth curved upwards slightly upon hearing this. There was a playful gleam in his eyes. That's right, it did take a lot of effort to catch him. However, don't think that no one in this world changes. In my opinion, his arrest was inevitable, and it does indeed indicate one issue. The legal net is wide and not without its leaks. Seeing Ma Youcheng still didn't believe, the criminal investigation team captain leaned against the railing. Do you want me to show you? We're currently organizing the materials, and all antiques and curios belonging to the Mountain Water Group have been brought back by us. Mitchell is currently sitting inside the interrogation room. Ma Youcheng's eyes bulged wide open. He knew well enough that the captain of the criminal investigation team wouldn't lie to him about such a trivial matter. Who actually caught him? This question is quite intriguing. Might as well let you know, the person who captured him is none other than the same person who got you to talk. Su Liang. What? Ma Youcheng's eyes widened even larger than a cow's, unable to express the shock in his heart. He originally thought Su Liang was boasting, but seeing this situation now, he realized it wasn't true at all. The person never deceived him from start to finish, and they did achieve the task genuinely. What about my family? Didn't you say you would protect my family? Where is my family now? Ma Youcheng anxiously questioned. Upon hearing this question, the captain of the criminal investigation team reflected deeply. I apologize, we've only managed to capture Mitchell, but haven't found your family yet. However, all members of the Mountain Water Group have been placed under control. Finding your family should just be a matter of time. Moreover, I don't believe that even if all these people are captured, your family's safety will be jeopardized. Ma Yuqing sighed in relief upon hearing this, revealing gratitude in his gaze. Can I meet Su Liang? He sincerely wished to thank the other party. Honestly speaking, he long desired to escape from that hellish place, but never found the right opportunity until Su Liang changed everything. The corner of the criminal investigation team captain's mouth curled upwards slightly. His eyes sparkled mischievously. Rest assured, you will see him soon. Make sure not to embarrass yourself when you do. Don't worry, I will definitely remain rational. Ma Yuqing nodded heavily, feeling an immense sense of excitement and joy within. This news arrived just in time, thoroughly erasing many thoughts in his mind. Elsewhere, inside Su Liang's home, still groggy from sleep, he was awakened by a phone call. Who is so clueless at this early hour, actually disturbing my sleep? Su Liang couldn't help but complain after answering the call. On the other end of the line, Luo Chunghai's voice sounded. Ha, younger brother Su, you're still leisurely enough to sleep soundly. Do you know? The internet has already exploded with discussions. You've become a big star. His tone was filled with teasing and joy, even carrying a hint of congratulations. Su Liang sat up in confusion, his eyes brimming with bewilderment, finding it completely inexplicable. What nonsense are you talking about? I can't understand any of it. You don't know yet? The ruckus caused by what you did yesterday has made countless people wait to interview you. Where are you now? Luo Qinghai continued asking. I'm naturally at home. Where else would I be? I suggest you run for it quickly, otherwise, your doorstep will soon be blocked. Furrowing his brows, Su Liang's eyes were full of doubt, thinking it all absurd. For no apparent reason, how could anyone possibly block his door? Just then, sudden, urgent knocking on the door interrupted him. Lu Hao rushed in hurriedly from outside. Boss, this isn't good. What exactly happened? Su Liang hung up the phone, growing even more puzzled and confused. A horde of journalists outside says they've come to interview you. I was genuinely startled when I came back with breakfast, and just pretended I didn't know you. With animated gestures, Lu Hao described the situation outside. To put it mildly, the entire staircase is jam-packed. I descended from the rooftop of the next building. Naturally, Su Liang didn't believe such exaggerated tales. Bullshit, there's no way that could happen. But as soon as he peeked outside, his face changed instantly. Through the window, one could see the hallway densely packed with reporters and equipment galore. Damn it, where did all these people come from? How did they find out about my address? This was far too terrifying. It was like being swarmed by zombies. Chapter 247, All Reporters? No Way Out. Su Liang quickly pulled the window shut, feeling somewhat fearful in his heart. This sudden turn of events truly caught him off guard, and left him completely unsure of how to respond. Even in normal times, facing dangerous and difficult situations, he always knew how to solve them. But now, these guys were like crazy people. It was downright terrifying. You ask me? Who should I ask? Lu Hao spread out his hands. Now, your name online is incredibly famous. Everyone knows that they want to find your disciple, and it's like looking for trouble. It's so easy to find you. Boss, I think you'd better lie low for a while. This situation is too frightening. After some thought, Su Liang felt this statement made sense. Even though he could deal with all kinds of situations, he really didn't want to handle these reporters and media outlets. Which guy had exposed his affairs online? It was just too over the line. It was really infuriating. But obviously, this was not the time to investigate who started it all. It was better to just get through this first. Then the two of them observed the terrain, following the direction Lu Hao had sneaked in from, and quietly ran upstairs. After circling back down another building and making sure no one was following, Su Liang finally let out a sigh of relief. Who would have thought it would make such a big fuss? It's unbelievable and hard to comprehend. Lu Hao also patted his chest. Seeming almost afraid of being chased, his face was full of worry. Boss, this is just small potatoes. You have no idea how much of a commotion it has caused outside. The internet is filled with news about you, and not only that, but our school groups are exploding. It feels like overnight, you've become a well-known person in the whole region. How is that even possible? How could I possibly deserve such treatment? What nonsense are you talking? Su Liang simply did not believe it, and immediately took out his phone to scroll up. Not checking wouldn't have been an issue, but once he looked, it was genuinely shocking. All sorts of dense messages, and people even began digging up Su Liang's past. It seemed that he had always been the most outstanding student from childhood, never having any problems. There were also all sorts of messy tabloid gossip. What kind of stuff is this? Su Liang helplessly chuckled, and his face was full of headaches. It was far too bizarre and unbelievable. The key was that it felt absurdly random. Under normal circumstances, how could this kind of news appear? Completely unreasonable, even comical. Now do you understand why there are so many reporters blocking your door? Isn't it because they hope to find more useful clues and information from you? If you can provide exclusive news, that will absolutely be a blockbuster news story. I estimate those people could earn a ton of money in just one night. Lu Hao sighed and said, in today's networked society, how many people desperately desire attention and traffic, yet Su Liang effortlessly obtains what others dream of. So, the gap between people sometimes really can't be judged because it is just too great and makes people feel incomprehensible. Doesn't that make me a tool for them to make money? Su Liang furrowed his brows, a look of contemplation in his eyes. Of course, he didn't care if someone made money under his name. This kind of thing is best when it's mutually beneficial. But the problem was that everything happening right now had clearly disrupted his normal life. If he was surrounded by reporters every day, what would it look like? And for his own career plans, this certainly wouldn't be beneficial. What could these reporters do? Apart from disrupting his normal life, there wasn't anything else. You could say something like helping to pull in some sponsorship or finding construction workers to fix up the pet base. That would actually be a pretty good deal. But obviously, this group of people couldn't achieve that at all. Boss, I think we might as well use this opportunity to transition into streaming. Lu Hao suggested. With the traffic you're getting now, it's simply exploding in the best way possible. You've probably become the top streamer locally. No one can compare. Su Liang glanced at him meaningfully. Don't you know the saying, the more famous you are, the more trouble comes your way? For this explosive event, don't jump into things without thinking, because you may end up losing more. Could it really be that extreme? Lu Hao blinked his eyes, finding it hard to believe and even more unfathomable. Why would I deceive you? I can tell you that today when these guys lift me up so high, tomorrow they will bring me down just as hard. Su Liang said with great seriousness. He had seen too many similar cases like this. Sometimes too much attention is not necessarily a good thing. It could even backfire. Especially for those streamers who gain too much public focus. They are likely to lose a lot because of it. As the saying goes, the tree that stands out in the forest will be the first to be broken by the wind. An unchanging truth since ancient times. Besides, the reason Su Liang wanted to stay behind the scenes was that what he did was not convenient to do publicly. Being a streamer only required Lu Hao's involvement. It can't be that bad. You're the big shot everyone focuses on now. Who dares to criticize you? Lu Hao blinked again, clearly surprised and confused. Su Liang's lips curled slightly, and there was a touch of playful meaning in his gaze. That's just what you think. There will always be people feeling jealous and envious, and there will also be some with ulterior motives. You can't change everyone, so the only thing you can do is make sure you're always standing firm. Lu Hao seemed not to fully understand, and his eyes revealed a hint of puzzlement. But this wasn't overly important for him. As long as ZG followed the boss's lead, then that was a good thing. At least they wouldn't suffer any losses, and they certainly wouldn't become scapegoats for others. But the problem is we can't go home now, and word has it that the school has already exploded in chaos. If we show up there, it'll definitely cause another scene. Where can we go now? Lu Hao let his hands fall helplessly, and a look of awkwardness crossed his face. By now, it was likely they couldn't even visit the pet base. They'd have no choice but to leave Zhangchang to guard their main base. Otherwise, the consequences could be unimaginable, and the situation might spiral out of control. If these people discover the pet base, who knows what kind of chaos they would create. Chapter 248, a token of appreciation, please accept it. Su Liang paused for a moment, and an idea had already formed in his mind. There's a place where these reporters definitely wouldn't dare to act recklessly. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao revealed a look of surprise in his eyes, even more perplexed internally. Where among the places we can go would be off limits to these reporters. Although they were temporarily safe, by now Su Liang had become a rising star. An untold number of people were lying in wait behind the scenes. Once they got their chance, they would undoubtedly try to obtain first-hand information. Unless one ran away to a completely uninhabited place, there was absolutely no way things could improve. Boss, stop teasing us. Where is it? Tell us quickly. In fact, it's very simple. It's the criminal investigation team. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly, and his eyes betrayed a playful expression. Yesterday, Zhou Yang had already informed him that if he had time, he should visit the criminal investigation team once, as it was himself who captured Michelle this time. Whether for interrogation or commendation, there was certainly no possibility of missing it. Su Liang originally hadn't intended to go so soon, but due to the current situation, seeking refuge at the criminal investigation team wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Hearing this, Lu Hao lit up with approval in his eyes. This is a good idea, boss. The criminal investigation team, they definitely wouldn't dare act rashly there. That was after all an office environment, and if interviews were to take place, leadership approval would be mandatory. Even if those reporters had the audacity to attempt it elsewhere, they'd never act recklessly like here. That's right, you don't know who came up with this idea. Su Liang chuckled meaningfully. For something so minor, trying to block him, it was not even worth mentioning. Right at this moment, suddenly, a shout was heard from afar. Su Liang appears to be over there. What? It really is him. Hurry, hurry, don't let others find out. A few journalists, like wild wolves spotting prey, charged forward, their ferocious momentum enough to make one feel a bit intimidated just watching them. Su Liang and Lu Hao couldn't help but change their expressions subtly. My goodness, to chase some news, reporters these days will resort to any means. What are you standing around for? Run. Are you really waiting for them to come? Su Liang shot straight up and took off immediately. Lu Hao, slow on the uptake, finally realized what was happening and rushed to leave hastily. After leaving the residential area, both jumped into a car and sped away after providing the destination. From the rearview mirror, they could see several journalists chasing in multiple vehicles until, seeing they couldn't catch up, they unhappily stopped. At this scene, Lu Hao couldn't help but slap his chest. He had never imagined he would ever encounter such a scenario, nor did he expect that without committing misdeeds, they would end up in such a predicament. My goodness. Boss, looks like we can't return home. Su Liang agreed quite heartily. Given his understanding of the tendencies of these reporters, he figured they wouldn't disperse for 3 to 5 days at least. After all, just by squatting down to wait for him, they would have secured their bonuses for the month. Such returns justified a few days of hard work. Anybody would willingly go all out under these circumstances. The driver uncle couldn't resist teasing upon seeing this situation. You two little brothers. You owe debts and are being chased, right? I'm saying, you're young and should behave well. How could you get entangled with troublemakers from society? It was clear that the driver uncle was also a warm-hearted man, speaking straightforwardly, without sugarcoating anything, and not afraid to offend anyone. Wherever Uncle, if we owed money, we'd probably be scared to death already. These guys aren't coming for our money. Lu Hao retorted immediately. This naturally piqued the driver uncle's interest. Not debt collectors then. What else could it be unless they're trying to force a marriage on you? Ho ho, do you even look at our age? Does anyone in this era force a marriage on an 18-year-old? Su Yang smirked sarcastically. The driver uncle glanced back briefly via the rearview mirror, feeling there might be a bit of truth to his words. Yet, he still felt a bit curious, possibly because driving was too monotonous, and encountering something interesting was rare. If he couldn't dig to the bottom of it, it would be quite regretful. So why are they chasing you then? From your appearances, you don't seem like wealthy folks. Lu Hao wore an expression of pride on his face. It's only because our boss is awesome. All those people chasing us are reporters. Oh my, the driver uncle burst out laughing on the spot. Your boasts are a bit overblown, right? Those reporters have nothing better to do and chase you around as if there's some big news about you. That's absolutely true. Lu Hao seemed quite buffu and was intent on restoring the dignity of both of them. Uncle, I'm telling you the truth. You might not believe me, but my boss helped the police catch someone yesterday. It saved over 10 billion yuan in losses. Don't you think these journalists would hunt us down like starving wolves? What? The driver uncle widened his eyes, full of disbelief. He almost collided with the car in front. So all this time, you two are the young people reported in the newspapers, right? Looks like you know. So now you should see that we aren't lying to you. A proud look appeared on Lu Hao's face. The driver couldn't help but give them a thumbs up. I didn't expect that at such a young age, you two could accomplish something so extraordinary. Truly admirable. It's just a pity that we're older now. If only we could be as young and spirited as you. That'd be amazing. Upon hearing this, Su Liang revealed a contemplative look in his eyes, then slowly spoke. In fact, it's not much. Just a stroke of good luck is all. I believe that if someone like Uncle were in the same situation, you would also act without hesitation. These words struck a chord with the driver, and immediately started chatting with the two of them about all sorts of things. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the criminal investigation team. The driver still seemed reluctant to end the conversation. Brothers, if we get another chance to meet in the future, let's chat again. Sure, Su Liang nodded. Just as he was preparing to pay, the driver raised his hand to stop him. You two helped our country recover such significant losses. Even though I'm just an ordinary citizen, I can clearly distinguish between right and wrong. 4 great heroes like you two, charging for a ride. What kind of logic is that? It makes you seem like you lack vision. Su Liang shook his head upon seeing this. How could that be acceptable? You earn your money hard. And it's not even that much. We definitely can't run out on the tab. Chapter 249. Who dares to cause trouble at the criminal investigation team? The uncle driver chuckled upon hearing these words. You've all said it's not much money, but for me, it's just the cost of 1 less pack of cigarettes. But this token of gratitude, you must accept. Don't think it's too little. With that, he stepped on the gas and drove off. Lu Hao couldn't help but sigh. Who says the moral climate in our society now is bad? Look at people like this uncle. There are still quite a few around. Su Liang also agreed. In anything in the world, there are always 2 sides. If you only look at one side, that seems very narrow-minded. Just as they were talking, in the distance, 2 more journalists appeared. They carefully compared what was in their hands. Then they shouted excitedly. My God, we're so lucky. We actually ran into the subject of the news. Quick, quick. Don't miss this once-in-a-lifetime chance. Those 2 reporters rushed over without any consideration. They completely ignored the passers-by and vehicles on the street. This frightened the drivers who turned pale and cursed them angrily. What kind of bastards are you? If you want to die, go find a place to die yourself. Don't bother us. Are you blind? Do you dare to cross the road in broad daylight? I've never seen anyone so eager to die. They're simply 2 lunatics. Scram already. It's really bad luck. Su Liang and Lu Hao had an uneasy feeling inside. They never expected that these people would chase them all the way here. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned and entered the criminal investigation team. They just happened to encounter the captain of the criminal investigation team walking out. Seeing the panic-stricken looks on both of their faces, curiosity naturally showed in his eyes. What's wrong with you two? Captain, you came just in time. You have to help us. Otherwise, something major will happen. Lu Hao quickly said. Upon hearing this, the captain of the criminal investigation team became instantly alert. What nerve? Who dares to come causing trouble at the criminal investigation team? That's blatant disregard for the law. There are 2 journalists chasing us from behind. We need to stop them. They absolutely cannot come in. Su Liang said seriously, realizing they didn't have time to explain further. Both men entered directly into the criminal investigation team. The captain heard this and had nothing but doubts and confusion in his gaze. He thought it might be some criminals coming for revenge, but instead, it was 2 journalists. But then he realized immediately. Surely it must be due to the commotion Su Liang caused yesterday. These media journalists hoped to obtain the latest first-hand information, so they started chasing them relentlessly. Actually, as a detective, the captain sometimes found these reporters rather annoying. Although everyone has their own roles and responsibilities, during certain investigations, questions shouldn't be asked if they aren't relevant or appropriate. But these journalists were shameless and insisted on prying for everything. If they could tell you something, why would they keep dodging the truth? Of course, it was because the matter hadn't progressed to the point where disclosure was possible. Otherwise, how could it be rejected? After adjusting his appearance neatly, just as those 2 journalists arrived at the door. Leader, can you let us in? We want to interview those 2 young men from earlier. The captain gave a faint smile. There was a calm demeanor in his face. Dealing with these reporters, he was quite experienced. I'm sorry, this is an office area. Outsiders can't enter freely. This is mainly to prevent disruption to our official duties. These two reporters clearly came prepared and did not intend to give up easily. Leaders, please relax. We'll just do the interview quickly. It won't take long. And it certainly won't affect your normal work. Nor will we wander around. They swore firmly. The frown of the police captain deepened. Indeed, as expected, just like a patch of dog skin ointment that sticks everywhere. Sometimes you really don't want to waste saliva. Work is already busy enough. Why should so much effort be wasted dealing with external issues? His face then displayed a serious expression. I'm sorry, but the two of them need to cooperate with our investigation at the Criminal Investigation Squad. Hence, they fall within our working scope. If you really wish to conduct interviews, please wait until our investigation concludes before proceeding, all right? The two reporters glanced at each other upon hearing these words, saying meaningfully, Leader, surely you're not trying to hide them deliberately, right? You should know, even if we don't seek them, others will. If all the journalists knew that these two young men were in the Criminal Investigation Squad, can you imagine what kind of result this would bring? Upon hearing these words, the police captain raised an eyebrow. What? Do you intend to threaten me with that tone? Look at my uniform. Do you realize what the consequence will be for threatening me? The journalists waved their hands repeatedly. We never said that. We're stating facts and making sense. It's your insistence not to let us. The temper of the captain of the criminal investigation team also flared up. Originally, there were just minor conflicts between them and journalists due to professional differences. It had never escalated to a personal level, but they never expected that these two individuals would turn out to be unreasonable. In this case, naturally, one should no longer treat them gently. If you have something to say, go ahead and talk all you want. I'd like to see who dares to break into the criminal investigation squad today. Even if all of you reporters come, I still don't believe our squad can't hold you back. After speaking, he turned his gaze towards the nearby security guard. No outsiders are allowed in without permission. Nobody enters without our approval. Yes. Afterward, the captain of the criminal investigation team turned and walked straight inside. The two journalists looked at each other dumbfounded. They certainly did not expect such an outcome. They definitely didn't anticipate getting turned away. What should we do? We can't let this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity slip away, can we? One of them sighed helplessly. Of course not. The companion nodded, expressing agreement. Are we really going to tell others? Then the first-hand scoop won't belong to us anymore. After all, they stumbled upon Su Liang being here by accident. If others came to snatch the story from them, then the consequences would be unimaginable, and they might not even get a chance to eat porridge. How is that possible? I just told that leader as a warning. How could I ever be foolish enough to actually do it? The companion waved a hand. Anyway, nobody else knows yet. Only you, me, and the heavens know. Let's just wait here. I can't believe those two guys can stay in the criminal investigation team for 10 days, or half a month. Upon hearing this, the other journalist lit up instantly. He nodded repeatedly. Reasonable. Chapter 250. Michelle is absolutely not alone. After the two reporters conferred, they soon had an idea. They found a suitable place nearby, bought some water and snacks, and began to stake out. Since there was nothing else pressing right now, this interview with Su Liang was more important than anything else. If they could secure this piece of news, even if they skipped work for a few days, their employer would never reprimand them. That's how media work goes, irregular hours, long shifts, but having explosive news meant being the first on the scene. How many journalists yearn for such an opportunity to make their careers? So this was a once-in-a-lifetime, perfect chance. Meanwhile, the police captain returned to the office hall, seeing Su Liang and Lu Hao leaning by the window, their heads peeking outside. All right, stop looking. Those two have already left. Is it necessary to be so afraid? The police captain couldn't help but tease them. Su Liang, you've been through tough situations before. You've gone head-to-head with the Mountain Water Group. Are just two journalists really that scary? This is too embarrassing. Su Liang raised his eyebrows slightly, revealing a meaningful look on his face. You're only saying that because you're unaffected at the moment, Captain. But if one day you were under public scrutiny, I doubt you wouldn't feel the same pressure. Could those journalists possibly compare to people from the Mountain Water Group? Not exaggerating at all. If Su Liang had beaten Michelle to death, someone would surely step forward to defend him. But if he killed the two journalists, he'd instantly transform from a heroic youth into a tyrannical young master. Public opinion could be devastating. What they say about a sword hidden in words was precisely this principle. The police captain was just joking around and didn't dwell on it much. But you two are here at a pretty good time. There's someone who wants to see you right now. Upon hearing this, Su Liang seemed lost in thought, quickly realizing something. Are you talking about Michelle? It seems you are indeed clever enough, the captain smirked. But she's only one of them. One more. Su Liang was somewhat surprised. This wasn't something he expected. Who besides Michelle could be so eager to meet him? That's Ma Yucheng, the guy whose mouth you managed to pry open earlier. When he heard his boss got arrested, his reaction was quite dramatic. He still can't believe it. With furrowed brows, Su Liang stared pensively. Ma Yucheng wants to see me? For what reason? From his perspective, he really couldn't figure out any logical motive from the other side. Still, since this was a police station, it naturally wouldn't matter even if Ma Yucheng tried anything radical. If this guy had the ability to kill him inside a police station, then heaven itself would have flipped. You'll know once you go meet him. The police captain deliberately kept it vague. Su Liang nodded, no longer wasting time, and headed toward the temporary holding area. When he saw Ma Yucheng, a look of delight immediately showed on the man's face. Brother, you're incredible. Who would have thought you could really capture Michelle? Su Liang faintly smiled at the corner of his lips, his expression remaining calm. It didn't seem like he placed much importance on this achievement. Speak up, why do you need me? I'm extremely busy, and I don't want to waste my time on you. The truth is, the first reason I wanted to meet you was to express admiration. You've certainly kept your promise to us. And the second reason, I want to ask you for a favor. As Ma Yuqing said this, the smile disappeared from his face, and his gaze grew serious. Although we haven't located my family yet, I believe that with Michelle's capture, they will be found very soon. But there's one urgent matter. Upon hearing these words, Su Liang sensed that something larger might lie beneath the surface. His eyes also revealed an intriguing glimmer. With your boss already arrested, what could possibly be more urgent? Unless there's a bigger person behind him. Ma Yuqing shook his head, then nodded again. What do you mean? What riddle are you trying to solve with me? Su Liang frowned, his tone growing slightly impatient. Such situations test anyone's patience. I came all the way here to see you, and you're just teasing me? No, it's just that I'm not entirely sure. Ma Yuqing replied after careful thought. Before, I overheard our supervisor mention some news, which made me think that perhaps there's another group hiding behind Michelle. But right now, I'm not sure if the people behind her know the whereabouts of my family. If the ones behind Michelle get a hold of this information, they won't hesitate to eliminate us just to tie up loose ends. And that might even include Michelle herself. After all, people like them in the gray industry always take risks and think only for themselves. Once something goes wrong, no matter how close their relationships may be, they'll immediately sacrifice others to save themselves. In front of the there are no eternal friends. That's why those who work in such industries live under constant uncertainty. No one knows when they'll be betrayed, or when they'll betray others. So your meaning is that you want me to help find your family. But if we want to locate them, we have no choice but to make Michelle talk. The character of that old man, you should understand it better than anyone else. So why do you think I have the confidence to pull it off? Su Liang said this with deep significance. Although he had indeed shocked the entire city at the moment, it didn't mean he was arrogant or overconfident. Having lived through 2 lifetimes, Su Liang possessed a trait much more important than others' age, self-awareness. Some things could be attempted because they were possible. However, some endeavors offered no chance of success at all. Even trying would result in near certain failure. Under such circumstances, why attempt something so reckless? Perhaps by doing so, one would only end up in an even more troublesome and dangerous situation. So despite appearing impulsive on the surface, every decision Su Liang made was carefully thought out. Coupled with his foresight that surpassed the current reality, his chances of success would always remain surprisingly high. If even Su Liang deemed the probability of success incredibly low, then the odds were truly slim to none. Even a once-in-a-lifetime genius attempting it would probably face significant loss. Chapter 251. I have another condition. So this is why I was in such a rush to see you. Ma Yuqing said firmly. I have something that can get Michelle to talk. His face was full of confidence, as if he was very sure about what he had in his possession. Su Liang seemed lost in thought, but was actually quite puzzled inside. Michelle has already been arrested, and all the stolen goods in his possession have been returned by the police station's detective team. That means these items are now in the hands of the police, and thus no longer pose any threat to Michelle. Things that have been discovered are only called evidence. They cannot be called leverage, nor do they give him an opportunity to disclose more information. The concept of leniency for those who confess and severity for those who resist is merely an official statement. And anyone who does gray market business would understand that confession leads to severe punishment, and one might rot in jail forever. Therefore, people involved in such businesses will definitely deny everything the police don't know about until death. You must be joking. Michel is in the business of smuggling cultural relics. Now all the stuff in his hands has been taken away by us. What else could make him talk? Su Liang said nonchalantly. Of course there is. I know the way this guy contacts the person behind him, and I also know the alias of the person behind him. Ma Yuqing mysteriously said. Upon hearing this, Su Liang couldn't help but flash a look of surprise in his eyes. Based on his understanding of Ma Yuqing, he indeed held a notable position within the Xuanhuan Manor, but it was limited to that. You should know that Xuanhuan Manor is merely one of the fencing locations under the Xuanhuan group. Meaning, even if the people here were important, they absolutely wouldn't match up to the people inside the group. Even those within the group might not necessarily know some information. How could Ma Yuqing possibly be so clear? Are you trying to trick me, or do you want to use this method to get lenient treatment? Su Liang narrowed his eyes, his gaze full of scrutiny. Ma Yuqing, I warn you. If you provide false evidence or clues, you very well know the outcome. Not only will you not receive lenient treatment, your sentence will be increased. Upon hearing this, Ma Yuqing waved his hand. His face was serious. Brother, this is a matter of life and death right now. Besides, he's already been caught. Why would I lie to you? If I were really lying, you could verify it in no time. If even half of what I say now is untrue, may heaven strike me down with lightning. As he said this, he pretended to raise his hand solemnly. Su Liang waved his hand. Don't try to fool me with such tricks. All I want to know is where you got this information from. Seeing this, Ma Yuqing lowered his voice. There was once when I went to help them pick up goods. The supervisor accidentally revealed something over the phone, and I happened to be nearby using the restroom. I heard it loud and clear. This incident hasn't been known by a third person. Not even the supervisor knows. That's why I said this is a key clue to getting Michel to talk. I believe that once he realizes his identity has been exposed, he'll also clearly understand his situation and might release all our family members who've been captured. Su Liang mulled over this and revealed a contemplative look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, this visit to the police station resulted in unexpected gains. If there truly is a bigger figure behind Michel, precautions must be taken ahead of time. Perhaps those people won't cause trouble in the short term, but after the dust settles, they surely won't let this go. This much can be figured out even with the mind of a pig. who would accept losing billions willingly without seeking to recover it at all costs. After a moment of silence, Su Liang nodded. All right, I'll try. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to stand up, he was pulled back by Ma Yuqing. Wait a minute, brother, I have another condition. Su Liang chuckled upon hearing this. His gaze was filled with mockery. Did you forget where you are? Do you think I'm casually chatting with you over tea, and you dare to set conditions with me? Do you think you're qualified to do so now? Ma Yuqing's expression turned somewhat grim, but apparently, he had prepared mentally. I know, right now I am nothing but a prisoner. I have no qualification, nor any backbone. But I believe you will agree with me because you're different from the people I've met before. Hearing this, Su Liang considered it briefly. Though Ma Yuqing wasn't really a friend, nor a good man. However, whether it was about capturing Michelle or making Michelle talk, this guy had provided crucial leads. In a way, he had indeed helped Su Liang. But Su Liang would never be lenient either. What if the other party turned against him? After a moment of silence, Su Liang neither refused nor agreed, but instead ambiguously asked, tell me what your demands are first. My demand is simple. After making Michelle talk, you must save my family as soon as possible, and you must ensure their safety. Ma Yuqing took a deep breath, his eyes filled with pleading. He knew he didn't have the qualifications to bargain, so he could only place all his hopes on Su Liang being willing to help. Other than that, there was no other reason or way out. To put it plainly, Su Liang was the only lifeline he could grasp onto now, because Ma Yuqing was very clear about the modus operandi of Xuanhuan Group, which was why he couldn't wait to see his family. As long as his family was safe, even if he was sentenced to heavy punishment later, it wouldn't matter much. In the end, everyone has to pay for what they've done, willingly or unwillingly. Ultimately, everything will be settled in the end. Su Liang thought for a moment, looking at Ma Yuqing's sincere appearance, and understood roughly. Life is truly full of helplessness at many times. Perhaps he had long wished to leave the Xuanhuan Group, but Michelle clearly would never give such an opportunity to those under him. Either work until death in the Xuanhuan Group, or be killed by the group. There was no other choice besides these two options. I understand. Rest assured, if I find any clues about your family, I will inform you immediately, and as long as it's within our capability, we will definitely ensure their safety. Su Liang said slowly. This was the maximum commitment he could make. Beyond this, he wouldn't dare to jump to conclusions. After all, this was the Criminal Investigation Unit. Words spoken here carry responsibilities. Speaking irresponsibly would certainly come with a price. Chapter 252. A dead pig doesn't fear boiling water. Ma Yuqing's eyes were filled with gratitude, and he nodded afterwards. If it were anyone else, even if they promised him, he wouldn't believe them, because they would be dealing with the Xuanhuan Group. Everyone knows how formidable these guys are. Ma Yuqing had even worked there before. Dead people were a very common thing. Sometimes a small matter was enough to curse someone out thoroughly. If one made a big mistake, it would be even more terrifying. There were endless punishments, and solitary confinement as well. Although on the surface, the people of the Xuanhuan Group appeared glamorous, in reality, they led very difficult lives behind the scenes. Many people were indeed left with no choice. Otherwise, who would want to work in a place like that for their entire life? Regardless, I believe you can definitely do it. And apart from you, there probably won't be anyone else who can achieve it. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips slightly curled upward. His eyes revealed an expression of amusement. No matter whether your words are flattery or heartfelt, I will take them as sincere. Of course, if you really want to get out, the best way is still to behave well here. After saying that, he stood up and left. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit was waiting by the door all along. Seeing Su Liang come out, he couldn't help but ask, "What's up? Are you feeling very surprised?" Su Liang waved his hand. He knew the Criminal Investigation Unit captain must have already understood the conversation between the two of them just now. In places like the Criminal Investigation Team, suspects have no secrets. Moreover, as the captain, listening to both sides of the conversation is also to ensure fairness and safety. In case something happens, it will be detected promptly, and losses can be minimized. Isn't this another method? I'm not particularly surprised or astonished by what he said, but I am very interested in the person behind Michelle. Su Liang said with deep meaning. In fact, before this, he had already sensed that Michelle alone clearly couldn't handle everything. Even if she could dominate the domestic market, what about the overseas market? You see, the country's control over this aspect is extremely strict. If a person frequently travels in and out of the country and also carries a large amount of capital flow, it's hard not to make people suspicious. At the same time, for everyone, the situation will develop towards a more complicated direction. This means Michelle must have someone collaborating with her overseas, and the person she collaborates with has helped her a great deal. Under such circumstances, if one wants to think through the whole situation, then one must consider much more. Otherwise, one will fall into a deadlock. In fact, my opinion aligns with yours. It's just that with our power, digging out the person behind Michelle might not be easy. The captain of the Criminal Investigation Unit revealed a serious look in his eyes and took this matter extremely seriously. That's fine, trying always helps. I don't believe we can't pry that guy's mouth open. Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly. Subsequently, he went straight to the interrogation room. His status within the Criminal Investigation Unit had undergone significant changes, so other officers would greet him proactively when they saw him. Even the youngest member of the Criminal Investigation Unit, Su Liang had proven through action that he deserved this respect. After all, not many people can achieve his current level of success. Even many old detectives may not have performances as excellent as his. Walking into the interrogation room, Michelle looked much more haggard than before, no longer full of spirit and arrogance. So, are you sending people again to probe me? Isn't everything already in your hands? What else is there to talk about? Michelle didn't even look up, speaking on her own accord. She sounded rather arrogant and disdainful, as if nothing could affect her anymore. Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly as he tapped the table. All right, stop pretending like you're ignoring everyone. After all, we've had our moments. Can't we catch up a bit? What? Hearing this voice, Michelle suddenly raised her head, her eyes filled with complicated emotions. Suddenly, she laughed, full of mockery and contempt. So what? Are you watching my reaction now? Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, amusement shining in his eyes. To tell you the truth, after wandering outside for so many years, I've seen all sorts of storms. Never thought I'd stumble at your hands this time. You're pretty good, kid. I admit it. Let things be as they should. And I certainly won't say anything extra. Michelle leaned back on the chair, adopting a senior demeanor. Perhaps she didn't want to appear too disheveled in front of Su Liang. After all, who would have thought that the big boss of the xuanhuan group would end up falling at the hands of a young man, and even lose so badly? Judging from your tone, it seems like you've already accepted everything that's happened. Don't you have anything you'd like to say in your defense? Su Liang said with deep meaning. His tone was filled with mockery. Of course, the purpose of this in a certain extent was also to test the other party. Up until now, Su Liang actually didn't know much about Michelle. This person's actions were truly beyond imagination. So according to this kind of logic to analyze and deduce, it would indeed be an extremely difficult thing to make him talk. What's there to argue? Being in the game is just those few words. Accept responsibility for mistakes, stand firm when hit. Besides that, what else is there to say? Michelle squinted her eyes, as if she had the current situation completely under control. It seemed like, without anyone realizing it, she still held the dominant advantage. Su Liang nodded. Truly a tough guy. Looks like they didn't choose the wrong person after all. You indeed can support a piece of the sky domestically. Upon hearing these words, Michelle couldn't help but frown, her eyes full of confusion, making her feel somewhat bewildered. What nonsense are you talking about? Who didn't choose the wrong person? What I'm saying, I think you should be very clear in your heart. Don't think that because you deny it, no one can find out about the things behind. Do you think by doing this, they will step forward to protect you? In my view, they will hesitate not at all and discard you immediately, cutting off their own arm if necessary. The more Michelle heard, the more her eyebrows knitted together tightly, and her eyes instantly revealed a strange expression. What do you know? Who told you? Su Liang waved his hand. Since you don't want to say anything anyway, why bother asking me these questions? You should know in your heart what I'm talking about, and you understand why I mention these things to you. Are some people overestimating themselves, thinking they can protect you at critical moments? Is that really how it is? Chapter 253. I already know everything I should know. Su Liang carefully observed the changes on the other party's face and silently adjusted his strategy in his mind. At present, Michelle's psychological state still has not completely collapsed. Therefore, to break through his psychological defenses will be very challenging, and this kind of situation cannot be achieved overnight. It often takes time to build up over long periods. Of course, due to the immense pressure from the police who also hope for a quick resolution, they sometimes opt for more direct methods. They also want it to be processed faster. But you can't rush things. Taking drastic action without patience is bound to fail. A person like Michelle, an old hand at dodging trouble, attempting to break him within a short period would simply be wishful thinking. As he watched the other fall into deep thought, Su Liang perfectly chose to retreat as a way to advance. Anyway, I've said everything that needs to be said. Whether or not you want to talk is up to you. The reason I came today was just to take a look at how the once famous boss of the xuanhuan group has turned out. Judging by the current situation, it doesn't seem like you're in any great shape. As for whether or not the eagle might make a move against you, well, who knows? What? Michel opened his eyes wide with disbelief etched across his gaze. How could you possibly know the name eagle? Difficult? That is effortless for me. If I can bring you in, why shouldn't I also be able to find out about the eagle's name? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, and throughout this process, he exuded a composed demeanor. The reason he maintained such an appearance was to make the other party realize that he had ample confidence and backbone in dealing with the matter. Of course, normal people cannot compare with him, but the information Su Liang had gathered from Ma Yuqing was sufficient to alter the current passive stance of the police force. All right, time's about up. I'll go first. Mr. Michel, take care of yourself. This might be our last meeting. Su Liang glanced at the clock and planned to leave. Wait. Michel frowned, unable to describe the immense shock and confusion in his heart. Only he knew just how astonishing the name mentioned by Su Liang really was. Eagle was Michel's boss code name, one which those in their circle generally used while in disguise outside. After all, they were operating in the gray market. Who would use their real names and risk being monitored by the police? However, even in the world of gray industries where disguised identities were standard, Michel almost never mentioned this alias to anyone connected to the xuanhuan group. The only ones who knew were probably just one or two individuals, and these were all his trusted subordinates. They absolutely couldn't confess so easily within such a short time frame. Although Michel could be counted as quite a successful businessman, he was also very clear about the rules within the police station. Most importantly, no matter what interrogation tactics or actions the police utilized, their ultimate aim was always to force a confession. The problem now was that the police wouldn't recklessly resort to violence anymore. This meant that as long as one stuck firmly to one story, there would still be a chance to tough it out, preventing the police from uncovering any leads. If those two trusted subordinates of his had already fully confessed, then there was no way the police would have sent Su Liang back to interrogate him again. Most likely, they would have directly sentenced him or waited for imprisonment. This indicated that those two actually hadn't spilled the beans. Under the condition that they hadn't made any admissions, Su Liang somehow already knew his boss's codename. It was enough to make Michelle doubt if this young man didn't have some special intelligence source. How could he know so much? Moreover, each revelation hit Michelle right at the core, making it hard for him to defend himself properly. And right now, Michelle was showing signs of faltering under the pressure. Su Liang slowly turned around, a profound smile appearing on his face. So, Mr. Michelle, are you thinking of speaking up now? You should think clearly, because once you start talking, there's no going back for you. As if he were genuinely trying to help the other party consider. What do you actually know? Michelle asked grimly, his gaze filled with shock and incredulity. He found the whole situation bizarre, as the impact of this event on him must have been as significant as when Su Liang originally tracked him down. Naturally, Su Liang noticed the changes in Michelle's attitude, realizing that he was currently in a highly conflicted and restless mental state. During such times, too much effort isn't necessary as it can already make the other lose their composure. Sometimes, the quieter it gets, the more anxious a person becomes. Not everyone understands that no news is good news. Most importantly, Su Liang had already sent out a signal. In Michelle's view, what was happening now was extremely complicated and troubling. Everything I should know, I already do. Of course, you must also understand that my knowing is useless unless you confess personally. Su Liang shrugged, revealing an expression of helplessness on his face. So sometimes, I think the police investigative procedures are way too troublesome. If this were up to me, I would have already made my move against you. Why would I even be wasting words here? It's pure foolishness, laughable even. Michelle's expression became increasingly sullen, and his mood grew both more relaxed, yet more anxious. No matter what, the current situation was certainly beyond his expectations, and he hadn't seen it coming. But did this involve his boss behind the scenes, the Eagle? If the Eagle had already entered the police's line of sight, then indeed there was no point for him to hold out. Because doing so wouldn't have any meaning. It could even end up affecting him negatively. But if they were just guessing about the Eagle targeting him, they didn't really have any leads on the Eagle, they barely knew the name. In that case, he actually had room to maneuver. To put it simply, as long as the people behind him didn't get caught, there would always be a chance for a comeback. Of course, this might also cost him his life. But suppose the Eagle was indeed trying to kill him, and now the police had noticed. Then he should naturally assist the police in capturing the Eagle as soon as possible. Only this would count as truly safeguarding his own safety. Otherwise, one day he might die without even realizing it. Can you please sit down? Let's talk this through. After a moment of silence, Michel spoke slowly. His tone had become considerably heavy. Clearly, he knew the current situation was more difficult and intricate than imagined. But if he wanted to keep going, there wasn't much choice from his perspective. Chapter 254, Psychological Game. The winner takes all. Michel was a very smart person. He understood his predicament well and knew that since he had already been caught by the police, he was actually safest here. As for whether or not to reveal the identity of his boss was an irrelevant choice. The main issue was that he no longer had any means to obtain information from the outside world. He wouldn't flee when disaster struck. Even if he tried to get updates through chats with past business partners, it would be almost impossible. So now, the only one who could possibly help him was Su Liang. Interesting. You tell me what to do, and I just do it. Su Liang raised an eyebrow, his eyes filled with mockery. Do you think that because you're wasting time here, I should waste my time too? I have plenty of things to do. Don't think a single sentence from you can force me to stay. His tone was extremely firm, leaving no room for negotiation. At this moment, he was the one holding the initiative and thus no longer needed to tread carefully as before. No. I absolutely don't want to waste your time. Michel frowned, looking serious. He pondered aloud. If you want me to confess to all the crimes, that's fine. But before this happens, you must agree to one condition of mine. Su Liang and the captain of the police both laughed at this. The latter couldn't help but mock Michel. Do you think where we are now? Your mountain water group? You mentioned conditions, and we'll give them to you? Do you really think you're in any position to negotiate with us? Michel leaned back in his chair, showing a calm and indifferent demeanor. Since I'm already like this, it doesn't matter how long the sentence is. If you want to catch the person behind this, you'll need me. Even if you arrest me, it won't make any difference. They'll find another proxy soon enough. You still won't be able to stop the precious artifacts from being smuggled overseas. The captain's face changed slightly, a surge of unnamed anger rising in his heart. How dare he threaten me inside the interrogation room? What audacity! Who do you think you are? Do you truly think the police are powerless against you? If it were under normal circumstances, he would have definitely retorted without hesitation. But this time, the criminal they faced was different. Moreover, Michel's words did give him pause. If they failed to address the root cause of this criminal syndicate, everything they had done up to this point would be meaningless. They might also face similar situations later, causing even greater losses. That was an outcome neither the country nor they could bear. With this thought, the captain involuntarily turned to look at Su Liang. Perhaps this young man could come up with some special way to solve the current problem? Sure enough, Su Liang's lips curved into a slight smile, his gaze carrying a touch of amusement. Do you intend to blackmail us this way? Or do you think we'll compromise because of this? That's way too simple. With just the few of you, you actually think you've caused such a huge disturbance? Abroad, there are countless ways to deal with you. Michel's eyes widened in disbelief. Had anyone said these words earlier, he wouldn't have believed them for a second. After all, not even himself had been captured, let alone the boss. Those people were hiding overseas. Besides, Michel did have some understanding of the law. Local police forces rarely conducted operations abroad. The most crucial factor was the cooperation of local foreign authorities, which, unfortunately, often involved various forms of clandestine dealings. It was incredibly easy for someone like his boss to bribe foreign law enforcement. But things were different now. He was genuinely at Su Liang's mercy, and this youth demonstrated remarkable strength despite his youth, clearly setting him apart from ordinary individuals. His threat might not hold much value after all, and he might lose his final chance to negotiate. After a moment of silence, Michel took a deep breath, concern evident in his eyes. I'm not trying to threaten you. I just hope for a peaceful discussion. This is very important to me. If you cannot achieve this, even if I reveal every clue or information about them, you will not be able to capture them. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's expression revealed a thoughtful look, feeling quite surprised by Michel's statement. Although he knew Michel was a cunning old fox, the guy had been beating around the bush with him until now. Yet at this particular moment, he displayed unusual urgency and sincerity. Just from this single point, one could determine that the other side wasn't lying to him at this very moment. With that thought, Su Liang signaled to the captain. The latter immediately caught on, then stepped out after him. So, do you have any ideas or other suggestions? The captain whispered, occasionally glancing toward the room. After briefly pondering, Su Liang slowly spoke. I think we can first listen to his demands. If they aren't overly unreasonable, we might as well consider agreeing. I thought the same. I just wanted to exert some pressure on him before. Since you've already said this, I'll definitely support you fully. A slight smile appeared on the captain's lips. He didn't mind playing the bad cop, or rather, he'd already planned to take that role. In the past, he would have harbored doubts about Su Liang's judgment, considering how young this man was and the likelihood of impulsiveness leading to consequences. Not everyone could guarantee themselves unscathed. Not everyone could ensure that everything would progress in a better direction. But things were different now. Su Liang had proven himself worthy of the entire squad's respect through sheer ability. Moreover, the kid demonstrated extraordinary talent when it came to solving cases. Without any formal interrogations, he could clearly see through the psychology of criminals. What's more, he had helped them solve multiple major cases. Judging by this alone, didn't that make him trustworthy and respected? However, won't it waste your time? I heard you're busy these days, dealing with both school matters and keeping track of your own project. The captain asked thoughtfully, as this guy was currently the city's rising star. Chapter 255. Still dare to bargain with us? Most people are actually quite clear about Su Liang's moves. The people in the criminal police team know even more, and this is why the captain of the team admires him so much. To achieve this level at such a young age is already quite rare. Regardless of whether his future will be smooth or not, he already has richer experience and extraordinary insight compared to others of the same age. Over there we can rest assured for now. The school probably needs a visit soon, but we can deal with things here first. Su Liang waved his hand, clearly knowing what was most important. Moreover, he had already prepared teaching videos, so even if there was no time to return to the school, he could just send a video to them, and they would still be able to learn. This is the change brought by new ideas. In the past, who would have thought that learning through videos would be possible? However, this can save a lot of time for all students. It also allows everyone to review better, especially for those who already work. If they want to study, it can only be through this method. Otherwise, if they attend classes, realistic factors like not being able to adjust time or living too far away come into play. The captain nodded. Even though I know you don't need our salary here, if you still don't want us to interfere with your main business. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. Not that bad. I came here to avoid trouble, right? Look at those cameras out there, only in China. If it were abroad, I might have been killed long ago. You are well informed about the situation inside and outside the country? The captain was rather surprised, showing some astonishment. Su Liang nodded. That's definite. No country in the world is safer than ours. So unless under special circumstances, I won't leave. The captain widened his eyes, full of surprise. He originally found this quite unexpected. Nowadays, in society, many people blindly boast about foreign countries, thinking this place or that place abroad is good, but actually, that's not true. Only those who truly interact or experience understand it. He hadn't expected that at such a young age, Su Liang would have such rich cognition. No wonder he could cooperate with renowned entrepreneurs. It seems he indeed has his unique insights. Alright, since you've spoken so openly, I'll feel reassured. In short, you'll take charge later. Just let us know whenever you need our cooperation. Su Liang smiled and nodded. Unknowingly, these two people, separated by over 10 or 20 years in age, seemed to have become very close friends. And to gain the favor and admiration of someone like the criminal police captain already sufficiently proves one's excellence. Moreover, during critical moments, one must not falter. That's the most crucial point. Many people always brag about how great they are, what great achievements they have, yet often falter at the most critical moments. Such people simply aren't trustworthy and certainly shouldn't be entrusted with important responsibilities. After a brief rest, the two returned to the interrogation room. Michel looked obviously more agitated than before. As soon as they entered, Michel immediately asked anxiously, Can I put forward my demands? Of course. Su Liang nodded. Meanwhile, the captain maintained an imposingly serious look on his face. Michel, although after discussion, we can indeed offer you certain special treatments, you'd best keep this in mind. If you're trying to make excessive demands, don't blame us for turning against you. You'll clearly understand the consequences then, and also what state you'd end up in. As for other issues, I assume I don't need to elaborate further, do I? Michel nodded, letting out a sigh of relief. My request is simple. Regardless of whether you manage to capture my boss behind the scenes, you must ensure my safety. At the same time, Provide me with first-hand information and inform me about any progress. Hearing this, the captain couldn't help but laugh. Do you think you're someone special? Do you think you're my superior that everything needs to be reported to you? Michelle hurriedly explained. I didn't mean it that way. What I mean is, our current situation is already extremely dangerous. Moreover, I may be easily eliminated by them anytime. You should know that even I can kill without hesitation, let alone the bosses behind me, who will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. So, only if you protect my safety can the investigation proceed smoothly, and only if I receive the latest information can I judge what they might do next. Compared to you, I definitely know them better. Upon hearing this, Su Liang revealed a thoughtful look in his eyes. What the other party had said did make some sense, but if they really agreed, all the initiative would be in Michelle's hands. What if he ended up manipulating them around? I can agree. Su Liang deliberately spoke very slowly. Clearly, he was giving a message to the captain who immediately understood. No way. What if this guy provides false information, or worse, uses this method to tip them off? Then all our efforts would be wasted. There's no need for me to tip them off. That's ridiculous. Michel immediately showed signs of panic on his face and frantically explained. Just think about it. Now that I've been arrested, and this news will soon reach my boss. Once they find out I've been caught, they'll do everything to get rid of me, whether I talk or not. It doesn't matter. But if I can let them know I haven't talked yet, perhaps they'll expose their own vulnerabilities. Su Liang and the captain exchanged glances. It was clear that both were quite satisfied with this outcome. The captain even pretended to hesitate deeply before reluctantly agreeing. All right, we can consider it. But all information we tell you will have to be screened. Now you can speak up. Michel nodded. Certainly, there's no denying about the cultural relics you found. All of them are being resold by me. Of course, these relics came into my hands because of the operations orchestrated by my boss. The exact method is unclear to me, but I can roughly guess. It involves colluding with museum directors and some private collectors specializing in antiques to obtain resources. Chapter 256. Su Liang steps in, and the job is done effortlessly. What? Upon hearing this sentence, the squad leader's face revealed a trace of astonishment. You're just spouting nonsense here. I can understand getting these artifacts from private collectors, but you say you can get them from the hands of museum directors? Are you kidding? How could they possibly betray their own trust? And besides, such actions are illegal. Aren't they afraid of being found out? Michel shook his head slightly, as if he was quite knowledgeable about these matters. I never said it was the current directors. It's certain retired ones, or even some former employees who used to work in museums. To obtain real artifacts from them. Isn't that just effortless? Su Liang suddenly interjected upon hearing this. I have a question. Assuming everything you say is true, how could they determine whether what they got is authentic or fake? Also, as long as there's one staff member in the museum genuinely doing their job, there's no way they'd allow these items to slip out carelessly. And once any counterfeit items are detected, they would report immediately. Michel smirked slightly at these words. Gentlemen, do you both still think that in this era making forgeries is hard? With today's technology, replicating something hundreds of years old is almost effortless. Even some dedicated appraisers may not necessarily be able to spot the difference. Moreover, given that these artifacts belong to the museum, even if they are fake, would those appraisal experts dare say so? They wouldn't dare. Even with Michel revealing all the details he knew, the squad leader remained silent after listening. He truly hadn't expected the truth to be so shocking and bizarre. Moreover, he realized how terrifying the underlying profit chain was behind all this. 20 minutes later, the two came back out from the interrogation room. The squad leader couldn't help but take a deep breath, his expression very serious. Who would have thought? The situation is far more horrifying than imagined. It seems that we two alone cannot handle this matter. I must report it to our higher-ups. Su Liang nodded. All right. Since Michel has already spoken up, clues will likely appear soon, and progress will be made on your side too. When you need me, contact me then. As for other things, there's no need to mention them further. I've still got my own business to attend to. The squad leader's gaze expressed a look of approval. Su Liang, you've really helped us greatly. Speak up. What kind of reward do you want when this is over? I'll certainly help you secure it. Really? Squad leader, you make it sound like you guys are an empire so wealthy that it rivals entire countries. You work for the common people, and I do too. As for recompense, I don't see the point in taking anything from you either. Besides, you wouldn't be able to afford offering such compensation anyway. Su Liang smirked faintly, his eyes gleaming with intrigue. After hearing this, the squad leader widened his eyes. Full of curiosity and confusion, he wondered, what exactly is it that you're seeking as a reward? Now I'm extremely curious about just how broad-minded this guy is. It's simple. I hope to build a commercial empire of my own. I believe the criminal investigation team can indeed give me some conveniences. Though, wouldn't that mean breaking rules for you? Su Liang smirked faintly, his eyes gleaming playfully, mocking slightly. The squad leader felt another wave of overwhelming emotions in his heart. He had never anticipated that this guy, at merely 18 years old, could have such ambition, actually wanting to create his own commercial empire. Aren't you joking with me? A commercial empire? Do you know how much time that requires? Some might spend their whole lives and not even achieve it. The squad leader let out a sharp intake of breath and remarked profoundly. Su Liang nodded, his gaze firm without any hesitation. Of course, I fully understand that. Precisely because of this, I'm saying you absolutely have no way of giving me enough recompense. Nor have I ever thought of making life difficult for you. And it would be utterly impossible to ask you to make mistakes. Again, the squad leader's gaze showed signs of appreciation. This young man's perspective and thinking were entirely on par with his own level. Without sufficient experience, it would be impossible to reach this point. And certainly, even harder to express such profound words. Youthful, yet insightful. Michelle's revelation left him in awe. Alright, no matter what, if you run into any trouble, feel free to ask us for help. We're all familiar with each other now, so there's no need to keep being overly polite like before. Su Liang nodded. He then walked toward the hall. Lu Hao had already been waiting with boredom written all over his face. The moment he spotted Su Liang, he immediately stepped forward. Alright, how'd it go? Did that old jerk talk yet? With me on the job, do you really think I couldn't handle it? He just gave in. What else could he have done to resist? Lu Hao couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his eyes brimming with admiration. You're getting better and better, boss. Before long, you'll definitely get a promotion within the criminal investigation team. Maybe someday if I'm in trouble, I can count on you for help. What are you thinking about? You little scoundrel, planning on pulling strings, huh? I'm telling you, it's impossible, and such things will never happen with me. Su Liang smiled with profound meaning. But this place is just too complicated. Where should we go now? Those two reporters outside are probably still waiting for us. Lu Hao's face showed an expression of helplessness. Earlier, when he was bored and wanted to go out for a walk, as soon as he reached the door, the two reporters rushed over. Frightened, he quickly ran back to the criminal investigation team headquarters. Lu Hao's appearance only further confirmed the two reporters' belief. Su Liang would definitely come out. After hearing this, Su Liang's gaze revealed a hint of surprise. Clearly, he hadn't expected the reporters to be so determined, nor did he expect them to be so patient. Just then, the captain emerged from inside. Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward. Captain, there's something I need your help with right away. Huh. A flash of surprise crossed the captain's eyes, and he couldn't help but smirk. What kind of thing could possibly leave our little hero at a loss? It's those two reporters. They're still at the door and don't intend to let us off the hook. Lu Hao tattled. Is there any backdoor or some other way to exit here? I really don't want to deal with those reporters. They're too annoying. Chapter 257. Future to look forward to. Don't be afraid. Su Liang sighed, feeling somewhat helpless in his heart. Who could have thought that he would end up here, not because of the criminals or even revenge from enemies, but because of the media? It was precisely for this reason that Su Liang had no choice but to choose this way. If he were really a criminal with no way out, there might still be some room for resistance. It wouldn't matter even if they got injured. After all, there are sufficient reasons. But if these media reporters were harmed, the situation would get extraordinarily serious. Of course, Su Liang didn't care about the gossips outside, but this could very likely affect what he is currently doing, especially when things were already at the forefront. If this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. There's also a good chance that the situation might go completely beyond imagination. The saying goes, tongue sharper than a dragon spring sword can kill invisibly. One must always be cautious against such threats. At least before he truly possesses enough strength, he needs to learn to keep a low profile and, when necessary, endure. This is the key to success. Not every loud person can walk safely to the end. The impact generated will exceed imagination. Upon hearing this, the team leader nodded. A teasing look inevitably appeared on his face. Hardly anyone will believe this. Our famous special consultant of the team has been driven into a corner by two reporters, and now has to ask me for help. Su Liang grinned. If one day you, team leader, encounter something like this, don't blame me for not caring then. Haha, I don't have your kind of skill, so I naturally won't face troubles like yours. The team leader waved his hand. He then called over a young police officer. In a while, you drive a police car to escort them out. Remember to cover their faces best as possible, to avoid being spotted by those reporters outside. The police officer nodded after hearing this, and then went down to prepare. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's face instantly showed an expression of surprise. This is indeed a good method. Why didn't we think of it? So they say old hands know best. Sometimes, you have to trust in the experience and wisdom of our predecessors. Su Liang's lips slightly curled up, his tone carrying a sense of mockery. The team leader laughed upon hearing this, and didn't take it to heart. After all, their relationship now was more like that of close friends. Soon the police officer drove the police car over, and the two quickly got on. They were a little nervous when leaving through the main gate. However, seeing that those two reporters had no idea, they instantly relaxed. Brother Xu Liang, this time you've done us in the detective squad a big favor. The police officer couldn't help but admiringly said. Although he was older by a few years than Su Liang, it was evident that the two stood on different levels of status, with clearly different treatment in the detective squad. Upon hearing this, Su Liang slightly smiled. Don't say that. Sometimes it relies on luck. I believe that responsible and ambitious people like you will definitely perform better in the future. The police officer was even happier upon getting recognition from Su Liang. Subsequently, he continuously nodded. All right, if I really achieve it someday, I will definitely invite you for drinks. I'm waiting. After exchanging a few words, when roughly 2 streets away from the detective squad, the police officer dropped off Su Liang and Lu Hao. After all, he still had work to do. If he had enough time, he wouldn't mind delivering them to the destination. After getting down from the police car, Lu Hao took a look around, confirming that no one was following him. He then let out a sigh of relief. Wow, boss, never thought we'd have a day like this. If we hadn't just gotten off the police car, I would even suspect that we're fugitives wanted by the law. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips slightly curved upward, revealing a hint of amusement in his gaze. Maybe it will become a routine in the future. Routine? Impossible. That would surely drive people crazy. Lu Hao's eyes widened, his gaze filled with disbelief. Aren't these journalists like a gust of wind? Once this wind passes, there shouldn't be much impact on us anymore, right? Su Liang shook his head. You're thinking too simply. If in the future, you become incredibly popular on Mr. Luo's live streaming platform, then you will have many fans. You'll practically be a celebrity. And situations like these will definitely arise when going outside. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered something. By the way, how is the situation with the live streaming platform recently? After hearing this, Lu Hao briefly recounted the situation. Boss Luo has already sent a specialist to contact me, and the live streaming platform is currently in the process of being set up. It should be ready for trial operations soon. However, I'm uncertain now whether the effect of the live stream will be good enough when it happens. What if the first live stream fails? Wouldn't that embarrass everyone? Upon hearing this, Su Liang's lips slightly curled upward, revealing a playful look in his eyes. You shouldn't be so stressed. To be honest, this is merely a cooperation project between me and Boss Luo, and you are just the first investor. If you really can't handle the streaming part, then we'll move you behind the scenes, which won't affect the operation of the live streaming platform at all. Besides, for the entire live streaming platform, there will definitely need to be many broadcasters responsible, not just you alone. Even though he had high hopes for Lu Hao, at this very moment, he shouldn't put too much pressure on him. On the contrary, he needs to help this guy ease the negative emotions in his heart. Because he knew not everyone possessed a strong mentality like himself. Having robust psychological qualities required going through numerous trials and tribulations. Without such a training process, one might encounter various issues along the way, and even some might collapse and give up. The reason why only a few succeed in this world isn't necessarily due to their innate talent, but because they always find the right direction and persist. Both are indispensable. If you head in the wrong direction, you'll only get further away. And if you cannot persevere, choosing the right path may still fail to lead you to the destination. Hearing these words, Lu Hao momentarily entertained them, and his gaze reignited with fighting spirit. Big brother, hearing what you said gives me a clear understanding. So, no matter what I do, it won't impact the overall situation or your relationship with Boss Luo, right? That's absolutely correct. Su Liang lightly chuckled. This kid must have thought too highly of himself. Chapter 258, The 36 Stratagems. Running away is best. Even Su Liang dared not claim that his current influence over the entire business world was significant. Despite collaborating with Zhang Yuxing and Luo Changhai, their relationship was merely a partnership. If he were to lose his utilitarian value, these two bosses would certainly abandon him without hesitation. No one would support a layabout without cause. This was the cruelty of the business world. As long as there was value, one could surely find a buyer. Su Liang was currently waiting for the right price, and when his worth reached a certain point, he could determine others' values. This way, he himself would become the mastermind behind the scenes. All successful people were like this. Only in this way could one change the main situation. Alright, I will patiently wait here. I'll go live whenever the live streaming platform notifies me. For now, all we need to do is prepare. Su Liang nodded contentedly, revealing an approving gaze. Though Lu Hao had limited ability, the young man showed talent in some ways. So as long as it was recognized properly, his potential would surely be unleashed. Anyone in the world was like this. No one dared say they were entirely well-rounded, but few could truly say they were completely useless. Such people were probably even rarer than geniuses. By the way, boss, where should we go now? It's inconvenient at the pet base. Going home doesn't seem very hopeful either, and we can't just stay in the office. Lu Hao blinked his eyes, curiosity evident in his gaze. Of course we're going back to school. Haven't I told you before? Su Liang said without hesitation. His eyes revealed composure, as if he'd been prepared for everything. Back to school? Won't that cause too much of a fuss? If reporters come rushing to the school, won't it just be more trouble? Upon hearing this, a slight smile appeared on Su Liang's lips. It's not necessarily so. Besides the police station, our school might actually be the best place for us right now. Lu Hao got more confused as he listened, his eyes showing incomprehension. He found it increasingly inexplicable. How could the school possibly be the best place? That doesn't make sense at all. Sighing, Su Liang looked at him. Sure enough, things regarding intelligence weren't his buddy's forte. Let me explain this way. Our school's current senior year is busy reviewing for the college entrance exam, right? This means all our school's daily arrangements will be prioritized around the graduating class. Our principal and the grade director are all on my side. As long as I let them know, do you think those reporters would still get in? Maybe our principal will thank me instead. Hearing this, doubt filled Lu Hao's eyes. Although he understood why they needed to return, he didn't get why the principal would express gratitude. Boss, your words are becoming harder to follow. Besides, isn't he the principal? You attracting reporters, if he doesn't complain already, is impressive enough. How could he possibly thank you? A faint smile crept onto Su Liang's lips. There was a mischievous glint in his eyes. Want a bet? Sure. Without hesitation, Lu Hao agreed. There should be a wager, or else this would be pretty meaningless. If I lose, I'll get you a brand new computer, plus an extra gift. And if you lose, from now on, you'll clean my house, and once we make money, you'll find me a new apartment. Hearing this, Lu Hao suddenly became interested. The best computers on the market nowadays cost tens of thousands. If he really won, it'd be a great deal. Moreover, he also knew that his boss Su Liang wasn't short of these tens of thousands of yuan. Just a single piece of chicken bloodstone was worth over 100 million yuan, let alone a small computer. Okay, you said it, and you better not take it back. Lu Hao asked solemnly. Su Liang nodded. Absolutely, a gentleman's word is unshakable. But looking at you, you seem awfully happy. Could it be that you think you've already won? Definitely. Lu Hao boasted confidently, satisfaction all over his face. To put it bluntly, if the principal hears about this and feels pleased, I'd gladly slap my own face on the ground. There's no way. In my entire life, I've never encountered such a thing. Fine, don't be disappointed later. Moreover, I can tell you in advance, this mysterious gift is a car. As long as it's below 500,000, you can pick whatever. Since it didn't involve spending his own money, naturally he felt emboldened to brag wildly. Lu Hao became even more elated upon hearing this, feeling as though he was floating on air. It was as if he were about to drive a luxury car. For their age group, owning a car of one's own would certainly make someone stand out like a dragon among people. The two then took a taxi back to the school, but just as they arrived at the school gate, they noticed a few suspicious individuals lurking in the corner. These guys don't look like good people. They must be the thugs outside the school. Come on, when have you ever seen a thug dressed so neatly and wearing glasses? Su Yang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. There was no doubt that these guys were definitely reporters. It seemed that those media outlets truly had incredible resources, not only finding his home, but also tracking down to his school. No wonder criminal investigation team leaders harbored certain occupational prejudices against them. If such situations arose during normal case investigations, it would indeed cause headaches. Gathering evidence might still be manageable, but what if some covert operations failed due to the meddling of these reporters? The consequences would be unimaginable. But how are we supposed to get in with them blocking the school gate? Lu Hao blinked, his gaze filled with confusion. There was even a hint of helplessness. Have you forgotten where we sneaked out before? No one will be at the back door. We can easily climb in. Lu Hao suddenly understood, his face lighting up with delight. Still, the boss reacted quickly, otherwise, they wouldn't even be able to enter the school gate. Without further delay, the two immediately made their way through an old neighborhood nearby, then climbed over the fence all the way to the back of the school. Just as they landed, they heard someone call out, Su Liang. Su Liang and Lu Hao exchanged glances, their hearts simultaneously jolted. Goodness, could it be that the reporters had already infiltrated the school? Or did they predict their prediction? What do we do now, boss? What else can we do? Run away is the best plan among the 36 stratagems. As Su Liang spoke, he began to run without wanting to deal with those reporters anymore. Chapter 259, caught jumping the wall? Just at this critical moment, the voice from behind sounded again. Hey, what are you running for in broad daylight? Have you seen a ghost or something? I'm not some sort of ghost. Su Liang slightly frowned, a trace of surprise flashing in his eyes. This voice sounded familiar. Why was that? He turned around and saw, oh, isn't that the grade headmaster? Lu Hao also instinctively looked back. After identifying the other person, he let out a sigh of relief but could not help complaining. Grade headmaster, tell me, why did you come to the back gate out of nowhere? We almost thought we were in trouble again. The grade headmaster approached, smiling at Su Liang, but immediately became serious when looking at Lu Hao. Su Liang has already been accepted by Tsinghua University, so naturally, he can come and go freely within the school. But you little devil always skip class. So what? Do you not want to go to university? Upon hearing this, Lu Hao chuckled. Grade headmaster, it's not that I don't want to, but I definitely won't pass the exams. I am dead last in our class. Tell me, why waste my time? I might as well go home early and avoid disturbing the other students. Hearing this, the grade headmaster was momentarily startled. Then he said with great gravity, even if your grades are poor, you should still strive hard. Who knows, maybe you can get into a decent junior college. That's better than just graduating from high school. Grade headmaster, you don't need to worry about me. The big brother has already planned everything for me. In a few days, I will be able to make money. In the future, I will follow him. Even if I can't become wealthy, I will at least have enough to eat every meal. Upon hearing this, the expression of the grade headmaster clearly softened, not respecting the Buddha, but respecting the face of the deity. Since Su Liang had arranged things for him, there was nothing more to say. After all, this guy was now their school's big god. No one dared offend him easily. Even so, there was no need for both of you to climb over the back wall. You know there have been many students lately who do not want to attend classes and often jump over the wall to leave campus. I must supervise closely. The grade headmaster complained helplessly. The school had just been upgraded to a provincial key school and even had the chance to become a national key high school. If leaders above saw students climbing over walls to skip class, wouldn't that amount to slapping our own faces? Which good school would allow such situations? Grade headmaster, we didn't want it either. It was truly due to necessity. If the entrance hadn't been blocked, how could we have chosen such an unusual route? Su Liang spread out his hands, full of helplessness. Not really. The grade headmaster slightly frowned, thinking these two were being harassed by nearby small-time hooligans. He then solemnly said, our school absolutely does not tolerate such foul winds. Don't worry, anyone causing you trouble, just report it to me. I promise it can be resolved. Su Liang is a great contributor to the school. Neglecting someone like him would be impossible to justify. Su Liang and Lu Hao glanced at each other, their faces revealing smiles filled with deep meaning. Really? Of course. When has the grade headmaster ever lied? Every promise counts. The grade headmaster slapped his chest confidently. All right, there are a few reporters at the entrance. Deal with them for us. What did you say? The grade headmaster prepared to reply, suddenly widening his eyes, full of disbelief. Reporters? Why are reporters blocking you? Moreover, you haven't done anything wrong. Why should you fear reporters? Grade headmaster, you really don't know? These reporters chasing after our leader for investigation is beyond exaggerated. Today in the morning, our entire building was packed solid. No opportunity whatsoever. Earlier, we went to the criminal investigation team, and those people squatted right outside their office. Tell me, if we encountered those reporters now, would our school even have any peace? At that time, it would surely affect the revision and preparation of the other students. The grade headmaster's expression immediately turned extremely complicated, and he felt somewhat embarrassed. Though he had just made the promise firmly, it turned out he was about to break it. Yet realistically, he couldn't handle this situation. The current state of affairs was indeed astonishing and unbelievable. After all, those reporters aren't easy to deal with. A slight mishap, and those people might publicize widely. Moreover, many people are already watching Su Liang closely. Who knows, they may take advantage of this to tarnish the school's reputation. The loss would then become incredibly alarming. What was even more important was that not long ago, the education department had just announced to them the news of being promoted to a key high school, but now negative news emerged. How could they explain it to the education department? As a result, the application for a national key high school would become even more unattainable. There was even a possibility that the qualification might be completely lost because of this. No, this matter is no trivial one, and I can't decide by myself. I must find the principal. The grade headmaster frowned, his eyes full of seriousness. He alone could not shoulder such responsibility, nor explain it clearly to others. You two should also come with me, so that you can explain the specific situation. After all, I'm not entirely informed either. If there are discrepancies, it may cause even bigger trouble later. Both nodded. Lu Hao's face revealed an expression of smug satisfaction. Big brother Su, it looks like you can get ready to pay up. This bet should be mine. Just look at the grade headmaster's expression. Do you think the principal will still be happy? His tone was filled with teasing. Su Liang smiled faintly upon hearing these words, his eyes revealing a hint of amusement. It's not over yet. How can you be sure that you've won? Moreover, the grade headmaster does not represent the principal. Maybe the grade headmaster can't be happy, but the principal might still be. Lu Hao rolled his eyes, not believing a word. Big brother Su, you're great in every way except when your mouth gets too hard. It's already reached this point, and you still don't believe me. How could I possibly trick you? Su Liang did not give further explanations, knowing well that whatever he said now, Lu Hao probably wouldn't believe him anyway. Sometimes, time could be the best proof. Maybe when the time came, everything would fall into place naturally, and all problems would be resolved. Alright, stop blabbering so much. How will we know until we go first? Don't worry, if you win, I will definitely honor my promise. Chapter 260, This Thing's on Me. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao's anxious heart finally settled, his face brimming with confidence. Soon, the two of them, under the guidance of the grade supervisor, arrived at the principal's office. The principal was humming a little tune while watering plants. He looked to be in an exceptionally good mood. Anyone, if suddenly blessed by such a big windfall from the heavens, would naturally feel that good fortune was upon them. But most importantly, for the principal, there was another windfall dropping from the sky. It might even hit him directly. Just thinking about it made him grin in his sleep. Principal, the grade supervisor greeted solemnly. The principal turned around and immediately saw Su Liang. A smile spread all over his face. Oh my, our distinguished alumnus has arrived. Sit down quickly. What brings you to my office today? Are you having trouble with teaching? You can be sure that if anything is hindering you, just say the word, and I will ensure all other teachers fully cooperate. It's not actually about teaching matters. There's just something we need your help with, principal. Su Liang said meaningfully. Isn't it always said? Anything you ask, any request, I am willing to assist, and I will give it my utmost effort. Hearing this, the grade supervisor whispered, like dealing with journalists? Dealing with journalists? Why do we need to deal with them? The principal frowned, his eyes filled with confusion, even more puzzled by this matter. Their reaction was almost exactly like the earlier one from the grade supervisor. Clearly, leaders like them had a certain inexplicable resistance towards the journalism industry. Whether they were interviewing about good news or bad, if problems occurred during the handling process, it could be seized upon by them. Some less experienced journalists wouldn't have much to say, but some who are inherently malicious may simply fabricate excuses and intentionally tarnish reputations. Once these news stories aired, there wouldn't even be a chance to explain. Forget jumping into the Yellow River to clear your name. Having mouths all over your body probably still wouldn't be enough to justify yourself. It's Su Liang. I heard he helped the police solve a major case. Now all media reporters from across the city are trying to interview him. They're already waiting outside the school. The grade supervisor sighed, looking helpless, clearly unsure of how to handle the situation. Upon hearing this, the principal also revealed a grave expression but did not respond immediately, instead pacing back and forth in the office. Seeing this scene, Lu Hao couldn't suppress the joy welling up inside. This basically indicated that things were developing as expected. Boss, this time you really lost. Why keep denying it? Your persistence means nothing now. Just as he finished speaking, the principal suddenly turned around, his face filled with excitement. This is wonderful. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. What? Upon hearing this, both men present were stunned. Only Su Liang's lips slightly curved upward. It seemed like everything was under his control. Lu Hao was thoroughly baffled. Such an abrupt change was truly bewildering and hard to comprehend. Principal, why are you happy? Don't you realize how much impact those reporters coming into the school will have on our students? If it affects their preparation for the college entrance exam, the situation will become far more complicated. Upon hearing this, the principal turned around, yet his face was glowing with excitement. Look what you're saying. You should think positively. How could you always think about the negative aspects? These reporters coming into the school would naturally cause chaos. But what if they don't enter the school? Not entering the school. Both Lu Hao and the grade supervisor exhibited expressions of confusion. They felt utterly perplexed. Clearly, these reporters were targeting Su Liang. If they weren't allowed into the school, how could there possibly be a way to deal with them? Exactly. They're here to investigate matters related to Su Liang. But as Su Liang's principal, I naturally know very well about his 3-year performance. I certainly should understand Su Liang's usual conduct and habits too. So why shouldn't I take these interviews myself? And most importantly, this is a once-in-a-lifetime chance to promote our school. Imagine if our school made it to the front-page headlines of all the city's media. That would do justice to our provincial high school title. Perhaps it could even help us apply for national key high school status. Upon hearing this, the grade supervisor suddenly realized and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. His eyes were full of admiration. Principal, you're truly thoughtful. You even thought about all these places. The most shocked person, however, was Lu Hao. He never would have dreamed that what he considered a sure bet ended up losing in such a strange way. Most importantly, if Su Liang could predict it so accurately in advance, that only meant one thing. He already knew that the principal would think like this. My goodness. What kind of person is our boss? To plan things out this meticulously is impressive. And clearly, he's much more capable than the principal. Boss, how did you know the principal would definitely think this way? Su Liang's lips slightly curled upwards, his eyes betraying an amused look. Of course, if you were in the principal's position, wouldn't you also try to turn this crisis into an opportunity? This is exactly the ability required of a leader. Who doesn't know how to play the winning game? Even a fool would know what to do when things are going well. As long as there are no mistakes made, everything will be safe and stable, with little room for issues. But what truly tests a person's abilities is how they handle adversity. It means converting crises into opportunities. Could someone like the principal, who has been doing this job for years, not understand such basic public relations strategies? Lu Hao finally understood, and couldn't suppress the admiration in his eyes. You might call the principal a sly old fox, but he was just a crafty little fox in comparison. Su Liang had everything planned out so meticulously. Every move was calculated within your expectations. He suddenly felt incredibly fortunate. It was lucky for him to follow Su Liang. If he were on the opposing side, the outcome would have been unimaginable, probably without even realizing how badly he'd be manipulated. Just as he was lost in thought, the principal had already made his decision, patting Su Liang on the shoulder. This matters on me. Rest assured, focus on being at school. No journalist will bother you. Su Liang nodded, a smile on his face. If that's the case, then principal, I leave this in your hands. Chapter 261, Worthy of Being the Principal. The interview was truly impressive. The principal waved his hand dismissively, with a look of calm on his face, as if he hadn't even given it a second thought. Oh my, if anyone should be saying thank you, it's me. If it weren't for you, how would I have had such a great opportunity to shine? When the news gets published in all the city's newspapers and media, I will definitely treat you to a meal. Su Liang smiled faintly. For this kind of thing, he didn't even give it a second thought. There was no way he could possibly think of taking advantage of the principal all the time. And now he certainly didn't lack the money for a meal. After everything was settled, the principal then led the head of the grade outside. They soon arrived at the entrance. Those few reporters glanced at them, with no intention of acknowledging them. It seemed these people were determined to wait for Su Liang himself. Seeing this, the head of the grade couldn't help but frown slightly. Hey, do they look down on us? No problem. We need to be more magnanimous. You must know, we may very well become one of the national key high schools. In the future, there might even be opportunities to exchange ideas with educational peers nationwide. First and foremost, we need to maintain a good image. The principal, speaking, adjusted his attire. The head of the grade followed suit. In case they really ended up on television, they'd leave a good impression one way or another. Otherwise, wouldn't they be laughed at later? Subsequently, the principal stepped forward voluntarily. Hey, you guys are waiting here to interview someone, right? The young reporter, upon hearing this, nodded hesitantly. Excuse me, you are. I am the principal of this school. If you want to interview Su Liang, you might have to wait a long time. After all, ever since his guaranteed admission spot was confirmed, he basically never comes to school. Upon hearing this, disappointment spread across the faces of the several reporters. I told you there was no need to come to the school, but you insisted on not believing me. Now, look where that got us. All the way for nothing. Exactly, we should have gone to Su Liang's house directly. What's the point of staying here? It's just a waste of time. Everyone, let's go. There's no need to stay here anymore. Let's go back and figure out how to write the article. Just as everyone was preparing to get up and leave, the principal waved his hand. Hey, don't rush off like that. Even if the person you want to interview isn't here, I'm still available. Besides, Su Liang is an outstanding student at our school. Don't you want to hear about how he performs here? Hearing this, the reporters felt it made sense. They quickly surrounded him, curiosity evident in their eyes. Principal, tell us simply, what kind of person is Su Liang? How does he get along with classmates at school? Is there any girl he likes? Which teachers has a good relationship with him, and which ones don't? Unquestionably, these reporters were quite bothersome. Even though the head of the grade and the principal had mentally prepared themselves, listening to their relentless barrage of questions still left them feeling uncomfortable. The head of the grade couldn't help but turn away, making an effort to adjust his mindset. No, need to think about the bigger picture. Today, after all, was going to be on the news. Absolutely cannot allow anyone to catch any fault. But the principal clearly had already prepared, completely unfazed, and even with a faint smile on his face. Everyone, can we take one question at a time? Firstly, although Su Liang is a student at our school, his grades weren't particularly outstanding before. This point you can confirm by asking his homeroom teacher or his subject teachers. But why did he secure a guaranteed admission spot to Tsinghua University at such a critical juncture? I believe this is inseparable from Su Liang's own efforts. More importantly, our school has a strong academic atmosphere. The head of the grade, Overhearing this, couldn't help but widen his eyes, filled with disbelief. Good grief, the principal truly lives up to being the principal. What a talent for fabricating things. What kind of academic atmosphere exists in the school? As the head of the grade, he knew it all too well. Out of the entire grade numbering over 1,000, only 200 or 300 could truly be considered diligent scholars day in and day out. Another couple hundred learn while playing, whereas the remaining few hundred purely play around. Unfortunately, the quality of the school's teaching staff is only so, and it's impossible to oversee so many students. Combined, the 3 grades consist of a staggering 3,000 to 4,000 students. How many teachers does the school even have? So sometimes, it's understandable that a person can rise to the position of principal. It takes genuine skill. As the reporters hurriedly took notes, they continued to organize their thoughts. What about Su Liang's personal romantic situation? Is there any female classmate he is particularly close with at school? Upon hearing this question, the principal smiled again. This might disappoint all of you. First off, our school has a very open-minded ethos. If 2 students are of legal age and it doesn't affect their academic performance, then even if they want to cultivate feelings privately, it's completely reasonable. But regarding Su Liang, he's quite simple-hearted. Although he gets along well with most classmates at school, those who truly know him closely are only a few male students. As for his relationships with girls, in my view, they're definitely pure friendships that haven't exceeded any improper boundaries. The head of the grade couldn't help but give a mental thumbs up. Good stuff. The principal's eloquence was extraordinary. Not only had he maintained Su Liang's public image as a model student, but more importantly, he had indirectly promoted the school. Is Su Liang's success entirely due to his own efforts? Definitely. But the school played a part too. Saying this would certainly resonate with all parents. After all, every student's success depends on both subjective and objective factors. Who could deny the school's contribution? Who could deny Su Liang's own efforts? That argument goes against common sense. Hearing the principal explain so meticulously, the reporters became increasingly intrigued and began asking questions one after another. Just when the head of the grade thought this interview would stretch on for a long while, unexpectedly, the principal suddenly cut it short with a subtle refusal. Sorry, friends from the media. Today I can only provide a brief introduction due to limited time and my busy schedule. If anyone is interested, you can invite all your peers to come, and I will host a special press conference this Friday. At that time, no matter what questions everyone has, I will answer them in detail. Chapter 262. A principal is no easy character either. Upon hearing these words, the people present revealed a trace of surprise on their faces. Though they indeed had other questions to ask, it seemed inappropriate to take up too much of the principal's time, mainly because interviewing a body can only be done during gaps in the schedule. They couldn't possibly expect the principal to accompany them and waste too much time. Principal, will you really be willing to share all about student Su Liang with us in detail? One of the reporters couldn't help but asked curiously, eyes brimming with anticipation. At this question, the corner of the principal's mouth slightly rose, his gaze filled with intrigue, as if he was full of confidence. Of course, everyone. I now represent the image of our school. Since I represent the school, it's absolutely impossible for me to go back on my word to all of you. The press conference will definitely happen as scheduled, and we also hope that all friends in the media will show up as planned. Hearing this, the reporters' faces were filled with expressions of happiness. Most importantly, they hadn't come here for nothing. They indeed received useful information. Even if it wasn't going to become a major news piece, it was still enough to meet their work requirements. They wouldn't return without having something to report. Thinking this, the several people on the scene turned and left one after another. As they watched their retreating backs, the grade director couldn't help but reveal a curious look in his eyes, finding it rather surprising. Why didn't the principal just get rid of all these people at once? What if later more journalists come, run to our school? Wouldn't that make things even more troublesome? The senior high students are about to take their college entrance exams. It is the most critical moment. The school needs to prepare very fully and respond appropriately from various aspects, ensuring the situation at the time remains within their prediction. Upon hearing this, the corner of the principal's mouth slightly rose, showing a mischievous look in his eyes. You don't understand. This is what you call letting out a long line to catch a big fish. Only by giving them enough bait will they take the bait. Through Su Liang this time, we truly have a chance to make the school famous, said the principal confidently. Upon hearing this, the grade director involuntarily gave a thumbs up, admiration evident in his eyes while praising nonstop. You're the real leader, boss. This kind of method I could never dream up myself. Su Liang has really become our school's living billboard. The principal nodded upon hearing this, his lips slightly curling upward as pride showed through his voice. That's certainly true. After so many years at our school, we've met only one student like him. We must seize this opportunity to bring change to the school. If we miss this chance, who knows when the next opportunity will come? Maybe not until the cows come home. The grade director heard this and nodded, excitement building inside him. According to the current development, the school might soon encounter a significant business opportunity. As for exactly how far it would reach, well, that's another story. In any case, it would definitely be better than the present situation. Thinking about this point, excitement and eagerness again showed on the faces of both of them. Who would have thought there would ever come a day where they'd witness their school having the chance to renew itself, and maybe even become a unique presence throughout the entire city district? Such changes are enough to excite and thrill everyone. Meanwhile, on the other side, inside the computer lab of the school, right now, there were only 2 people in the classroom, Su Liang and Lu Hao. Though Su Liang had an independent office, he found it wasn't all that comfortable staying in there, primarily because it was too boring. Nowadays, almost all the rights of the computer lab belong to him. After all, he needs to tutor the graduating students of the school. This place obviously provides the best help. Lu Hao still couldn't let go of the previous events, admiration gleaming in his eyes. Boss, you're truly amazing. Who would have thought that even a cunning old fox like the principal couldn't match up to you? It looks like I need to reassess you. Maybe someday I'll end up being manipulated by you. Hearing this, Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, a playful look appearing in his eyes. What do you mean? Am I, in your eyes, such a despicable scoundrel who harms good brothers? Even if I plan anything, it's absolutely impossible I'd scheme against you. Besides, we're tied to the same rope. How could scheming against you benefit me? Lu Hao grinned upon hearing this. Oh come on, I was just joking. Of course, I know you wouldn't plot against me. It's just that this time the principal helped us deal with the reporters, but similar situations may appear afterward. Would the principal have to step in every single time? Lu Hao blinked his eyes, confusion and incomprehension showing in his gaze. Su Liang waved his hand as if he didn't even give a thought to such matters. That's not for you to worry about. People like the principal are more than happy to chat more often in front of the media. The more they talk, the better we look, and the more meaningful it is for our school. Indeed, this was an opportunity that came once in a blue moon. Thus, one must seize the chance to make a great leap forward. If the school were really to deliberately block these journalists, the outcome might steer towards an unimaginable direction. It might even make those people believe something unspeakable was being concealed within the school. But how relaxed the principal remained. It clearly showed that he had extremely rich experience in this aspect. Lu Hao nodded, admiration also involuntarily shining in his eyes. Before, he always thought positions like the school leaders or the principal could be handled by anyone without any difficulty. Every day, all they seemed to do was give orders here and there, bark instructions around, write some documents, and do superficial work, nothing else. But now, Lu Hao truly witnessed what real competence looked like. The principal always turned the impossible into the possible and stood out uniquely. It appeared evident that those who could ascend to such positions were no ordinary individuals. At least, they had their strengths. Well, since you've handed over this matter to the principal, don't think about it anymore. Quickly transfer all these things into each computer, Su Liang urged. Only then did Lu Hao recall where they currently were, unable to resist standing up and asking curiously. To be honest, boss, I don't understand why you chose the computer lab. The computers here are so poorly configured that they cannot be used properly. They can only support simple operations. Chapter 263. Who did it? Upon hearing these words, Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, and a teasing look appeared in his eyes. Did you forget? We are supposed to help the students of the graduating class review, and this material can be beneficial to them. After hearing this, Lu Hao shook his head. You could have just let them copy it themselves. Besides, how many people would bother coming to the computer lab? Isn't that inconvenient? Who doesn't have a computer at home these days? On hearing this, Su Liang slowly raised his head. His expression changed subtly, as if he were lost in thought for a while. After a long silence, he spoke up slowly. Brother, did you forget what we were like back then? Lu Hao looked completely baffled, and found it even more inexplicable why they suddenly brought up the past. Big brother, what does this have to do with before? And anyway, what does this stuff have to do with us? Who says it has nothing to do with us? Back then, neither of us could afford a computer. If someone had made us review videos back then, do you think our circumstances would have allowed us to make use of them? Even the phones we used were those simple ones meant for seniors, just able to make calls, send text messages, or play some Russian squares. Besides that, they couldn't do anything else. How could such things possibly aid in high-speed and effective learning? Lu Hao suddenly realized, revealing an expression of surprise. So big brother, your meaning is that all this was prepared for the students of our school whose conditions are limited? Exactly, Su Liang nodded. Not everyone has the fortune of being born into an extraordinary family with abundant wealth. Some indeed have rather simple circumstances. But should that take away their opportunity to achieve good results on the college entrance exam? If it were other places, Su Liang might not have been able to do anything about it since it goes beyond his ability. He's not a god after all, and can't possibly care for everyone everywhere. Still, helping one person is better than helping none, and putting forth his best effort is already enough. Beyond that, there's not much more anyone can do. Lu Hao, I hope you understand. No matter when, no matter how we develop in the future, you mustn't forget your roots. You mustn't forget the kind of environment you came from. Su Liang said earnestly. He didn't feel that his brother was at fault. It's only natural for people to change, which is a rule and cannot be avoided. However, maintaining one's original intent during the process of change is quite precious. What he aimed to do was serve as that warning bell, reminding his brother when he needed to wake up and when he should turn around promptly. Lu Hao nodded, showing gratitude and approval on his face. Upon reflection, he realized that due to certain changes, he had forgotten some initial thoughts. Big brother, it still comes down to you. Otherwise, I wouldn't know what to do. Shameful, shameful. Rest assured, I will often reflect on myself from now on. And definitely won't let this happen again. Su Liang's lips curved slightly, and an intriguing look flashed through his eyes. This was one of the reasons why he was willing to bring Lu Hao along. Although this guy didn't have too many great talents, he had one advantage, acknowledging mistakes and making amends. Throughout history, how many people possess such qualities? Especially those who think highly of themselves, and believe a bit of skill or accomplishment is something valuable. Yet what they own is often something others don't value or even pay attention to. At this moment, Su Liang's phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Luo Chunghai calling. What's got him so eager today? Su Liang pondered aloud. Lu Hao also nodded. Wasn't Mr. Luo reminding you in the morning? Yeah, but isn't this a good thing? It shows Mr. Luo has always been concerned about you, and your affairs are important to him. Lu Hao couldn't help but grin widely. For anyone encountering such a situation, the first reaction should probably be happiness. After all, who wouldn't want to be valued? Su Liang couldn't help but chuckle wryly, silently musing within himself. True, ordinary people might consider this something worth rejoicing over, but is it really so straightforward? In his view, ensuring the current matter turns out well is extremely challenging and may even become more complicated. After all, Luo Chenghai is a big boss. How many things does he need to deal with every day? How could he possibly have the time to observe me? Unless there's something extremely important that requires my attention, there's no way he would spend so much time and effort on this. With that thought in mind, Su Liang had already made various preparations and plans. He then slowly answered the phone. Mr. Luo, may I ask what the matter is? Younger brother, am I not just checking if you've gotten through the crisis yet? If you haven't, I can step in and help. Aren't they just all the media reporters in the city? To make them stop investigating or seeking interviews with you, it's as easy as pie. Upon hearing this, Su Liang's gaze revealed a look of contemplation, then slightly frowned. Mr. Luo, thank you for your kindness, but rather than having them stop the interviews, I want to know who mobilized these guys. How about this? Are you trying to add some excitement because my life has been too peaceful? Up to this point, he still had no idea how this whole thing got out. The police definitely wouldn't want to leak too much information. On one hand, Michelle hasn't talked yet, and on the other, the amount involved in the case is simply too large, far beyond what an average person can imagine. In such circumstances, keeping a low profile is actually the best way to handle things. Saying too much might only increase the danger. After all, the speed of internet news dissemination is incredibly fast. Once someone sets their sights on you, the consequences would be unimaginable, and the situation would become baffling. But if it wasn't the police, then who leaked this information? And how did it get blown up so big? It shocked all the media and news outlets in the entire city district. Oh, that thing. Luo Chenghai seemed well prepared. His face was calm, and there was no sign of panic or fear at all. With a meaningful tone, he said, I thought you already knew. I didn't expect that even after stirring up trouble, you don't even know who you've messed with. No wonder you ended up running away in confusion. Chapter 264. You've offended a big shot. Upon hearing what Luo Chenghai said, Su Liang became increasingly confused, not understanding what on earth he was babbling about. At the same time, he also sensed that this old fox Luo Chenghai knew something about the matter. Regardless of what he wanted from him, Luo Chenghai surely knew more than Su Liang did. Mr. Luo, are you still beating around the bush with me? You very well know how awkward my situation is now, yet you intentionally come to mock me. So what? Am I just your tool for amusement? In your eyes, am I so incapable, right? Then what's there to talk about? Hang up as soon as possible. Let's all go back to our own business. Hey, don't be in such a rush, young brother. I just made a random comment. Why are you getting worked up already? Luo Chenghai hurriedly interrupted. He probably hadn't expected Su Liang's attitude to be so decisive and straightforward. Young brother, do you still not know what kind of attitude I have towards you? How could one random joke make you flare up? Su Liang's lips slightly curled upwards, revealing a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Yet his tone feigned utmost seriousness. That's obvious. Try being surrounded and chased for an entire morning. Not even a quiet place to rest. Now those guys have already tracked me down to school. Lu Hao stood aside watching, completely flabbergasted. How could one person display two completely different faces so convincingly? If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, he might have been completely deceived by now. No wonder their boss was able to rub shoulders with bigwigs like Luo Chenghai and Zhang Yuxing. How else could he deal with these affluent and powerful entrepreneurs without having at least a little bit of cleverness? Don't be shocked when I say this. And don't be too curious either. Luo Chenghai spoke slowly. To be honest, I didn't expect that this time you managed to offend none other than Wei Jianghe, the top official of your city district. Do you think I called specially just for fun? Wasn't it because I wanted to help mediate for you? You little fellow actually don't appreciate good intentions. Now you're turning against me. Does this mean I've become the bad guy? Wei Jianghe? A flicker of surprise crossed Su Liang's eyes. Then it dawned on him. It truly was out of kindness. They were attempting to give him some form of recognition, considering his significant achievement at such a young age. It would be inappropriate if it wasn't reported appropriately. Unfortunately, Wei Jianghe failed to understand that Su Liang simply didn't care about such fame. Too much of that could become a burden, or even land someone in massive trouble. Only people with youthful arrogance crave the feeling of achieving renown. But in reality, for Su Liang, a great reputation wasn't as valuable as substantial assets in hand. These material things truly made him feel accomplished. Just look at you, creating a legend, then immediately stirring up a high-ranking official like this. Sigh, young people always act too rashly. Sometimes, showing off excessively is not a good thing. Luo Chenghai couldn't help but sigh upon hearing this. Su Liang slightly raised the corners of his mouth. Mr. Luo, that's where you'll be disappointed. What? Luo Chenghai frowned slightly, a look of confusion flashing across his eyes, finding it even more incomprehensible. Where exactly is the disappointment? The esteemed leader doesn't intend to mess with me, but rather praise me. Spare me. What kind of character is Wei Jianghe? Even I have to show respect 3 times over before him. Although you are highly talented with an unbounded future, do you think your current achievements could attract the attention of such a top leader? Luo Chenghai blurted out naturally, disbelieving of such claims. He also thought it entirely inconsistent with reality. How could it be possible? Do you think leaders like Wei Jianghe are the same as them businessmen? Can they be seen whenever you want? If Luo Chenghai made a reservation in advance, perhaps he'd have the chance to meet. Even without one, because of urgent temporary matters, he might have an opportunity to bump into him. However, Wei Jianghe was different. His status was extraordinarily special, far beyond what ordinary people could reach. Now supposedly because of Su Liang, he has to mobilize all the news media in the whole district. That's nothing short of a tall tale. At least in Luo Chenghai's view, even someone of his level wouldn't receive such treatment. Mr. Luo, how can you still not believe me? Is there any need for me to fabricate lies here? Let me tell you the truth. Last night, I had dinner with Leader Wei. What? Luo Chenghai widened his eyes, incredulity written all over his face, making it seem even more unfathomable. Su Liang, a minor figure like him, wasn't even well known in the business world. Even if he brought down the landscapes group, what was the big deal? At most, he might earn some respect within the criminal investigation team. How could he possibly end up knowing Wei Jianghe because of this, and even developed a rapport with the other party privately? It made no sense, really none at all. Without exaggeration, it was very difficult for Luo Chenghai to meet Wei Jianghe. He'd have to see if the person had time. But this young man allegedly shot to fame overnight. Any normal person would definitely find it hard to believe. Mr. Luo, am I really so insignificant in your eyes that I lack any status or identity? If you don't believe me, you can ask Chairman Zhang. He was there last night too. Su Liang continued speaking. His tone was full of mockery, as though he believed everything was under his control. And indeed, if Luo Chenghai hadn't called wanting to help, Su Liang might have teased him further. The emperor isn't anxious, but the eunuchs are restless. What's worrying you so much? It's like the sky is falling. Even if the sky does fall, tall people will hold it up, and I just happen to be one of those tall people. Luo Chenghai was now completely at a loss for words, filled with great doubts, and immediately called Zhang Yuxing to verify. When the other party understood his intention, they were visibly relieved. It's about this, Mr. Luo. It's definitely true. Believe it or not, the face Wei, the great leader, gave wasn't mine, but Su Liang's. If it weren't for Su Liang, I wouldn't even be able to sit at the same table with Wei Jianghe for dinner. Upon hearing this, Luo Chenghai couldn't help but inhale sharply, and his expression became extremely complex and uneasy. My goodness. How did things turn out like this? He never would have imagined in his wildest dreams that reality was entirely opposite to his initial predictions. Even Zhang Yuxing had to connect with Su Liang to get close to the top leadership. What's going on? The world has become unrecognizable. Chapter 265. Enlightened by a Master? Rapid Transformation. Luo Chenghai couldn't figure it out, and thought it was extraordinarily exaggerated and inconceivable. Even someone like him, from a prestigious family, found it almost impossible to interact with top leaders when he was young. It was only after he gradually led the Luo group to greater glory that he had the chance to sit on equal terms with such great figures. But even so, now that he had met Wei Jianghe, there was no doubt that his status and position were incomparable to Wei's. So what if he was wealthy? Money is utterly insignificant in front of people like this. Do they lack money? If they wanted wealth, there are 10,000 ways to get it. But someone as upright and clean as Wei Jianghe would naturally not break the rules. It's not. I really doubt whether Xu Liang, this little guy, has abilities that reach the heavens. How old is he? And yet he knows municipal level leaders. And he's close to the #1 leader too. Luo Chenghai said with complicated expressions. Even if he was a billionaire at the provincial level, what could he do? If he really offended the municipal leader, just one word from them could cause him to lose all his fortune accumulated over the years. Old buddy, you ask me, but who should I ask? Zhang Yuxing couldn't help but smile bitterly, but felt secretly satisfied inside. Who could have imagined that one day someone at his level would make the boss of Luo Group astonished? He didn't expect that even he had to follow Su Liang around. Sometimes the gaps between people are truly unimaginable. People cannot be distinguished simply by wealth. Although some people seem not rich, if you offend them, the cost could be extremely painful. Just take Su Liang as an example. Based on his current network of connections and value, if anyone dared to provoke him within the city area, the consequences would be unimaginable. Even if Zhang Yuxing doesn't intervene, Su Liang already has the backing of the criminal investigation team and municipal leaders. Which one is more effective than himself? The situation is getting more interesting. Didn't expect this kid to actually be a true deity. I'm curious to see how much noise he can make. Luo Chenghai slowly said, his gaze becoming playful. Mr. Luo, is there anything else? If not, Zhang Yuxing politely asked. Luo Chenghai turned his eyeballs. President Zhang, I heard that recently your Qianxin group is preparing to transition. How about it? Are you interested in collaborating with our Luo group? What? Zhang Yuxing was full of disbelief. Although before this, he knew that Su Liang and Luo Chenghai had a good relationship, their friendship was limited to business cooperation. In the market sometimes, clearly defining both parties' identities is a good thing. If other personal relationships got involved, it might become more troublesome. But who could have expected that Luo Group would proactively extend an olive branch to Qianxin Group? It's like a professional player inviting an amateur to join. Will our small company fail to meet the standards of Luo Group? Zhang Yuxing asked tentatively, with an anxious heart filled with expectations. If we go by normal market valuation, your Qianxin Group indeed can't cut it. And your business scope is too narrow, only in the real estate area, which means no possibility of cooperation with us. But now the situation is different. Don't we also have Su Liang in between? He cooperated with you earlier. I believe the relationship between you and Su Liang is closer than mine. Moreover, now Luo Group indeed wants to expand its business. And as they say, don't let profits flow outside. It's always better for insiders to benefit first. If you're unwilling, then we will try to cooperate with other groups. Oh my God. Zhang Yuxing was so excited that he almost wanted to cheer out loud. In his dreams, he never thought that one day such luck would fall directly on his head. Previously, Zhang Yuxing thought about reaching Luo Group through Su Liang since their big enterprise could offer significant assistance. But he never thought that now Luo Group, on the contrary, sought cooperation with Qianxin Group. The reason for this situation must surely be due to Su Liang. Now Zhang Yuxing only felt glad he made the right bet in the beginning. If he hadn't chosen Su Liang, none of these scenarios would have happened today. Mr. Luo, if your company could cooperate with us, it would be an utmost honor. However, I'm currently unclear about the main focus of Luo Group. Do we need to adjust our manpower and perhaps rearrange our transition plan accordingly? Zhang Yuxing restrained his inner excitement and replied in a deliberately calm manner. Hearing this, Luo Qinghai's lips curled into a slight smile. I'd like to hear more. What direction is Qianxin Group planning to transition towards now? The primary goal is to enter the electric vehicle market. But the initial investment will be quite substantial, and the process might also be rather lengthy, Zhang Yuxing replied after hesitating for a moment. He decided to answer truthfully, as it was a crucial factor determining whether their two parties could collaborate smoothly. Luo Qinghai's eyes flickered with confusion at this response, surprised by what he heard. Did I hear that right? Isn't Qianxin Group primarily in real estate? Now you're thinking about moving into electric vehicles? Those industries are completely different. Zhang Yuxing nodded solemnly, his gaze heavy and his tone cautious. Mr. Luo, before today, I have never disclosed any details of our transition plan to outsiders. However, for the sake of showing our sincerity, I hope to share them with you. Though Qianxin Group has no prior experience in the electric vehicle industry, we now have specialists guiding us, and our transition plan has been revised and discussed repeatedly. Basically, we can confirm a success rate of over 80%. Luo Qinghai furrowed his brows, disbelief clearly visible in his eyes. Fortunately, they were speaking over the phone, otherwise Luo Qinghai wouldn't know how to adjust his facial expression. As a provincial tycoon, Luo Qinghai was certainly more informed than Qianxin Group regarding the domestic industry prospects within China. Electric vehicles, upon assessment, were indeed set to gradually dominate the market in the next few years, presenting great potential. In fact, some major companies had already begun secret plans for manufacturing electric vehicles. Yet who would have guessed that Zhang Yuxing possessed such extraordinary foresight? Chapter 266, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for cooperation. After a brief silence, Luo Qinghai slowly asked, could the expert guidance you mentioned possibly be Su Liang? Yes, Luo boss. With the support and guidance of Su Liang, our company has been able to quickly transform, and we have already made significant progress. Of course, if we cooperate with Luo Group, I believe the automobile brand our company is developing will receive a comprehensive upgrade and even be able to capture the market in less time. Upon hearing these words, Luo Qinghai took in a sharp breath of cold air, unable to describe his inner shock. Good heavens. He really underestimated this guy, Su Liang, who had no shortage of tricks up his sleeve. He managed to pull off so many surprises that they seemed incomprehensible and unbelievable. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have dared to believe it was true. An unknown person actually guided a construction and real estate company through technical transformation. Most importantly, the advice he gave was not only sincere but also practical. At this moment, Luo Qinghai realized that even though he had seen Su Liang's abilities before, he still underestimated him. This guy's strength was far more exaggerated than imagined, much more bizarre and hard to believe than thought. However, no matter what, the best part for him now was that the entire matter was still within his control. In fact, the situation could offer tremendous help. If he could use this opportunity to allow himself, Qianxin Group, and Su Liang to form a stable triangular partnership, then they would undoubtedly be able to grow larger and stronger in future collaborations. Most importantly, Luo Qinghai now had a very clear understanding and judgment of Su Liang. This young man from an ordinary background possessed a vision far beyond that of an ordinary person. He was not at all inferior to those seasoned business minds like himself. There's some intrigue here. It seems I must choose to cooperate with your Qianxin Group. If others snatch the opportunity to collaborate, it might result in a significant loss for my Luo Group. Luo Qinghai said meaningfully. Zhang Yuxing nodded continuously upon hearing these words. If Luo boss is truly interested, I'll immediately send people over to discuss our transformation plan with you in detail. We can also talk about the specifics of the collaboration. No need, Zhang Chairman. I trust you, and I trust Su Liang too. I believe the two of you would never play around with your life's fortune. So this cooperation is already decided. Lastly, let me know when you're available to come sign the contract. How about this? Can I come specially tomorrow? Now it might be a bit too late. Zhang Yuxing glanced at his watch. He was extremely excited and happy. Who would have expected things to turn out this way? More importantly, this offered him a tremendous amount of help. And for a long time to come, it could potentially make the situation even better. As long as this opportunity is seized, the entire Qianxin Group would be completely turned around. Even though from now on they may no longer have much connection with the real estate industry, the important thing is that their company was saved, and there were greater opportunities for growth. If they transitioned to electric vehicles, the scale would certainly not be smaller than it is now. Moreover, the economic returns and capital flow of electric vehicles are far shorter than the cycle of real estate. This was one of the reasons he agreed. Have you ever met someone who buys a car and takes years to pay the down payment? These days, when buying a car, don't you always pay first and then get the goods? Even if someone bought on installment loans, the bank would prepay all the payments. So buying cars was very attractive for Zhang Yuxing. Alright, Chairman Zhang, I'll wait for you in my office tomorrow. Of course, if you don't show up tomorrow, that's equal to defaulting, giving up the cooperation. Don't blame me. From today onward, Luo Group will no longer have any dealings with Xiangxin Group. Luo Chunhai said meaningfully. Even though he was giving Su Liang face, he also needed to boost his own image after all, since he was a boss and couldn't let others look down on him. Otherwise, this statement going out might make people laugh at him. Yes. Rest assured, we will definitely be on time. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuqing felt absolutely ecstatic. Nothing could make him happier than this news today. And the most important point was that he realized ever since he met Su Liang, it seemed as though his own luck had started to change. Previously stuck in a bottleneck for a long time, he now advanced rapidly. He even possessed a more powerful future than before and had greater prospects to display. This result indeed made him extremely pleased. It seemed that Su Liang truly was a lucky charm. With him around, there would be no need to worry about making money. So in this world, earning money was actually quite easy. One only needed to find the right method and the right person. For those who truly had the strength and ability, if they wanted to make money, all they had to do was put aside their dignity and their limits. It was incredibly simple. It was precisely for this reason that big shots like Zhang Yuqing valued networking relationships. Because as long as one had enough talent and opportunities, even someone very dumb could become a millionaire. The greatest difficulty for ordinary people was that they did not get such opportunities, and their channels for receiving information were also very limited. This was the era's bonus. As long as one dared to take risks and fight hard, one could always carve out a piece of sky and accomplish what one wanted. With this thought in mind, Zhang Yuqing took out his phone and called his son. Zhang Chong, where are you now? Dad, why are you suddenly calling me? I'm at the pet base by myself right now. Are you looking for Su Liang? This guy hasn't shown up all day. I don't know where he ran off to. Zhang Chong complained through the phone. I called you because I have something to tell you. The pet base must be completed within 7 days. 7 days? That's absolutely impossible. Dad, aren't you just being difficult on purpose? You've done real estate too. Don't you know how long this construction takes? Zhang Chong widened his eyes, filled with disbelief and confusion. He wondered why his usually reasonable father suddenly turned so unreasonable. Besides, the pet base wasn't originally part of Xiangxin Group's project. It was just a collaborative effort. Chapter 267. Inheritance Plan temporarily changed. Upon hearing his son's reaction, Zhang Yuqing wasn't overly surprised. Anyone who had worked in this industry knew that it was absolutely impossible to complete everything within 7 days, because there simply weren't enough people for the task unless all the workers from the real estate company were sent over. But that would be unnecessary anyway. Just for a pet base, so much manpower and resources wouldn't be justified without a special reason. Son, do you think Dad is deliberately making things difficult for you? Zhang Yuqing asked with no change in expression. Zhang Chong nodded, even more speechless and bewildered. Dad, what exactly are you trying to do? The pet base is merely one of Su Liang's small projects. It's not even his entire workload anymore. Even he isn't that anxious, so why are you so worried? Zhang Yuqing's lips curved slightly upward, revealing an amused look in his eyes. He said meaningfully, that's because I need to get you involved in the company right now. What? Zhang Chong widened his eyes, unable to describe the shock he felt, and thought this was far too sudden. Dad, what's going on? Are you thinking about giving up your position as chairman? But before this, you clearly said that I couldn't enter the company until after I turned 22. In terms of this point, he could actually understand quite well. Although Zhang Yuqing's reason was that he was too young and lacked sufficient experience and background to take on such a huge responsibility as running a company, Zhang Chong's thoughts were simpler. Once he entered the company, it would mean he might end up being busy day and night in the future. Now was his best age, one of the few times where he could still live freely. After reaching 22, chances to play might disappear altogether. Every family has its own set of difficulties, and affluent families like the Zhangs were no different. If they didn't want to accept the family business, then they would have to work harder, finding their own path in other fields to gain recognition at home. Otherwise, they'd inevitably end up returning to take over the business, even if Zhang Chong showed little interest in it. However, out of respect for his parents, he couldn't let his father stay in that position forever. Being a chairman may seem glorious on the surface, but behind the scenes, there's plenty of bitterness to swallow. Precisely because of this, Zhang Chong probably never seriously considered inheriting the enterprise, except out of deference to his father's face. He just didn't adapt to the kind of work that required socializing and networking. Yes, my original plan was to let you experience as many things and see as many sights between graduating high school and finishing university. This way, your inner world could be enriched and your willpower strengthened. But that was only under the assumption that there were no external influences. Zhang Yuqing slowly stated, his voice gradually calming down. To tell the truth, he had never thought about making this decision before. However, now he believed it was the best time. After Su Liang came along, I feel that his assistance to you will be very significant, and with him by your side, you won't need to waste 4 more years. Hell no, Dad. Am I going to become nothing more than a work machine? When others in their early 20s can enjoy their youth, I'll be facing the employees in the company every day. It already makes me feel a bit depressed. Zhang Chong said dejectedly, obviously with some resistance in his tone. If it were an ordinary person receiving such a notice, they would definitely be very happy, but he was all too clear about the gains and losses involved. Sitting in that position meant needing to consider far more things than a regular person could imagine. Especially wanting to be an upright and conscientious entrepreneur, it was incredibly challenging. The burden on your shoulders wasn't just about personal wealth or poverty, but also about all the employees in the entire company. In other words, even if he didn't take responsibility for himself, he would have to take responsibility for others. You little rascal, I knew you haven't played enough and wouldn't easily take over my position. Zhang Youxing's lips curled slightly upward, filled with teasing in his tone. Relax, I'm not letting you sit in my seat yet. Allowing you into the company is merely for you to get familiar with how it operates and its model, including job content. At the same time, you can continue your university education without having to spend all your time in the company. The reason I've made these arrangements is because with Su Liang's help, you'll avoid wasting time on trivial matters. He won't just be a guide in your life. He will also bring immense help to your future. So you must seize this opportunity. Once it's gone, it might never come back. Zhang Chong was even more shocked upon hearing this, never imagining that Su Liang could alter the plan his father had strategized for years. Is it really so urgent? Even if I entered the company after finishing university, Su Liang could still help me then. He tried to explain. Zhang Youxing simply chuckled. Indeed, his son was still too naive and didn't understand the dynamics involved. Let me put it this way. The Su Liang of now and the Su Liang 4 years later might as well be two different people. I can't even guarantee that we'll still be able to retain someone of his caliber in 4 years. For most ordinary people, 4 years actually isn't enough time to accomplish much, not even to master a single skill. But Su Liang was definitely gifted far beyond normal bounds. These few years would be enough to elevate him from an ordinary person into a rising star in the business world. And by that time, Xiangxin Group might have no chance left to keep him. Therefore, while Su Liang hasn't yet soared, it's critical to quickly get aboard his ship. In short, rest assured, there's naturally my own reasoning behind what I'm doing. It's not only to help you better take over the company, but also to ensure Su Liang stays on board to assist you. Zhang Youxing said with great earnestness. A small temple cannot house a big Buddha. This truth has remained constant since ancient times. And Zhang Youxing had never deluded himself into thinking Su Liang would help his son indefinitely. Such thoughts would border on foolish dreams. But if during these 4 years Zhang Chong could grow under Su Liang's influence, that would already count as a rare achievement. Simultaneously, it would allow Zhang Chong to accumulate crucial connections and standing within the company, preventing the likes of General Manager Su from regaining power. Chapter 268. Help me send a message to your dad. Zhang Chong was thoroughly confused, completely unable to understand what his old man was actually trying to do. Fortunately, there was one big difference between this guy and the other spoiled rich second-generation types. Zhang Chong was more filial. Not only that, judging from those grand plans outlined by his father, it didn't seem like such a bad thing to enter the company now either. There would be a monthly salary, and life at school would definitely remain comfortable. The only limitation was that he might not be able to stay too far away from home. Otherwise, it could cause some disconnection with the company's operations. After a brief silence, Zhang Chong returned to the initial problem. Although I understand why you're doing this, it's simply impossible to complete this project within 7 days. All the workers we have are the ones Mr. Su helped us find before. Now that this guy had already fallen out with Su Liang, it would be nearly impossible to get help from him again. Zhang Youxing's lips curled slightly upward. How could I possibly push my own son into a hopeless situation? If I said you need to finish within such a short time, then I will definitely provide you with some support. Starting now, I'll mobilize all the workers under the real estate company to head over to the pet base. If it's still not enough, I can also hire temporary workers in the city. These days, as long as you have money, nothing is unattainable. Hiring some construction workers? It's just too easy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong naturally had no more complaints. His dad had already thought of everything so meticulously. All he needed to do was proceed step by step without running into any major issues. Alright, then I'll give it a try. As long as there are enough people, it should still be possible to complete within the specified time. Just after hanging up the phone, suddenly several minibuses drove over. Construction workers poured out one after another. Zhang Chong realized at this moment that his dad had made the decision a long time ago. The call earlier was merely for notification. Sometimes it seemed that many things were never as simple as they appeared on the surface. In fact, people had often already prepared adequately beforehand, and how to respond was entirely another matter. Moreover, these events were indeed sufficient to change everything and ensure all matters would significantly impact what was to come. Zhang Chong couldn't help but sigh. Su Liang, luckily I know you. Otherwise, I really wouldn't know what to do now. I didn't expect you to have such a significant influence on my life. At that very moment, he suddenly remembered something. If the pet base needed to increase construction efficiency, then Su Liang certainly should be informed to allow the other party to prepare further deployment, to avoid unnecessary impacts. He then called Su Liang immediately. Big brother Liang, there's some good news. What is it? A hint of curiosity flickered in Su Liang's eyes, clearly rather surprised. Our pet base is expected to be completed within 7 days. Zhang Chong excitedly said, his eyes brimming with anticipation. Upon hearing this, Su Liang couldn't help but cast a look of doubt, feeling quite astonished and unexpected. You're not joking, right? In such a short time, even if any construction team comes, it would absolutely be impossible to finish the pet base project. Even though the pet base wasn't particularly large, there were still quite a number of facilities here. According to Su Liang's estimation, it would still take at least a few months. 7 days was clearly far too short and utterly illogical, making little sense in his view. Big brother Liang, it's because my dad issued the final order, saying it must be completed within these 7 days. And he directly brought all the people from Xiangxin Group over. Zhang Chong enthusiastically said, his face glowing with excitement. Regardless of anything else, having Su Liang's help was definitely a good thing, and he firmly believed in his dad's keen eye for talent. Judging from the events of recent times, it was clear that Su Liang was indeed a highly capable person whom none could easily defeat. Apparently, even the well-known Shan Shui group suffered a setback due to him. It was truly unbelievable and unimaginable. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he wouldn't have dared to believe it. Su Liang pondered upon hearing this, with a strange glint flashing in his eyes. It doesn't make sense. I've never put pressure on your dad or overly emphasized the tight schedule. Why has the speed suddenly increased so much? It's quite perplexing. Hearing this, Zhang Chong waved his hand dismissively. His face was full of calmness. If the pet base can open earlier, isn't that a good thing? It can also help you enhance your business. My dad said he hopes you can join Xiangxin Group as soon as possible, and the pet base is the best stepping stone. If we can quickly establish the pet base, then those shareholders and veterans in the company won't have any more doubts. At this moment, Su Liang finally reacted, his eyes revealing a touch of playful expression. After thinking for a while, he realized what Zhang Yuxing had been planning all along. The urgency in completion implied desperation on Zhang's part, yet there were no immediate matters requiring such haste. Then why was Zhang Yuxing so eager? It might be because of last night's dinner, when Wei Jianghe and Grandpa Wei appeared, making Chairman Zhang realize Su Liang's great potential. What this referred to was the stage Su Liang could reach in the future, far broader and more dazzling than the current one. There was even a chance that Xiangxin Group wouldn't be able to keep up with him. Precisely for this reason, Zhang Yuxing was extremely anxious, hoping to establish some connections before Su Liang became completely out of reach. Only then would their cooperation continue to be possible. Otherwise, there would come a day when Xiangxin Group would completely lose Su Liang. Businessmen, of course, prioritize interests. How could there be any businessman who disregards benefits entirely for sentimentality? Even if emotions are involved, they come after interests, not purely sentiment alone. After contemplating these facts, Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, his eyes showing an intriguing look. Zhang Chong, it's definitely a good thing if the pet base can be built quickly. But could you do me a favor and deliver a message to your dad? I think it's quite necessary. Chapter 269. He's much more capable than you think. Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chong blinked his eyes, feeling somewhat uneasy and anxious. Could it be that Su Liang has already seen through everything? Or maybe he no longer wants to stay here. So now, the cooperation between him and Strong Group might even be completely over? If this were true, it would absolutely be a thunderclap for him, meaning that in the future if he wanted to take over his father's company, he would need to work even harder and endure more trials. Zhang Chong now understood clearly. Managing various companies wasn't an easy task. Even for the three of them managing the pet base, it would be incredibly difficult. During construction, they encountered countless troubles. Had it not been for Su being taken away by the people from the Mountain Water Group, how could they have had such a carefree and leisurely time? By now, they would likely have been panicking and completely unsure of what to do. You wouldn't be planning to refuse continuing cooperation with our Strong Group, would you? Zhang Chong asked tentatively. Su Liang's lips slightly curled upward, revealing a playful look in his eyes. Brother, although we've known each other for only a short while, we're still good friends, right? Do you really think I, Su Liang, don't know my own style? Once I give my word, it is irreversible. Since I promised the Strong Group and your old man back then, I will definitely fulfill that promise. No matter what happens in the future, I will stick to my principles and never be a man who breaks trust. Hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately calmed down. At the same time, he inexplicably felt somewhat puzzled. If so, then what exactly do you want me to convey? I want you to tell your dad not to be so worried or afraid. Even if I plan to become the richest person in the world one day, there's no way I would turn against you and the Strong Group. Now, it's you who are leading me, but in the future, at worst I'll be the one leading you guys. Doing business always means that it's better to make more friends rather than enemies. Zhang Chong widened his eyes, full of disbelief, finding it hard to fathom. He could never have imagined that Su Liang had truly seen through everything and knew every detail like the palm of his hand. Brother Liang, how did you know all this? I didn't say anything at all. How come you know so clearly? Curiosity got the better of Zhang Chong, and he couldn't help but ask. The more he thought about it, the more baffled he was. How could someone be smart to this extent, going beyond what he could comprehend? Su Liang smiled faintly, a hint of amusement flashing in his eyes as he slowly began to speak. In fact, some things aren't as complicated or scary as you think. If you can handle these matters well, problems will naturally resolve themselves for all of us. Besides, when your experience and insight reach a certain level, you'll naturally be able to achieve something similar too. The intelligence of most people in the world is more or less the same. Unless of course we're talking about those few individuals who reach the top tier, though their kind of intelligence usually isn't applied to such places. So there's no need for you to be too amazed or expect too much. Perhaps one day you can also do it. Anyway, just convey my message to your dad. I'm sure he'll understand my point. After some contemplation, Su Liang continued. If you're staying there today, wait for us for a moment. But if you're leaving early, we'll see you tomorrow at the pet base. All right, Zhang Chong nodded. Since there were already so many workers at the pet base, and they were prepared to operate around the clock, staying there himself seemed pointless. And since the Strong Group had its on-site supervisors anyway, Zhang Chong quickly packed up his belongings and left in a hurry. When he returned home, Zhang Yuxing was already there. Seeing his son with a small backpack on, he couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Didn't I ask you to supervise the construction of the pet base? Why are you back here? There's nothing for me to do there, so I came back. Zhang Chong replied as he placed down his backpack and recounted the phone call he had with Su Liang. Similarly, Zhang Yuxing's face displayed shock and disbelief, finding it more incredulous than ever. What did you say? This guy actually knew it all before. He can point out everything you said so clearly. Yes. Zhang Chong nodded. Thereafter, hesitating for a moment, he finally gathered his courage and asked, Dad, am I so inferior to someone like Su Liang? Isn't he far more capable than me? Zhang Youxing's lips curled upward slightly. Judging by your tone, it seems like you're feeling a bit inferior. Why should anyone not feel somewhat uncomfortable when their father treats outsiders better than his own son? Tell me, if I were to start a business, would you possibly dedicate the entirety of the strong group just to help me build a pet base? Zhang Youxing shook his head. Not all matters in this world can be judged simply by capability. Take Su Liang for instance. He is indeed highly capable, but from my perspective, if he is able to provide as much help to you and to the strong group as you do, then such a person holds value for us. If he's even the best in the world yet cannot benefit our strong group, what use is that? Upon hearing these words, Zhang Chong blinked in confusion. So Dad, are you saying? Su Liang is quite right. Zhang Youxing nodded affirmatively. This man has an incredibly broad mind, and he values emotions and righteousness deeply. He is trying to tell us that there's no need to be overly cautious. So that's why I said you should learn from him. Not just his abilities, but also his character. Only in this way can he be a great source of help to you. Hearing this, Zhang Chong nodded again, admiration involuntarily showing in his eyes. Dad, what you say makes sense. Su Liang really is worth learning from. This guy is too strong. Up until now, I've never met anyone more capable than him. Humph, this guy may have even more tricks up his sleeve than you think. It's not just you who haven't seen all of his methods. There are some I haven't witnessed either. As Zhang Youxing recalled the scene with Wei Jianhe, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Who would have thought that in such a short time, they would end up relying on Su Liang's connections and sit at the same table with big leaders from the city center? So truly, one must never underestimate others. Chapter 270. Go back as soon as possible. Don't waste time. You will never know whose background others might have. You will never know what value others may bring. This is just like the most classic online joke. The company can't go on anymore, and the boss is ready to disband and run away. However, none of them expected that the cleaning lady in the company actually bought the company and claimed that working here was very atmospheric and full of human touch. In the end, the boss and all the employees became subordinates of the cleaning lady. The world is really sometimes so wonderful. It is precisely because of this. Zhang Youxing now maintains a certain awe from many people. This awe does not mean fear, but enough respect before thoroughly understanding the other party. Otherwise, you would never know when they might surprise you. And then it's too late to prepare for that. Such things do not fear 10,000, but fear 1 in 10,000 chance. Even among the people he knows, there are 10,000 who are all real commoners. But what if there's a low-key big shot? Just like Su Liang. Zhang Chong opened his eyes wide. Brother Liang, are you really as exaggerated as you say? But from our interaction, I think it's fine. At least he is very nice to me. So you need to seize such opportunities. People like Su Liang are very rare, and it's also quite difficult for him to consider you a friend. Therefore, you need to cherish your relationship with him, which will be a great help in the future. Zhang Youxing said earnestly, his eyes filled with anticipation. If his son could always follow Su Liang, even if he did not take over the Qiangxin Group in the future, it would be a great help to the development of the entire company. Perhaps the Qiangxin Group could truly reach the scale of Luo Group. Okay, Dad, you can rest assured. I will definitely handle these well. I will not make Brother Liang feel hard either. Upon hearing this, Zhang Youxing's lips slightly curved upwards. I guess Su Liang has been very busy recently. Why? Zhang Chong's eyes were also filled with curiosity. Because he has become a popular celebrity. All the media and reporters in the city want to report on him. I estimate that these days he's probably trying to find a place to hide. At this time of year, there are actually still people afraid of journalists and media? Zhang Chong widened his eyes, full of disbelief, and was more surprised by this fact. How many people hope to gain immense attention through this kind of way? That's right, for many truly low-key people, of course they do not like to publicize everything about themselves. Zhang Youxing nodded in agreement. Even himself rarely appears in public. Of course, there are also people who love to promote and market themselves in various ways. This completely depends on the person. So-called publicity and marketing may eventually result in retaliation. And once the day of retaliation comes, perhaps everything they once owned may vanish into thin air. This is an extremely cruel reality, and also something terrifying that cannot be avoided. Zhang Chong seemed to understand, but shook his head slightly. Apparently, he didn't fully get it. But no matter what, since he had his father and Su Liang, even if he encountered any major trouble in the future, there would be someone to help solve it. Based on this point alone, he feels that he is luckier than many people, even those classmates from better-off families. Maybe they indeed look richer now, but whether they could remain rich in their later lives is questionable. As long as Zhang Chong's father is still alive and hasn't fallen out with Su Liang, his life is destined to be worry-free regarding food and clothing. These two people are both incredibly capable. Even if Zhang Chong was useless, he wouldn't end up on the street. Meanwhile, on the other side, Su Liang and Lu Hao returned home after leaving school, worried that the reporters were still blocking the door. So they still climbed up to the top floor from the adjacent unit and then went around. Sure enough, when they entered, they discovered through the window that 1 or 2 reporters were still persistently lurking at the corner of the staircase. My God, leader, these guys are really ruthless. I've never seen anyone act so extreme. Lu Hao couldn't help but exclaim. After all, young people like them have few opportunities to come into contact with news media workers. So naturally, they cannot understand the nature and temperament of these journalists. In order to obtain the first-hand news, It is reasonable to make as much effort and pay as much as possible. Of course, such a working attitude can be understood by Su Liang. Why must journalism exist as an occupation in this world? It is because only they can supervise many industries and figures. Once injustice or serious problems arise, they are there to uphold justice. However, if these reporters misdirect their persistence or merely do it for profit, then in his view, it's not worthwhile. Spending the same amount of time and energy and enduring the same amount of disdain, yet you only aim to dig up some trivial gossip. Why bother? How many pieces of gossip nowadays are actually true? Can't you just sit in the office and fabricate them to make money? Why go through all this trouble? Su Liang pondered for a moment. Then he took 2 bottles of water from the fridge. You stay here. Remember, don't just come out randomly. You're going to be a streamer in the future. If they find out your connection with me, it might get exposed. Su Liang whispered as a reminder. This matter is neither big nor small, but it definitely needs careful handling. And the current situation may be a little bit complicated. Lu Hao nodded and then hid in the bedroom. Su Liang then opened the door. The man sitting in the corner couldn't help but turn his head. When he saw Su Liang, his face immediately showed surprise. It's you really came out. Wait. Su Liang immediately assumed a cautious and defensive stance, then said expressionlessly, I just saw that you're still here, which I think is unnecessary, so I came out to tell you. I will not accept your interview. There's no need for you to waste any more time. Go back early and think about other news. Don't waste your time on me. Chapter 271. Willing but unable, short is the life. Just as Su Liang thought that after his self-righteous rejection, the other party would surely retreat. However, he never expected that the young man slowly stood up. A nervous smile appeared on his face. Mr. Su Liang, I am very sorry to disturb you, but I am not a reporter. Not a reporter? Su Liang's eyebrows slightly furrowed, a flash of doubt crossing his eyes. If you're not a reporter, why did you stay here all day? Are you really that idle? Or do you have another purpose? These days, people are no longer honest, and morality is declining. Most people don't rise early unless there's profit involved. Who knows what this man wants to do? However, just judging by his appearance, he didn't seem like a sinister and deceitful person. In fact, he had a touch of simplicity. First, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Baijin Shui, and my profession is an online promoter. Oh, a trace of surprise flickered in Su Liang's eyes, and he was even more astonished. The other party's openness was much more direct than he had imagined, and this guy was indeed an online promoter. I don't need to stir up too much public opinion online, nor do I need your help to build momentum for me. There might be no cooperation between us at all. Su Liang put down the mineral water and prepared to turn around and leave. He had originally come out with humanitarianism in mind, intending to give them a warning, but he never expected that this young man's background was different from those other journalists and media professionals. Online promoter? Put nicely, they help create public discourse. Put bluntly, they're the hired troublemakers usually stirring things up online. There wasn't any need to associate too much with such people. After all, there's a good chance that doing so could bring unnecessary trouble. At least those media reporters still have a bit of conscience. But these online promoters or hired trolls see money and go wild. As long as someone pays them, they're willing to do anything. Su Liang clearly remembered that he had no need for business services of this kind. How could an online promoter find him? Indeed, it seems that nothing is easy to make these days. Even the online promoters resort to face-to-face meetings. Perhaps they're not afraid of being beaten up either. Mr. Su, could you spare me 2 minutes? Baijin Shui hurriedly stopped him. Su Liang raised an eyebrow. Since you are an online promoter, then you must have seen the reports about me online, right? You also know how I single-handedly dismantled a criminal organization, correct? If you continue to disturb my life, you should be clear about the consequences. Upon hearing these words, a hint of awkwardness crossed Baijin Shui's face. He then quickly waved his hands and explained, Mr. Su, you've misunderstood me. I came here today because I hope that you can help us with something. Su Liang couldn't help but tilt his head and laughed, his eyes full of confusion, as if he found this situation incomprehensible. Are you kidding me? Me helping you? Shouldn't it be the other way around? As a rising star in my field now, shouldn't I be the one who needs your help? Baijin Shui scratched his head, probably because he hadn't faced someone as sharp as Su Liang before. Still, his face maintained a friendly and honest smile. Mr. Su, we indeed understand that the things you've done mean extraordinary significance to all of us. That's why I know you are a person with a sense of justice. And currently, there is something where, if you were to get involved, it would be most meaningful. Su Liang frowned, becoming more confused the more he listened. How did he even lose track of the conversation? And the other party seemed to truly want his help. But how does a network promoter have any connection to him? You better not tell me that it's asking me to advertise for someone or deliberately cause trouble online. Baijin Shui involuntarily raised his thumb. His eyes were filled with admiration. Mr. Su, you're truly incredibly intelligent. You've already guessed it even before I said it. In that case, there's nothing to discuss. Wanting to use my fame to benefit yourself? Dream on. Get out, or else I'll call the police soon. Su Liang spoke expressionlessly, leaving no room for negotiation. It was purely treating him like a monkey. If you want to make money, then go ahead and make it. Why drag me into building momentum for you? Not to mention others, Su Liang valued his own reputation greatly. It's hard-earned recognition, and there's absolutely no way he'd let it be squandered for someone completely unrelated. As he was about to close the door, Baijin Shui inserted his foot directly between the door gap. With a loud bang, a look of pain crossed his face. Do you really have to be this aggressive? Risking your health just for some money? Su Liang was puzzled, secretly admiring Baijin Shui internally. If these people can make money, they will do anything for it. Mr. Su, there's no other way. This is a matter of life and death. If sacrificing just a little of my skin can save a life, then this small effort is absolutely worthwhile. A trace of confusion flashed in Su Liang's eyes. Life and death. What exactly is going on? Can you give me a chance to explain? Bai Jinshui cautiously asked. That depends on whether you can give me a satisfactory result. With that, Su Liang opened the door. Bai Jinshui heaved a silent sigh of relief. Unfortunately, he hadn't even had time to catch his breath when he heard Su Liang continue. Now that you're in my house, if you can't give me a reasonable explanation, then I can accuse you of unlawful entry. You should know what consequences this charge could bring you. What the hell? Bai Jinshui's face suddenly changed. His eyes were full of disbelief. He never expected that Su Liang would set such a trap for him. But precisely because of this, the flame of hope within him flared up once more. In this world, relying solely on kindness to do good deeds is useless. It requires powerful means. Because only with those methods can one ensure the goal is reached while also being able to protect oneself. Mr. Su, someone like you would definitely be interested in my reason. Bai Jinshui then recounted the ins and outs of the situation. It turned out he was indeed just an ordinary online promoter. However, half a month ago, he came across a plea for help online. It was from a mother whose child had fallen gravely ill, but who couldn't afford treatment and therefore had to seek help online. Unfortunately, after posting for several days, still no one was willing to lend a hand. Bai Jinshui couldn't bear to see this, so he initiated contact with the mother. After learning the truth of the matter, he felt a deep sense of regret. But alas, he himself did not have enough ability or resources. Mr. Su, forgive me for mentioning this, but I am just an ordinary person from a county town, working odd jobs in the city. Indeed, I am quite powerless. Chapter 272. Plans change. Someone needs to take the blame. After listening to Bai Jinshui's account, Su Liang revealed a look of deep thought. So your meaning is that you hope I can help this mother and son raise a charitable fund, right? But unexpectedly, Bai Jinshui shook his head. Mr. Su, this kind of thing happens frequently on the internet these days, and if we go through normal channels, there's absolutely no way to make waves or attract any attention. So I have a bold idea. Though this bold idea might be somewhat risky, Su Liang pondered deeply, making continuous judgments in his heart. If what the man in front of him said was true, then naturally he should lend a hand. In life, one isn't always blessed with good fortune. Precisely because Su Liang had been poor, he understood all too well how misfortunes often occur at the weakest point. At this moment, that mother must be feeling unimaginable despair and pain. However, facing her daughter enduring such hardships while she could do nothing about it, left her helpless. This was the cruel reality, as well as an unavoidable aspect of life. After a brief silence, Su Liang slowly spoke. He needed to learn more details before he could judge whether the man's words were true or not. What are you planning to do? Bai Jinshui paused slightly upon seeing this situation, then mustered up the courage to answer. Mr. Su, my idea is this. The mother and son continue to seek help online, but it likely won't stir up much of a response since most people believe these are scams. At this point, I will pretend to be a rich second-generation heir, stepping forward to accuse them and mock them. Meanwhile, I will coordinate with that mother to have her kneel and beg in the most bustling area of the entire city according to our plan. And if Mr. Su were to happen to be there with media reporters at that time, I believe this matter would surely become explosive news. At the same time, the mother's plight would receive attention from across society. There would be even more hope for her rescuing her daughter. When Bai Jinshui reached this part, his eyes gleamed bright, as though filled with immense confidence, believing this matter would certainly succeed. Su Liang widened his eyes, astonishment evident in his gaze. Though he still harbored some doubts about the other party's intentions, when he heard such a solution, he couldn't help but feel profound respect. No one gambles with their reputation to help others unless they truly possess a compassionate heart for all under heaven. But in today's society, people like Bai Jinshui are extremely rare, perhaps almost non-existent. Seeing that Su Liang remained unresponsive, a look of tension appeared on Bai Jinshui's face. He didn't know if his idea would gain support. Otherwise, there might indeed be insufficient ways to help that mother and daughter. Just as Bai Jinshui was about to explain further, Su Liang suddenly raised his hand, his expression becoming rather playful. This method of yours is indeed quite good, but have you thought about one question? Bai Jinshui was slightly taken aback. If the plan you mentioned succeeds, they would indeed get the help they need, but what will you lose? You will likely become a villain on the internet from now on, causing disturbance wherever you go, and you'll never be able to work as an online promoter again. If such news spreads explosively, the consequences would be very severe, and Bai Jinshui's real identity might also be exposed. At that point, even his own livelihood would become problematic. Hearing this, Bai Jinshui chuckled bitterly. My parents abandoned me after I was born, and it was my grandmother who raised me. So I understand very clearly what being lonely and dependentless feels like. Even taking the most pessimistic scenario into account, even if I can no longer earn a living here or continue working as an online promoter, I can still take on other jobs. I can change my name and return to my hometown to farm. But at least whenever I find life difficult, I'll remember that once I saved a life. As he spoke these words, his eyes shone very brightly, without the slightest hesitation. Perhaps before this, Bai Jinshui had struggled or made decisions, but in the end, he chose the most daring path. It's too risky, haven't you thought of other methods? Bai Jinshui shook his head. I've thought about it too, but the issue is saving lives, and that child doesn't have much time left, so we cannot delay anymore. I dare not bet on everyone's kindness. but I believe that everyone's wickedness will surely be like this. Su Liang nodded, approving once again in his eyes. Your righteousness and willingness to personally get involved to save a person is indeed something worthy of our emulation. Bai Jinshui was somewhat embarrassed by this candid praise and quickly interjected. You mustn't say that. Even if my plan is flawless, it is absolutely necessary for Mr. Su to take the stage. Without Mr. Su, there would be no way to achieve such a fiery effect. It would also be impossible for that mother and son to become the headline news within such a short time. Hearing these words, Su Liang fell into deep thought, his gaze reflecting a contemplative expression. Judging from the current situation, Bai Jinshui's plan was the simplest and crudest, and the most effective one. However, how could someone who carried wood for others be left in hunger and cold? Since Su Liang already knew, it was naturally impossible for him to let things develop entirely in an irresolvable direction. Perhaps we can come up with other methods. Other methods? Bai Jinshui frowned. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Yes, there's still some room for maneuver here. You could use those so-called charitable foundations to gain attention for this mother and son, instead of using your personal name. What? Bai Jinshui's eyes widened with shock. Charitable foundation? But if I do this, all the criticisms will fall on me. Does that mean letting the charitable foundation bear the blame as well? By that time, what I'm doing would amount to a crime. At present, he merely engaged in malicious hype, but once he spouted nonsense, the consequences would be unimaginable. Who told you it would be a crime? If everything you said is true, people don't really care how you convey the message. They only focus on whether the people or events involved are accurate. Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly, a playful smile appeared on his face, and a plan started forming in his mind. Chapter 273. It's time to clean up the atmosphere. Mr. Bai, since you are a professional online promoter, I believe you must be familiar with many of the news stories on the internet. In recent years, various charity foundations have been constantly exposed for all sorts of scandals, such as using donation money for their own entertainment, while only a small fraction actually reaches those in need. And some people use the guise of charity, but in reality, they are practicing deceit and fraud. They just want to profit themselves. Bai Jinshui was increasingly shocked and couldn't describe the dunhan in his heart. He had never imagined that Su Liang, this young man, would be so knowledgeable about these things on the internet, especially when it came to the truths behind those charity foundations and so-called charity projects. Su Liang knew them inside out. Actually, before this, Bai Jinshui had already roughly known and tried his best to contact those charitable fund organizations, but these people simply gave no response. Moreover, after he searched online, he did indeed discover the dirty deeds these guys were up to behind closed doors. Unfortunately, due to his lack of influence, even if he wrote articles exposing them, they were quickly taken down. He had even been threatened beforehand. He hadn't expected that Su Liang would bring up such an idea now. This way, not only could a mother and child pair be saved, but also those with ulterior motives would pay the appropriate price. Justice could be upheld in this society. But Mr. Su, can what you propose really be done as you said? Wouldn't it backfire eventually? Right now, I think the most important thing is to first save that child's life. As for exposing them, we can wait until later. Su Liang smiled and shook his head. His expression became extremely enigmatic. An aura of powerful confidence emanated from him. Don't you understand yet? If I make this incident go viral, then both you and that mother-child pair will become the core focus of the news storm. At that point, involving so-called charity organizations will prevent this matter from being manipulated in secret. To put it bluntly, it's what you call public pressure. I believe the reason you're willing to step into the situation yourself is that you hope to escalate the conflict and stir up outrage in everyone, thus achieving your purpose. Bai Jinshui opened his mouth wide, but could find no words to answer. His shock was like a towering wave washing over him, as if he had fallen into a great astonishment. He had never even dreamed that Su Liang could help him analyze the ins and outs of the entire matter so clearly, and at the same time dissected the crux of the issue. It meant that this person wasn't ignorant at all. On the contrary, he understood even more than Bai Jinshui himself did. After a brief silence, Bai Jinshui nodded, then slowly asked, if so, what does Mr. Su intend to do? Su Liang beckoned with his hand. Then he whispered a few sentences in his ear. Bai Jinshui was stunned as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, his face showing extreme complexity. My goodness, Mr. Su, isn't your plan too daring? Aren't you afraid those people will retaliate against you? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward, a hint of mockery appearing in his gaze. If these guys really dare to retaliate against me, I'd be very pleased. Wouldn't they make the entire matter even more troublesome and complicated? The impact would far exceed our expectations. This would actually be a good thing for us. Bai Jinshui nodded repeatedly, his eyes showing admiration. No wonder you managed to destroy criminal organizations like the Xuanhuan group all by yourself. It seems you truly are a very smart person. The smartest among all the people I've met. Su Liang waved his hand dismissively. It's just that we happen to hit upon this atmosphere of discussion, and besides, if you can risk yourself for the sake of saving that mother and child, why can't I just say a few words carelessly? As for those charity foundations, who cares? Even if they do have a background, so what? Su Liang didn't fear them in the slightest. Are the forces backing you stronger than the Xuanhuan group? Even the boss of the Xuanhuan group, Michelle, has been captured by me. What are a bunch of hypocritical individuals worth? It's just that the real big boss behind Michelle hasn't been uncovered yet. Otherwise, Su Liang would truly take them down completely. Bai Jinshui couldn't help but give a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. No wonder Mr. Su is so highly respected. Truly remarkable. Mr. Su, I suddenly understand why so many journalists admire you. You are exactly the kind of person our society truly needs. Mr. Bai, we're all the same in this regard. Although your circumstances aren't great, you've also been willing to give everything up for that mother and child. Such determination and courage are not something ordinary people can achieve. I'm really glad to have met you today. Su Liang smiled faintly. Perhaps it was because he had been dealing with too many people from the business world for too long. People like Bai Jinshui, who possessed a pure heart, were more likely to win his admiration. Since that's the case, we have a deal. Follow my plan, and by tonight, you must discuss with Naden and prepare everything ahead of time. As for the rest, leave it to me. Tomorrow, we'll stage a big drama right in the city center. Bai Jinshui nodded heavily. His eyes sparkled with excitement. If that mother and child get this news, they will be very happy. They might even want to come thank you in person. Thanking isn't necessary. It's just doing what we can do. In a sense, we're actually doing a favor for society by eliminating troublemakers. Why wouldn't we do this? That makes sense. Since that's the case, then I won't bother you any further. As Bai Jinshui said this, he prepared to leave. Suddenly, Su Liang called him back. Mr. Bai, I may need one more favor from you. Please command, Mr. Su, when you go out later, could you look a little disheveled? I don't know if there are still reporters outside. If they find out that I've received you but not them, the situation might get even more complicated. Bai Jinshui immediately understood what was expected of him and nodded. Rest assured, Mr. Su, my acting skills are good enough for this. At least, I won't let those people mistakenly think you're an easygoing person. What do you mean mistakenly? I am naturally easygoing. If I weren't, I wouldn't need to avoid them at all. Chapter 274. What a terrifying bodyguard. Su Liang and Bai Jinshui exchanged a smile. Though they differed in age by several years, and their life experiences were vastly different, yet there was a mutual appreciation here today. Perhaps because they were both conscientious and moral individuals, neither could abandon their principles and bottom lines. Precisely because of this, when such people meet, they can achieve an effect greater than the sum of their parts. All right, then I'll trouble Mr. Bai. Bai Jinshui smiled faintly. He first made his clothes look disheveled, then deliberately shouted loudly. Ouch! Then he stumbled out from the doorway, shouting as he ran. Don't hit me anymore. Don't hit me anymore. I'm sorry. Just at that moment, two journalists walked upstairs, and upon seeing this scene, their faces revealed expressions of shock and disbelief. Unable to help themselves, they pulled Bai Jinshui aside and asked, "What happened? Why do you look like this? It seems as though you've been beaten." Bai Jinshui chuckled inwardly, thinking that sometimes one must connect with key figures or else they wouldn't even know when they were being toyed with. But on the surface, he put on a pained expression. Ouch! Why are you two still standing around here? You absolutely mustn't go find Su Liang. That guy is terrifying. Could it be that you were beaten by him? The two journalists' faces showed signs of shock, finding it hard to believe or comprehend. In their hearts, fear and unease arose. However, these journalists were professionals, quickly discovering an angle for their story. Hurry, quickly take a few photos of him. Say that Su Liang beat him up. Claim this guy has become arrogant due to his talent, losing himself completely, and now he's extremely haughty towards us. Bai Jinshui waved his hand. Ouch, you absolutely mustn't talk like that. If his bodyguard hears about it, he'll beat all of you too. What? Wasn't it Su Liang who did it? The two journalists were taken aback, revealing looks of surprise and confusion. How could it be him? Mr. Su specifically hired a bodyguard because too many reporters are chasing after him. This bodyguard is fierce. Not only is he ruthless, but clearly well-trained, able to attack without leaving any visible injuries. You see, don't I seem like I haven't been beaten up at all on the outside? As Bai Jinshui spoke, he intentionally showed his arms and legs. Upon hearing this, the two journalists' faces immediately reflected fear. Could it be that we've pushed too hard? It's possible. If I were in his shoes at 18, I'd definitely be mad. So what should we do? Should we just go back empty-handed? We'd better retreat for now and make another plan. After all, no one can currently interview Su Liang, so there's no need to worry. After some whispered discussions between the two journalists, they ultimately decided to leave to avoid unnecessary trouble. Wasting time and energy was one thing, but if they got severely beaten, it would be a total loss, making them feel terrible indeed. The thought of it was enough to make them feel utterly miserable and regretful. Watching the two rush down the stairs, Bai Jinshui's lips curled upward slightly, showing a hint of contempt. With such little courage, you dare come interview Mr. Su? You're truly hopeless. He then turned his head to glance at Su Liang's room, his face filled with admiration. This was the demeanor a true strong person should have, far beyond comparison with others, but it would also push everyone towards something better. For this alone, he certainly deserved respect. After resting briefly, realizing it wasn't early anymore, Bai Jinshui hurriedly left. He still had much work to do. Whether or not he could help the mother and child depended on tonight's outcome. Meanwhile, at home, Su Liang knocked on the bedroom door. Lu Hao poked his head out from inside. What's up? Did those journalists leave already? I heard voices just now. Didn't you actually give them an interview? Not exactly. Su Liang's lips curved into a mischievous grin. Just discussed something with someone. What was it about? Another project perhaps? Lu Hao's face immediately showed a look of curiosity. He was now following Su Liang around, and every day was bringing something new. Moreover, his boss had become the media's hottest sensation. If they wanted to take on some business, it would be a breeze. They might even earn some extra cash. Not really. This project doesn't charge and doesn't make money. It might even offend people. What? Lu Hao scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Boss, when did you start doing losing propositions? Why should we do this? It's completely unnecessary. Who says it's unnecessary? This is a matter of life and death. Su Liang then briefly recounted what he and Bai Jinshui had discussed. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but show a sympathetic expression on his face. Wow, encountering such a serious illness at such a young age, truly pitiful. And with just a mother and child, how could this problem be solved without external help? So, I worked with that online promoter to come up with a plan, hoping to save a life through this method. Lu Hao blinked, surprised. Boss, but will this method actually work? It seems a bit risky. The key issue is that you may offend some charity foundations. These guys are rumored to have big shots supporting them in the background, including some tycoon bosses. So are you scared? Su Liang grinned, a teasing tone in his voice. Lu Hao's expression changed, and he quickly straightened up. Boss, don't talk nonsense. How could I be afraid? Besides, since you've already made the decision, I naturally support you 100%. But regarding this matter, can I offer any help? Su Liang nodded, a serious look in his eyes. Yes, you absolutely can help, and not only that, you can also play a significant role in fueling the situation. Chapter 275, Additional Conditions for Cooperation. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao immediately became alert, his face lighting up with excitement as he asked in haste. Boss, what exactly can I do? As long as you say the word, I'll give it my all. There will be no refusal whatsoever. It's quite simple. Although the live streaming platform Mr. Luo mentioned is still under construction, I believe it should be sufficient to support your live stream. So, I hope that tomorrow you can start streaming right away, and I believe there will definitely be a great deal of success. After hearing these words, Lu Hao's eyes revealed a look of contemplation before he slowly nodded. So boss, you're asking me to promote this matter through live streaming? That's right. Su Liang's lips curved into a faint smile. His eyes revealed a sense of amusement. Right now, your popularity online isn't insignificant. If we seize this opportunity, not only could it make your live stream take off again, but it could also help us shift all conflicts onto the charitable foundation. At this point, all problems would be resolved effortlessly. There won't be any worry about being threatened, nor will it affect us in any way. Upon hearing this, Lu Hao couldn't help but raise his thumb in admiration, filled with respect and heavy with praise. Truly deserving of being called boss, you have come up with such an impressive plan. And if this plan succeeds, it won't just benefit my live streams, but it could also save those two mother and daughter. It's a great move, achieving two goals at once. Of course, Su Liang's lips curved slightly upward, pride showing on his face. If it weren't for such considerations, how would he have gone through so much trouble? This certainly wouldn't cause a significant impact on the overall situation. One must realize that once action like this takes place, the consequences could be dire and situations might drastically change. Therefore, ensuring one's safety and making everything better remains most important. Besides, talking more holds no meaning and shouldn't become their excuse. The problem is, I cannot discuss this with Mr. Luo. Lu Hao spread out his hands, full of helplessness on his face, estimating that this matter posed him some difficulty indeed. Su Liang grinned broadly. Isn't there still me around? Don't worry. With me here, all background issues can be left for me to handle. You needn't worry at all. Alright, since that's the case, I'm willing to bet on boss. If we succeed, the rewards will undoubtedly be bountiful. Even if we fail, it doesn't matter. Estimating that it won't cause too much of an effect on us anyway. Lu Hao shrugged his shoulders, full of decisiveness and carefreeness on his face. After all, in his view, originally having nothing, the future was entirely shrouded in confusion, completely unaware of what to do next. But things are different now. Following Su Liang has brought him both fame and money, and most importantly, there's now an opportunity to do good deeds. Which young person doesn't want to get ahead? Which young person wouldn't wish to possess significant influence? It's only these things that ensure everything gets better. Most crucially, when reminiscing on some future day, they won't feel any guilt in their hearts. After all, it involves a life. If you don't see it, then leave it alone. This is the very basic bottom line of humanity. Things unseen remain unknown, thus cannot blame you. But if you've already seen it, and you still choose to remain indifferent, then this can be called cold-heartedness. Everyone's strength is indeed limited. There's no doubt about that. But humans must learn to change, to make choices. Otherwise, even if someone becomes immensely wealthy someday, they'll still be criticized. Moreover, such wealth will never last. Alright, prepare yourself quickly. You can announce in advance online that you'll be doing a live stream tomorrow. As for Mr. Luo's side, I will contact him. After a brief discussion between them, Lu Hao went to make his preparations. Su Liang returned to the living room and dialed Luo Qinghai's phone number. The other end sounded somewhat noisy, suggesting Luo Qinghai was busy with social engagements. Isn't this brother Su? What brings you to call me today? Could it be an invitation to dinner? Unfortunately, the gathering I'm in now is pretty decent. Su Liang did not waste time on pleasantries, as time was pressing, and he had to seize every minute. Mr. Luo, I'm calling you because of the cooperation between us. Cooperation? Are you referring to the Qiangxin group or the project of our live streaming platform? Luo Qinghai was a bit surprised, probably not expecting Su Liang's tone to be so serious. It's about the live streaming platform. Although I know the platform isn't fully constructed yet, it should at least be able to support the live stream from one studio, right? Upon hearing this, Luo Qinghai couldn't help but reveal a trace of doubt on his face. Kid, what exactly do you want to do? Spit it out already. My time is very limited right now. I hope that by tomorrow morning, the platform can at least supply a normal live stream for one studio. Because I need this live stream. Luo Qinghai furrowed his brows. He was even more perplexed in his heart. During the time he had known Su Liang, he had never seen this young man speak with such an unprecedented tone. Give me a reasonable reason. I can open a special channel for you. But this reason must convince me enough and make me feel justified asking my people to work overtime. If I tell you this concerns the life of an innocent child, what would you say? What? Luo Chenghai's eyes widened, filled with disbelief and surprise. Are you talking nonsense? How does this involve someone's life? Su Liang then briefly explained the details of the matter. Mr. Luo, this matter might offend the charitable foundation, but it will bring tremendous benefits to our live streaming platform. Because this event will greatly enhance the reputation of our live streaming platform. Of course, if you are concerned about the side of the charitable foundation, consider my words void, and there wouldn't be any need for further cooperation between us. Chapter 276, Special Task, Expedited Handling. After hearing Su Liang's words, Luo Chenghai couldn't help but furrowed his brows slightly, and there was even a flash of displeasure in his eyes. You little brat, how dare you come here to threaten me now? Do you know the consequences of threatening me? Since I became the chairman until now, I've never been threatened. Su Liang shook his head with a smile. Mr. Luo, this isn't a threat. These are merely some additional conditions for our cooperation. Cooperation should be mutually agreed upon. If Mr. Luo is unwilling to help me today, then I naturally wouldn't want to continue cooperating. How can this be called a threat? Shouldn't it be considered reasonable bargaining? Luo Chenghai was immediately amused by Su Liang's confident demeanor. So you're sure that I'll definitely agree to your terms? Su Liang shook his head. This matter is no trivial issue, and the interests behind these charitable foundations are too extensive. If Mr. Luo wants to maintain the status quo, then naturally everything in the Luo group can proceed smoothly. But if we offend those people, it might cause catastrophic damage to the Luo group. Of course, the Luo group could also use this opportunity to expand its scale entirely. It's a choice that comes with both risks and rewards. Luo Chenghai fell silent, with various thoughts flashing through his mind. As a chairman, he should naturally consider the well-being of his subordinates and all employees. Only then could he be called a competent chairman. But as Su Liang had correctly pointed out, this is currently a significant opportunity, as well as a considerable danger. If the Luo group seizes this chance, they may become a national-level enterprise and expand further. If they let this opportunity slip, they might remain provincial-level entities forever, needing an extremely long time to achieve any significant growth. A person's life spans only a few decades. Once certain opportunities are missed, there's virtually no chance to encounter them again. After a brief silence, Luo Chenghai steeled his heart, determination gleaming in his eyes. One should live with courage rather than hesitating like a coward who fears everything and ends up accomplishing nothing. One will live as a failure all one's life. Thinking about this, he said decisively, isn't it just about taking a gamble? What's there to fear? Now, I'll show the world who I, Luo Chenghai, really am. We should also expose the sinister faces of those charitable foundations to the public. Although your plan does seem somewhat underhanded, judging from the results, it should work quite well. You might even become a distinguished youth in our province. Su Liang grinned teasingly, filled with mockery and intrigue in his tone. Come on, Mr. Luo, do you think someone like me has any chance of becoming a distinguished youth? Besides, I don't value those titles. I care more about things that truly make a difference. Like how to be a real person, how to be an outstanding young man. That's what matters most. And it will also help me immensely. Luo Chenghai nodded approvingly, recognizing that Su Liang's decision validated his own judgment. This 18-year-old youth indeed has limitless potential and a splendid future ahead. It's not impossible for him to bring greater changes to society. If so, then Su Liang's significance would far exceed what a single person can achieve right now. I'll contact the responsible individuals in the company right now, urging them to expedite their progress. By tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, I will ensure that everything is ready. Of course, if the number of viewers is simply too high at the time, I cannot guarantee that the entire live stream will go smoothly. Luo Chenghai seriously stated, if this happens, isn't it even better? You can give excuses to the public, saying the platform crashed which interrupted the live stream. And at that time, I can hire online influencers to guide public opinion, claiming that these charity foundations retaliated because someone touched their profits and their cake. Huh? Luo Chenghai couldn't help but burst into laughter, revealing a touch of sarcasm. You're quite devious, kid. If those people knew, they'd surely do everything they could to trouble you. It doesn't matter anyway, as the matters of the Shan Shui group haven't been resolved yet. If there really is someone who wants to cause me trouble, let them come. I would like to see just how capable they are. Can they even demolish our place? Alright, since you have this kind of courage, I will support you till the end. Luo Chenghai nodded. At this moment, he was more confident than ever. To put it bluntly, even if Luo Group makes a wrong move this time, according to Su Liang's capabilities, it is highly possible for a comeback, and when that happens, the Luo Group can still make a resurgence. There's absolutely no need to worry about these things, nor would they affect him in any way. After hanging up the phone, Luo Chenghai immediately called the person in charge of the live streaming platform within his company. When the person in charge learned that by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, a live streaming room must be made fully operational, they were completely stunned. Is there really such a rush, Mr. Luo? I don't think it makes any sense. Even if we open a live streaming room, perhaps those netizens won't even bother paying attention, and it might increase our operating costs. Luo Chenghai cut off the other party without hesitation. Am I the boss, or are you the boss? Starting now, your people must get ready at once. I'm giving you this much time, and if you can't complete this special task, then all of you can pack up and leave. The Luo Group does not need useless excuses makers like you. The responsible person's face turned extremely pale upon hearing this, and their mood became incredibly gloomy. Having worked in the industry for nearly several years, they had never encountered such a thorny issue. What's more crucial is that the boss had given an absolute order. Failing to complete, it would undoubtedly have severe repercussions. Who would willingly give up the opportunity to join Luo Group? After a brief silence, the responsible person eventually steeled their resolve. Damn it, if necessary, I'll just seek help from outsiders. In any case, this matter must be completed today, otherwise, there would be no way to account for it. He then gathered all the members immediately, even calling back those who had already gone home to rest. Chapter 277, My Daughter is Saved. At the same time, on the other side, after leaving Su Liang's house, Bai Jinshui did not return to his rental apartment, but headed toward the urban village. Among the densely packed dormitory buildings, he found a very dilapidated inn, and with great familiarity, he went up to the second floor. He stopped in front of a room at the inn near the toilet and gently knocked on the door. Is Yang Dijie still here? Bai Jinshui cautiously asked. As the door slowly opened, a haggard young woman peeked out. She was only around 27 or 28 years old, but she looked nearly 30 to 40. This was the appearance of someone who had been trampled by reality. They had no so-called youth to speak of, only spines bent under the weight of reality and faces ravaged by life. Bai Xiaoji, how did you come here? The woman forced a pale smile, her face bloodless, which inexplicably made one feel pity for her. Bai Jinshui couldn't help but think of his grandmother back in his hometown. When he was young, his grandmother was also like this. She rarely smiled, and even when she did, it wasn't a pleasant sight. It seemed as though fate had forever tied her to suffering. Yang Jia, today I found someone who agreed to help. They are willing to do it for us, and tomorrow there will definitely be results. By then, your daughter's medical expenses will be covered. Bai Jinshui entered the room, which contained only one bed and one chair. He could even smell the ammonia emanating from the nearby toilet. It was unclear how this mother-daughter duo endured such an environment. A glimmer of surprise appeared in the woman's eyes. Really? Yang Xiaolan couldn't help but ask. Bai Jinshui nodded and consoled her. Yang Jia, I know that your current situation is indeed difficult, but I think you should find a slightly better place to live. Not just for yourself, but for your daughter too. If she continues living in a place like this, her condition might get even worse. Yang Xiaolan hesitated after hearing these words, then helplessly smiled bitterly. I have no choice. I don't know how long I'll need to stay here. The money I have left is only a few thousand yuan, which is all my daughter and I have. So I can only save every bit where I can. Bai Jinshui's heart jolted, feeling an overwhelming pain. Why was the disparity in this world so vast? Some people spend enough money on a single meal to cover an ordinary family's income for an entire year. Yet others had to grit their teeth and endure hardships for even the smallest amounts of money. Life shouldn't be this bitter. People shouldn't suffer like this. Was Yang Xiaolan fated to be poor? Did she deserve to suffer such torment? After some thought, Bai Jinshui eventually pulled out a 100 yuan note from his bag. Yang Jia, choose a better place to stay. Keep some money for food. Though I don't have much either, I should still be able to help you both secure decent accommodation for the night. At least we can prevent things from getting this bad. Yang Xiaolan quickly waved her hands. Younger brother Bai, you've helped me so much already. Please stop giving money. You should keep this money. No problem. Since I also want to help your daughter, I should set an example. Don't worry, after this month's salary, I will transfer more money to you. After finishing, he got up and planned to leave. Yang Xiaolan wanted to say something, but ultimately held it back, simply asking, Bai brother, who exactly did you find? Why would they agree to help us? An image of Su Liang flashed through Bai Jinshui's mind. He is a very capable person, and he is also a man of conscience. I trust he won't deceive you, and he will definitely help cure your daughter. After saying that, he walked away directly. Hearing these words, tears welled up in Yang Xiaolan's eyes as she fought against the verge of breaking down day after day. If it weren't for her daughter, she really would have given up. Gazing at her daughter lying on a damp bed, Yang Xiaolan's voice became choked with sobs as she tremulously caressed her little hand. Yaya, don't worry. This time, we met good-hearted people. They will definitely help me, and everything will surely get better. The next day, Su Liang and Lu Hao got up early, finished washing up, and immediately opened the live streaming platform under Luo Group. When 8 o'clock arrived, the live streaming platform could actually be accessed, and only Lu Hao's account was able to log in. No other broadcaster could enter. Holy crap, boss really has high efficiency. I never expected them to show so much sincerity. Lu Hao said with mixed emotions, completely surprised. Just before, they claimed they still needed a month to prepare, yet they were advancing by so much. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly. Of course, is there anything I can't handle when I step in? But boss, I have a question. How on earth did you convince Mr. Luo? I think that for them, the live streaming platform is definitely not their most profitable project. It's more like a way to expand their own fame and business scope. Lu Hao asked with a face full of doubts. Because before this, he thought the success rate was not high at all. The Luo Group had many projects under its belt, and it was almost very difficult to impress Luo Chenghai. Su Liang's lips curled up slightly again, and his eyes revealed a playful look. In this world, everything revolves around profit. In the end, some matters can proceed as long as both parties reach an agreement. For example, the current situation. Why did Luo Chenghai agree? Because I explained in detail to him all the potential benefits involved. It's precisely because the profits are substantial enough that we can proceed smoothly. There is no one in this world who would refuse money. As Bai Jinshui had said, Su Liang didn't gamble on human kindness. He only gambled on human nature. When certain situations arise, human nature becomes fully exposed. Alright, how about your preparations? When do you plan to start the live stream? Su Liang then asked. Lu Hao pondered for a moment. I think if I start streaming at 10 o'clock today, it should be fine. Moreover, I've already informed all my fans and followers who like me that today's content will be an outdoor live stream. Therefore, I believe that time slot will be perfect. Su Liang nodded approvingly. He patted Lu Hao's shoulder. Not bad. Looks like you've grown quite a bit. All the effort I've put into training you hasn't been wasted. Keep pushing forward. I believe you'll definitely carve out your own path in the live streaming world and shine brightly. By that time, maybe all our issues will resolve themselves. Hearing these words, Lu Hao couldn't help but grin sheepishly. Chapter 278. The shocking grand drama has begun. This is absolutely certain, boss. You shouldn't underestimate me from the outside like this. Although my skills are indeed not very great, under your guidance, if I cannot achieve such excellent results, then that would be simply ridiculous. Lu Hao responded earnestly. In any case, this was definitely meaningful for himself. Not only could it help save a life, but it could also enhance his reputation. Who wouldn't want to do it? As for offending the charity foundation, it was completely irrelevant. These people took the donations given by those with warm hearts and did not use them for their intended purposes. Just thinking about it made one feel nauseated. Even more so, some couldn't accept it. It was now time for these individuals to pay for their actions. After everything was prepared, Lu Hao continued to follow yesterday's path down the stairs. When he left, Su Liang changed into a different set of clothes. Then he walked out of the house with poise. Sure enough, the corridor outside his home was still packed with reporters. Everyone was instantly filled with delight upon seeing Su Liang emerge. He's come out. Finally, we've waited for him. Mr. Su, can you give us an interview? After staying at home all day yesterday, do you find life a little tedious or affected in any way because of previous incidents? Su Liang gazed at the incessantly flashing lights around him and felt a flash of discontent in his heart. Tell me, aren't these journalists sometimes quite annoying? Purely just acting like flies. Just watching them makes one inexplicably disgusted. But now, these people were the most useful tools to Su Liang. Since they were the media, since they wanted to create momentum, and since they sought clicks and exposure. Fine, I'll give you this chance. He cleared his throat and slowly said, to be honest, I don't think this matter has had much effect on my life afterward. And I know all of you have many questions you'd like to ask. However, as you see, this place is far too cramped and a bit too shabby. So here's a suggestion. I propose that all of us go to the central square shortly. Any questions you may have, any information you wish to understand, I will answer truthfully. Upon hearing these words, every reporter present immediately showed expressions of surprise and joy. Is it really true? You're not planning to run away, are you? Yes. Yesterday you avoided us all day, and none of us knew when you left. Why are you suddenly being so generous today? Watching everyone's endless inquiries, Su Liang furrowed his brow slightly, and there was a flash of dissatisfaction in his eyes. These people were truly insatiable. Having already promised them an opportunity, they still kept asking endless questions. I feel that continuing to avoid isn't the solution either, so I thought it would be best to explain clearly to all of you. Of course, if any of you are unwilling to join me, consider my words as if I hadn't spoken, because it doesn't matter to me at all. At this remark, all the reporters voiced their agreement. Who would want to miss such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? To personally interview Su Liang, this was nothing short of a huge bonus falling from the sky. It was exhilarating just to think about it. If that's the case, let's head out first. We might as well stroll around this city, getting to know each other better. Su Liang said this as he started walking towards the exit, followed by a swarm of reporters. The scene was extremely grand. Even the neighborhood elders began gossiping amongst themselves. Oh my heavens, what's going on with this young man? Why does he have so many people following him? Is it possible someone is chasing him for debts? Your eyesight needs improving. Can't you see? Those people are journalists. They've come here to interview him. Oh my heavens, what did this guy do to gain such a spectacle? So many people came to interview him. The whole neighborhood was buzzing with excitement. But Su Liang didn't care at all. If it was for saving a life, then everything being done now was perfectly reasonable. At the same time, he quietly sent Bai Jinshui a message. At the same time, elsewhere, Bai Jinshui and Yang Xiaolan, who had arrived early at the inn, had been sitting in the room waiting for news. The moment their phones rang, both faces were filled with anxiety. And when they saw the contents, they were overjoyed. Sister Yang, look, I told you, this person is highly reliable. He's already got everything ready. All you need to do now is take your daughter straight to kneel at the central square. It'll be more than enough. As for the rest of the matters, you can leave them to us. Yang Xiaolan nodded excitedly, her eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Bai, I truly don't know how to express my inner excitement. I could never have imagined that things would reach this level. I first thank you on behalf of my daughter. Bai Jinshui quickly waved his hands. Don't say such things, it makes me feel very uncomfortable inside. As long as we can help your daughter, anything is worth doing. Thank you, thank you. Before they knew it, it was already 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Liang and the reporters had also walked over. Everyone laughed and chatted along the way, making for a very harmonious atmosphere. Who would have thought, Mr. Su Liang, that your life would be so legendary? There was nothing extraordinary about you for more than a decade before, but just within this past year, everything changed dramatically. Somebody couldn't help but sigh. Who could have predicted that an ordinary student could become someone guaranteed admission into Tsinghua University, and now even help the police solve such a huge case? There were even big shots from the city district quietly helping behind the scenes. All of these facts indicated that this young man before their eyes was certainly no ordinary individual. Su Liang shook his hand dismissively, appearing casual and unfazed. It seemed like he didn't pay any attention to all this fuss. Sometimes life's about luck. I'm lucky this time. Otherwise, I would have already died in the thief's den. How would I still have the chance to walk and chat with all of you like this? Though Su Liang appeared relaxed and carefree on the surface, in fact, he had been secretly observing his surroundings all along. By now, according to reason, it should be time, right? But why? Just as he was puzzled, he suddenly saw a rather pitiful figure in the distance. Step by step, kneeling, slowly approaching the central square. Su Liang couldn't help but sigh. When a person is driven to an absolute dead end, one truly doesn't know how much potential will be unleashed. Chapter 279. You should have called me if there's such an opportunity. Right in front of so many people coming and going, something like this could still happen. It is evident how difficult the situation Yang Xiulan and her daughter are and must be. Facing the strange looks around her, Yang Xiulan seemed not to notice at all, continuing her slow forward movement. Su Liang saw that the moment had ripened, and thus asked in a deliberately surprised tone, "What's going on over there?" The journalists turned their heads one after another. This out-of-place scene immediately caught their eyes, and some had quietly taken out their equipment to start taking photos. But still, there were those who didn't take it seriously. Brother Su Liang, it seems you don't quite understand the dark side of our society. It's probably just someone begging. Yeah, there are all sorts of scammers these days. Look how much effort this woman goes through just to deceive for money. She even brought her daughter along. It's clear that social morality is declining and human nature is degenerating. Tell me, how can people end up like this? Your world's apart from them. Listening to the reporter's sarcastic remarks, Su Liang showed little change in his expression. Because he knew that it was precisely due to rampant fraud that trust between people was constantly decreasing. There was nothing he could do about it. It was unavoidable. But now, what they were performing was just a stage drama. If they didn't make these journalists report enthusiastically, how would they achieve their goal? With this in mind, Su Liang deliberately pretended to look bewildered. But it doesn't seem right either. Look, which scammer would kneel step by step? Moreover, this woman has no signs of asking for money. Isn't that strange? Upon hearing this, the reporters all displayed puzzled expressions. It seemed indeed reasonable. Could there be hidden circumstances? Two young and perceptive reporters had already rushed up quickly. Excuse me, sister, is there any grievance or other reason causing you to behave so strangely here? Yang Xiulan paid no heed with her two ears, continuing her kneeling march forward as if she hadn't heard anyone talking to her at all. In fact, her heart was also filled with unease. But she remembered Bai Jin Shui's words well. Before reaching the central square, she was absolutely not to speak to anyone, no matter what they asked or did. She had to act as if she couldn't see them. Because only in this way could it be proven that Yang Xiulan truly wanted to save her daughter, rather than using underhanded methods to draw attention. As expected, Yang Xiulan's actions quickly aroused the curiosity of the journalists, attracting more and more people over. It seemed they had forgotten that the main target of this interview was originally Su Liang. Seeing this, Su Liang slightly raised the corner of his mouth. Indeed, sometimes drawing attention actually does work. Tell me, how could this poor mother, despite shouting online so many times without anyone caring, manage to catch the journalist's attention simply by crawling on her knees in the central square today? Of course, this wouldn't have been possible without their pushing behind the scenes. Now it's time to pour oil on the fire. He found an excuse to run to the restroom and made a call to Lu Hao. Where are you? Why haven't you come yet? Oh boss, I'm live streaming right now. I'll be there soon. Are Sister Yang and her team there yet? They'll be at the central square soon. You need to hurry, you cannot miss this chance. Once those journalists encircle them, you won't even be able to get any shots. Su Liang said meaningfully. Lu Hao nodded. Alright, I'll rush there. After hanging up, Su Liang was just about to come out. But right at the toilet entrance, he bumped into someone. And this person was completely unexpected. Zhang Chong, how did you end up here? Aren't you supposed to be managing the pet base? Excitement shone in Zhang Chong's face as he eagerly replied. Brother Liang, why didn't you call me for opportunities to fight injustice and lend a hand? I wouldn't have known if Lu Hao hadn't told me. Su Liang frowned slightly. Due to Zhang Chong's identity, he hadn't considered involving him in the plan before. Part of it was also to avoid troubling the Prosperous group further. The Luo family group was definitely capable of withstanding the pressure from the Charity Foundation side. But whether the Prosperous group could handle it was uncertain. If those hounds bit fiercely, given that the Prosperous group was in a transition period, adding to their difficulties might lead to disastrous consequences. The problem is that our plan is already underway, and there's nothing you need to do. Go back quickly. Don't create chaos. Su Liang frowned slightly. There must be no mistakes at this critical moment. Zhang Chong, however, displayed a serious expression. I know I don't have great skills, but I want to help with this kind of thing. Later, I can even take the lead in donating money to her. Who knows, the effect on site might just explode, and we might even gain unexpected benefits. Hearing these words, Su Liang felt they did make some sense. Even if they had made a big fuss online and across major media outlets, it was far less direct than someone donating money in public. This would further confirm the despicable behavior of those charity foundations lining their own pockets. Good job. I didn't expect your brain to be so sharp this time. Of course, follow good people to learn good things. Follow bad people to learn tricks. There should be some growth. Zhang Chong said proudly, revealing a look of pride on his face. All right, since that's the case, you'll play the role of the first person to donate to her. If any journalist interviews you then, do not accept the interview, and do not reveal your identity. Su Yang said seriously. It was already very suspicious for both himself and Lu Hao to appear at the central square. If another acquaintance of theirs showed up, it would obviously look like a scripted performance. If the final truth were to be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, Su Liang had made it very clear to Mr. Luo beforehand. There was a risk, of course, but this risk was manageable for him. If it became uncontrollable, the situation would need to change, and matters would evolve in a direction completely unimaginable. Zhang Chang's lips curled upward slightly. Hee, I brought props today. Rest assured, no one will know my true identity. As he spoke, he took out sunglasses, a wig, and even a fake beard from his bag. After slight disguising, he looked like an entirely different person, unless someone was extremely familiar with him, otherwise they wouldn't recognize him. Chapter 280. The Supreme King Explodes. Explosive news. Alright, just watch for the right moment later. Absolutely don't move too early. Understood. After coming out of the restroom, Su Liang noticed that the majority of reporters had already gathered in the central square, and Yang Xiulan had finally crawled to her predetermined position. At this moment, people were interviewing her. With countless reporters and facing countless cameras, Yang Xiulan's long-suppressed emotions finally found an outlet. She broke down in tears, recounting her story. I don't understand why when I approached those charitable foundations, they completely ignored me. Some even said that if I cycled all the way to the central square, they might give me alms. What? These words struck like thunder in the midst of all the journalists present, causing a commotion. Everyone at the scene was filled with righteous indignation. It's despicable. Aren't these charitable foundations supposed to help the weak? Now, when someone needs help, they ignore it outright. Not only do they refuse to help, but they also mock and belittle people. Are these charity organizations even human? We must expose them. This is more explosive than Su Liang's news. We have to uncover these dark deeds. In no time, everyone seemed to lose interest in Su Liang. After all, he had already dealt with the criminal gang. Now, the unresolved matter concerning Yang Xiulan was related to these charitable foundations. This situation was very alarming and would certainly stir up much greater public discourse. Unexpectedly, while interviewing Shui Lang, they stumbled upon this unexpected bonus. Everyone was delighted, feeling as though they'd hit a gold mine. Following that, the reporters began throwing out various questions one after another. At this moment, a young man wearing sunglasses and having a bearded face squeezed his way through the crowd. His eyes were full of pity and compassion. Truly heartbreaking. Sister, I can't do much to help you. Here, take these few thousand yuan. Even if it can't cure your daughter's illness, at least it will alleviate your current predicament. I believe good people will receive good rewards, and your daughter will surely get better. Zhang Chang left the money and hurried away without paying attention to the reporters behind him. This gesture caused quite a stir among those present. All around there was heated discussion. My goodness, even a random passerby can be so generous. But those well-fed charitable foundations, indulging themselves in luxury every day, don't care about the suffering of the common people. On what grounds should such people continue running a charity foundation? That's right, they are nothing but scum. As conscientious journalists, we must expose the scandal and ensure the public becomes aware of it. Sister, don't worry. I'll write an article about your situation as soon as I go back, and I'll try my best to secure the front page. I'll definitely help you gain support from more kind-hearted donors. Leave me your bank card number, and I'll act on it right after returning. Everyone showed the same sentiment. This scene was exactly witnessed by Su Liang from afar, who slightly smirked at the corner of his mouth. His gaze revealed a mischievous look. Sometimes, it really depends on methodology. As long as the correct means are used, the process doesn't matter, as long as the outcome is good. At this point, Zhang Chang removed his disguise and returned to his side, craning his neck to peer around. Big brother, how's it going? Did everything proceed smoothly? It goes without saying. With me here, are we worried about not resolving these small issues? Su Liang's lips curled slightly upward. At this moment, a few more figures ambled over from the distance. It was Lu Hao, unexpectedly accompanied by a few online friends. Ho ho, another big show is about to start, Su Liang said slowly. Zhang Chang nodded. It's interesting today here, isn't it? You know, you trapped me at the pet base for nothing. My dad even hired someone to supervise the place live, and I ended up doing nothing. He couldn't help but grumble. Su Liang smiled faintly. This is part of your training, so you need to treasure it. There are certain things you have to learn to grow through effort. Otherwise, what does that make you? Isn't this simply a joke? It pushes matters further towards a direction impossible to reconcile. As the two were chatting idly, Lu Hao had already locked onto Yang Xiulan's position. Meanwhile, he kept conversing with his fans in the live stream. Dear friends, after being away for such a long period, it's great to come back today. That's why I decided to host an outdoor live broadcast specially. Unfortunately, I haven't been able to find anything especially fun until now, which disappoints you somewhat. As he said this, his tone suddenly changed. Pointing at Yang Xiulan in the central square, he said, Alas, wait a moment, it seems there's something interesting going on. Would you guys like to come check it out with me? The live stream chat exploded in response. Lu Hao quickly approached Yang Xiulan in just a few strides. Sister, what happened? Why are you holding a child? And your daughter doesn't seem to be doing well. Could you possibly be a human trafficker? Upon hearing this, reporters immediately surrounded and criticized him. You brat, how dare you speak like that? Have no eyes. She's definitely not a human trafficker. It's for her daughter she has knelt all the way to the central square. You young people start live streams, but can't even talk properly when needed. If you have nothing useful to say, then don't speak. Several emotional reporters quickly sparked dislike among Lu Hao's live audience. In response, Lu Hao attempted to pacify the situation. Don't get so upset, everyone. I really did misjudge the situation, my mistake. There's no need to overly protect or anything. But how could sister have knelt all the way here? That is absolutely unbelievable. Curiosity brewed rapidly among the online viewers. Seeing the anticipation rising, Lu Hao wasted no more time hiding his intentions and went straight ahead to ask, "Sister, what exactly happened? Why did you do this?" Yang Xiaolan looked at him, apparently understanding why Lu Hao had shown up out of nowhere. Then, she recited the script given by Jinshui beforehand. In an instant, Lu Hao's live stream blew up. All netizens were furious. They cursed the charitable foundations vehemently. These bastards are detested by both gods and men. Don't they fear nightmares haunting them while sleeping? Don't joke around. These people have no conscience. Discussing such matters with them is simply daydreaming. I think now we should first try to help this sister solve her urgent problem. Streamer, I'll give you tips and you transfer it to her. Chapter 281, Grand Finale. As the netizens' enthusiasm flared up, gifts kept pouring into the live broadcast room. Lu Hao was delighted beyond expectation. He even puffed his chest out resolutely. Brothers, you can rest assured today. Whatever amount of gifts you guys send later, I will donate the same amount of money. Not a single cent will be embezzled. Even the odd change from your gifts, I'll give it all to her. These words immediately drew support from the netizens. Good. Supporting the streamer. We didn't misjudge him after all. Nonsense, he dared to confront the live streaming platform back then, and now can do such charitable deeds. He must definitely be a good person. You can't say that in this era. There are still people with conscience. They should be given more advantages. Meanwhile, this matter quickly sparked discussion online. It directly shot to the top of trending topics. In no time, everyone was discussing. Not only did they sympathize with Yang Xiaolan's plight, but they also harbored deep resentment towards the charity foundation. There had never been such detestable people, operating under the guise of charity, yet actually amassing wealth in a frenzy. These people were truly heartless. With the heat seemingly sufficient, Lu Hao, Su Liang, Zhang Chang, and others quietly left the central plaza. The following matters no longer required their concern. With such immense popularity now, it would be enough to help Yang Xiaolan through her urgent situation. Even if every individual online just gave 1 yuan. As long as there were over 1 million people paying attention, that would make up over 1 million yuan in treatment fees. Even the hardest illnesses should be alleviable to some extent. After tidying up their belongings, the trio quickly returned to a secluded location. They couldn't help but burst into laughter. So satisfying. Boss, I could have never imagined in my wildest dreams that I'd ever accomplish something so great in my life. Lu Hao couldn't help but animatedly recount the event. During the live broadcast when I was speaking, my palms were drenched in cold sweat. I was afraid the netizens might catch on to any problems. You're too impatient. Just uttering a few lines scared you stiff of giving us away. Zhang Chang couldn't help but tease from the side. Speak for yourself. All you do is criticize after the fact. If it were you, you'd probably not even be able to mutter a coherent word on the spot. The two bickered back and forth. At this moment, another person approached from the side. Who are you? Zhang Chang frowned, full of vigilance in his eyes. He seemed overly cautious, fearful that their prior conversation might have been heard by the stranger. There's no need for such tension. Now, let me properly introduce the two of you to our operation planner for this mission, by Jinshui. Su Liang solemnly stated. For someone as upright as him, he would show ample respect. Because justice is something humans have always pursued. Only those who enjoy special treatment and reap huge profits would disdain justice. Because, to them, this doesn't merely fail to assist them, it might also harm their interests. Hence, although Su Liang is quite capable now and earning money is as easy as turning his hand over, the cooperative partners he chooses must have a moral bottom line and principles. That's the bare minimum requirement. Bai Jinshui awkwardly chuckled. Zhang Chang and Lu Hao both gave a thumbs up. Hell yeah, didn't expect you to be so young. That's amazing, buddy, being able to create such a significant movement. Bai Jinshui waved his hand dismissively. He humbly shook his head. I certainly don't possess that kind of ability. I'm just an unknown little shrimp on the internet. If it weren't for Su Liang's support this time, we wouldn't have reached this effect at all. No matter how you look at it, you initiated this, so you shouldn't be too modest. Did you see the situation in the Central Plaza earlier? Bai Jinshui nodded. He released a heavy sigh of relief. I believe after this incident, Yang Xiaolan and her family should no longer worry about these things. What about you? Su Liang asked deeply. Me? Bai Jinshui blinked his eyes. A trace of peculiarity flickered across his face. I'll, of course, continue being a social media influencer. After all, I need to eat too. It's impossible to let me keep performing righteous acts daily, right? At least ensure I won't starve. Su Liang's lips curled upward slightly. I naturally understand. However, I think you should know clearly too. This time the targets we offended are the charity foundations. These guys are rich and well-connected, so they will undoubtedly investigate down to us eventually. As the initiator, you cannot possibly avoid consequences either. Aren't you worried about potential retaliation? Bai Jinshui slightly staggered. Before this, he indeed considered this issue, but because of urgently wanting to save Yang Xiaolan's daughter back then, he hadn't delved into it further. At this moment upon hearing Su Liang's reminder, an indistinct sense of unease began forming in his heart. After a moment of silence, he spoke slowly. If doing good deeds is also going to result in retribution, then so be it. Anyway, my ability only goes so far. If I can only do one good deed, then I'll have no regrets. It's better than doing nothing at all. Bold. Su Liang gave a thumbs up. There were indeed very few people who could earn his heartfelt admiration. It was only someone as pure as Bai Jinshui who could gain respect. But there is a saying, unity is strength. If you are alone, you definitely cannot stand up against the charity foundation. In face of their ambitions, you would just have to let things happen as they come. But suppose we four unite together, sharing joy and braving difficulties. Do you think the charity foundation will still be a big problem? Upon hearing this, Bai Jinshui widened his eyes, filled with disbelief. Wait a minute, are you planning to take me in? You can understand it that way. Of course, you can also consider it as cooperation because, in my view, my future company needs talents like you. Su Liang said extremely seriously. If you want to build your own business empire, you must have sufficiently reliable people. These people not only need to trust him enough, but also possess a sense of justice and principles. Zhang Chang and Lu Hao merely met the first condition. But people like Bai Jinshui could meet the second condition. Moreover, such a pure person should indeed get more opportunities. He shouldn't just be an unknown online promoter. Good people in this world should be rewarded. If the boundaries between good and evil have become blurred, then what's left to talk about fairness and justice? Su Liang admitted that he didn't have the ability to change the world, at least not now. But he wanted to remain true to himself and not be dragged down by worldly affairs. But aren't you 3 students? I would starve if I followed you, right? Bai Jinshui hesitated. What kind of talk is this? You underestimate us too much. Zhang Chang raised his head high. Lu Hao also showed discontent on his face. His dad is a company boss. I'm a popular streamer now. As for our leader, he already has 2 or 3 projects under his name. Following us would make you richer than being a mere online promoter. Hearing this, Bai Jinshui's face revealed an excited expression. He never imagined he would have the chance to change his fate. He accepted without hesitation. From then on, Bai Jinshui joined Su Liang and the other 3 to fight hard. They not only quickly established their own company, but also reaped substantial incomes. At the same time, Su Liang's commercial empire rose from the ground, becoming a highly prestigious and dazzlingly successful boss. The names of these 4 were remembered by everyone. Thereafter, they lived happily and joyfully ever after.